In the dark cell, the sound of a whip cracked intermittently. A man, covered in scars, was shackled here, his limbs tightly bound by iron chains, rendering him immobile. His name was Qin Xuan, once the leader of the Dark Knight base. More than a decade ago, an online game called King of Beast Tamers suddenly became a sensation across the planet Blue Star. This was an open-world beast taming game where players could enter the game simply by purchasing a specialized helmet from the official forums. The game had no storyline, everything relied on players' independent exploration. Players needed to continuously capture, form contracts, and train various beasts, be they wild animals, plants, or even the in-game bosses. As long as one was strong enough, anything could become their contracted beast. The game had no pay-to-win system, players could only rely on their own strength to make beasts submit. Despite official statements claiming the origins of the game were unknown and even warning people not to play due to potential risks, this only piqued more curiosity. An increasing number of people bought helmets and joined the game. Qin Xuan was one of them. He was fortunate enough to draw an S-level talent, detection, which allowed him to assess the quality and potential of beasts. With this talent, Qin Xuan became a Lord-level beast tamer in the game, capturing 7 extraordinarily powerful beasts. However, just as everyone was deeply engrossed in the game, 2.5 months after its release, countless vortexes suddenly appeared in the skies. Following this, wild creatures and bosses from the game began to emerge into reality through these vortexes. Not only that, but the items and beasts that players obtained in the game also materialized in the real world. From that moment, Blue Star was plunged into an apocalypse. Fortunately, the vast majority of players had at least one beast companion, enabling them to survive amidst the chaos. Ordinary people, however, weren't so lucky. Without beasts, they were brutally slaughtered by wild creatures and bosses. Within 3 days, city order collapsed, and laws ceased to function. As an S-level talent holder and a Lord-level beast tamer, Qin Xuan summoned his beasts to sweep through the city he resided in. He established his own base and provided refuge for both beast tamers and ordinary people. As the leader of the base, Qin Xuan selected a few reliable subordinates to help manage it. Shortly after, they named the base Dark Knight. After a period of effort, the Dark Knight base operated in an orderly manner. Beast tamers took turns going out to hunt and gather supplies, while those remaining in the base patrolled and defended it. Ordinary people without beasts contributed to logistics in exchange for necessities. Then the so-called officials appeared. In truth, they were more like puppets controlled by powerful family factions. Acting swiftly under the guise of official authority, they quickly established and absorbed numerous bases. They also discovered that ordinary people could form contracts with the wild creatures that had descended, meaning that as long as they were daring enough, even ordinary people could carve out a place for themselves in this apocalyptic world. As a patriotic youth, Qin Xuan was willing to serve his country. Trusting the officials, he reported his talent to them. But the so-called officials immediately revealed their true colors. They not only demanded that Qin Xuan hand over all control of the Dark Knight base to them and relocate to their headquarters to select high-potential beasts for the upper echelon and their offspring, but also ordered Qin Xuan to terminate all his beast contracts and surrender his beasts for redistribution. They claimed this would allow him and his beasts to maximize their value. This unreasonable demand made Qin Xuan see through their intentions instantly. They wanted to control his talent while leaving him no chance to rise again. Disheartened, Qin Xuan decisively refused their demands. Unexpectedly, after the failed negotiations, the officials launched an attack on the Dark Knight base. They smeared the base as traitors to the nation, obstacles to national development, and threats to public safety. But Qin Xuan had always managed the base with vigilance, never letting his guard down. Initially, Qin Xuan was just an ordinary member of the base, but he had suppressed everyone through sheer strength. In the Dark Knight organization, as long as one worked hard, they didn't need to worry about basic survival. However, faced with the officials' relentless oppression, Qin Xuan had no choice but to counterattack their military forces. Ironically, the more the officials suppressed Dark Knight, the stronger it became, all thanks to Qin Xuan's leadership. During this time, Qin Xuan uncovered the truth. The original government of the Dragon Country had long been fragmented and devoured by various family factions when the apocalypse began. The so-called officials were merely hollow shells. Any disobedient soldiers were executed, and their positions were taken over by the offspring of these families. These ruling families were selfish and self-serving, unwilling to tolerate someone like Qin Xuan, a man with no political power, solely skilled in combat, freely operating under their noses. Yet it seemed fate was playing a cruel joke on him. A prodigy with extraordinary talent emerged from one of the family-run bases, Xiao Chen. Not only was Xiao Chen spared from exploitation by the families, but he also gained official recognition and maintained close ties with the major families. He even had a younger sister, Xiao Qian, who awakened an equally powerful talent. Following this, Xiao Chen's life unfolded like the plot of a novel. Alongside his sister, he experienced countless fortuitous encounters, contracting numerous powerful beasts. All the women in the base who awakened high-level talents and contracted strong beasts willingly followed Xiao Chen, becoming part of his harem. Even more astonishing was the fact that all of Xiao Chen's contracted beasts were female, capable of transforming into different styles of beauties. There were cold and aloof queens as well as adorable and sweet girls. Within the team, only Xiao Chen was a man. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan seemed like the antagonist in a story. Every time he was on the verge of victory, unexpected twists would thwart him. His perfect plans were repeatedly disrupted, allowing Xiao Chen to grow stronger through each battle and counterattack Qin Xuan. Once, Qin Xuan became a king-level beast tamer after enduring life and death trials. In a hidden dungeon, he discovered a black dragon egg. At first glance, he could tell the egg was extraordinary. After bringing it back to the base, Qin Xuan was unable to form a contract with it. Initially, he didn't mind, thinking the egg was simply special and harder to bond with. After investing a great deal of resources, the egg hatched into a black dragon hatchling. Despite countless attempts, Qin Xuan still couldn't succeed in forming a contract. Believing the little black dragon was just shy, Qin Xuan persevered, playing with it, feeding it, and trusting that his dedication would eventually earn its trust. However, during one of Qin Xuan's missions, a base guard accidentally let the little black dragon escape. Coincidentally, it ran into Xiao Chen, who was out hunting. Xiao Chen immediately recognized the dragon's uniqueness and, before long, won over the black dragon with his bravery and kindness, successfully forming a contract with it. The dragon then became a crucial ally for Xiao Chen in his battles against Qin Xuan. If Xiao Chen were truly as kind and brave as he seemed, it might have been acceptable. But in reality, he was a womanizing scoundrel. His approach to the black dragon was entirely calculated. Qin Xuan, oblivious to the truth, was left boiling with anger. How could such a terrible person end up with all the good fortune? 10 years later, at the final showdown, Qin Xuan was predictably defeated by Xiao Chen. All his contracted beasts perished, and the Dark Knight base was overtaken by his once loyal subordinates, who betrayed him and became pawns of the official forces. Qin Xuan collapsed to his knees, powerless, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the massive black dragon. He roared in fury, "Why? I was the one who brought you out of that dungeon. I was the one who hatched you." The black dragon merely cast him a disdainful glance and replied coldly, "Humph. I know exactly what you were plotting. You only wanted to deceive me, form a contract, and use me for your evil deeds. Thankfully, I met my true master." With that, it turned its gaze toward Xiao Chen, its voice softening, revealing its feminine nature. After Qin Xuan's defeat, the Dark Knight base members collectively accused him of exploiting them for 10 years, declaring that he deserved death while expressing gratitude toward the officials for taking over the base. Watching these ungrateful people, Qin Xuan's heart burned with rage. He had protected them all this time, fought desperately to grow stronger and safeguard the base, only to be betrayed by everyone in the end. For the next 3 years, Qin Xuan was imprisoned in the dungeon of the official base, subjected to inhumane torture daily while enduring the guards' taunts. "Weren't you supposed to have S-level talent? Now you're just trash. Come on, show us how powerful you are, ha ha ha." Qin Xuan knelt weakly on the ground. Over these 3 years, his mortal enemy Xiao Chen had ascended to become a mythical-level beast tamer, traveling through the stars with his formidable beasts and becoming a legendary figure praised by all. Qin Xuan learned of these developments through the guards' casual gossip. Everyone in the base knew that 3 years ago, the Dark Knight base was defeated, and the officials had taken in all the refugees. Most of Qin Xuan's resources had been confiscated by the authorities. But no one knew that Qin Xuan still held a mysterious jade pendant he had brought out from the Black Dragon dungeon. The pendant was a bluish-gray color with a small round hole in the center. It had fused with his body, a fact he had never disclosed to anyone. At the time, Qin Xuan wasn't sure of its purpose, he only knew it was called the Jade of Reincarnation. Finding nothing particularly remarkable about it, he had paid it little mind. Now, with the jade of reincarnation fully integrated into his body, Qin Chuan finally understood its power. After death, it allowed him to return to the past and start over. As he noticed the guards approaching again, Qin Chuan realized he was about to be beaten once more. But this time, he felt a hint of anticipation. When the guards unlocked his chains and lifted him, Qin Chuan suddenly swung a fist at the back of one of their heads, enraging them. "You dare hit me?" Qin Chuan was thrown against the wall and brutally kicked in the stomach. "Serves you right. Serves you right." The beating continued until Qin Chuan was on the brink of death. Yet, he spat out blood to further provoke the guards, who resumed their frenzied assault until he lost consciousness. When Qin Chuan opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his room from over a decade ago. He picked up his phone and checked the date. May 31st, 2035. The day before Beast King officially launches. The game was set to go live on June 1st. Qin Chuan walked to the window, gazing at the bustling street below as emotions surged within him. After the apocalypse, this was where he had risen to power and where he had fallen. He had never claimed to be a good person. In his previous life, the number of people he had caused the deaths of was countless, but he had never harmed the innocent. He had given his all for the base, only to be labeled a demon. With these thoughts, Qin Chuan's eyes grew sharp, his hands gripping the railing so tightly that it creaked under the pressure. Xiao Chen. The Wu family. The Li family. The Ouyang family. The Nangong family. The Morong family. And that treacherous black dragon. Your days of glory are over. Especially you, Xiao Chen. I will make you taste every kind of pain. Not only that, but to avenge the grudges of his past life and ascend to the pinnacle of the beast-taming world, becoming a beast master beyond myth. On the very first day of his return, Qin Chuan went to the noodle shop downstairs for a bowl of noodles. It was only 4 in the afternoon, and there was still plenty of time. He had lost his parents at an early age and was previously just an ordinary worker, unremarkable in every way. The turning point came tonight at midnight when King of Beasts was scheduled to launch. In his previous life, Qin Chuan hadn't been among the first wave of players. He only noticed the game when it was officially promoted. Out of curiosity and the desire to follow trends, he purchased a gaming helmet. The helmet wasn't expensive, only costing 2,000 or 3,000, there weren't any luxury versions. Fortunately, he awakened an S-grade talent, detection skill, which allowed him to assess the potential of beasts, a talent that revealed a lucrative opportunity. The game was full of wealthy players willing to pay handsomely for powerful beasts. Using his natural capturing talent, Qin Chuan caught beasts and sold them to these affluent players, earning a significant fortune. At the noodle shop, Qin Chuan slowly placed the empty bowl back on the table and muttered to himself, "I wonder if I can awaken the detection skill again in this life." After settling the bill, he returned home, lay on his bed, and waited for the gaming helmet to go on sale. Time quickly reached midnight. The alarm clock rang, and Qin Chuan opened his drowsy eyes, logged onto the official game website, and scrambled to buy the gaming helmet. In less than an hour, there was a knock at the door. He knew the helmet had arrived. It was the same in his past life, or rather, across the entire blue planet. It didn't matter how remote your location was, the game company could deliver the helmet to your doorstep within an hour. While others admired the game company's efficiency, Qin Chuan knew there was a deeper secret behind it all. He opened the door and saw a cardboard box sitting outside. Bringing it inside, he opened it to reveal a sleek, gray helmet oozing a sense of futuristic technology, lying quietly on the table. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan put on the helmet. From now on, he would use the memories and experience brought by his rebirth to grow desperately and exact revenge. Wearing the helmet, he lay back on the bed and swiftly entered the game. Ding! Congratulations, player, for logging into King of Beasts. Please register your nickname. Dark Knight. Qin Chuan replied without hesitation. Ding! Player Dark Knight has successfully registered. Proceeding to talent draw. Congratulations! You have obtained the S-grade talent, detection skill. As expected, it's still this one. Qin Chuan looked at the same S-grade talent as in his previous life, feeling both regretful and relieved. Detected, player possesses the reincarnation jade. The trash talent detection skill has been upgraded to SSS-grade insightful eye. Acquired SSS-grade talent, infinite contract. Acquired SSS-grade talent, final evolution. Acquired SSS-grade talent, beast equipment. Qin Chuan was stunned as he stared at the 4 SSS-grade talents displayed on his panel. He knew that the highest grade talent holder in his previous life was Xiao Chun, who only had SS-grade talents. Infinite contract, SSS no level restriction, you can contract an unlimited number of beasts. Contracted beasts will never betray you, and unless you agree, the contract cannot be dissolved by any means. Insightful I, SSS allows you to view all information about any beast, regardless of level. Final evolution, SSS unconditionally evolves your beasts to their ultimate form, granting them all the abilities of that form while keeping their level unchanged. Beast equipment, SSS you share a soul connection with your beasts. Activating this talent allows you to convert a beast's power into equipment, weapons, armor, etc. The equipment retains half of the beast's strength without affecting the beast's original body. Defeating wild beasts will also increase your level. Beast levels are divided into stages. 0 to 10, ordinary. 11 to 20, black iron. 21 to 30, bronze. 31 to 40, silver. 41 to 50, gold. 51 to 60, diamond. 61 to 70, lord. 71 to 80, king. 81 to 90, sacred sovereign. 91 to 100, mythical. Levels above 100 remain unknown to Qin Chuan. In his previous life, he had only reached the king level. This time, with 4 top-tier talents, he was determined to break through his limits and explore even higher realms. Just infinite contract alone was already game-breaking. Ordinary beast masters could only contract a limited number of beasts. With each level advancement, they could contract one additional beast. At most, a mythical level beastmaster could only contract 10 beasts. But Qin Chuan was different. With this talent, even at the ordinary level, he could contract dozens or even hundreds of beasts. The most critical point was that only he could decide to dissolve a contract, no other method could break it. In the game, there was an item called the contract breaking stone, which could forcibly dissolve a contract. However, it was entirely useless against Qin Chuan. This item had always been a weapon of the aristocratic families. In his past life, they used it to seize powerful beasts and ensure their own family members could secure those contracts. During the ultimate battle, the aristocratic families targeted Qin Chuan by using contract-breaking stones to sever the contracts with his 8 beasts. Without their cooperation, his combat power plummeted instantly. Even when he managed to recontract them with great difficulty, they were repeatedly torn apart by the stones. In that battle, the aristocratic families exhausted almost all of their contract-breaking stones just to deal with Qin Chuan alone. As a result, Chuan was defeated. All the beast companions chose to die rather than submit, ultimately perishing on the battlefield alongside the enemy. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan clenched his fists, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. But things were different now. With this newfound ability, he would no longer be hindered by the binding stone. Your stones are useless against me this time. Just wait, I'll toy with you bit by bit till the end. Qin Chuan muttered through gritted teeth. He quickly adjusted his emotions and entered the game. Before him lay a lush forest, a stark contrast to his previous life, where he was born on the plains. Qin Chuan carefully navigated through the woods. At this moment, he hadn't contracted any beast companions. Yet, with his current frail body, one encounter with a wild beast would spell certain death. Though dying in the game didn't mean dying. In reality, there was a one-day revival period. For Qin Chuan, who was racing against time, that one day came at too high a cost. He wandered in the forest, occasionally activating the Eye of Insight to observe the surrounding wild beasts. Name, Four-eyed Spider. Attribute, Poison. Level, 1. Quality, Common. Final form, Eight-eyed Venomous Spider, Excellent. Name, Daughter Seedling. Attribute, Wood. Level, 1. Quality, Common. Final form, Daughter, Excellent. Name, Sunshine Mushroom. Attribute, Wood. Level, 1. Quality, Common. Final form, Lidong Needle Mushroom, Fine. In terms of quality, beast companions are ranked from lowest to highest as Common, Excellent, Fine, Epic, Legendary, and Mythical. The difference in power between the ranks is significant. The game doesn't display specific numerical stats, only levels. Higher quality beasts can easily challenge higher level, lower quality enemies. According to the tests conducted by various noble families, a level 1 excellent quality beast could rival a level 3 common beast, a level 1 fine quality beast could rival a level 6 excellent one, a level 1 epic quality beast could fight a level 12 fine beast, a level 1 legendary could take on a level 15 epic beast, and a level 1 mythical beast could match a level 20 legendary beast. These benchmarks are based on level 1 comparisons, and the higher the level, the more pronounced the cross-tier combat abilities. In his previous life, Qin Chuan's detection skill could only reveal a beast's general potential and minimum baseline. Even so, the beasts he selected were highly sought after. He had decent luck as well, with the beasts. He contracted always having high potential ceilings. But now, with the more powerful eye of insight, which could even discern a beast's final form and quality, finding beast companions became significantly easier. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the bushes. Qin Xuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate. He gently parted the foliage and found a small, thin white fox, lying weakly on the ground. A blood-soaked wound, so deep its bone was visible, marred its side, and its breathing was faint. Qin Xuan immediately activated the Eye of Insight. Name, Little Firefox. Attribute, Fire. Level, 1. Quality, Common. Final form, Nine-tailed Heavenly Fox, Super Mythical. Super Mythical? Qin Xuan was stunned. Wasn't mythical supposed to be the highest rank? Seeing the final form and quality of this little firefox left him dumbfounded. So mythical wasn't the ultimate peak, there was actually a super mythical tier. In his previous life, he'd seen many people choose the little firefox as their beast companion, and it had various evolutionary forms. But the highest quality anyone had achieved was epic. Those who managed to evolve their little firefox to epic quality claimed it was a feat of luck and fortuitous circumstances. Yet Qin Xuan never imagined that this seemingly ordinary little firefox, so commonly seen along the roadside, could evolve into a super mythical nine-tailed heavenly fox. A fox. With that thought, Qin Xuan immediately decided to form a contract with this little firefox. The little firefox, initially on the brink of death, was surprised that this strange two-legged creature chose it. However, for the sake of survival, it quickly accepted the contract. Buzz. As soon as the contract was formed, the little firefox's wound instantly healed. This was one of the benefits of contracting with a beast tamer. No matter how severe the injuries, even if only half the body remained, as long as the beast wasn't dead, the contract would immediately restore it. In the past, many people would capture beasts by beating them nearly to death first, as it made them easier to tame. This practice was especially common among noble families. At this moment, Qin Xuan felt the mental connection established between him and the little firefox, allowing them to sense each other's thoughts. Qin Xuan gently patted the small, fluffy head of the firefox. The little firefox, its eyes filled with gratitude, obediently accepted his touch. Then, Qin Xuan activated another SSS-grade talent Ultimate Evolution. The little firefox was suddenly enveloped in a fiery red energy. The immense power radiating from it could be felt even from a distance. Normally, such an evolution into a nine-tailed heavenly fox would cause a celestial phenomenon, but Qin Xuan's talent forcibly suppressed all fluctuations. As the evolution concluded, the nine-tailed heavenly fox slowly emerged from the energy sphere, the fireball gradually dissipating. The fox before him now had 9 tails, a coat of pure white fur, red markings on its forehead and limbs, and waves of heat emanating from its body. Occasionally, small flames would flicker around it, only to extinguish moments later. Yet, this intense heat caused no harm to Qin Xuan. Previously, the little firefox had felt gratitude and respect toward Qin Xuan. Now, as the nine-tailed heavenly fox, it was filled with awe and reverence, prostrating itself before him in complete submission. It understood that everything it had now was because of him. Bestowed by the master. Name, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox. Attribute, Fire. Level, 1. Quality, Super Divine. In the game Beastmaster's King, there are no traditional attribute points, but the strength gap between beasts of different qualities is significant. Simply put, quality determines the growth rate and upper limit of power. Players need to enhance their beasts' levels and quality. From now on, I'll call you Awei, Qin Xuan said to the nine-tailed celestial fox. Awei not only didn't feel embarrassed but was instead elated that its master gave it a name. Alright, Awei, show me what you're capable of, Qin Xuan said, pointing to a few wild beasts nearby that had gathered to watch. He signaled for an attack. Yes, master. A tender voice came from Awei's mouth. After all, it's not unusual for a super divine beast to speak. Just a side note, Awei is a male fox. The nine-tailed celestial fox slowly stood up. The air around it distorted as waves of heat surged forth. Several pillars of fire shot skyward, converging above its head into a massive fireball. The surrounding wild beasts had already been roasted to death by the high temperature, but Awei's momentum only grew stronger. Boom! The fireball smashed into the ground with dazzling brilliance. The earth trembled violently, raising a cloud of dust so thick that Qin Xuan couldn't even open his eyes. When the dust settled, all was silent once again. Qin Xuan brushed the dirt off himself and looked around in astonishment. Not a single blade of grass or tree remained, not even ash. The ground had been blasted into a crater 3 kilometers in diameter. Shocked, Qin Xuan turned to look at Wei. Was this really the power of a level 1 beast? He quickly checked Wei's status. Name, Nine-tailed celestial fox, Wei. Attribute, fire. Level, 5. Quality, super divine. My goodness. One fireball attack had raised its level by 4. This was the power of a super divine beast? Any beasts hiding underground were probably obliterated as well. The massive fireball had erupted in a brilliant explosion, followed by a roar that pierced the air, filled with anger and fear. Qin Xuan followed the sound and saw a tiger, its fur mostly scorched, desperately fleeing from the crater. He focused his gaze on it. Name, Crimson Flame Tiger. Attribute, fire. Level, 15. Quality, excellent. Final form, Crimson Sky Demon Tiger, epic. This level 15 Crimson Flame Tiger was a mini-boss in the early stages of the game. With its high level and overwhelming damage, it was a nightmare for novice players. But now, its fur was charred black, and its blood was steaming, clearly having been roasted by Wei's fireball. Wei had only been level 1, and the fireball hadn't even been aimed specifically at the Crimson Flame Tiger. It had merely been caught in the blast. Little Crimson Flame Tiger, since you can't escape, Wei, hit it again. Qin Xuan commanded. Boom! A wave of heat dissipated, leaving an even larger crater in its wake. The Crimson Flame Tiger, caught in the heart of the explosion, was reduced to ashes. Wei's level rose to 9. Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Originally, he had planned to level up his beast to level 10 within 2 days. Unexpectedly, 2 fireballs made it a breeze. Boom, boom, boom. The forest was illuminated with bursts of firelight, and waves of heat rippled outward as crater after crater appeared on the ground. Wei was not limited to hurling fireballs. In Beastmaster's King, beasts didn't have fixed skills. Instead, they utilized their potential and quality to exhibit various advantages based on their attributes. For a fire attribute beast like Wei, its attack power was immense. Being of super divine quality, it could cause cataclysmic destruction with just a casual fireball or even a mere puff of hot air. If not for Wei's relatively low level, this forest would have long been reduced to ashes. Amid the flickering flames, Wei's level swiftly climbed to 20 before Qin Xuan finally told it to stop. Qin Xuan had initially thought that all small foxes would ultimately evolve into nine-tailed celestial foxes. If that were the case, wouldn't contracting several small foxes allow him to ascend directly? However, reality proved otherwise. He discovered that most small foxes belonged to final forms capped at epic or legendary quality, with none even reaching mythical quality. Qin Xuan understood then that not every small fox had the potential to evolve into a nine-tailed celestial fox. This makes sense, each beast has its own potential. I'll have to adjust my plans, he thought. He didn't feel much regret. Encountering Wei was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. He merely needed to refine his strategy. Qin Xuan had originally planned to use the detection skill in conjunction with his knowledge from his past life to contract a beast with decent potential and reach level 10 within 2 days. This way, he could use his past life memories to secure resources more safely. These resources were primarily meant for evolving beasts. But after awakening 4 SSS-grade talents, Qin Xuan found that aside from levels, all other attributes of his beasts could be maxed out instantly. There was no need to waste time collecting materials. As a result, most of the resources he remembered from his past life were no longer as important to him. But there was no harm in picking up some along the way. Seeing that Wei was of super divine quality, Qin Xuan's interest in mythical quality beasts waned significantly. A single top-tier beast could hold its own against thousands of troops. Why bother wasting time raising epic or legendary quality beasts? Qin Xuan firmly believed that Wei wasn't the only beast with super divine potential. Since each beast's growth potential was different, he couldn't let Wei casually unleash forbidden level skills. Now that Wei's level was high enough, if it accidentally killed another beast with godlike potential, losing that would truly be a devastating loss. Alright, Qin Xuan still had a talent he hadn't tried out yet. He immediately activated his ability and connected his soul to Wei. Strangely, he felt a warm current surge through his body. Players weren't supposed to feel anything in the game. The soul connection was complete. With a single thought, a fiery red folding fan appeared in Qin Xuan's hand. The fan's frame glimmered with a faint golden light, as if carved from a rare mineral. The fiery red surface of the fan sparkled brilliantly, with golden flame patterns shimmering across it. At the end of the fan hung golden tassels, making it look like an exquisite work of art. The moment Qin Xuan held the fan, its usage method immediately appeared in his mind clearly. His talent was kicking in. He lightly flicked the fan, and it instantly unfolded completely. Out of curiosity, Qin Chuan waved it lightly toward an empty space behind him. A strong gust of wind, mixed with searing flames, burst forth. The flames struck the ground and exploded instantly, displaying incredible power. Wow! Qin Chuan couldn't help but gasp. Just a casual wave produced such an effect. What would happen if he used it with full force? A beastmaster's greatest weakness was themselves, while the attacks they suffered would first be borne by their beasts. Anyone who wanted to kill them would have to deal with their beasts first. However, beastmasters themselves were almost powerless. If all their beasts were held up, an unprotected beastmaster would still be easily captured. Of course, some beastmasters awakened talents that allowed them to share power with their beasts, but the enhancement was very limited, not nearly as exaggerated as Qin Chuan's ability. Now, Qin Chuan's biggest shortcoming had been completely addressed. He could join the battle himself. Moreover, as his contracts and connections increased, he could gain half the power of each beast. When all these powers combined, he would be several times stronger than any single beast. Imagine if a group of enemies managed to hold off all his beasts, thinking they had victory in hand, only for Qin Chuan to suddenly unleash a power several times greater than any of his beasts. What a despairing situation that would be. With his last shortcoming resolved, Qin Chuan stepped into the forest. Now that he had the strength to protect himself, he sent away back to the beast space to rest. Along the way, he checked on his beasts one by one. Ironhorn Crocodile, Water Attribute, Level 2, Excellent Quality, Final Form, Giant Wave-Horned Crocodile, Elite. Wind Spirit Bird, Wind Attribute, Level 1, Excellent Quality, Final Form, Hurricane Bird, Epic. Iron Arm Mantis, Metal Attribute, Level 2, Excellent Quality, Final Form, Demon Blade Golden Mantis, Legendary. Glowfly, Light Attribute, Level 1, Ordinary Quality, Final Form, Shining Fly, Ordinary. Suddenly, he spotted a soil green snake with no attribute at all. This greatly surprised Qin Chuan. Even in his previous life, he had never seen a beast without any attribute. This piqued his interest. He continued to inspect it. Level 1, Ordinary Quality, Final Form, 9-colored sky-swallowing python, God Tier. Another God Tier beast. Qin Chuan's eyes widened. Even though he didn't understand why this soil green snake had no attribute, it didn't deter his determination to contract it. The soil green snake saw Qin Chuan approaching slowly and felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. Terrified, it curled into a ball. With a mere thought, Qin Chuan sent a contract into the snake's mind. Faced with the towering Qin Chuan, the snake knew it couldn't escape and reluctantly accepted the contract. The contract was complete, and the soil green snake slumped its head in defeat, thinking it had only come out to bask in the sun, never expecting to be targeted by someone. Looking at the resigned little snake, Qin Chuan smiled and used Final Evolution on it. Just like with Away, the soil green snake was enveloped by an energy sphere and transformed in an instant into the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. Its thick body was covered in hard, brown scales, and 9 colorful, foldable scales adorned the connection between its neck and head. Name ** 9-colored sky-swallowing python. Attribute * Ancient. Level * 1. Quality * God Tier. At this moment, the 9-colored sky-swallowing python radiated with immense power. Its body became extraordinarily agile, as if it had gained the strength of a game character. Qin Chuan's heart trembled. What did this signify? He was no longer just an ordinary player but was gradually merging with the game world, gaining extraordinary powers. The once timid and cowardly little snake had now transformed into a powerful beast with multiple attributes, capable of devouring enemies of various types, its strength far surpassing that of its ordinary counterparts. Away, too, had grown significantly stronger, with its level skyrocketing through continuous battles. Now, with 2 god-tier beasts by his side, Qin Chuan had companions akin to his right and left hands. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan's gaze turned resolute. He knew the road ahead wouldn't be ordinary. More formidable opponents awaited him, ready to challenge. But he was prepared. With his own strength and that of his beasts, he was determined to carve out a place for himself on this continent. He took a deep breath, gripped the folding fan tightly, and his eyes sparkled with sharp determination. Let's set out and seek the glory that belongs to us. Qin Chuan donned the chest armor brought by his bond with the sky-swallowing python and carefully stowed away his 2 pieces of equipment. Up! He could feel it, the power of these 2 pieces of equipment hadn't weakened at all. They still retained half the strength of his 2 beast companions. He certainly didn't want to accidentally demolish the entire building. Qin Chuan sat on the chair, his initial surprise quickly replaced by excitement. The fact that the equipment could manifest in reality ahead of time meant he no longer had to fear someone harming him before the game descended into the real world. At least, as long as he stayed conscious, he would be absolutely safe. After adjusting his mindset, Qin Chuan walked out the door and entered a breakfast shop. He ordered a serving of seafood soup, dumplings, 2 sticks of fried dough, a plate of pan-fried dumplings, and a cup of sweet soy milk. After eating, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Since the apocalypse, he hadn't tasted anything this delicious. Although there was a kitchen at the base, the meat of beasts was simply too unpalatable. No matter how hard the chefs tried, they couldn't make it edible. Qin Chuan pondered, was there a beast with spatial attributes that, once soul-linked, could provide a storage space, akin to a space ring, specifically for storing pre-apocalypse food? As he recalled, indeed, there was such a beast. In his past life, a player discovered a sleeping treasure rat inside a mountain cave, which was located near this very forest. The treasure rat was a beast with spatial attributes but did not participate in battles. Its sole function was to store items. It had a massive personal storage space where time stood still. It was just like the space rings in novels, anything placed inside would remain perfectly intact even years later. In his past life, shortly after the apocalypse began, the player who found the treasure rat was tracked down by official personnel, dispatched by a prominent family. The treasure rat was forcibly unbound and taken away, and the player was subsequently silenced by the family. That person had discovered the treasure rat about a month later, so there was still ample time now. Since he could acquire spatial abilities, the next key step was money. He remembered the winning lottery numbers for this period were in a strange room. A young boy suddenly woke up from his bed, gasping for breath. Urgent knocking came from outside the door, followed by a young girl anxiously pushing it open. "Brother, what's wrong? What happened?" Where is this?" The boy's eyes widened. "I've been reborn." "Brother, what are you talking about? Reborn?" The girl hadn't finished her sentence when the boy hugged her tightly. "Brother, this is..." If Qin Chuan had been there, he would have recognized the boy immediately. It was Xiao Chen. Their parents had disappeared early on. In the previous life, during the years following the apocalypse, Xiao Chen had led his sister, Xiao Qian, eastward, constantly hiding. Even after entering the official base, they lived a harsh life. Xiao Qian had nearly lost her purity several times. Luckily, years later, Xiao Chen awakened an SS-level talent, Beast Fusion, and contracted a beast with legendary potential. Subsequently, he became a key cultivation target for the prominent families, forming close relationships with the talented daughters of various clans. Later, he learned about an organization called Nightfall that hindered national development. During his growth, he teamed up with the family's binding stones to defeat the leader of the Nightfall base, Qin Chuan. Throughout this period, he subdued many beautiful beasts. After transforming, each had their unique charm. Some were cold and elegant ladies, others passionate young girls, and even soft and adorable Lolas. Not only that, but his team also included numerous beautiful daughters from prominent families. Gifted and willing to follow Xiao Chen, they brought him immense satisfaction. However, when he ventured into the universe, he realized how weak he truly was. Alien civilizations also had beast tamers, with a vast variety of beasts. Blue Planet's beasts were insignificant in their eyes. Even his proud SS talent was considered ordinary among them, with others possessing SS, SS, or even the legendary SSS-level talents. At that moment, his confidence utterly collapsed. The number one genius of Blue Planet was, at best, an elite beast tamer in the universe. Once, in a cosmic dungeon, Xiao Chen obtained. It was a small grayish-green sphere, appearing as though carved from jade. Even more astonishing, he also acquired a beast egg with potential surpassing mythology. Upon leaving the dungeon, the small sphere merged into his body. He only knew it was called the Jade of Reincarnation. Soon after, news of his beast egg with transcendent mythical potential spread rapidly, drawing the attention of all major forces in the universe. They besieged him. In the end, he perished in this ambush. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he had been reborn back to the first day of the game's launch, King of Beasts. Qin Chuan purchased the winning lottery numbers and returned home, ready to log in when his phone suddenly rang. The number looked unfamiliar, but he answered it anyway. "Qin Chuan, what the hell are you doing? Do you not want your job anymore?" An angry roar came from the other end of the line. The familiar voice reminded Qin Chuan that he was currently just a small employee being exploited by his boss. Half-day rest, working overtime until 11 p.m. without overtime pay. He had endured all these hardships. The voice on the other end belonged to Lee Fugue, a short and chubby middle manager at the company. Arrogant and fond of throwing his weight around, he always targeted Qin Chuan. In the previous life, this damned fat man, after the apocalypse. On the first day, he was devoured by a powerful beast. Memories surged in his heart. Faced with the harsh scolding on the other end of the phone, Qin Chuan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he coldly responded, "Fine, I quit. Whoever wants to do it can take over." Fat pig. What did you say? You bastard. Before the sentence was finished, Qin Chuan directly hung up, turned off his phone, and ignored it. He opened his computer and browsed the official forum, where everything was in chaos. Wow! Brothers! The visuals are ultra clear. We've really struck gold this time, said one post. Family, lend me a hand. I was born on a deserted island, and there's a huge fish in the water. Any experts out there who can save me, accompanied by a few screenshots. Guys, check this out. I found a bunch of big pits in the forest. This post came with several images. Qin Chuan clicked on that post and saw the pits left behind from Away's monster hunting, causing him to frown slightly. He closed the computer, ignoring the noise on the forum, put on his helmet, and re-entered the game. After logging in, he quickly confirmed his direction and headed toward the mountain where the treasure rat was located. The forest, previously deserted, had suddenly become lively due to the big pits and the rumors about Away. Many players gathered to discuss, appearing unusually active. Qin Chuan ignored them and continued searching for his target. Suddenly, a middle-aged man called out to him. Hey, brother, wait up. Judging by your look, you haven't contracted a beast yet, right? Why not check out my little shop? Qin Chuan replied coldly, not interested. The man hurriedly tried to persuade him. Don't leave. I've got some great stuff here. As he spoke, he displayed a beast the size of a moth. Qin Chuan glanced at it. As expected, it was a beast with excellent potential but ultimately useless. I'll say it again, scram. Qin Chuan's eyes gleamed with a cold light, as if he might act at any moment. Seeing this, the middle-aged man could only leave dejectedly. Qin Chuan pressed on. Not far behind him, two figures silently followed. Despite having a target, it still took him 2.5 hours to find the mountain due to only having a vague idea of its location from his past life. But it was all worth it. At the mountain, he quickly found a cave and walked in without hesitation. Not long after, the sound of snoring echoed in the dark cave. The treasure rat wasn't big, but its snore was loud. Following the sound, Qin Chuan saw a plump little mouse sleeping comfortably in a nest it had built for itself. That was the treasure rat. Name, treasure rat. Attribute, space. Level, 3. Quality, excellent. Final form, treasure mouse, legendary. This treasure rat, with its legendary quality potential, was a highly desirable beast in the eyes of others. But Qin Chuan didn't care. If it weren't for its storage space, he wouldn't have specifically sought it out. Let's contract it. I still have space left anyway. Just as Qin Chuan was about to sign a contract with the treasure rat, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was Tunshin. Tunshin wanted to devour the treasure rat. No way. This treasure rat is crucial to my plans. I can't let you eat it. Tunshin then conveyed that if it devoured the treasure rat, it could also develop a spatial ability. Qin Chuan thought about it and realized it made sense. By devouring it, Tunshin could gain the space attribute, and Tunshin's spatial abilities were of a super god level. Even if it were only half as strong, it would far surpass the legendary potential of the treasure rat. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan released Tunshin. Wasting no time, Tunshin opened its mouth and swallowed the treasure rat whole. The poor treasure rat didn't even have time to react before it met its end. Qin Chuan watched Tunshin expectantly. After devouring the treasure rat, Tunshin indeed gained the space attribute. Qin Chuan summoned his serpent armor and discovered that its original 10 colors had become 11. Having completed the devouring process, Tunshin was returned to the beast space by Qin Chuan, and he quickly exited the cave. On his way out, Qin Chuan tested the serpent armor and found that it now had a personal storage space. Exploring it with his consciousness, he discovered the space seemed endless, practically infinite. Qin Chuan retracted the serpent armor, fixed his gaze on a stone on the ground, and lightly willed it. The stone instantly disappeared. He then willed it to reappear in his left hand. The next second, the stone was firmly in his grasp. It seems I only need to use my mind to store things in the space. I don't have to wear the serpent armor all the time. This is much more convenient. Exiting the cave, a swarm of colorful butterflies flew overhead. A few, crowded at the bottom, fluttered unsteadily. On a whim, Qin Chuan extended his finger, and one butterfly landed on it. Activating his innate ability, he scanned it. Name, color-winged butterfly. Attribute, illusion. Level, 2. Quality, common. Final form, six-winged butterfly, excellent. Seeing its mediocre potential, Qin Chuan paused briefly, shook his hand, and shooed the butterfly away. Watching it fly off, Qin Chuan let out a sigh of relief and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a color-winged butterfly perched on his shoulder. He didn't know when it had landed. He waved to drive it away, but as soon as his hand dropped, the butterfly flew back and landed on his shoulder again. Looking closely, he noticed faint starlight shimmering on its wings, something the other butterflies didn't have. This one is a bit special, Qin Chuan muttered. He decided to check its attribute panel. Name, color. Winged butterfly. Attribute, illusion. Level, 1. Quality, common. Final form, star-winged phantom butterfly, super god. Seeing that its final form was at the super god level, Qin Chuan smiled faintly and extended his hand, motioning for it to land on his fingertip. The colorful winged butterfly seemed to understand, gently fluttering its wings as it leapt onto Qin Chuan's finger. Qin Chuan retracted his hand and smiled while gazing at it. "Why did you come to me of your own accord?" Qin Chuan asked softly. The colorful winged butterfly merely flapped its wings, tilting its head to look at him, its large eyes staring intently. In the next moment, Qin Chuan initiated a contract, and the butterfly accepted without hesitation. Immediately, a black sphere of energy, shimmering with starlight, enveloped the colorful winged butterfly. It was Qin Chuan activating his innate ability to evolve it directly. After a while, the energy sphere dissipated, starlight twinkling around and dispersing with the flapping of wings. From within, a butterfly with black wings emerged, perching steadily on Qin Chuan's arm. Its black wings shimmered with specks of various colors, resembling a magnificent starry sky. Qin Chuan named it Kyre. Name * star-winged phantom butterfly, Kyre. Attribute * illusion. Level * 1. Quality * super god. Qin Chuan activated a soul link, and this time, a pen appeared in his hand. The tip of the pen seemed surreal, as if it lacked a physical form, while the body of the pen resembled Kyre's wings, black with colorful, shimmering lights. After understanding the pen's abilities, Qin Chuan was astonished beyond belief. The pen had two powerful functions. The first was the ability to craft dreams, allowing targets to vividly experience everything within the dream as if it were reality. The second function was even more shocking, it could impose a restriction on any target whose level was not higher than Qin Chuan's. Once the restriction was triggered, the target would have to pay a price set by Qin Chuan. The restrictions had no limits or boundaries, and the scope of the imposed price was entirely up to Qin Chuan's discretion, allowing a vast range of possibilities. For instance, Qin Chuan could impose a restriction on a contracted beast, stating, "Forbidden to sign a contract with another beast master," and if triggered, the beast would immediately explode and die. Since these tools could be brought into the real world, restrictions might also take effect in reality. For example, Qin Chuan could impose the restriction, "Forbidden to investigate the true identity of the player Dark Knight," on an enemy in the game. If triggered, the target would instantly die, drastically increasing the success rate of eliminating foes. This pen was practically a divine artifact for manipulating rules. With this pen, Qin Chuan's resource collection would become much easier. He could directly impose restrictions on a few wealthy individuals, mandating them to purchase supplies for him. If they refused or leaked the information, they would die instantly. While this was theoretically feasible, it still needed testing. After all, practice is the ultimate test of truth. The downside was also evident, it could only be used on one target at a time. Qin Chuan put away the weapon and noticed two figures emerging from the nearby bushes, slowly approaching him. Leading the way was Zhang Yangshuang, followed closely by Li Ergu. Though Zhang Yangshuang's family wasn't extraordinarily wealthy, they had some money. In the real world, he relied on his family's wealth to bully the weak, committing all kinds of heinous acts, even targeting children. After entering the game Beastmaster King, he recruited Li Ergu as his lackey. After witnessing Qin Chuan drive away a beast trafficker, the two concluded that this young man wasn't ordinary and secretly followed him. However, Qin Chuan's speed was too fast, and he soon vanished from their sight. When they finally caught up, they saw Qin Chuan with a peculiar butterfly perched on his arm. Zhang Yangshuang, with his sharp eyes, immediately recognized Kyre's extraordinary nature. He snarled viciously, "Kid, I want that beast of yours. Get lost." His tone was domineering, leaving no room for refusal. Qin Chuan glanced at them, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. In his mind, he thought, perfect test subjects have arrived. Hey, didn't you hear Brother Zhang tell you to scram? What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't even think about. Li Erge tried to help his boss vent his anger, beginning to curse at Qin Chuan. To their surprise, Qin Chuan neither ran away nor got angry. Instead, he smiled gleefully, a peculiar pen appearing in his hand. Qin Chuan's smile felt anything but friendly to them. It was more akin to a monster crawling out of hell, locking its predatory gaze on its prey. Both of them immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Bro, how about we just forget about this beast? Let us go, please. Ignoring their pleas, Qin Chuan stepped forward and quickly waved the pen in his hand. The pen's tip penetrated their minds, and Qin Chuan swiftly wrote a command in their brains. Every day, order 100 deluxe family buckets from KFC in XXX City and have them delivered to Mr. Qin at XXX Community. Failure to comply or leaking this information will result in immediate death. Since it was still in the testing phase, he kept the demands modest, 100 buckets a day. Then, Qin Chuan had Kaya knock the two unconscious and erase all memories of him from their minds. It was only then that Qin Chuan realized these two had followed him, mistaking him for an easy mark after observing him fend off the beast trafficker. After Qin Chuan left, the two people lying on the ground slowly woke up, staring at each other in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Bro, what did we just do? Li Ergu asked groggily. I don't remember either. It feels like nothing happened, Zhang Yongshuang replied, looking around with a puzzled expression. The two stood up, glanced at each other, and couldn't recall how they had ended up there. Then, they left in a daze. Bro, I feel like we still have something unfinished, Li Ergu said on the way. Now that you mention it, I think we're supposed to deliver 100 deluxe Ken de G meal sets daily to Mr. Qin in XXX City, XXX Community, Zhang Yongshuang recalled. Ha? That's right. But who is this Mr. Qin? We don't even know him. Can't we just report this to the police? No way. Absolutely not. I have a strong feeling that, if we do that, we're doomed. But who exactly is this Mr. Qin? How did we offend him? Zhang Yongshuang said, with a helpless smile. This was Kai's ability, mental control taken to the extreme. She could easily create illusions so real that people couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality, erase memories in a short time, and even kill in dreams effortlessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen put on his helmet and entered the game. In his previous life, he had responded to the official call and didn't enter the game early, falling far behind others at the start. Fortunately, his luck was extraordinary, and he awakened an SS-level talent, slowly making a name for himself and defeating Qin Chuan. He had planned to make some money and stockpile resources before the game began. However, when he went to buy a lottery ticket and held the grand prize number, he was told that the number had been claimed an hour earlier. This left Xiao Chen very annoyed. He was a reborn individual, how could someone act faster than him? He wanted to find out who had bought the number. His fierce demeanor almost scared the receptionist into tears, and she nearly called the police. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and stormed off in anger. But now, he couldn't hide his excitement. After entering the game, his original SS-level talent, Beastmaster's Favor, had been upgraded to SSS-level talent, Beastmaster's Blessing, thanks to the reincarnation jade. His contracted beasts would always remain loyal, and their elemental damage would double. It directly upgraded my talent to SSS. If the later talent dungeons can also upgrade like this, then this reincarnation jade is truly a heaven-defying treasure. Ha ha ha, I really am the chosen one. With an SSS talent, I'll definitely become the strongest in the game before the apocalypse. Qin Chuan? Ha, just a mere mongrel. If he lives long enough, he'll only serve as my foil. If the officials weren't still under the control of the noble families, Xiao Chen would have already revealed himself as a reborn individual, using power and manipulation to easily achieve his goals. I remember there's a legendary treasure mouse in the mountains ahead. If my first contracted beast has spatial attributes, who would dare compete with me? Thinking of the beauties and beasts he had in his previous life, Xiao Chen licked his lips. My wives, wait for me to return. At the same time, Qin Chuan was preparing to challenge a hidden dungeon. The noble families had tightly sealed off information about this dungeon, and its secrets would only be revealed after the first clear. The dungeon's rewards included a powerful beast egg and several contract-breaking stones. Qin Chuan's target was the beast egg, while the contract-breaking stones were reserved for future revenge against his enemies from his past life. He pushed aside the grass and saw a small hole in the rock wall, just big enough for one person to crawl through. No one would have guessed that this was the entrance to the hidden dungeon. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan crawled in. Inside was a whole new world. At first, it was a narrow slope, where he could only slide down while lying down. After about 3 minutes, he arrived at a massive cavern. The cavern was filled with colorful stalactites, and various crystals were scattered on the ground at intervals. In the center of the cavern floated a glowing portal, the entrance to the hidden dungeon. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan stepped into the blinding white light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an endless cave. The ground and ceiling were covered with colorful stalactites and crystals. Copy task. Defeat the final boss 0/1, defeat minions 0/10,000. Suddenly, 8 legs emerged from the base of a stalactite, and the entire stalactite stood up, revealing 8 red eyes. On the stone walls, colorful centipedes and scorpions crawled out, rushing toward Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan remained calm, donned the 9-colored serpent armor, and gently waved the pale golden folding fan in his hand. Instantly, the surroundings were engulfed in scorching red flames, and the approaching monsters were reduced to ashes in a flash. The wild monsters in the distance froze at the sight. In that brief second, Qin Chuan had already grasped all the information about these monsters. Name: Crystal Cave Centipede. Attribute: Poison level, 13 quality, excellent final form. Radiant Rock Cavern Centipede, epic. Name: Crystal Cave Poison Scorpion. Attribute: Poison level, 13 quality, excellent final form. Radiant Rock Cavern Poison Scorpion, epic. Name: Crystal Stalactite Spider. Attribute: Poison level, 15 quality, excellent final form. Crystal Spiked Spider, legendary. Although these monsters had limited potential, with their current level and poison attribute, no one but Qin Chuan could easily clear this dungeon. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan summoned Away, Tun Tian, and Kair. Away and Tun Tian charged into the monster horde without delay, unleashing a forbidden-level powerful attack that instantly created 2 massive craters several kilometers in diameter. Kair, unsuited for direct combat, was assigned to stay by Qin Chuan's side to absorb experience. Qin Chuan casually shattered a falling stalactite above his head and calmly ordered, "Don't waste time. Away, Tun Tian, blow this place up in one go." Understood. The 2 beasts responded in unison and began charging their attacks. Around Away, fire elements gathered continuously, growing increasingly powerful, as if it would never stop. Beside Tun Tian, 11 different colored energy spheres formed, compressing and merging, ready to explode at any moment. Boom! 2 violent explosions shook the entire dungeon. Shockwaves swept in all directions, tearing apart everything in their path. The dungeon trembled violently, and the firelight illuminated over 1,000 kilometers. Kair's level skyrocketed rapidly. Suddenly, Qin Chuan and his 3 beasts were teleported out of the dungeon. Before Qin Chuan could react, the dungeon had been completely obliterated. With the dungeon gone, the boss and all the monsters were annihilated. Qin Chuan looked at the levels of his 3 beasts. Away had risen to level 64, Tun Tian to level 60, and Kair to level 48. In one go, he had advanced to a Lord-level beast tamer, and Qin Chuan was ecstatic. In his previous life, it had taken him 2.5 months of relentless effort to reach this level, a struggle only those who had experienced it could understand. Right, there's also the dungeon rewards. Qin Chuan opened his mail and clicked on a newly received message. Dear player, for destroying the dungeon 5 Venom Rock Cavern, you have received the highest quality rewards. Reward contents: Unknown Beast Egg, *1, 5 Venom Beast Egg, *1, Contract Breaking Stones *1000. The first 2 eggs were understandable. But what were these 1,000 contract breaking stones? Qin Chuan rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Could it be because he blew up the dungeon? In his previous life, even the major families had only managed to obtain a dozen contract-breaking stones. This time, he had been given 1,000 stones directly, far exceeding expectations. Didn't all the major families combined have less than 500 contract-breaking stones in my previous life? Looking again at the 2 eggs, 5 Venom Beast Egg, can hatch a poison attribute mythical quality 5 Venom Beast. Unknown Beast Egg and Unknown Beast Egg. The quality and attribute of the hatched beast depend on what you feed it to absorb. Quality and attribute depend on me? Qin Chuan pondered silently. He first stored the 2 eggs in his space, planning to hatch the 5 Venom Beast. As for the unknown egg, Qin Chuan had a bold idea. If the first attempt failed, he would try feeding it something Else, like the contract-breaking stones. Surely it could absorb those too, right? Qin Chuan didn't dare let this egg absorb anything recklessly, fearing that a single mistake could cause a huge disaster, and if it got damaged, it would be game over. As for Xiao Chun, he couldn't be killed right now, his luck was simply too defiant of the heavens. The game hadn't even started yet, and ordinary methods were completely useless. As for bombs or similar things, not to mention how troublesome it would be to get them, even if he managed to obtain one, it could still go wrong. For instance, it might explode prematurely before being set up properly. Or Xiao Chen might not even be within range. The most frustrating scenario would be if the bomb turned into a dud when Xiao Chen was present, only to explode after he left. Qin Chuan understood all this, it wasn't without reason. In his previous life, he had been tricked like this. However, the egg hadn't said it couldn't absorb anything, so he decided to save it for the apocalypse and try again then. Putting the egg away, Qin Chuan prepared to leave this forest and explore other areas. The map of Beast Tamer King was enormous, and this forest was just one part of it. It would take days to traverse. Beyond the forest, there were vast grasslands, towering snowy mountains, arid deserts, scorching volcanoes, mountain ranges with constant violent storms, islands shrouded in thunderclouds, and eerie, terrifying bone-filled wastelands. These terrains encircled the continent like rings, with a large inland lake at the center. On the island in the middle of the lake lived beasts with immense potential. Qin Chuan planned to spend the next 2.5 months exploring half of this continent. Once the game began, this continent would appear on Blue Star, and Blue Star's size would expand several times over. The remaining half of the continent and the central island would be left for exploration after the game started. He struggled to climb out of the cave, only to look up and see a pair of long, slender legs in black stockings standing before him. Raising his head, he saw a flawless, fair face looking down at him, full of contempt and disdain. Qin Chuan was all too familiar with this person, Morong Shui, the legitimate daughter of the Morong family, one of Xiao Chen's future harem members. Seeing Qin Chuan, her nemesis from the previous life, Morong Shui didn't act immediately. Instead, she stared at him with interest. It seemed that in the previous life, the Morong family had been the first to discover this dungeon. But this time, the dungeon was his. Consider it the Morong family's early payment of interest. Seeing Morong Shui approach him voluntarily, Qin Chuan had an idea. He deliberately didn't recall his beasts, letting all three of them walk out of the cave together for Morong Shui to see clearly. Morong Shui's eyes lit up. These three beasts were stunning, perfectly matching her status. Without hesitation, she spoke, "I want these three beasts. Break the contract with them now, and I'll let you go." Qin Chuan crossed his arms and sneered at her. Even though this was his second life, hearing these words still made him want to punch her. The beasts, including Awei, heard her trying to take them and immediately became hostile, glaring at Morong Shui and nearly charging at her if not for Qin Chuan holding them back. "What are you saying? Don't understand human language? Break the contract now. Hurry up. Do you know who I am? Don't make me say it a third time." Morong Shui frowned in displeasure when she saw Qin Chuan not moving. Seeing that she couldn't intimidate him, her impatience grew. "Is 1 million enough? People like you, so lowly, have probably never even seen 1,000,000, right? You should feel honored that I've taken a liking to your beasts." Though her tone was impatient, inside she was fuming. She had already sentenced Qin Chuan to death in her mind. This lowly person dared to disobey her. If he dared to accept the 1,000,000, she could have him killed without him even knowing why. A lowly person like him, daring to negotiate with her? "You want them? Sure. First, kneel down and kowtow to me 10,000 times, then do backflips while shouting 'I'm an idiot' for 2.5 hours, Qin Chuan said nonchalantly, picking at his ear. "What do you mean? Are you mocking me?" "That's right, I'm mocking you. Do you really think you're superior to others? Bitch." The word bitch was spat out heavily, stabbing deeply into Morong Shui's heart. "Ah! How dare you insult me? You, a lowly person, dare insult me? Go to hell. Snow Spirit Leopard, kill him for me." Morong Shui began screaming hysterically, clawing at the air, and summoned her beast. Qin Chuan glanced at her. The time was about right, it was time to act. "Awah! Snow Leopard. Shut up." Unable to tolerate any longer, Tun Tian opened its blood-red maw and lunged directly at the Snow Spirit Leopard. Without any suspense, the Snow Spirit Leopard was swallowed whole in one bite by Tun Tian. Qin Chuan didn't stay idle either. A starry sky pen appeared in his hand as he stepped forward and wrote a command in Morong Shue's mind: "You must deliver daily supplies to Mr. Chin at XXX City, XXX neighborhood without fail. Anyone who disobeys or leaks this information will die instantly by exploding." Morong Shue suddenly felt this thought implanted in her mind and screamed, "You bastard! What did you do to my head?" Xin Chuan smiled and said, "Just a reminder, if you don't follow the rules, you'll die in real life too." With that, a Y swiped its claw, and Morong Shue was immediately sliced into 4 pieces. You have been killed by the player Dark Knight. Resurrection time, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Aha! Furious, Morong Shue logged out of the game and stormed into her room, smashing things in rage. The loud noises drew the attention of the Morong family patriarch, Morong Outyen. "What happened? Who upset my little girl again?" he asked. A young man nearby approached to comfort her. "Little sis, don't cry. Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll take care of him for you." Crying, Morong Shue recounted everything that had just happened, emphasizing how Qin Xuan insulted her, though she conveniently left out her own unreasonable behavior and the restriction Qin Xuan had placed on her. "Oomph, how outrageous. Looks like we've been too lenient with these people." Morong Shue's brother, Morong Junzi, slammed the table in anger. "No matter what, anyone who dares to mess with our family is courting death." "Little sis, what's his name?" "Brother, I don't know his real name. I only know his in-game name is Dark Knight," Morong Shue sobbed. "Fine, then let's issue a nationwide manhunt for Dark Knight. Mobilize all our technicians to uncover his real identity and address," Morong Junzi declared while sneaking a glance at his father, Morong Outyen. Their father didn't object, indicating his tacit approval. At that moment, Morong Shue suddenly thought of the restriction in her mind. She stood up and began to speak. "Wait, he's actually in." Before she could finish, a sharp pain struck her head, causing her to clutch it and crouch down in agony, her face contorted with suffering. "What's wrong, little sis?" Morong Junzi quickly supported her, concerned. "It's nothing." Morong Shue endured the pain, realizing it was the restriction warning her. She had nearly let the secret slip, and the consequence would have been death. Now, she could only follow the restriction's demands and secretly deliver supplies to him. Her heart was filled with grievance and despair. After dealing with Morong Shue, Qin Xuan felt slightly better. Once he cleared out all those aristocratic families, his mood would surely improve even more. The restriction he placed on Morong Shue was obviously flawed, and they'd undoubtedly discover it. If they still couldn't find him, then the so-called aristocratic families were too weak. It would be best if he could take them all out in one fell swoop. Waving his hand, his 3 beast companions returned to their space, and he continued on his journey. Most of the valuable items in this forest had already been taken. Even if there were potentially strong beasts left, he would leave it up to fate. After walking for 2.5 hours without being disturbed, Qin Xuan decided to log off for lunch. Removing his helmet, Qin Xuan ordered takeout through his phone and casually opened the game's official forum. The first thing that caught his eye was a wanted notice. Morong family is offering a substantial reward for the player Dark Knight. Kill him once, and you'll be rewarded with 100,000 Dragon Country coins. Provide his real identity and receive 1 million Dragon Country coins. First come, first served. Qin Xuan looked at the bounty with interest, immediately recognizing it as Morong Junzi's handiwork. He merely chuckled. "Heh, so naive. Even the government can't track players' real identities. A small family like theirs has no chance." As for being killed in the game, Qin Xuan welcomed it wholeheartedly. During lunch, Qin Xuan didn't rush to get back online. After more than 3 hours, Zhang Yangshuang and the others should have almost finished their luxurious KFC meals by now, right? Qin Xuan stepped out of his house and headed straight for the warehouse behind his neighborhood. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw several delivery workers unloading goods. They were all KFC deluxe meals, 200 sets in total. He pulled out the Starry Sky pen and quietly created a dreamscape for the security guards and delivery workers, making them believe he was there to collect the goods. At the same time, he used his spatial abilities to store everything before him into his personal space. After finishing these tasks, he stopped by the surveillance room and deleted the footage. Soon, 200 deluxe meal sets were cleared out, and the delivery personnel and security guards quickly left. After Qin Xuan departed, the two woke up from their dreamlike state, saw the empty carriage, and drove off without hesitation. Back home, Qin Xuan double-checked to ensure nothing was overlooked, put on his helmet, and prepared to enter the game. After confirming his direction, he headed toward the snowy mountains. 2.5 months was not much time. He needed to travel in the game while collecting resources in reality, leaving him with a very tight schedule. In reality, in a conference room, leaders from various departments of Long Nation sat together. "How is it? Have you found the address? Minister, everyone worked through the night, but we still haven't found any useful clues," a young man replied with his head lowered, not daring to meet the middle-aged leader's eyes. The middle-aged leader did not get angry but instead calmly asked, "Not a single clue?" "None. The back end of this game has no records at all, as if it appeared out of thin air." "Out of thin air?" The middle-aged man frowned, rubbing his face forcefully, his tone heavy. "The number of players in this game is increasing. To prevent harm to the people, I suggest we urge everyone to stay away from this game." "I have no objections," an elderly man sitting nearby solemnly expressed his support. The others also nodded in agreement, their gazes finally landing on the white-haired elder at the center of the meeting. The white-haired elder pondered for a moment, nodded in approval of the middle-aged man's proposal, and then asked the young officer beside him, "What's the situation with the noble families?" The young officer covered his forehead with one hand, his face full of helplessness. "Those families are becoming increasingly audacious. Despite our ongoing efforts to clean up, they are growing even more brazen. In some places, they are even openly disregarding the law." The white-haired elder sighed. The ambitions of these noble families were too great. They continuously planted spies, aiming to control the entire nation and make Long Nation answer only to them. Although the authorities were working hard to eliminate them, the number of infiltrators kept increasing. The white-haired elder knew that if these self-serving parasites succeeded, ordinary citizens would suffer. For now, all they could do was try their best to root out these pests, but time was running out. In another luxurious mansion in Long Nation, 5 middle-aged family heads and their wives sat together in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, holding expensive desserts and red wine. "Master Lee, on behalf of the Morong family, I toast to you, celebrating the imminent victory of our 5 great families. Master Morong speaks well, but we must not let our guard down before the fruit is ripe," Master Lee said, though he clinked glasses with Master Morong, clearly already considering the authorities as being in their pocket. The other family heads and their wealthy wives also nodded with smiles. At this moment, Master Wu spoke up, "Master Morong, why did someone in your family buy so many supplies for a stranger?" "What? Is that true?" Master Morong appeared very surprised. "It seems even you were kept in the dark. Could it be that someone in your family was deceived? Or is there some other issue? You'd better look into it. After all, during our collaboration, any mishap in one family could ruin everything for us." Master Wu's supermarkets were spread across Long Nation and even had many branches abroad. Master Morong had no reason to doubt his words. Master Wu was right. During their collaboration, no one could afford to make a mistake. It was already evening, and Master Wu mentioned that just this afternoon, someone from the Morong family had inexplicably delivered a large amount of supplies to a stranger. If there really was an issue, didn't something happen earlier today? That incident involved his precious daughter, Morong Shui. But what connection could his daughter have with that stranger? Was she the one who bought those supplies? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Shaking his head, Master Morong decided to deal with it later by capturing the person and questioning them. "Ah Fu." A strong figure emerged from the shadows, kneeling before Master Morong. "Find out who received those supplies and bring them back for questioning. If they resist, deal with them directly." He added, "During this period, if there are still supplies being sent out, don't intercept them. Let it go, don't alert them." "Understood." The shadow retreated, and the mansion of the head of the 5 families returned to its lively atmosphere. 1 week later, Qin Chuan was nearing the edge of the forest. The color of the land and trees deepened, indicating that he could reach the snowy mountain tonight. His 3 pets had all leveled up to 70. The game indicated that the current maximum level was capped at 70, and further leveling would have to wait for the update 2.5 months later. Qin Chuan smirked. 2.5 months later? That would be when the game truly merges with reality. It didn't matter, ordinary players wouldn't reach level 70 in 2.5 months anyway. Based on his grinding methods from his previous life, most players would only be around level 60 the day before the game merged with reality. This week, Qin Chuan spent 2/3 of his time exploring maps. After every meal, he would go to the warehouse downstairs in his neighborhood to collect supplies. Each time, he used his starry pen to pull the surrounding people into a dream he wrote, erasing traces of his presence. He also noticed that the original daily supply of 200 deluxe meals had been halved to 100 after 5 days. Clearly, someone leaked information, or financial resources couldn't sustain it, likely leading to their downfall. Boom! 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 Roar. As Qin Xuan was hurrying along, he suddenly heard a furious roar. He thought, since it's nearby, it wouldn't hurt to take a look from afar. He hadn't walked far when a twisted figure suddenly flew toward him, slamming hard into a nearby tree. Dust flew up, and the tree trunk was left with a deep dent. The figure that had flown over was nowhere to be seen. Qin Xuan was slightly stunned. It was clearly a player, yet they were sent flying so far. What kind of power was behind this? Roar! 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 Boomed. Lightning struck ahead, accompanied by the furious roars of a beast, followed by the screams of players. The screams echoed one after another. Qin Xuan quickened his pace and looked from a distance. A giant bear stood on 2 legs, roaring at the sky, surrounded by purple lightning. The ground was littered with broken trees and craters, and not a single player was in sight. Seeing this giant bear, Qin Xuan patted his forehead, finally remembering. This 3-story tall bear was the boss of this area. In his previous life, about a week ago, its location was revealed. On the forums, many players had formed teams to try to defeat it, but the level gap was too great, and they were all sent back to the respawn point. Suddenly, the bear's nose twitched, and a fierce glint flashed in its eyes. It lowered its head and saw Qin Xuan hiding in the distance, stroking his chin while watching it. The bear roared angrily and charged at Qin Xuan, intending to crush him like the others. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared under the sunlight. The bear abruptly braked, landing on its rear, its front paws pressed firmly against the ground, not daring to take another step forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Because in front of it, a massive, mountain-like colorful python had suddenly appeared, towering over it and staring down. Faced with this colossal creature, the bear could only admit defeat. More importantly, the python's gaze was fierce, clearly not planning to let it go. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound frightened the bear, causing its ears to droop, and its fierce expression turned innocent. It stood there like a child caught doing something wrong, occasionally glancing around, letting out low whimpers. Roar! Roar! The next moment, the bear's screams echoed for miles, and the ground trembled slightly. Swallowing Heaven tightly coiled its tail around the bear, slamming it down several times. Still unsatisfied, it whipped the bear hard with its tail. Roar! Roar! The beaten-down bear lay on the ground, tears of regret streaming from the corners of its eyes. It thought, I was standing far away, why did I have to come over and provoke this big shot? Now, it only wanted to escape, but it couldn't. It felt the intense killing intent emanating from Swallowing Heaven and was certain that if it tried to run, it would be instantly annihilated. Logically, with Swallowing Heaven's attack, this bear wouldn't have stood a chance. It survived only because Qin Xuan, through mental connection, ordered Swallowing Heaven to spare it, preventing it from being instantly killed. The reason Qin Xuan spared its life was because he sensed with his innate ability that this giant bear's ultimate form would also be an incredibly powerful divine beast. This surprised Qin Xuan greatly. He had originally come to take a quick look, but unexpectedly discovered another beast with the potential to become a super divine beast. Over the past week, he had been searching everywhere for beasts with super divine potential, but found nothing. He was about to give up when this unexpected discovery brought him immense joy. Standing atop Tun Tian, Qin Xuan looked down at the giant bear and coldly said, "Surrender, or die." As soon as he spoke, a contract appeared in the bear's mind. Instinctively, the bear wanted to refuse. It was the ruler of this territory, how could it bow to a human? But it wanted to live even more. After a brief hesitation, it accepted the contract. Instantly, its spirit connected with Qin Xuan's. Seeing the bear sign the contract, Tun Tian withdrew its killing intent and shrank in size. The injured bear slowly stood up, feeling reluctant but still somewhat resistant to becoming someone else's beast. In the next moment, it was surrounded by a purple lightning storm. When it opened its eyes again, it found that the lightning element within its body had become denser, and its power had increased by thousands of times. Its fur turned deep purple, a sharp purple horn grew on its head, and lightning surrounded it. Looking at its transformed self, the bear shrank its body and rubbed its head against Qin Xuan. So what if it became someone else's beast? Oh, this feels great. Name, Ancient Thunder Bear. Attribute, Thunder Level, 35 Quality, Super. Divine. The Ancient Thunder Bear, with its immense strength, rubbed against Qin Xuan so hard that he kept stepping back until Tun Tian issued a warning, causing it to restrain itself. "You're so strong, I'll call you Big Strength from now on." "Ah, okay." Roar. The ancient thunder bear responded happily, then playfully returned to the beast's space. Indeed, Qin Chuan could tell the bear's face was smiling. After retrieving all his beasts, Qin Chuan continued on his journey. At 11 o'clock at night, he finally saw a thin layer of snow covering the treetops. This meant he was about to enter the snowy terrain. After a week, he had finally arrived. Excited, Qin Chuan quickened his pace as the snow on the ground and treetops grew thicker, and fine snowflakes began to fall from the sky. At the same time, the 5 poison beast egg in his backpack started to stir. Qin Chuan immediately took it out. The egg trembled slightly, and cracks appeared on its shell. It was about to hatch. Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. The egg shook more violently, and the cracks grew larger. Crack! The sound of the shell breaking echoed, followed by more cracks spreading. The 5 poison beast finally hatched. Qin Chuan had thought that, given its name, the 5 poison beast would look fierce and terrifying. For example, it might be a toad with centipede legs, a scorpion tail, and 8 compound eyes, or perhaps a snake with centipede armor, a scorpion tail, and 4 toad legs that could hop around. But the reality was completely different. The actual 5 poison beast had none of these poisonous features. Instead, it looked incredibly lively and adorable. Its entire body was covered in fluffy fur, its long ears drooped on either side of its head, and its fur was blue, resembling a little sprite that loved to fly around you, so cute it could melt your heart. Any normal woman who saw it would be utterly captivated. But don't be fooled by its cute appearance, this was a genuine mythical quality 5 poison beast. If anyone thought it was too cute and tried to touch it, they would have no idea how they might die. Name: 5 poison beast. Attribute: poison level 1 quality, mythical ultimate form, 5 poison king beast, super divine. Clearly, this 5 poison beast was not only powerful but also had immense potential, evidently a super divine level existence. Squeak squeak. The 5 poison beast let out soft cries, flying to Qin Chuan's side and affectionately rubbing against him, likely because he was the first thing it saw upon hatching. Because of its closeness to Qin Chuan, he easily signed a contract with it and set its ultimate evolution form. The evolved 5 poison king beast had grown larger, with golden patterns appearing amidst its blue fur, though its overall appearance hadn't changed much. Name: 5 poison king beast. Attribute: poison level 1 quality, super divine. Qin Chuan stroked the fluffy head of the 5 poison king beast, which chirped contentedly. "From now on, your name will be E." E chirped happily. After completing the soul link with Dali and E, Qin Chuan logged off to rest. As soon as he exited the game, Qin Chuan immediately felt something was off, as if someone was watching him. Was it the Morong family? This thought instantly popped into Qin Chuan's mind. After all, among those capable of such actions, only Morong Shui and the Morong family behind her would dare to target him like this. He had taken their supplies for so many days without them noticing, it was impossible for them not to have realized by now. Even if Morong Shui hadn't said anything, the Morong family head and eldest son, Morong Junzi, were no fools. They must have been keeping an eye on him for a while. This wasn't information leaked by Morong Shui. According to the rules set at the time, Morong Shui wouldn't be killed. But that didn't matter. If Morong Shui died prematurely, it would disrupt Qin Chuan's plans. Now that the Morong family had actively come to him, it was entirely within Qin Chuan's expectations. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Qin Chuan didn't check the peephole but instead took out the phone he had bought with lottery winnings, which was connected to a hidden camera at the door. The screen showed 2 burly men standing outside, dressed in black, wearing sunglasses, holding long knives, and exuding an intimidating aura. Clang! Suddenly, a sharp knife was thrust into the peephole of the door, but no scream came from inside as they had expected. Qin Chuan wasn't foolish. The van swerved left and right, with the people on both sides of the back seat occasionally firing shots to intimidate the pursuing police cars or throwing down spike strips to block the road. After several sharp turns, the van finally shook off the police cars. After circling a few times to confirm no one was following, it headed toward the outskirts. About half an hour later, the van slowly came to a stop. Qin Chuan got out of the vehicle with a few burly men, and the bag over his head was ripped off. In the darkness of the suburbs, an abandoned factory was lit up, with 2 burly men in black clothes, sunglasses, and armed with guns standing guard at the entrance. Qin Chuan walked ahead, followed closely by the two burly men who urged him to keep moving. When they reached a door, Qin Chuan was signaled to stop. One of the burly men went inside for a moment, then came out respectfully and nodded to the others, indicating they could proceed. 3 days earlier, Morong Junzi was at home, looking at his sister, who had lost a lot of weight from overwork, and felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Over the past few days, there had been no progress on the player named Dark Knight. The Morong family's tech team had been working for days but hadn't uncovered a single clue, which infuriated Morong Junzi to the point of cursing them as useless. By chance, he overheard his father mention that his sister had been spending a significant amount of money daily to purchase large quantities of living supplies, clothing, toiletries, toilet paper, and various snacks. These items were being sent to another city, to someone with the surname Qin, and the family had even sent Ah Fu to bring that person back. Ah Fu was the Morong family's top death warrior, trusted by both Morong Outyen and Morong Junzi. Although they maintained daily contact with Ah Fu to confirm the person's identity, they had yet to see this Qin person personally retrieve the supplies. Ah Fu kept a close watch on the warehouse, noting that every night when it closed, the supplies were still there, but by the next morning, they were all gone. Due to strict official surveillance, Ah Fu didn't dare act rashly. Growing impatient, Morong Junzi personally sought out Ah Fu the day before, bringing along several death warrior bodyguards dressed in black and wearing sunglasses. With this added confidence, Ah Fu directly interrogated the landlord and obtained information on all residents with the surname Qin in the neighborhood. Through surveillance, they discovered that someone named Qin Chuan went to the warehouse daily to retrieve items. It was indeed him. Although they didn't know how Qin Chuan was transferring the supplies, it didn't stop them from capturing him. Hence, the scene of two burly men in black breaking into the house to seize him unfolded tonight. Inside the room, a man dressed in luxurious clothing sat with his legs crossed. The man, with his legs crossed and a cigar in his mouth, was quite handsome. Beside him were two tall, scantily clad women massaging him. He sneered as he watched Qin Chuan, who was tied up, being pushed inside. "So, you're Qin Chuan? Mr. Qin, right?" The speaker was none other than Morong Junzi, his face full of mockery. "Even if my sister hadn't said anything, I wouldn't let you off. This loophole is too obvious, was it? Intentional or just careless?" Qin Chuan remained silent. Morong Junzi took a puff of his cigar and nodded. "Not talking? Fine, then take 100 lashes first." The black-clad bodyguards beside him immediately picked up a wooden plank from the ground, ready to act. The burly men next to Qin Chuan were about to pin him down. At that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly leaped backward, and the ropes binding him somehow snapped. In his left hand appeared a blue dagger with golden edges. This was equipment he had obtained after forming a soul link with EE. The dagger contained half the venom of the 5-poison king beast. Morong Junzi slammed the table in anger. "You've got guts. Get him." The bodyguards in the room rushed forward, and those outside, hearing the commotion, also hurried in, quickly surrounding Qin Chuan. What happened next left everyone in the Morong family stunned. Scales of various colors suddenly grew on Qin Chuan's body, forming armor, and different colored auras surrounded him. Then, a multicolored energy shield appeared around him, blocking all weapons and leaving him unscathed. Qin Chuan raised the dagger and charged into the crowd without hesitation. He kicked down the burly man in front, dodged a knife attack from behind, and slashed the chest of the assailant. With his dagger, the blade sliced through the skin, and crimson-black blood began to flow. The wound quickly turned purple, then black, as the toxin spread rapidly. The ambusher fell to the ground in agony, letting out a pained scream. The poison of the 5 venoms king beast, even at half potency, was unbearable for an ordinary person. His entire body began to rot, and foul-smelling pus oozed from the wound. Before long, his whole body dissolved into a foul pool of sludge. The entire gruesome process was witnessed only by Morong Junzi and his 2 maids. Morong Junzi's once lofty demeanor instantly crumbled as his face turned pale. Ignoring the cries of his maids, he frantically dashed toward the door, as if escaping from hell itself. "Monster! You're a monster," he cried. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, a dagger flew toward him, narrowly missing and causing him to stumble backward in terror. When he turned back, he saw over 10 bodyguards lying on the ground, groaning in pain, with several pools of putrid liquid scattered around. At the center of one of the pools stood a figure resembling a demon, slowly approaching him. "Don't come any closer. I have money. Lots of money. Just spare me, and I'll give you money every day." Morong Junzi stammered, his previous confidence completely shattered. His legs gave out, and he could only crawl backward, his hands trembling as he propped himself up. The hem of his trousers was soaked in a pale yellow liquid, emitting a nauseating stench and leaving a long trail behind him. Qin Xuan sheathed the dagger with a cold smirk and said, "I actually like the backbone you showed earlier." The dagger disappeared, replaced by a pen in Qin Xuan's hand. No matter how desperately Morong Junzi begged for mercy, Qin Xuan used the pen to plant a restriction directly into his mind. The restriction compelled him to return home and hand over all of the Morong family's liquid assets to Qin Xuan, with the remainder to be handed over to the authorities. If he refused, the restriction would forcibly take control of his body to carry out the task. This was a new restriction technique Qin Xuan had recently developed. Regardless of the victim's will, they would be forced to follow the conditions he set. If they resisted, the restriction would take over their body and complete the tasks for them. Morong Junzi was now completely under Qin Xuan's control, reduced to nothing more than a pawn in his hands. The mental seal left him in a dazed stupor as he collapsed weakly to the ground. The Morong family's liquid assets would be more than enough for Qin Xuan to stockpile resources before the apocalypse arrived. Gambling or playing the lottery for funds was far too slow, taking decisive action was much more effective. As for how the remaining assets would be distributed, Qin Xuan couldn't care less, as long as they didn't remain in the Morong family's control. In his previous life, Xiao Chen had a very different experience compared to Qin Xuan, primarily because Qin Xuan had acted first, turning the two into mortal enemies. Before Xiao Chen's rise, he was a thorn in the side of the aristocratic families. Most importantly, Xiao Chen's extraordinary luck attracted the daughters of these families, who willingly threw themselves at him. Xiao Chen accepted every one of them without hesitation. By the time the family patriarchs realized what was happening, the situation was beyond repair. Xiao Chen harbored no hostility toward them and instead received their direct investments, along with top-tier beasts and equipment, bestowed upon him without reservation. Rather than making an enemy of Xiao Chen, they chose to ally with him, hoping to dominate Blue Star together. With these resources, Xiao Chen grew rapidly and eventually became a match for Qin Xuan. By destroying the Morong family now, Qin Xuan could ensure that the military arsenal replenished its supplies, which might even shift the tides of the future. He could also use the authorities' power to eliminate the aristocratic families in one fell swoop. Qin Xuan had no time for a drawn-out game of cat-and-mouse with the aristocratic families. He simply wanted them eradicated. While the families might disregard rules, the official bases enforced strict regulations. During the apocalypse, even though Xiao Chen would still receive government support, he wouldn't be handed all the high-end resources directly. The authorities would need to prioritize training their own soldiers. Xiao Chen would have to compete for resources. The official policy was to lay a solid foundation, ensuring that strong individuals grew through hardship, a tactic meant to reassure survivors and uphold the appearance of fairness. In reality, it was a way to limit Xiao Chen's growth pace. As for how the authorities would view him after eliminating the aristocratic families, Qin Xuan couldn't care less. Whoever crossed him would have to be prepared for retaliation. After finishing his work, Qin Xuan knocked Morong Junzi unconscious and then calmly left, methodically dealing with everyone else who had accompanied Morong Junzi, including Ah Fu. He left only Morong Junzi lying alone in the stinking, foul-smelling sludge. After handling everything, Qin Xuan casually commandeered a car and drove back to the city. Glancing at the time, it was already past 4 in the morning. He had been busy all night and hadn't slept yet. Finding a parking spot, he cracked the car window slightly, leaned his head back, and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon. He casually picked a restaurant and ordered 3 servings of every dish. He had been eating fast food chicken every day recently and was getting tired of it. Anyway, after taxes, his lottery winnings still left him with over $1 million, and there was an even bigger sum coming soon. Naturally, he wouldn't skimp on treating himself. The restaurant owner, realizing a big customer had arrived, immediately sent 3 beautiful waitresses to stand respectfully by Qin Xuan's side, ready to tidy the table and serve dishes at any moment. Despite the large order, they didn't ask any questions, displaying impeccable professionalism. Spending money was his business, their job was simply to provide service. After paying the deposit, Qin Xuan quietly waited for the food to be served. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance as a large group of people noisily barged in. From the moment they entered, they didn't stop talking, making it impossible for Qin Xuan and the other diners to enjoy their meals in peace. Strangely, the voices sounded somewhat familiar. The waitstaff quickly stepped forward to intervene. "Ladies and gentlemen, please lower your voices and avoid disturbing others while dining." A short, stout middle-aged man's face darkened. "We're customers too. Why shouldn't we be allowed to talk? Just saying a few words, how noisy could it be? Do you still want to make money or not?" As the stout man spoke, the others chimed in, making the scene even more chaotic. While the stout man was arrogantly speaking, he suddenly noticed someone familiar sitting in a private room. The stout man, named Li Fugue, recognized Qin Chuan. "Hey, isn't this Qin Chuan? I was wondering why he suddenly dared to quit his job. It turns out he's living off someone else." Li Fugue shouted loudly, completely ignoring the stares from those around him. A week ago, Qin Chuan had cursed him out over the phone. Li Fugue didn't believe for a second that Qin Chuan was truly wealthy. Even if he was, Li Fugue was determined to smear his reputation and humiliate him completely. This was the price of crossing him. Li Fugue's words immediately caught the attention of other employees from the company. Someone who usually didn't get along with Qin Chuan also joined in mocking him. "Humph, just a useless freeloader living off others. Don't say that. Being able to freeload is a skill too," another person chimed in. The crowd burst into laughter. Qin Chuan rubbed his forehead helplessly. He really didn't want to resort to violence in public, but if someone was asking for it, he had no choice but to respond. He slowly stood up, suddenly putting on a purple glove on his left hand, faintly emitting electric arcs. As he walked toward the crowd, he sprayed some disinfectant onto the glove. Then, he shouted loudly, "Li Fugue, you bastard!" A Leo flying kick landed squarely on Li Fugue's fat face, knocking out two of his front teeth. But Qin Chuan didn't stop there. He grabbed Li Fugue by the collar and pulled him up. Smack! The disinfectant on his hand made the slap even heavier, landing hard on Li Fugue's face. The sound echoed through the restaurant as Li Fugue was sent flying backward. Clang! He crashed into a street lamp outside, producing a crisp sound. At this moment, the official announcement urged everyone to pay attention to the game Beast King. Many players, out of curiosity, began to try it out. In the outskirts, inside an abandoned factory, Morong Junzi slowly opened his eyes. He had just had a nightmare, dreaming that all his subordinates had turned into pus. The stench of decay filled the air, so overwhelming that even after hours, it still made him want to vomit. Looking at the ground covered in pus, he realized this was not a dream but reality. Forcing down his nausea, he rushed out of the factory, fleeing the place that terrified him. In the game, Qin Chuan stepped into a snowy field, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. Fortunately, with 10 years of gaming experience, he was familiar with the terrain. His main goal this time was to challenge a special dungeon. Other matters could wait. After clearing the dungeon, the rewards were usually beast eggs or beast-related items, but this dungeon was different. The reward was an additional talent. Each person could only enter this dungeon once, and even if they died inside, they wouldn't truly die, they would be teleported out once the session ended. Although the talent granted wasn't guaranteed to be good, with the highest being only grade A, and poor performance might yield no reward at all, the dungeon was still extremely popular. After all, it was free, and there was no harm in trying. With some luck, one might even get an ideal talent. However, since the game's launch in his previous life, this dungeon had been monopolized by a few powerful families, making it inaccessible to ordinary players. According to Qin Chuan's memories from his past life, there were two such talent dungeons, one in the snowy field and the other on Thunder Island. At this moment, many people born in the snowy field were rushing toward the dungeon. To prevent guilds and large groups from monopolizing the dungeon, Qin Chuan quickened his pace, heading toward it. Following the coordinates in his memory, he arrived near the dungeon and saw from a distance a large crowd surrounding a cave. At the cave entrance stood a group of people who had summoned their beasts to guard it, preventing others from entering. The players on the outskirts were angrily shouting phrases like "unfair," "why should you," and "let us in." Qin Chuan rubbed his forehead helplessly. He was indeed late. The dungeon had been taken over by a guild. "This dungeon wasn't even discovered by your guild first. Why won't you let us in? 10,000 per person? Are you crazy for money? Everyone, charge. A few guild members can't possibly stop so many of us." Someone incited the crowd, and many began summoning their beasts, attempting to break through the guild's blockade by force. Qin Chuan sneered. These people were so naive, thinking that sheer numbers could win. He glanced at the strength of the beasts on both sides. The disparity was enormous. The guild's beasts were like an iron wall, while the others' beasts were as fragile as eggs. Thousands of eggs against an iron wall? Dream on! Compared to them, Qin Xuan's beast's strength was like a planet. There was no comparison at all. Speaking of which, this guild seems to be backed by the Wu family. Sure enough, as more people prepared to attack, the guild players guarding the entrance darkened their expressions and summoned an epic potential ice lizard. The ice lizard unleashed countless ice spikes, which coalesced in midair and shot directly at the most aggressive players. Wherever the ice spikes pierced, players and their beasts fell one after another. Soon, the once crowded area became desolate, and the players were too frightened to make a sound. They had thought their numbers would give them an advantage, but they hadn't expected their beasts to be instantly defeated before even getting close. Our guild's business is none of your concern. Look at yourselves and see if you're even worthy. This dungeon is our guild's territory. What can you do about it? Come on, keep trying, you losers. The guild player guarding the entrance mocked the surrounding players. The players on the outskirts could only clench their fists in frustration. If they had the strength, they would have charged already. At this moment, a figure walked into the clearing. Qin Xuan. Seeing someone daring to approach, the guild player immediately stepped forward to block him, coldly saying, "Get lost, don't push your luck." Qin Xuan replied with just one word, "Move." "Good, good, good." The guild player said good 3 times in a row, then signaled the ice lizard to fire its ice spikes. But this time, before the spikes could be launched, a massive bear paw slammed down, crushing the ice lizard into a pile of meat. Seeing the giant bear that appeared behind Qin Xuan, both the members of the Ba-Tu guild and the surrounding players were stunned. This person had actually tamed such a powerful giant bear as a pet. How was this even possible? Ignoring the dazed gazes of the crowd, Qin Xuan led Dilly slowly into the dungeon's teleportation portal. "Captain, he went in," someone nervously reported to the Ba-Tu players blocking the way. "Quick, go inform the guild leader." After entering the dungeon, Qin Xuan was transported to a flat snowy plain, with a countdown appearing above his head. Next wave of monsters. Refresh time, 30 seconds, current wave, 0 out of 10, this dungeon consisted of 10 waves of monsters, and the final score was determined by the number of waves survived. In his previous life, someone had analyzed the results. Surviving 0 to 1 waves indicated no talent, 2 to 3 waves were F-grade, 4 to 5 waves were E-grade, 6 to 7 waves were C-grade, 8 to 9 waves were B-grade, and only surviving the 10th wave would grant an A-grade talent. The dungeon had no level restrictions, allowing players of any level to enter, but each person could only enter once. Therefore, in his previous life, the important members of major families only dared to enter after confirming they could survive the 10th wave. Even Xiao Chun, who had been with countless noble daughters, was no exception. Since this was a special dungeon where monsters did not drop experience points, Qin Xuan directly summoned away Tun Tian, Dali, and Yi, aiming to clear it quickly. As soon as the first wave of monsters appeared, the 4 beasts instantly annihilated them. Then came the second wave, the third wave, the fourth wave. The wave count kept increasing. By the 8th wave, the 5 Poison King beast Yi was starting to feel tired. A level 1 beast instantly killing a large group of monsters over level 50 was already impressive. To reach the 8th wave, Qin Xuan hadn't upgraded Yi. If it were level 10, it would have been much easier. He withdrew Yi and replaced it with a way to fill the gap, as fire-type beasts were more effective against ice-type monsters. The 9th wave, still instant kills. The 10th wave, still instant kills. The system notification sounded, "Congratulations to player Dark Knight for successfully clearing the dungeon." Detected that the player's average time per wave was less than 1 second, meeting the conditions to unlock the hidden stage. "Would you like to challenge it? Hidden stage?" Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow. This hidden stage required an average monster elimination time of less than 1 second per wave. Who else but Qin Xuan could achieve this? With such harsh conditions, the rewards must be extraordinary. Challenge. Qin Xuan chose to challenge without hesitation. The sky suddenly darkened, and a memory flashed through Qin Xuan's mind. A giant dragon, wielding ice and light, was engaged in a fierce battle with a strange sphere. The dragon had golden horns on its head, surrounded by cold air and holy light, with every scale covered in frost. The dragon flapped its wings, intertwining ice and holy light to attack the sphere. The sphere, seemingly composed of gas, appeared to have consciousness, blocking the attacks. Suddenly, a core emerged at the center of the sphere, emitting a crimson beam of light. No matter how the dragon dodged, the beam would change direction and strike it directly. The core continuously fired beams, interrupting the dragon's movements and hitting it repeatedly. Boom! 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 The dragon, heavily injured, fell onto the snowy ground. The sphere, knowing it had defeated the dragon, slowly dissipated. The dragon roared in unwillingness, using its last strength to transform the dungeon's essence into an ice-blue egg, hiding within it, waiting for someone to pass the test and discover it. The scenes in his mind flashed by like a movie. So this is the origin of the dungeon. What exactly was that sphere? Why did the ice dragon fight it? Before Qin Chuan could figure it out, the ice dragon from the memory emerged from the darkness and roared at him. Successfully unlocked the hidden stage. Task: defeat ice. Radiance Holy Dragon, Phantom, 0 out of 1, the task prompt appeared in Qin Chuan's mind. Facing the distant dragon, Qin Chuan clenched his fists, ready to fight. Qin Chuan activated his talent skill. Name: Ice Radiance Holy Dragon, Phantom, enhanced with origin power, cannot be contracted. Attributes: Ice, Light level, 50 quality, Super Divine. Qin Chuan's eyes widened. This was actually a Super Divine level boss. His expression was grave as he immediately summoned Kair. Away and the other beasts also grew tense. This was their first time encountering an opponent of equal strength. After a brief standoff, Away launched the first attack. A massive pillar of fire surged toward the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon. The dragon was undaunted, releasing a breath infused with ice and light to block the fire pillar. Despite being only level 50, it managed to hold its own against level 70 Away, likely due to its enhanced source power. Meanwhile, Tun Tian combined 11 elemental energy spheres into a powerful orb and shot it at the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon. The dragon spread its massive wings to shield itself, releasing a chilling aura that instantly encased it in ice. Boom! The energy orb collided with the enormous ice block, the explosion and the sound of shattering ice intertwining. As the dust settled, scorch marks appeared on the dragon's wings. Taking advantage of the dragon's wings blocking its vision, Tun Tian swiftly lunged forward, its massive serpent body tightly coiling around the dragon. Feeling the pressure, the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon struggled desperately, trying to shake off Tun Tian. But Dali wouldn't give it the chance. He accelerated toward the dragon, which immediately noticed him. In the next moment, the dragon unleashed an icy breath at Dali, hitting him square in the chest. Dali instantly disintegrated into starlight, but Kair quickly pulled the dragon into an illusion. Almost simultaneously, Dali charged from the other side, colliding with the dragon and forcing it back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Dali attacked, his front claws gathering a purple lightning orb that he slammed onto the dragon's head. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed, leaving a charred wound on the dragon's forehead. Dali pinned it down, continuing to strike its head, while Away assisted with fireballs. The combined impact of fire and lightning caused a stronger explosion, breaking off one of the dragon's horns. The pain triggered the dragon's immense strength, flipping Dali off and onto the ground. It stood up, spread its wings, and soared into the sky with Tun Tian. Dozens of fire pillars erupted from the ground, but the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon easily evaded them. Even its mere illusion was so formidable, one could only imagine its full strength. Not to mention the mysterious orb capable of defeating the fully powered Ice Radiance Holy Dragon. In midair, the dragon twisted its body, causing most of Tun Tian's serpent form to be flung off, leaving only the lower half clinging on. Tun Tian once again gathered 11 elemental spheres, but this time, instead of merging them, it simultaneously bombarded the dragon's wings. The Ice Radiance Holy Dragon let out a pained roar, and Tun Tian seized the chance to release its grip and escape. The dragon crashed heavily to the ground. A fiery tornado mixed with dark green poisonous mist swept toward it. Qin Chuan, wielding a fiery folding fan, continuously fanned out fire tornadoes, combining them with Yi's poisonous mist to attack. The dark green mist began to corrode the dragon's mouth, nose, and eyes, but Yi's poison, effective against level 50 monsters, had no effect on the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon. Qin Chuan attempted to use the Starry Sky pen to impose restrictions on it, but perhaps because it was merely an illusion, the pen passed through the dragon without leaving any restrictions. The Ice Radiance Holy Dragon before them was just a clone, devoid of life and consciousness, thus immune to restrictions. The Starry Sky pen was useless against it. The fallen dragon stood up again, releasing another breath infused with ice and light. Holy light gathered. Seeing the situation, Qin Chuan immediately instructed Away to start charging. Dali, enveloped in lightning, charged at the dragon once more. Under Qin Chuan's command, Dali gave his all to hold the dragon back. But this time, when Dali collided with the dragon, it didn't budge. Instead, he was repelled and sent flying. The energy sphere in the dragon's mouth grew larger and was about to reach full charge. Suddenly, on the previously empty ground nearby, Tun Tian appeared. Clearly, Kair had helped conceal Tun Tian's presence. Tun Tian hadn't been idle, secretly forming 3 energy spheres, fused with 11 attributes. The moment it revealed itself, the 3 spheres simultaneously shot toward the light sphere in the dragon's mouth. The Ice Radiance Holy Dragon, fully focused on gathering its strength, didn't react in time. Bang! The light sphere in the dragon's mouth was directly detonated. The explosion's core was at the dragon's head, and the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon was instantly gravely injured. Blood streamed from its eyes, its mouth split open with a gaping wound, fresh blood gushing out continuously. Its mouth was charred black from the blast, and it couldn't even roar. Even so, the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon wasn't dead yet. But at that moment, flames ignited around it, the ground cracked open, and pillars of fire and lava shot skyward. Away's power buildup was finally complete. With great force, he pressed down on the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon again, using his front claws to pry open the already battered dragon's mouth. Without hesitation, Away unleashed a super fire pillar he had condensed after charging up, directly into the dragon's mouth. The ground it passed over instantly melted into magma, and the fire pillar roared like a fire dragon as it surged into the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon's mouth, pouring continuously down its throat. Boom! As the energy of the super fire pillar kept pouring in, the violent fire elements within the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon spiraled out of control, and the entire giant dragon exploded with a thunderous blast. At the moment of the dragon's explosion, the long-awaited notification finally sounded in Qin Chuan's mind. You have successfully defeated the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon, Phantom, 1-1. Stage complete. Calculating results. Calculation complete. You have received an SSS rating. You have obtained Ice Radiance Holy Dragon Beast Egg, X1. You have successfully passed 10 waves of beast type trials, and obtained an A-grade talent, Beast Amplification. Beast Amplification, A-grade. All beast companion strength increased by 20%. Detected that the player possesses the Reincarnation Jade. Your ordinary talent Beast Amplification has been upgraded to SSS-grade talent Beast Whisperer. Beast Whisperer, SSS-grade. All beast companion strength increased by 150%. Outside the dungeon, most of the players who had gathered earlier had already dispersed, leaving only one person with a commanding presence standing at the dungeon entrance. Members of the Ba-Tu Guild guarding the entrance stood respectfully by his side, with a large group of guild players following behind him. You're saying that lone player has a giant bear as his beast companion? And it killed your ice lizard with a single slap? This man was none other than the Ba-Tu Guild's leader, Xiong Ba Tianxia. Earlier, he had received a report from the guards that a lone player with an extremely powerful beast companion had entered the dungeon, and the guards couldn't stop him. Upon hearing this, Xiong Ba Tianxia immediately brought the guild's elite members to the dungeon entrance, waiting for Qin Chuan to appear, while driving away other lone players. His intentions were clear. Either Qin Chuan would join the Ba-Tu Guild and serve him and the Wu family behind it, or he would hand over that powerful beast companion and leave. That's right, his target was Qin Chuan's giant bear. A beast companion capable of killing an epic potential ice lizard with a single slap must at least have legendary potential. Such a powerful beast companion was something a lone player could never protect. While others might seem fine on the surface, carrying such a treasure would inevitably draw attention. Xiong Ba Tianxia hoped Qin Chuan would obediently comply, either by joining Ba-Tu or handing over the beast companion. If he dared to resist, Xiong Ba Tianxia had plenty of manpower to ensure that the legendary potential beast companion would be taken down. In the game, dying once meant a day of rest. If Qin Chuan refused, he could forget about playing the game. Xiong Ba Tianxia had used this method before, forcing several opponents into a corner. Without exception, every player targeted by Ba-Tu was someone who owned a high-potential beast companion and refused to give it up. Some were killed so relentlessly that they quit the game entirely, while others chose to compromise, handing over their beast companions in hopes of survival. But to their dismay, even after Ba-Tu obtained their beast companions, they were still mercilessly slaughtered. These players had become thorns in Ba-Tu's side, and the guild would never allow them to rise again. Xiong Ba Tianxia's tactic had always been effective, and he was extremely confident in his strength. At this moment, the dungeon's glowing portal suddenly lit up. With a dazzling light, and a figure slowly emerged. The nearby guards immediately recognized Qin Chuan, and Qin Chuan also noticed them. "That's him, guild leader, that's him." Hearing this, Xiongba Tianxia immediately exuded an imposing aura and strode forward. "So, you're the player who trespassed into the dungeon." Qin Chuan crossed his arms and remained silent, his expression cold. "I could have chosen not to hold you accountable for your mistakes. Now, as long as you and your beast join my Badian guild and transfer this beast to me, I won't charge you the 20,000 yuan entry fee for the dungeon." Xiongba Tianxia raised his head arrogantly, looking down at Qin Chuan as if waiving the fee and letting him join for free was a great favor. Qin Chuan sneered. Xiongba Tianxia, whose real name was Zhang Tiehu, had committed numerous misdeeds in his previous life as part of the Badian guild, forcing players to hand over their beasts, killing them if they refused, and even killing them after they complied. These were standard practices. After the apocalypse descended, with the support of the Wu family, they took over a city base, which became a chaotic mess, unmatched in disorder. As the city lord, Zhang Tiehu oppressed the weak daily, abducting any beautiful women he saw. Anyone who dared resist was immediately executed on the spot, and even their families were not spared, dragged into the streets for public execution. Although life in the bases controlled by noble families was tough in the previous life, at least those families disdained to meddle with ordinary people. Zhang Tiehu was different. Once he tasted the thrill of controlling a city, his cruelty towards ordinary people became unrestrained. Even children who fell into his hands were tortured to death. Of course, to Qin Chuan, who had experienced betrayal, these were minor grievances. What mattered most was that this Zhang Tiehu, also known as Xiongba Tianxia, deeply disgusted him. In the previous life, Qin Chuan's base was frequently harassed by squads sent by Zhang Tiehu, with teams being wiped out from time to time, leaving Qin Chuan frustrated and irritable. Since these people were sent by the noble families, killing them was no big deal. As he thought about this, Xiongba Tianxia, who was waiting for a response, grew impatient. "Kid, give me a clear answer. Are you joining or not?" Qin Chuan looked at them mockingly, thinking that if he refused, he would likely be killed and forced to quit the game. At that moment, a massive figure suddenly appeared behind Qin Chuan. Its enormous body blocked the light, casting Xiongba Tianxia and his group into shadow. Xiongba Tianxia had heard of this monster before, but facing it in person, he realized how insignificant he was. Doubts crept into his mind. Could he really defeat this monster? Without further words, Xiongba Tianxia ordered a full-force attack. After wiping out the Badian guild, Qin Chuan still needed to level up with Yi and Dali. Dali casually swung a palm, imbued with the power of lightning, instantly killing or injuring most of the Badian guild members. Impossible. How is he this strong? Wasn't he supposed to be just a minor character? Ah, my snow wolf. The remaining Badian guild members watched in terror as Dali struck again, his claws descending, their vision gradually darkening. "You have been killed by player Dark Knight. Remaining resurrection time, 23 hours, 59 minutes. What? Dark Knight? He was the player with a bounty from the Morong family?" Xiongba Tianxia and the other guild members were stunned, but it no longer mattered. After annihilating the Badian guild, Qin Chuan didn't rush to leave but began checking his rewards. The teleportation earlier had been too fast for him to take a closer look. Ice Radiance Holy Dragon Beast Egg can hatch into an Ice Radiance Holy Dragon of super god quality. Qin Chuan looked at the beast egg in his hand. He had thought he would need to use his talent to evolve it, but unexpectedly. Qin Chuan stared at the beast egg in astonishment. Its quality was simply super god level. Thinking of the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon's formidable power in the dungeon, even though it had been enhanced by mysterious origin energy, it was still incredibly strong. Qin Chuan began to look forward to the day the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon would hatch. He put away the beast egg and turned his attention to an additional talent he had acquired, Beast Whisperer. This talent, originally only A-grade, had been directly upgraded to SSS-grade through the enhancement of the Reincarnation Jade. The effect was astonishing. The strength of every beast would increase by 150%. Don't misunderstand, this wasn't just 1.5 times the original strength but an additional 150% boost. With this talent, Qin Chuan's power was significantly enhanced once again. The stronger the beasts, the higher the survival chances of a beast tamer. Moreover, as far as he knew, there were similar dungeons on Thunder Island. Following the logic of this dungeon's formation, the Thunder Island dungeon is likely also composed of deceased super divine beasts, and it might even hide a more advanced dungeon with rewards that could be even stronger divine beasts. The Snowy Field dungeon before him disappeared shortly after Qin Chuan defeated the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon. He didn't think much of it, as he had already claimed the rewards. Next, it was time to level up Dali and E. However, Qin Chuan was filled with curiosity about the reincarnation jade within his body. What kind of magical item was this, capable of instantly elevating talents to the top level? Looking at the small hole in the center of the reincarnation jade, it seemed like a part was missing. It appeared he would need to keep an eye out for fragments in the future. He had a vague feeling that only by completing the reincarnation jade could its true power be unleashed. 2 days later, as the last wild beast fell painfully in the poisonous mist, he finally reached level 70. Dali had also reached level 70 the day before, and all 5 of Qin Chuan's beasts had hit the level cap. Over the past few days, the news of the Batian Guild being wiped out by a single person, Dark Knight, had caused a stir on the forums. Numerous players gave their thumbs up and began to understand just how terrifying Dark Knight's strength was. Due to the Morone family's bounty, Qin Chuan's name had become widely known, but because the game had extremely high freedom and strict privacy protection, few people knew what Dark Knight looked like or how strong he was. The game lacked a social system, names only appeared when killing someone, and there were no friends or guilds. At most, players could see the locations of nearby players. Organizations like the Batian Guild were entirely player-formed. The game also lacked announcements and leaderboards, which was favorable for top players. Unlike traditional online games, where announcements and leaderboards would expose their secrets unless they chose to reveal them themselves. In reality, as Qin Chuan had anticipated, the police came to investigate that day, but he cleverly dealt with them using the Starry Sky pen. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry pierced the sky, reaching the ears of the beasts on the ground and causing a commotion. In the sky, a massive bird covered in ice blue feathers swooped past Qin Chuan's head, dragging 2 long feathers behind it as it headed straight for the highest peak of the snowy plains. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. He knew that 2 months later, he would return here to participate in the last grand celebration before the apocalypse. This ice blue giant bird was called the Extreme Cold Ice Bird, a level 60 legendary quality boss level wild beast. 2 months later, it would lay an egg. At that time, all players entering the snowy plains would receive a quest. The Extreme Cold Ice Bird has laid an egg, form a team to defeat it. As long as the Extreme Cold Ice Bird was defeated, players could obtain its offspring, a legendary quality beast egg. This egg's potential far surpassed that of its mother. In his previous life, this egg was ultimately obtained by a woman named Lu Ruyan. Shortly after hatching, it evolved into a mythical quality Frost Divine Bird. Later, she joined Xiao Chen's protagonist group and became one of his harem members. With the powerful Frost Divine Bird, she gradually came to be known as the Frost Empress. Ha, Empress, ha! Qin Chuan sneered and shook his head. He couldn't help but think that in his previous life, those characters called emperors, aside from Xiao Chun, were basically all part of his harem. This plot is becoming more and more like a novel. Qin Chuan complained helplessly. In reality, Qin Chuan scoffed at those harem novels disguised as feel-good stories. He felt that so-called harem novels were essentially just thinly veiled erotic stories. If that's the case, why not just write outright erotic stories? Those authors seem to have never seen a woman before. The harem novel protagonists they wrote were like playboys, flirting wherever they went. Even passing dogs could get pregnant, making Qin Chuan want to vomit. In an apocalyptic setting, the protagonist's mind is full of women. If not for the protagonist's halo, they would have died countless times already. Such people are utterly unworthy of being protagonists. Xiao Chun, that guy, even had to be extremely cautious when contracting male beasts, afraid of losing his life thinking of this. Qin Chuan clenched his fists, his gaze becoming resolute. He thought, since he had returned, he must change this terrible situation. Suddenly, a man's mocking voice came from afar. Hey, little girl, keep running. Weren't you running so well? Keep going. Qin Chuan turned his head and saw 2 male players chasing after a female player. The female player was covered in wounds, leaning against a tree and gasping for breath. Even so, she maintained an air of cold elegance and stunning beauty. Her fair, slender legs were exposed to the air, and if it weren't for the lack of sensation in the game, most men wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. All three noticed Qin Chuan. The woman looked at him with pleading eyes, while the two men glared at him coldly and said fiercely, "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. Get lost." Qin Chuan ignored them and stared at the disheveled woman, immediately recognizing her as the Frost Empress of his previous life, Lu Ruyan. "Ha, who would have thought you would end up in such a state? Sir, please help me, I will reward you handsomely afterward." Lu Ruyan almost begged. She had finally found a beast with decent potential and appearance, but unfortunately, she lacked the experience to form a contract. To make matters worse, the two men had set their sights on the beast in her possession. Currently, players had very few contract-breaking stones, so they could only steal beasts that hadn't been contracted yet, just like Lu Ruyan's situation. Faced with the beauty's plea for help, Qin Chuan coldly said, "I didn't see anything. Carry on." What a joke! In his previous life, he had a grudge against her, so how could he possibly help her? As for taking her into his harem? Don't be ridiculous. Even Xiao Chen's women weren't worthy of him. Women would only slow down his progress in taming beasts. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Lu Ruyan was so angry that she cursed, "You bastard. You clearly have the ability to help me, so why won't you?" "I hate." Before she could finish, the two men behind her had already attacked, delivering two vicious blows. "My beast." "No!" Lu Ruyan disappeared into white light with hatred, leaving behind a pile of items on the ground, and a small, fluffy round ball that fell with a thud. The ball looked around, confused and helpless. "Ah, big brother, we hit the jackpot this time," one of the men said with a laugh. Watching Lu Ruyan leave in hatred, Qin Chuan felt satisfied and was about to leave. "Stop. I didn't say you could go," one of the men shouted at him viciously. "Kid, you're smart, but that doesn't mean I won't rob you. Hand over the items in your possession." In the game, aside from beasts, there were various items. When a character died, all their items would drop. During the previous massacre of the Bat-Ian Guild, the ground was littered with low-level items that were useless, so Qin Chuan had already instructed Dali to destroy them all. Hearing the threat, Qin Chuan sighed helplessly. He really couldn't understand why these people were so eager to court death. With a wave of his red folding fan, the two men and the beast that had been with Lu Ruyan instantly turned to ashes. Qin Chuan recognized the beast. Its quality was average, and its potential could at most reach the epic level, which was hardly worth mentioning. After the two men died, the flames from the fan continued to burn fiercely, directly incinerating all the items that had dropped, before gradually dying down. Xiao Chen sat in his rented room, browsing the game forum. Stories about Dark Knight, also known as Qin Chuan, were already spreading like wildfire. This made him feel uneasy. In his previous life, he had never heard of Qin Chuan being able to single-handedly take down an entire guild. Such an impressive feat, how could no one have known about it? Could this rebirth have triggered some kind of chain reaction? But all he had done was clear a few more dungeons in Contract A. Beast earlier than others. Logically, the impact should have been on others, so how could it have affected Qin Chuan? "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Qian asked, curiously when she saw Xiao Chen sweating profusely. "It's nothing, Qianer. It's late, go wash up and get some rest," he replied, glancing at the clock. It was already 11:30. "Are you sure you're okay, brother? You've been obsessing over this game for the past 10 days, playing it every day without caring about your health. Is this game really that good?" Xiao Qian said helplessly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Give me 2 months, and I'll prove it to you. If you want to play too, buy a helmet, I can still help you." Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Xiao Qian impatiently interrupted. "How many times have I said I won't play? Any more? Forget it, as long as you're happy." After saying that, she slammed the door and left. Xiao Chen sighed, rubbing his temples. These past few days, he had been trying hard to get his sister hooked on Beast King, but she just wouldn't budge. What should he do? Should he directly tell her that he had been reborn and that the game would descend upon Blue Star in 2 months? If he hadn't experienced it himself, even he wouldn't believe it. If he really said it, he'd probably be considered crazy. After his sister left, Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. Qin Chuan was definitely problematic. He couldn't wait any longer and had to deal with him quickly. He opened the bounty post issued by the Morong family, privately contacted the poster, and informed them that he had all the information on Dark Knight. Once everything was ready, he quickly logged into the game. Within half a month, based on information from his previous life, he secured several dungeon first kills and accumulated a large amount of resources. On the first day of the server opening, he wanted to contract the treasure mouse, but because his birthplace was far from the cave, by the time he arrived, the treasure mouse had already disappeared. He was puzzled. In his previous life, it was discovered a month later. Perhaps someone deliberately hid it from him, but he didn't dwell on it. Then, he followed his memories to search for other high-potential beasts. Now, he was already a level 42 gold-tier beast master, having tamed 3 powerful beasts, the greenwood snake, the green mountain bull, and the ethereal jellyfish. In his previous life, these 3 beasts were all mythical-level beasts. More importantly, they were all female. In the future, after transforming, they would all be top-tier beauties. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's heart burned with determination to level up and grow stronger. This time, he came to the snowfield with the original goal of targeting that special talent dungeon, but after Qin Chuan slaughtered the Badian guild, the dungeon completely disappeared. Xiao Chen wandered aimlessly in the snow, hoping the Morong family would deal with Qin Chuan soon. At this moment, he noticed a pack of snow spirit wolves. The wolf pack also noticed Xiao Chen, staring at him intently, ready to pounce as soon as he made a move. Being stared at, coupled with his already bad mood due to the dungeon's disappearance, made Xiao Chen even angrier. Die, he roared. He summoned the green mountain bull, greenwood snake, and ethereal jellyfish. The level 20 ordinary quality snow spirit wolves were no match for the level 40 epic quality beasts. Soon, the wolf pack was easily slaughtered, leaving only the snow spirit wolf king. It was level 35, of excellent quality, and its ice wall held out for a while but was ultimately torn to shreds by Xiao Chen's beasts. After clearing the wolf pack, Xiao Chen felt much better. He retrieved his 3 beasts and left the scene in style. However, he didn't notice that in a hidden cave nearby, a small snow spirit wolf was hiding. This little wolf was the offspring of the snow spirit wolf king, born different from the others. While other snow spirit wolves had blue pupils, its pupils had a hint of cyan. Even more special, while other snow spirit wolves could only control ice attributes, it could manipulate both ice and wind elements. Earlier, when Xiao Chen's beasts were slaughtering the wolf pack, the wolf king used an ice wall to block the pursuers, taking the opportunity to hide the little wolf in the cave before escaping itself. This move allowed the little wolf to survive. Time passed, and the little wolf finally crept out of the cave. The sky had darkened, and in the darkness, all it could see were the broken corpses of the wolf pack and the shattered head of the wolf king. The little wolf was both shocked and furious. It had seen the appearance of the slaughterer and remembered it deeply. It spent a few minutes with its family for the last time before stepping into the forest alone. But the forest at night was the domain of predators. Without the protection of adult wolves, survival was extremely difficult for the little wolf. Soon, it encountered an attack from a level 35 snow leopard. The little wolf ran desperately, with the snow leopard chasing closely behind, seemingly toying with its prey. The little wolf couldn't outrun the snow leopard, which was far superior in level. Exhausted, it was doomed to die. The chase lasted for half an hour, and the little wolf was almost out of strength. At that moment, it suddenly noticed a figure ahead. It was the very person who had slaughtered its clan. Qin Chuan's 5 contracted beasts had all reached level 70. At this moment, he was on his way, heading toward the desert. Although he wasn't in a hurry to enter the desert's secret realm, as the treasures there weren't particularly useful, his main goal was to find a contracted beast with super divine potential. Even though he already possessed a powerful ice-type beast, the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon Egg in his backpack, he knew that the more super divine beasts he had, the better. Rather than letting others get them, it was better to collect them himself. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in front of him. A large snow leopard was chasing a young snow spirit wolf. Logically, a young wolf shouldn't be without the protection of adult wolves, which made Qin Chuan feel something was off. He checked the young wolf's information and discovered it was a mutated snow spirit wolf with dual ice and wind attributes, and it had super divine potential. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan's hand flashed with a poisonous dagger, which he thrust directly at the snow leopard. The snow leopard was severely poisoned, convulsed, and collapsed, quickly dissolving into a pool of pus. After dealing with the snow leopard, Qin Chuan turned to look at the panting, highly alert young wolf. Although the young wolf was exhausted, it still remained vigilant toward Qin Chuan, its eyes filled with fear. Qin Chuan had saved it with a purpose. He summoned away, asking it to use its mental connection to help understand the young wolf's situation. Through Away's translation, Qin Chuan learned that the young wolf had just survived a brutal massacre, and only he could easily defeat that snow spirit wolf pack. It seemed that the changes brought about by his rebirth had already triggered a chain reaction. From the young wolf's description, Qin Chuan also learned that the killers contracted beasts included a snake, a bull, and a flying jellyfish. A flying jellyfish? Qin Chuan immediately thought of the spatial type contracted beast he had heard about in his previous life. This type of jellyfish, like a treasure-hunting mouse, wasn't good at combat but was more suited for storing resources. Qin Chuan remembered that the spatial type void jellyfish was obtained in the forest dungeon. That dungeon was extremely difficult to clear. In his previous life, it took a month and a half before someone managed to claim the first kill through a live broadcast and obtain the void jellyfish. How could it possibly exist now? Could it be that someone else, like him, was a reborn individual? This thought suddenly flashed through Qin Chuan's mind, making his expression even more serious. If there really was another reborn individual, and they were working for those aristocratic families, then he would be in big trouble. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan solemnly said to the young wolf, "I can give you enough power to help you take revenge, but on one condition: you must become my contracted beast." Threw away. The young wolf understood Qin Chuan's words and was deeply conflicted. If it grew slowly on its own, who knew when the day of revenge would come? But it also had doubts, unsure of what this man in front of it would do, so it didn't immediately agree. Qin Chuan noticed its hesitation and instructed a way to release the oppressive aura it had been exerting on the young wolf. At the same time, he summoned Tun Tian, Kair, Dali, and Yi. The 5 super divine beasts formed a circle, their overwhelming presence making the young wolf almost unable to breathe. Qin Chuan gestured for them to withdraw their auras. "See? I have the ability to make you grow stronger quickly. Once you become my contracted beast, I'll help you keep an eye on that person. What do you say?" These words were conveyed to the young wolf threw away. Faced with this scene, the young wolf finally stopped hesitating and agreed to Qin Chuan's contract. What followed, of course, was the usual process, a wave of evolution. When the young wolf reappeared before Qin Chuan, it could no longer be called a young wolf. Its height was now comparable to that of an adult, its snow-white, soft fur flowing in the wind, and its blue-green eyes were filled with respect as it looked at Qin Chuan before lowering its head in submission. Name: Eternal Winter Snow Wolf. Attributes: Ice, Wind level, 5 quality, Super Divine. From now on, I'll call you Offum. Let's go, leveling up as we travel. Awwa! In reality, Morong Junzi locked himself in his room. Ever since he fled back to the Morong family, a single thought had been running through his mind: to give the Morong family's assets to Qin Chuan, support the authorities, and destroy the aristocratic family's conspiracies. The idea grew stronger and stronger. Now he could barely control himself and didn't dare to tell Morong Outyen. Based on his understanding of his father, he might be dealt with on the spot. His father's interests always came before family ties. Not to mention, other noble families wouldn't allow such a dangerous person to exist. He still wanted to live. Lying on the bed, Morong Junzi thought for a while and decided to follow this thought. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. His gaze first became vacant, then turned resolute and ruthless. Determined, he pushed open the door and walked out. As the son of the Morong family head, he was well aware of his father's habits. It was already late at night, and most of the family members were resting. He walked alone into Morong Outyen's study and carefully took a handkerchief out of his pocket. This handkerchief had been left by Qin Chuan when he departed, used to wipe the blade of a poison dagger, and now it came in handy. Following his father's habits, Morong Junzi used the poison-coated handkerchief to wipe the teacup, chair, desk, documents, and frequently read books. The next day, Morong Outyen was sitting in the study, sipping tea, eating snacks, and reading documents when he suddenly felt something was off. At first, it was just mild dizziness, which he didn't take seriously. But the dizziness grew worse, and when he tried to call for help, no sound came out. In the end, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he collapsed onto the desk. 2 days later, Qin Chuan received a black card sent by someone on behalf of Morong Junzi. The card contained 300 billion in funds. This black card was disguised as an ordinary bank card but could be used at any bank without leaving any trace. Seeing the card, Qin Chuan knew the plan had succeeded. The Morong family was now on the path to collapse. The 300 billion was almost all of the Morong family's liquid assets. What remained were real estate and weapons, but in the post-apocalyptic world, weapons were of limited use, far less effective than his own beast-taming abilities. By handing over the assets to the authorities, even the noble family issues could be resolved, and real estate was even less of a concern. With this money, Qin Xuan first bought a large warehouse and then booked the largest room nearby, renting it for 2 months straight. Next, he walked into a high-end restaurant and told the owner that for the next 2 months, he would purchase all the dishes in large quantities, at least 20,000 portions of each dish, with no limit on the total amount. The prepared dishes were to be packed and delivered to the designated warehouse. To show his sincerity, he paid each restaurant 5 billion upfront as a deposit. The restaurant owners were overjoyed, seeing this as an unexpected windfall, and immediately agreed to his request. To motivate the chefs, the restaurant owners personally went to the kitchens to explain the situation and promised a salary increase of at least 30,000, with more increases for higher output. The chefs, initially surprised by the pay raise, quickly threw themselves into their work, unwilling to go home even after dark, wishing they could stay in the kitchen 24/7. The restaurant's Qin Xuan shows all had one thing in common: great taste, generous portions, and especially large servings. He didn't want to eat from those Western restaurants where the food was expensive, bland, and gone in just a few bites, not filling at all. He also avoided takeout places, as pre-made meals didn't suit his taste. For this, he spent an entire day running around the city, buying out all the restaurants that met his criteria. Every time he left, the restaurant owners would see him off with smiles. Not only did he buy out the restaurant's dishes, but he also included barbecue, desserts, fruits, and drinks. After playing some games that evening, he spent the next day visiting most of the fruit and vegetable stores, barbecue shops, hot pot restaurants, and bakeries in the city, following the same routine, packing everything and sending it to the warehouse. Qin Xuan's actions almost caused a citywide frenzy, with many people sharing the news online with friends from other regions. Many netizens were puzzled, unable to understand why Qin Xuan was doing this. Could it really be that the end of the world was near? His massive food-buying spree also caught the attention of the authorities. In this food-centric country, the government would never sit idly by while one person hoarded food on such a scale. However, they didn't act immediately, as they had more pressing matters to deal with. A few days ago, government personnel had followed members of the Morong family to an underground warehouse in the suburbs. Strangely, after killing the escorting assassin, the warehouse turned out to be completely empty. There wasn't a single person inside, not even a guard. Even more shocking was the sight within the warehouse. It was packed with weaponry. There were grenades and landmines of immense destructive power, an array of pistols and rifles of all models, a staggering amount of ammunition, and hundreds of sniper rifles. This was essentially an arsenal, and its scale could rival that of an official large-scale armory. To accumulate such a stockpile of firearms in a country where thermal weapons were strictly banned demonstrated just how powerful these noble families truly were. After waiting for a while and seeing no one approach, the authorities immediately dispatched personnel to confiscate the weaponry, which conveniently replenished their own dwindling supplies. It was worth noting that the government was already on the brink of collapse. The noble families, in collaboration with foreign forces, had taken control of most of the armories and military factories. The government had been barely holding on with the few small-scale armories it had left. Most of its troops were forced to fight with cold weapons against the thermal weapons wielded by the assassins of the noble families, creating an extremely dire situation. With this newfound cache of weapons, there was finally hope for defeating these despicable factions. The constant clashes in recent times had left the local populace in a state of panic. If not for the mandatory confidentiality agreements signed by everyone and the strict online censorship blocking any news, the entire nation might have descended into chaos and disorder, creating an opportunity for foreign forces to intervene. After acquiring the arsenal, the soldiers were invigorated, morale soaring as they grabbed their guns and charged at the lackeys of the noble families. Despite sustaining significant casualties, the opposing side suffered even greater losses. As soldiers, they would never allow the country to fall under the control of these filthy factions, nor would they tolerate anyone abusing the military uniform to harm civilians. They fought fiercely, willing to risk their lives to protect their nation and its people. Driven by the soldiers' heightened morale, the situation reversed within just a few days. They launched a powerful counterattack, crushing the privately assembled assassin corps of the noble families, forcing them into retreat after retreat. While the noble family's assassin corps was competent as bodyguards, they were no match for the soldiers of the Dragon Nation in actual combat. After reclaiming numerous cities and military factories, the authorities quickly replenished their ammunition and weaponry. Now, It was time to eliminate these traitors once and for all. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the noble families, the Morong family had betrayed the alliance at the last moment, infuriating the heads of the other 4 families to the point of slamming the table. Damn the Morong family! Has Morong Outyen gone mad? What does he hope to gain by doing this? We haven't heard from him in a long time, and no one has seen him. Does he think he can escape by hiding? He has sabotaged Lord Smith's plan to annex the Dragon Nation. Lord Smith will never let him off. The noble families were backed by foreign forces. These forces had secretly smuggled in weaponry and promised that once the noble families succeeded in annexing the Dragon Nation, the 5 family heads would retain their power and even gain higher status. Enough about that. Those government dogs are acting like rabid animals, charging forward without caring about their lives. Our assassin corps has lost more than half its members. It won't be long before they reach us. While there's still time, we should hurry and prepare planes to flee abroad. Once we're safe, we can figure out how to deal with the Dragon Nation, said Li Ningfeng, head of the Li family, in a low voice. The heads of the Wu family, the Nangong family, and the Ouyang family nodded in agreement and quickly left. However, they underestimated the speed of the government's crackdown. In less than 10 hours, government forces stormed the headquarters of the noble families. The corpse of the Morong family head was found hidden beneath the bed of his eldest son, Morong Junzi. Morong Shui was found dead at home under mysterious circumstances, and Morong Junzi's whereabouts were unknown. The private jets of the Nangong and Ouyang family heads were intercepted during their escape, and both were shot dead on the spot in full view of the public. Only the heads of the Li and Wu families managed to flee abroad, temporarily unable to cause further trouble. Everyone else who failed to escape was executed on the spot. Without exception, not even the descendants of the family heads were spared. Thus, the 5 great noble families were utterly annihilated, and their ambitions to dominate the Dragon Nation were completely crushed. The government regained control of the country. The next day, the news of the 5 noble families' downfall made headlines in major newspapers. Their crimes were exposed, and when the public learned that the Li and Wu family heads were still at large abroad, an outpouring of furious condemnation erupted. Looking at the news of the destruction of the 5 major families on his phone, Qin Chuan revealed a satisfied smile. Although he wasn't the one who personally dealt with these beasts, the result pleased him greatly. Moreover, there were still 2 families waiting for him to handle. On the other side, unlike Qin Chuan's satisfaction, Xiaochen felt as if he had been struck by lightning on a clear day. The families that had helped him rise to prominence in his previous life were all gone. Xiaochen collapsed to the ground, his hair disheveled from his frantic tugging, clearly unable to believe the reality before him. The families were destroyed, and those beautiful girlfriends from his past life were all dead. Most importantly, his reliance in this life was gone, leaving him feeling lost about the future development of Dragon Country. But he refused to give up, furiously rubbing his hair and hitting the back of his head, recalling a few days ago when he saw on his phone a big boss with the surname Qin, who was frantically purchasing food in a neighboring city. Buying food, surname Qin. Qin Chuan. Damn it! Give me back my women! If Xiaochen had been doubtful before, now he was certain, Qin Chuan must have been reborn too. That's right. It must be so. Thinking of this, Xiaochen no longer panicked. Although Qin Chuan hated him, in his previous life, Qin Chuan didn't know which city he was from. Moreover, Xiaochen had been reborn with the reincarnation jade, possessing SSS-level talent, while Qin Chuan had only been S-level in his previous life. How could he compare to Xiaochen? Now, as long as he hid well with his sister and waited for the right moment, the storm of the apocalypse was still ahead. With his current strength and potential, as long as he sought refuge with the authorities, he would definitely become someone they would fight to recruit. By then, as long as he accused Qin Chuan of having rebellious intentions, even if Qin Chuan also sought refuge with the authorities, what could his talent do? How could it compare to Xiaochen, the SSS-level genius? The authorities would surely abandon Qin Chuan for the sake of this top-tier talent. This time, Xiaochen was determined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. Xiao Qian, pack up. We're going to live somewhere else for a while. Qin Chuan had once considered hiring a private investigator to track down Xiao Chen and deal with him directly in reality. But thinking of Xiao Chen's heaven-defying luck in his previous life, he dismissed the idea. Just like the protagonist in a novel, as long as Xiao Chen's good fortune remained, Qin Chuan could never completely eliminate him. He still had the egg he brought out from the cave dungeon, which was said to be able to absorb everything. He wondered if it could absorb the mysterious luck surrounding Xiao Chen. Knock, knock, knock. A polite knock came from the door. Qin Chuan knew that because of his massive food purchases, the authorities had sent people over. He got up to open the door, where two young female police officers in uniforms, standing tall and straight, greeted him. Are you Qin Chuan? Please explain why you are purchasing so much food and where it is going. Do I have the right to remain silent? Qin Chuan asked in return. Please cooperate with our investigation, Mr. Qin Chuan. The two maintained polite smiles on the surface, but their attitude was very firm. Seeing their strong stance, Qin Chuan had no choice but to reveal the Starry Sky pen. Before long, two confused faces walked out of the hotel, got into their car, and drove away. Qin Chuan stood by the window, watching the police car leave, and sighed. The authorities would definitely come again, so he decided to set a trap to make anyone entering the room fall directly into an illusion. Now was not the time to confront the authorities head-on. His spatial secrets could not be exposed yet. As for the restaurant, he could just come up with some excuse to deal with it. He still wanted to figure out something from his financial backer. Before long, Qin Chuan had set up the trap. Anyone entering the room would be pulled into an illusion where they couldn't see him. This made things somewhat safer. He had been busy in reality these past few days, only having some time at night to go online and explore for upgrades. Now that he was almost done with his real-world tasks, he could continue exploring the next map. Using the nighttime hours, Qin Chuan intensified his leveling efforts, finally raising a phone to level 70. The Ice Radiance Holy Dragon Egg in his backpack was also about to hatch. Looking at the increasingly active dragon egg, Qin Chuan felt a bit of anticipation. Soon, he would have a powerful pet. Suddenly, a level 30 high-quality snow ape jumped out, blocking Qin Chuan's path. Qin Chuan remained calm, raising his right hand to begin charging power. He wore gloves on both hands, the left being a purple power link gear, and the right a white offing gear. Once fully charged, Qin Chuan unleashed a powerful punch. With his right fist, a white gust of wind shot toward the snow ape, carrying the forces of ice and wind, forming a whirlwind. The attack hit directly, scattering the whirlwind and tearing the snow ape to shreds. The punch's force didn't stop there, piercing through trees and other creatures along the path, traveling nearly 100 meters ahead before dissipating. Watching his long-range attack skill, Qin Chuan clenched his fist, finally able to deal damage from a distance. However, he still lacked a proper weapon. He wondered what kind of equipment could link with the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon once it hatched. With these thoughts, Qin Chuan prepared to leave the snowy plains and head to the next area, the desert. Golden sand formed rolling dunes, and at the boundary, snow covered the sand's surface. Beneath the cold snowflakes lay scorching hot sand baked by the sun. The sand was divided into white and yellow sections, with a clear demarcation visible from afar. Qin Chuan knew that beneath the seemingly ordinary, lifeless dunes lurked countless predators. Even more terrifying, deep within the yellow sands, a colossal creature lay dormant. The desert's harsh environment made it a haven for beasts that preferred nocturnal activity, such as scorpions, centipedes, and massive desert worms capable of swallowing a person whole. It was one of the most dangerous maps in the game. Especially after the game merged with reality, the slumbering giant beast would awaken, wandering aimlessly through the desert. Any beastmaster entering the desert could encounter it. In his previous life, that monster devoured countless beastmasters. Even when the major families joined forces, they couldn't take it down. Until it was defeated, it remained the ruler of the desert. Despite the dangers, the desert still attracted many beastmasters. Behind the peril lay abundant resources and powerful beasts. Whether it was resources or beasts, bringing them out alive meant immense wealth. Many ordinary beastmasters who had no other options climbed to the top by selling materials brought back from the desert. However, most who entered never made it out alive. Additionally, the harsh desert environment made beasts difficult to tame, so few players dared to venture there in the early stages. As soon as Qin Chuan stepped into the yellow sands, he spotted a glittering ore not far away. He walked over and picked up a large, bright piece of gold vein ore. Again, gold vein ore was a rare evolution material. Even a small piece could allow a gold attribute beast to mutate with earth attributes or enable an earth attribute beast to gain gold attributes. It could also significantly enhance a beast's control over these two attributes, making them stronger. It was a favorite among gold earth attribute beastmasters. For those who needed it, it was priceless. For those who didn't, it was of little use. In his previous life, a beastmaster specializing in gold earth attributes, once traded an epic-level water attribute beast for a gold vein or the size of an egg. The ore in front of him was larger than his palm, so big he couldn't hold it with one hand and had to cradle it. Finding such a treasure upon entering the desert greatly boosted Qin Chuan's confidence. Although he couldn't use it himself, he could trade it for something else. As long as others didn't provoke him, cooperation wasn't out of the question. He placed the ore into his backpack and continued deeper into the endless dunes. It was daytime, and predators, avoiding the intense sunlight, hid in sand piles or caves. For instance, about 10 meters to his left were 5 or 6 small sand dunes, beneath which lay giant demon scorpions. As long as he didn't approach, they wouldn't attack. The desert was relatively safe during the day, but at night, it became much more dangerous. Giant demon scorpions would hunt in packs, moving at incredible speed. To escape, one had to either outrun them or kill them all. For most people, the first option was nearly impossible. Walking also required caution. Stepping into the wrong spot might not lead to a cave but into a gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth. Fortunately, Qin Chuan did not encounter any such accidents along the way. Instead, he discovered many precious materials: gold vein ore, torchwood, silver star soil, red marrow jade, purple heart flame, fire rock crystal, solid wind sand, earth square crystal, purple iron or jadeite stone. These were all extremely valuable resources in the post-apocalyptic world. Walking through the forest, the only materials he had in hand were the 1,000 pieces of broken contract stones. The resources in the forest and snowy terrain were scarce, and those materials were not on his planned route, so he hadn't picked them up before. This time, since they were within reach, he decided to gather more along the way. 2 years after the apocalypse in his previous life, the noble families began implementing a new currency, beast coins. These replaced the old money and became the currency of the post-apocalyptic world. Beast tamers could take their materials to specialized institutions run by the noble families and exchange them for equivalent beast coins. Of course, when trading rare materials, people still preferred direct exchanges. Although the noble families no longer existed in this life, the authorities would likely establish a similar system. By then, these materials could be exchanged for the ultra-high potential beasts held by the authorities. As Qin Chuan walked, he collected materials and soon arrived at a rocky desert. There was no sand here, only exposed rocks with slopes so steep they were nearly vertical, some even leaning outward. On these steep rock walls lived many mighty apes. They could tightly grip the rock walls with their hands and feet, climbing at incredible speed. To them, these seemingly unscalable walls were as simple as drinking water or eating food. Noticing Qin Chuan's presence, the mighty apes climbed up the rock walls, revealing their upper bodies as they cautiously observed him. Qin Chuan did not come here without a purpose. In harsh environments like the desert, many rare materials could be nurtured, some of which were unique. In his previous life, many one-of-a-kind materials came from the desert, and beast tamers who obtained them often advanced to mythical level potential. Compared to the snowy terrain and forests, the unique materials in the desert were easier to acquire. Take this rocky desert, for example. It was home to the mighty apes and also nurtured a unique material of the world, 10,000-year meteorite iron, guarded by the mighty ape king. In his previous life, the person who obtained it used the 10,000-year meteorite iron to upgrade their metal attribute beast directly from excellent quality to mythical quality. These materials were almost impossible to find elsewhere in this world and held strategic significance for anyone except Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan now suspected that the protagonist Xiao Chen's incredible luck in being reborn made sense, didn't it? Wasn't he himself an example? Based on his past life's experience, the person who immediately seized the ethereal jellyfish and slaughtered the offing wolf pack after being reborn was most likely Xiao Chen. Although he wasn't worried about Xiao Chen causing him major trouble now, leaving him unchecked wasn't an option. As a reborn individual, Xiao Chen must know that the desert contained many precious and unique materials. Just obtaining one could allow him to cultivate a mythical quality beast. Once he gained enough strength, he would undoubtedly come to the desert. Qin Chuan couldn't just watch him grow and become a future threat. That's why Qin Chuan came personally to claim these high-grade materials. He absolutely couldn't let Xiao Chen get them. Soon, Qin Chuan climbed up the rock wall and arrived at the entrance of a massive cave. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from within the cave, shaking loose some rubble. Following that, heavy footsteps sounded as a massive mighty ape slowly emerged from the dark cave. Its entire body was covered in black fur, its slightly bent arms revealing solid muscles. Seeing this tiny figure daring to intrude on its territory, the mighty ape king angrily pounded its chest. Qin Chuan stared expressionlessly at the roaring mighty ape king. Without any unnecessary movements, he directly summoned Swallowing Heaven, which devoured it in one gulp. Burp! The arrogant mighty ape king was effortlessly dealt with by Swallowing Heaven. Swallowing Heaven even displayed a look of lingering appetite before turning its gaze toward the other mighty apes in the territory. Qin Chuan nodded in approval and released his other beasts, allowing them to share the resources of these mighty apes. After being contracted, beasts could go long periods without eating, but that didn't mean they lacked an appetite. In a past life, there was a saying, to conquer a beast, first conquer its stomach. While the beasts outside were eating, Qin Chuan entered the cave to retrieve the 10,000-year meteorite iron. Kyrene followed him inside. Both were vegetarians and uninterested in meat. The two beasts guarded Qin Chuan on either side. Inside the cave, they quickly found their target, the 10,000-year meteorite iron. A piece of deep blue ore lay quietly on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the intricate and mysterious patterns captured Qin Chuan's full attention, mesmerizing even Kyrene. This was truly a rare treasure. It was absolutely perfect. Qin Chuan had never seen such beautiful patterns before. This was the finest material. For others, obtaining such a treasure would be a golden opportunity for success, but for Qin Chuan, it was merely a collectible. At the very least, Xiao Chen would never get his hands on it. Returning to the cave entrance, Qin Chuan found his beasts had already finished eating and were quietly waiting for him. Looking around, he noticed the strong giant power ape was nowhere to be seen. He sent his beasts back into their space and began planning to search for the next rare material. A day later, Qin Chuan had acquired two more rare materials, the Earth Elemental 7-colored sand and the Wind Elemental Sandstorm core. Just as he placed these treasures into his backpack, the egg inside suddenly moved. It was the egg of the Ice Radiance Sacred Dragon. After waiting so long, it was finally about to hatch. Qin Chuan carefully took out the egg, and with a crack, a small ice blue head emerged. Oh whoa! The little creature glanced at Qin Chuan and tried to crawl out of the egg, but its movements were clumsy as it had just been born. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan formed a contract with it. Once the contract was successful, the little dragon fully emerged from the egg. Its ice blue scales shimmered with golden edges, and its body emitted an aura of frost and holy light. After a moment of adjusting to its body, the little dragon quickly leapt into Qin Chuan's arms. Qin Chuan held it, feeling its smooth, icy scales. Before he could fully take in the sensation, he noticed the little dragon in his arms suddenly expanding in size. Looking down, he realized it was no longer a little dragon but a small boy. Qin Chuan's pupils contracted in shock as he hastily let go, tossing the child out of his arms. The small boy rolled on the ground twice, then stood up and tilted his head to look at Qin Chuan, as if playing. Upon closer inspection, the boy was only as tall as Qin Chuan's knees, with light blue hair and dragon horns, identical to the little dragons on his forehead. A dragon tail extended from his backside, but the rest of him looked no different from an ordinary human. Even more peculiar, he stood barefoot on the sun-scorched sand without feeling any discomfort. With his vast experience, Qin Chuan immediately recognized that this was the Ice Radiance Sacred Dragon in human form. Beasts could transform into human form, but only after reaching level 80. Below that level, even Qin Chuan's supreme beasts couldn't transform. Yet this newly hatched Ice Radiance Sacred Dragon could already take human form, something Qin Chuan had never heard of in his past life. Not all beasts preferred to appear in human form. Most favored their beast forms and only transformed when absolutely necessary. However, this little dragon was clearly not one of them. Master? The small boy called Qin Chuan master in a soft voice. Qin Chuan's eyelid twitched, but he quickly accepted the reality and named him Yao Rong. It had to be said, supreme beasts had astonishing learning abilities. Before long, Yao Rong had fully mastered the language of the Dragon Kingdom and obediently followed Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan didn't refuse. How could he reject his own beast? Reborn into this life, Qin Chuan no longer trusted anyone but his beasts. To him, beasts were family and battle companions. As long as you treated them sincerely, they would trust and obey you unconditionally. Beasts were far simpler than humans, they would never betray you. To help Yao Rong level up quickly, Qin Chuan summoned Awei and Dali, instructing them to take Yao Rong to hunt monsters. At first, Awei and Dali were startled to see a child suddenly appear beside Qin Chuan. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a new member. Yao Shuang understood Qin Chuan's intentions and obediently followed Awei and Dali to level up. They wouldn't stray too far from Qin Chuan, so he didn't worry and continued collecting materials along the way. In this manner, Qin Chuan spent half a month gathering materials in the desert, almost traversing the entire area and collecting all the valuable resources. After this long period of accumulation, Qin Chuan could now be considered the wealthiest person. His backpack was filled with various materials, and the sight of it brought him immense satisfaction. Of course, Qin Chuan wouldn't have stayed in the desert for so long just for these materials. Every day, he would travel far to search for an oasis. That's right, he had been searching for several days, all for this oasis. This oasis was no ordinary one. The beasts living there were of mid to high quality. More importantly, the oasis was home to many life-type beasts. Although life-type beasts weren't the strongest in combat, they were absolutely top-tier in healing. No matter how severe the injury, in the presence of a life-type beast, wounds could heal instantly without leaving a single scar. Other healing-type beasts paled in comparison. As a result, life-type beasts were extremely rare and had great potential. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had only seen a handful of life-type beasts. The existence of the oasis in the desert was something he had heard about from others. In his past life, someone had shared their experience of encountering an oasis in the desert, filled with beasts they had never seen before, and even forming a contract with a life-type beast there. However, the wild beasts in that oasis were extremely ferocious, and the person soon perished. When she returned to the location later, she found nothing. There wasn't even a puddle of water. Initially, players thought she was lying. But as more and more people discovered oases in different locations, only to find nothing upon returning, they began to believe her story. It was speculated that the oasis moved constantly, explaining why it couldn't be found again after being discovered. What was even stranger was that a moving oasis in the desert couldn't possibly appear without reason. There had to be a secret behind it. However, in the first half-month of the game's launch, no one managed to find that oasis again. It wasn't until the official start of the game, when a powerful figure emerged, that many people dared not venture into the desert anymore. That woman eventually became a legendary healer and even joined Xiao Chen's harem. Qin Chuan had spent half a month tirelessly searching the desert, all for the life-type beasts in the oasis. While super divine beasts were incredibly resilient, what would happen if they got injured? Moreover, life-type beasts were not only skilled in healing but also had long lifespans and could extend the lifespan of their contract holders, allowing them to live for hundreds of years longer. Unfortunately, after all this time, while he had collected all the materials, the oasis remained elusive. His luck was simply too poor. Just as he climbed over a hill and was about to give up and head to the volcano, a patch of lush greenery suddenly appeared before him. There were tall trees, vast grasslands, vibrant flowers blooming on the grass, and many wild beasts resting there. It was an oasis. Qin Chuan gazed at the vibrant scene before him when a head popped out from behind him and curiously asked, "Master, what is that? Can we go take a look?" It was Yao Shuang. After being leveled up to the max by Awei and Dali, he had returned to Qin Chuan's side but was reluctant to enter the beast space, begging Qin Chuan not to make him go in. His big, watery eyes stared at Qin Chuan pleadingly, full of earnestness. Helpless, Qin Chuan had no choice but to agree to let him stay by his side. With permission granted, Yao Shuang happily jumped up and threw himself into Qin Chuan's arms, acting spoiled. The man and the dragon walked through the desert, with the little dragon brimming with curiosity about his surroundings. Looking here and there, occasionally transforming into human form to pick up a pile of stones, and when tired, reverting to dragon form to lie on Qin Chuan's shoulder. Yao Shuang's equipment was a long sword exuding an aura of ice and holy light, which Qin Chuan found very handy to use. He finally had a weapon suitable for frontal combat. Yi's dagger was too short for direct confrontation, and Awei's folding fan was more like a magical tool. Qin Chuan led Yao Rong into the oasis. Upon entering, he discovered that the number of beasts in the oasis far exceeded what he had seen outside. Herbivorous beasts were intently grazing on the grass. As soon as the tender grass was nibbled away, new sprouts immediately emerged from the ground, as if the grass was endless. Among the tall trees, many birds and beasts rested on the branches. At the center of the oasis was a large lake with crystal clear water, where fish-like beasts occasionally leapt out of the water, life thriving in abundance. In the middle of the lake was a small island with a towering tree growing on it, though most of its branches had turned yellow and dry, appearing close to death. Wow! Master, this place is even more beautiful than outside. Little Yao Rong, seeing such a stunning place for the first time, couldn't help but run over, his eyes wide open as he carefully observed the beasts grazing on the grass. Apart from his dragon horns and tail, he looked just like an ordinary child. A gentle breeze blew by, and a bird-like beast flew past Qin Chuan. He instinctively activated his talent. Name, Flame Spirit Bird Attribute, Fire Level, 30 Quality, Excellent Final Form, Chongming Bird, Epic, A. Single beast with epic potential made Qin Chuan so excited that he could no longer contain himself and began searching for the life-type beast he had been dreaming of. Meanwhile, in reality, in a room organized by the authorities, Xiao Chen sat upright, staring at a computer screen, displaying an elderly face. All of this had been arranged by Xiao Chen. For the past half-month, he had been evading capture with his sister, Xiao Chen, hiding here one day and fleeing there the next. But suddenly, he remembered that he was a reborn individual. Even though the future of the Dragon Nation was uncertain after the game descended, the events before the game's arrival remained unchanged. He could completely pledge allegiance to the authorities now. With this thought, Xiao Chen's mind exploded with realization, and he immediately hailed a cab to the city's official branch, where he claimed to have critical information. He lied, saying he had gained the ability to foresee the future in the game and brought it into reality, informing them that the game Beast King would descend into reality in a month, bringing destruction to the Dragon Nation and the entire world. Initially, the officers dismissed him as a mentally unstable lunatic, but over the next 10 days, he accurately predicted major accidents and natural disasters in other countries. Even if they were reluctant to believe him, the authorities had no choice but to take his words seriously, as everything he said came true. Only then did the authorities truly prioritize Beast King, dispatching officers and soldiers into the game, and they also heard about the deeds of the player Dark Knight. The rain continued to fall, the atmosphere tense. In the room, Xiao Chen sat upright in front of the computer screen, on the other end of which was Jiang Weiping, the senior official of the Dragon Nation, respectfully referred to as Elder Jiang. Jiang Weiping's expression was solemn. Mr. Xiao, you're saying the game will truly descend into reality, and the world will face an apocalypse? Yes, Elder Jiang, we have 1 month left. We must prepare. Xiao Chen replied seriously. What do you think we should do? What do you want? Elder Jiang, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, it is my duty to inform you of this matter. This is my responsibility. I only hope that when the apocalypse comes, more citizens of the Dragon Nation can survive. Xiao Chen said earnestly. We should ensure that every soldier enters Beast King, because the beasts they contract in the game will also appear after the game descends. This is the key to survival. Jiang Weiping pondered for a moment and asked, what about ordinary citizens? Should this secret be made public or kept confidential? Will they still be able to contract beasts after the apocalypse? Yes, Elder Jiang. After the apocalypse, everyone will become players and awaken a talent. Based on my judgment, most adults will awaken beast-related talents. After the apocalypse, apart from the existing players, only those aged 18 and above could awaken beast-related talents. Xiao Chen had risen to prominence in his previous life because of this, a pattern summarized by the major families of the past. He packaged this information and presented it to the authorities to build rapport and facilitate future actions. Understood. We will adopt your suggestions. Xiao Chen, my young friend, I heard you awakened an SSS-level talent in the game. Would you be willing to join our Dragon Nation's military? This was exactly what Xiao Chen had been waiting for. Of course. Serving the country is my honor. As he finished speaking, he immediately stood up and bowed deeply toward the computer screen. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling in deep thought. The matter regarding Qin Chuan couldn't be revealed hastily. Everything had to wait until Jiang Weiping completely trusted him before taking action. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. That useless Qin Chuan, let him live a little longer. In my previous life, I could defeat him, and this time will be no different. On Jiang Weiping's side, as soon as the call ended, the high-ranking officials and officers from various departments around him could no longer hold back. Commander, do we really trust him? Letting all soldiers play games? What kind of joke is this? What about the nation's order? Who will protect it? Silence. Jiang Weiping directly interrupted them amidst the room full of doubts. To be honest, he hadn't fully believed it at first either. This kind of thing sounded like a plot from a novel, too unrealistic. But now, with a game helmet that had no traceable origin and could be delivered anywhere within an hour, all signs pointed to the fact that something major was bound to happen in the future. Even without Xiao Chun, Jiang Weiping would have sent some people into the game to investigate first. Recently, they had also learned that this phenomenon wasn't limited to the Dragon Nation. Other countries had similar games like Beast King. Similarly, the origin was untraceable, and helmets were delivered within an hour. The difference was that each country had its own independent server, and players could only access their national server. Even if they were in another country, they could only enter their home server. However, while the game started this way, it might not remain so in the future. From today onward, everyone is to enter Beast King. The cost of the game helmets will be covered by the state. But Commander, the order within the Dragon Nation. Deploy a few squads to take turns guarding daily. Handle any issues according to the established plans, and don't make things public to avoid causing chaos. If the border defenses are insufficient, use heavy weaponry for defense. After all, the apocalypse is approaching, there's no need to be overly concerned. The most important thing now is to minimize soldier casualties. But a border officer still wanted to argue. Execute the order. Seeing the commander's resolute attitude, the officer knew it was useless to say more and could only comply. Have we identified the real identity of the player called Dark Knight? Reporting to the commander, the game has extremely strict privacy protection for players. Despite using all possible methods, we haven't been able to find any information about him unless he reveals it himself. Jiang Weiping's expression darkened further. No game in the world had ever prevented a nation from investigating its players, which only strengthened his resolve to have everyone enter the game. If we can't find anything in the game, look for clues on the forums. We must locate Dark Knight as soon as possible. What about that boss Qin in H City who has been frantically stockpiling supplies? Reporting to the commander, we've sent people to look for him multiple times but haven't been able to find any trace of him. Keep looking. First, grant Xiao Chen the rank of second lieutenant and assign people to secretly protect him. He must not encounter any accidents before the game officially launches. Understood. After making all the arrangements, everyone left, leaving Jiang Weiping alone in his office. He took a sip of tea and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Reflecting on it, that boss Qin's frantic stockpiling of supplies in the city must mean he had sensed something. This world is truly about to change. With a sigh, Jiang Weiping threw himself back into his intense work. After the orders were issued, official personnel quickly received their game helmets and were all astonished. The higher-ups were actually instructing them to play a game, and not playing wasn't an option. Soon, in Beast King, a large number of new players appeared in the game, all of them official personnel, though they were smart enough not to reveal their identities. In reality, official accounts also withdrew their previous posts opposing the game and began encouraging people to play more. However, Qin Chuan remained completely unaware of all this. After entering the oasis, he focused entirely on finding a beast suitable for himself, completely ignoring Yao Shang. He didn't need to worry about Yao Shang encountering danger. After all, as long as he didn't bully other beasts, that would already be good enough. During this time, he did discover quite a few life-type beasts, indicating that the life-type resources here were abundant. However, their potential mostly remained at the legendary level, with the highest being of mythical quality. All of these were devoured by Tun Tian, who thereby gained control over life attributes, making it somewhat of a life-type entity. However, Qin Chuan still hadn't found a super divine level life-type beast, which left him a bit disappointed. Not just life-types, he had also examined beasts of other types, and their potential mostly ranged from epic to legendary, with the situation in the lake being similar. As a result, apart from the island in the center of the lake, he had searched through all the beasts in the oasis. Qin Chuan called Yao Shang back and had him fly toward the island in the center of the lake. Upon reaching the island, Qin Chuan saw towering trees before him. For some reason, staying here gave him a rare sense of peace. He reached out to touch the tree trunk, and suddenly, a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, player, for activating a hidden quest, Ancient Threat Quest content. The ancient beasts sealed in the past are about to awaken. Despite thousands of years of sealing, their power remains formidable, beyond what ordinary people can handle. As the only one aware of this, are you willing to suppress them? Reward, unknown. Accept/decline a hidden quest? Qin Xuan had never heard of a hidden quest in the oasis in his previous life. Although many people had visited this island, and some had even touched this tree in photos, no one had ever mentioned a quest. Could it be that only he triggered it? Ancient beasts? Then I'll accept. After a moment of thought, he decisively chose to accept. Such optional quests were usually highly challenging but came with generous rewards. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of challenges. Opportunities like this couldn't be missed since he encountered it, he wouldn't let it slip away. The moment he confirmed his acceptance, Qin Xuan suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, almost thinking that mysterious man had made a move again. In reality, what he didn't know was that in the real world, his body was enveloped in a layer of white light, as if being protected, and the light membrane gradually turned transparent. After a dizzying sensation, he found himself in a vague and ethereal space. The dim lighting here was oppressive. Yao Shang had also been teleported here and was about to speak, when Qin Xuan stopped him. In the distance, there were three massive figures, one of which was repeatedly ramming the top of the space, seemingly restrained by some force. Qin Xuan quietly approached, and the outlines of the figures gradually became clear: a giant sandworm, a venomous scorpion, and a black, disc-shaped monster covered in tentacles. He activated his talent to check their information. Name, Ancient. Death Sandworm Attribute, Earth, Ancient Level, 100 Quality, Evil Spirit Final Form, None Name, Ancient Sand Venom Scorpion Attribute. Poison, Ancient Level, 100 Quality, Evil Spirit Final Form, None Name, Goo Witch Slayer Attribute, Dark, Ancient Level, 100 Quality. Evil Spirit Final Form, None Fierce Beasts. Qin Xuan's pupils slightly contracted. The three monsters before him were actually fierce beasts of evil spirit quality. Evil spirit quality was an extremely unstable attribute. Some evil spirit quality beasts were even inferior to ordinary beasts, while others could rival legendary divine beasts. These evil spirit beasts shared several common traits. They evolved at an extremely fast rate, with some even capable of turning the tables to assist their beast masters. However, they were extremely ferocious, and after forming a contract, they would affect the Beastmaster's mind, eventually turning the Beastmaster into a killing machine devoid of emotions. In the past, such beasts were collectively referred to as fierce beasts, symbols of disaster and misfortune. Beasts living in the wild, regardless of their ferocity, were called wild beasts by Qin Xuan because they didn't affect the Beastmaster's mind. The appearance of fierce beasts was extremely bizarre, best described as eerie. Their wounds healed very quickly, and they evolved by devouring other beasts, resulting in astonishing growth rates. If left unchecked, they would quickly become formidable enemies. Unlike ordinary beasts, ferocious beasts do not require materials to evolve, they only need to keep devouring. Each ferocious beast has a unique evolution path, and even the same type of ferocious beast can have vastly different final forms, so there is no fixed ultimate form. In the past, many people tried to take shortcuts by contracting ferocious beasts, but they gradually lost their humanity, leaving only the instinct to kill. They would kill anyone they saw, especially enjoying torturing their enemies to death after crippling them. Now, in front of Qin Xuan were three ancient level ferocious beasts, each at level 100. Facing these three colossal creatures, Qin Xuan couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest, but the situation was urgent, and he had no choice. Yao Ron, Awei, Tun Tian, Kair, Dali, and Offing emerged from the beast space, gathering around him. As soon as the beasts appeared, they locked onto the three massive targets. At Qin Xuan's command, they charged simultaneously at the three ancient ferocious beasts. The three beasts reacted immediately, rushing toward Qin Xuan's side. The first to charge was the sandworm, its body stretching several kilometers long. It opened its mouth, as wide as its body, and slammed straight toward Awei and the others. Following closely was the venomous scorpion, its powerful pincers smashing down toward Offing. However, Awei and the others were all super divine beasts. Although they were 30 levels lower, they were not at a disadvantage against the three ferocious beasts. The beasts' attacks all missed, and immediately, blazing flames from Fenshin, piercing lightning, suffocating poisonous mist, and a storm mixed with ice shards struck in succession. These attacks landed heavily on the sandworm and venomous scorpion, creating deep craters on their bodies. However, the wounds began to heal rapidly, with flesh and blood swelling to almost fill the injuries. In the next moment, Qin Chuan's beasts launched another fierce assault. Previously intact areas became riddled with holes, and the previously healed wounds were torn open again, forming even larger injuries. The wounds could no longer heal, and the excruciating pain spread throughout their bodies, causing the two ferocious beasts to let out agonized howls. On the other side, Yao Rong and Tun Tian were battling a creature called the Gu Witch Slayer, a dark, disc-shaped being that seemed unaware of their presence. Yao Rong took the initiative, launching an ice shard that left a deep black wound on the pitch-black body. Roar! The Gu Witch Slayer, struck by the ice shard, seemed to finally feel pain and turned its attention to Yao Rong. A long, hollow cylinder rose from its center, resembling a mouth, swaying slowly in the air like a snail's antenna. Its tentacles quickly reached out to entangle Yao Rong. Yao Rong dodged several thick tentacles but couldn't avoid the thinner ones. The tentacles first wrapped around his ankle, preventing escape, and then spread across his body. Ugh! So disgusting! Yao Rong let out a loud groan, quickly becoming cocooned by the tentacles. Helpless, he transformed into his dragon form, his massive dragon body breaking through the tentacles that bound him. He soared into the sky, unleashing a breath of icy brilliance toward the black disk. Tun Tian followed closely, launching a fierce attack that pierced through the Gu Witch Slayer, causing black liquid to spray out. Suddenly, countless tiny tumors erupted from the Gu Witch Slayer's body. They seemed to have a consciousness, beginning to chase after Qin Chuan's beasts. Although the enemies were weak and could be killed instantly by elemental energy attacks or a tail swipe, the tumors kept emerging from the Gu Witch Slayer's body, increasing in number. Yao Rong and Tun Tian inevitably encountered some, but fortunately, their defenses were strong, and the tumors couldn't penetrate their scales. They easily destroyed the tumors using the elemental energy within them. Kair was responsible for controlling the three ferocious beasts but was often drawn into illusions or misled by phantoms, leading to judgment errors. Despite being 30 levels higher, she was still suppressed unilaterally by the opponents. Qin Chuan, meanwhile, weaves between the three ferocious beasts, delivering strike after strike, leaving them no time to recover. Eventually, they were so exhausted they could no longer stand. As time passed, the three ferocious beasts were covered in wounds. Their recovery rate drastically slowed. Qin Chuan did not relax, commanding his beasts to continue attacking. Victory seemed within reach. Suddenly, the situation took a drastic turn. The massive mouth of the ancient death sandworm, facing its enemies, suddenly turned towards the ancient sand venom scorpion and the Gu Witch Slayer. Its gaping maw directly carved large holes into the chests of the two ferocious beasts. The attack was so swift that Qin Chuan didn't have time to react. After piercing through its two companions, the sandworm coiled its body into a ball. The two beasts, now with gaping wounds, let out agonized roars before quickly losing all signs of life. The sandworm's attack seemed to have destroyed their core organs. Qin Chuan's heart tightened as he realized the sandworm was evolving. He immediately ordered away and the others to attack with full force. Wave after wave of powerful strikes surged towards the sandworm. Boom! Smoke and dust dispersed, and the sandworm's figure gradually emerged. The attacked areas were riddled with flesh pits, but in the next second, the wounds astonishingly healed completely. The sandworm stretched its body, undergoing a massive transformation, becoming longer and larger. Its previously ringed flesh armor transformed into a scorpion-like exoskeletal armor. A circle of black ridges emerged in the middle of its body, resembling the band of an earthworm, covered with countless writhing tentacles. Retractable fins grew on its back and sides, and its tail developed structures resembling fish fins. Qin Chuan's expression turned grave as he recognized this as the colossal creature that had appeared in the desert after the game became reality in his previous life. This monster had once been the nightmare of countless beast tamers in the post-apocalyptic desert, capable of escaping unscathed even under the siege of powerful clans. At the start of the battle, Qin Chuan had felt a sense of familiarity with this sandworm, but its size and appearance were different, so he hadn't thought much of it. In his past life, no one knew where it had come from, only speculating that it had been buried underground in slumber due to some upheaval. Qin Chuan had thought the same. Now, he finally understood its origins, recalling the disappearance of the oasis and suspecting it was related to the sandworm breaking its seal. Name: Burial Warden of the Dusky Sands. Attributes: Earth, Poison, Dark, Ancient. Level: 100. Quality: Evil Spirit. Final form: None. Beasts of the Evil spirit quality are not bound by elemental restrictions. Given enough time, they can become all attribute beasts. The evolved sandworm ignored Qin Xuan and first devoured the corpses of the venom scorpion and the goo witch slayer until nothing remained. Only then did it refocus its attention on Qin Xuan and his beasts. Attack with full force, Qin Xuan commanded, charging at the burial warden alongside his beasts. Their attacks landed on its body, but the wounds were instantly filled with new flesh, as if it hadn't been injured at all. Qin Xuan's Ice Radiance longsword easily sliced through the burial warden's skin, but as soon as the cut was made, it healed. A single slash had no effect. The same was true for the other beasts' attacks. No matter how large the holes they created, the wounds would all heal in the next second, as if the creature were an indestructible cockroach. No matter how many times they struck, the burial warden seemed unfazed, its wounds always rapidly regenerating. At this moment, the burial warden began its counterattack. Its already menacing mouth became even more terrifying, lunging fiercely at Qin Xuan. The black ridges on its body extended countless tentacles, flying towards Away and the others. Each tentacle was lined with venomous barbs, and any ordinary creature struck by them would be beyond saving. Qin Xuan, having distributed the damage to his beasts, remained unscathed after the impact. But continuing to fight like this wasn't a solution. He had to figure out a way to break through its defenses. Time ticked by as Qin Xuan and the burial warden reached a stalemate. He couldn't kill it, and it couldn't kill him. It had essentially become a super healing machine. If this burial warden were unleashed outside, it could easily crush mythical grade beasts. Qin Xuan tried countless methods to surpass its regeneration speed. He instructed his beasts to focus their attacks on a single point, and this tactic actually worked, piercing through its body. This time, the wound didn't immediately heal. But before he could launch another wave of attacks, the wound disappeared again. He also had his beasts target its mouth, causing it to feel pain, but the damage was still negligible. I need to think carefully. There must be a method I haven't used yet. Think. Qin Xuan racked his brain, recalling the entire process of the burial warden's transformation. Scene after scene flashed through his mind. He vividly remembered that when it precisely pierced the venom scorpion and the goo witch slayer, it had only drilled a single hole, yet they had died instantly. This indicates that it pierced more than just flesh. It must have destroyed a critical organ. It was precisely because of that organ that they were able to evolve into their current form. If we destroy that critical organ. But the question is, how do we find it? When the beasts attacked, most of the strikes landed on its lower body. Even when pierced, the lower body remained unaffected, indicating the critical organ wasn't there. His gaze fell on the black ring in the center of the sand barrier, densely covered with tentacles. That was the only unusual spot. Qin Xuan decided to take a gamble, and ordered all attacks to focus on the black ring. As the attacks landed, the sand barrier let out a deafening scream, clearly hitting a spot where it could feel pain. This time, it didn't endure the attacks but desperately twisted its body, trying to divert them. However, Qin Xuan noticed something faintly pulsating violently within the wound on the black ring. His heart tightened. He had guessed right. That must be its heart. The wound was about to heal, so Qin Xuan quickly ordered the beasts to continue attacking the pulsating area while instructing Dolly to throw him over. As the attacks hit, the wound that had just started to heal was torn open again. Qin Xuan saw it clearly, a black lump of flesh pulsating continuously, undoubtedly its heart. As the aftermath of the attacks subsided, Qin Xuan had already reached the wound. He raised his sword and slashed fiercely at the heart, creating a deep gash. Black blood gushed out, and the wound didn't heal immediately. He continued slashing at the heart with all his might. The sand barrier roared in fury, twisting its body desperately, trying to throw Qin Xuan off. But Qin Xuan seized the opportunity, knowing it was intelligent. If he failed this time, there would be no next chance. Finally, he plunged his sword deep into the heart, and the blade erupted with dazzling light, shredding the heart from the inside. As the heart shattered, the sand barrier collapsed heavily to the ground, the massive impact sending Qin Xuan flying. Fortunately, he was unharmed. You have slain 3 ancient behemoths. Mission complete. You have received the reward, Supreme Seed, item, Fountain of Life. Supreme Seed, a seed containing immense power. A millennium's worth of life force condensed into a single seed, capable of nurturing a mythical quality life tree. If cultivated properly, it could even surpass its quality limits. Fountain of life, this contains a rich essence of life, capable of producing an unlimited supply of life spring water. Each drop of spring water can perfectly heal all kinds of injuries and illnesses, enhance the user's physique, and extend their lifespan. Its production rate is fixed at 10 drops per day. After receiving the rewards, Qin Chuan beamed with joy. He had finally achieved his goal of obtaining a life-type beast that met his requirements. Then, a strong sense of weightlessness overwhelmed him, and his vision went dark. When he regained his senses, he was back in the desert. Fortunately, he had managed to store most of his beasts in the beast space just in time. In reality, as Qin Chuan exited that special space in the game, his body returned to lying on the bed. In the desert, a curvaceous girl was leading a team of soldiers in search of materials. Beside her, a thunder eagle stood ready to protect her at all times. The girl's name was Shangguan Wan'er, the eldest daughter of the official Shangguan family. Unlike other scions of noble families, she had excelled academically from a young age and dreamed of joining the military to contribute to her country. After coming of age, she successfully enrolled in a military university. She trained harder than anyone else, practiced on her own during breaks, and never fell behind in her studies. Over the years, she became a colonel-level talent in the Dragon Nation, excelling in close combat, long-range shooting, and ultra-long-range sniping. She was proficient in all of them. After officially joining the military, she remained devoted to the people and always willing to help. Countless people had benefited from her assistance, and her kind smile earned her widespread admiration. During the family wars, she made significant contributions, taking charge of strategic planning while also leading the charge on the front lines. At this moment, Shangguan Wan'er's face was full of impatience. A dignified colonel, a Dragon Nation prodigy, had been assigned to play a game, under the pretense of an urgent mission. What kind of mission is leading a game session? She kicked the sand disdainfully, hands on her hips. Although the helmet's delivery speed had surprised her, she still couldn't understand why the higher-ups were urging them to play the game like their lives depended on it. Just as she was feeling frustrated, two humanoid figures suddenly appeared in front of her, one tall, one short. It was Qin Chuan and his beast companion, Yao Xiang, who had just been teleported. Shangguan Wan'er was startled and let out a cold shout, immediately assuming a defensive stance. The commotion caught the attention of the soldiers, who turned to look in their direction. After adjusting to the light, Qin Chuan scanned his surroundings. There were far more people in the desert than when he first entered the space, and they were scattered, searching for materials. The oasis had disappeared, reverting to a stretch of yellow sand. It seemed that with his completion of the level, the oasis had vanished as well. What about the beasts in the oasis? Not far away, Qin Chuan spotted the skeletal remains of a bovine beast, likely one of the creatures that had lived in the oasis. He frowned slightly, then used his talent to scan the Thunder Eagle beside the girl. Name, Thunder Eagle. Attribute, Thunder level, 40 quality, excellent final form, Calamity Thunder. Eagle, legendary, someone had reached level 40. This clearly indicated she was qualified to enter the desert. After defeating the Twilight Sandburier, the monsters in the desert should no longer appear now that the game had become reality. But how had someone else reached level 40 so quickly besides him? Shangguan Wan'er looked at the man in front of her, who seemed lost in thought, occasionally glancing behind her. And then at her Thunder Eagle, his face filled with disbelief. She immediately adjusted her stance and asked cautiously, "Excuse me, who are you? Why did you suddenly appear?" Her tone carried a readiness for battle. She then glanced at the boy beside Qin Chuan. Yao Xiang had now learned to hide his dragon tail, leaving only the dragon horns on his head exposed. Was that his beast companion? No child could still be playing this game now. Seeing Qin Chuan preparing to leave, Shangguan Wan'er quickly called out to him. "Wait a moment, I see you're quite strong. Would you like to join our official team? Are you the legendary Dark Knight? Your beast companion can transform into a humanoid form. That's incredible. Can you tell me how you did it?" Faced with such a powerful civilian player, Shangguan Wan'er knew the orders from above. At least try to recruit him. What if he agreed? But as Shangguan Wan'er continued to bombard him with questions, Yao Xiang grew impatient, glaring at her coldly. "Master, this woman is so annoying. Should I take care of her?" Qin Chuan didn't seem bothered at all. He patted Yao Xiang's head, smiling kindly. "No need. Let's go." As he was about to leave with Yao Xiang, Shangguan Wan'er realized he was completely ignoring her, her expression turning stiff. Hey, at least say something. Don't be so cold. Just as she was about to chase after him, Yao Xiang suddenly transformed into a giant dragon, flapping his wings and blowing her and her thunder eagle aside. Qin Chuan turned his head, his voice indifferent, not interested, don't know, and don't want to say. After answering her 3 questions, he mounted the ice radiance sacred dragon and flew away, leaving Shang Wanwaner with a mouthful of sand. Qin Chuan didn't pay any more attention to these people and immediately found a secluded spot to log out. Back in reality, he didn't feel any physical discomfort, not even hunger. Logically, after playing for so long, he should be starving. He checked his phone for the time and did some quick calculations, realizing he had spent 15 days in the dungeon. What kind of joke is this? I was in there for less than 4 hours. At that moment, he remembered his food. He rushed to the storage room, only to find that most of the food was gone, and what remained was moldy and completely inedible. When he contacted the restaurant, the owner told him that the authorities had forcibly stopped his orders half a month ago, saying that continuing deliveries would interfere with the police investigation. He called several other restaurants, but the answers were all the same. It seems the officials don't want him to stockpile too many supplies. Forget it, not worth getting angry. But Qin Chuan found it strange. 15 days had passed, yet he hadn't felt the slightest hunger. Even if his physical condition had improved, it shouldn't be completely imperceptible, right? It felt as though his body's metabolism had stopped after entering the instance. Was it some unknown force intervening? Or was it the protection of the Samsara Jade? He couldn't find an answer. After confirming his body was fine, Qin Chuan could only keep these questions to himself. Feeling frustrated, he walked alone on the street. After just one fight, 15 days had passed. In reality, no novel would dare write something like this. Apart from the first 10 days spent traveling through the snowy plains with the extreme cold icebird, he had less than 20 days left to explore the volcanic region, including travel time. If a hidden instance with a particularly large time flow discrepancy appeared near the volcano, should he enter it? Now the officials had already prohibited him from stockpiling supplies, and a large number of players were flooding into the game. Clearly, they had also learned about the apocalypse. Fortunately, his current supplies were sufficient. The officials' attitude had completely changed, shifting from previously urging everyone to boycott Beast King to now encouraging everyone to play. The homepage was filled with game videos. With the influx of players, many popular gaming terms had emerged. When 2 players who didn't know each other met in reality, the first thing they'd usually say was, "So you play Beast King too?" From there, they'd have endless topics to discuss, enough to chat for an entire day. Additionally, many companies backed by the officials had clearly received the news. Employees were no longer required to work, but were instead asked to play the game and report their progress in real time. More importantly, they still received their salaries every penny, not a cent less. Qin Chuan had gathered all this information online. All the pinned posts on official accounts were related to him, essentially expressing a desire to meet with the player Dark Knight for a proper discussion. Of course, Qin Chuan wouldn't go. He knew full well that nothing good would come of it. He possessed numerous divine quality beasts and 5 SSS-level talents. Who could possibly be his match? Only Xiao Chen posed a slight challenge, but in a direct confrontation, Qin Chuan could absolutely suppress him. After the apocalypse, Qin Chuan only needed to use the unknown egg to absorb Xiao Chen's luck. Xiao Chen wasn't that simple, though. 1 month left, gotta hurry, Qin Chuan muttered to himself. Returning to the presidential suite, he ate a simple meal before entering the game. Opening his eyes, he saw countless players scattered across the desert, some fighting monsters, others searching for treasure. With more players, resources became even scarcer. Now, finding rare materials in the desert required painstaking excavation. Naturally, Qin Chuan had already combed through this area, and most of the good stuff had been picked clean by him. He opened his backpack and looked at the supreme tree seed. The seed had grown to twice its previous size, with its roots beginning to break through the shell and sprout. Then he checked the life spring, the only item bound to his consciousness, tied to him for life. If he died, the spring would disappear as well. The life spring resembled a bowl, its edges covered in moss and adorned with small flowers, exuding vitality. The spring could only produce 10 drops of spring water per day, but not all at once. It was evenly distributed, with roughly 1 drop produced every 2.5 hours. At the moment, there was exactly 1 drop of Life spring water in the spring. Qin Xuan focused his thoughts, intending to drip this drop of spring water onto the supreme tree seed. A milky white drop of spring water fell from his fingertip onto the seed. Although the spring's water supply was infinite, storing it required. Preparing containers. As the spring water touched the seed immediately absorbed it and began to grow rapidly in Qin Xuan's hand. Before long, it transformed into a lush green sapling. The sapling was already in a contracted state with Qin Xuan, and without hesitation, he immediately used final evolution. Soon, the sapling evolved into a large tree, its life energy even more abundant. Name: Sacred Resonance. Ancient tree attribute: wood, life level, 1 quality, divine. The newly grown Sacred Resonance ancient tree had a kindly old man's face formed from bark in the center of its trunk, almost entirely occupying the width of the trunk. It can also move through tree roots, and Qin Xuan named it Erdwa. The abilities of the Sacred Melody ancient tree are extraordinary, with incredible healing powers that can create medical miracles in just a few seconds. Even more impressive, it can convert continuous life energy into fruits of different attributes. When tamed beasts eat these fruits, they can directly enhance their potential and mastery of corresponding elements. The key is that the attributes of the fruits are random, and with good luck, fruits with spatial and temporal attributes might appear. However, these fruits are of little use to away, and the others, at most serving as small snacks. If Qin Xuan wishes, he can also trade the fruits for resources. As a super divine life type, tamed beast, Erdwa has an almost infinite lifespan, truly achieving immortality. Qin Xuan could also feel that he had gained a significant lifespan boost. After forming a soul link with Erdwa, Qin Xuan received a cyan green orb that would float on his right side. The orb has simple functions: it can heal, communicate with plants, and continuously replenish Qin Xuan's stamina in the background. As long as the orb is nearby, it serves as an endless energy source. During battles, the orb is quite conspicuous, but as a linked piece of equipment, it is nearly indestructible. Even if knocked away, it can be summoned back immediately. The orb's healing is limited, capable only of repairing physical wounds and not much more. Limb regeneration mainly relies on interacting with plants or serving as a mobile power bank. However, Qin Xuan need not worry, as Erdwa and the Life Spring can help him achieve limb regeneration. Nearby players all noticed the large tree in front of Qin Xuan, which stood out starkly from the surrounding environment. In their eyes, Qin Xuan must have used some rare material to directly evolve this sapling. Many official players immediately recognized that this tree was extraordinary, just the ability to move through its root system was beyond what ordinary plant-type tamed beasts could achieve. They approached one after another, identifying themselves as officials from the Dragon Nation and expressing their desire to purchase this tamed beast, only to be decisively refused by Qin Xuan. After being rejected, the officials did not get angry, merely offering an awkward smile before turning and leaving. At least they knew their place. Qin Xuan secretly felt relieved. If even the officials couldn't buy it, ordinary players stood no chance, so they wouldn't bother trying. Next, he needed to head to the volcano. With so many players around, the volcano area was bound to be crowded, so he had to pick up the pace. In the distance, the border between the volcano and the desert was covered with cacti. On a steep cliff, a small monkey huddled alone in a cave. For it, climbing was no challenge at all. But it was very wary of those taller, hairless monkeys, as they could tame beasts and were extremely dangerous. This lonely little monkey was a giant strength ape that had been expelled from its group. After leaving its group, it had fled. Here, surviving on insects and cactus juice, and amusing itself by playing with stones when bored. Zooming out, this cactus field happened to be along Qin Xuan's route. At the entrance to the snowfield dungeon, Xiaochen had just emerged from the dungeon, holding an ice blue egg. That looked extraordinary at first glance. This was a hidden dungeon reward Xiaochen had unlocked using his memories from his past life, a mythical grade frost dragon egg. Xiaochen was now a gold level beast tamer and was about to advance to diamond level. Including this frost dragon egg, he now had 4 mythical grade tamed beasts, 3 of which had already reached the peak of gold level. He was confident that in this life, once he reached the starry sky level, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier genius. Those alien civilizations that had offended him in his past life? This time, none of them would escape. A few days ago, through contact with the officials, he had successfully brought the official team into the game and joined them himself as a foreseer. Some said he could easily survive the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, he was an SSS-level genius who could resolve any issue with ease. He had even checked the talents of the official military members, and most of them were below S level. Now that the officials were starting to trust him, it was about time to tell them about Qin Chuan. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, silently mocking Qin Chuan in his heart. As long as Qin Chuan is turned into an enemy of the authorities or even the entire world, no matter how powerful he becomes, killing Qin Chuan will be a certainty. Even if Qin Chuan is reborn. So what? In just 2 months, can he grow strong enough to challenge the entire world? Even Xiao Chen couldn't do it, let alone this failure. In the game, Qin Chuan rode the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon, flying along while clearing nearby small monsters to level up the sacred rhythm. Ancient Tree. However, due to the large number of players, he couldn't use wide-range skills to level up freely. This wasn't the time to show off yet. In less than 2 days, Qin Chuan arrived at the border between the desert and the volcano, a land filled with cacti. Flying all the way here, Erdwa had leveled up to 35, which was sufficient. Just as he was about to fly directly into the volcano map, Qin Chuan noticed a cave on the cliff below. Inside, a monkey seemed to be peeking out, glancing in his direction. Though the movement was quick, it didn't escape Qin Chuan's sharp eyes, sparking his curiosity. He recalled Erdwa and commanded his mount, Yaoxiao, to fly toward the cave. Receiving the order, Yaoxiao immediately dove down, retracting its wings just before landing. Qin Chuan seized the moment to jump into the cave, and Yaoxiao transformed into the form of a young boy, landing steadily inside. The cave wasn't deep but had a corner. Around the bend, a young giant strength ape was hiding, staring fearfully at Qin Chuan and Yaoxiao. It deeply regretted its decision to peek outside, which had attracted these 2 monsters. Qin Chuan noticed the giant strength ape and felt a mix of surprise and curiosity. Why was it here? Could it have been cast out by its tribe? Don't be afraid, little one, come here, Qin Chuan called to it gently. He knew that giant strength ape tribes often expelled those who were different. The ones cast out usually underwent mutations. Although this creature was called a giant strength ape, its arms were slender, and it had a long monkey tail, resembling a regular monkey more than its kind. It was likely expelled from its tribe for looking different. The giant strength ape felt a pang of bitterness, trembling as it cautiously stepped out from behind the wall, its legs shaking and body tense, ready to flee at any moment. Name Giant Strength Ape, Mutated, Attribute Earth Level 10 Quality Excellent Final. Form Heaven Opening Monkey King, Super Divine. After reading the stats, Qin Chuan couldn't help but comment, this monkey really is turning into a monkey. However, this was another beast with the potential to evolve into a super divine level companion, igniting Qin Chuan's desire to form a contract. Divine beasts were rare, and he had already encountered several. Ahem, don't be afraid. I see great potential in you, you're a martial arts prodigy. Would you like to become my partner? Qin Chuan emphasized the word partner. He knew that creatures cast out by their tribes often felt lonely, and he wanted to use this approach to gain its trust. The giant strength ape tilted its head, not understanding what Qin Chuan meant. Qin Chuan immediately summoned Kair, who specialized in mental communication, to help translate. After understanding, the giant strength ape's eyes lit up, filled with surprise and a hint of hesitation. It longed for a home of its own but feared being deceived, having experienced human cunning before. It looked up at Qin Chuan's calm and profound gaze, his lips curved in a slight smile, as if patiently waiting for its decision. The giant strength ape realized that this hairless monkey was different from other humans. After hesitating for a moment, it finally relaxed. It glanced back at the cave, as if bidding farewell to its past, then walked up to Qin Chuan and knelt down. It felt a contract mark appear in its mind, deciding to accept this bond. In an instant, a spiritual connection was established between it and Qin Chuan. A thought suddenly emerged in its mind, so, you're humans. Qin Chuan sensed its thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle, using his mental power to correct its term for humans from hairless monkeys. Then, Qin Chuan began helping it evolve. Before long, a majestic, armor-clad monkey appeared before him. Name Heaven Opening Monkey King Attribute Earth Level 10 Quality Super Divine. Qin Chuan thought to himself, it just needed a staff as a weapon. Sure enough, after connecting with its soul, Qin Chuan obtained its weapon, a dark golden staff. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan handed the staff to it. He had plenty of weapons himself and didn't like using staffs, so he directly left it to the Heaven Opening Monkey King. Try it out, see if it suits you. The heaven-opening Monkey King took the staff, indeed in urgent need of a handy weapon. This staff felt particularly fitting in its grip. It walked to an open space, wielding the dark golden staff, spinning it agilely in circles around itself. Then, it raised the staff above its head, gripping it tightly with both hands, and slammed it down onto the ground with force. Boom! The ground shook violently, cracking open from the point of impact, emitting a loud noise that even startled players several kilometers away. Qin Xuan looked at the heaven-opening Monkey King's handiwork and nodded in satisfaction. But he knew they had to leave quickly now, or the players would soon arrive. He pulled the heaven-opening Monkey King up, stepped onto Yao Xiao's back, and leapt off the cliff, soaring into the sky. The players rushing over from afar only saw a giant dragon flying into the horizon, the strong winds. It stirred, forcing them to stagger backward. From now on, I'll call you Changsheng. This weapon is yours to use until you find a better one. Hearing this, the heaven-opening Monkey King immediately knelt on one knee respectfully. Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name. Entering the volcano map, Qin Xuan was greeted by a gray, hazy sky and a lifeless ground. Among the scattered rocks, there were occasionally a few dead branches, which birds and beasts used to build nests. Compared to the desert, which at least had predators like scorpions, the volcano had almost no wildlife. Looks like I'll have to slowly level up Ni'erduo and Changsheng. I wonder how many materials are left here. Qin Xuan muttered to himself. In his previous life, the volcano map was tightly controlled by a few powerful families because it produced dragon lizards that could evolve into fire dragons. It was almost entirely occupied by their people, so Qin Xuan rarely came here and wasn't familiar with the distribution of volcano monsters. On the other side, at the Bat-Ian Guild. Come on, everyone. Almost there. Once I contract this Scarlet Fire Mystic Eagle, your salaries will triple this month. Xiangba Tianxia motivated the guild members, boosting their morale. They were currently teaming up to take down a boss-level Scarlet Fire Mystic Eagle of excellent quality. After the massacre by Qin Xuan last time, the Bat-Ian Guild's strength had significantly declined, and many members had left the snowy plains, shifting their focus to the volcano. Especially after the backing families were wiped out, Xiangba Tianxia had become much more low-key, even implementing strict rules: no looking down on any players, no showing attitude to players, polite acquisition of players' beasts, and respecting players' choices. These rules were stricter than the official ones, and guild members dared not complain, as they had all been terrified by Qin Xuan. Battle cries echoed across the sky as the Scarlet Fire Mystic Eagle's health dropped to just over half. It would soon be defeated. In the air, Yao Xiao carried Qin Xuan and Changsheng, searching for wild monsters in the volcano. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from afar. Looking down, they saw members of the Bat-Ian Guild. Qin Xuan immediately directed Yao Xiao to fly down. At the Bat-Ian Guild's location, the Scarlet Fire Mystic Eagle was beaten down to a sliver of health, and the members were tightly controlling it. Yet the fierce bird refused to give up, struggling desperately. The next moment, a massive shadow loomed over everyone's heads. Looking up, they saw an ice-blue giant dragon diving toward them. The members were stunned, forgetting to even run, or rather, they couldn't run. Facing such a powerful being at such close range, escape was meaningless. They might as well take a good look at this colossal creature. Xiangba Tianxia hadn't expected this situation. Watching the nearly defeated Scarlet Fire Mystic Eagle, he clenched his fists tightly, feeling unwilling. Seeing the beast he was about to tame being snatched away, he felt deeply frustrated. Taking a deep breath, Xiangba Tianxia sighed helplessly. It seemed the guild's strength was about to drop another notch. Just as everyone was preparing to resume the battle, the dragon stopped mid-air and landed smoothly. Two figures jumped off the dragon's back, one wielding a dark gold iron staff, and the other a face they were all too familiar with. Oh, quite lively here. I could hear you shouting from the sky. Qin Xuan stood with his arms crossed, a smile on his lips, staring at the members of the Bata Guild. "The Dark Knight boss!" Xiangba Tianxia exclaimed in terror, his face showing panic. "Boss, the last incident was our fault. We failed to recognize your strength. On behalf of all the members of the Bata Guild, I sincerely apologize," Xiangba Tianxia said, bowing deeply. At a 90-degree angle, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "And then?" Qin Xuan asked indifferently. "Then, Xiangba Tianxia stammered, unable to find the words, his peripheral vision catching sight of the nearby Crimson Fire Mystic Eagle. The once fierce and arrogant eagle was now cowering on the ground, its head buried in the dirt as if trying to dig a hole to hide in, intimidated by the overwhelming aura emanating from Yaoxiao. The Crimson Fire Mystic Eagle thought to itself, can I possibly fight a dragon? What a joke. Despite his reluctance, Xiangba Tianxia gritted his teeth and said, then, as an apology, I'll give you this Crimson Fire Mystic Eagle. Please, show mercy and spare us small fry this time. He wore a fawning smile, knowing that the current situation left him no choice but to thicken his skin. Qin Chuan casually cleaned his ear and said, nonchalantly, at least you have some sincerity. But forget about this one, it's too useless. If you want it, keep it for yourself. Hearing that the Crimson Fire Mystic Eagle was spared, Xiangba Tianxia almost couldn't hold back a laugh. He quickly approached the cowering eagle and immediately initiated a contract. Perhaps due to Yaoxiao's overwhelming pressure, the Crimson Fire Mystic Eagle agreed to the contract without resistance and swiftly retreated into Xiangba Tianxia's beast space. After completing the contract, Xiangba Tianxia ran back to Qin Chuan and solemnly bowed again at a 90-degree angle. Thank you for your great kindness, boss. Do you know where there are a lot of monsters? Qin Chuan asked. Oh, you're looking to farm monsters, huh? Ha, you've come to the right person. Our Bata Guild spent a long time surveying this area to create a detailed map. For this map, our guild members really Qin Chuan's gaze warned him, meaning, stop rambling, get to the point. Xiangba Tianxia immediately straightened up and earnestly shared everything he knew. There are many crimson fire lizards at the volcanic craters in the northern volcanic range. The western redwood forest is home to a large number of birds, while the eastern and southern areas are great for gathering materials. Qin Chuan nodded, trusting him. Seems like you're not lying. Chang Shang. Yaoxiao, let's go. With that, he leapt onto Yaoxiao's back. Yaoxiao spread its wings, creating a fierce wind that sent the Bata Guild members stumbling, and soared high into the sky, heading west. The Bata Guild members gathered together, their eyes filled with admiration as they watched Qin Chuan's figure disappear into the horizon. When you're stronger than others, they envy you, but when you're so strong they can't even catch up, all that's left is admiration and fervor. Oh my god, Dark Knight Boss is so cool. The female players in the guild couldn't help but swoon. We must follow in Dark Knight Boss's footsteps. I hereby declare that from now on, the Bata Guild will officially promote Dark Knight Boss, letting more people know his name. Xiangba Tianxia announced passionately, and the members cheered in unison, the guild atmosphere resembling that of a fanatical cult. However, Qin Chuan paid no attention to any of this. Even if he knew, he would only respond with a casual god-tier gold. He first headed to the redwood forest. After flying for over 10 minutes, he saw fiery red leaves covering dozens of kilometers. Occasionally, birds with flame-colored feathers would be startled out of the trees, letting out strange cries. Although there were quite a few players here, there were still plenty of wild monsters, especially fire-type bird beasts. There was even a chance of spotting a phoenix. Qin Chuan, along with Changsheng and Erdwa, descended directly to start farming monsters. Yao Sheng reverted to his little boy form and obediently followed Qin Chuan. Entering the mangrove forest, the dense leaves almost blocked out all sunlight. In the dim light, Changsheng took down wild monsters one by one with his stick, leveling up rapidly. If it weren't for other players nearby, Qin Chuan would have already used his ultimate move to clear the area in one go, avoiding the hassle of fighting each monster individually. Yao Sheng obediently sat on a nearby tree branch, quietly observing the surroundings. Changsheng occasionally picked a fruit with special attributes, chewing while swinging his stick to instantly kill approaching beasts. Different attribute fruits could be eaten by the beasts but had no effect. The aroma of the fruits made the beasts drool and rush over, only to end up as Changsheng's prey. If this continues, it's bound to attract other players' beasts. What do we do then? Keep killing them? Changsheng asked. Qin Chuan replied indifferently, kill them, treat them like wild beasts. Contracted beasts don't die permanently, it's just their bad luck. Deep in the mangrove forest, a newly hatched, fiery red bird unable to break free from its cage using elemental powers was trapped in a handmade cage. Nearby, dozens of cages were piled up, filled with wild bird beasts, guarded by a purple leopard to prevent escape. Old Zhang, are we really going to follow Xiao Chen's plan? A young man asked the elder beside him, Jiang Weiping, an official from the Dragon Nation. They had learned from Xiao Chen that the volcano map contained dragon lizards capable of evolving into fire dragons, but their attempt to probe the area resulted in their beasts being instantly killed by high-level ones. Xiao Chen suggested capturing beasts in the mangrove forest to level up. First, the group dispersed to train, with Zhao Cheng, who had an S-level detection talent and came from the Zhao family of military lineage, staying by Jiang Weiping's side. Zhao Cheng was responsible for capturing beasts with good potential, and the purple lightning leopard was his. At that moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. Zhao Qing and Jiang Weiping didn't notice it, but the caged young bird suddenly quieted down upon smelling it. The purple lightning leopard's eyes half closed as it caught the scent. Its steps involuntarily moving forward, leaving the other beasts in the cages behind. The leopard walked faster and faster until it eventually ran off. Zhao Qing hurriedly chased after it, shouting, "Purple lightning leopard, come back!" The leopard ran ahead while Zhao Qing followed behind. It tracked the scent to a large tree. Zhao Cheng and Jiang Weiping arrived to find the strange tree crawling like octopus tentacles, with a blue-haired child sitting atop it, surrounded by colorful fruits. The purple lightning leopard couldn't resist lunging at a purple fruit, but in the next second, a metal stick smashed down with a loud crack, exploding the leopard's head. A fully armored monkey wielding a dark gold metal stick appeared, glaring fiercely at them. "My purple lightning leopard!" Zhao Qing shouted. Qin Xuan heard the commotion and walked around the tree to find two other players there. Zhao Cheng and Jiang Weiping were shocked, realizing all these beasts belonged to Qin Xuan. Zhao Qing was about to argue but was stopped by Jiang Weiping. Jiang Weiping awkwardly smiled and said, "Sorry, we didn't know this was your tree. We were just here to capture beasts, no offense intended. We'll leave immediately." He then pulled Zhao Qing to leave. Qin Xuan, expressionless, said, "Oh? Capturing beasts? Can I take a look?" Of course, this way please." Zhao Qing glared at Qin Xuan, feeling extremely aggrieved. His beast only wanted to eat a fruit, and Qin Xuan had so many, there was no need to kill it. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and resentment. Qin Xuan grew increasingly angry, almost wanting to tear Zhao Cheng apart. But Zhao Cheng wasn't afraid. After all, he couldn't beat Qin Xuan. They followed along and finally reached the pile of bird cages. Because of the fruit's aroma, the beasts inside the cages stayed obediently. Qin Xuan approached, circling the cages and inspecting the beasts inside. He found their quality to be quite good. Clearly, someone among them had a strong detection talent and a high level. After looking around, Qin Xuan locked onto his target. He pointed to the smallest bird, the Xian fire sparrow. "Are you selling this one?" Qin Xuan asked. Zhao Cheng and Jiang Weiping exchanged glances, surprised that their beast had caught someone's attention. "Since you're interested, of course we can trade. But what do you plan to offer in exchange?" Jiang Weiping spoke. First, Qin Xuan didn't think much and directly picked a purple fruit from the tree. "How about this?" Zhao Qing glanced at the fruit, understanding its significant value. Previously, his purple lightning leopard had fought desperately to obtain this fruit, which showed how attractive it was to beasts. However, Zhao Qing didn't agree immediately. He crossed his arms, turned his head to the side, and pretended to be unmoved. "You just killed my purple lightning leopard without hesitation and now want to trade? Unless..." He extended 5 fingers. 5 of them. Qin Xuan looked at Jiang Weiping, but the latter pretended not to notice, resting his hands behind his head, whistling, and avoiding eye contact. Qin Xuan felt speechless. Were these two really taking advantage of his easygoing nature? "You two are really bold. If you don't want to trade, that's fine. I don't have to buy from you. At worst, I'll find it myself." After saying this, he irritably tossed the lightning attribute fruit in his hand to the Yaoshan on the tree. The Yaoshan caught it in one bite and began devouring it. After doing this, Qin Xuan turned to leave. Don't go, brother, wait, I'll trade, don't leave." Zhao Qing hurriedly called out to Qin Xuan. Seeing there was still a chance, Zhao Qing immediately took out the Xuanhua sparrow and approached with a smile. Qin Xuan reminded him that the last lightning attribute fruit in his hand was gone, leaving only fruits of other attributes. After some consideration, Zhao Cheng agreed and traded the Xuanhua sparrow for an ice attribute fruit. Zhao Qing calculated in his mind, as he happened to have an ice attribute beast. After Qin Xuan left, Zhao Qing secretly summoned his snow spirit fox. As soon as the snow spirit fox appeared, it was drawn to the fruit in his hand, letting out cries of hunger. Zhao Cheng fed the fruit to it, and the snow spirit fox devoured it ravenously. Suddenly, the snow spirit fox emitted a dazzling light, so bright that Zhao Cheng and his companion couldn't open their eyes. When the light faded, Zhao Cheng used his talent to observe and was shocked to find that the snow spirit fox's potential had instantly risen by a tier, greatly enhancing its strength. Zhao Cheng deeply regretted it, feeling he had missed a golden opportunity. If only he had befriended Qin Chuan earlier, how great that would have been. After leaving, Qin Chuan released the Xuanhua sparrow from its cage. The fruit's fragrance kept the little creature calm. The contract process went unusually smoothly. The Xuanhua sparrow didn't even hesitate and directly accepted the contract. Qin Chuan was secretly amazed. Eventually, the Xuanhua sparrow evolved. Originally only the size of a palm, it transformed into a majestic fire phoenix, covered in fiery red feathers with a tail trailing colorful plumes. Name: Undying Divine Phoenix. Attribute: Fire level 5. Quality: Super Divine. Is the name suggests, this fire phoenix was nearly impossible to kill by ordinary means. Upon completing its evolution, Qin Chuan instantly grasped all its abilities in his mind, the strongest being Nirvana rebirth. When it suffered a fatal injury, it would enter a Nirvana state. In this state, the Undying Divine Phoenix couldn't be defeated. Each rebirth made it stronger. It also had an outrageous skill, self-detonation. As a super divine beast, self-detonation could easily destroy an entire planet. Who would dare provoke it? Once angered, it could take its opponent down with it in an instant, while remaining unscathed. Moreover, the Undying Divine Phoenix's self-detonation could trigger rebirth. Each detonation led to a rebirth, and after rebirth, it could detonate again, growing stronger with each explosion. Ahem. Qin Chuan coughed, interrupting his own wild imagination. While this theory was valid, there was a limitation. It could only self-detonate once a day. Besides, there were very few situations where Qin Chuan would resort to this move. He would never casually blow up Blue Star, at least not now. Let's call it Rainbow Flame. Seeing that all three of his beasts needed leveling up, Qin Chuan sighed deeply. It was exhausting yet exhilarating. 4 days later, Qin Chuan emerged from the Red Forest with his level 70 Erdwa, Changshine, and Rainbow Flame. Over the past 4 days, he had been grinding a dungeon in the Red Forest specifically to level up his beasts. He had cleared it 248 times, repeatedly farming the same dungeon. The rewards were nothing special: tens of thousands of contract-breaking stones and hundreds of tons of cheap materials. Qin Chuan took a deep breath. After spending so much time in the dark forest, it had been a long time since he'd seen sunlight. The mission in the mangroves was completed, and next, it was time to visit the volcanic clusters. He was particularly curious about the dragon lizards that could evolve into fire dragons in his previous life. In reality, in the neighboring J city of H city, in the official department's conference room, Xiao Chen sat upright. You're saying that the Dark Knight is Qin Chuan from H city? And he'll turn into a demon after the apocalypse? Yes, Elder Jiang. Qin Chuan is an extremely despicable person. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals. His existence will pose a serious threat to our dragon nation. While he's still weak, before the apocalypse arrives, we must eliminate him. Xiao Chen's expression was solemn. But are you sure he'll truly turn into a demon in the future? Or is it just because of a personal grudge, and you're using this as an excuse for revenge? Jiang Weiping was skeptical. Elder Jiang, for the sake of Dragon Nation, for the sake of Blue Star, I, Xiao Chen, have not spoken falsely. Once the apocalypse arrives, players' powers will carry over into reality. And by then, it'll be difficult to kill him. Xiao Chen's face remained unchanged, but inwardly, he cursed Jiang Weiping. He thought, you old geezer, you talk too much. Once I get rid of Qin Chuan, this unstable factor, you'll be next. By then, Dragon Nation will be under my control, and all the beauties will belong to me. Though he cursed harshly in his heart, his face maintained a dignified appearance. Having lived a second life, he had excellent control over his expressions. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Jiang Weiping hung up the phone, his expression complicated. He felt this was Xiao Chen's true motive. He believed the apocalypse would come but didn't fully trust Xiao Chen's selflessness. A normal person who knew the apocalypse was coming would stockpile supplies, even if safety wasn't guaranteed. But Xiao Chen hadn't done so, which pointed to two possibilities: either the apocalypse wasn't real and was entirely Xiao Chen's fabrication, or Xiao Chen had other motives and was confident enough to achieve them, so he wasn't worried about such matters. Xiao Chen claimed to have an SSS-level talent and the ability of foresight, with the strongest beasts in the game under his command. As for Qin Chuan, even Xiao Chen feared him, making him an obvious breakthrough point. Let's try to build a good relationship with Qin Chuan and be cautious of Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen wasn't idle either. After returning home, he lay down to rest with an unchanged expression. Jiang Weiping's sight isn't reliable enough, I'll have to send someone to H City when the time comes. In the game, Qin Xuan rode the radiant stallion towards the lizard nest. Overlooking the volcanic crater, he saw countless crimson fire lizards crawling out of the tunnels, completely unbothered by the scorching rocky environment. These crimson fire lizards were not afraid of the high temperatures of the lava. Instead, they seemed to enjoy soaking in it like a hot spring, showcasing their incredible heat resistance. The tunnels. They emerged from constantly spewed lava, clearly connected directly to the volcano's core. Seeing this, a fiery red orb suddenly appeared in Qin Xuan's hand, tightly encased in a phoenix-shaped sculpture. This artifact could control flames, shaping them into any desired form, capable of both attack and support, and could enhance its power by absorbing fire. One of its uses was to absorb and expel lava, which was perfect for the situation. Qin Xuan gripped the fire phoenix orb and swiftly began absorbing lava from the volcanic crater from all directions. The extracted lava was continuously compressed, eventually forming a thin stream that flowed into the orb within the phoenix sculpture. After draining the lava from one volcano, all the crimson fire lizards crawled out, raising their heads to glare at the thief who had stolen their lava. Hiss hiss hiss. They hissed angrily, growing more agitated as they failed to attack their target. Seeing the entire volcano's crimson fire lizards mobilized, Qin Xuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to find a way to wreak havoc without having to charge in himself. Immediately, the Ice Radiant Sacred Dragon and the Heaven-Splitting Monkey King charged into the group of crimson fire lizards simultaneously. The Radiant Stallion exhaled a blast of cold air, instantly freezing a large number of crimson fire lizards. The frozen lizards shattered into icy fragments like glass. Chang Shang swung his dark gold iron staff, smashing fiercely in one direction. Boom! The ground cracked open, and all the crimson fire lizards along the path were smashed into pieces. With two divine beasts attacking simultaneously, they cleared out a nest of crimson fire lizards within seconds. Qin Xuan surveyed his surroundings, volcanoes filled with lava, with crimson fire. Giant lizards crawling out. He decided not to act for now. Instead, he planned to head to the tallest volcano to see what the dragon lizards residing inside looked like. This volcano pierced the clouds, with lava occasionally flowing down its surface. Yaosun flapped its wings, carrying Qin Xuan and Chang Shang high into the sky, with sonic booms echoing around them. Upon reaching the summit of the tallest volcano, Qin Xuan dismounted from Yaosun to begin his reconnaissance. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. You have discovered the dungeon Dragon Lizard's Nest. No mission restrictions. You may exit at any time. Enter? Enter. Without hesitation, he chose to enter. His vision darkened and then brightened again. Qin Xuan found himself standing on a rock, surrounded by scorching lava. Judging by the light emitted from the lava, he deduced that this was the interior of the volcano. Unlike the densely packed nests of crimson fire giant lizards, the dragon lizard's nest was more spread out. After all, with dragon blood in their veins, they had a strong sense of territoriality. The volcano's interior was unsuitable for flying, so Qin Xuan summoned the fire phoenix pearl again, using it to control the lava and form a bridge that wouldn't burn him. He stepped off the rock and proceeded forward. The interior of the volcano was a maze of interconnected caves, clearly dug out by the dragon lizard's claws. Lava occasionally spurted from the cave walls, but it was absorbed by the fire phoenix pearl, becoming nourishment for its power. Qin Xuan refrained from draining all the lava inside the volcano, knowing that dragon lizard eggs required high-temperature lava to hatch. Without the heat, the eggs would freeze and die. He couldn't risk draining the lava completely. What if the target was hidden in an egg? It was better to locate the target first and then consider draining the lava. Soon, Qin Xuan spotted a dragon lizard resting. Name, Lava Dragon Lizard. Attribute, Fire Level, 58 Quality. Excellent final form, Netherflame Dragon Lizard, Legendary. Qin Xuan was a bit surprised. The first one he encountered was already level 58. Although its final form was still a dragon lizard, its potential was considered mediocre at best. No wonder in his previous life, even the major families rarely managed to obtain high-potential dragon lizards. Such top-tier resources were exceedingly scarce. Most of the combat power was allocated to mid and low-tier levels, leaving the burden on a few ordinary combatants. In the entire nest, only a few dragon lizards had the potential to evolve into fire dragons. Even dealing with low-potential dragon lizards was challenging, let alone the misfortune of encountering high-potential ones. For ordinary people, the scorching lava around them was also a deadly threat. Unlike Qin Xuan, they couldn't survive falling into it. With just a glance from Qin Chuan, Chang Sheng immediately understood. At a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, he dashed to the dozing dragon lizard and struck it with his staff. With a loud bang, the dragon lizard's head was smashed, killing it instantly without giving it a chance to react. Qin Chuan merely glanced at the dragon lizard's corpse without paying much attention and continued forward. Before the game began, the corpses of wild beasts couldn't be harvested. After 2.5 hours of exploration, including the first one, Qin Chuan had found 5 lava dragon lizards. However, the deeper he ventured, the higher the quality of the dragon lizards he encountered. The best one he found so far had the potential to evolve into a legendary Crimson Inferno dragon. Since there were still unexplored areas, Qin Chuan decided not to form a contract yet, instructing Chang Sheng to finish them off with a single strike. As he delved further, the amount of lava increased. Without the Fire Phoenix Pearl, traversing the area would have been nearly impossible. At this moment, Qin Chuan faintly heard a dragon's roar. The surrounding cave walls trembled slightly, causing small stones to fall. He immediately realized that this was a fire dragon naturally born among the dragon lizard group. Its gender and whether it had eggs were unknown. After quickly determining the direction of the roar, Qin Chuan rushed toward it. To be honest, he wasn't sure if there was a dragon lizard with god-tier potential here. Roar! Another flame dragon lizard suddenly charged out from a corner, opening its blood-red maw to attack Qin Chuan. Slash! At the critical moment, Qin Chuan wielded his Ice Radiance sword, effortlessly slicing it in two. However, the roar had already attracted more dragon lizards from all directions. Roar! 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 The roars of dragon lizards echoed from the surrounding cave entrances, growing closer and closer. Qin Chuan knew he had to pick up the pace. With Yao Sun and Chang Sheng, he quickly headed toward the fire dragon's location. Qin Chuan charged at the forefront, his longsword swinging as he continuously shattered the oncoming dragon lizards. Yao Xiang and Chang Sheng were responsible for clearing the rear. The number of dragon lizards kept increasing. Despite their strong territorial instincts, they attacked Qin Chuan on sight, indicating they were thoroughly enraged. Now, the dragon lizards surrounded them like the gregarious crimson fire giant lizards outside. Yao Xiang, Chang Sheng, take them all out at once. Along the way, Qin Chuan had been cautiously advancing, even instructing his beasts to attack with precise, lethal strikes to avoid causing a cave collapse from excessive force. But now, faced with the relentless swarm of dragon lizards, his patience wore thin. The feeling of holding back yet achieving little was frustrating. Since that was the case, there was no need to pretend anymore, time to go all out. Yao Xiang and Chang Sheng sensed Qin Chuan's resolve, and a burst of icy energy erupted. The dragon lizards caught in its path were shattered by the freezing aura before they could even react. The icy chill enveloped the cave walls within a few hundred meters, covering them in a thick layer of ice despite the high temperatures of the magma. The collision of ice and magma produced crisp cracking sounds, wiping out all the surrounding dragon lizards in one fell swoop. Just as Qin Chuan was about to move forward, the icy ground beneath him began to crack, emitting sharp creaking noises. The fissures spread rapidly, and in the next moment, crack, the ground shattered like glass. The area where Qin Chuan and his beast stood broke first, followed by the rapid expansion of the cracks. They plummeted directly to the next layer of the cave. The descent was swift, but Qin Chuan remained calm. He casually slashed apart a massive rock hurtling toward him, dodged the debris with a roll, and observed the landing point, preparing to find a foothold. He kicked off a nearby rock, quickly propelling himself toward the falling Yao Xiang. Yao Xiang's form shifted again, spreading its massive wings to catch the incoming Qin Chuan steadily before diving downward and landing smoothly. Chang Sheng, on the other hand, took a more straightforward approach, letting himself freefall. As he neared the ground, he flipped and landed heavily on his feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Qin Chuan immediately spotted several winged, one-horned fire dragons ahead, glaring at them fiercely and growling low in warning. Qin Chuan was unfazed, resting his sharp longsword on his shoulder as he cast a disdainful glance at the fire dragons before him. Name, Crimson Blaze Dragon Attribute, Fire Level, 80 Quality. Mythical. So, you're the boss here? You really made me work for it. He was still annoyed, having expended considerable effort to find this creature. A mere level 80 mythical boss was nothing more than an ordinary beast to Qin Chuan. If he had known it was right below, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths, opting instead to bulldoze his way straight through. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted to the fiery red dragon egg behind it, bathed in scorching magma. A prompt flashed in his eyes. Crimson Blaze Dragon Egg, hatched by a mythical quality Crimson Blaze Dragon, possesses potential far exceeding its parents. The Crimson Blaze Dragon roared angrily upon noticing Qin Chuan staring at its egg. However, Yao Xiang's overwhelming aura, far surpassing its own, kept it from acting rashly. It could only desperately shield the egg. This Crimson Blaze Dragon is heavily injured. Did it just fight? Qin Chuan showed no fear as he approached. Is this to protect your child? He stopped in front of the Crimson Blaze Dragon but did not attack immediately. The weakened dragon stood up shakily, growling low. Its growl did not intimidate Qin Chuan. As he observed closely, another Crimson Blaze Dragon suddenly appeared behind him, attempting to attack. However, Yao Xiang swiftly launched a light orb, blasting its head apart. Despite the level difference, a one-hit kill was no problem. Qin Chuan deduced that these two equally powerful fire dragons had been rivals. The other dragon likely tried to kill the mother dragon, weakened after laying its egg, to become the sole ruler here. With the other dragon dead, the severely injured mother dragon didn't last much longer and collapsed. Now, nothing could stop Qin Chuan from taking the egg. He approached the fiery egg, discovering it still needed a few days to hatch and had to remain in the scorching magma to survive. The timing was perfect. He could still make it to the Frost Icebird hunting event. So Qin Chuan sat down directly, preparing to wait on the spot for the dragon egg to hatch. Originally, he needed some materials to sell to the officials in exchange for new currency to facilitate his actions. But now, the fruit of the sacred rhythm ancient tree had become a precious cultivation resource, and those materials were no longer as important to him. However, he would never let those materials fall into Xiao Chen's hands. Qin Chuan had a new plan, to act after the young dragon hatched. A few hours later, rustling sounds began to emerge around him, and Qin Chuan opened his eyes. He thought the earlier burst of power had already killed all the dragon lizards, but when the strongest of a species dies, the second tier will always step up to fight for dominance. This was exactly the situation before him. Because the bloodline of the strongest still existed, they prioritized attacking its offspring. Facing the siege of the dragon lizard group, Qin Chuan deployed all his beasts to protect the dragon egg. 10 super divine beasts guarded the surroundings, forming an impenetrable defense. Outside, Wei, Dali, Afing, Yi, Yarong, Changshang, and Hongyan joined forces to repel the dragon lizard group. In the air, Kair created illusions to immobilize the enemies. Inside, Erdwa continuously provided energy, while at the innermost layer, Tunshin used its body to form a defensive line. A few hours later, all the dragon lizards daring to attack were killed, and the 10 beasts yawned one after another, bored out of their minds. After the dragon lizards stopped appearing, except for Tunshin, Yarong, and Shangshang, the other beasts voluntarily returned to their beast spaces to rest. 5 days passed, and the dragon egg, bathed in magma, finally began to show signs of hatching. A crack appeared in the middle of the massive dragon egg, and the fissures quickly spread. A fiery red young dragon struggled to emerge from the eggshell, its first sight being Qin Chuan, who was approaching to observe it. The little creature laboriously crawled out of the shell, with a pair of small wings on its back. You must know that they evolved from dragon lizards, and ordinary dragon lizards do not have wings. Some of the previous dragon lizards bore obvious dragon-like traits, but those were slowly evolved from the most basic lava dragon lizards. However, the one before him could no longer be called a dragon lizard. Starting from this generation, it had truly become a dragon. Its potential was destined to be extraordinary. Soon, Qin Chuan successfully contracted his 11th beast. As expected, it evolved into a super divine beast. Name: Crimson Flame Dragon. Emperor. Attributes: Fire, Ancient. Level: 1. Quality: Super Divine. The evolved Crimson Flame Dragon Emperor exuded an imposing aura, no less than Yarong. Its entire body was engulfed in flames, with heat intense enough to incinerate any enemy, like the fires of hell. Qin Chuan named it Inferno. The equipment linked to Inferno was a crimson spear adorned with golden dragon patterns. After completing the task, Qin Chuan prepared to leave. Before departing, he took out the Fire Phoenix Pearl and absorbed all the magma inside the volcano in one go. As for whether the dragon lizards here would go extinct, Qin Chuan didn't care at all. He even hoped they would disappear completely to prevent Xiao Chun from obtaining them, no matter how mythical their quality might be. As for the dragon lizard offspring, Qin Chuan's attitude was simple: that's none of my business. First come, first served. If you're late, you'll have to endure it. As for dragons, having my own is enough. After leaving, Qin Chuan looked at the surrounding volcanic craters, where many dungeon entrances were still hidden. Although he didn't want to explore them, he also didn't want to leave them for Xiao Chen. What should he do? The solution was simple: destroy the entrances directly, and level up Inferno in the process, killing two birds with one stone. Hong Yen, blow it up for me. A long cry of a fire phoenix echoed across the volcano. Then, a fiery bird glowing with white light swiftly dove toward the ground. The moment the firebird landed, dazzling white light flickered a few times, followed by a massive fireball explosion that obliterated everything in its path. At that moment, it seemed as if time and space were melted by the scorching flames, and the powerful shockwave engulfed the entire volcanic range. A high volcano of the Dragon Lizard Nest was completely destroyed under this force. Qin Chuan watched excitedly as Inferno leveled up crazily. 10, 25, 50, 65, 70. The level of the new beast was maxed out instantly. At this moment, he laughed like a madman, as proud as a villain who had defeated the protagonist. Just as he was immersed in joy, everything suddenly went black, and his consciousness returned to reality. Qin Chuan, due to this unexpected disconnection, couldn't help but laugh out loud in real life. Realizing something was off, he sat up in confusion and looked around awkwardly. Fortunately, no one had heard him. Why did he suddenly disconnect? Was it a bug? Whatever, let's continue. After putting on the gaming helmet, due to large-scale destruction in a certain area of the game map, a new map is being regenerated. During this time, all players are unable to enter. Estimated regeneration time, 24 hours. Meanwhile, at the volcano with the Batian Guild brothers, the boss only has 2% health left. Keep going, victory is within reach. Xiangba, Tianxia shouted. But suddenly, the ground shook, a deafening roar erupted, and everything went black for Xiangba Tianxia and all the members of the Batian Guild, disconnecting them completely. Over at Xiao Chen's side. Phew, if I had been a day later, I wouldn't have gotten this Millennium Ice Marrow. Luckily, I made it in time, otherwise, all the effort of the past 10 days would have been wasted. Just as Xiao Chen was reaching out to grab the Millennium Ice Marrow, everything suddenly went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his room. He tried to log back into the game. Immediately, only to see a message: 24 hours required before re-entry. Xiao Chen cried out in anguish, "No! My Millennium Ice Marrow! No! No!" Not only that, but in real life, someone urgently needing money was about to complete an in-game transaction. A couple who met in the game was just about to make their big move. Qin Chuan was also dumbfounded. His nuclear explosion had actually crashed the game. For a moment, almost all players were complaining on the forums, frantically discussing the large-scale destruction of the volcano map. Do you think the volcano erupted and destroyed the entire map? Of course not. I was at the volcano at the time and definitely felt the earthquake and loud noise, but it wasn't a volcanic eruption. I was at the volcano too. It seemed like something glowing white fell down. I thought it was a meteor. Are you trying to say it was some kind of Muhai bomb? Where would a Muhai bomb come from in the game? Stop joking. It's true. After that thing hit the ground, there was firelight, and a few seconds later, everyone disconnected. Doesn't anyone care that the game crashed? Was all our previous effort for nothing? Game crashes like this were something Xiao Chen had never seen in his previous life. He couldn't figure out how his Millennium Ice Marrow had just disappeared. If he started over now, he wouldn't make it in time for the Extreme Cold Iceberg Raid event. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Since no one could get that item for now, he'd leave it for later. The most important thing right now was to deal with Qin Chuan. Xiao Chen took out his phone, opened the chat interface, and transferred 200,000 in cash without hesitation. This was emergency money borrowed from the state, and since it had to be repaid in half a month anyway, he didn't care how he spent it. This is for travel expenses. Move quickly, I want news by tomorrow. No problem. After confirming the reply, Xiao Chen lay back on his bed. This was a hitman he had hired at great expense from abroad. He himself still needed to focus on improving his strength in the game and had no time to deal with small fry like Qin Chuan. However, he wasn't taking any chances and specifically requested 10 experts with different specialties to work together to eliminate Qin Chuan. Even if the cost was several times higher, Xiao Chen paid the deposit without hesitation, leaving no room for Qin Chuan to fight back. Now, these 10 hitmen had already arrived in H City and would begin their operation tonight. Among the 10 were martial arts experts, firearms specialists, and even snipers. Even if Qin Xuan had 10 pairs of wings, he wouldn't escape this time. On the official side, we still can't find Qin Xuan. He seems unwilling to meet us, Jiang Weiping sighed. Then don't go for now. We don't want him to misunderstand and think we're trying to deal with him. That would be a big problem. Understood. Meanwhile, in H City, Qin Xuan, even though the game was under maintenance and unplayable, he wasn't idle. If he couldn't play the game, he could at least stock up on supplies, whether it was a small street supermarket or a large chain mall, he took them all. Various ice cream shops, fruit stores, hot pot restaurants, breakfast joints, dessert shops, he visited them all. Clothes, toilet paper, bath products, he bought them all. The authorities forbade him from monopolizing food supplies. But he wasn't monopolizing, others could still stock up. When the apocalypse arrived, he would restock these stores again. That would be true monopolization. The more supplies, the better. As for gold, necklaces, gold rings, and diamond ornaments, he skipped those. These seemingly useless items were, in fact, completely useless. And those high-end Western dessert shops? Not satisfying enough to eat, and overpriced. Buying from them was a waste of effort. Holding a skewer he had just bought, Qin Xuan chewed with relish. The sizzling, oil-dripping meat was tender and juicy, the aroma of the meat and oil perfectly combined, bursting with flavor. After one bite, he wanted more, but he knew not to overindulge to avoid feeling too greasy. Walking into a dim alley, he finished the skewer just in time. Suddenly, 3 or 4 masked men in black blocked both ends of the alley. Come with us. Finally willing to show yourself? Ah, Qin Xuan, your life is really valuable. The employer hired 10 of us to kill you, paying 10 times the usual rate. The leader spoke in heavily accented Mandarin with an American twang. Hey, being surrounded by 10 of us means you've got some fame, another sly voice chimed in, clearly a small-time thug from his accent. Enough talk, let's get to it. As soon as the words fell, the American leader swung a professional machete and charged at Qin Xuan. At the same time, the assassins behind him aimed at Qin Xuan's thigh and fired. A bullet hit Qin Xuan's thigh, causing him to lose balance and dodge to the side. But the assassins pursued relentlessly. After a few evasive moves, Qin Xuan was hit by several more bullets. In the end, he couldn't hold on and was decapitated by the leader's machete. The assassins gathered together and easily collected the final payment. Transferred by Xiao Chen. This was the easiest money they had ever made in their lives. They didn't even need the sniper stationed far away. Taking the money, they left happily. The scene shifted. The decapitated Qin Xuan stood intact in the alley, holding a long sword. The bullets that should have pierced his thigh had been deflected. Bullet holes were left on the wall beside him, blocked by the shield formed by Qin Xuan's instantly deployed snake armor. The perspective panned around. The assassins were only standing from the waist down. Their upper bodies had all fallen, severed cleanly at the waist. They were on the verge of death but still immersed in the illusion Qin Xuan had created, feeling no pain, with victorious smiles on their faces. Their lives were fading away, as evident from the dimming light in their eyes. This state could be considered a painless death, Qin Xuan thought. Their strength wasn't enough to force Qin Xuan to go all out. Through the illusion, Qin Xuan learned there was still a sniper hiding. Leaving the alley, Qin Xuan headed toward the sniper's hiding spot. Not long after, a woman's terrified scream echoed from the alley as the assassins' bodies were discovered. Elsewhere, in a building, the sniper hurriedly stuffed his rifle back into his bag and rushed downstairs. His task was to ambush on the rooftop and shoot if Qin Xuan tried to escape. He had been watching Qin Xuan through the scope, ensuring he couldn't get away. But the rooftop was dusty, and he sneezed. When he put his eye back to the scope, he saw a scene he would never forget. Qin Xuan, holding a long sword, had sliced all 9 of his comrades in half at the waist and was now walking directly toward him. Terrified, the sniper quickly packed up his rifle and jumped to the rooftop of the neighboring building, running down as fast as he could. He had seen Qin Xuan get shot in the thigh, yet his legs were unharmed, and he wasn't wearing any bulletproof gear. He guessed Qin Xuan was immune to bullets. Looking at the sniper rifle in his hands, he didn't dare take another gamble, fearing the bullets would be deflected as well. His only option now was to flee from this terrifying man and return to his home country. I'm done with this job, the Dragon Kingdom is too terrifying. He ran, drenched in sweat, with a smile of relief on his face as he neared the gate. But in the next second, that joy was replaced by fear. A familiar figure stood at the entrance, even smiling and waving at him. Qin Chuan grabbed him directly and dragged him into the elevator. Big brother, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. The sniper was so scared he cried, his pants soaked, emitting an unpleasant smell. Qin Chuan wasted no words and directly forced out the truth. The one who hired someone to kill him was Xiao Chun from the neighboring city. Xiao Chen, so it really was you. Qin Chuan secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, he had taken most of the materials in the desert first, or else the other party would have gained the upper hand this time. After finishing off the sniper, Qin Chuan left the building as if nothing had happened. Xiao Chen, humph, I'll let you struggle for a few more days. He sneered inwardly. He hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be in the neighboring city. Since the other party had also been reborn, he would definitely avoid him, maybe even flee to another city. Instead of chasing him around, it was better to enjoy the game for now. When the game starts, going anywhere would only take an instant. As he passed the alley, it was already cordoned off, with workers in white uniforms carrying out bodies, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. But none of this affected Qin Chuan's shopping mood. Since he couldn't play the game, he decided to take the opportunity to relax. Thinking back, ever since his rebirth, he had hardly had time to enjoy the game. After all, this period had been spent preparing for the apocalypse, with immense pressure. Fortunately, the goal had been achieved. And once back in the game, he could head toward the snowy plains just in time for the snowfield event to begin. Thinking of the apocalypse, he felt the food he had stockpiled was still insufficient, so he went to a fried chicken shop and bought out their entire stock, delivering it to his warehouse after it was prepared. At night, Qin Chuan leaned on the balcony railing of the warehouse, gazing at the bright moon hanging in the night sky. It had been a long time since he had quietly admired the moon like this. If the apocalypse hadn't come, he might have continued living an ordinary life, being exploited by an unscrupulous boss, finding a partner to grow old with, and eventually leaving this world quietly. But with the apocalypse, everyone was on edge, and such a life had become a luxury. Looking at the bright moon, Qin Chuan became even more resolute in his decision to live only for himself. He didn't know how long he had been staring before he turned back into the house to sleep. The next afternoon, after the game maintenance ended, Qin Chuan re-entered the game. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw devastation. The entire volcanic range had been blasted into a massive crater, with molten lava still cooling inside. The sky above was empty, likely having destroyed the hidden teleportation portals. Let's go, Yaoxian, back to the snowy mountains. Qin Chuan retrieved the rainbow flame after merging Changsheng, Liu, and Nirvana, preparing to ride the ice-radiant holy dragon and set off. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Qin Chuan, and the 10 beasts in his space scattered to the ground like dropped equipment. In reality, Qin Chuan was enveloped in white light and disappeared instantly. The first to react was away, and the other beasts gradually regained their senses. Where is this? Wasn't I in the space? Yaoxian looked confused, glancing at his siblings and then at the spot where Qin Chuan had just stood, now only a charred patch. What happened? Wasn't I supposed to be in the beast space? Old 7, where's the master? Dolly asked. I don't know either. I just turned around, and when I looked back, you all appeared, Yaoxian replied, bewildered. Oh no, could something have happened to the master? Yi cried out in panic. Don't panic, carefully sense it, the master is still alive. Kaya reminded them. The beasts began to sense Qin Chuan, confirming that he was still alive. But where did the master go? Tun Tian asked calmly after settling down. He must have entered some kind of trial, Away analyzed. That trial doesn't allow us to enter, so we were expelled from the space. Without us, will the master be? Athing asked worriedly. A contracted beast won't die, and neither will the beast master. Besides, the master has such strong talent. Just wait patiently, he should come out soon. The eldest brother reassured everyone listened and could only wait in place. In a mysterious space, Qin Chuan looked around blankly. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder roared, and the ground was overgrown with purple plants. Everything seemed eerie and mysterious. Where is this? Wasn't I at the volcano? Could I be dead? No, that can't be. Qin Chuan tried summoning his beast, only to find the beast space completely empty. You can't summon it, because you've entered my trial. A voice suddenly came from behind. Who's there? Qin Chuan quickly turned around and saw a glowing orb behind him. I am Slock, the god of destruction and war. Beastmaster, accept my trial. By passing my trial, you can become my battle companion. The orb displayed information. Name, Radiant Thunder. Roar Beast, Slock, Soul State, cannot be contracted. Attributes, Thunder, Fire Level, 100 Quality. Super Divine Qin Xuan ignored the orb's chatter and directly used his talent to check its details. A Super Divine Beast? Is this meant to be a big gift for me? Senior Slock, I have something urgent right now. Can we postpone the trial? Qin Xuan asked politely. Since you're here, you must take the trial. The orb transformed into a humanoid shape, speaking with dissatisfaction. The Radiant Thunder Roar Beast was covered in purple electric arcs, looking incredibly impressive. Don't be so rigid, buddy. I really have something urgent. I used my last chance to pull you into this trial space. You cannot leave. Can I leave without completing the trial? Either complete the trial or die. Qin Xuan's heart raced uncontrollably. This guy was too domineering. Fine, I'll take the trial. Just make it quick, I don't have time to waste. Are you sure you want to agree so quickly? Hurry up, Really? Before he could finish, a purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky. Boom! Qin Xuan's ice radiance sword appeared in his hand instantly as he desperately blocked the lightning. The first lightning strike, survive it. Begin. The second lightning strike. Wait. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck, and Qin Xuan struggled to block it. As the attack ended, he immediately activated his serpent armor and life orb for protection. The beast equipment imprints in his mind were ready for use at any time. The third lightning strike. The fourth lightning strike. Thunder roared, as lightning bolts struck one after another. The ninth lightning strike. Qin Xuan was already gasping for breath, his hands trembling violently, completely numbed by the force. Each bolt was stronger than the last. As the ninth bolt crashed down, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Crack! The shield on the serpent armor began to crack. He staggered back a few steps but barely managed to hold on. Qin Xuan collapsed to his knees, utterly exhausted, but there was no time to catch his breath. The 10th lightning strike. As the majestic voice fell, the thunderclouds churned, and the most powerful lightning bolt descended. Elemental shield activated. Life orb activated. Fire Phoenix orb defense barrier activated. Boom! Lightning clashed violently with the shields. Bang! The Fire Phoenix orb's defense barrier shattered. Crack, crack, the elemental shield broke apart. Qin Xuan swung his ice radiance sword to counter, while the life orb continuously provided him with strength. The lightning sent him flying hundreds of meters, electric arcs tearing open wounds on his body. Despite this, he gripped his sword tightly, inching forward into the lightning, fighting with all his might. Hold on, I must not fall. Qin Xuan repeated to himself in his mind. Ah! A sudden flash of sword light at the moment of Qin Xuan's roar. The final lightning bolt was split in two, bypassing him and causing a series of violent explosions on the ground behind him. As the storm subsided, Qin Xuan finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed heavily to the ground. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, the first face he saw was Slock's wrinkled old face. You're awake, trial taker? How long was I out? Qin Xuan asked. Not long, just 3 hours. Qin Xuan sat up and looked at Slock, waiting for him to continue. Congratulations, trial taker. You have passed the trial and are qualified to become my battle companion. Alright, just give me the egg. I have other things to do. Qin Xuan urged impatiently. Have to wait 10 days. You can only leave after 10 days. 10 days? Why? Hearing that he still had to stay for 10 more days, Qin Xuan became restless. Well, because my power is almost depleted, only at the level of the mythical realm. The speed of transforming into the juvenile form has slowed down. In any case, just 10 days. You can walk around. Here, enjoy the scenery. Not bad, right? Scenery, my foot. All my carefully arranged plans have been disrupted by you. After speaking, Qin Xuan lay back on the ground helplessly. Slock said nothing, and went to sit under a tree. Kid, if you're really bored, how about chatting with me? Once the transformation is complete, I'll lose all my memories. If there's anything you want to ask, now's the time. Qin Xuan rolled his eyes and sat up across from him. Since he couldn't leave for now, he might as well ask some useful questions. Why did you choose me? How many people have been here before? That volcanic crater, was it caused by me? Qin Xuan was stunned upon hearing this, sweat forming on his forehead. Don't be nervous. I am the god of destruction and war. I admire your way of doing things. Your destructive power. You have 1/10 of the aura I had back then. As for the people who have been here before, there were many, so many that I can't even remember. But I have higher hopes for you, and facts have proven I didn't choose the wrong person. What did they look like? Are they still alive? Some looked a lot like you, but there were also those with long noses, some with multiple eyes, and their colors ranged from red to blue. Although the description was vague, Qin Chuan was still shocked. It seemed that not only humans were caught up in this disaster. According to his thoughts, those races might have started the beast-hunting frenzy thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Who exactly was the manipulator behind this game? And what was their purpose? How did you die? Slock fell silent inside. The will of the universe. The will of the universe? The will of the universe is the fundamental law that has existed since the birth of the universe. Everything here must abide by it. Once something that violates the rules appears, it is deemed an anomaly, and the will of the universe will immediately eliminate it to maintain the stability of the universe. Back then, I tried to break through the limits and was hunted down by the will of the universe. In the end, I was defeated. Now I can only stay here, waiting for the right person to become my partner. The will of the universe. Qin Chuan silently noted down this term. He recalled the memory that flashed through his mind when dealing with the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon. Could that sphere be the will of the universe? I don't know how long I've been here. Fortunately, I finally found someone to inherit my legacy. The things you're talking about, if nothing unexpected happens, you'll encounter them in the future too. Seeing Qin Chuan's serious expression, Slock added, "Don't overthink it. You're too weak right now to even catch its attention." Hearing this, Qin Chuan felt slightly relieved. Then, would the will of the universe make certain people stronger through special opportunities? You're talking about luck, right? Indeed, it selects certain people to eliminate anomalies. Sometimes it grants individuals of a certain race immense luck, making them harder to kill and allowing them to grow exceptionally fast. Then tell me, if I kill that person, will it appear? Slock raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Chuan. Let's not even talk about whether you can beat him. You'd first have to deal with the luck surrounding him. Either your luck surpasses his, or your strength is so overwhelming that you can completely suppress him. Otherwise, no matter what you do, you'll only make him stronger. Qin Chuan understood. Xiao Chen was likely in this situation. Without first eliminating his luck, it would be impossible to kill him. He thought of the mysterious beast egg in his bag. This was currently his only possible way to eliminate Xiao Chen's luck. Besides, he's just a chosen lucky one. If he dies, he dies. The universe has countless such lucky ones. If one dies, another will be chosen immediately. After all, as long as they can grow and serve it, dying midway is no different from any ordinary life too. Hearing Slock's words, Qin Chuan felt much more at ease. If he killed Xiao Chen, it wouldn't attract the will of the universe. At least that's one less thing to worry about. It seems Xiao Chen, this lucky guy, isn't as formidable as he imagined. In novels, when something happens to a lucky protagonist, the heavens intervene personally, and they might even resurrect after death. By the way, you mentioned earlier that now only mythic level power remains. Is there a level above mythic? Of course, higher quality existences naturally have levels. Slock gave Qin Chuan a deep look. Above mythic is God King, above God King is supreme, and beyond that is the eternal realm. However, I only reached the supreme realm at my peak, and the other gods are the same. Back then, I was hunted for attempting to step into the eternal realm, and to this day, no one has truly reached it. Currently, the only one with eternal realm strength is probably the will of the universe. Then what's the method to break through mythic level? Qin Chuan was curious. Since there are levels beyond mythic, and no one in his past life surpassed it, it must be extremely difficult to break through. Generally, for beast tamers, reaching mythic level is already the pinnacle. To break through to God King level, one must have over 100% understanding and mastery of their own abilities. But you don't need to worry about this. Your companions are all exceptionally strong for their stage, and I believe they all have potential no less than mine. Given that, their breakthroughs to God King and Supreme Realm will be as easy as eating and drinking. That's how it was for me back then. You won't face any restrictions. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 10th day. During these 10 days, Qin Chuan asked Slock many questions. Later, when he had nothing more to ask, he lay idly and started chatting casually. Trial taker, my juvenile form has been fully condensed. Take it with you, and you'll be able to leave here. Slock handed Qin Chuan an egg. Although it's my juvenile form, the soul inside is new. You could say it is me, yet it isn't me. Soon, my consciousness will dissipate. Before it does, may I know your name? Qin Chuan paused for a moment, looking at Slock, who was gradually turning into specks of light and disappearing, and blurted out, Qin Chuan. Oh, Qin Chuan. After uttering the name, Slock completely vanished into light particles. The next moment, Qin Chuan returned to the volcano, the place where he had disappeared. His beasts surrounded him as soon as he returned. Master, you're finally back. Master, you've been gone for 10 days. Qin Chuan responded to his beasts' enthusiasm one by one. Yes, I'm back. He then stored his beasts into the beast space and jumped onto Yao Rong's back. This time, there were no accidents, and he landed steadily on the dragon's back. Let's go to the snowfield. Yao Rong let out a furious roar, spread its wings, and soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Xiao Chen had just emerged from the dungeon, followed by a small black dog. The small black dog was a mythic-level beast he had obtained as a reward for clearing the highest difficulty. Its name was Shadowhound. However, Xiao Chen's face showed no trace of joy. Instead, he was filled with disgust toward the small black dog. The reason was simple: it was a male beast. Xiao Chen only wanted female beasts. He believed that mythic-level beasts must be beautiful females, so that when they transformed into human form, he could play with them as he pleased. Whether it was a mature lady or a cute young girl, he could enjoy himself without restraint, even on a deeper level. He simply wanted his beasts to bring him joy, nothing more. As for male beasts? What a joke! How could his noble contract slot accommodate a male beast? It was utterly insulting. Looking at those watery eyes, the Shadowhound obediently sat on the ground, gazing at him expectantly, making Xiao Chen feel deeply humiliated. He wanted to stomp this nauseating little black dog to death. How dare it not be female and still call itself a divine beast? What a joke! Only divine beasts that can transform into beauties are worthy of me. What are you? Male creatures are trash, they should all disappear. Xiao Chen cursed all male beings, ironically forgetting that he himself was male. He was just about to step on it but stopped. After all, it was a divine beast, and he had no use for it. It would be better to give it to his sister. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen turned and left. The Shadowhound tried to follow, but as soon as it got close, Xiao Chen kicked it away. Yelp! Yelp! Xiao Chen used all his strength to deliver a kick, sending the little black dog flying and rolling far away with a miserable cry. Get lost, you lowly mutt! Xiao Chen roared angrily, scaring the little black dog into cowering in the distance, its eyes full of fear. It didn't understand what it had done wrong or why its master was treating it this way. Even though they hadn't signed a contract yet, it had always regarded Xiao Chen as its master. Watching Xiao Chen walk away, the little black dog timidly followed from afar. It naively thought that its master only despised it for not being strong enough, and as long as it worked hard, its master would surely accept it. At that moment, a notification suddenly popped up in front of all the players in the Snowy Plains. Large-scale event activated. The frost icebird has laid an offspring. All players in the Snowy Plains can participate. Players can freely form teams to challenge. During the event, the frost icebird's strength will be greatly enhanced, but its offspring will also have stronger talents. Successfully challenge it, and all participants will receive generous rewards. The frost icebird's offspring is unique and cannot be stolen or snatched. The only way to obtain it is to defeat the frost icebird. Challenge rewards: participants will receive Frost Icebird Feather, *5, the team leader of the group that kills the boss will receive Frost Icebird Egg, *1 and Frost Icebird Tail Feather, *5, while team members will each get Frost Icebird Feather, *50. Solo kill rewards include Frost Icebird Egg, *1, Frost Icebird Essence Blood, *10, Frost Icebird Tail Feather, *6, and Frost Icebird Feather, *1000. The Frost Icebird's offspring possesses extremely high talent, and its feathers are the best evolution material for ice-type beasts. Each feather contains a trace of the Frost Icebird's power, offering a chance to make beasts evolve even stronger. The tail feathers are dozens of times more effective than regular feathers, and beasts evolved through them far surpass those evolved through ordinary means. As for the Frost Icebird's essence blood, it is the most precious treasure. A single drop can directly elevate an ordinary bird-type beast to legendary quality. If used on a high-potential beast and cultivated skillfully, it could even create a mythical quality beast. Of course, the essence blood is extremely rare and can only be obtained by defeating the Frost Icebird solo. Xiao Chen looked at the notification, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. The conditions for obtaining the essence blood were indeed harsh, but as a reborn individual, he knew that as long as he defeated the heavily injured Frost Icebird alone, the rewards would naturally all belong to him. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen quickened his pace. The sound of footsteps grew closer. The Frost Icebird's nest was hidden in the icy mountains. A piercing screech echoed from the mountaintop. Immediately after, a massive figure appeared above the players near the nest. Before they could react, hundreds of enormous ice spikes rained down from the sky, instantly killing the players and their beasts. After easily dealing with this group of players, the Frost Icebird landed and quietly waited for more challengers. Strengthened by the event, it now understood that as long as it survived this onslaught, its offspring would grow up safely. Therefore, it dared to appear openly. According to the rules, its offspring would not be harmed, but it could not hide and had to face all the players directly. Before long, an official team arrived, while others were still on their way. This advance team was tasked with probing the boss's skills. They summoned their beasts and surrounded the Frost Icebird. However, the Frost Icebird remained unperturbed. With a long screech, red ice spikes pierced through the throats, eyes, heads, and mouths of the surrounding beasts simultaneously. These eerie ice spikes emerged from within, striking vital points with precision. In an instant, all the surrounding beasts collapsed, losing their combat capabilities. Even more terrifying, sharp ice spikes began to grow from the bodies of the fallen beasts, which then exploded with a series of bangs, scattering body parts everywhere. Hundreds of beasts burst apart, creating a gruesome and bloody scene. Before anyone could react, all the beasts had been completely annihilated. The squad leader shouted urgently, "Damn it! This skill is..." Before he could finish his sentence, the face of a nearby soldier suddenly bulged with writhing lumps. In the next moment, a red ice spike burst out from his face, and his entire body exploded. Similar incidents spread quickly, as more and more soldiers were pierced by ice spikes and perished in gruesome explosions. "Everyone, retreat immediately. Fall back," the squad leader ordered while hastily retreating himself. But it was already too late. Ice spikes erupted from the bodies of the soldiers one after another, and even the squad leader was not spared. Splurch! He saw an ice spike pierce down from the top of his vision. The spike grew thicker, and his consciousness gradually faded. He was dead. Although death in the game wasn't real, the fear still felt all too genuine. After experiencing death once, the squad leader, shaken in reality, knew he couldn't back down now. He had to deliver the intelligence immediately. A few hours later, almost all the official personnel had gathered. Shangguan Wanner led tens of thousands of troops, encircling the Frostbird from a distance, quietly observing and waiting for the signal to attack. During this time, they had managed to learn many of the Frostbird's abilities. For instance, it could freeze the blood within an enemy's body into ice spikes and then control those spikes to shoot out, causing fatal injuries. By flapping its wings, it could summon tornadoes with sharp ice blades that tore enemies apart. It could also cover itself with an ice armor, significantly reducing the effectiveness of fire-based attacks. Its attack rhythm was swift, capable of condensing hundreds or even thousands of ice spikes to assault from all directions, some attacks striking from the ground, others from the air. Since this was a large-scale event, the boss had a visible health bar displayed above its head. Approaching it revealed an enormous amount of health, guaranteeing this would be a prolonged battle. Ideally, the kill reward would fall into the hands of the officials, but in the chaos of battle, there was always the risk of other guilds stealing the final blow. Further probing revealed that while the Frostbird's methods of attack varied, the essence of its abilities remained unchanged. It was simply employing different strategies. A fierce campaign to take it down was about to commence. Now that the situation was clear, the officials began to formulate a battle plan. Just as they were deep in discussion, two more groups of people arrived. "Greetings, officers. May the Chingyue Guild join this operation?" Leading the group was a tall, commanding woman Lu Changyue, the guild master of Chingyue Guild, and a gold-ranked beast tamer with 4 top-tier beasts under her command. "It seems we're not too late. Count my team in as well, what do you say?" A man's voice came from the other side just as she finished speaking. "Qingfeng Pavilion, Ji Qingfeng," the man introduced himself, bowing politely to Shangguan Wanner upon arrival. Ji Qingfeng was the guild master of Qingfeng Pavilion. Both of these guilds ranked among the top 5 in the gaming world. Crucially, they had achieved their status without relying on family backgrounds, earning widespread respect and a stellar reputation among players. Word had spread that the officials had fully entered the game. Every guild understood that such official involvement indicated this game was far from ordinary. Building a good relationship or forming an alliance with the officials could ensure they wouldn't be isolated when facing major challenges in the future. These two guild leaders had keenly recognized the opportunity. We're not here to compete for the boss's kill rewards. We just want to help and earn some team rewards, Ji Qingfeng explained. But I suspect many other guilds will try to swoop in for the final blow when the boss is near death. We'll do our best to stop them. He spoke sincerely to Shang Wanwaner. Alright, the more help, the better. I've heard good things about your reputation, so working together shouldn't be a problem, Shang Wanwaner agreed with a nod. And so, the two guilds joined the strategic planning for the boss siege. An hour later, the plan was finalized, and everyone began their preparations for battle. We're counting on you, Shang Wanwaner said. Don't worry, leave it to us. Lu Changyue replied boldly, leaving alongside Ji Qingfeng to make their preparations. Half an hour later, a team approached the Frostbird. Leading the charge were fire-type beasts, their blood ignited within their bodies to prevent freezing. Fireballs were launched toward the Frostbird one after another. The Frostbird was unfazed, flapping its wings to sweep up the snow and ice from the ground, sending them hurtling toward the incoming fireballs, the hiss of melting ice and snow generated thick fog, temporarily obscuring the vision of the frost icebird. It gently flapped its wings to disperse the mist, but this brief moment of obscurity allowed all the beast tamers to seize the opportunity, launching attacks and charging toward the boss. As its vision cleared, the frost icebird was met head-on with various elemental attacks, and close combat had already begun. Boom! Bang! At the moment of impact, a layer of icy armor formed on the frost icebird, successfully withstanding the first wave of attacks. Facing the onslaught of beasts, it spread its wings, preparing to condense ice spikes to eliminate its enemies in one strike. Just then, a pillar of fire suddenly shot out from behind. If it didn't dodge, it would surely hit its critical head area, causing severe injuries. Helpless, it had to abandon the ice spikes and swiftly dodge the fire pillar. In the distance, Lu Changyue, who had successfully launched the sneak attack, didn't linger. Accompanied by the Azure Flame Tiger, he quickly relocated, preparing for the next wave of attacks. At this moment, the melee beasts had already reached the frost icebird's feet. Some beasts with strong bite force leaped onto its thighs, biting down hard on its feathers. Rip! Several of its toughest feathers were torn out, exposing the down and skin beneath. A sharp claw tiger followed closely, using its sharp claws to scrape off the down and viciously tear the skin. Blood began to seep from the wounds, splattering everywhere. But it wasn't over yet. A lightning bat swiftly flew to the frost icebird's wound, releasing a bolt of lightning directly into it. After delivering the strike, it immediately flew away to avoid retaliation. All of this happened within seconds. Not only was this frost icebird covered in wounds, but other areas of its body had also been slashed open, causing it to grit its teeth in pain. What was even more infuriating was that these beasts would retreat immediately after attacking, never lingering for further close combat. Killing it seemed an overly complex task given the current situation. From afar, various attacks continued to fly in, while flying beasts clung close to it, harassing it incessantly. Unable to bear it any longer, the frost icebird suddenly spread its wings, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that blew away the approaching beasts. It also lifted off the ground, flying backward, while using the wind to fend off nearby attackers. Everyone noticed its health bar above its head. Although it had only decreased slightly, the visible drop proved that the attacks were effective. After landing, its wounds had almost healed, but its health bar hadn't recovered. A group of beasts charged at it again, enraging the frost icebird, which prepared to counterattack. Unexpectedly, another fire pillar shot over from afar, interrupting its actions. It glared angrily in the direction of the fire pillar, spreading its wings to deal with the sneaky attacker first. However, a fireball struck its eye just then. Shriek! The frost icebird let out a long, pained cry. Immediately, a barrage of ranged attacks followed. After defending against the attacks, the melee beasts surrounded it once more. With no time to condense ice spikes, the frost icebird simply whipped up a tornado mixed with ice blades around itself. The tornado instantly sucked in the nearby beasts, shredding them into pieces. This move nearly wiped out all the close-range enemies, leaving only a few slower ones behind. The remaining beasts posed little threat to it, so it spread its wings again, preparing to hunt down the distant attacker who had been harassing it. Ignoring the ranged attacks, Ji Qingfeng, hidden In the bushes, calmly observed the frost icebird's every move. "Now's the time," he ordered in a low voice. A chubby man beside him immediately communicated with his beast. Just as the frost icebird took off, the ground beneath its feet suddenly softened, and its talons sank nearly 2 meters deep. As the soil hardened again, its feet were firmly trapped, unable to move. At this moment, another fireball engulfed in azure flame shot out from Lu Chuanyue's hiding spot, heading straight for it. Unable to dodge, the frost icebird had no choice but to forcibly condense an ice shield and ice armor to defend itself. The fireball collided with the ice shield, and the high temperature instantly melted it. Boom! The fireball struck the frost icebird, causing its health bar to drop by about 2%. Almost simultaneously, the previous melee beasts retreated, and a new wave of melee units quickly replaced them, launching a fresh round of attacks. Though their individual damage was low, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Half a day passed, and the frost icebird's health finally dropped to 70%. At this moment, its feet were trapped underground, vines coiled around its legs, and its body was covered in burn marks and traces of electric shocks. The prolonged battle had allowed everyone to accumulate experience. Now, the army could predict the frost icebird's intentions from the slightest movement and promptly command their beasts to evade, minimizing losses. Surrounded by a group of beasts, the frost icebird's actions were repeatedly interrupted, leaving it gnashing its teeth in frustration. Finally, it couldn't hold back any longer. Shaking off the attacks on its body, it stomped the ground with all its might and then leaped into the air. In midair, a thin layer of ice began to form on its feathers. However, it didn't take long before it flapped its wings forcefully, shattering the ice layer. Once the ice layer disappeared, the black stains on its feathers vanished as well, as if it had regained its brilliance. Its health also recovered to 80%. Dealing with it now became even more challenging. In the air, ground-based tactics were rendered completely ineffective, leaving them to rely solely on aerial firepower. This battle had already lasted 5 days. During this time, everyone took turns resting and commanding, but the situation showed no signs of improvement. The frost icebird became more agile in the air, and its defense significantly increased. Its damage output was already low, but now it severely weakened their attacks. After 5 days of attrition, they had reached their limit. The number of soldiers, which had initially maintained a balance of forces, began to dwindle rapidly. Even with new recruits joining, it was merely a drop in the bucket. The available soldiers were running out, almost to the point of exhaustion. Once this batch of soldiers was completely wiped out, the campaign would end in total failure. Lu Chuanyue and Ji Qingfeng had already been killed twice by the frost icebird, yet its health still remained as high as 43%. However, Shang Wanwaner was unwilling to give up so easily. They had held on for 5 days, only to be pushed to the brink of despair. Suddenly, a loud bang! Ah! The soldiers' screams pierced the air as the last bit of their forces was completely annihilated. Even the members of the Changyue Guild and Qingfeng Pavilion were all wiped out, leaving only the 2 guild leaders barely holding on. The frost icebird slowly descended in front of Lu Chuanyue. Her azure flame, tiger and other beasts had all perished. It raised its claw, intending to crush this persistent nuisance once and for all. Just then the frost icebird felt a powerful force coming from its right side and was suddenly sent flying. After stabilizing itself, it saw the source of the attack, a massive bull. But it wasn't over yet. It keenly sensed something approaching from behind. Quickly dodging to the side, a crack suddenly appeared in the ground. Then, as it continued to evade, a strange fissure was left on the ground. It flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce wind toward the direction behind it. A transparent jellyfish appeared in the air. In the sky, 2 figures flew toward them simultaneously. One of the longer figures had a man standing on its head. It was Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's greenwood snake had evolved into a sky azure python dragon, gaining the ability to fly. He had been moving leisurely, deliberately stalling for time. Only when the official army was nearly depleted did he finally arrive. Earlier, after being rammed by the Green Mountain Bull, the frost icebird lost 4% of its health. Now, facing 4 high-damage opponents, the pressure on it increased significantly. The 2 dragons slowly descended, and only then did Shang Wanwana recognize Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, it's really you. Xiao Chen looked at the exhausted Shang Wanwaner, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth, like a master who had never revealed his true strength. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. After speaking, he tidied his hair, thinking he looked incredibly handsome. Shang Wanwaner kept staring at him, and he thought to himself that she must have been captivated by him. He even noticed that Shang Wanwaner's figure wasn't bad. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but lick his lips and commanded his 4 beasts to launch an attack. What he didn't know was that Shang Wanwaner's impression of him had already plummeted to rock bottom. Seeing him act like he was doing them a favor while snatching the boss, she found it utterly infuriating. But she took a deep breath and refrained from voicing her thoughts. Xiao Chen was so strong that he could definitely take down the boss on his own. Her assistance would only speed things up. Moreover, Xiao Chen holds a position in the official ranks, making him one of their own. On the battlefield, the Green Mountain Bull stomped heavily into the ground, causing thick spikes to emerge beneath the feet of the Frost Ice Bird. If it didn't react quickly enough, it would surely be impaled. In the air, there were still the Frost Dragon, the Sky Azure Python Jiao, and the Ethereal Jellyfish. The attacks from the Frost Dragon and the Sky Azure Python Jiao were highly threatening, while the bizarre attacks of the Ethereal Jellyfish left the Frost Ice Bird defenseless. The health bar above its head rapidly dropped. 39%, 34%, 10%, 6%, 1%. The Frost Ice Bird's health was nearly depleted, and it was on the verge of defeat. Xiao Chen's health was down to 1%, yet he was ecstatic inside. I've won. The Frost Divine Bird is mine. Die. Facing the final blow aimed at its vital point, the dying Frost Ice Bird didn't choose to flee but stood its ground. To Xiao Chen, it seemed to have given up resistance, ready to accept the punishment of death. Health dropped to 0%. The Frost Ice Bird was firmly encased in a massive block of ice. After delivering the final blow, Xiao Chen didn't forget to turn back and strike a pose for Shang Wanwaner. Shang Wanwaner looked at him with a complex expression, thinking, so, this is the power of an SSS-level talent? However, Xiao Chen quickly sensed something was wrong. Where's my kill reward? Suddenly, the ice block encasing the bird emitted cracking sounds. A notification popped up before everyone's eyes, detected that the boss, facing a formidable enemy, has triggered its survival instinct, undergoing transformation and significantly enhancing its strength. Boss Frost Ice Bird's quality has been upgraded from legendary to mythical. Kill rewards have been enhanced. After 4 days of arduous travel, Qin Xuan finally reached the edge of the snowy plains on the 5th day. Just minutes after flying into the border, he saw a message. The boss had evolved into mythical quality. What's going on? How come I've never heard of a boss being able to evolve? What happened on the battlefield? At this moment, Xiao Chen witnessed everything before him and could hardly believe it. Impossible. I've never seen anything like this before. What's going on? The cracks on the ice block grew denser, eventually shattering with a loud explosion, sending a violent shockwave and dust flying in all directions. Xiao Chen's 4 divine beasts struggled to resist the shockwave but couldn't avoid injuries. The weaker ethereal jellyfish, being closest to the ice block, was directly killed by the blast. The Frost Dragon and the Sky Azure Python Jiao were also injured, while the Green Mountain Bull, with the strongest defense, fared slightly better, though it was still hurt. As the dust settled, the Frost Ice Bird stood tall in the center, its form now larger than before. The ice elements around it were more solidified, and its gaze was icy and sharp, fixed intently on Xiao Chen. It remained calm but exuded a murderous intent, ready to counter Xiao Chen's attack at any moment. Xiao Chen, unwilling to back down, commanded the Green Mountain Bull to charge at the Frost Ice Bird. Just as the bull's horns were about to touch the bird, the Frost Ice Bird's figure vanished instantly, reappearing behind the Green Mountain Bull in the next moment. Before the bull could react, its horns were instantly broken, and its body was sliced into several pieces, scattering across the ground as chunks of flesh. Instant kill. The Green Mountain Bull, known for its defense and strength, was annihilated by the Frost Ice Bird. In an instant, Xiao Chen was so terrified that he quickly retreated, his eyes filled with fear. The Frost Ice Bird was now clearly far stronger than him. Previously, he had relied on the quality gap to gain the upper hand despite his lower level. But now, the boss and his beasts were of equal quality, and the boss's level was higher. How could he possibly win? Escape. That was Xiao Chen's first thought. He ordered the Sky Azure Python Jiao and the Frost Dragon to quickly retreat with him. But the Frost Ice Bird didn't give them a chance. It teleported again, appearing beside the Sky Azure Python Jiao. Before the Python Jiao could react, its body was sliced into several segments, its head falling to the ground, its eyes filled with disbelief. It hadn't even seen what move the frost icebird had used. The frost dragon rushed to Xiao Chen's side, carrying him in an attempt to fly away. Just as they ascended into the air, a massive bird claw suddenly appeared above the dragon's head. A powerful force slammed it back to the ground, dragging it across the terrain for some distance. Xiao Chen was flung several meters away. Turning back, he saw the frost icebird standing atop the frost dragon's head. No matter how the frost dragon struggled, it was futile. With a gentle flap of its wings, the frost icebird caused the frost dragon's head to lose its soul, dying with its eyes wide open. The frost icebird coldly stared at Xiao Chen, who had fallen to the ground, and slowly approached him. "No, don't come any closer." Xiao Chen, terrified, propped himself up with his hands and desperately crawled backward. But it was useless, he could only watch helplessly as the creature stepped closer and closer to him. Just then woof, 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 a black shadow darted over, positioning itself in front of Xiao Chen. It was the shadow hound that Xiao Chen had always looked down upon. Although it had leveled up to 15 through its own hunting efforts over the past few days, it was still like an ant compared to Xiao Chen's 4 powerful contracted beasts. Because Xiao Chen disliked it, the 4 beasts openly mocked and ridiculed it, often attacking it and sending it flying far away. If Xiao Chen hadn't said he planned to give it to his sister, it would have long been crushed like an ant. Yet every time it was attacked, it ended up injured. Now, with the 4 sisters all killed, the shadow hound knew it couldn't revive like they could. Even so, it chose to step forward, buying time for its master to escape. Just as the frost icebird raised its foot to crush the little ant, a bee cursing, Qin Xuan turned around and dealt with the boss first. As for the little black dog, he could always snatch it back later. Xiao Chen must have had his brain slammed in a door to give up even a mythical grade beast. Facing the siege of 5 super divine beasts, the situation was completely one-sided. The health bar of the extreme frost icebird dropped rapidly. Qin Xuan merely glanced back, and its health fell by 50%. At this point, the extreme frost icebird was already in a sorry state, with a large portion of its feathers burned away and the ice blades behind it long destroyed. Using conventional skills, whether it was gusts of wind or ice spikes, it couldn't inflict effective damage on the enemy, not even freezing their blood into ice spikes. The extreme frost icebird was left with only 30% health, and another round of fire attacks from away reduced it by another 5%. It dodged Tun Tian's strangling attack, spread its wings, and desperately tried to fly away. However, a hand grabbed its claw. Turning back, it turned out to be the monkey wielding a stick. This small body possessed such immense strength. No matter how the icebird flapped its wings, it couldn't break free. Chang Sheng forcefully slammed the extreme frost icebird back to the ground, but he wasn't done yet. He used his arm strength to swing the icebird around a few times before throwing it back to the center of the battlefield. Its health was now down to 21%. Yao Rong exhaled a precise icy breath, hitting the thrown-back extreme frost icebird. Awei and Tun Tian launched simultaneous attacks. The extreme frost icebird endured the attacks of 3 super divine beasts, leaving its health at only 2%. At this moment, its body was encased in solid ice, attempting to recover health. But Qin Xuan would never give it the chance. With a phoenix cry, a fiery phoenix lunged forward, and upon contact with the solid ice, an explosion erupted instantly. Boom! Hong Yan swiftly landed in front of Qin Xuan, shielding him from the shockwave. In the distance, Xiao Chen, who was fleeing, was also blown over by the blast, falling to the ground with a thud and eating a mouthful of dirt. With that, the extreme frost icebird's health bar was completely emptied. You have single-handedly killed the extreme frost icebird, mythical, and received rewards. Potential enhanced extreme frost icebird egg *1, extreme frost ice bird essence blood *25, extreme frost icebird tail feathers *15, extreme frost icebird feathers *10,000, extreme frost icebird essence blood of mythical grade extreme frost icebird, a top-tier supply for ice-type beast tamers. Extreme frost icebird tail feathers, mythical grade. Tail feathers containing a portion of the extreme frost icebird's power. When fused, bird-type beasts have a chance to gain ice attributes. Extreme frost icebird feathers, mythical grade feathers imbued with the power of the extreme frost icebird. When fused, bird-type beasts have a chance to transform into ice attributes. Potential enhanced extreme frost icebird egg, originally the offspring of a legendary grade extreme frost icebird. Its potential greatly increased after breaking through to mythical grade, with the possibility of surpassing mythical grade. Qin Chuan stared at the egg's description, lost in thought. Originally, killing the extreme frost icebird would only yield an egg with mythical potential, at best, evolving to mythical grade. But after the battle with Xiao Chen, being forced by Xiao Chen to undergo a quality transformation, this egg unexpectedly gains super divine grade potential. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth lifting as he began to mock Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, oh Xiao Chen, thanks to you, I've gained another super divine beast. How should I thank you? How about starting with your sister? There was still an unhatched egg of the radiant thunder roaring beast in his bag, and he already had at least 2 super divine beasts in hand. What a pity Xiao Chen escaped, otherwise. Qin Chuan glanced at the unknown beast egg in the corner, secretly regretting. Catching up now wouldn't be a problem, but if he caught up, how could he absorb it in the game? Better to play it safe and act in reality later. At this moment, Wei, Tun Tian, Yao Ron, and Chang Sheng also returned. After a brief exchange, they were all stored in the beast space, including Yao Ron this time. Nearby, Shangguan Wanner struggled to climb out of the snow pile. She had witnessed the intense battle between Xiao Chen and Qin Chuan just now. Despite 2 explosions, she miraculously remained unharmed, truly lucky. She knew this was the best time to contact Dark Knight, so she quickly stood up and ran toward Qin Chuan, afraid he might slip away. At the very least, she needed to confirm Qin Chuan's attitude toward the authorities, but Qin Chuan merely cast her a cold glance, and Wanner immediately stopped in her tracks, not daring to move forward. As long as you all behave and don't bother me, we might still collaborate a few more times in the future, Qin Chuan said coldly. Without paying any attention to her frightened expression, he logged off directly. Returning to reality, he checked the time, August 13th, 2 days before the official arrival of the apocalypse. With the remaining time, he decided to stock up on supplies. The supermarket had just restocked, and he still had over 10 billion left unspent. Qin Chuan walked into the supermarket and bought everything, 1,000 meals from the restaurant, cleared out the dessert shop. He stocked up on clothes, fruits, barbecue, and, most importantly, toilet paper. Running out of that would be unacceptable, so he made sure to buy plenty. After spending a huge sum, Qin Chuan still had 2 to 3 billion left. Sitting on a park bench, wearing sunglasses, he enjoyed the last moments of peace before the apocalypse. The sun slowly set, and the park was bustling with families having picnics. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded Qin Chuan. He lifted his sunglasses and asked coldly, "What do you want from me?" At that moment, an elderly woman stepped forward, holding a framed photo. "Do you remember her?" Qin Chuan glanced at the photo. The woman was Lu Chanxian, a former colleague. Back when there was trouble at Li Fugui's restaurant, she was the most arrogant one. Oh, that woman? She couldn't even take one punch from me. Useless, Qin Chuan mocked mercilessly in front of her family. She was notorious in the company for pretending to be innocent, seducing new male colleagues to scam money. She often pushed her work onto others while reaping the benefits herself. And that other was Qin Chuan, which made him particularly resentful of her. "Qin Chuan, you deliberately killed someone, you deserve the death penalty. I demand you pay for my sister's life," a young man shouted angrily. He was Lu Chanxian's younger brother, Lu Yulong. Lu Yulong hated Qin Chuan to the core. He had relied on his sister's salary to support his girlfriend, as he was incapable and lived off his parents. After his sister's death, the money was gone, and his girlfriend left him. How could he not hate Qin Chuan? As for finding a job, he believed he was destined for greatness and couldn't stoop to manual labor. He once tried carrying bricks for an hour, which left his hands blistered, and the next day, Qin Chuan logged in to check his backpack and found that the 2 eggs showed no signs of activity. After wandering around casually for a while, he logged off. He really didn't know what else he could do now. He had enough materials, plenty of food, immense strength, and as for women? Women would only slow down the speed at which he draws his blade. As for super divine beasts, Qin Chuan admitted that he already had quite a few, but how easy was it to stumble upon a potential super divine beast? Mythical level ones were abundant, but Qin Chuan wasn't interested at all. If others heard this, they would surely call him crazy. Divine beasts were the ultimate dream of their lifetime, and yet he was disdainful? The apocalypse wouldn't officially arrive until noon the next day, so with the remaining day and a half, he planned to stock up on more supplies in the real world. However, supermarkets had already been emptied, and restocking couldn't keep up with demand. So Qin Chuan didn't bother with essential items and instead focused on entertainment. He visited several phone stores and bought dozens of phones and computers in one go, grabbing hundreds of power banks along the way. The phone stand shop owner even gave him hundreds of stands for free. Back home, he immediately started downloading various videos, novels, and movies. Although he had already stocked up on plenty of electronic devices and resources before, it never hurt to have more. Downloading resources and charging power banks took quite a bit of time, but the internet could still barely function during the first 3 days of the apocalypse, though electricity had to be self-supplied. Qin Chuan wasn't worried about this at all. Lightning-type beasts were natural generators. When batteries ran out, a burst of electricity from a lightning-type beast would instantly recharge them. In his previous life, there was a type of beast called Thunder Spirit, whose damage, speed, and defense were all average. However, as elemental lifeforms, their bodies constantly discharged electricity and were often used as generators. Many large bases relied on them for power. Besides thunder spirits, there were wind spirits, water spirits, fire spirits. Qin Chuan had seen many of these elemental lifeforms, but unfortunately, none of them had super divine potential. Perhaps it was because their potential was generally low, or maybe elemental lifeforms were inherently incapable of achieving super divine quality. Due to killing someone publicly, the authorities quickly came looking for him, intending to take him to the police station. But Qin Chuan had the Starry Sky Pen, making it impossible for them to find him, and he had no intention of dealing with them. The official in charge of H City, upon learning they couldn't locate Qin Chuan, simply gave up on the investigation. They were already overwhelmed with work. The apocalypse was imminent, and although people didn't fully believe it yet, the authorities were still following orders from higher-ups, deploying soldiers everywhere in an effort to save as many people as possible in the early stages of the apocalypse. After all, the best-case scenario would be if the apocalypse didn't come at all. At night, Qin Chuan logged in again and discovered that the egg of the Radiant Thunder Roar beast had started to move. He took the egg out of his backpack, and the shell quickly cracked open. A small beast appeared before Qin Chuan, resembling a tiger in shape and moving as swiftly as a leopard. It had 2 pairs of sharp claws, a sharp horn in the middle of its forehead, 2 blade-like fangs protruding from its mouth, and a tail covered in barbs, resembling a spiked mace. Its entire body was hairless, with tough purple skin that was exceptionally resilient. Almost every part of its body could be used as a weapon, as if it were born for battle. This was Qin Chuan's first time seeing the true form of the Radiant Thunder Roar beast. Previously, when conversing with Slock, it either transformed into a human shape or a sphere. Now, its appearance fully lived up to the title of God of Destruction and War. The little creature lightly jumped onto Qin Chuan's shoulder, its sharp gaze softening into a gentle and affectionate look. Fire and lightning elements crackled on its body. Qin Chuan named it Lei Ming. After signing the contract, Lei Ming leapt off his shoulder and became his companion. Jumping down from the tree, Lei Ming, like Yao Rong, was an old soul reincarnated and could transform into human form right from the start. Lei Ming and Yao Rong were about the same height, with the only difference being their hair color and personality. Lei Ming was a black-haired boy with a face that carried a hint of killing intent. However, whenever he looked at Qin Chuan, the killing intent on his face immediately disappeared, replaced by a warm smile. Qin Chuan could feel that the smile was genuine, not feigned. It took less than a day for Lei Ming to reach level 70, but the monsters were too scattered, making it impossible to achieve the concentrated bursts like in the volcano. Using rainbow flames self-destruction would only be counterproductive. After a night of effort, Lei Ming had only reached level 32. At 9 a.m. on August 15, there were only 3 hours left until the apocalypse. Qin Chuan glanced at the extreme frost icebird egg in his inventory. Seeing no signs of it hatching, he logged out of the game and went outside. 2 hours before the apocalypse, the game suddenly announced an update, kicking all players out and returning their consciousness to reality. 1 hour before the apocalypse, the military set up formations in all directions, ready to eliminate any enemies. Qin Chuan noticed a military unit nearby keeping an eye on the street he was on. Trying to take precautions in advance? How naive. The last half hour, 10 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. When the clock struck noon, the clear sky suddenly turned gloomy, and dark clouds covered the entire blue star. Portals began to appear in the sky and on the ground. From these portals, wild beasts continuously poured out. Carnivorous beasts, spotting defenseless humans on the streets, drooled and pounced on them. Screams erupted, and blood splattered everywhere. Not only that, but the ground began to shake violently, with cracks growing larger and larger, tearing apart many buildings. Countless bottomless fissures opened in the ground, swallowing people who quickly disappeared, leaving behind only faint screams. It wasn't just the Dragon Nation, other countries also suffered devastating blows. On the coast of Sakura Nation, people saw a massive snake with 8 heads emerging from the sea. In the beautiful nation, residents were chased and devoured by swarms of black liquid monsters covered in mold. Military forces around the world responded swiftly, charging out and firing heavy machine guns at the beasts. But they soon discovered that firearms were almost ineffective against the monsters. As the creatures charged closer, a soldier had a sudden idea, connecting with his spiritual sea and attempting to summon his beast. In the next moment, a giant turtle appeared before him. After a brief moment of shock, the surrounding soldiers followed suit, successfully summoning their beasts. "Don't panic. Get behind us quickly." The military worked to clear the monsters while calming the crowd. But as the ground fissures widened, the distance between people grew, and their shouts couldn't carry across. The screams of the crowd drowned out the soldiers' calls, and chaos reigned everywhere. In a forest, a disheveled man emerged. He rubbed his eyes, confirming that the scene before him was no illusion. The monsters from the game were truly hunting people in reality. He laughed maniacally, his laughter wild and excited. This man was Morong Junzi. After killing his father and sabotaging his family's plans, he had hidden in this forest, living like a wild man. He found a cave to hide in, coming out at night to eat bugs and berries, and had evaded official detection until now. Seeing the madness of the apocalypse, he knew his chance to rise had come. "I, Morong Junzi, finally have a chance to turn my life around. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, he felt something hot behind him. Stiffly turning his head, he saw a dinosaur-like monster, drooling as it loomed over the crowd. Roar! No! The gaping maw grew larger and larger until, with a squelch, Morong Junzi was dead. Qin Chuan walked coldly through the panicked crowd. This street was where he had been at the start of the apocalypse in his previous life. Back then, he had been just like the people now, desperately trying to escape. "Help! Big brother, save me!" A little girl screamed as she ran toward Qin Chuan, a ferocious steel-clawed tiger close on her heels. The level 15 steel-clawed tiger had locked onto her. The little girl couldn't run as fast as an adult, and it was clear she was about to be caught by the tiger. Seeing Qin Chuan walking in the opposite direction, the girl, like a drowning person clutching at a straw, ran desperately toward him, begging for his help. But Qin Chuan only stared at her coldly. Just as the girl was about to throw herself at him, he sidestepped, avoiding her. The girl fell hard to the ground, scraping her hands and knees, crying pitifully. But after the betrayals of his previous life, Qin Chuan no longer trusted anyone. He knew this little girl all too well. In her previous life, she was also chased by a tiger. At that time, Qin Chuan, soft-hearted, risked his life to kill the tiger and save her. From then on, he realized that the beasts from the game could actually appear in reality. That little girl had incredible luck in her past life. After being saved by Qin Chuan, she became his companion and one of the founding members of the Dark Knight base. Over the years, Qin Chuan never harbored any ill will toward her, even treating her like his own younger sister. 5 years later, she was already well-versed in etiquette and knowledgeable about the habits of various beasts, becoming a renowned scholar at the base. But misfortune struck. A few years later, she met Xiao Chen and was captivated by his handsome appearance. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen intended to go against Qin Chuan, she willingly became a traitor. It wasn't until the Dark Knight base was destroyed that she revealed her true colors, betraying Qin Chuan ruthlessly. Qin Chuan had thought that saving her would at least ensure she wouldn't harm him. Unexpectedly, she enjoyed his kindness while secretly selling him out. When Qin Chuan confronted her, she replied without hesitation, "Brother Xiao Chen is my everything. He encouraged me during my most difficult times." "What have you done for me besides material care?" As one of the core members of the base, Qin Chuan had given her the best clothes, the best food, the best doctors, and even risked his life to steal precious books for her to read. Many people in the base were dissatisfied with her treatment, but Qin Chuan suppressed their complaints. And yet, all he got in return was, "What have you done for me besides material care?" Recalling this past, Qin Chuan's tightly clenched fists made his knuckles crack. Ungrateful people truly deserve to die. The little girl endured the pain and stood up, seeing Qin Chuan's cold gaze. She dared not approach him and could only limp away. The steel Fang tiger behind her tried to bypass Qin Chuan to continue its pursuit, but Qin Chuan glared at it fiercely. The steel Fang tiger didn't dare provoke Qin Chuan and could only shrink its neck and continue chasing the little girl. The little girl, who was already slow, now injured, was quickly caught up. "No, don't eat me, I don't taste good," she screamed in terror. Just as the steel Fang tiger lunged to bite her neck, a young man rushed forward and killed the tiger with a single punch, saving her. The young man gently picked up the little girl, like a kind older brother from next door. "Little sister, don't be afraid." Big brother chased the monster away. "Don't cry, come, I'll take you to find your parents, okay?" The young man spoke gently, a smile on his lips. Qin Chuan glanced at him, not recognizing him. He must be a new player. The apocalypse had just begun, and it was normal for young people to have a sense of justice. However, Qin Chuan still felt annoyed. Why hadn't that little girl learned her lesson yet? The pain of being torn to pieces made him furious. This was clearly an ungrateful person, so why did people keep saving her repeatedly? The things he worked so hard to obtain, why did they always end up being taken by that damn Xiao Chen? Why? It was infuriating, unbearably so. The young man saw Qin Chuan's gloomy expression and thought he had been caught red-handed. Panicking, he immediately began to reprimand him. "How can you be so cold-blooded? The little girl begged you for help. If she had died just now, you would have been tea. There is plenty of empty land on Blue Star, so it doesn't matter if it gets blown up." The beasts quickly dispersed in all directions upon receiving orders, leaving only Kair, Yaoshang, Erdwa, and Laming by Qin Chuan's side. With them and the beast equipment, Qin Chuan wasn't worried about any accidents. Next, Qin Chuan planned to find Xiao Chen. He mounted Yaoshang and flew toward the nearby J City. Riding the ice-radiant holy dragon was incredibly fast, and he reached his destination within minutes. However, even after circling the skies above J City several times, he still couldn't find any trace of Xiao Chen. Could he really be hiding? With Xiao Chen's abilities, if he decided to hide, it would indeed be difficult for Qin Chuan to locate him. After searching for a while without results, Qin Chuan leaned helplessly against the balcony of a building. He had thought that he could at least sense Xiao Chen's presence based on the commotion he left during fights. Yet Xiao Chen had given up the golden opportunity to level up in the game just to avoid Qin Chuan. Was Qin Chuan really that terrifying? Thinking about this, Qin Chuan decided he must quickly find a tracking-type beast. There was actually another way to find Xiao Chen, destroying all the nearby cities. With Qin Chuan's current strength, he could easily do it. But such an act would implicate too many innocents and definitely attract official attention. More importantly, Xiao Chen had protective luck, and Qin Chuan's explosions might not even kill him. If he failed to kill Xiao Chen, not only that, but he would also be regarded as an enemy by the officials. Although Qin Chuan wasn't afraid of the authorities, he couldn't afford to offend the entire nation's officials. Since he couldn't find Xiao Chen, he decided to level up first. He would find him eventually. Besides, Xiao Chen was traveling with his sister, so he couldn't run far. Qin Chuan used his spiritual see to transmit Xiao Chen and his sister's appearances and information to the beasts scattered for hunting, instructing them to report immediately upon discovering Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, in a nearby city, Lu Hao and his squad were surrounded by a group of beasts and were on the verge of death. At that moment, a white-haired fox capable of controlling flames appeared. Its burning flames swept through the beast group in an instant, reducing them to ashes. Lu Hao stared at the fox in astonishment, knowing it wasn't an ordinary wild beast. It must have been sent by a master. The white fox quickly disappeared from sight, and Lu Hao and his teammates sighed softly, realizing the master had already left. This master seemed unwilling to reveal themselves. If they could join the Dragon Nation's army, what would the Dragon Nation have to fear? Similar situations occurred in other cities, with attacks from wolf packs, snake groups, and even creatures resembling dragons or monkeys. However, they all shared one common trait: they only attacked wild beasts and completely ignored the Dragon Nation's army. Some people tried to approach them to recruit or sign contracts, but they were all scared away. This was Qin Chuan's order: as long as they didn't provoke official personnel, they would be spared. As for ordinary players seeking help or trying to claim ownership, well, they were nothing and were all killed. This news quickly reached the official headquarters. In the conference room, Jiang Weiping watched the video footage sent by the soldiers, feeling delighted. With their help, the pressure on the squads was greatly reduced. The officers nearby were also thrilled. Such powerful forces must be firmly controlled by the officials. If they were willing to join, it would be a blessing for the entire nation. Jiang Lao, I didn't expect so much talent in this area. Should we try to recruit them? A military officer asked softly. Other senior officials also looked at Jiang Weiping, hoping for his affirmative response. But Jiang Weiping's words were like a bucket of cold water, leaving everyone stunned. What if all these beasts belong to the same person? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, a staff officer immediately refuted. We all know that in the game, you can only gain one additional contract slot every 10 levels. Now there are 8 beasts in front of us. Could someone have reached level 80 in just 2.5 months? The officer who raised the question analyzed. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed unreasonable. Leveling up in the later stages of the game is very difficult, Jiang Lao, you know that too. Even with such strong beasts helping, 2.5 months is still too short. Then could it be a talent? Someone asked. If it's a talent, then where did these beasts come from? The resources needed to cultivate them are astronomical. If you put it that way, we should recruit him even more. Such a powerful beast cultivation method, we must get our hands on it. I think as long as we figure out his secret, the stability of the Dragon Nation won't be an issue, and we might even rebuild a society governed by law. I don't think that's appropriate. First of all, Qin Xuan is also a citizen of the Dragon Nation. We shouldn't harm our own people. Secondly, he has indeed helped us. Without him, our soldiers would have suffered even more casualties. We should build a good relationship with him, not make him an enemy. Making some concessions if necessary is worth it. As long as we work together, that's enough. Quiet. The noisy discussion was interrupted by Jiang Weiping. I agree with Staff Officer Jean. No matter what his intentions are, he has indeed helped us solve a lot of problems. Without him, who knows how many soldiers would have died. Are we really going to be ungrateful? But shouldn't we at least get him to provide the beast cultivation method? That would reduce casualties, a staff officer said discontentedly. That's his own method, we can't expect to get it for free. Moreover, Qin Xuan currently has a cold attitude towards the authorities. If we push him too hard, do you think he will just swallow his anger? Or do you think we have the ability to defeat him? If something goes wrong, we can't afford the consequences. Since Qin Xuan hasn't made himself our enemy, as the authorities, we should be even less inclined to provoke him. As soon as the words fell, a hot-tempered officer slammed the table, producing a dull thud. Qin Xuan, while we're out there risking our lives, he's sitting comfortably, enjoying the peace bought with the lives of our soldiers. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, with such strength, he should be stepping up to defend the country in its time of need. Heaven must be blind. Someone so ungrateful, how does he deserve such power? He doesn't deserve it at all. So what if he's invincible in a game? This is the real world. Now, does he think he can withstand missile attacks? On the other hand, that Xiao Chun, although his motives aren't pure, at least he told us the truth about the apocalypse, giving us time to prepare. Qin Xuan is nothing but a selfish, self-serving scoundrel, not even as good as Xiao Chun. Enough. Jiang Weiping, listening to the string of accusations, couldn't hold back his anger. Are you suggesting we use missiles to kill Qin Xuan? Have you considered what happens if we fail to kill him? What if Qin Xuan retaliates? What if innocent civilians get hurt? We cannot turn against someone who has helped us before. Otherwise, how are we any different from those aristocratic families? The most important thing now is to stabilize the domestic situation, not to create trouble and make enemies prematurely. Qin Xuan, at least for now, is untouchable. After saying this, Jiang Weiping turned and left the conference room, leaving behind silent officers and council members. Soon, those who opposed taking action against Qin Xuan also left one after another, leaving only a small group of people who supported action. The hot-tempered officer finally couldn't hold back, stood up, and grabbed something from the table, smashing it to the ground. The others' faces also darkened. They had never seen Qin Xuan's true strength and naturally didn't know how terrifying he really was. Commander Wang, sit down. Let's continue the discussion. A bespectacled man with a cold expression and polite demeanor urged him to return to his seat. It doesn't matter if Qin Xuan doesn't want to join us, as long as his beasts can. In J City, Qin Chuan used the time waiting for news to scour various malls and small shops throughout the city. At this moment, he was standing inside a large shopping mall. Around him were scattered severed limbs, and the ground was soaked with blood. He was slaying the beasts that lunged at him, searching floor by floor. In a sealed room on the third floor, a group of people was hiding, unnoticed by the beasts. They were huddled in the cramped space. When they suddenly heard movement and human voices outside, cautiously peeking out, they saw a man with a child hunting down the monsters. Lei Ming and Air Duo had already gone to higher floors, so in the eyes of this group of hiding people, Qin Chuan was just a lucky hunter who had found a top-notch weapon and brought his younger brother to the mall to scavenge for supplies. Seeing this, a greasy middle-aged man excitedly said, "Great! His sword looks strong. We can ask him to take us out." "But what if he refuses?" a woman asked softly, and the group fell into a brief silence. Soon, the middle-aged man spoke again. "Let's go ask him." "First, Xiao Zhang, hide this knife." He handed a knife to the man beside him. "Stand close to the kid later. If he refuses, we'll have his companion in our hands. Let's see if he dares not take us out, huh?" He chuckled coldly. As Qin Chuan got closer, the middle-aged man turned to remind the group, "Pay attention, he's coming. Stick to the plan." Then he rushed out first. "Hero, brave man, help us, save us." As the middle-aged man dashed out, 3 men and 2 women followed him. Qin Chuan looked at them expressionlessly. Yao Xiang had just told him there were 6 people hiding in the small room, but he still pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Who are you?" "Hero, please save us," the middle-aged man said, kneeling down, and the others quickly followed suit. Only Xiao Zhang deliberately moved closer to Yao Xiang. "I have nothing to do with you, right?" Qin Chuan smirked slightly, sizing them up. "We can give you money. I'm the manager of this mall. As long as you take us out, I'm willing to give you all my savings. Do you think money is still useful now? If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Qin Chuan snorted coldly and turned to leave with Yao Xiang. Just as they were about to leave, Yao Xiang passed by Xiao Zhang, who suddenly sprang up, grabbed Yao Xiang's neck, and held a fruit knife to his chin. Yao Xiang's body turned ice cold. Seeing this, Qin Chuan immediately stopped and shouted, "Stop right there." Turning around, Qin Chuan saw Yao Xiang being threatened with a knife, his heart tightening as he muttered under his breath, "This is bad." Everyone around heard him and realized his younger brother had been captured. The middle-aged man smiled smugly. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. If you want this boy to be safe, obediently take us out," he said, pulling the confused Yao Xiang closer. Xiao Zhang also spoke up, "And hand over the weapon in your hand." He not only wanted Qin Chuan to take them out but also wanted to seize his weapon. Before Xiao Zhang could finish his threats, Yao Xiang suddenly grabbed Xiao Zhang's hand holding the knife and twisted it forcefully. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and Xiao Zhang screamed in pain. Everyone around was stunned, but what terrified them even more was that Yao Xiang grabbed Xiao Zhang's hand and directly threw him over the third-floor railing. Bang! Xiao Zhang landed heavily below. Though he was still breathing, several wild beasts at the entrance rushed in, ignoring his cries of agony, and quickly tore him to pieces. The 5 people upstairs were so frightened, they collapsed to the ground. Listening to the sounds of flesh being ripped apart below, 2 women couldn't help but retch. "Your turn now." Yao Xiang turned, smiling as he stared at the group upstairs. 5 figures fell from mid-air, accompanied by their terrified screams. In the end, all 6 people became the beasts. Dinner. After it was over, Yao Xiang clapped his hands and walked over to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan patted his head and praised him for a job well done. The two continued upstairs and soon reunited with Air Duo and Lei Ming. The 4th and 5th floors were mostly employees, and in their scramble for the fruit on Air Duo's head, they were all killed. After quickly collecting the supplies upstairs, Qin Chuan led the group out of the mall. Just as Qin Chuan left, the military arrived, also targeting the supplies. Soon, they were shocked to find that all the supplies and survivors in the mall had disappeared. After staying in J City for a week, on the 6th day, Qin Chuan summoned back all his beasts. After level 70, the experience required for leveling up was more than the total of the first 10 levels combined. When they returned, most of their levels were between 73 and 75. The IT was even harder for Qin Chuan, as the experience was split among 4 beasts. Currently, Yao Xiang and the other 3 were only at level 71. After all, they were still in a human city, their actions restricted, and leveling up was slow. But Qin Chuan never intended for them to level up here, he knew of a place where his beasts could fight to their heart's content. Besides Xiao Chen, Qin Chuan had another reason for staying in J City. A week after the apocalypse in his previous life, a portal appeared in J City's Times Square. The portal led to another space and was expected to remain open for 2 months, after which the game map would largely be unlocked. In his previous life, Xiao Chen entered this instance and contracted a mythical grade spatial beast, the Rift Sky Divine Tiger, a powerful mythical existence. In his past life, Qin Chuan missed this opportunity because he was busy saving people. It was said that there was also a boss inside called the Star-Devouring Demon Dragon, and this time, he wanted to challenge it. At this moment, Qin Chuan stood in Times Square, waiting for the portal to open. Around 2 p.m., a crimson light suddenly appeared. The space began to distort, eventually forming a passage. "It's here," Qin Chuan murmured. Once the space stabilized, he led his beasts and slowly stepped inside. His vision blurred, and the air was thick with the smell of rust. The blood-red sky constantly cracked and mended itself. Red light covered the ground, offering no warmth, and the space distortion was exceptionally intense, explaining why so many spatial beasts gathered here. Qin Chuan and his team pressed forward. Qin Chuan found himself in a vast blood-red forest that stretched endlessly. He instructed Erdwa to plant a special sapling near the portal. This sapling was crucial for the rebirth of the sacred resonance ancient tree after its destruction. Since the sapling could sense across distances, Qin Chuan often used it as a marker. But at that moment, Erdwa informed him that it could sense the same type of sapling planted in H City. Qin Chuan was stunned. At the start of the game, he had instructed Erdwa to plant a sapling in H City for future revival. Now that Erdwa could sense it, it meant his blue star and this place were actually in the same space. This wasn't just a simple instance but another corner of the universe. Realizing this, Qin Chuan's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected Blue Star to connect with an alien world so quickly. Fortunately, this planet seemed to lack advanced technology, otherwise, humanity might have already been wiped out. After marking the location, Qin Chuan, to avoid damaging the portal, flew with his beasts far away from it. The Ice Radiance Sacred Dragon flew at high speed for 2 full days. The forest was so vast that even after flying for so long, there was no end in sight. However, the distance was sufficient. Next came the time for frenzied leveling. The wild monsters here provided abundant experience. Qin Chuan could level up with just a few area attacks, making the efficiency several times higher than on Blue Star. After 3 consecutive days of grinding, all of Qin Chuan's beasts successfully reached level 80. The egg of the Extreme Frost Icebird also hatched. When Qin Chuan checked its attributes, its potential was indeed astonishing. After activating its innate talent, it quickly evolved into the Extreme Frost Ice Phoenix, which Qin Chuan named Ling Yu. The other beasts took about a day and a half to reach level 80, and after Ling Yu hatched, it took another day and a half to train it to level 80. From a bird's eye view, the ground was covered with countless battle scars, pitted and uneven, stretching as far as the eye could see, all traces left by Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star in J City's Times Square, a figure was sneaking around, cautiously checking to ensure no one was nearby before darting toward the Crimson Portal. That person was Xiao Chen. At the start of the game, to avoid Qin Chuan, he had hidden with his sister in a deep underground cave. Where did the cave come from? Naturally, his beasts had dug it for him. Over the past few days, he and his sister had been hiding in the dark underground until 3 days after the portal opened. Xiao Chen finally emerged with supplies prepared for his sister. Before leaving, he repeatedly warned her not to leave the cave under any circumstances and to wait for his return. Xiao Chen was well aware that there was a portal in J City. In his previous life, he was the first to discover it. He was gambling that Qin Chuan would temporarily let him go in order to pursue the spatial-type beast. Arriving at Times Square and seeing no one around, he knew he had gambled correctly. Without hesitation, he stepped into the portal, greeted by a familiar sky and forest. He clearly remembered the process of obtaining the Rift Sky Divine Tiger in his previous life. It was his first contracted beast. This time, with the help of 4 mythical quality beasts, he believed he could acquire the Rift Sky Divine Tiger quickly. By then, he could directly join the official ranks. Thinking of Qin Chuan's terrifying strength, Xiao Chen couldn't help but shiver, which quickly turned into deep jealousy and resentment. Why were Qin Chuan's beasts so powerful? Why weren't those beasts his? No, those beasts could have been his, he just needed to use the contract-breaking stone to seize them. In his previous life, he lost because he wasn't prepared. Shao Chan licked his lips, eager to start searching for the Rift Sky Divine Tiger and ready to set a trap to snatch Qin Chuan's beasts. What good was strength without beasts? Without them, Qin Chuan was nothing. Thousands of kilometers away, Qin Chuan held a massive purple greatsword, clearing a patch of land. This sword was Lei Ming's linked weapon, with a blade as long as half of Qin Chuan's height. Normally, this sword required both hands to wield, but Qin Chuan could handle it effortlessly with one hand, feeling almost no weight, though there was some resistance when swinging it. Perhaps this could be considered a gift of innate strength. Ling Yu's linked weapon was a blue longbow, which had no arrows, but whenever she drew the bowstring, an arrow formed of solid ice would automatically condense. These ice arrows could fly 100 miles without losing any power. At this moment, aside from Yao Rong and Lei Ming, almost all of Qin Chuan's beasts stood on the cleared ground, preparing to transform into human forms. Beasts could unlock their humanoid forms upon reaching level 80, allowing them to walk the world in human shape. Although they retained some beastly features, it didn't hinder their functionality. Beast forms and human forms were incomparable. In beast form, they could shrink to the size of house cats or dogs or grow as massive as skyscrapers, causing destruction with every step and exuding an overwhelming aura. Human forms, on the other hand, were more suitable for combat in confined spaces, offering greater agility and convenience. Beasts could freely switch between the two forms, complementing each other, and their strength remained unchanged regardless of the form. If a beast reached level 90, it could even condense its own exclusive beast weapon. In humanoid form, it was easier to unleash the full power of the beast weapon. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan never had the chance to reach level 90 in his previous life. Soon, clusters of light enveloped Awei and the other beasts as they began transforming into human forms. Awei was the first, changing from a white nine-tailed fox into a small boy with white hair and beast ears, his nine tails still prominent. The boy gradually grew up, eventually becoming a scholarly young man with waist-length white hair, dressed in white robes, exuding an elegant demeanor with a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. Next was Tun Tian, who also started as a child and grew into a burly man with heavy armor draped over his arms and cold, snake-like eyes. Kyre transformed into a quiet girl with long black hair, reaching her waist, speckled with starlight, and two antennae on her forehead blending seamlessly with her hair, giving her an air of detachment from the world. Dili became a robust man with a full beard, muscular and immensely strong, wearing armor that made him look particularly imposing. Yi appeared much lighter, transforming into a lively girl with short light blue hair, slightly shorter than the others, except for Yao Rong. A Feng turned into a young man draped in a white fur cloak, with wolf ears and a wolf tail. Air Duo transformed into a tall monk, dressed in a kasaya, with prayer beads around his neck and in his hands. A tender sprout growing on his head, who solemnly said, "Greetings, my lord." Namo Aminos. Chang Sheng became an unruly young man, agile in movement, speaking in a spirited tone with a distinct accent, with a dark gold iron staff hanging behind his back. Hong Yan and Lingyue had both transformed into peerless beauties, with tall and graceful figures, fair and smooth skin, and particularly the elasticity of their thighs that made one involuntarily take a few more glances. Their clothing styles were distinct. Hong Yan wore a fiery red robe, exuding a dignified aura like a saintess from a cultivation novel, while Lingyue donned a light blue gauze dress, its hem fluttering as if moved by an invisible breeze, resembling a celestial maiden with an enchanting smile. Lia Yu had turned into a young man clad in crimson armor and wearing a red crown, radiating the aura of a general. At this point, all of Qin Chuan's contracted beasts had unlocked their humanoid forms. They surrounded Qin Chuan, chatting and laughing like family. However, Qin Chuan had a question: why was Yao Xiao still so short? Even Lei Ming, who also initially appeared in a childlike form, had already grown into a young adult. Lei Ming explained that he could only take on a childlike appearance at first, but as his level increased, he could freely choose the age of his humanoid form. In other words, the humanoid forms of the contracted beasts could be adjusted in size and appearance just like their beast forms. Lei Ming demonstrated on the spot, transforming from a young adult back into a little boy, and then back again. So, Yao Xiao's short stature was his own choice, and there was no issue. Yao Xiao also agreed with this explanation, reassuring Qin Chuan. However, faced with the changes in the other contracted beasts, the gazes directed at him made Yao Xiao snort coldly. He turned his head and said indifferently, "I like it this way. What business is it of yours?" In the vast and boundless universe, a blood-red continent floated in the void. The surrounding space was unusually chaotic, with cracks occasionally appearing and then healing the next moment. Suspended above this continent was a massive castle. At the center of the castle, on a throne, sat a tall shadowy figure. I never expected them to have descendants, and their bloodline is even stronger than theirs. This is wonderful, the shadow murmured excitedly. With just a little manipulation, I can lead them step by step into despair. The moment of utter hopelessness is the most delicious. As he spoke, he licked his lips, as if already savoring the taste. This place was truly the right choice. Once I devour their descendants, my bloodline will undoubtedly become even stronger. Meeting them is my fortune, ha ha ha. The shadow laughed sinisterly, and behind the throne was a pile of massive skeletal remains, reduced to mere frameworks. Among them, 2 enormous tiger skeletons stood out the most. In a nearby secret chamber, a black dragon lay resting in the center. A heavy chain was locked around its neck, and its eyes were filled with exhaustion. If Shao Chen were here, he would immediately recognize it as the powerful star-devouring demon dragon. On the blood-red continent below the castle, a Wei casually blasted a large pit into the ground before returning to Qin Xuan's side, as did the other contracted beasts. Although the beasts could all take on humanoid forms, apart from Kair, Yaoshao, Changshan, and Erdwa, the others preferred their beast forms. After becoming familiar with humanoid combat, they all reverted to their beast forms. They had been here for 15 days, continuously grinding monsters to level up, leaving millions of craters on the ground. Though they were tired of it, unlocking their humanoid forms hadn't improved their grinding efficiency. Qin Xuan was puzzled. Reaching level 81 required a massive amount of experience, but after grinding for over 10 days, they should have leveled up by now. It wasn't until he saw a notification from over 10 days ago that his heart sank. This continent could accommodate creatures of any level, but the maximum level 1 could reach here was 80. To level up further, they had to leave. Qin Xuan knew that the teleportation portal he had used to arrive could also be used to leave. However, the outer layer of the continent was surrounded by extremely unstable spatial turbulence, which would destroy anyone attempting to pass through with their physical body. Strangely, while this place could accommodate beings above level 80, it restricted creatures from leveling beyond 80. This made Qin Xuan suspect that this might be a place of exile and imprisonment in the universe. At this moment, Qin Xuan slumped against a Wei's fluffy body, while the other contracted beasts lay or sprawled around, creating a despondent atmosphere. Over the past 10 days, he had tirelessly grinded monsters to the point of exhaustion, only to realize it had all been in vain, and now he just wanted to rest well and temporarily give up striving. Qin Xuan tilted his head. Although he couldn't level up, he could still go look for the sky-splitting divine tiger. However, the past half-month of grinding monsters had left him utterly exhausted. The surrounding enemies had been mostly cleared out, and anyone approaching his beasts would be quickly detected. He decided to take a break. As he thought about it, Qin Xuan's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he gradually fell asleep. Outside, official personnel were guarding the Crimson Portal at Times Square. Soldiers scouted ahead and, after confirming there was oxygen inside, researchers arrived to conduct studies. Thanks to thorough preparation, the military quelled the disaster in the Dragon Nation within half a month, saving countless survivors, including groups led by players. After the officials arrived, players either submitted to serve the authorities or cooperated with them. All non-official players were required to register their talent levels and abilities. Players unwilling to comply were imprisoned for ideological re-education, while rebels were suppressed on the spot. Under such strict measures, no large-scale riots broke out in the Dragon Nation. However, many ordinary citizens were devoured by beasts, dying tragic deaths. Those with high talents, even in such a short time, were unable to establish any significant settlements and had no choice but to rely on the authorities. During registration, any newly discovered talent was meticulously documented by the officials. For ordinary people to awaken talents, they had to risk their lives to contract their first beast. With an extremely low success rate, failure meant death. The authorities did not force civilians to become beast tamers, but anyone who successfully awakened was required to report to the officials. Anyone caught concealing or falsifying information would be treated as a traitor. Back at Times Square, initially, team leaders led squads daily to collect samples. Later, after determining the danger was minimal, some bold researchers directly entered the portal, including Shangguan Wanner, After adapting to the environment's pungent, metallic smell, Shangwan Wan'er led her research team in excitedly studying this unfamiliar land. The team members suppressed their excitement and focused on their experiments. They collected various samples and conducted repeated studies, discovering that humans could indeed survive here. Soldiers patrolled the area, and while beasts occasionally appeared, they were quickly surrounded and killed, making it even safer than Blue Star. As they continued exploring deeper, they speculated that it might even be possible to establish human cities here. Excitedly, they reported back to headquarters, which quickly responded, instructing them to attempt contracting the local beasts, study their attributes, and determine if they could be utilized by the military. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, relying on his 4 divine beasts, charged straight into the sky-splitting divine tiger's territory, snatched the only female cub from the tiger's den, killed 2 others, and quickly fled. Not long after, a sharp-featured man with a monkey-like face arrived at the ravaged tiger den, accompanied by 2 sky-splitting divine tigers. He had a tail with the same fur color as the sky-splitting divine tigers and 2 tiger ears. His aura made the 2 tigers shrink back, clearly marking him as the tiger king of this group. "It seems an outsider has intruded on our territory and taken a cub," the tiger king said, sniffing the unusual scent lingering in the air. "This scent is something I've never encountered before." "Leader, could it be those enemies?" one of the tigers asked. "No, this scent isn't theirs. Go search for it. If you encounter any unfamiliar creatures, report to me immediately." "Understood." The 2 followers retreated, leaving the Tiger King to ponder alone. "I've sniffed across the entire land and can't identify this scent. Could it be, like Lord Black Demon, someone from the outside?" "That's right. If we can capture him and find out the exit, our sky-splitting divine tiger clan can rise again. If it weren't for those damned humans locking us up for hundreds of years." He immediately issued orders for more sky-splitting divine tigers to search for the outsider. Elsewhere, after an unknown amount of time, Qin Chuan finally woke up, feeling refreshed and ready to set out in search of the sky-splitting divine tigers. He had been here for so long without encountering a single one. Glancing at his beasts, he saw that most of them had also woken up. Since leveling up wasn't possible here, he decided to recall them into the beast space, leaving only Yaorong, Erdwa, and Changxing to accompany him. Not far away, a child about the same height as Yaoxiao, dressed in primitive clothing, was desperately running through the jungle. Like the shark-mouthed, monkey-faced, sky-splitting divine tiger king, he had a white tiger tail and 2 round tiger ears. His body was covered in wounds, many of which had already started to fester. After running for a long time, he finally collapsed heavily to the ground and passed out. Qin Chuan and his group happened to pass by. Erdwa heard movement in the bushes and turned to check. He immediately saw the scarred child lying on the ground. If he wasn't treated quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was on the brink of death. "Ah, he's so badly injured, he won't last long. Such a good child, it's truly pitiful. Let us end your suffering. May Buddha bless you." As Qin Chuan's beast companion, saving this boy would be effortless for him, but without Qin Chuan's command, he would never help others. Chang Shang pushed aside the obstructing bushes, saw the unconscious child, and raised his dark gold iron staff, ready to smash the boy's head. Just then, Qin Chuan saw the unconscious child from behind the bushes. With just one glance, his eyes widened sharply, and he quickly shouted, "Stop!" Whoosh, the iron staff sliced through the air with a sharp sound, stopping just a few centimeters above the boy's head. A moment later, the boy's head would have been crushed. Qin Chuan stepped forward. Confirming the boy's condition again, and information appeared in his eyes. Name, sky-splitting divine tiger attribute, gold, space level, 80 quality, mythical final. Form, sky-splitting divine tiger king, super divine. What luck, just when he was looking for a good opportunity to rest, a great opportunity presented itself. Fortunately, he stopped it in time, otherwise, the loss would have been too great. Qin Chuan gently turned the boy over, seeing his body covered in scars, some of which had already started to fester and suppurate. What kind of creature could injure an 80-level mythical quality beast like this? Some of the wounds on his arms and legs were so deep that the bone was visible. His feet bore iron rings made of some unknown metal, embedded into his flesh. Behind the iron rings were marks of broken chains, clearly indicating he had escaped. Could he have been imprisoned before? Qin Chuan was puzzled but decided to heal the boy first. Following Qin Chuan's command, Erdwa immediately acted. Green light emanated from his palm as he gently pressed it against the boy's chest. The green light quickly spread throughout the boy's body, and the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, the dirty boy's wounds were completely healed, and Qin Xuan casually removed the iron rings from his feet. At this moment, Yao Xiao also walked over, looking down at the boy who was about the same height as him, his eyes full of curiosity. The boy's eyelids twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing 4 strangers surrounding him, he was so frightened that he quickly flipped over and ran away. After escaping the encirclement, he turned around, baring his teeth and glaring at Qin Xuan and the others. After scanning the group, his gaze fixed on Qin Xuan. He leaped onto a nearby tree, revealing sharp claws, and pounced toward Qin Xuan. How could Qin Xuan be easily attacked? Someone else moved even faster. Just as the boy reached Qin Xuan, an iron staff struck him hard in the waist, knocking him directly to the ground. Changsheng stepped on him to prevent him from getting up. The boy roared like a wild beast. Qin Xuan rubbed his forehead, thinking that in this state, it was impossible to form a contract. Take him away and let him calm down. Erdwa summoned several vines, binding the boy tightly. Although the vines weren't very strong, they were enough to restrain him. His hands were tied behind his back to prevent him from scratching anyone. With that, Erdwa carried him away. Along the way, the boy kept shouting, but when he realized it was useless, he finally fell silent. Yao Xiao, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic, constantly asking him questions. What's your name? Where are you from? How did you escape? When he realized the boy couldn't understand him, Yao Xiao patiently began teaching him dragon language. Yao Xiao seemed particularly interested in the boy, as if he had found a friend. Qin Xuan noticed this but didn't stop him. As long as it kept him quiet, it was fine. By the next morning, Yao Xiao and the boy had become close friends. However, the boy still resisted forming a contract with Qin Xuan. After being released, he stubbornly tried to attack Qin Xuan again. The difference this time was that the attack didn't aim for a vital spot. As a result, before he could even touch Qin Xuan, he was beaten up by Chang Shang and finally settled down. Yao Xiang questioned him all night and finally learned that the boy had escaped from a tribe. When he was still a cub, he was abandoned by his parents and discovered in a roadside bush by a girl from the tribe, who took him home and raised him. In the tribe, he had always believed in the gods, hoping they would forgive his sins, though he didn't care much about such matters. He lived with the girl for a long time. During this time, he hunted on his own and gradually reached level 80, gaining the ability to transform into a human form. The first time he transformed in front of others, the girl was startled. But soon, she was captivated by his transformation, filled with joy. The tribe members also began to change their attitude toward him, calling him an incarnation of the gods sent to redeem them. Until one day, a shadow appeared on the altar where the tribe worshipped their gods. It claimed to be the black demon, sent to pardon their gods. The tribe was overjoyed. When the priest asked the black demon how they could obtain forgiveness, the black demon pointed at him, saying they needed to take him back to understand the situation before deciding whether to let them go. Upon hearing this, the tribe members knelt to the black demon, but it didn't take him away immediately, instead saying it would wait 3 days. This made everyone even more excited, their worship of the black demon reaching its peak. However, the girl felt something was wrong and believed handing him over would be dangerous. At this point, the brainwashed people's eyes turned red, glaring viciously at him and the girl. Those who wanted to leave this place wouldn't think much about the consequences. Seeing the dire situation, the girl tried to take him and escape, but they were surrounded by the frenzied crowd. Accused of blasphemy, the girl was thrown into the fire before his eyes. She screamed in agony as the insane crowd cheered. These people, having lived in this harsh environment for years, were unnaturally strong, and he was no match for them. He was locked in an iron cage, guarded by 4 people around the clock. He recalled the girl's dying words, urging him to escape as far as possible. Taking advantage of the guards' inattention, he broke the chains, killed the nearest person, and barely escaped the tribe. After hearing his story, Qin Xuan and the others looked grim. The boy was filled with regret and pain, hating himself for failing to protect the most important person. If only he had been stronger, perhaps he could have escaped with the girl. Seeing his expression, Qin Xuan spoke calmly. Do you want power? These words echoed in the boy's mind, causing his thoughts to pause for a moment. To him, the girl had always been like an older sister. What had happened couldn't be changed. What good would power do now? Images Of the girl engulfed in flames, the ignorant faces of the tribe, the wails, and the malicious cheers flashed through his mind. The boy clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glowing red. He wanted revenge. He wanted power. Immense power. Form a contract with me, and I'll give you enough power for revenge. But after your revenge is complete, you must come with me. Qin Xuan's next words solidified the boy's resolve. I want it, the boy replied firmly, his eyes burning like fire. A contract appeared in his mind, and he accepted it without hesitation. The contract took effect, transforming into starlight that connected their souls. After the contract was completed, he calmed down and began to regret his impulsiveness, not knowing how Qin Xuan would enhance his power. Then, he saw Qin Xuan extend his palm, and in an instant, a ball of light enveloped him. Unknowingly, he reverted to his original beast form. He felt his body being continuously strengthened, power surging into him like a warm current. When the light dissipated, what appeared was a white tiger with teeth like blades, claws like sharp edges, and eyes filled with killing intent, ready to erupt at any moment. Every step it took caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. Name: Sky-splitting divine tiger. King attribute: gold, space level, 80 quality, legendary. He felt completely different from before, brimming with power, capable of easily defeating his former self 100 times over. He turned back into a little boy, stepped forward, knelt down, and kowtowed heavily. Just as he was about to continue, Qin Xuan stopped him. Did you have a name before? No. Then from now on, you'll be called Tianyu. The boy's eyes flickered slightly, and he firmly said, Yes, master. Let's go, back to your tribe. Okay. In the territory of the sky-splitting divine tiger clan, the Tiger King was lounging on his exclusive seat, lazily waiting for news from his subordinates. Ader, long time no see. You seem quite relaxed. A cold laugh came from behind, startling the Tiger King. Just as he was about to stand up, a hand pressed him back into the chair. Lord Black Demon, what are your orders? Ader broke out in a cold sweat, the oppressive aura of the shadow rendering him immobile. It wasn't until the hand was withdrawn that he'd barely regained his ability to move. I want you to find someone. No, a tiger. You'll definitely want to find it because it's a descendant of your relative. Ader stood up abruptly upon hearing this, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. My brother's descendants, I should have killed them all long ago. How could there be any survivors? That's the reality. But don't be too tense, it's severely injured. Now, find it and hand it over to me. Maybe this time, I can take you all out of here. Before the shadow finished speaking, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared, leaving Ader alone on the chair, his mind in turmoil. He cursed the old fox under his breath, thinking he had his own ways to leave and didn't need the shadow's guidance. But his brother's descendants couldn't be allowed to live, so he immediately sent people to capture them. Ader sat back in his chair, memories flooding his mind. He once had a brother. Both of them were the most talented members of the sky-splitting divine tiger clan, but his brother's talent surpassed his. From a young age, his brother displayed astonishing abilities, easily defeating enemies that Ader had to struggle with all his might to overcome. His brother's brilliance overshadowed all their peers, filling Ader with intense jealousy. So he trained harder than anyone else, pushing his physical limits. When he reached the peak of his level, trying every possible way to grow stronger. Yet, at the Tiger King election, he still lost to his brother and had to sit beneath him, which he found unbearable. Despite all his efforts and attempts, why could he never surpass that damned brother? One day, he went alone to a desolate place, unable to contain his humiliation, tears streaming down as he vented his frustration by destroying everything around him. No matter how hard I try, I can't beat talent. It's truly heartbreaking. Who are you? He spun around abruptly, intending to attack the shadow that had suddenly appeared, but he was sent flying after just one exchange. He thought he would die silently, but to his surprise, the shadow spoke again. I can help you fulfill your wish. How about it? From that day on, the Black Demon attacked the sky-splitting divine tiger clan. His brother and sister-in-law joined forces to resist but failed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ader seized power, killed all his brother's descendants and supporters, and led the remaining clan members to pledge allegiance to the Black Demon. From then on, he finally sat on the Tiger King's throne he had longed for. However, after ascending to the throne, he didn't feel the satisfaction he had imagined. Instead, he often felt uneasy and irritable. At this moment, Xiao Chen and the sky-splitting divine tiger cub completed their contract and headed straight for the exit. Upon reaching the portal, he saw the official researchers and walked out directly. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to be here all along. No. Wonder we couldn't find you outside, Shangguan Wan'er said in surprise. Yeah, I made a contract with a beast inside. If you want one, you'd better hurry. What? Tell me more. This portal won't last long, it'll probably close in about a month. There are many space-type beasts inside, so if you want to catch one, you'd better act fast. Xiao Chen revealed the situation inside without hesitation. After all, he had already secured the sky-splitting divine tiger, and he didn't care about what happened next. He might as well take the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with the officials, preparing for his future plans against Qin. Chuan.it has said that there are so many space-type beasts here. Shangguan Wan'er could no longer contain her excitement and immediately reported the news to headquarters. She led the soldiers to act swiftly, preparing to capture the beasts. They left. But in a corner they couldn't see, two pairs of eyes were fixed on the teleportation gate, filled with excitement and longing. After calming down for a while, they decided to retreat for now. Not far away, two figures suddenly appeared, two sky-splitting divine tigers. They ran back desperately, almost roaring with excitement. Originally, they had received orders to capture that man. But on second thought, why not just follow him to find the teleportation gate? That would save the time of interrogation. Acting on their plan, the two divine tigers silently followed Xiao Chen. Days passed, and Xiao Chen was completely unaware that he was being followed. Finally, the lucky divine tigers found the teleportation gate, and it wasn't far from their territory. They had been trapped here for too long. If it weren't necessary to send the message back, they would have rushed out long ago. The message quickly reached Ader. Ader burst into wild laughter and immediately led all the sky-splitting divine tigers toward the teleportation gate, completely ignoring the task assigned to him by the Black Demon. Compared to leaving this place, nothing else mattered. In the Blood Tribe, a group of humanoid creatures moved back and forth. They were muscular, with reddish skin, and much taller than ordinary humans. In the center of the tribe, an old woman with a face full of wrinkles, dressed in priestly robes, sat on an altar. She opened her nearly invisible eyes, squeezed by wrinkles, and chattered incessantly. Have you found that boy? Not yet. Keep looking. Yes. Before the words were finished, a giant dragon descended from the sky, landing in the center of the tribe. Everyone stared in shock. Two figures jumped off the dragon's back, Qin Xuan and Tian Yu. Qin Xuan immediately summoned Erdwa and Changsheng. Tian Yu, unable to hold back, his eyes red, charged at the enemies, with Yao Xian following closely behind. The tribe members understood the situation and rushed forward to capture Tian Yu. But at this moment, Tian Yu had already transformed into a super divine beast, with his strength greatly enhanced. His claws extended, slashing at an enemy. Previously, his attacks were not lethal, but now his sharp claws easily tore through his opponent. Qin Xuan used the Eye of Insight to examine the information of these people and learned that they were called blood dwellers, the indigenous inhabitants of this continent. They could not form contracts with beasts, but their bodies were extraordinarily strong, with many possessing strength comparable to mythical-level beasts. One blood dweller charging at Qin Xuan was a living example. The blood dweller threw a powerful punch, and Qin Xuan blocked it with his Ice Radiance longsword but was still forced back a few steps. These monsters truly lived up to their reputation, their strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Being surrounded by them was extremely dangerous. Another punch came, but Qin Xuan didn't take it head-on. Using a clever deflection, he dodged and turned to sever the enemy's neck. Erdwa borrowed the linked weapon of laning, the Thunderstorm Blade, from Qin Xuan. The blade carried violent lightning, and the flames made the electricity even more uncontrollable. Each swing caused a small-scale explosion. With every slash, several blood dwellers were blown to pieces, and Erdwa muttered, "Mercy of the Buddha." Could this be the legendary offensive healer? Changsheng was surrounded by 5 blood dwellers, but he remained calm, skillfully dodging attacks and countering with a swing of his staff, sending one enemy flying. If lucky, the enemy was just knocked away; if unlucky, it was a fatal blow. The flying corpse knocked over a torch, and eerie black flames quickly spread, engulfing the entire tribe in a raging inferno. The one killing the most was still Tian Yu. Consumed by hatred, every claw strike tore apart a blood dweller, staining his body red with blood. Wherever he passed, severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere, leaving the ground littered with gore. His face showed no emotion. Those who truly intend to kill never show their feelings on their faces. Once on the battlefield, he didn't say a word. The only thought in his mind was, kill, kill, kill. Facing the blood-welling beings who were still alive after being cut in half, he paid them no attention. Or rather, this was exactly what he wanted to see. Let them watch helplessly as their companions died one by one, unable to do anything, and ultimately die alone. Yao Sheng deliberately approached Tian Yu. Whenever Tian Yu was about to be ambushed from behind, Yao Sheng would step in just in time to deal with the enemy. Later, the two began to cooperate directly. Yao Sheng used ice to control the surrounding enemies, while Tian Yu used spatial powers to instantly turn the enemies into minced flesh. As the beasts swept through the tribe in a massacre, the shadow of Black Demon quietly appeared behind Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan sensed it and turned around to see a tall, dark figure standing there. It had no facial features, but Qin Xuan could feel it staring at him. How strange, you shouldn't be this strong. Was it you? What method did you use? The shadow slowly spoke. Want to know? Beg me on your knees, Qin Xuan replied fearlessly, instead using that eye of insight to scan the shadow. No beast could escape his gaze. Name, Black Demon, Clone, Attribute, Dark Level, 100 Quality, Evil Spirit. Qin Xuan's eyes narrowed. Could it be another ferocious beast causing trouble behind the scenes? Human, I know there's a portal nearby. Don't provoke me, or I'll go directly to your planet for a visit. You'd better think carefully before speaking to me. Black Demon's voice was ominous. Qin Xuan laughed. Threatening him with humanity? Did it think he was the type to prioritize his race's interests above all else? It had misjudged him. Go if you want, I won't stop you. Black Demon froze. This guy wasn't playing by the rules, he wasn't even afraid of his race being wiped out. Black Demon's mind raced. This must be a trap. He's deliberately pretending not to care to confuse me and make me give up using his race as leverage. I know you're faking indifference to make me let my guard down. You won't fool me so easily. Black Demon sneered. Qin Xuan's eyelid twitched. What was it talking about? When had he ever played mind games? But Black Demon thought it had seen through the scheme and smugly continued, still, you're quite capable. Why not surrender to me? Hand over your beasts as blood food, and I guarantee the safety of your race. How about it? Qin Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Surrender to it? And let it devour his beasts? You think you're strong? This short sentence was filled with killing intent. In this life, his beasts were his family. Others didn't matter, but anyone who dared to harm his family was provoking Qin Xuan. His face turned icy cold, his gaze locked onto Black Demon with a chilling intensity. Today, no matter who it was, they would die. Black Demon felt a chill down its spine under Qin Xuan's stare, sensing something was wrong. But it didn't want to delay further and flashed behind Tian Yu, reaching out to grab his neck. Tian Yu reacted faster, and Black Demon only caught a fleeting shadow. Yao Sheng froze Black Demon from behind with ice, leaving it unable to break free. Qin Xuan leapt high into the air, gripping the ice radiance sword glowing with blue and gold light in both hands. He charged it with power and slashed down, his gaze as cold as a blade, aiming at Black Demon. Such audacity. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. As the words fell, Qin Xuan struck fiercely, shattering Black Demon's clone with a single blow. The sword's momentum didn't wane, carving a deep scar into the ground, while the bisected clone dissolved into wisps of black mist that flew back to the castle in the sky. Qin Xuan looked up at the direction the black mist was heading, his gaze profound, as if piercing through the entire sky. The enemies in the tribe were quickly cleared out, leaving only the old priestess. The group surrounded her, and Tian Yu ignored her pleas, grabbing her filthy braids and dragging her to the fire pit. This was the very spot where the girl had been burned alive. The idea to burn the girl had come from her. The black flames danced as the priestess watched herself being consumed bit by the fire. The flames coiled around her like venomous snakes, intent on devouring her completely. She begged desperately for mercy, but Tian Yu remained unmoved and threw her directly into the fire pit. The priestess let out a piercing scream, her voice like a blade cutting through the cold wind, stabbing at everything around. The flames scorched her skin and flesh. After a chilling scream, the priest's voice gradually faded away, leaving only the crackling of wood in the fire. Tian Yu knelt before the fire, his head bowed, weighed down by heavy thoughts. Yao Shan walked over and sat beside him. At this moment, Tian Yu's heart was far from calm. During the recent tribal massacre, a memory had faintly surfaced in his mind. Now that he had calmed down, the memory became clearer. In the memory, two Rift Sky Divine Tigers resembling him seemed to be discussing something. Aether has already defected. Whether we go to battle or not, the worst outcome awaits us, said the female tiger. I have one last plan, the male tiger said, extracting a portion of his essence. He then approached three offspring and extracted their essence as well, merging them together. Ottos, what are you doing? The female tiger asked. By merging our essences, the child born will at least inherit part of our potential. Perhaps, this fusion of essences could create a being stronger than us, the male tiger said slowly. This is our last hope. It is the only hope for our tribe to leave this place. The female tiger injected the final portion of her essence into the glowing orb, miraculously forming the image of a small tiger. She then hid it and secretly sent it out of the tribe. This memory was not Tianyu's own but had been sealed deep in his mind since birth. It took him quite a while to fully comprehend it. Tianyu's emotions gradually stabilized, and Qin Chuan spoke up. There's still one guy left untouched. It's about time to deal with him. With that, Qin Chuan looked up at the sky again, his eyes narrowing slightly, his killing intent resurfacing. He mounted the ice radiant sacred dragon and commanded it to fly toward the sky castle. Initially, Qin Chuan had planned to directly blow up the castle with rainbow flame, but upon further thought, there was still one thing he hadn't encountered, the star-devouring demon dragon. This land had never seen it, so it was highly likely hiding in the Dark Mage's castle. He wanted to witness firsthand the terrifying power of the legendary star-devouring demon dragon. Blowing up the castle could wait until after he saw it. Inside the castle, the Dark Mage's face was grim. Summoning his clone had consumed a large amount of energy. Although he managed to recover most of it in time, he still wasted 70 to 80%. Seeing Qin Chuan still flying toward the castle, the Dark Mage roared in fury. He needed time to recover, and could only send the enslaved star-devouring demon dragon to stall him. The prison door opened, and the star-devouring demon dragon, bound by chains, walked out. Numbly, it no longer knew how many times it had been dragged out to take the hit. Every time, it wanted to die, but its opponents were too weak to break through its defenses. It had allowed attacks multiple times, only to end up driving the enemies away. Each time it returned, the Dark Mage would be enraged by its behavior, torturing it almost without rest until he grew bored and locked it back in the prison. It had thought about resisting, but every attempt ended in failure. The result of failure was being tortured to the brink of death. However, its injuries healed exceptionally quickly, and ordinary attacks couldn't kill it. This time would probably be no different. Thinking this, the star-devouring demon dragon flew out of the castle, blocking Qin Chuan's path. Seeing a dragon blocking his way, Qin Chuan thought to himself, so it really is here. He then checked its status panel. Name, Star-devouring demon dragon attribute, space level, 80 quality. Legendary final form, Star-devouring demon dragon emperor, super divine. This guy has super divine potential too? Qin Chuan was a bit surprised. But before he could think further, the star-devouring demon dragon began its attack. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, peeling away like shattered glass. Then, a section of space rapidly broke apart, forming a special domain. Within the domain, space was chaotic, repairing itself while absorbing everything around it. Once the space stabilized, everything seemed as if nothing had happened. If not for Yaoshan's quick reaction, Qin Chuan would have almost been sucked in. The consequences were likely known only to the star-devouring demon dragon itself. But this didn't stop Qin Chuan. Instead, it made his gaze toward the dragon even more resolute. This dark mage beast is so fierce, it probably can't be contracted as a beast companion, right? Heh, then I'll take this super divine beast for myself. A mere level 80 legendary boss, how could it possibly be a match for Qin Chuan? As soon as they made contact, Yaoshang slapped it to the ground. Boom! The star-devouring demon dragon was knocked down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, hope flickered in its eyes. Perhaps this time, the opponent could truly kill it. Yaoshang stopped in front of the star-devouring demon dragon with Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan stood atop Yaoshang's head, looking down at the fallen dragon. Surrender. Or die. Die, I choose death. Smart choice. Wait, what did you just say? Kill me, please kill me. The star-devouring demon dragon's tone was urgent. Qin Chuan and Yaoshang were both stunned. This was not playing by the rules. Could it be pretending to be weak? Why do you want to die so badly? Qin Chuan asked, and the star-devouring demon dragon seemed prepared for the question. I'm just one step away from checkmate. Isn't it okay to accept fate? No, 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 the outside world is vast. Don't you want to go out and see it? Hey, say something. Qin Chuan noticed the iron ring around its neck, seemingly used to control it. Looking at the iron ring on your neck, it seems you've been confined often. Don't you want revenge on that black demon? The star-devouring demon dragon deflated. Revenge? Of course, I want it. My entire clan was wiped out by him, and now I'm the only one left. But I can't do it. Here, I can't improve my strength. He's at least at the mythic level, and I can't possibly defeat him. As it spoke, it revealed a bitter smile, its face full of exhaustion. I was captured as a slave by him when I was young. During this time, I can't count how many times I've been tortured. I've thought about suicide or rebellion, but in the end, I was tortured to the point where life was worse than death. After finishing, it looked at Qin Chuan. Now, you're the only one besides the black demon who can kill me. Meeting you might be the luckiest thing in my life. Please, help me find release. The star-devouring demon dragon closed its eyes, showing a relieved expression, waiting for Qin Chuan's fatal strike. After hearing this, Qin Chuan inexplicably recalled his own imprisonment and torture after failing in his previous life, and a trace of compassion flickered in his eyes. Kyra in the space also timely reminded Qin Chuan that the star-devouring demon dragon wasn't lying. It wasn't a bad creature, and its previous actions weren't its true intentions. Since that was the case, Qin Chuan had no reason to hesitate and directly extended an olive branch. You're right, meeting me is indeed your luck. But I won't kill you, I plan to give you a chance. Become my beast companion, and I'll help you kill the black demon. How about that? Even if I don't agree, you'll still go to kill him, won't you? The star-devouring demon dragon's words made Qin Chuan pause for a moment. It had indeed hit the nail on the head. Ahem, how about you try signing a contract with me first? If you're not satisfied and want to leave, I won't stop you. Does that work? There's no harm in trying. Qin Chuan patiently persuaded. The star-devouring demon dragon looked at Qin Chuan with some skepticism, and Qin Chuan added, I won't deceive you. Although I'm not a good person, I always keep my promises. Alright then. The star-devouring demon dragon felt a contract form in its mind. After accepting it, it established a connection with Qin Chuan. This warm feeling throughout its body was something it hadn't experienced in years. It felt quite wonderful. After much persuasion, the star-devouring demon dragon finally signed the contract with Qin Chuan. Seeing Qin Chuan approach, it lowered its head in submission. Qin Chuan stepped forward and gently patted its massive nose. Don't be nervous. From now on, I'll call you He Ming. After calming He Ming, Qin Chuan looked up at the sky. Since the star-devouring demon dragon was here, the next step was to kill the black demon. In the castle, the black demon's power had recovered significantly, ready for a desperate fight. But Qin Chuan looked at the motionless castle in the sky and sneered, Did you really think I would go up there and fight you head-on? Don't overestimate me. He raised his hand and summoned Hong Yan, pointing his finger at the castle. Hong Yan, blow it up for me. A phoenix cry pierced the sky as Hong Yan ignited in blazing flames, its light growing brighter and brighter as it charged toward the castle. The black demon saw the sun-like object flying toward him and didn't flee. Instead, he stopped to watch, curious about what kind of trick it was. He thought it was just a little stunt by Qin Chuan to scare him. I won't be taken down so easily. But by the time it sensed that immense energy, it was already too late. A massive fire phoenix shot straight toward the castle. After a flash of white light, the castle instantly exploded into fragments, and a terrifying shockwave rapidly spread out. The deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth, flames soared into the sky, and scorching fire rolled as if it were about to engulf the entire continent. To deal with ferocious beasts, one usually decapitates them or pierces their heart. If neither method works, either the vital point is hidden nearby on the outside, or it's just a clone. It was confirmed that the black demon in the castle was its true form. Whether the vital point was hidden inside or outside, it couldn't withstand this explosion. Sure enough, as soon as the flames touched its skin, it was instantly burned to ashes. The black demon had two vital points, one hidden at the top of the castle and the other at the bottom. Both had to be destroyed simultaneously to kill it. This defense was specifically designed to counter Qin Chuan. But in the face of such a violent explosion, the hidden vital points became fatal weaknesses. The black demon was incinerated on the spot and then consumed by the flames. A ferocious beast with power equivalent to half a superdivine being of the same level was thus instantly killed, without even having the chance to utter a word. The explosion's flames were so intense that they could even be seen tens of thousands of kilometers away by Shangguan. On the ground, Heiming stared blankly at the sky. Not long after, Hong Yan, having completed its rebirth, flew back to Qin Chuan's side. "You've worked hard. Go back and rest." After speaking, Hong Yan returned to the beast space. Heiming gave Qin Chuan a complicated look. "His strength is truly monstrous. Now it's your turn." Qin Chuan turned to look at Heiming. "Me?" Heiming was puzzled, only to see Qin Chuan's palm aimed at it, enveloping it in a ball of light. When the light dissipated, its body had grown larger, and its internal power had significantly increased. Its strength surged several times over, its dragon scales became indestructible, and its mastery of spatial control became even more refined. Feeling the energy surging within, Qin Chuan felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. "Well, have you considered coming with me?" Qin Chuan smiled at Heiming. Heiming pondered for a moment, then transformed into a human form, a middle-aged gentleman in a suit, looking polite and refined. He knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "I am willing to follow you forever, my master." With Heiming's submission, Qin Chuan felt a sense of relief. This time, obtaining 2 space-type super-divine beasts was an incredible gain. After a flurry of activity, Qin Chuan remembered the soul link between Tianyu and Heiming. He summoned Tianyu to establish a connection with it. He was filled with anticipation for the equipment that the space-type beasts would bring. The connection was quickly completed, and Qin Chuan's right hand now bore a black and white wristband. Its primary functions were storage and teleportation. The wristband contained an infinite storage space, and Qin Chuan planned to store all the materials he had collected so far inside it. The teleportation function was even more impressive. So long as he knew the location, he could instantly transport himself there with a single thought. It wouldn't make mistakes due to duplicate place names and was completely accurate. With a specific address, he could even directly appear at someone's doorstep as a piece of linked equipment. From a superdivine beast, most interception methods couldn't stop his teleportation. Qin Chuan was confident that there was almost nothing in this world that could block him. The first divine artifact was this teleportation wristband, which made Qin Chuan even more eager to see Heiming's linked weapon. After linking with Heiming, Qin Chuan found himself holding a katana. The hilt guard was shaped like a pitch-black dragon head, and the blade was entirely black yet gleamed with a radiant luster. With a casual swing, the surrounding space would distort, and the attack range far exceeded the length of the blade. Qin Chuan tested it on a nearby tree. The blade didn't touch the trunk, but when the tip of the blade cut through the space near the tree, the space instantly repaired itself, and the trunk was severed. He suddenly understood the principle. When space is cut and then repaired, the two sides of the space pull together like scissors closing, slicing through anything caught in between. In close combat, even if the blade didn't directly strike the opponent, the closing spatial slash could still inflict fatal damage. With a powerful swing, he could even create a spatial blade out of thin air. In terms of sheer power, this katana was stronger than Yao Rong's longsword. But Qin Chuan thought to himself, "I want them all." Having obtained 2 divine artifacts, Qin Chuan was in high spirits and couldn't wait to test the spatial wristband, preparing to store all his beasts inside. Since this place and Blue Star were in the same universe, could it be possible to? With a thought, the blood-red sky instantly disappeared, replaced by the familiar azure sky. The surroundings were no longer blood-red plants but towering buildings and fresh air. This was the H-city Qin Chuan was familiar with. Just as he was about to rest, Tianyu said it wanted to return, claiming it still had an enemy to settle scores with. Helpless, since Tianyu was his beast, Qin Chuan had to comply. By the portal, official personnel were surrounded by a group of Rift Sky Tigers, and the situation was dire. Suddenly, with a swoosh, a man and a child appeared. It was Qin Chuan and Tianyu. "Finally found you," Qin Chuan said, completely ignoring the astonished crowd. Pointing at Ader, the leader of the Rift Sky Tigers, he asked Tianyu, "Is it him?" "Yes." Tianyu immediately charged forward and tore apart the unresponsive Ader in an instant, avenging its grudge completely. With its revenge fulfilled, Tianyu returned to Qin Chuan's side and disappeared with a swoosh, leaving only Qin Chuan behind. The group of Rift Sky Tigers panicked in the wind. The tigers exchanged glances, their minds in turmoil. Our boss was just taken out like that? Is the opponent's strength this terrifying? Should we enter the portal or not? Nearby, Shangwanwana was initially stunned, but then her eyes lit up as she came up with a clever idea. She confidently spoke, "You can go through, but there's a condition." Not long after, every soldier on site happily led a Rift Sky Tiger through the portal. These high-level contracted Rift Sky Tigers instantly elevated them to Diamond-level or Lord-level beast tamers. Although the newly acquired Rift Sky Tigers didn't have the astonishing potential of Tianyu or Ader, most reached epic or legendary levels. Even so, headquarters still valued this group of soldiers highly. Soon, they were transferred out of J City, and after a period of training, they would be dispatched to various locations to stabilize the situation. Since they arrived too early, the game map hadn't reopened yet, and the monsters currently descending were of low levels, offering little experience when killed, a complete waste of time. So, they decided not to bother. In a villa district in J City, survivors had all taken refuge in official shelters, leaving the area deserted. Qin Chuan casually chose the largest villa as a temporary base. In the morning, Qin Chuan took breakfast out of the spatial space. He Ming had cleaned the villa spotlessly, while Yao Rong and Tianyu also emerged from their rooms. Qin Chuan handed each of them a portion. Since returning from the blood-red continent, Yao Rong and Tianyu had become particularly close, often playing together. They both disliked entering the beast space, and since there were enough rooms, Qin Chuan didn't mind. Biting into a bun, Qin Chuan looked helpless. He had searched J City several times, even sneaking into the shelter to investigate, but still couldn't find any trace of Xiao Chen and his sister. "That guy's like a rat, hiding so well," he muttered angrily, biting harder. He hadn't given up on finding tracking-type beasts, but he dismissed those with low potential, and couldn't find any with high potential, so he had to put it aside for now. After breakfast, Qin Chuan went out to search again but still came up empty-handed. By evening, in a secret underground room of J City's official shelter, Xiao Chen and several others were gathered around a round table, plotting how to deal with Qin Chuan. "As long as we can stall his beasts and use enough contract-breaking stones, we can take him down when he has no beasts to block the damage," Xiao Chen immediately proposed the plan, as Qin Chuan had been defeated this way in his previous life. Currently, the officials were divided into two factions. One advocated not provoking Qin Chuan, while the other pushed for using an iron fist approach to suppress him, forcing him to reveal all his secrets and serve the country. Those gathered here were the latter. "But his beasts are all very strong. Can we really stall them? Isn't Magic City training a tiger squad? Just transfer them over when the time comes." The military was planning to form a tiger squad, composed entirely of J City's soldiers who had contracted Rift Sky Tigers, led by Shangwan Waner. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen's face turned grim. He had gone to great lengths to find a Rift Sky Divine Tiger, but as soon as the military arrived, they took all the other Rift Sky Divine Tigers, even distributing them to the children of high-ranking officials, like buying goods at a wholesale market. This made him feel that his Divine Tiger had depreciated in value, and he was even hesitant to show it off. Others' Rift Sky Divine Tigers were of epic or legendary quality, while his was merely mythological, otherwise, he might have been utterly devastated. This operation must be kept from Elder Jiang. If too many resources are mobilized, he will definitely notice. Qin Chuan is a scourge. If we don't eliminate him, Dragon Nation will never have peace, a government official said coldly. Based on current intelligence, Qin Chuan has at least 10 powerful beasts. My beast can only hold off 5 in a one-on-one fight, the rest will have to rely on you, Xiao Chen said gravely. Oof. Then why not use the contract-breaking stone simultaneously? Once we find an opportunity, a sniper can take him out directly, and it's over, said an impatient military officer who had been throwing things during the meeting. Wang Jun, don't bring your emotions into this, a government official responded coldly. Ah, Commander Wang is just anxious. We all know his temperament. We're all thinking about Dragon Nation's interests. There's no need to make things so unpleasant, interjected a refined young man. His name was Xue Hua, one of the initiators of the operation against Qin Chuan. It was he who had calmed Wang Jun down during the previous meeting. I don't think we necessarily need to kill him on the spot. Professor Xue, what do you mean by that? Xue Hua adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. Although a beast master's beasts can shield them from harm, that doesn't mean the beast master can't be captured. Beasts can block damage, but the pain still transfers to the beast master. We've conducted experiments, anesthetics are effective on beast masters and won't fail just because the beasts take the injuries instead. As long as we use a large number of anesthetic darts to immobilize him and delay the time for him to re-sign contracts with his beasts. Once the drugs take effect, capturing Qin Xuan will be a piece of cake. After we seize all his beasts. Shuehua made a throat-slitting gesture. This statement suddenly enlightened Xiao Chun. How could he have forgotten such a crucial point? This was truly an excellent breakthrough. I'll handle the contract-breaking stones, Xiao Chen volunteered. The contract-breaking stones were extremely precious, limited in quantity, regarded as critical strategic resources, strictly managed, and prohibited for private use, especially not on non-enemies. If today I snatch your beast, and tomorrow you snatch someone else's, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? Currently, only Xiao Chun had the ability to quickly acquire a large number of contract-breaking stones. There was no need to anesthetize all the beasts. As long as darts were fired in all directions, some would inevitably hit. The key was to buy time, and then the battlefield would be theirs. Qin Xuan, locked in a cell without his beasts, would be nothing. Beasts shielding damage had instead become his weakness. Professor Shue's plan is truly brilliant. So, when do we act? Don't rush. To be safe, we need to prepare a large quantity of high-concentration anesthetics. Also, I think we should try talking to him again. If he voluntarily hands over his beasts, it will save us a lot of trouble. Humph. I think there's no need to be polite with such a selfish person. Dragon Nation isn't afraid of him alone. We could drown him with a single gulp of water. Wang Jun said angrily. Commander Wang, that's not right. Dragon Nation follows rules. Using such a large-scale military force against someone who hasn't truly threatened Dragon Nation might give others leverage against us. How do we win public support? Besides, if negotiations succeed, it will save us a lot of trouble. This is called diplomacy before force, Shuehua said with a gentle smile, as if he hadn't been the one to propose the scheme. Alright, it's settled then. Remember, everything is for Dragon Nation. Everything for Dragon Nation. After the meeting ended, Xiao Chen returned to the shelter, where his younger sister was waiting for him in the living room. As soon as the door opened, Xiao Qian jumped up and threw herself into his arms. Brother, you're finally back. Xiao Chen gently patted her head. How was today? You didn't get hurt, right? No, but that black dog you gave me is completely useless. It rescues people too slowly and poorly. In the end, all those people died, not a single one was saved. It's absolutely useless. Those people were torn apart so horribly by the beasts, all because of that dog. Brother, you have to help them get justice. Xiao Qian's eyes began to redden, tears welling up and about to spill over her small face. Xiao Chen quickly wiped away her tears. Don't cry. I'll teach that useless thing a lesson later and vent the anger of those who suffered. Anyone who dares to make my sister sad must be tired of living. Alright, it's getting late. Go to sleep now. Okay, good night, brother. You should rest early too. I will. Under Xiao Chen's comforting words, Xiao Qian walked into her bedroom. As he watched his sister enter the room, Xiao Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. He stared at the trembling little black dog in the corner, fury igniting in his heart. He had never liked the little black dog, and now hearing that it had upset his sister, it was simply unforgivable. Xiao Chen immediately stepped forward and began punching and kicking it. The Shadowhound had recognized Xiao Chen as its master from the moment it was born. Although Xiao Chen's gaze was fierce, it thought its master was simply in a bad mood. After being driven out by its master, it did not resist, only keeping a silent distance. Whenever danger arose, it would appear immediately. Since its master had never taught it how to fight, every time a battle occurred, it could only observe from afar how the sisters fought. Using the techniques it learned from a distance, it tried its best to hunt. Without a contract, if it died, it would truly die, so every step it took was cautious. Even so, it had faced death multiple times, returning with scars all over its body, leaving behind many unsightly marks. Through its efforts in hunting, it barely reached level 15, but to the sisters, it was still too weak and unable to protect its master. It was happy to have the sisters. It believed their attacks on it were meant to train its resistance to blows. Although the sisters' gazes were not very friendly, it tried its best to ignore them. Later, when the sisters were defeated and killed, and its master was in danger, it stood out to protect him without hesitation, thinking its life would end there. Suddenly, someone appeared and drove away the giant icebird. That person even glanced at it. For the first time, it realized that a master and a beast could be so harmonious, working together so seamlessly. It was extremely envious and hoped it could fight alongside the sisters too. But before it could watch for long, its master got up and ran away. To protect its master, it abandoned its own matters and followed his footsteps, constantly looking back, wanting to see more. A few days later, its master suddenly signed a contract with it. It was overjoyed, thinking its efforts had finally been recognized. That night, it was so happy it couldn't sleep, the happiest moment of its life. But what happened next completely shattered its beautiful fantasy. The next day, its master took it to an unfamiliar place. Standing before it was a girl who bore some resemblance to its master. Just as it was feeling puzzled, it suddenly lost the connection with its master, and quickly realized the contract had been terminated. It didn't understand what it had done wrong and was terrified. It lay beside its master, begging bitterly, only to be slapped away by one of the sisters. Beaten and bruised by the sisters, it was forced to sign a contract with the girl under her disdainful gaze. After signing the contract, it learned that the girl was its master's sister. Its eyes reignited with hope, believing its master had entrusted it with the important task of protecting his sister, and its past stubbornness was unwarranted. Xiao Qian didn't like its scarred appearance and demanded the shadow hound not come near her. It could only silently guard her from afar, just as it had once protected its master. However, Xiao Qian was not easy to deal with. At first, when staying in the underground shelter, she often ignored her master's advice and ran to the surface to rescue people, several times attracting beasts. Fortunately, those beasts were of low level, and it could handle them. After settling into the refuge, every time she went out with the army, she wore no equipment and charged to the front. Every time the beasts attacked her, it was the shadow hound that risked its life to rush in and save her. Escaping from the jaws of the beasts with only minor scratches was already considered lucky. But when the master found out that his younger sister was injured, he immediately took his elder sisters and gave the hound a severe beating. While fighting, the shadow hound's master kept blaming himself for failing to protect his sister. The hound was beaten for a full half hour, and the next day it was limping. In the following days, Xiao Qian repeatedly charged into the most dangerous places, only to be rescued by the hound time and again. But every time it returned, it was met with nothing but the master's harsh beatings. The image of that man kept replaying in its mind. No matter how many beasts were around him, his gaze was equally gentle toward each one. These scenes flashed repeatedly, and it began to doubt itself and the people around it. Was that man really its master? Did he truly see it as a companion? Was all its effort worth it? Tears blurred its vision. It was the first time it had ever cried. No matter how badly it had been beaten before, or how much it was despised by other beasts, including its elder sisters, it had never shed a single tear. Yesterday, the mistress ordered it to rescue a group of people surrounded by beasts. It carefully infiltrated and successfully led the trapped people out. But in the crowd, a woman's phone suddenly fell to the ground, and the sound was particularly jarring in the silence. The beasts quickly surrounded them. Facing so many beasts, it was no match and could only pull the mistress to retreat, ultimately failing to save those people. That night, a few words from the mistress led the master to start punching and kicking it again. Although the punches didn't physically hurt, there was a faint pain in its heart. From birth until now, it seemed the master had never regarded it as a companion. The elder sisters could be close to the master and receive his care, but it couldn't even get a glance. The next day, the mistress went on another rescue mission, and it still followed. But this time, it was no longer to protect the mistress. The shadow hound, having figured everything out the night before, no longer regarded Xiao Qian as its master. Respect had turned into hatred. It wanted revenge on Xiao Qian, but the beasts guarding Xiao Qian were too strong, and it couldn't defeat them. It could only start with the mistress. It hoped the mistress would provoke another group of beasts. This was the only revenge it could think of. It wanted to drag Xiao Qian into hell with it. Qin Xuan was searching for Xiao Qian in the corridor. Yao Rong, Tianyu, and He Ming had been left behind at the villa to guard it. Although they wanted to follow, Qin Xuan said it would be easier to act alone, and besides, Wei and the others were there to assist. Only then did they obediently stay at the villa. After searching several buildings to no avail, he looked out the window and finally spotted Xiao Qian wandering around. After so many days of searching, he had finally found her. In his previous life, Xiao Qian had been an abstract figure. She looked decent but wasn't very bright. She never took precautions in fights and charged blindly. Xiao Qian had fallen into Qin Xuan's traps multiple times in the past because of her. Yet in Xiao Qian's team, she was the most favored, and everyone liked her. Even more exaggerated, she was A sanctimonious hypocrite. When she saw someone surrounded by beasts, she would shout, drawing the beasts to attack her own team. She wouldn't save anyone but would blame others for not rescuing them. She was simply a troublemaker. If it weren't for Xiao Qian's special status, this woman would have died several times over. But now, it wasn't too late. As Qin Chuan spoke, he smashed through the window and leapt down, heading straight for Xiao Qian. Below, Xiao Qian was leading a group of refugees, quietly moving between buildings, afraid of attracting the beast's attention. Seeing the refugees bowing to her in gratitude, Xiao Qian felt elated, imagining herself as a hero protecting the world. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass rang out. Qin Chuan landed at the back of the group, startling everyone. The crowd, both angry and frightened, turned to look at him. Qin Chuan said nothing, a vicious smile appearing on his face as he swung his blade, cutting down most of the group blocking his way. The people panicked and fled into nearby buildings. The Shadow Hound immediately recognized Qin Chuan, the man it had encountered on the snowy plains. It remembered the gentle expression Qin Chuan had shown it, leaving a deep impression. The Shadow Hound, having hunted in the wild for years, had an exceptionally sharp sense for killing intent. It sensed Qin Chuan's murderous intent toward its master, Xiao Qian, which was more terrifying than all the enemies it had ever faced combined. Knowing Qin Chuan's strength, the Shadow Hound realized this was the perfect moment to act. As long as it prevented Xiao Qian from escaping, even if it only blocked one attack, it would allow Qin Chuan to easily deal with the opponent. Seeing Xiao Qian trying to use it to stall Qin Chuan while attempting to flee herself, the Shadow Hound's eyes turned red. It suddenly bit down on Xiao Qian's calf and forcefully pulled her in the opposite direction. Caught off guard, Xiao Qian fell to the ground, her forehead slamming hard against the ground. Ah! My head! You bastard, go stop him! Xiao Qian screamed in pain. You useless thing! My brother should have killed you long ago. Let go of me! No matter how much Xiao Qian kicked and hit the Shadow Hound's head, it refused to let go, biting down even harder, leaving teeth marks on her leg. Qin Chuan was slightly stunned. Wasn't that Xiao Qian's beast? And now it was biting its master? While rare, it wasn't unheard of for a beast to turn on its master. This usually happened in life or death situations, where the beast, seeing that it was a child, Zhao was somewhat surprised. But he didn't show it on the surface and carefully examined Tianyu. This child actually had a pair of white tiger ears on his head and a white tiger tail on his back? Could it be a costume? Since Sheng Wanwaner and the others had all been focused on Qin Chuan at the time and hadn't even gotten a clear look at Tianyu, coupled with Xiao Qian not revealing anything, the officials in J City had no idea that reaching level 80 in beast taming allowed one to take on a human form. In Zhao Yi's eyes, Tianyu's appearance made him think Qin Chuan had some peculiar habits, further deepening his contempt for him. After Tianyu stated his purpose, he asked Zhao Yi to wait a moment. Zhao Yi looked at him, his gaze tinged with sympathy. This Qin Chuan, he even involves children, he's utterly heartless. He cursed inwardly. He reached out to pat Tianyu's head, but Tianyu dodged disdainfully, leaving Zhao Yi's smile frozen. Nearby, Qin Chuan casually found a villa and locked Xiao Qian in an empty room. Seeing that she hadn't woken up, he left and suddenly appeared behind Zhao Yi. You're the one looking for me? Qin Chuan asked coldly. Zhao Yi was startled and turned around to see Qin Chuan, quickly coughing to compose himself. Why yes, Mr. Qin, my name is Zhao Yi. May we talk? Qin Chuan gestured for him to proceed, but Zhao Yi quickly waved his hand. Let's talk outside. I won't go in. What a joke! Going inside would be walking into a trap. As you wish, Qin Chuan replied indifferently. Mr. Qin, the country is in need of talent right now. On behalf of the authorities, I invite you to cooperate with us. And how would that cooperation work? You would need to sign and abide by the following terms. Zhao Yi pulled a piece of paper from his bag and handed it to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan took the document, glanced at its contents, and almost doubted his own eyes. The first clause, you must abide by official laws, refrain from killing or attacking others, and not disobey orders from superiors. Multiple violations will result in a 1-month detention. The second clause, voluntarily relinquish 70% of your beast taming contracts to be allocated by the state. The third clause, any powerful beasts discovered in the future must first be handed over to the state. Only if no one claims them can you contract them yourself. Every clause was a restriction on Qin Chuan's development, with no benefits mentioned. Was this a contract or a servitude agreement? The first clause was somewhat reasonable, but the rest were utterly absurd, clearly targeting Qin Chuan's beasts and even preemptively reserving his future ones. This attitude and approach were no different from those of the major families. Are you serious? Are you sure there's no mistake? Qin Chuan asked, frowning as his expression darkened. Mr. Qin, these terms have been thoroughly discussed. If there are no issues, please sign. Zhao Yi put on an innocent smile, but inwardly he was mocking Qin Chuan. Worried that Qin Chuan might not have a pen, he even pulled one out and handed it over. If you don't want to talk, we don't have to. Qin Chuan's face turned completely dark as he tore the contract in half. Mr. Qin, are you defying official orders? Zhao Yi's expression soured. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You have so many powerful beasts, it's only right to contribute them to the country. Gathering such immense power, what exactly are you planning to do? Do you think you can control so many beasts? Can't you sacrifice a little for the greater good? As a man, how can you be so selfish and petty? I'm ashamed on your behalf. When the country is in crisis, everyone should unite to fight the enemy. Soldiers are risking their lives on the battlefield with low-level beasts, while you hoard all the strongest ones for yourself. How can you be so selfish? Zhao Yi berated Qin Chuan angrily, not expecting him to refuse to hand over his beasts. Professor Shui was right. Qin Chuan was a selfish and self-serving person, completely unworthy of possessing such powerful beasts. All his beasts must be confiscated. Is this your personal opinion, or an official order? Does it matter who says it? It doesn't matter. So just wait to die. Although Zhao Yi's words didn't harm Qin Chuan, they disgusted him immensely. Qin Chuan thought to himself, it doesn't matter if you're an official or not, I'm going to kill you. I represent the authorities, you can't kill me. Do you want to go against the authorities? As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Chuan had just drawn his katana when a rocket suddenly flew in from behind. Qin Chuan had not anticipated their decisiveness and was caught off guard, hit directly as thick smoke spread instantly. Although he was unharmed, the smoke obscured his vision. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhao Yi sprinted towards a vehicle waiting nearby for his escape. Qin Chuan, whose vision was blocked, swung his blade desperately, slashing a spatial blade in the direction where Zhao Yi had been. Zhao Yi felt a cold gust behind him and immediately dove forward, but his arm was still severed. He had no time to scream, quickly got up, and continued running towards the vehicle, leaping into it. The car door wasn't fully closed as the driver stepped on the gas, and the police car roared away. As the smoke gradually cleared, Qin Chuan ran to the road, watching the police car disappear into the distance, replaying the scene in his mind. Zhao Yi had calculated the distance perfectly, avoiding the explosion's impact while using it as cover to accelerate, and ensuring the getaway vehicle arrived just in time. It was all clearly meticulously planned. Qin Chuan glanced in the direction the rocket had come from. The person who ambushed him had timed it perfectly. The rocket wasn't fired in response to him drawing his blade but was preemptively launched based on intuition. Such precision was impossible without years of experience. Even Qin Chuan had to admit their coordination was flawless. If even one person had reacted a bit slower, the situation wouldn't have turned out this way. But a sinister smile appeared on Qin Chuan's lips. You've provoked me and think you can escape? Not that easy. Inside the car, seeing the vehicle pulling away, Zhao Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the excruciating pain in his severed arm felt like it was tearing through his mind, making him cry out uncontrollably. Qin Chuan, just you wait. I won't let you off easily. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Qin Chuan in the distance, holding a blue longbow, drawing an arrow and aiming at them. Every piece of linked equipment and talent directly transmitted its usage techniques and proficiency to Qin Chuan, making him wield any weapon as if he had decades of experience. There was no weapon he couldn't master. Proficient in all weapons, kid. Aiming at the fleeing vehicle, Qin Chuan charged his shot and released the arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow swiftly caught up to the vehicle, piercing through the car body and instantly freezing it. In the blink of an eye, the car was encased in a thick layer of ice, and everyone inside was frozen into ice sculptures. Qin Chuan then turned to look in the direction the rocket had come from. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, teleporting to the ambush point in the distance. He quickly spotted a soldier attempting to flee, teleported beside him, and delivered a lightning-fast punch with his purple thunder gauntlet. Splatter! The soldier's head was instantly shattered. After killing him, Qin Chuan took a deep breath. Looking at the blood and entrails scattered across the ground, he shook his hand and turned back to the villa. By now, the villa's front door had been blown apart, and the walls were charred black. Qin Chuan instantly lost the desire to stay there. He called out to Yao Xiang, Tianyu, and He Ming to quickly pack a few things, and they moved to another villa. Next, Qin Chuan began dealing with Xiao Qian's matter. He casually found a warehouse and brought Xiao Qian there. As soon as he entered, he discovered several people hiding inside. These people were terrified when they saw Qin Chuan suddenly appear. The warehouse door was tightly barricaded with steel, and the place reeked of a pungent stench. Ignoring their resistance, Qin Chuan forcibly opened the door and drove everyone out. Those unwilling to leave were thrown out directly, and anyone who dared to resist was killed. Qin Chuan then circled the warehouse, clearing out the surrounding wild beasts. When he returned, the stench had dissipated significantly. He used chains to bind Xiao Qian's limbs and found a rack to hang her up. Qin Chuan pulled up a chair and sat in front of her, waiting for her to wake up. The gift he had prepared for her had to begin while she was conscious. She would face the most excruciating torture in the world. Scientists say that among the top 5 most painful ways to die, Wang Jun slammed the table in anger. Damn Qin Chuan, how dare he kill our people? Serves him right. Have the surveillance devices been found? Someone asked. No, they haven't. All the internal equipment is damaged, and no clues can be extracted. They knew Qin Chuan was powerful and anticipated he might take action, so they made thorough preparations, thinking at least a team could return. Originally, they even planned to gather some intelligence, but none of the people they sent out had reported back. This made them both hateful and fearful. Since they had torn apart their relationship with Qin Chuan, if the plan failed, everyone would be doomed. Thinking of this, the people sitting around the round table sighed deeply. Can we really defeat Qin Chuan? Shut up. We will definitely win. Shuehua roared, interrupting everyone's complaints. After the meeting ended, Xiao Qian returned to his residence. As soon as he opened the door, a little girl threw herself into his arms, followed closely by 3 stunning beauties with slight, beast-like features. Master, you're finally back, the little girl said coquettishly. Xiao Qian had been waiting for this day for a long time. This morning, apart from the sky-splitting divine tiger, his other 4 beasts had all leveled up to level 80 and could transform into human form. Holding the little girl who had transformed from the frost dragon, Xiao Qian's eyes were filled with desire and greed, like a hungry wolf staring at a lamb. Today, he planned to spend an unforgettable time with these beasts who had transformed into human form. However, it seemed he had forgotten something? Never mind, it wasn't important right now. He led the 4 beauties into the room. In the warehouse, Xiao Qian slowly woke up. As she opened her eyes, she saw the man who had knocked her out sitting in front of her with his eyes closed. Her arm ached slightly, and when she tried to move, she realized her hands were chained and suspended, making a jingling sound when she struggled. The man slowly opened his eyes and looked at her. You're awake, later than I expected. Useless. What do you want? Let me go. I'm warning you. Qin Chuan flicked his finger, and a pill flew into Xiao Qian's mouth. She was about to speak, but the pill made her cough uncontrollably, and she swallowed it. What did you make me eat? A drug to enhance nerve sensitivity, specially prepared for you. This way, it'll hurt more when you're skinned. Qiu Shaochen frowned, growing increasingly uneasy. Why hadn't his sister returned yet? Entering the conference room, Shaochen sat back in his seat absent-mindedly. Qin Chuan's location has been confirmed, and our equipment is almost ready. Each soldier is equipped with 15 high-concentration tranquilizers. Second Lieutenant Xiao Chen, is the break contract stone you were responsible for prepared? Shuehua asked. Xiao Chen pulled out a pile of stones from his bag and tossed them onto the table. 126 pieces, more than enough. Good, once we distribute these break contract stones, we can set out to confront Qin Chuan. Second Lieutenant Xiao, get yourself ready. With everything prepared, the group dispersed to make final arrangements before heading out in force toward Qin Chuan's location. Before departing, Xiao Chen couldn't help but send a team of base guards to search for his sister. He had an important mission and feared he wouldn't be able to personally join the search until later. The army slowly approached the warehouse, the eerie silence unsettling everyone. They advanced to the deepest part of the warehouse. Qin Chuan sat on a plastic chair, beside him a disheveled, blood-soaked figure emanating a chilling aura. Qin Chuan, you're surrounded. Surrender immediately and don't resist, someone shouted. Qin Chuan ignored them, slowly standing up, his gaze locking onto Xiao Chen in the crowd, gripping his katana, ready to strike. Beside him, Xiao Qian screamed desperately, "Brother, save me. Please save me." Her cries drew everyone's attention. Xiao Chen heard the familiar voice, his mind going blank as he slowly turned to look at the bloodied, disheveled figure. When he saw her face clearly, the last shred of hope in his heart was utterly shattered, his pupils contracting. Sharply, it was his sister. Qin Xuan glanced helplessly at Xiao Chen, thinking she should have been shouting for Xiao Chen to run instead. Her physical condition was so poor, without Qin Xuan's powerful healing methods, how could she have lasted this long? She was barely surviving, relying on the life force of others. Shut up! Qin Xuan said coldly, slicing Xiao Chen in half with one stroke. Xiao Chen watched, his heart wrenching in agony, fury igniting within him. Qin Xuan! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Xiao Chen roared. Fire! Open fire, he shouted. At his command, the beasts behind him charged toward the warehouse, blowing it into ruins, raising a massive cloud of dust that obscured everything around. The elemental energy converged on them, suddenly erupting into a violent shockwave. Flames, sharp ice, wind blades, and lightning intertwined, sweeping in all directions. Ordinary people and beasts couldn't withstand this attack at all. The soldiers charging forward and Shui Hua, who was commanding from the perimeter, were instantly torn to shreds, leaving nothing but blood and gore behind. The ground within a few kilometers turned into ruins in an instant. Looking at the devastated battlefield before him, Qin Xuan, who thought all the enemies were dead, frowned slightly. There's still one stubborn guy left? Underground, Xiao Chen was enduring excruciating mental pain. When Qin Xuan's beast erupted just now, the ethereal jellyfish acted in time. He only managed to recall the frost dragon and azure python before being teleported 50 meters underground. For him, the pressure and lack of oxygen at this depth were nothing, but his beloved green mountain bull and the newly contracted rift sky tiger were already dead. Reality was different from games. When a beast died, it was truly dead. His head throbbed violently, as if it were about to explode. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he had hidden deep enough. Based on his perception, the explosive force could only reach a depth of 49 meters, leaving him safely concealed. Sometimes he felt his luck was extraordinary. Every time he faced a life or death situation, he always managed to escape by a hair's breadth, and this time was no exception. Losing a few beasts was nothing. There would be opportunities to make up for it in the future. Qin Xuan would leave soon, and he could take the chance to escape. Once he left here, staying in the Dragon Nation would no longer be an option. He'd have to start over abroad. Why was it that, despite both being reborn, Qin Xuan was so lucky? The stabbing pain in his head gradually subsided, and he forced himself to calm down, thinking about his next move. Leaving the Dragon Nation, where would be better to go? Let me think. Oh, right. I can still go find Smith from the Beautiful Nation. In his previous life, he had a good relationship with the 5 major families and naturally heard about it. The Beautiful Nation had spearheaded a plan to replace the official government, allying with the Sakura Nation and other enemies of the Dragon Nation to bring it down. Smith was the person in charge of this plan. Later, when the game descended, the plan escalated, and their ambitions grew even larger. They directly turned against the Beautiful Nation and other countries, taking control of the entire Dragon Nation themselves. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he had a plan in mind. He could completely rely on Smith. As long as he demonstrated enough value, all the resources of the Beautiful Nation would be prioritized for him. Once his strength improved, he could escape and venture into the universe. He had no intention of casually fighting Qin Xuan again. In his previous life, the most beasts anyone could have was 10, but Qin Xuan directly had more than 10, and each one was terrifyingly powerful. Only by getting close could one truly feel the suffocating pressure of their overwhelming strength. Xiao Chen felt that even if all 5 of his beasts attacked together, they couldn't defeat one of Qin Xuan's, and Qin Xuan could summon over a dozen with a wave of his hand. This wasn't a fight, it was suicide. Qin Xuan had to die, but not now. Once I venture into the universe, perhaps after gathering the fragments of the reincarnation orb, I'll have a chance to fight him. Before he could finish his thoughts, a massive hand suddenly reached out from the ground, yanking Xiao Chen out and throwing him to the side. Before he could recover, a heavy foot stomped down, pinning him firmly in place and rendering him immobile. Qin Xuan walked up to Xiao Chen, looking down at him coldly. You actually survived. Quite the life you have, but today is your end. Ah Wei, seeing Xiao Chen's face, immediately turned red with rage, recognizing him as the culprit who had massacred his clan years ago. However, Qin Xuan didn't act immediately. He took out the mysterious egg and placed it in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt something being slowly drained from him. His heartbeat quickening, and a wave of unease surged in his mind. If this egg drained the thing inside him completely, there would be no way out for him today. Realizing this, he no longer held back, summoning his remaining 3 beasts and launching a frenzied attack on the egg. Even if it costs my life, I must destroy that egg. Xiao Chen knew that only by destroying this strange egg could he have a chance to survive. The attacks had just approached when Changqing blocked them all with a single strike. Then, Yao Xian, Tianyu, and Haiming launched a joint attack, instantly killing Xiao Chen's last 3 beasts. Xiao Chen's head throbbed with pain, leaving him powerless to resist as the egg absorbed what belonged to him. With all his beasts destroyed, he clutched his head in agony, screaming, unable to move. Finally, the egg stopped absorbing, and Xiao Chen felt the power within him completely drained, extinguishing any hope of escape. He glared at Qin Chuan and gritted his teeth, saying, Qin Chuan, this time you've won, but don't get too cocky. One day, someone will kill you, and by then, I'll be in hell. Before he could finish, Qin Chuan swung his blade, and Xiao Chen's head fell to the ground. Feng and Jiu stepped forward, each tearing the body in half with a bite. After Xiao Chen's death, a small gray orb flew out of his corpse. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the missing piece of his reincarnation jade? Xiao Chen, oh Xiao Chen, even in death, you've delivered me such a great gift. At this moment, Xiao Chen's body had already been torn apart, but Qin Chuan felt it wasn't enough. He ordered Wei, Hong Yan, and Lai Yu to burn it for 2 full hours. After confirming that not even a trace of DNA was left, he flicked his blade and looked up at the sky, a relieved smile on his face. After nearly 3 months of pursuit, Qin Chuan had finally killed Xiao Chen. He had once considered killing Xiao Chen right after his rebirth, before the game began, but the mysterious egg couldn't be brought into reality at that time. Just like the villains in novels, without first eliminating the protagonist's fortune, it was impossible to kill them. Qin Chuan had no choice, it was his only option. In novels, villains always chip away at the protagonist's fortune bit by bit. How many could kill the protagonist in one fell swoop? Qin Chuan found these tropes exasperating. If one observed more carefully, they wouldn't draw such conclusions. After the small orb of the reincarnation jade merged into his body, it fit perfectly into the previously empty slot, though full integration would still take time. Qin Chuan picked up the egg lying on the ground. Unknown beast egg, hatching. This is a mysterious beast egg, quietly awaiting its future destiny. After absorbing the power of fortune, the egg began to hatch. It wouldn't be long before a new beast was born. As for the attributes of a beast that had absorbed fortune, no one knew yet. The officials had nothing to worry about. They would never reach his level. For now, it was too early to concern himself with them. Qin Chuan just wanted to rest and wait for the map to reopen. At the official headquarters. What? Xuehua and the others are dead? And they went to hunt Qin Chuan? Jiang Weiping was furious upon receiving the news. He had long warned them not to provoke Qin Chuan at this stage. He had already noticed something off about Xuehua and the others. When he saw that many members of the Divine Tiger team had been deployed to J City, he immediately realized what Xuehua and his group were up to. He ordered those team members to be reassigned away from J City and strictly prohibited the Divine Tiger team from gathering in large numbers there unless under special circumstances. Upon discovering their secret stockpile of anesthetics, he had them confiscated and publicly reprimanded them. Yet, they still acted recklessly, resulting in total annihilation. Currently, there were only 2 known SSS-level talent holders, and now one was dead. Jiang Weiping held his forehead, feeling utterly powerless. In the end, all his words turned into a sigh. He had no idea what would happen next. A week later, Qin Chuan moved into a relatively spacious house. The previous explosion had affected the villa district, leaving almost no villa intact. Qin Chuan watched pre-downloaded movies, ate chips, and drank soda, living a leisurely and comfortable life. Since collecting the reincarnation jade, even though it hadn't fully integrated, it had already brought significant changes. Previously, his beasts could only stay silently in their spaces, communicating through their contracts. Each beast was isolated in a separate space, and Qin Chuan could only summon or recall them during his actions. Now, things were different. Each beast had its own room, and these rooms were connected into a large space, like a living room. Even better, the beasts could freely enter and exit this space without Qin Chuan having to summon or recall them each time, though they still followed his commands. If he wanted them to come out or go back, he could still enforce it. However, Yao Xiao and Tianyu, those two guys, didn't like entering this space, saying the air outside was better. Qin Xuan was speechless upon hearing this. Their reasoning wasn't exactly convincing. Why hasn't the official team arrived after all this time? Qin Xuan had been waiting for the officials to come to him. He wanted to know how many of them disliked him and to figure out what they currently thought of him. If no one's coming, I'll take the initiative myself. Since no one was making a move, Qin Xuan decided to act on his own. With about a week left before the map reopened, he needed to find something to do first. After some thought, he realized that the heads of the Wuanli families were still abroad, so he might as well deal with them first and then meet the officials afterward. He decided to visit Sakura country first and vent some of his dissatisfaction with them. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan forcibly recalled Yao Xiao and Tianyu into the beast space. With a single thought, the next second, they appeared at the infamous Yasukuni shrine in Sakura country. The once famous shrine was now in ruins, with half of the building collapsed. Qin Xuan found the altar, took out a dark gold rod, and smashed it to pieces. After breaking all the spirit tablets, he even urinated on them before leaving. Half a month ago, in Tokyo, Sakura country's soldiers stood in 2 rows along a red carpet, waiting for the arrival of a distinguished guest. As the view zoomed in, a massive griffin slowly descended in front of the red carpet. A tall Western man dismounted from the griffin. He had a towering figure, golden eyes and hair, fair skin, and wore a black tailcoat with black leather shoes, a red bow tie at his collar, and an air of nobility exuding from him. Following closely behind him were 2 Asian men, Li Xiaodong, the head of the Li family, and Wu Dalan, the head of the Wu family. Each carried a briefcase containing important items. At this moment, the emperor, accompanied by his entourage, stepped forward and saluted the guest. On behalf of the great Sakura country, I warmly welcome Your Excellency Smith. After speaking, he bowed deeply, completely disregarding his status as emperor. Smith merely cast him a cold glance before continuing forward. The soldiers standing on both sides watched as their emperor, like an obedient little dog, wagged his tail and followed behind. How is the experiment progressing, Fuji? Smith asked indifferently. The experiment has made a breakthrough. The test subjects can finally survive. Next, we'll try to get them to release their power, Fuji Hiroki replied with a smile. Just barely surviving? What exactly are you doing? Smith showed no joy, instead expressing dissatisfaction. In his view, with so many test subjects, the experiment should have been completed long ago. Seeing Smith's displeasure, Fuji immediately lowered his head and slapped himself hard. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Smith, it's my fault for not organizing things properly. I'll push them harder right away. No need to rush, Smith said, taking out several documents from the briefcases held by Li Xiaodong and Wu Dalong. These are the latest data and plans summarized by our beautiful country. Have them follow these. Qin Xuan walked down a street, surrounded only by packs of wild beasts and corpses gnawed down to the bone. It seemed no one was alive here anymore. With a thought, he arrived at Sakura country's notorious Fukushima nuclear power plant. Due to Sakura country discharging nuclear wastewater into the sea, a large number of marine beasts had mutated, becoming extraordinarily powerful. These mutated sea beasts usually hid deep underwater, but once they landed, relying on their numbers and strength, they could overrun Dragon Country's coastal bases in less than 3 days. If not for the fact that sea beasts couldn't stay away from water for long, the inland areas would have suffered as well. Some even followed river routes into the interior, attempting to attack humans. However, with Dragon Country's strongest fighters concentrated inland and the narrowness of the rivers, humans could barely hold them off. Qin Xuan glanced at the deserted nuclear power plant and the empty water storage tanks, let out a cold snort, and turned to leave. He then arrived in Tokyo, where this time he encountered living people, 2 armed Sakura soldiers. Upon seeing Qin Xuan appear, they immediately raised their guns. Who are you? Since the apocalyptic news was only known to the Dragon Nation, other countries had very few beast tamers, and their armies were not as numerous as those of the Dragon Nation. Most of the soldiers here dared not risk contracting beasts and could only patrol with guns. Seeing the 2 low-ranking soldiers daring to point their guns at him, Qin Xuan did not hesitate, swung his blade, and killed them, sending them to meet the former emperor. From their memories, Kair learned the location of the Tokyo shelter. Qin Xuan wickedly licked the corner of his mouth, and with a thought, he vanished instantly. Then believe it or not, you can't hit me through the screen, Long Tu. In the Tokyo shelter, Kanai Keita walked down the main road of the shelter with 5 beauties in his arms and another 5 following behind him, a total of 11 people, his face full of smugness. He used to be just an ordinary office worker in Japan, with a low salary and a tight life. But 3 months ago, he spotted the business opportunity in the game Beast King, spent all his savings on a gaming helmet, and his fate began to change. In the game, he awakened an A-level talent, and made a lot of money by trading beasts, finally living a more comfortable life. Just as he was indulging in the dream of spending lavishly after years of struggle, the apocalypse suddenly arrived, and the game became reality. He thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly, the talent and beasts from the game came along with him. Thus, he fought his way out of danger, rose to prominence with his talent, and lived a brilliant life in the apocalypse, enjoying delicious seafood from Radiation Island, surrounded by beauties, carefree and at ease. Soon, the Sakura army arrived and established the Tokyo shelter, inviting Kanai Keita to become a beast master, making his life even more luxurious. Here, ordinary soldiers treated him with utmost respect, and every time he went out, 10 beauties followed him. When passing by refugees, they cast envious glances, greatly satisfying his vanity. On the rooftop of the shelter's top floor, Qin Chuan suddenly appeared, standing in front of a guard. The two locked eyes, momentarily stunned. The guard came to his senses and tried to call for backup. But Qin Chuan acted faster, ending his life with a single strike. He walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Refugees wandered the streets, homeless and forced to sleep on the ground, but they all saw Kanai Keita swaggering with beauties in his arms. Those who had houses here were almost all powerful officials, guarded by soldiers. Guns might be ineffective against beasts and beast masters, but they were highly intimidating to ordinary people. Ha! There's actually a group of people hiding? Through Kai's reconnaissance, Qin Chuan discovered a hidden building underground in the shelter, with entrances concealed within several core buildings. Some entrances were hidden behind bookshelves, while others led directly to basements. People moved back and forth there, and many wild beasts were imprisoned, clearly indicating a laboratory. This piqued Qin Chuan's curiosity: what secret experiments were these Japanese conducting? Who's there? Passing by, Kanai Keita felt someone watching him and looked up at the rooftop of a nearby building, spotting a strange man staring at him. An intruder in the shelter? Kanai Keita's heart raced. Capturing an intruder would bring generous rewards and the chance to undergo physical enhancement modifications. The weakness of beast masters was their lack of physical strength, but with modifications, his power would surely increase. Since he had discovered the intruder, he had to seize this opportunity. He immediately summoned his beast and jumped onto the rooftop with it, facing Qin Chuan directly, showing no fear. Seriously, there's a path you could take, but you insist on not taking it. A week ago, Emperor Fuji Hiroki stood behind glass, staring at a person in the quarantine room who had been implanted with beast legs and arms. The person first lost consciousness, then went berserk, smashing the surrounding equipment and making strange noises. A piercing scream shattered the air, followed by the person spewing blood from their mouth, collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, and soon dying completely. After confirming he wasn't faking death, several researchers opened the bulletproof glass door and carried out the corpse. Fuji Hiroki watched the body being carried away and shook his head. This wasn't the first failure. So far, they had conducted over 100 experiments, with only 3 test subjects surviving. However, these 3 had lost consciousness and could only act on instinct, chaotic and uncontrollable, let alone usable. The corpses were thrown onto piles of other bodies, all of which were incomplete monsters implanted with beast tissue. Staff pressed a button, flames rose, flesh slowly turned to ash, and bones cracked under high temperatures, making ear-piercing sounds. At this moment, another batch of beasts was brought into the laboratory. This time, the beast in the cage was unlike any they had seen before. Its entire body was black, with an extremely strange structure, oozing foul-smelling slime, and occasionally extending a few writhing tentacles. The other beasts, upon seeing it, displayed expressions of fear and hostility. Fuji Hiroki sensed its extraordinary nature and immediately instructed the researchers to extract part of its body tissue for experimentation. 3 days later, the experiment concluded. The test subject, after being implanted with the tissue of this black beast, not only survived but also gained strength beyond that of ordinary people while retaining their sanity. At the end of the experiment, the test subject knelt on the ground, begging for mercy with tears streaming down their face, still able to speak. This was a major breakthrough in their experiments. The person knelt, pleading in the language of the Dragon Nation, clearly a Dragon Nation native. To gather more data, they summoned experts familiar with beast taming and, ignoring the test subject's pleas, sent him directly to the operating table for dissection. No anesthetic was used during the surgery. And the test subject screamed in agony, their cries piercing and ghostly. Due to the unknown beast tissue implanted in him, his regenerative ability was extraordinarily strong. A surgical incision would heal within minutes. To prevent the wounds from healing and affecting the data, the researchers forcibly held the wounds open with tools. The chains binding him were not ordinary ones but control tools brought from the game, making it impossible for him to break free, leaving him to emit sharp, agonized screams. The researchers paid no attention to these screams, focusing entirely on the dissection. They analyzed the Dragon Nation man's cells and discovered that after fusing with the unknown beast's tissue, his cellular structure had changed. Moreover, the cells of this unknown beast had extremely high compatibility, potentially enabling further breakthroughs by transplanting other beast organs. They acted immediately, bringing in experimental materials, a rhino beast's horn, a pair of white bird beast wings, and a pair of tiger beast hind legs. The frenzied experiment began. The man's legs were severed at the root and replaced with the tiger beast's hind legs. A large incision was made on his back to attach the bird beast's wings. A hole was drilled into his head to implant the rhino horn. Once the flesh and blood fused, a monster composed of a human body, tiger legs, bird wings, and a rhino horn appeared before them. We did it! We succeeded! Tanaka-kun, we made it! The researchers waved their arms in excitement, their eyes filled with madness. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had been researching day and night, finally reaping the fruits of their labor. This meant their soldiers no longer needed to risk their lives as beast tamers. They only needed to capture beasts, use the tissue of that black beast as a bridge, and transplant other beast organs into the soldiers' bodies. This way, they could continuously create an invincible army of bioengineered soldiers, resistant to gunfire and with incredible regenerative abilities. Fuji Hiroki, upon hearing this news, was overjoyed. He immediately approached the research team and resolutely declared something that shocked everyone: "I want to undergo the modification." The researchers hesitated. "Your Majesty, the technology is not yet fully mature. Are you sure you want to?" "No. Bring me that creature's tissue. I want to fuse with its cells." "That thing? Your Majesty, this is too. Go now." Watching the researchers retrieve the materials, Fuji Hiroki's gaze grew increasingly maniacal. "After fusing with your cells, will I become like you?" Yamata no Orochi. Kanai Keita thought he could achieve great merit, but he was immediately cut into pieces by Qin Xuan before he could even cry out. Qin Xuan's figure flickered, suddenly appearing in the laboratory. Facing two researchers, he drew his blade without hesitation, cutting them down. He left no one alive along the way, dispatching them with ease. The laboratory's alarms blared, red warning lights flashing, and the corridors filled with an air of tension. Researchers fled in panic. Soldiers armed with weapons guarded the exits, strictly checking identities before allowing transfers. Inside, soldiers also rushed in, searching for researchers while protecting critical data and materials. After all, the hard-earned research results could not be lost. In the Emperor's laboratory, Hiroki Fuji's transformation was nearing completion. Drawing on previous experience, the transplant surgery was quickly concluded. The researchers extracted a scale from the Yamata no Orochi, which still contained genetic material. After the transplant, Hiroki Fuji was placed into a cultivation chamber, and the Yamata no Orochi cells began to proliferate rapidly. Now, his entire body was covered in blood-red scales, a tail had grown from his back, and he no longer resembled a human. Suddenly, an alarm blared overhead, red lights flashing: enemy invasion. Not good, protect His Majesty. Quick, bring that thing over here too. Hurry. No one fled, instead, they piled whatever movable objects they could find against the door, trying to hold off the intruders outside. The alarm was deafening, but Hiroki Fuji suddenly opened his snake-like eyes. Bang! The glass of the cultivation chamber shattered, and pale yellow cultivation fluid spilled across the floor. Hiroki Fuji pulled out the tubes attached to his body and stepped out of the chamber. Your Majesty, you. Crack. Squelch. With a single motion, he grabbed a researcher's head, twisted it 270 degrees, and then wrenched it off with force. The other researchers were stunned, their mouths agape. Blood dripped from the severed head. And without hesitation, Hiroki Fuji opened his mouth to catch the falling blood. The warm, metallic sweetness filled his mouth, and he squinted slyly. He swung his blade, slicing the beast in half, severing its head and heart, killing it instantly. Seeing the three grotesque, modified creatures, Qin Chuan's frown deepened. After all, he was from the Dragon Nation, and his hatred for Sakura Nation ran deep. He had never liked Sakura Nation, and now he despised it even more. After leaving, his killing methods changed. He no longer delivered swift deaths but instead cut enemies in half or hacked them into stumps. Feeling it wasn't enough, he summoned his beasts, ordering them not to kill in one strike but to let the enemies die slowly in torment. He fought his way to a researcher with a clearly different status. Qin Chuan stepped over severed limbs and broken bodies, holding his long sword, walking slowly, covered in blood, like a demon emerging from hell. Glancing at the researcher's name tag, he realized this was the captain of the experimental unit. Qin Chuan pressed the man's head down, veins bulging on his face, glaring at him fiercely. Choose. Do you want me to kill you, or would you prefer to die by the things you created yourself? Sir, we can talk this out. The researcher tried to speak, but Qin Chuan thrust his sword into the man's mouth, twisting the blade to rip out his filthy tongue. With a wave of his hand, he instantly teleported the man to the innermost cell. The three creatures swarmed over him, devouring his flesh and blood. Watching the captain being eaten alive, Qin Chuan intervened, killing the three creatures with a single strike. In the deepest part of the laboratory, Fuji Hiroki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, surrounded by shattered skulls and mangled corpses. As he had expected, living flesh was far more delicious than dead meat. The piercing sound of alarms echoed as Fuji Hiroki scanned his surroundings. For someone to break into the lab and wreak such havoc, their strength must be extraordinary. A sinister grin spread across his face, and he inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of more blood and flesh. Suddenly, he leaped with force, his legs smashing through the ceiling, heading straight for Qin Chuan's location. In the lab above, Qin Chuan had just cut down the last researcher and was preparing to leave when he felt the ground tremble. The floor shattered with a loud crash, and a bald creature covered in blood-red scales, with a long tail and hissing sounds, emerged. Found you, delicious flesh! Fuji Hiroki exclaimed excitedly. Qin Chuan looked at the creature before him, slightly startled. He had seen a few half-human, half-demon creatures in the cells earlier and had already guessed what these Sakura Nation people were up to. Now it seemed their experiments had succeeded. They had created living beings. However, this was no big deal to Qin Chuan. Since the enemy had come to him, he was ready to deal with them thoroughly. Fuji Hiroki surveyed the scene of severed limbs and bodies, sneering. What's the point of killing these people? It's like a thief breaking into someone's house and only snapping their chopsticks, no real impact. Next, let me show you the true power of the Yamada no Orochi. Before he could finish his sentence, a bloodline suddenly appeared on Fuji Hiroki's neck. With the sound of flesh tearing, his head was severed by Qin Chuan's blade, rolling dozens of times before coming to a stop. You talk too much. Just die already, Qin Chuan said, casually, swinging his sword to decapitate Fuji Hiroki. The severed head still bore a smug smile before instantly dissolving into blood. Strangely, Fuji Hiroki's body remained standing. Qin Chuan sensed that this guy was different from the usual experimental subjects. It seemed he had fused with the cells of a ferocious beast, granting him this bizarre ability. The flesh at Fuji Hiroki's neck began to wriggle, and a new head identical to the original grew back. Interesting. Now I'm even more curious about how you'll taste, Fuji Hiroki exclaimed. Qin Chuan swung his blade again, this time not only severing the head but also crushing the heart and splitting the body in two. Yet Fuji Hiroki regenerated once more. Now this is more like it. Put some real effort into cutting me. This body is absolutely amazing. Fuji Hiroki exclaimed excitedly, jamming his fingers into his temples, laughing maniacally. This is absolutely exhilarating. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished, lunging fiercely at Qin Chuan. Sharp claws collided with Qin Chuan's blade and were instantly severed. Taking the opportunity, Qin Chuan once again slashed Fuji Hiroki's body into pieces. Qin Chuan noticed that Fuji Hiroki's body regenerated quickly, but he decided to keep cutting until the regeneration couldn't keep up. 5 minutes later, Fuji Hiroki collapsed to his knees, his face full of terror, utterly exhausted, and his wounds were healing slower and slower. During those 5 minutes, he was either being slashed or desperately trying to escape, but Qin Chuan followed him like a shadow, impossible to shake off. Every time he blinked, Qin Chuan appeared behind him, swiftly slicing him into pieces, and he never even saw him summon any beasts for help. Was this even Human? Fuji Hiroki's legs were severed again, but this time they didn't grow back. It seems you've reached your limit. Aside from those summoned beasts, you're the first person to last this long in front of me. You should be proud, Qin Xuan said. Panting heavily, Fuji Hiroki pleaded, wait, I am the emperor of Sakura country. I know many secrets. This experiment isn't just being conducted by us. I can tell you. Qin Xuan lowered his blade and said coldly, speak. Fuji Hiroki quickly begged, promise me first, after hearing the secrets, you and your summoned beasts won't kill me. Qin Xuan smiled faintly. Fine, I promise. Speak quickly. Fuji Hiroki hesitated for a moment, then decided to take a gamble. Besides us in Sakura country, the beautiful country is also conducting experiments. Their leader is Smith, a Dragon Clan member. The Guo family is about to take over the official leadership of operations. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, surprised that it involved the aristocratic families. Seeing Qin Xuan's reaction, Fuji Hiroki felt a glimmer of hope. Smith is currently in the shelter. The heads of the Li and Wu families have also escaped from the Dragon Country and are in my office. We've already transmitted the data back to the beautiful country. I think what you're most interested in are these details. If you're also interested in our experiments, we can share the data, Fuji Hiroki said, lying on the ground, betraying Smith in a desperate bid to save his life. Not bad. Your information is useful. I and my summoned beasts have decided not to kill you. Really? Thank you for sparing me. Fuji Hiroki hurriedly propped himself up with his hands, trying to crawl away. Did I say you could leave? Qin Xuan said coldly. The surrounding space began to distort. Fuji Hiroki turned his head and saw a miniature black dragon tearing through the space, terrifying him. You lied. You said you and your summoned beasts wouldn't kill me. That's right, I won't kill you. I'm just throwing you into a spatial rift, which counts as exile. I keep my word. The spatial distortion grew more intense. The space around Fuji Hiroki shattered, revealing a rift. The powerful suction left him immobile. How could this be? As the rift closed, Fuji Hiroki disappeared. Most of the people in the laboratory had been dealt with. Qin Xuan prepared to find Smith. He summoned all his scattered summoned beasts and instantly appeared in Fuji Hiroki's office in the shelter, only to find it empty. Outside the shelter, Smith, along with the heads of the Li and Wu families, was preparing to escape on a griffin. They had already heard that the underground base had been breached. Fortunately, the data had been transmitted back to the beautiful country, so there was no need to risk staying. As they boarded the griffin and watched the land of Sakura country fade into the distance, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, the sound of a bird's cry came from behind them. Turning around, they saw a man riding a large blue bird in pursuit. Qin Xuan, sitting atop the frost ice phoenix Lingyu, recognized the heads of the Li and Wu families and the western man, who must be Smith. Without hesitation, he ordered Lingyu to attack. Chirp! Lingyu's back formed sharp, glistening ice blades. It suddenly dived, slicing past the heads of Smith and his companions. In the next moment, the griffin and the three riders were all cut into bloody pieces, scattering from the sky. Now, Smith, Li Xiaodong, and Wu Dalong had nowhere to escape. After killing Smith, Qin Xuan flew above the Tokyo shelter. He said coldly, from today onwards, the Sakura nation should disappear. What do you all think? Lingyu suddenly smashed down an ice ball. The moment the ice ball hit the ground, a chilling frost rapidly spread, instantly covering the surroundings with thick ice. The Sakura nation people touched by the cold had their blood freeze instantly, their entire bodies stiffening and dying. The frost slowly climbed to the rooftops, and those trapped could only watch helplessly as the cold consumed them. The chill quickly enveloped the entire shelter, leaving no survivors inside. Soldiers on the outskirts sensed something was wrong and hurriedly drove away to escape. But while the monk may escape, the temple cannot. Even if alive, they could not escape Qin Xuan's grasp. Just as Qin Xuan was about to blow up the entire city of Tokyo, the ground suddenly rose and cracked open, as if something massive was about to emerge from underground. Then, a snake's head broke through the earth, followed by a second, a third, all the way to the eighth. The enormous body followed the heads, splitting the ground into fragments. Finally, the true form of the giant snake was fully revealed, 8 snake tails. 8 snake heads hissed venomously, glaring fiercely at Qin Xuan in the sky. Oh, so there's such a colossal creature hidden beneath Tokyo. Name, Yamata no Orochi. Attributes, Poison, Dark Level. 100 Quality, Legendary. Wow, a legendary monster. If Qin Xuan had fled earlier, he might not have cared. But now that it had appeared, Qin Xuan had no reason to let it go. Ah Feng, go. Qin Xuan summoned the Everwinter Snow Wolf to teach this eight-tailed venomous snake a lesson. Yamata no Orochi's 8 heads turned toward Ah Feng on the ground, sensing its extraordinary aura. However, Ah Feng deliberately suppressed its energy, making the snake think it was just a slightly stronger, ordinary beast, nothing to fear. It thought, to deal with this, I don't even need to use my strongest weapon. Since this human wants to die, I'll grant his wish. However, in just a single breath, Ah Feng struck fiercely, shattering one of its heads. Yamata no Orochi was shocked, its vigilance skyrocketing. Something's wrong, this creature's strength far exceeds expectations. Just as it realized this, 2 more heads were smashed, and Yamata no Orochi retreated in panic, its once proud demeanor replaced by fear. This creature's power was overwhelmingly strong. Sensing the dire situation, Yamata no Orochi decisively summoned its life-bound weapon, a pale green longsword exuding a toxic and corrosive aura. The Everwinter Snow Wolf prepared to charge again to smash its heads, but Yamata no Orochi swung the sword, aiming straight for its leg. Ah Feng noticed the intense poison on the blade and dodged in time. Even a light scratch would have been troublesome. The sword missed, and from the remaining 5 heads, 1 focused on escaping while the other 4 spat thick venom at Ah Feng in the air. Ah Feng immediately activated its wind attribute, creating a vortex that blew the venom toward the surrounding walls. The venom splattered on the walls, hissing as it rapidly corroded through, continuing to eat away at the ground. Seeing that it hadn't been touched by the venom, Ah Feng felt a sense of relief. But it quickly remembered the weapon in its possession capable of piercing the heavens, rendering this minor poison insignificant. With this realization, Ah Feng charged toward Yamata no Orochi. By this time, the shattered heads had already regenerated. Yamata no Orochi watched Ah Feng approach again, utterly despairing. If it had known the outside world was this dangerous, it would never have emerged. But it understood that it would eventually be drained of its strength or even killed. In desperation, Yamata no Orochi used its ultimate move. Its body instantly split into 8 snakes, each fleeing rapidly in different directions. This was its last resort, one it had been reluctant to use, as each split diminished its power, reducing its strength by 1/8. But now, in this critical moment, as long as it could escape alive, it could slowly recover its strength, no matter how much remained. At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly arose, growing stronger and stronger until it formed a massive tornado, with Ah Feng at its center. The tornado tore through the surrounding buildings, pulling in the fleeing Yamata no Orochi. The Yamata no Orochi found itself moving slower and slower, unable to escape. It finally couldn't help but beg for mercy. Stop hitting me, if you keep going, I'll die. I surrender. I surrender. The tornado grew larger and larger, and Ah Feng's power quickly brought the battle to an end. The massive tornado instantly swept the Yamata no Orochi into its vortex, and the ice blades within the wind swiftly shredded it into pieces. I'm willing to sign a contract with you forever. Please stop, the Yamata no Orochi shouted desperately, its voice full of despair. You're useless. I don't need trash like you, Qin Xuan said, coldly, sentencing the Yamata no Orochi to death. A mere mythical level being, its death was inconsequential. The Yamata no Orochi could no longer hold on and was sucked into the raging tornado, howling in despair. Its 8 avatars were all torn into pieces by the ice blades within the tornado. The Yamata no Orochi was dead, but Ah Feng's tornado did not stop. Instead, it continued to expand outward, eventually covering the entire city of Tokyo and reducing it to complete ruins. Only then did the terrifying tornado gradually dissipate. Looking at the scene of destruction before him, Ah Feng felt much better. Ever since arriving on Blue Star, Qin Xuan had always restricted them from using their full power, allowing only minor destruction with a fraction of their strength, which had nearly driven Ah Feng crazy. Although he still couldn't go all out today, Qin Xuan had allowed Ah Feng to unleash a little more of his power. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make Ah Feng feel satisfied. The destructive power of a way. And the others was truly astonishing. Even a small amount of effort could cause large-scale devastation, and they would only grow stronger in the future. In the future, it wouldn't be surprising to see craters spanning hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Although Blue Star's landmass had increased, it still wasn't enough for Qin Chuan to play around like this. If no alien civilizations came, and Qin Chuan ended up turning Blue Star into a wasteland himself, that would be unacceptable. He still wanted to enjoy his twilight years on Blue Star. For this reason, Qin Chuan had only allowed his beasts to let loose a little in Sakura country. Standing amidst the ruins of Tokyo, Qin Chuan ignored Offing's triumphant howls. He reached into his spatial storage and retrieved a pale green longsword exuding a corrosive aura. It was the Yamata no Orochi's lifebound beast weapon. While mocking the Yamata no Orochi earlier, he had casually taken the sword into his possession. Otherwise, the chaotic battle just now would have destroyed it. Lifebound beast weapons could be used by other creatures, including humans. Normally, there were no restrictions on their use, but there were still thresholds. Using them excessively at too low a level could result in backlash. Families often treated lifebound beast weapons as trump cards for their younger members to save their lives. Lifebound beast weapons would not be damaged by the death of the beast but would instead become unclaimed items, belonging to whoever picked them up. However, most beasts would choose to destroy their lifebound weapon before dying. No one wanted to gift their treasure to the enemy after death. But there were exceptions, such as the Yamata no Orochi being completely overpowered by Offing, leaving it no time to destroy the sword. It was generally very difficult for anyone to forge a lifebound beast weapon, as it required at least level 90 strength. A level 90 being, even when facing opponents of the same level or even mythical level, wouldn't be instantly killed except for monsters like Qin Chuan. As long as they weren't instantly killed, beasts had the opportunity to destroy their lifebound weapon. Knowing there was no hope, they certainly wouldn't let the enemy benefit. The explosion caused by self-destruction was also quite powerful. Trying to mass-produce lifebound beast weapons by raising low-quality beasts was unrealistic. Low-quality beasts grew slowly in the later stages, sometimes even stagnating, and it was uncertain whether they could even reach level 90. Moreover, the cost of raising them was high, making it more worthwhile to invest in high-quality beasts. Once raised, why would anyone kill them for their weapons? It would be a complete waste. Qin Chuan glanced at the corrosive longsword in his hand, played with it briefly, and then casually stored it back into his spatial storage. His beast's equipment was far more practical than this. To others, this might be a divine artifact, but to Qin Chuan, it was more of a decorative piece. Since it was free, he might as well take it. Next, Qin Chuan summoned all his offensive beasts and sent them charging across Sakura country. This time, he allowed them to unleash a bit more of their killing intent, which made the beasts ecstatic. After arriving on Blue Star, every move had to be made cautiously. They understood this, as their destructive power was simply too overwhelming. Rarely did they have such an opportunity to vent, so they naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Once the game map reopened, they could indulge in slaughter within it, but for now, they had to endure. Soon, Qin Chuan's beasts spread across Sakura nation. In every city they reached, they slaughtered all living beings. Their master had told them that the residents here were sinners and deserved to die. Qin Chuan didn't care about Sakura Nation's resources. The sole purpose was to kill and burn everything. In mere seconds, most of Sakura Nation's cities were destroyed. In the remaining untouched cities, all the people and beasts of Sakura Nation trembled in fear. The next moment, a massive fire dragon appeared above their heads, its enormous shadow weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. The fire dragon radiated intense heat, instantly turning the city's temperature into a blazing furnace. Flames spewed from its mouth, spreading rapidly upon contact with the ground, exploding and reducing the entire city to a charred wasteland. The Crimson Flame Dragon Emperor didn't even glance back, turning to fly toward the remaining intact cities. In less than a minute, the entire Sakura Nation was utterly annihilated, leaving no survivors. From a high vantage point, Sakura Nation had become a chaotic mix of elements. There were stretches of ice spanning thousands of miles, scorched lands with magma emitting black smoke, dark clouds clashing with violent lightning, tornadoes reducing cities to rubble, cities sliced away with distorted air surrounding them, and poisonous mists engulfing entire towns. To ensure nothing was overlooked, they even tore up the ground to check for hidden laboratories or secrets. After confirming there were no survivors on the island, Qin Chuan returned to Dragon Nation with his beasts. The disaster left behind in Sakura Nation would take a long time to recover from. Qin Chuan returned to J City. Since the authorities wouldn't tell him what had happened, he had to take matters into his own hands. With a snap of his fingers, flames rapidly spread from the center of J City, engulfing the entire city in an instant. All life vanished in this destructive sea of fire, including everyone in the shelters. Violence in real life is unacceptable. This is just a fictional plot. In reality, always be a law-abiding citizen. Never forget this. Don't think these people were all from Dragon Nation. Do you think the officials cared about them? Don't tell Qin Chuan they did. As for the noble families, set them aside for now. He had already helped them clear out many beasts at the start of the apocalypse. They didn't show any gratitude. So why should Qin Chuan adhere to morality? So-called human relationships and social norms were meaningless in the face of absolute power. Who would dare to argue? In the apocalypse, the rule was that strength dictated reason. If they wanted to kill him, they'd have to pay the price. Qin Chuan could have destroyed more, but blowing up J City was already giving them face. Don't talk about innocence or guilt. In his previous life, he had saved those innocent people, and what was the outcome? Now that he had a second chance at life, why should he live in fear of being watched? Living like that was a waste of time. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Nation's official base, Jiang Weiping was sitting in his office handling official duties when he suddenly got goosebumps and involuntarily shivered. Why do I feel like something big is about to happen? The protagonist's beast list. For reference if needed, a Wei 9-tailed heavenly fox, fire attribute, male Tunshan 9-colored devouring python, ancient species, male Kyre star-winged illusion butterfly, illusion attribute, female Dolly heavenly thunder ancient bear, thunder. Attribute, male E5 poison king beast, poison attribute, female offing eternal winter snow wolf, ice wind attribute, male. Yaoshang ice radiance holy dragon, ice light attribute, male Erdwa holy resonance ancient tree, wood life attribute, male. Chongqing heaven opening monkey king, earth attribute, male Hongyan undying divine phoenix, fire attribute, female Liu crimson. Flame dragon emperor, fire ancient species, male Laming Huang. Thunder roaring beast, fire, thunder, male Lingyue extreme. Cold ice phoenix, ice attribute, female Tanyu sky splitting divine tiger king, metal, space, male Hyming star devouring. Demon dragon emperor, space, ancient, male Joyo shadow demon wolf, shadow, male. Jiang Weiping sat in his seat, feeling an inexplicable unease. At that moment, urgent knocking came from the door, and Shangguan Wana rushed in. Elder Jiang, something terrible has happened. Just now, J City in Hu province suddenly exploded. Not a single person inside survived. Shangguan Wana's face was heavy. Those were citizens of the Dragon Nation. Mentioning J City, Jiang Weiping immediately thought of Qin Chuan. He crossed his hands on the table, resting his forehead against it, knowing clearly, it must have been Qin Chuan's doing. This was a warning, telling him that he was still no match for Qin Chuan. Suppressing his grief, he calmly said, organize the list of victims and hold a unified memorial. Shangguan Wana wanted to ask more, but seeing Jiang Weiping's grim expression, she said nothing further and quietly left. As soon as she left, Jiang Weiping could no longer hold back, tears streaming down as he buried his head in his arms, stifling his sobs. Meanwhile, on Qin Chuan's side, Qin Chuan controlled it precisely. Only J City was bombed, and no other cities were affected. He returned to H City and moved into a cozy little house. In less than a day, he had destroyed a country. Though the area wasn't large, Qin Chuan felt it was worth it. Today, he planned to relax. Suddenly, he sensed something and took out the mysterious egg. The eggshell began to crack. It was about to hatch. Qin Chuan placed the egg on a soft sofa cushion, anticipating the emergence of a new beast. Crack, crack. The eggshell shattered, and a pink little head poked out, small and delicate like E. It had a pink body with a pair of transparent wings on its back, resembling a tiny fairy. Name, Fate Weaver Spirit Attribute, Destiny Level, 1 Quality, Super Divine Wow. This time I really struck gold. Destiny Attribute, this was something Qin Chuan had never heard of in his previous life. The Fate Weaver spirit gazed at Qin Chuan, its voice playful. Looks like you're my master. Nice to meet you, my name is Ling. Ling? Qin Chuan smiled. This was his first time naming a beast, and it was convenient. Yes, you've already seen my information, so I won't say much. I believe you understand my abilities. As a Destiny-type beast, Ling could manipulate cause and effect, altering fate. It could turn an extremely unlucky person into a fortunate one or instantly bring ruin to a happy individual. It could even change the fate of all humans. on Blue Star, making Blue Star a planet where everyone acknowledged him as king. However, this idea was quickly discouraged. Ling Ling explained that while it could indeed alter the fate of everyone on the planet at once, doing so would attract the attention of the universe, and if Qin Xuan didn't want to lose his life, he should avoid attempting it lightly. If raised to the average level of Qin Xuan's beasts, altering the fate of tens of millions of people at once would be the limit. Changing fate could influence major events or minor ones, entirely at Qin Xuan's discretion. Ling not only could manipulate others' destinies, but also had an extremely powerful grasp of cause and effect. In other words, anyone aware of Qin Xuan's existence, regardless of how many, would form a causal connection with him. This included but was not limited to people who had seen Qin Xuan, talked about Qin Xuan, or even cursed him online. All were connected to him by causal lines, which Ling could perceive following. This causal thread, Ling can understand all of a person's experiences, secrets, and current location, and even directly alter their fate, playing them in the palm of their hand. Paired with Tianyu's teleportation wristband, it becomes incredibly easy to locate the target, get close, and unleash a powerful move. With Ling, anyone daring to cyberbully Qin Xuan will face inevitable punishment. Isn't this the tracking beast companion he always wanted? Able to follow the causal thread to find you, how could you not be afraid? The equipment connected to Ling is a small jade pendant engraved with pink patterns, suitable for long-term wear. It can increase luck, sense surrounding malice, and even understand others' inner thoughts. Having obtained such a powerful beast companion, Qin Xuan felt as refreshed as changing into new underwear in winter. The game map was about to reopen, and this period was perfect for leveling up Jojo and Ling. 5 days later, Jojo reached level 67, and Ling reached level 60. As expected, leveling up is still faster in the map. Qin Xuan chuckled bitterly. Today was the game map's reopening day, and Qin Xuan quietly waited until noon. Suddenly, a floating island mark appeared on the back of his hand, and simultaneously, all surviving Beastmasters worldwide had the same mark appear on their hands. After the apocalypse, entering the map no longer required a game helmet but relied on the mark on the back of the hand. It remained hidden most of the time, only appearing when one wanted to enter the map. The method to enter the map was simple, just shake the marked hand twice. If the hand was severed, the mark would transfer to the other hand. If both hands were gone, it would appear on the forehead. As long as a Beastmaster was alive, they could enter the map without worry. Soon, Qin Xuan entered the map, greeted by the long-missed snowy plains. This time, he could feel the bone-chilling cold, but fortunately, he had prepared enough down jackets, which immediately warmed him up upon wearing. Entering the map now had a sense of realism, unlike the previous game experience where there was no sensation of pain or temperature. The map had also expanded several hundred times, making cross-map travel more challenging. Qin Xuan decided not to follow the original route to the desert but instead rode Yaoxiao toward the forest. According to his plan, the next destination was Wind Ridge, which would take about a week at his current pace. Meanwhile, all Beastmasters also realized that the floating island mark on their hands was the key to entering the map and began entering one after another. Qin Xuan was in no rush. He planned to level Jojo and Ling to level 80 first. With the map's expansion, the levels and numbers of wild monsters had also increased, but for Qin Xuan, already at level 80, dungeon grinding was still the fastest way to level up. A day later, Jojo and Ling both reached level 80. Jojo transformed into a slightly short youth in a black robe, while Ling took on the appearance of a little girl. With everyone at level 80, Qin Xuan could now head to Wind Ridge at full speed. 6 days later, an ice-blue giant dragon flew overhead, and Qin Xuan rode it, gazing into the distance. Along the way, the trees became fewer and shorter, eventually leaving only a few solitary ones standing on the grassland, with the occasional breeze passing through. Further ahead were towering cliffs that reached into the clouds, with perpetual hurricanes at the center, eroding the surrounding rocks into smooth surfaces. The slopes were nearly vertical, resembling massive stone pillars. They were nearing Wind Ridge. The grassland was a greenish yellow, not as lush as a forest, more akin to a tropical savanna. However, these grasslands were only on the outskirts. The interior was filled with wind-carved stone forests and steep cliffs. There weren't many wild monsters on the outskirts, but Qin Xuan's target was the interior. After a day's journey, he finally entered the inner region of Wind Ridge. Riding the Ice Radiance Sacred Dragon, he navigated through the stone forest, startling a flock of birds. They were unafraid of the fierce winds, instead skillfully weaving through them. Amid the gusts, numerous wind-element birds freely soared. One species was the red-crested crane, level 35, of excellent quality, with its final evolution being the epic-grade wind-watching crane. Another was the clear wind bird, level 10, of superior quality, with its final form being the excellent grade hurricane bird. Suddenly, several gray figures flew swiftly from afar, instantly snatching a clear wind bird. These were gale wyverns, ancient wind-element creatures, level 40, of excellent quality, with their final evolution being the legendary grade divine wind wyvern. The gale wyverns moved in packs, precisely capturing clear wind birds and devouring their prey in one bite, but they still kept their distance from Qinchuan and did not approach. In the vast mountain range, there was a flat area halfway up, a mountain where several hook-nosed men were lying. They were a team that had previously chased a strangely colored crane in the game up this mountain. Then, the apocalypse suddenly broke out, and monsters from the game appeared in reality. Fortunately, their gaming experience allowed them to survive. A few days ago, a floating island mark suddenly appeared on their hands, and, upon inspection, they found they could still enter the game map. However, the mountain had grown much taller. They used to see the ground, but now it was obscured by clouds and mist, making it impossible to see below. None of them had flying beasts, so they had to climb up bit by bit before, and now it was even harder to get down. Trapped at the mountaintop, their only option was to contract the oddly colored crane to take them down. But the crane was incredibly fast, and they couldn't catch up, let alone tame it. Meanwhile, Qinchuan spotted a particularly colored crane drinking water by a pool. The cranes here were either pure white or black and white, and it was the first time he had seen one with greenish-blue patterns. What a unique crane, I need to take a closer look. This crane was called the azure-clad cloud crane, wind attribute, level 50, epic quality, with its final form being the transcendent divine wind crane. The azure-clad cloud crane noticed Qinchuan, picked up the herbs beside it, and hurriedly took off, stirring up a gust of azure wind as it quickly flew away. It's so fast. Qinchuan mounted his ice radiance, holy dragon, and chased after it closely. Since he had encountered it, he wouldn't let it go easily. A streak of azure cut through the sky, followed closely by a massive blue dragon, shadowing it relentlessly. At the mountaintop, Will and his team lay helplessly on the grass, having been trapped for days. They had tried to call for help from their companions at Wind Ridge, but the towering stone peaks there were swarming with hundreds of monsters, and the occasional fierce winds made it impossible to wait for reinforcements. We can only rely on ourselves. Jenny, has that crane come back? It hasn't been seen for days. Will, what about Eric and the others? They went to look for the crane's nest. Suddenly, the grass swayed with the wind, and an azure crane flew past them, leaving a greenish-blue trail. They quickly sat up, ready to give chase, but then a blue dragon flew in from behind, pursuing the crane in the same direction. Watching the crane and dragon disappear over the mountaintop, Will's heart tightened, sensing an opportunity. Someone's here. Let's follow them. What they didn't know was that the seemingly ordinary mountaintop nest of the azure-clad cloud crane was merely a passage. The passage led to a cave entrance halfway down the mountain. Qinchuan had already followed the azure-clad cloud crane through the passage and flown out. Its true nest was hidden beneath the passage, inside a uniquely shaped boulder. The boulder's edge protruded in a curved shape, blending in with the many oddly shaped rocks on the mountain. If not for seeing the azure-clad crane suddenly vanish here, Qinchuan wouldn't have discovered the hidden cave. The cave entrance faced inward and showed no signs of abnormality from the outside. Only by squeezing through the gap between the rock and the mountain could one notice the opening. Hidden so well, could there be some treasure inside? With this thought, Qinchuan stepped inside. Above the cave entrance, Eric and his group hurried to the cliff's edge and peered down. Where are they? Didn't they just fly down? Eric panted as he asked his companions. Didn't they fly below? There's no one down there. Could we have lost them? The group sat on the ground, gasping for breath. They had seen the crane and dragon chasing each other earlier and had followed, hoping to ask the beast tamer for help getting down. But they were too late, the person was already gone. Sigh, we'll have to wait for someone else again. How did they just disappear after flying down? Could there be another cave below? One team member complained. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone, including Eric, turned their gaze toward him. What's wrong? Why is everyone staring at me? The team member ran to the side and took a closer look. Sure enough, there was a gap between the mountain and the cliff. There's indeed a gap here, he shouted. Kun, you're a genius. Eric excitedly patted his shoulder, his eyes shining. They marked the wall, as there were still 2 teammates above. Then, everyone carefully leaned over the edge of the cliff and steadily climbed down. Sure enough, they discovered an entrance hidden in the gap. There's really a cave here. Qin Xuan walked inside the cave, with Yao Xian lighting the way ahead. The journey was smooth. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the cave and saw a massive bird's nest with a giant eagle perched on it. Nearby, piles of herbs were stacked, which were commonly found on the cliff walls and easy to gather. The cloud crane in green clothing was right beside it, surprisingly taking care of the eagle. Qin Xuan was stunned. 2 natural enemies together? This was too incredible. The green-clad cloud crane stared at Qin Xuan warily, knowing it couldn't defeat him, but if forced to resist, it would fight to the death. Qin Xuan turned to look at the eagle in the nest and found it injured, needing herbs to recover. Name: Sharp Feather Sky Eagle. Attribute: Gold level, 55 quality, Epic Final Form, 9 Heavens Golden Feather Eagle, Super Divine. Wow. Your Super Divine beast really comes with 2 at once, huh? Qin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. He had only been here for 2 days and already encountered 2 Super Divine level beasts, which was indeed rare. But thinking carefully, although they had Super Divine potential, very few could truly evolve into Super Divine beasts, perhaps 1 in 10,000. If evolving into Super Divine beasts were easy, the world would already be full of them, and the status of mythical beasts would have long been replaced. Yet now, even obtaining a mythical quality beast was extremely difficult, let alone a Super Divine beast, which no one but Qin Xuan knew about. However, Qin Xuan didn't care, these 2 were both his now. Seeing how much the green-clad cloud crane cared for the Sharp Feather Sky Eagle, Qin Xuan decided to start with it. He summoned Kyra and tasked her with communication. The wariness in the cloud crane's eyes gradually faded, and Qin Xuan knew Kyra's persuasive skills were working. Through her, Qin Xuan learned that the 2 beasts had met during their respective wanderings. At first, they fought, neither able to defeat the other, and eventually decided to make peace and became friends. Next, Qin Xuan prepared to delve deeper. The Sharp Feather Sky Eagle and the green-clad cloud crane grew up together, honing their skills with each other, and had now become inseparable friends. In battle, the Sharp Feather Sky Eagle would attract the enemy's attention head-on, while the green-clad cloud crane used its speed advantage to circle behind the enemy and deliver a fatal blow. This strategy was highly effective, even allowing them to easily defeat opponents several levels higher. Not long ago, they had a conflict with the Wind-Wing Sky Lord. The Wind-Wing Sky Lord felt they were too strong and posed a threat, so it led an army of winged dragons to attack them. Although they ultimately escaped, the Sharp Feather Sky Eagle bore the brunt of the attacks and was severely injured. If not treated promptly, its strength could significantly decline. After learning the situation, Qin Xuan quickly analyzed and directly proposed that they sign a contract with him, which would allow them to recover all injuries and be reborn. The green-clad cloud crane immediately objected. If the Sharp Feather Sky Eagle leaves, what about me? Qin Xuan replied decisively, then why don't you sign a contract with me too? The green-clad cloud crane rolled its eyes at Qin Xuan in exasperation. Sign a contract with him? Being commanded to fight here and there, risking life and death, while he stayed behind watching the show, occasionally stepping in to give orders, they would have to obey him. It had seen those powerful beasts on the mountaintop and felt that these beasts were fully capable of living independently, yet they still had to protect these weaker creatures, which left a bitter taste in its heart. Qin Xuan countered, aren't those powerful beasts the ones who gradually nurtured these weaker creatures to grow stronger? The green-clad cloud crane scoffed, are you kidding? How could these weak creatures possibly develop such strength? The next moment, Qin Xuan summoned all his contracted beasts. They had clearly heard his earlier conversation with them and were now staring at the azure-clad cloud crane. Qin Xuan taunted, think I'm weak? Although these beasts showed no intention of attacking, the powerful aura they emitted overwhelmed the azure-clad cloud crane, leaving its mind blank and halting its ability to think. The wounds on the sharp-feathered skyhawk began bleeding again under the pressure. In its weakened state, the skyhawk struggled to make a sound, telling the cloud crane that it had already agreed to the contract and urging it not to cause trouble. However, the cloud crane was too frightened to hear. Qin Chuan spread his hands and laid it out plainly, sign a contract with me, and you can become as strong as they are. By then, kicking out that wind-winged sky monarch will be effortless. He added. If you don't want to sign, that's fine too. Pointing to the beasts behind him, he continued, pick an opponent. As long as you can defeat one, I'll leave immediately. The azure-clad cloud crane asked, what is basketball? Qin Chuan laughed, that's not important. Then, he drew his sword and casually slashed a trench into the ground. The cloud crane panicked instantly, exclaiming, I absolutely won't fight you. Qin Chuan pointed at it and said innocently, it looks down on me. As soon as he said this, the beasts behind him turned fierce. How could they tolerate their master being disrespected? The cloud crane became even more flustered, flapping its wings desperately and shaking its head to indicate it meant no offense. But Qin Chuan's beasts were already closing in step by step. The sharp-feathered skyhawk coughed up blood and fainted, its aura growing even weaker. Left with no choice, the cloud crane knelt down. I'll sign. I'll go with you, all right? Qin Chuan smiled and said, that's more like it. Becoming my contracted beast will only benefit you. The cloud crane made one last request, to help the sharp-feathered skyhawk sign the contract first, and it would follow after. Qin Chuan readily agreed, patting his chest. No problem. He turned to the skyhawk, which was struggling to breathe under the oppressive aura. Quick, ease up on the pressure. Qin Chuan hurriedly ran over and let a drop of life spring water fall from his fingertip into its mouth. The wounds began to heal, and its consciousness gradually returned. The skyhawk slowly opened its eyes. Phew, finally saved it. Seeing the skyhawk awaken, Qin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. He had almost lost a super divine beast. After signing the contract, Qin Chuan recalled Wei and the others. Just as he was about to help the cloud crane and the others evolve, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Wait, hold on. Excuse me. Interrupted, Qin Chuan frowned and turned around to see a group of Westerners. Eric and the others greeted him. In slightly broken dragon language, hello. We're trapped here. Can you help us get out? You want to leave? No problem. Soon, Qin Chuan helped the group out of the cave. Ah, Bush is amazing. Finally, peace returned. Not long after, the two new contracted beasts completed their evolution. The nine-heaven golden-feathered eagle had sharp eyes, golden feathers as sharp as flying knives, and an imposing presence. The wind-singing crane exuded elegance, walking gracefully with a halo of wind elements surrounding it. It felt incredibly powerful now. If it encountered the wind-winged sky monarch again, defeating it would be as easy as a father disciplining his son. Such power was something it could never have achieved on its own. Following this person was clearly a great deal, effortlessly defeating anyone without breaking a sweat. Hello, have you seen my companions? At this moment, a man and a woman appeared behind Qin Chuan, following a marker. They were Will and Jenny. The freefall squad had gained 2 more members. Name, 9 Heaven Golden Feathered Eagle Attribute, Gold Level, 55 Quality, Super Divine Name. Wind Singing Crane Attribute, Wind Level, 50 Quality, Super Divine Soul Link, Activate. The 9 Heaven Golden Feathered Eagle. Linked to a helmet, brown and gold in color. When worn, it felt weightless and did not affect hearing, with goggles attached on. Top of the wind-chanting crane was linked to a pair of light green protective boots, worn around the ankles. After putting them on, Qin Chuan felt as light as a feather, able to leap dozens of meters with ease, completely unbound by gravity. When jumping, wind elemental halos resembling the wind-chanting crane would appear around his feet, not only visually stunning but also granting immunity to fall damage. Qin Chuan named them Pashao and Chongyun. Once all preparations were complete, Qin Chuan rode his new mount, Pashao, and left the cliff. Yao Xiang lay comfortably on Pashao's back, hands behind his head, legs crossed. He had always been the one riding others, but now he finally had the chance to be carried. Not content with his own comfort, he even summoned Tianyu, who had been sleeping in the spatial realm, to join him in lounging. Next, Qin Chuan planned to test the strength of the Windwing Sky Monarch. Speaking of the Windwing Sky Monarch, Pa Zhao's eyes were filled with hostility. Back then, it had nearly killed one of its clueless wives, yet the monarch had over 100 wives. How excessive. The more Pa Zhao thought about it, the angrier it became, accelerating straight toward the Windwing Sky Monarch's lair. In a pterosaur nest, a pterosaur larger than the others, with an unusually long horn on its head, lay in the highest nest. Suddenly, it felt a chill. down its spine, sensing an impending disaster for its clan. In less than a day, Pashao reached the Windwing Sky Monarch's lair. Instead of charging directly into the cave, it began its revenge by mercilessly slaughtering all of the monarch's wives. Pashao's talons were exceptionally sharp, capable of shredding the weaker Gale pterosaurs with a single strike. In no time, an entire nest of female pterosaurs was wiped clean. The pterosaurs fled in panic, waking the slumbering Windwing Sky Monarch. Emerging from the cave to investigate, it saw a figure that seemed eerily familiar. This eagle. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Qin Xuan turned to look at the eagle's nest, and the sight before him ignited his fury. The nest was piled high with severed limbs, messily stacked into a small mountain. All of its wives had been slaughtered by that creature. The Windwing Sky Monarch let out furious, guttural roars, and though Qin Xuan couldn't understand, he could tell it was cursing profusely. Windwing Sky Monarch, Wind Attribute, Level 67, Legendary Quality, with its final form being the Windwing Sky God, Legendary Tier. It appeared unremarkable, with no particularly outstanding features, and had no chance of reaching the mythical tier in its lifetime. The only reason it had previously injured Pashao was due to its high level. Hurry up and finish it off, we still need to. Head to the dungeon, Qin Xuan ordered. Pashao immediately charged forward, its sharp talons aiming straight for the Windwing Sky Monarch's head. The Windwing Sky Monarch only saw Pashao vanish suddenly, and then it felt nothing at all. In the pterosaur nest, many Gale pterosaurs attempted to flee, but Pashao spared none. It took flight, swiftly cutting through the shadows of those escaping in the air. Any Gale pterosaur brushed by the wings of the nine-heaven golden-plumed eagle was instantly cleaved in half, plummeting to the ground. For those that managed to escape further, Pashao shot out a feather, pinning them to the walls. After the massacre ended, Pashao leveled up to 61. At this moment, it grabbed a pterosaur egg with one talon, cracked the shell, and began savoring the egg liquid inside. Watching this, Qin Xuan couldn't help but want to try it himself, though he knew that beast meat had a peculiar fishy taste that no method could completely remove. He casually picked up an egg, dipped his finger in the egg white, and tasted it. The flavor was not only fishy but also carried a pungent, acrid smell, likely unique to pterosaurs. Originally, he had planned to turn the black dragon into a preserved egg, but now he decided against it, opting instead to feed it directly to his beasts. As for the scales, Qin Xuan planned to pluck them all, grind them into powder, and sell them to superstitious cultists as calcium supplements, then have the followers secretly steal offerings from the gods. Qin Xuan also summoned his carnivorous beasts, letting them have a taste of the pterosaur eggs. To be honest, ever since they started following Qin Xuan, they hadn't had a proper meal. Although divine beasts didn't require much sustenance, Qin Xuan couldn't let them go completely without food. This was the perfect opportunity to let them replenish themselves. Not until all the eggs in the nest were eaten did they return to the space, riding Pashao to rush to the dungeon for leveling up. 3 days later, a group of people arrived at this empty pterosaur nest. It was Will and his team, who had been thrown down by Qin Xuan earlier. At the time, they thought they were doomed, but on the way, someone named Kun suddenly shouted that he wanted to quit. Kun's words inspired Eric's idea. What if they quit and re-enter the map at the last moment before hitting the ground? With a mindset of giving it a try, they really exited the map at the last moment before landing and returned to Blue Star, still maintaining the posture they had when entering. When they re-entered the map, they fell from a height of just a few meters. For beast tamers, this height was nothing. They were surprised to find they were still alive and even reminded Will and Jenny about it. Carefully exploring the nest, they eventually discovered the treasure room of the Windwing Sky Lord. It was filled with herbs and materials that Qin Xuan had no interest in, but for ordinary beast tamers like Will and his team, it was a huge opportunity. Could this be the saying, survive a great disaster, and fortune will follow? 3 days later, Qin Xuan arrived at the entrance of a dungeon where strong winds constantly blew. Detected dungeon, Tornado Mountain Range. Enter? Yes. Qin Xuan entered a dungeon of endless mountain ranges, where tornadoes raged and the winds were so fierce that it was hard to keep one's eyes open. This was an experienced dungeon specifically designed for leveling up, where the monsters refreshed based on the level before entering, and each monster provided a large amount of experience. The only regret was that each person could only play for 30 minutes a day. The surroundings were filled with elemental beings like wind spirits, which became alert upon seeing Qin Xuan appear in the center of the field. In an instant, the enemies roared in unison and charged madly at Qin Chuan. Name, Wind Guardian Spirit. Attribute, Wind Level, 82 Quality, Excellent Final Form, Hurricane Spirit Master, Excellent. Away and his companions also rushed out from the beast space, each full of fighting spirit, vowing to reach level 100 today. Kill, kill, kill. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. Fireballs exploded, followed by ice spikes. Tornadoes swept through, and lightning struck from the sky. The monsters in this dungeon refreshed continuously, defeat one wave, and another immediately appeared, so there was no need to worry about running out of enemies. Even blindly killing, the experience bar rose rapidly, level 83, 86, 90. Should I include the human-sized forms of the beasts? Let me know your thoughts. There's another chapter where I'll ask everyone. Immersed in the thrill of grinding, the half-hour passed quickly. After being teleported out of the dungeon, Qin Chuan let out a long sigh. Still couldn't reach level 100 in half an hour. Sigh, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. If others heard this, they would definitely shout, "Are you even listening to what people say?" However, everyone had reached level 90, finally able to condense their life-bound beast weapons. Away formed a folding fan with red-faced gold patterns, adorned with a circle of white fox fur, even more elaborate than Qin Chuan's fan. Tunshin summoned a meteor hammer embedded with 9 colored snake scales. Kyra condensed a magic staff as deep as the starry sky. Dolly carried a double-edged axe on his shoulder. Yi held a jade bottle capable of nurturing various poisons, and Offing's hands transformed into wolf claws. Yarong wielded a golden glowing ice sword. Erdwa held emerald prayer beads. Chansheng switched to a new purple gold staff, and Hongyan condensed a flaming long sword. Liaoyu held a fire dragon spear, its swings scattering flames everywhere. Lei Ming gripped a greatsword, clad in armor, resembling a character from an online game capable of dealing 999 damage in one hit. Lingyue condensed an ice bow similar to Qin Chuan's, but hers was more refined and powerful. Tianyu and Haiming both wielded blades. Tianyu's was a slender katana, while Haiming's was a heavy tang sword, giving off the vibe of a suited thug. Jodo held dual blades. Ling held a transparent orb, capable of observing fate. Pashao transformed into a human form, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a burly figure. His beast weapon was a 3-pronged, double-edged blade. Qingyun's humanoid form is that of an adult woman with long braids, walking with an ethereal grace, and her beast weapon is a cyan palm fan. At this moment, Ling suddenly spoke. "Huh? When did this karmic line become so thick?" On Blue Star, a cold and slender woman walked into the hallway of the official base, the crisp sound of her high heels echoing on the floor. Everyone she passed was stunned by her aura. Her name was Li Hongyue. Although she shared the same surname as the Li family, she was not a member of the aristocratic clan. Before the apocalypse, she was just an ordinary university beauty in J City. After the apocalypse, she and her roommates struggled to survive in the school. A few days later, she led her classmates in an attempt to escape the campus but was abandoned during a beast tide. Just when she thought her life was about to end, Xiao Chen saved her. She always remembered the way Xiao Chen held her, bravely fighting off enemies, his handsome face and gentle smile. At that moment, an indescribable feeling surged in her heart, and her heartbeat quickened. Afterward, she resolutely joined the official forces and learned how ordinary people could become beast tamers. But she was afraid of death, terrified that she would die and never see Xiao Chen again. So, she was transferred out of J City to undergo regular soldier training. She thought that when she returned, she could contribute to the person she loved. Unexpectedly, after just a month, news came from J City that Xiao Chen, Shuehua, and others had failed in their campaign against Qin Chuan. At first, she held on to a glimmer of hope, but the news of J City's destruction completely shattered her dreams. From then on, she fell into despair, locking herself in her room every day. Until 3 days ago, she finally mustered the courage to open her door. She vowed to become a beast tamer, and he swore to avenge her savior. She ventured into the wild, fought through grueling battles, and successfully formed a contract with a legendary snow fox, awakening her talent in the process. She gained the SSS level skill Ice Moon Blessing, which could enhance the strength of ice attribute beasts by 150%. Upon returning to the official base, she immediately received attention. As long as she spoke, most resources would be prioritized for her. Many people in the base heard about her experiences and showed goodwill toward her. However, she always believed these people had ulterior motives and could never compare to the upright Xiao Chun she admired most. Thus, she always maintained a proud and cold attitude toward their approaches, speaking indifferently, which led many to sever ties with her. On this day, she arrived at Jiang Weiping's office door, knocked a few times, and entered after receiving permission. Upon seeing Jiang Weiping, she immediately knelt down. Elder Jiang, I am willing to fight forever to protect Longhua, always standing at the forefront of the battlefield, unwavering. As long as you agree to one condition, just one condition. Li Hongyue, please get up. Jiang Weiping hurriedly stood up to help her. My condition is that when I grow stronger, I hope the official forces can assist me in killing that damned Qin Chuan. Li Hongyue's eyes were resolute as she looked up at Jiang Weiping, waiting for his response. At that moment, before Jiang Weiping could react, a voice suddenly came from behind Li Hongyue. Who's calling me? Li Hongyue turned around in shock, only to see Qin Chuan staring at her with a mocking smile. Her pupils contracted sharply. This man was all too familiar to her, the Qin Chuan she dreamed of tearing apart every night. Qin Chuan smiled and greeted Jiang Weiping. Elder Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you. You truly look energetic. With a gentleman like you, Longhua is indeed fortunate. Then, he turned his gaze to Li Hongyue, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. I didn't expect that useless Xiao Chen to die and still cause me trouble. Just now, Ling had informed Qin Chuan that another fate-bearer had emerged, this woman who had been saved by Xiao Chen. Qin Chuan asked Ling if she could be dealt with, and Ling replied that she could kill her at any time. Her fate was not as strong as Xiao Chen's, and Qin Chuan could easily eliminate her himself. Since he had nothing to do at the moment, Qin Chuan followed the clues to this place and happened to overhear her conversation with Jiang Weiping. I'll take this woman with me. Wishing you a long and prosperous life. With after parting ways, Qin Chuan took Li Hongyue back to Jie City, which had been blasted into a massive crater, and let her go. Qin Chuan, you demon! I will kill you and avenge Xiao Chen, she screamed. Qin Chuan ignored her ranting. This foolish woman didn't even understand her current predicament. A starry pen appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen had died too quickly, and he hadn't had the chance to test whether restrictions worked on the Child of Destiny. This time, he would use her as an experiment. Qin Chuan directly placed a restriction contract on her to control beasts, otherwise, it would be a fatal restriction. However, the next moment, the restriction inexplicably disappeared. Qin Chuan didn't believe it and tried again, but the same thing happened. Could it be that I can't make it too harsh? This time, he modified the restriction. Since she had an ice attribute talent, he prohibited her from contracting ice-type beasts. This time it worked, but her talents suddenly mutated, becoming a dual fire and ice attribute enhancement. This is absolutely ridiculous. Qin Chuan punched Li Hongyue, his face dark as coal. This was simply unbelievable. If anyone else encountered such a situation, they would have been doomed. He tried placing an instant death restriction on her, but it was still erased by some mysterious force. Qin Chuan finally understood. Any instant death restriction placed on her would be nullified by her destiny, and restrictions meant to hinder her would instead make her stronger. Now that he knew the truth, Qin Chuan didn't hold back. Damn it! He ruthlessly chopped off Li Hongyue's head, then dismembered her body into nearly 10,000 pieces. He then used a fire-type beast to burn it for over 2 hours before finally leaving. This is so annoying. Even a dead person can cause me trouble, Qin Chuan muttered in frustration. Master, should I sever all their karmic lines? Ling suggested. What happens if you sever them? Qin Chuan asked curiously. Once severed, aside from us, everyone will forget the existence of Xiao Chen and Li Hongyue, Ling explained. When ordinary people die, the karmic lines they leave behind are still remembered, even if faintly. But if the karmic lines are completely erased, it's as if they never existed. No one will know their names or remember what they did. However, this method is best used after someone dies. Living people continuously generate new karmic lines, so as long as they're alive, they can't be completely forgotten, Ling added. Qin Chuan sighed. Fine, just sever them all quickly. They're already severed, master. That fast? Qin Chuan was surprised. At the base, Jiang Weiping was pacing anxiously in his office. It was rare to have an SSS-level genius, and one who had joined the official faction at that. How could he bear to let Qin Chuan kill Li Hongyue just like that? He was preparing to negotiate with Qin Chuan to save Li Hongyue's life. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze, his eyes as clear as a newborn baby's. The passing staff were also drawn to the scene, stopping in their tracks and staring confusedly at Jiang Weiping, who stood at the doorway. The air froze, and the atmosphere became eerily quiet. "Mr. Jiang, are you all right?" someone asked. Jiang Weiping snapped out of it, but his mind was blank. Who was Li Hongyue again? "No, nothing," he said, closing the door and sitting back at his desk, feeling inexplicably puzzled. He thought to himself that he probably didn't know anyone named Li Hongyue. Not just Jiang Weiping, but everyone at the base paused for a moment, their minds blank, as if they couldn't remember anything. They figured they didn't know that person at all and went back to work. Back in the game, after waiting an entire day, Qin Chuan re-entered the dungeon. This time, the monsters had all leveled up to level 90. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan emerged from the dungeon with his beasts, looking at the now level 100 beasts before him, feeling ecstatic. He recalled what Slock had once said, his beasts could break through to higher qualities on their own. Sure enough, the level restrictions of this world didn't apply to his beasts, they could break through at any time. However, there was a major problem after breaking through. The current world couldn't withstand the existence of anything above the mythical level. Forcing a breakthrough would cause the world to collapse. Current world level 1 upgrade conditions. The number of mythical beast tamers in the current world reaches 10. Current progress 1 out of 10. Hint: once the world level reaches level 2, it will merge with other civilizations of the same level. Seeing this prompt, Qin Chuan secretly complained in his heart. But it didn't matter, he had plenty of resources at hand and wasn't lacking in this regard. He just needed to work hard to create 9 more mythical beast tamers himself. As for the same level civilization worlds, they were probably other planets, right? Merge after upgrading? He wondered if the strength of those worlds could withstand his group of beasts. Anyway, it would be an eye-opener. For now, the current level was sufficient. Qin Chuan was almost invincible on Blue Star, so he wasn't in a hurry to upgrade. Low-level worlds had protection mechanisms, so there was no need to worry about invasions from higher-level civilizations. Since that was the case, he decided to finish exploring the map first, then work on upgrading and breaking through with all his beasts. Once the level was raised, he would have more confidence when facing civilizations that had already reached level 2. Thus, Qin Chuan decided not to stay in Wind Ridge any longer and immediately set off for the next area. Beyond Wind Ridge lay a desolate dark land, inhabited by beasts with dark and undead attributes. Although undead attributes were as rare as life attributes, undead beasts were not as hard to find as life beasts. Life beasts were randomly distributed across the map, while undead beasts were almost entirely concentrated in the dark land, making them easy to encounter. Undead beasts mainly consisted of skeletons, zombies, and ghosts. Skeletons had the most development potential. They could be trained into single-target burst types, tank types, or even skeleton mages. With just a wave of the hand, thousands of skeleton soldiers could be summoned, making this mass summoning route the strongest. Although the individual combat power of these skeleton soldiers was low, their sheer numbers made them extremely troublesome. Qin Chuan planned to first contract a skeleton. Along the way, he had seen so many beasts with epic and legendary potential that he initially wanted to contract them all and play a mass summoning strategy, especially since his contract slots were unlimited. But he quickly realized that if he contracted these epic and legendary beasts first, wouldn't the super divine beasts he encountered later be weaker than them? That would be quite awkward. Moreover, upgrading so many beasts would leave him no time to nurture them. While he didn't need to train them to perfection, at the very least, they shouldn't be easily defeated, right? Such a hassle, why not just contract a beast specialized in mass summoning? Qin Chuan himself wouldn't focus on mass summoning, but that didn't mean his beasts couldn't. If his beasts summoned masses, it was equivalent to him doing so. So he gave up the idea of contracting all those epic and legendary beasts and focused solely on mass summoning ones. The former required upgrading one by one, while the latter only needed nurturing a single beast, making the cost-effectiveness incomparable. By the way, that black dragon egg was obtained in a dungeon in the Dark Land. Finally, we'll meet again, hee hee. Let's see if I really dare to stab you with a needle this time. In the Dark Land, sunlight was blocked by dark clouds, the ground was gloomy, trees were withered, and the ground was littered with white bones. In the air, a portal opened, and 3 men and 2 women jumped out. Their skin was blue, and they had a single horn on their foreheads, clearly not human. They jumped out of the portal in a sorry state, covered in wounds. Damn three-eyed divine clan, they actually ambushed us. If it weren't for the ancestor giving me the boundary stone, we'd be dead for sure. Do they really think our rhinoceros horn divine clan is easy to bully? We must tell the ancestor when we return and have him avenge us. The 5 angrily exclaimed. But we only have 1 boundary stone, how do we get back? A woman asked. That's simple. Everyone turned to the man in the center, UZ. He had brought them here using the boundary stone and was their backbone. The condition for upgrading the world level is to have 10 mythical level native beast tamers. We just need to help 10 people in this native civilization reach the mythical level. Even we are only at the king level, we can't be sure. Don't forget, we are the divine clan, with supreme level experts. We have many ways to cultivate mythical level beasts. Then let's give it a try. Heal first, and once recovered, go find some natives. 5 days later, Chuan rode the ice radiant holy dragon towards the dark land, casually eliminating a few troublemakers along the way. Ahead, dark clouds loomed, the ground gradually turned black, but at the border, there was still a small black forest, with all black trees. Many dark-type plant beasts gathered here, but Chuan had no interest in them. He only wanted to rest and replenish, so he landed in an open area. This was no longer a game. After 5 days of traveling day and night, he was exhausted. Before entering the dark land, he decided to let himself and his beast rest. He casually cleared a patch of land, and the radiant dragon landed, kicking up a cloud of dust, then lay directly on the ground. Chuan took out a bucket of chicken wings, ready to eat. The radiant dragon smelled the aroma and nudged his hand, as if saying, grilled chicken wings are my favorite. Chuan generously handed over a bucket of chicken wings to the radiant dragon. The dragon immediately transformed into human form and began eating voraciously. At that moment, a poison sting bee, blown by the airflow, wobbled over, thinking it was under attack, and released pheromones. 100 meters away, the hive received the signal, and all the bees quickly flew towards the source. Soon, as Chuan and the radiant dragon were focused on eating chicken wings, they heard the buzzing of wings nearby. A large swarm of bees came flying, their stingers glinting coldly. What's going on? I'm just eating chicken wings, did I offend you? The radiant dragon was annoyed, licked the sauce off its hands, pulled out an ice sword, and swung a gust of sword wind. The bees caught in the wind were instantly frozen into ice blocks and fell to the ground. Seeing the poison sting bees wiped out, Chuan and the radiant dragon continued eating. Chuan spat out bones, while the radiant dragon went further, gnawing the bones clean. After finishing a bucket, Chuan stood up, deciding to check out the direction the bees came from. After walking a few hundred meters, he found a massive hive, likely the source of the poison sting bees. The hive was now empty, as the radiant dragon had wiped out all the bees earlier, making it easy to pry open the hive. Inside were plump larvae, some unhatched, some already pupating. If these weren't beasts with poor meat quality, Chuan would have thought, this is a great supplement. At the center, he grabbed a slightly larger poison sting bee, likely the queen. Name, Poison Sting Queen Bee Attribute. Poison level, 63 quality, excellent final form, venomous queen bee, excellent. It was fairly ordinary, only useful for honey production. Chuan casually threw the queen bee to the ground and stomped it to death. Just as he was about to ride the radiant dragon away, he noticed another hive not far away. He ran over, and a swarm of poison sting bees attacked him. The radiant dragon lightly blew, freezing all the bees. Before Chuan could approach the hive, he saw 2 more nearby, which made him curious. Following the hives deeper, he found more and more hives, growing larger and even forming a continuous cluster. After killing the attacking poison sting bees, Chuan reached the deepest part surrounded by hives, where a yellow portal stood. Discovered dungeon, hive of the queen bee. Enter? A dungeon no one has found before? Chuan's eyes lit up, and he called the radiant dragon to charge in. Inside the dungeon, Chuan stepped onto the soft hive floor, smelling a rich floral fragrance, likely the scent of honey here. He scooped a bit and tasted it, sweet and sour, instantly refreshing him and, most importantly, free of the beastly odor. Not bad. Just then, buzzing sounds came from within the hive. Enemies were here. Large numbers of poison sting bees poured out from all the passages. Chuan scanned them. With his talent and found these bees were all around level 60, similar to the queen bee outside. But Qin Xuan didn't take them seriously. A cold wind swept through, and the incoming poison sting bees, like the ones outside, were frozen into ice sculptures. This dungeon features Yaoshang, a one-dragon team, easily clearing the way. The deeper they went into the hive's core, the more venomous bees appeared, with levels rising to over 70. There were also some elite monsters, larger in size, but all were instantly killed by Qin Xuan. As they fought their way to the hive's core, Yaoshang even grabbed a few pieces of honey and stuffed them into his mouth. At the center of the hive, amidst a pile of plump white larvae, Qin Xuan immediately spotted the queen bee. Its golden patterns were particularly dazzling, and its two front limbs had turned into sharp stingers. Golden patterned queen bee attributes: gold, poison level, 90 quality, legendary final form, golden body queen bee, mythical, intruder. What? This bee can talk? Intruder, you deserve to die. As soon as the words fell, the golden patterned queen bee lunged at Qin Xuan, its sharp stinger aimed straight at him. Ding! Qin Xuan donned his snake armor and activated his elemental shield, rendering the queen bee's venomous stinger completely ineffective. Unable to hold back a laugh, Qin Xuan teased, "Is that all you've got? How amusing." Smack! Yaoshang slapped the golden patterned queen bee against the hive wall, then immediately pinned it to the ground with a sword. As the ice sword pierced deeper, the queen bee's struggles weakened, and its body was gradually encased in ice, completely frozen. Congratulations on clearing the queen bee's hive dungeon. Rewards obtained: Queen Bee Beast Egg, *1, Golden Patterned Royal Jelly *100, Golden Patterned Honey *1000. After leaving the dungeon, Qin Xuan opened the reward chest. Doesn't bear love honey? Let's give the royal jelly and honey to Dolly to try. As for this beast egg, a palm-sized egg appeared in his hand, its surface adorned with mysterious golden and black patterns. Queen Bee Beast Egg can hatch into a queen bee with extraordinary strength. The honey it produces is 10,000 times tastier than that of the golden patterned queen bee, making it absolutely worth the value. Seeing the phrase extraordinary strength, Qin Xuan was instantly intrigued. If the golden patterned queen bee could reach mythical level, could the queen bee hatched from this egg be even stronger? Thinking about the potential of an even more powerful existence, he already had his answer. In any case, he decided to keep this queen bee. After all, the honey it produced was said to be 1,000 times tastier than that of the golden patterned queen bee. Even if it didn't reach super mythical level, raising it to provide desserts for Dolly and the others wouldn't be a bad idea. Yaoshang had eaten quite a bit of honey in the hive earlier and had even moved several pieces into the beast space, clearly a true fan. Qin Xuan himself also found the honey to be exceptionally delicious. After adjusting his state slightly, he carefully sensed the small fragment of the samsara jade he had obtained after killing Xiao Chen. It had not yet fully fused. Back when he had the large samsara jade, it took him 5 whole years to fully integrate it. Although this fragment was smaller, it definitely wouldn't fuse quickly. It would likely take another month or two to fully integrate. Landing in the dark ground, his feet touched the damp soil. Before him lay a dense field of biological remains, with howling winds sending chills down his spine. Not far ahead, he saw 6 men riding their beasts, running past him, followed closely by a wolf. The 6 stopped to rest, their beasts panting heavily. The leading man turned to look at the pursuing wolf. "This thing is still chasing me, so annoying." From their accents, Qin Xuan deduced they were from Sakura country, likely having fled abroad to avoid capture. Since he had encountered them, he might as well deal with them. Before he could act, a furious roar came from behind. "Stop! Don't run!" Qin Xuan looked over to see a man in tattered clothes, holding a large machete, with a severe wound on his stomach, his intestines nearly spilling out. Judging by his condition, he hadn't formed a contract with the wolf, otherwise, he wouldn't be so gravely injured. Yet he still refused to let these Sakura country men go, clearly intent on a life-or-death struggle. This grudge was one they had started. Qin Xuan rushed ahead of the 6 men, swung his blade, and instantly severed the necks of their beasts while breaking their legs. "Ah! My legs, my legs!" The young man, covered in wounds, did not stop his hand. Ignoring the pleas for mercy from the other Sakura clan members, he killed them one by one, each strike fatal. After seeing all his enemies fall, the young man searched the leader's corpse and found a damaged contract stone. Only then did he understand why he had no contract beast. It had been forcibly terminated, causing excruciating pain. In his current state, he he probably wouldn't last much longer. After handling everything, the young man re-established a contract with the white wolf and then collapsed to the ground, leaning on his blade, clearly unable to hold on. Looking at the terrifying wound on his abdomen, he unhesitatingly took out a needle and thread and began stitching it up, one stitch at a time. Hiss. Qin Chuan watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really tough. Thanks for helping me hold them off earlier. My name is Zheng Zinan, the young man said with all his strength after finishing stitching his wound. Be more careful in the future, young man. You almost had your guts spill out just now, Qin Chuan said calmly. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm alive, it means it's not my time to die yet. By the way, what's your name? Qin Chuan was silent for a moment. Do you really want to know? Since you put it that way, then I won't ask, Zheng Zinan replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Qin Chuan secretly approved in his heart. This kid was quite perceptive, seemed like someone capable of achieving great things. With nothing else to say, Qin Chuan turned to leave, only to be stopped by Zheng Zinan. Where are you going? A dungeon. The Black Dragon dungeon to the west, right? Want me to escort you part of the way? Don't get me wrong. I owe you a favor for earlier. I know you're strong, and this is probably nothing to you. But I still want to repay this favor in any way I can. Can I accompany you for a bit? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you halfway? Qin Chuan stopped in his tracks and asked expressionlessly. In times like these, death isn't uncommon. I have nothing to lose anyway. If I die, so be it. Living is the real torment. You're not entirely without attachments. You still have issues. With that, Qin Chuan ignored Zheng Zinan and turned to leave. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Zheng Zinan followed from a distance, keeping some space between them. But whenever they encountered enemies, he would charge in without hesitation. Qin Chuan didn't mind if he was willing, so be it. It made things easier for him, as long as he didn't follow him into the dungeon. Qin Chuan glanced at the white wolf beside Zheng Zinan. A beast with legendary potential, not bad. Seeing his decisive and ruthless actions, Zheng Zinan had the potential to become a mythic-level figure. A worthwhile investment. Qin Chuan hadn't forgotten his goal of leveling up and cultivating 9 mythic-level talents. With that in mind, Zheng Zinan seemed much more agreeable to him. On the way, Qin Chuan asked about Zheng Zinan's background. Zheng Zinan wasn't affiliated with any official organization. He had just become a beast tamer and hadn't had the chance to register officially, so there was no information about him in the official records, nor had anyone seen him before. He lived in a remote mountain village, which was almost entirely massacred before official rescue teams could arrive. As a child, he was weak and often bullied. To stop being bullied, he fought back against those who picked on him every day, becoming increasingly fierce until he could easily defeat a group of people. Not long ago, a wolf broke into his home. To protect himself, he fought the wolf desperately. Fortunately, the wolf was low-level and small, and with the life-or-death determination he unleashed, he managed to beat the wolf half to death, though he was severely injured himself. The wolf eventually submitted and formed a contract with him, becoming the white wolf he had now. After entering the map, he stumbled upon an herb that could heal his wounds, which saved his life. Fate works in mysterious ways. Hearing such a story, Qin Chuan couldn't help but marvel at the coincidence. If he hadn't secretly asked Ling and received her denial, he might have thought this guy was the new chosen one of destiny. Zheng Zinan also had a childhood friend named Jin Xiaoyan. During the apocalypse, she hid with him in the village chief's cellar. With his help, Jin Xiaoyan also contracted a wood-type beast and became a beast tamer. The two ventured into the map together. The white wolf grew up to be very powerful, and life was relatively good. Yesterday, Qin Chuan went out to find food, leaving Jin Xiaoyan to guard the camp. Suddenly, a group of Sakura people rushed out. Upon seeing Jin Xiaoyan, they immediately had malicious intentions. When he returned, he saw Jin Xiaoyan's lifeless body, stripped bare, surrounded by a group of Sakura people laughing around a campfire. Zheng Zinan was furious. He and the white wolf fought those 5 Sakura people all night. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear nothing. Zheng Zinan fought desperately, his relentless attacks scaring the Sakura people into avoiding direct confrontation and attempting to flee. The leader pulled out 2 broken contract stones, crushed them into powder, and scattered it. Zheng Zinan felt a sharp pain in his head, and his connection with the white wolf was severed. However, after spending so much time together, the White Wolf did not betray him. While he was recovering, the Sakura people rushed forward and attacked him. He had no choice but to endure it, and the wound on his stomach came from this. When Zhang Zinan began to recover, the leader, realizing they couldn't kill him, decisively ordered a retreat. This was the scene Qin Chuan witnessed. At the time, after hearing Zhang Zinan's story, Qin Chuan glanced a few more times at the White Wolf beside him, thinking, isn't this much better than that black dragon? He increasingly wanted to dig out the black dragon's eyes to see if they were truly white. After escorting Qin Chuan for an entire afternoon, they finally arrived at the Black Dragon dungeon Qin Chuan had longed for. Looking at the exhausted Zhang Zinan kneeling on the ground, Qin Chuan said, your debt is repaid. You can leave now. Alright, I'll go now. Watching Zhang Zinan leave, Qin Chuan turned and entered the dungeon. The investment matter could wait, for now, he needed to observe more. Black Dragon Canyon dungeon detected. Enter. Qin Chuan was instantly teleported to a dark canyon, entering the preparation phase. Outside the dungeon, a large group of skeletons suddenly appeared ahead, chasing a group of people. Zhang Zinan frowned. How many monsters had these people provoked? He drew his blade, ready to fight. But the White Wolf bit the back of his collar, threw him onto its back, and turned to run toward the dungeon entrance. What are you doing? You can't go in there. The dungeon entrance was a canyon surrounded by cliffs, with the exit blocked by hordes of skeletons. The only way to survive was to hide in the dungeon and wait for the monsters to disperse. Clearly, the group being chased had the same idea. The White Wolf ignored everything, carrying Zhang Zinan and leaping into the dungeon entrance just before it closed. No! Wait! The dungeon entrance gradually shrank and finally closed. Only the first group of people managed to enter the dungeon. Those left behind could only watch the entrance close in despair before being overwhelmed by the skeletons. Inside the dungeon, Qin Chuan, still preparing, suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw Zhang Zinan and the White Wolf, and his expression immediately turned cold. Didn't you leave? Zhang Zinan waved his hand in explanation. A large number of skeletons suddenly appeared outside. I had no choice but to. After hearing this, Qin Chuan frowned, wondering why so many skeletons had suddenly appeared outside. With the dungeon about to begin, he could only focus on clearing it for now. Soon, a group of small black-scaled dragons emerged from the canyon. These black dragons were not large, about the size of the White Wolf beside Zhang Zinan. Playing with dragons? No problem. From his beast space, 3 giant dragons appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Ice Radiance Holy Dragon Yaoxiao, the Crimson Flame Dragon Emperor Liu, and the Star-Devouring Demon Dragon Emperor Haiming. These 3 powerful dragons looked at the approaching small fry with disdain in their eyes. You don't even qualify as dragons. These small flying dragons were merely level 70 mobs, and Qin Chuan's 3 dragons could easily wipe them out with a single move. Qin Chuan advanced smoothly, while Zhang Zinan and his White Wolf followed behind, with grim expressions, sweat dripping from their foreheads. He knew Qin Chuan was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. These level 70 mobs could kill him. With just a touch when he first started clearing dungeons on his own, the small monsters were only around level 10. Now, seeing Qin Chuan's strength, he was utterly terrified, worried that he might be dealt with by him. At this moment, he didn't dare to move at all. The 3 dragons swept through everything, and Qin Chuan quickly reached the end of the canyon, where a massive cave awaited. Inside, a legendary dragon boss guarded the area, a tough opponent. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had relied on agile positioning to bypass the boss and directly enter the treasure room behind it. But now, it didn't take long before the boss was instantly killed by Qin Chuan, allowing him to smoothly enter the treasure room. The room was piled high with various materials collected by the dragon boss, but Qin Chuan didn't spare them a glance. He walked straight to the innermost corner, where a pile of treasures blocked the view. Qin Chuan pushed aside the materials and saw a quiet dragon egg, but the jade of reincarnation beside it was gone. It seemed that this item was unaffected by time, but it didn't matter since he had already obtained it. Qin Chuan directly picked up the dragon egg that had caused him so much trouble in his previous life. This time, his goal in the dungeon was only this egg, he didn't need anything else. With the dragon egg in hand, he prepared to leave. Zhang Zinan, standing nearby, saw Qin Chuan about to leave and grew suspicious. Was he really leaving, or just pretending? 2. Was he testing him? If he got greedy and tried to take the treasures, would Qin Chuan suddenly turn on him? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Although he also wanted the treasures, he hadn't contributed to killing the monsters along the way, so he felt unqualified to take anything. Everything should belong to Qin Chuan. After all, the village chief often taught them not to take things that didn't belong to them. Wait, aren't you taking all these treasures? Zhang Zinan called out to Qin Chuan. These are useless to me. They're yours. Qin Chuan waved his hand and exited the dungeon, leaving Zhang Zinan standing there alone. At first, Zhang Zinan thought Qin Chuan was testing him, so he didn't move. After waiting for 2 hours without Qin Chuan reappearing, he realized something was off. He tentatively touched the materials, but nothing happened. Did he really leave? He picked up a colorful herb, looked around, and confirmed that Qin Chuan was truly gone. Zhang Zinan stared at the treasure in his hand, exchanged a glance with the white wolf, and his gaze became resolute. Qin Chuan exited the dungeon and saw a group of skeletons guarding the entrance. The moment they saw him, they went berserk. He easily dispatched the skeletons and left the canyon. Looking at the dense footprints on the ground, Qin Chuan was curious about what had happened here and why someone had been tracking for so long. He then put on the breeze boots obtained from the wind crane link and swiftly advanced through the air. Before long, he spotted a massive skeleton resembling a mountain resting in the distance, its ghostly blue flames flickering weakly in its eyes. The skeleton had enormous bull horns on its head, was covered in bone spikes, and held a giant sword made entirely of white bones. Surrounding it was a large group of skeletons. As Qin Chuan approached, the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton ignited with ghostly blue flames. It stood up, raised its sword, and pointed it at him. The skeletons on the ground seemed to receive a command and charged toward Qin Chuan. Name, Skeleton Monarch Attribute, Undead Level, 87 Quality, Legendary. Name, Chattering Skeleton Attribute, Undead Level, 37 Quality, Excellent. Final Form, Ghostblade Skeleton, Epic. Name, Skeleton Spearman Attribute, Undead Level, 41 Quality, Excellent. Final Form, Skeleton Cavalry, Epic. The number of skeletons here far exceeded those at the dungeon entrance. Clearly, that group of people had accidentally entered the Skeleton Monarch's territory, attracting a massive horde of undead creatures. Although they managed to shake off most of the skeleton soldiers, a few still caught up to them, causing them to panic and blindly rush into a dead end. As the skeleton army roared toward him, Qin Chuan didn't even need to act personally. The beasts in his spatial domain automatically emerged and began clearing out the small monsters. From a distance, black magic orbs and skeletal arrows flew toward him. Qin Chuan activated the serpent armor shield and stood firmly in place. Name, Skeleton Mage Attribute, Undead Level, 67 Quality, Excellent. Final Form, Skeleton Archmage, Epic. Name, Skeleton Archer Attribute, Undead Level, 69 Quality, Excellent. Final Form, Skeleton Sharpshooter, Epic. Want to play long range with me? Qin Chuan pulled out the frost longbow, charged up, and shot at the group of skeleton mages. The charged arrow exploded above their heads, scattering icy shards that instantly froze the skeletons within range into fragments. At this moment, a stealth skeleton holding a bone dagger suddenly appeared behind Qin Chuan. Name, Stealth. Skeleton Attribute, Undead Level, 67 Quality, Elite. Final Form, Skeleton Assassin, Epic. As the stealth skeleton approached Qin Chuan, it was mercilessly swept away by Tun Tian's tail. These skeleton types are really diverse, Qin Chuan said with a smile. The more variety, the more thrilling it is to fight and loot. Is that big guy coming or not? The minions are almost wiped out, and it's still hiding in the back acting all high and mighty? These skeletons could be cleared in less than 10 seconds. The skeleton lord, seeing its subordinates nearly wiped out, angrily plunged its greatsword into the ground. A surge of black energy flowed down the blade into the earth, spreading rapidly. Bones touched by the black energy began to reassemble into new skeletons. However, the number of revived skeletons was pitifully small this time. Such a petty trick, and you dare challenge me? Undead beastmasters, especially bosses relying on minion spawns, are bound to have resurrection skills. Qin Chuan ordered his beasts to smash the skeletons into fine bone powder. You like assembling? Then I'll give you ultrafine bone powder to assemble to your heart's content. The frontline skeleton soldiers were being cleared out frantically. Meanwhile, a skeleton took advantage of the chaos to sneak behind a nearby rock, sticking close to the surface to avoid the big guy's sight, stealthily moving toward the rear. It thought to itself mockingly, I'm absurdly clear-headed. There's no need to throw my life away like this. The skeleton lord, seeing all its minions wiped out, had its ghostly flames in its eyes flicker wildly in rage, a bunch of useless trash. It suddenly pulled out its greatsword, pointed it at Qin Chuan, and glared at him furiously. But in the next moment, it unexpectedly turned around and fled in public. Clearing so many minions would take it an hour, but Qin Chuan wiped them out in seconds. There was no way to fight head-on. It couldn't escape being ambushed by Yao Rong and Tianyu, who teamed up to break its legs. Any creature would feel pain, fear, or show weakness when injured, but the undead have none of these feelings. Facing such an opponent, the skeleton lord was completely cornered. The two massive horns atop the skeleton lord's head were suddenly targeted by Lei Ming, who charged forward, wielding his blade, and slashing repeatedly until the horns were severed. Why? For some reason, he just wanted to break those horns. The skeleton lord's weakness was the ghostly blue flame within its body. After Qin Chuan successfully extinguished it, the skeleton lord's body began to crumble, eventually turning into a pile of shattered bones. In Qin Chuan's hand floated a blue flame, a top-tier undead beastmaster material collected from the skeleton lord. In the distance, a skeleton attempting to escape suddenly felt a pair of eyes locked onto it from behind. Stiffly turning its head, it saw a majestic eagle staring at it. The immense pressure rendered it immobile. Qin Chuan had long noticed there was still a skeleton sneaking away. He found this one quite interesting and decided to keep it for now, to see if it was the beast he wanted. Qin Chuan had learned from experience that those who looked and acted differently from their kind usually had great potential. Now that the skeleton lord was dead, it was this one's turn. Name: Amethyst Skeleton. Attribute: Undead. Level: 56. Quality: Excellent. Final form: Undead Sovereign, godlike. Indeed, I truly am a genius, Qin Chuan thought to himself with delight. The amethyst skeleton, feeling its life was about to end, and resigned to its fate, suddenly sensed something trying to establish a connection with it. If I accept, does that mean I can survive? Without hesitation, it agreed to Qin Chuan's contract. Its third owner was already the strongest creature it had ever encountered. This time, Qin Chuan instantly defeated its previous owner, giving it hope and showing that following Qin Chuan would definitely bring benefits. The amethyst skeleton sensed the contract was established, and immediately knelt before Qin Chuan. Not bad, kid, you're reliable. I have high hopes for you. Since it was now one of his own, Qin Chuan didn't hold back anymore. When the amethyst skeleton reappeared, its entire aura had transformed. Its bones turned into purple crystal, and the ghostly flames in its eyes shifted from eerie blue to pitch black. Name: Undead Sovereign. Attribute: Undead. Level: 56. Quality: Super Divine. From now on, you'll be called Ming Yuan. Try out your abilities. The Undead Sovereign obeyed the command, raising its hand to release an even denser black aura than the skeleton monarch, enveloping the surrounding bone powder. The bone powder instantly reassembled into a group of skeleton soldiers, but their appearance was vastly different. Their bones were embedded with purple crystals, their bodies were larger, their faces more ferocious, and their weapons sharper. Then, these skeleton soldiers transformed into black mist and merged into the undead sovereign's body. These were no longer ordinary beasts but its personal skeleton soldiers, making it impossible for anyone else to form a contract with them. The undead sovereign could not only control skeletons but also command zombies with flesh and wandering ghosts. When a creature dies, its body becomes a zombie, its soul turns into a ghost, and when the zombie's flesh is gone, it becomes skeleton soldiers. Nothing is wasted. These soldiers were at least of epic quality, and their levels would automatically increase as Ming Yuan grew, eliminating the need for individual cultivation. This was far superior to Qin Chuan's method of contracting one by one. At this moment, the black dragon egg in Qin Chuan's bag stirred. He raised an eyebrow and immediately took it out. Soon, a small black dragon covered in black scales hatched. It was female. Qin Chuan raised his hand and heavily slapped the little black dragon's head, the force so strong it seemed he might crush it, squinting his eyes with a sinister smile. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you little bastard. Name: Black Spirit Dragon. Attribute: Dark. Level: 1. Quality: Mythical. Final form: Shadow Demon. Black Dragon, Mythical, Tisk. TSK. TSK, you no longer have any reason for me to spare your life. Qin Chuan directly threw the little black dragon to Erdwa. Pluck its dragon scales one by one. For me. Don't let it die before you're done. Then have away roasted alive with fire. Understood, Namo Aminos. At this moment, the undead sovereign ran over, wanting the skeleton soldier's bones. Qin Xuan thought for a moment a legendary-level skeleton soldier wouldn't be bad, so he decided to make it the Black Spirit Dragon's final value. The little black dragon's screams echoed in his ears, and soon Qin Xuan had collected a pile of black dragon scales, still carrying some residual flesh. He packed them into a cloth bag, planning to grind them into powder later. Watching the Black Spirit Dragon engulfed in flames, struggling desperately, Qin Xuan was overjoyed, as if watching a spectacular performance. However, the fire wasn't controlled well, and it got a bit overcooked. Anyway, there wasn't much meat, not enough to share among his beasts. Next, the undead sovereign stepped forward, releasing black mist to envelop the Black Spirit Dragon's bones. When the mist dissipated, a giant dragon made of purple bones appeared before Qin Xuan. The juvenile skeleton dragon instantly magnified dozens of times. With this legendary quality bone dragon, Ming Yuan's strength increased significantly. One of the undead sovereign's unique abilities was that its soldiers never perished. The injuries it sustained could be distributed among its soldiers, and the damage Qin Xuan received could also be shared with his beasts. Want to kill him? Impossible. Ming Yuan's connected weapon was a massive purple scythe, equally powerful. After successfully avenging himself, Qin Xuan left. The mission was complete, and his level was almost high enough to leave the Darklands and head to Thunder Island. Elsewhere in the Darklands, Yuzi stood with his hands behind his back at the top of a low hill. Uma and Yuta stood behind him. Kneeling behind these blue-skin aliens was a group of Westerners, led by a man whose face bore a striking resemblance to Smith. The Smith killed in Sakura Country was named Smith William Dan Jason. Kneeling. Here was his elder brother, Smith Walter Jack McJason. He was more outstanding than his younger brother, the number one among the younger generation in the beautiful country. He had always been hidden by the higher-ups, with his brother taking his name. After the apocalypse, he proposed the idea of connecting beast parts to human bodies, which gained the support of the higher-ups, leading to secret experiments in collaboration with Sakura Country. Later, his brother went to Sakura Country and never returned. Everyone knew what had happened. After becoming a beast master, he entered the so-called map for the first time, bringing a few trusted subordinates and luckily spawning in the Darklands. After gathering for a while, they encountered Yuzi and his group. Their strength was overwhelming, and Smith felt that no one on Blue Star could oppose them, so he immediately knelt and surrendered. He was fortunate Yuzi and his group were not here to invade this time. According to universal rules, low-level worlds were protected, allowing limited entry and interaction but absolutely prohibiting war. Lord Yuzi, we have already terminated unnecessary beast contracts. What should we do next? Understood. Uhusa, take them nearby to level up first. Got it. A man and a woman stepped forward, leading Smith and his group to hunt monsters and level up. Uma watched them leave and sighed. I really envy them. They can just abandon their beasts if they want to, and even if they die, their contract slots remain intact. Don't envy them. That's just a beginner's perk. Once those perks disappear, those who don't adapt will be in for a show, Yuta teased with a laugh. Alright, enough, Yuzi interrupted them, leading the two to the place where Qin Xuan had killed the skeleton lord. This is... Where's that big skeleton? It was just killed, Yuzi replied calmly. Impossible. At this stage, who besides us could take it down? And even we would need to work together to be sure. The three stared at the white bone ash on the ground, their faces filled with shock. The most important thing now is to return quickly. Be careful during this time. Don't provoke that person, Yuzi said, turning to Uma and Yuta behind him. The two exchanged glances and nodded solemnly in agreement. A few days later, Ming Yuan also reached level 100. His humanoid form looked emaciated, with no trace of flesh on his body, resembling a skeleton wrapped in skin. He seemed quite satisfied with this appearance, and Qin Xuan said nothing about it. Ming Yuan's life-bound beast weapon was a long-handled staff, its tip burning with purple-black ghostly flames, surrounded by a white bone frame. The staff could significantly enhance the attack, speed, and defense of his undead army. If he personally wielded it, the ghostly flames in the center could transform into a scythe blade. A day later, Qin Xuan secretly slipped to the border. Just as he was about to land and rest, he was surrounded by a group of people. Leading them was a dragon countryman with a scar on his face. He spoke harshly as soon as he opened his mouth. Kid, this is my territory. If you don't pay a toll, don't even think about passing. Qin Xuan asked calmly, a toll? What do you want? The scarred man sized him up and sneered, "The toll is all the resources on you. Hand them over, or get lost." The lackeys around him didn't press closer but merely blocked Qin Chuan's path. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Normally, anyone who spoke to him like this would have been dealt with long ago. But this scarred man was different. Though fierce, Qin Chuan didn't sense any malice from him. His lucky jade pendant on his chest made that clear. This felt more like an attempt to drive him away rather than harm him. Was there something ahead? Qin Chuan immediately had Ling investigate the scarred man's background. Through Ling, Qin Chuan learned that this man was named Wang Ba. He had always looked fierce but had a good heart and never bullied others despite his strength. He even had a beautiful wife. Why did this story feel so familiar? It turned out that before the apocalypse, he had been playing this game with his wife and brothers, developing in the Dark Lands. When the apocalypse broke out, he was among the first to save many people. When the officials arrived, he joined them without hesitation but made one condition: they could send people, but he wanted to form his own team. The officials agreed. On the first day of re-entering the map, Wang Ba led his team to explore the newly expanded map, which was several times larger. By chance, they arrived in this area. Unexpectedly, his wife wandered into the area ahead and never returned. He led his men in to search but found nothing, losing a few brothers in the process. Wang Ba, a man of deep loyalty, could not accept this reality. Since his brothers were in danger, he decided to go in personally to search. However, the things inside seemed to avoid him, leaving no clues. Over time, although he was unwilling to believe it, he began to accept that the missing people were never coming back. This caused Wang Ba immense pain. Thus, he stayed in this area, vowing to find and eliminate the culprit responsible for the deaths of his wife and brothers, whether alive or dead. To protect others, he fiercely drove away anyone who passed through this area with a menacing glare. After understanding Wang Ba's purpose, Qin Chuan did not intend to kill him. Instead, he walked over and patted his shoulder. "The things inside won't stop me." Before Wang Ba could react, Qin Chuan had already stepped on wind element neon lights and rushed into the area ahead. The soil here was darker in color, surrounded by black, withered trees, though not as dense as the black forest at the entrance. After walking around, Qin Chuan did not encounter any attacks. It seemed that whatever was inside had some intelligence and knew Qin Chuan was not to be trifled with. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of letting it off so easily. He took out the life orb, a magical piece of equipment that allowed communication with plants. He didn't believe this creature would remain hidden when no one was around. Qin Chuan focused on a nearby black bush and, after a simple investigation, discovered a bare tree trunk nearby. On the surface, the trunk appeared dead. But through the bush's perspective, Qin Chuan was surprised to see vines growing on the supposedly dead tree. He slashed the vines with one stroke, revealing a hollow tree hole just big enough for an adult to crawl through. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan jumped in. After winding through the passage, he arrived at a massive underground cavern. The ceiling was dotted with small holes, from which vines wriggled, seemingly transporting prey. All the vines converged on a tree in the center of the cavern. At the top of the tree was a bright red flower, its petals covered in sharp thorns. The vines dropped prey into the flower, and the petals instantly closed. The petals began to wriggle, as if chewing the food. Shortly after, the petals opened again, leaving only a skeleton inside. Beneath the tree hung several bright red fruits. Name: Twisted Tree Demon. Attribute: Wood level, 61. Quality: Excellent. Final form: Millennium Tree Demon. Epic: The Twisted Tree Demon sensed Qin Chuan and shook its trunk twice before controlling its vines to lunge at him like a frightened animal. At this moment, Wang Ba and his men chased after him. "Boss," he said, "the things here couldn't stop him. He must be skilled." "We really don't need to take the risk," a team member advised. Although they were an official squad, everyone was used to calling Wang Ba boss. "No, if it were someone from another country, I could give up. But he's one of us, a fellow Dragon Nation citizen. I can't just stand by and watch him get into trouble," Wang Ba said firmly. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, almost knocking everyone off their feet. The ground cracked open, and a massive black tree emerged. The flower on the tree was smashed, its roots severed, discarded like useless wood. Qin Chuan jumped out of the hole, easily defeating the level 60 wild monster. He held a branch with fruit in his hand. The fruit looked precious, though it was useless to him. However, Wang Ba had decent potential, so it was worth investing in him. Just as he emerged from underground, Qin Chuan saw Wang Ba and his men standing dumbfounded. After learning the reason for his entry, Qin Chuan glanced at Wang Ba a few more times. He walked over and stuffed the branch with fruit into Wang Ba's arms. There was no one left when I went in. Wang Ba was about to ask, but Qin Chuan interrupted him first. Although he had expected this outcome, hearing the truth still made his heart tighten, as if being twisted. Wang Ba lowered his head, and Qin Chuan patted his shoulder before turning to leave. Qin Chuan gradually walked away until he disappeared from everyone's sight. Wang Ba raised his head, looking in the direction Qin Chuan had left, then turned his gaze to the half-dead twisted tree demon. Qin Chuan hadn't delivered a fatal blow, leaving it alive as he departed. Wang Ba exchanged glances with his team. Members rushed forward to finish off the tree demon completely, and then led the team back. The man-eating tree demon was dead, and there was no point for Wang Ba to stay here. He needed to become stronger, as strong as Qin Chuan. He might not be able to protect the entire world, but at the very least, he wanted to protect his companions. Qin Chuan, far away, was unaware of this. He recalled the loyal beasts from his previous life. They had always guarded him, willing to obey his commands even after their contracts were dissolved. Since his rebirth, when commanding Wei and the others to bombard, Qin Chuan had deliberately avoided the places where he had encountered those beasts in his past life. He didn't want to accidentally harm them. Because of the detour, his primary goal was to enhance his strength and kill Shao Chun, so he hadn't sought them out initially. This time, upon returning, he had planned to directly contract them. However, when he went searching, perhaps due to the changes brought by the two rebirths, he discovered they had already been contracted by others. Fortunately, their current beastmasters treated them well. Seeing them fighting alongside their new masters, Qin Chuan couldn't bring himself to forcibly reclaim them. Using a contract-breaking stone, he had to admit, his judgment was quite accurate. The beasts he had chosen in his previous life all had the potential to become mythic level. If it hadn't been for his own issues, they would have had the chance to ascend to mythic status. Qin Chuan took out many sacred ancient tree fruits corresponding to their attributes and quietly placed them nearby. Watching the beastmasters happily accept the fruits, Qin Chuan silently left. By accepting his fruits, they had formed a bond with him. In the future, if Qin Chuan learned they were in danger, he would step in to help. That was his way of repaying them. As he pondered, Qin Chuan stopped in his tracks, looking down at a wilted seedling. If not for his talent display panel, he would have thought it was just a dying weed. Name: Nightmare Thorn. Seedling attributes: Wood, Dark Level, 2 Quality, Ordinary. Final Form, Reaper Thorn, Super Divine. The roots of the Nightmare Thorn seedling were still exposed, with fresh soil clinging to them. Several short vines, resembling octopus tentacles, struggled to crawl toward Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan stepped back a few paces, his face showing doubt. Was this thing coming for him? Back then, Kair had done the same, quietly following him, which led Qin Chuan to discover its super divine potential. Kair had said its perception was extremely sensitive, sensing that Qin Chuan was extraordinary, and that missing the chance would be a lifelong regret, so it had risked approaching him. Perhaps some beasts have sharper senses than others, actively seeking a master for a better living environment. It seemed this little plant was the same. However, while they might actively seek a master, whether the beast master was willing to accept them was another matter. Luckily, it had encountered Qin Chuan. Any ordinary beast master would have stomped on such a strange-looking plant. The seedling appeared very weak, likely having forcibly crawled out of the soil. Qin Chuan decided to test it by dripping a drop of life spring water. As the drop of life spring water fell onto the plant, it instantly regained vitality, and its previously drooping vines became much stronger. Qin Chuan gently placed his hand in front of the Nightmare Thorn seedling, and it cleverly manipulated its vines to climb onto his palm. Qin Chuan raised his hand, playfully teasing it with his fingers, then contracted with it and initiated its evolution. Name: Reaper Thorn. Attributes: Wood, Dark Level, 2 Quality, Super Divine. The once small plant instantly transformed into a menacing shrub, full of thorny vines controlled by its roots. Dozens of vines waved in the air, capable of instantly shredding anyone they ensnared. However, the Reaper Thorn's role wasn't to remain stationary. It belonged to the category of attachment type beasts. Attachment type beasts are a combat-oriented category. They can attach themselves to beast masters or humanoid beasts, unleashing immense power. These beasts have no fixed form and can transform into various shapes. After attaching, they can also help the host bear part of the damage, protecting their Master Qin Xuan could hardly wait to test the possession effect of the Reaper Thorn. Following his command, the vines of the Reaper Thorn began to climb up his body. The vines gently wrapped around Qin Xuan, causing no discomfort at all. It felt as if his entire body was covered with a protective membrane. This membrane had two layers. The outer layer was made of thorn-covered vines, making it highly disadvantageous for enemies to engage in close combat. The inner layer was smooth and thornless, effectively blocking the sharp thorns of the outer layer. Soon, a dark green armored man covered in thorns, with only his head exposed for breathing and vision, appeared before him. The sensation was extraordinary, akin to Iron Man donning his suit of armor, allowing him to control it at will and become unstoppable. With a thought, the vine on Qin Xuan's left hand transformed into a sharp whip. A light flick of the whip left a deep groove in the ground. If the level were higher, the destructive power would undoubtedly be even greater. There was another thing. Qin Xuan tried summoning defensive beast equipment while possessed. Not only did the two not conflict, but their effects also stacked, becoming even stronger. Connected weapons could also be wrapped in vines and thrown out. However, since the vines were not part of his body, the angle and precision of slashing were not as effective as directly attacking with the vine whip. After ending the possession, the Reaper Thorn shrank in size and jumped back into Qin Xuan's palm. From now on, I'll call you Yurong. 2 hours later, Qin Xuan arrived at the seaside. On the black sand beach, waves continuously crashed against the shore. This was the edge of the Darklands, where the sky was covered with thick clouds, and purple lightning struck incessantly. Many beastmasters had gathered along the beach, releasing their water-type beasts and conversing with other beastmasters. These were specialized ferrymen, players born on Thunder Island who wanted to leave the island and travel afar had to contract water-type beasts. The same applied to outsiders entering Thunder Island. However, many people lacked water-type beasts and were unwilling to use ordinary ones, so some individuals started a ferrying business. They contracted large oceanic beasts and, relying on their experience in avoiding lightning at sea, transported beastmasters without water-type beasts across for a small fee. For those who disliked traveling by water, flying beasts were also an option, though more expensive. This business was quite profitable. Thunder Island was rich in resources and constantly attracted explorers. The ferrymen only needed to transport people to and from the outskirts, facing almost no danger. But Qin Xuan, of course, wouldn't ride someone else's beast. What was a thundercloud to him? He had plenty of flying beasts. Just as he was about to summon one to fly across, Yao Rong emerged from his space. On its own. Hong Yan, Lingyu, Liu, Heiming, Pashao, and Cheng Yin exchanged glances. Since the seventh was so eager, they decided to let it go. They stayed put, waiting to be summoned for battle. After all, they could still interact within the space, chatting and passing the time. They also noticed that while Tianyu, who had a good relationship with Yao Rong, was fine with staying in the space, Yao Rong itself disliked being confined. Soon, a massive blue dragon flew over the beach, drawing envious gazes from some Westerners who fantasized about the majestic sight of riding a dragon. Meanwhile, some officials who recognized the dragon's origin felt a tinge of fear. On the dragon's back, Qin Xuan was planning his next steps. Yao Rong had not yet reached the mythical level, and he still had a queen bee beast egg in his bag. He intended to level them both up to 100 first. Once he confirmed there were no other pressing matters, he would head to Thunder Island's talent dungeon. That dungeon had a complex process, and in his previous life, it often took the scions of noble families 1 or 2 months to emerge. If it turned out to be another dungeon for screening superdivine beasts, it could take even longer, possibly a year or two. Therefore, it was best to level up all his beasts to the maximum first. Qin Xuan found a spot far from the crowd and prepared to take action. On the island, he summoned Yao Rong and then jumped down. This area was teeming with wild beasts. Upon landing, he threw out a dark green circular saw. The saw's edges were embedded with 8 sharp blades, spinning as it weaved through the wild beasts. Controlled by his thoughts, the saw instantly sliced any beast it encountered in half before moving on to the next target. This was Yao Rong's exclusive weapon, capable of flying autonomously throughout an entire battle, making it particularly effective for ambushes. After clearing out the wild beasts on one part of the island, Yao Rong leveled up to 16. That's about enough. Qin Xuan let Yurong possess him, then jumped into the sea outside the island. The monsters on the island were spawning too slowly. It was better to head straight into the sea. After all, swallowing heaven was a half-water-type super-divine beast, so Qin Chuan wouldn't drown easily. As for what to do if he encountered water battles in the future? He had two infinitely large spaces that could drain the water, so there was no need to worry about water battles. At this moment, 8 slender vine whips grew from Qin Chuan's back, and his hands also transformed into whip-like shapes. In the water, he wasn't hindered by resistance, and the vine whips lashed rapidly at the surrounding beasts. The bodies of the wild beasts struck by the whips were shattered into pieces, staining the seawater red with blood. Large deep-sea beasts nearby, attracted by the scent of blood, swam over one after another. There were too many beasts in the sea. In just over 10 minutes, Yurong had already leveled up to 30. As more and more high-level predators attacked, the leveling speed not only didn't slow down but actually increased. Qin Chuan wasn't in a hurry, he didn't mind getting hands-on and playing with them himself. Under the sea, Qin Chuan swept through all directions. The predators that came were no match for Yurong and were all whipped into pieces, staining the deep sea with blood. As he slaughtered wantonly underwater, he felt all the negative emotions in his heart disappear, leaving only exhilaration. 2 hours later, Yurong had reached level 90. By this time, low-level beasts no longer provided any experience. Qin Chuan spent a few more hours searching for higher-level beasts and finally leveled Yurong up to 100. After venting his emotions, Qin Chuan surfaced. Yao Xiang had long been circling in the air, waiting for him. Like Spider-Man, he shot vines from his wrists, wrapping them around Yao Xiang's dragon horns, and pulled himself onto Yao Xiang's back, ready to find an island to land on. Yurong transformed into a human form, a seductive and charming beauty with a curvaceous figure, wearing a dark green dress and sporting a long ponytail. She held her life-bound beast weapon, a thorny vine whip. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, she flashed a captivating smile, occasionally throwing flirtatious glances his way. Qin Chuan's face darkened. If she truly had feelings for him, he would have to seriously consider whether to give up on Deaththorn. No matter what, there shouldn't be that kind of relationship between a beast and its master. Before Qin Chuan could react, the other beasts in the space cast cold glances. What was this? Seducing the master? Shameless. Seeing that the other beasts were about to lose their temper and rush out to beat Yurong, she quickly retracted her flirtatious demeanor, put on a serious face, and smiled, saying she was just joking and would never do such a thing. You'd better not. The other beasts' gazes grew even fiercer. Realizing she had taken the joke too far, Yurong awkwardly apologized. Fortunately, she truly was just joking. After a brief rest, Qin Chuan felt the queen bee beast egg in his bag starting to hatch. Soon, the eggshell cracked, and a plump, white little larva appeared in Qin Chuan's palm. The larva was cool to the touch, wriggling, with pincers on its head that scraped across his palm. Name: Golden Slaughter Bee Larva. Attributes: Gold, Poison Level, 1 Quality, Epic Final Form. Destruction Queen Bee, Super Divine. Yao Xiang leaned over, curiously observing the larva. When he reached out to touch it, he was almost pinched by its pincers. Yao Xiang pouted, looking displeased. Qin Chuan patted his head and released Tian Yu as well, letting the two of them play off to the side. Seeing Tian Yu, Yao Xiang finally smiled and pulled him over to the nearby beach to play. Qin Chuan's gaze returned to the Golden Slaughter Bee larva in his hand. As expected, just as he had guessed, this bee had the potential to become a super divine being. Bees naturally had short lifespans, so raising it to a super divine level would be quite a challenge. Before long, a bee with a golden-black striped body, sharp spines on its forelegs, and a stinger glinting with a cold light was flying around Qin Chuan. This was the Destruction Queen Bee in its final form. Name: Destruction Queen Bee. Attributes: Gold, Poison Level, 1 Quality. Super Divine. When it landed on Qin Chuan, its 3 sharp stingers retracted, ensuring it wouldn't harm him. Qin Chuan named it Fenging. After staying on Qin Chuan for a few seconds, Fenging flew into the beast space and began building a hive. Fenging secreted brown beeswax, chewing it and shaping it into honeycombs. After building 7 nests, Fenging laid eggs in 6 of the surrounding nests. These eggs quickly hatched into larvae, then grew, pupated, and emerged. In one seamless process, 6 worker bees were born, and they began expanding the hive. Although these worker bees were not Qin Chuan's contracted beasts, they still obeyed his commands because the queen bee was his contracted beast. In less than 3 hours, the hive expanded 1,000-fold, and hundreds of worker bees appeared in the nests. These worker bees could freely enter and exit Qin Chuan's space, but without Feng Ying's permission, they could not enter the shared space of contracted beasts. At this moment, some worker bees had already started leaving the space to collect pollen and make honey. Seeing these busy worker bees, Qin Chuan deduced that Feng Ying might be a type of explosive reproduction contracted beast, though its exact strength was still unknown. At this point, Feng Ying in the nest was already exhausted and curled up, unwilling to move. That was fine, it could rest for now, and he would consider upgrading it once it recovered. Meanwhile, Yao Rong and Tian Yu, who had been playing on the beach, grew bored and decided to venture into the island. Without realizing it, they wandered deep into the island. Now, they were moving through the bushes. Tian Yu said worriedly, "We've gone too far, haven't we? Shouldn't we head back?" Yao Rong replied, "Don't worry, the master will call us if he needs us. Hee, let's go explore. Who knows, we might find someone like us to bring back to the master, and then we'll have a new companion. But, come on, let's go." Hey. Tian Yu wanted to persuade him further, but Yao Rong dragged him deeper into the island. The further they went, the deeper they ventured, until they finally discovered an injured, sleeping leopard. The two hid in the nearby bushes, and Yao Rong nudged Tian Yu lightly with his elbow. "See? I told you there'd be something good here," Yao Rong said excitedly. "To make it this far, it must have great potential. Let's take it back and see what the master says." Just as he finished speaking, both Yao Rong and Tian Yu felt Qin Chuan's summons in their minds. Without hesitation, Yao Rong immediately transformed into a dragon, carrying Tian Yu and the injured leopard as they flew toward Qin Chuan. Roar! The sleeping leopard suddenly sensed danger. As it opened its eyes, it saw a massive dragon claw reaching for it. What? Ah! In the sky, above the island, a blue dragon swiftly flew by and soon landed in front of Qin Chuan. Tian Yu climbed down from Yao Rong's back, and Yao Rong transformed back into his human form. "Where did you two go just now?" Qin Chuan asked, crossing his arms with a hint of reproach in his tone. Yao Rong and Tian Yu scratched their heads awkwardly and said, "Master, we just caught a really impressive creature. Come take a look and see if it can be our companion." As he spoke, Yao Rong dragged out the severely injured, unconscious leopard. Qin Chuan looked at the leopard they had brought out, and his pupils suddenly dilated. That's... Qin Chuan quickly stepped forward and fed it a drop of life spring water. He immediately recognized the leopard. It was one of his contracted beasts from his previous life, and the last of his contract beasts, the thunder attribute purple nether thunder leopard. As the drop of life spring water entered, the injuries on the purple nether thunder leopard began to heal instantly. Qin Chuan looked at it, feeling a surge of emotion. In his previous life, he had called it purple nether. Back then, he encountered it 5 years later. At that time, purple nether was covered in wounds, with bones visible, and one of its front paws was broken, barely held together by a bit of flesh. It was on the verge of collapse. Faced with Qin Chuan's contract, it was indifferent. Later, Qin Chuan learned that its severe injuries were due to its failure to kill its mortal enemy, nearly resulting in its death. This mortal enemy was actually the one who had killed its parents. When purple nether was born and at its weakest, the enemy ambushed and killed its parents. Purple nether itself was hunted and had to flee for a long time, even attempting revenge, but its strength was too weak to succeed. Constantly pursued by its enemy, it couldn't train properly, and had to tread carefully with every step, fearing discovery, which would leave it no chance for revenge. Finally, in the 5th year, the enemy surrounded and attacked it, and it barely escaped with severe injuries. Qin Chuan later learned that purple nether's enemy was an 80-level thunder-patterned hyena, the leader of a pack of hyenas, and extremely difficult to deal with. Qin Chuan had promised it that once it became stronger, he would help it take revenge. Unfortunately, 5 years had passed, and he still hadn't fulfilled that promise. But this time was different. Now, his strength was absolutely formidable, and he could help it achieve its revenge. As long as it nodded, Qin Chuan guaranteed that not even a single hair of those thunder-stripe hyenas would remain. The violet thunder leopard woke up, saw Qin Chuan, and immediately stood up, walking off into the distance. Qin Chuan didn't stop it. It wasn't until the violet thunder leopard felt it was far enough away that it stopped and carefully observed Qin Chuan. Facing its gaze, Qin Chuan wasn't angry, he simply smiled back. "Don't be nervous, I'm not here to kill you." Qin Chuan gestured for it not to be afraid, knowing that the violet thunder leopard could understand him. Who are you?" the violet thunder leopard asked directly. Who I am? That's a bit complicated to explain. For now, just think of me as someone who wants to make a deal with you. A deal? I can help you take revenge, but after that, you must become my contracted beast. The violet thunder leopard narrowed its eyes upon hearing this, staring coldly at Qin Chuan. Become your contracted beast? Does that mean I'll have to carry your burdens and be dragged down until I die? No, I have ways to make you even stronger. I will never become anyone's contracted beast. I'll grow stronger on my own, the violet thunder leopard declared firmly. I'll take my revenge with my own hands. Qin Chuan merely smiled. That familiar personality, this creature was so stubborn that even 10 oxen couldn't pull it back once it had made up its mind. But in truth, its character wasn't bad. In his previous life, it had only signed a contract with Qin Chuan after being knocked unconscious, and trust was built later. Now, Qin Chuan didn't expect to gain its trust immediately. After all, the apocalypse had just begun, and it wouldn't face near death until 5 years later. For now, its pride made it unwilling to become a contracted beast, which was understandable. Knowing that mere words wouldn't persuade the violet thunder leopard, Qin Chuan changed his approach. What it wanted most right now was revenge. Since he already knew the eventual outcome, Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't stand idly by. He took out a pile of materials and over a dozen thunder element life tree fruits, placing them in front of the violet thunder leopard. Since we've met, it must be fate. How about I give you these things to absorb before you leave? Qin Chuan said. The violet thunder leopard looked at the materials, puzzled as to why this human was treating it this way. His gaze was like that of an old friend, even though they didn't know each other. Moreover, these items were exactly what it needed to enhance its strength, as if he knew its needs inside out. Especially those dozen or so unknown fruits, its instincts told it that eating just one would greatly boost its power. Such precious items, and he was giving it over a dozen? Looking at the rare materials before it, the violet thunder leopard was indeed tempted. It wanted to claim them all, and the enticing aroma of the fruits made its mouth water. But in the end, it turned its head away, refusing to look at the pile of materials. These things have nothing to do with me. I can't accept them, and I have nothing to repay you with, the violet thunder leopard said. Though it longed for revenge, it had its principles. After speaking, it prepared to leave. Seeing this, Qin Chuan spoke again. Consider it an investment in you, he said. I think you have great potential. As long as you have enough resources, you'll definitely succeed in your revenge. If you feel like you owe me, just promise not to kill creatures like me so easily in the future. Qin Chuan wasn't lying. The violet thunder leopard had the potential to become a legendary contracted beast. If it became his partner, it could quickly return to the battlefield. But since it was unwilling, Qin Chuan wouldn't force it and would simply do his best to help. After some persuasion, the violet thunder leopard finally accepted the help. It only ate 2 thunder element fruits, leaving the rest untouched. Before leaving, it knelt before Qin Chuan to express its gratitude, promising to repay this favor in the future. After the violet thunder leopard left, Qin Chuan sat in place for a while before standing up and leaving the island. He arrived at a sea far away from the violet thunder leopard and others. Summoning Feng Ying, he immediately ordered it to have Yao Rong freeze the entire sea, sparing not even the creatures within. After enough fighting, it was time to switch to large-scale attacks. Before long, the sea surface within a 100-mile radius was frozen into a thick layer of ice, and all underwater creatures perished in the extreme cold. Even the surrounding islands were covered in frost, and the creatures on them met the same fate. At this moment, Feng Ying's level rapidly increased, reminding Qin Chuan of its performance when it had previously erupted a volcano. However, this time the experience only allowed it to reach level 86. To break through further, it would need to continue hunting high-level monsters. A few hours later, Feng Ying finally reached level 100. During this period, Qin Chuan also had Feng Ying participate in battles to test its strength. It moved at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, charging at enemies with its 2 sharp foreclaw spikes piercing directly into their heads. Its immense power sent the enemies flying. Most crucially, its tail stinger was deadly, just a light sting caused the enemy sea beast to writhe in unbearable pain. After struggling for 3 seconds, the beast collapsed completely, dead. This was just Feng Ying's individual combat power. It was also a beast capable of spawning troops, commanding countless small bees under its rule. Most of these bees were of epic or legendary quality, with a few even reaching mythical quality, their levels rising alongside vowing. Although their venom wasn't as potent as the queen bee's, it was still lethal. When injected into the sea beast earlier, it was just as fatal within 3 seconds. This wasn't due to vowing being weak but because the venom took 3 seconds to spread through the enemy's body, the beast's limit. Not vowing's. After these small bees stung their targets, their stingers would detach from their tails and regrow, unlike earth bees that die after stinging. The stingers not only carried deadly venom but also split into thin branches inside the body, amplifying the pain. Some bees could even sting without releasing venom, turning it into a skill specifically designed to torment enemies. Like the abyss, as long as the enemy's minions weren't dead, vowing wouldn't take damage. Vowing's weapon was a single stinger. If it encountered someone annoying, it would throw one directly. Once used up, it could retrieve it with a thought and reuse it. Vowing's humanoid form was a tall woman, dressed in a black and gold robe, her expression solemn and dignified. She was accompanied by several mythical-level minions, resembling a noble queen with her personal attendants. Her lifebound beast weapon was a dark gold short flute, which, when played, could greatly enhance her minions' aggression. With everything ready, Qin Chuan prepared to head to Thunder Island to challenge the talent dungeon. A day later, Qin Chuan stood at the dungeon entrance, surrounded by a sea of people, with official personnel patrolling to maintain order. As expected, the officials are here, Qin Chuan thought. He understood that a dungeon capable of granting an additional talent would never be overlooked by the authorities. The area was packed with officials from various countries: Dragon Country, Beautiful Country, Bear Country, Sun Never Sets Country. All had stationed personnel here. Perhaps due to the established rules and the strict monitoring by officials from various nations, the scene was unusually calm, with no one daring to cause trouble. Qin Chuan was rather pleased with the peace, as entering the dungeon required queuing, and once it was his turn, he could pay the fee and enter. For the officials, this was a stable source of income. The fee wasn't high, as there were thousands of tons of cheap materials in the space, and taking some out to pay was more than sufficient. As for how the money was divided, Qin Chuan didn't care, he just paid his share. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want to stir up unnecessary issues. So he queued up obediently and waited patiently. The dungeon entrance was divided into 2 sections, one for entry and one for exit. People came and went in an endless stream. Soon, it was Qin Chuan's turn. After paying the fee, the guards let him in. Upon entering the dungeon, Qin Chuan found himself in a pitch-black room, with a prompt appearing before him: "You have entered the dungeon. Rewards will be determined based on your performance. Rules: you will randomly play as a certain creature, excluding microorganisms. Everything must be earned through your own efforts. Rewards will be settled after clearing the dungeon or upon the death of the creature you play as. Note: the dungeon duration is long. Please prepare adequately before the challenge." Regardless of the final reminder, this instance is essentially a simulation of life, just experiencing the life of another animal. Qin Chuan did not hesitate and chose to start the challenge. Instantly, a sense of weightlessness hit him, his vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he had turned into a wolf, and was even driven out of his pack. Worse still, his right leg was injured, and when facing stronger enemies, he didn't even have the chance to escape. What a terrible start! Qin Chuan muttered to himself. He speculated that this instance was the embodiment of a fallen super-divine beast, and if he could clear it in a short time, he would unlock a hidden instance. The fastest record for clearing this in his previous life was 1 month and 1 day. He had to complete it within a month, preferably within half a month, or he would miss the super-divine beast entirely. This instance could only be entered once. If he failed, he would lose the chance to encounter the super-divine beast. No, he had to clear it as quickly as possible. He was best at finding a way out on the edge of life and death. On the first day, while wandering around, he accidentally discovered a rotting corpse. Although he was initially repulsed, he reasoned that he wasn't eating his own kind, so he ate it without hesitation. On the second day, after a full meal, his injuries improved significantly, and Qin Chuan felt much better, continuing to explore. Over the next 3 days, he mainly survived on berries, which fortunately were abundant enough to barely fill his stomach. By the 6th day, his leg injury was almost healed, and he could finally run freely. Seeing a wild rabbit in the forest, Qin Chuan was so moved he almost cried. That night, he feasted heartily. On the 7th day, while wandering, he discovered a medicinal herb, and his Instincts told him that eating it would make him stronger. Unfortunately, the herb was guarded by a powerful purple thunder bear, which he couldn't defeat, so he had to leave reluctantly. Qin Chuan felt a bit frustrated. Other beasts had attribute bonuses, but he had nothing. He finally realized that he was actually a wolf without fixed attributes, just like the legendary devourer. Could it be that he could gain attributes by devouring other creatures? However, he had eaten several earth attribute rabbits yesterday and felt no change. Was he using the wrong method? Over the next half-month, Qin Chuan continued hunting and being hunted. As his strength gradually improved, he seized the opportunity when the purple thunder bear wasn't paying attention and secretly took the herb he had been eyeing for a long time. The purple thunder bear was enraged and chased him for 3 days and nights. Finally, Qin Chuan relied on his speed and leaped over a cliff with all his might, successfully shaking it off. After running for 3 days with the herb in his mouth, Qin Chuan finally found a safe cave to rest. He confirmed there was no danger inside before lying down. Staring at the dark green herb, he felt it was extraordinary and would surely make him stronger if he ate it. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan devoured it in a few bites. Immediately, he felt his body heat up, and his eyelids grew heavier. He tried to resist the drowsiness but couldn't hold on, collapsing and falling asleep as a wolf. He didn't know how long had passed when he woke up groggily, with a bit of snot bubble on his nose. Shaking off the dust on his body, he was surprised to find himself unharmed and still alive. His joy didn't last long before his stomach started growling. Hunger drove him to grab an earth attribute rabbit and devour it ravenously. As he ate, he suddenly felt something beneath him connect with him. He tried to activate it, and immediately, several earth spikes emerged from the ground, startling him. He had suddenly gained earth attribute power? He tried a few more times, and more earth spikes appeared. Looking at the earth attribute rabbit he had just eaten, Qin Chuan became excited. It turned out he was just like the devourer. Whatever he ate, he gained. This was incredible. Qin Chuan confidently walked out of the cave and shouted loudly, "I'm invincible." To other animals, it was just a howl. He first went to the riverbank, caught a fish, and gained water attributes. Then he crazily ate the surrounding plants and obtained what attributes. He also found a moving mushroom, and after eating it, he gained the poison attribute, though the price was lying down to rest for an entire afternoon. The next day, he continued his gluttonous journey. Fire-type flame spirit sparrow, eat. Metal-type blade mantis, eat. Ice-type snowball, eat. Dark-type shadow leopard, he couldn't beat it yet, so he decided to save it for later. I eat, I keep eating. 35 days later, Qin Chuan had devoured creatures of all kinds of attributes, mastering the common ones: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, thunder, ice, poison, and illusion. Now, Qin Chuan was terrifyingly powerful. He discovered that not only could he acquire multiple attributes, but after devouring enemies, he could also convert them into his own strength. After such a long period of devouring, he could now kill a purple thunder bear with a single strike. With this immense power, Qin Chuan returned to his original tribe and devoured all the wolves, converting them into his strength. The condition for clearing this world was to become the strongest. It seemed he was not far from his goal. As long as he eliminated everyone who could threaten him, he would undoubtedly reign supreme. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan began searching for powerful beasts to devour. Those who couldn't kill him would only make him stronger. He. Along the way, he ate and searched, and soon, Qin Chuan encountered his first formidable opponent, a spatial-type void spirit python. Qin Chuan was overjoyed. If he could devour it, he would gain the spatial attribute, and his strength would skyrocket. Without hesitation, he hurled elemental attribute spheres at the void spirit python. The python was not to be outdone. Its body turned ethereal, perfectly dodging the attacks. Qin Chuan's assault grew fiercer. Seeing the python enter its ethereal state, Qin Chuan's eyes burned with even greater fighting spirit. He knew the python couldn't maintain its ethereal form indefinitely, as it would consume too much energy, giving him a chance to end the battle quickly. Suddenly, the void spirit python lunged forward, opening its massive jaws in an attempt to bite Qin Chuan. If it could bite him, it could easily coil around and crush him. But Qin Chuan wouldn't let it succeed. Wind elements gathered behind him as he leaped high into the air, effortlessly dodging the attack. Taking advantage of the moment when the python wasn't ethereal, Qin Chuan's claws, infused with metal and poison elements, slashed fiercely at its body. With a ripping sound, 6 deep wounds appeared on the python's body. It's effective, Qin Chuan thought to himself with delight. He hadn't even used his full strength yet. Their powers were evenly matched, so a direct confrontation wouldn't quickly defeat the opponent. But what if the python realized it couldn't win and tried to escape? This wasn't an ordinary enemy, it was a spatial-type expert. He couldn't let such prey slip away. So Qin Chuan deliberately feigned weakness, giving the python the illusion that it could afford multiple mistakes while he could only afford one. His attacks became even more ferocious. In reality, Qin Chuan had already poisoned the python's body, but he didn't let the toxin take effect immediately. Instead, he allowed it to spread slowly through the bloodstream. Amid the fierce onslaught, Qin Chuan dodged nimbly and seized opportunities to inflict over a dozen more wounds. The blood flowing from the python turned black. Although it attacked frantically, it clearly felt something was wrong. With its strength, it shouldn't have been unable to completely evade Qin Chuan's attacks while remaining unscathed. On the contrary, Qin Chuan seemed to grow more energetic, while the python itself was beginning to tire. There was only one possibility: Qin Chuan hadn't been using his full power. The python grew wary and tried to turn and flee. Trying to escape? No way. Qin Chuan sneered. He released his control over the toxin, causing it to erupt instantly. The python stiffened, convulsing uncontrollably, unable even to enter its ethereal state. Only then did the python realize the magnitude of its mistake. It had sensed the poison in Qin Chuan's attacks earlier but had been deceived by his overwhelming strength. Coupled with the shallow wounds, it had assumed the poison was harmless, not realizing it had already fallen into his trap. Now, the python could barely cling to life. Qin Chuan didn't relax. He swiftly severed the python's head, sliced open its belly, and confirmed its death. Then, he feasted heartily, savoring the delicious python meat, thinking about how he was about to gain the spatial attribute. Qin Chuan ate with even more vigor. A massive giant python was soon devoured by him, leaving only its skeleton. After digesting it, he felt the surge of power within his body and locked his gaze on an old tree not far away. Manipulating the power of space, he slashed through the air, cutting the tree down. Amazing! Qin Chuan was ecstatic. He had finally obtained the spatial attribute, greatly enhancing his strength. Over the next 2 months, he continuously challenged formidable enemies, killing and devouring those with powerful abilities. The spatial attribute allowed him to move with ease, and his opponents were severely injured if they let their guard down even slightly. During this time, Qin Chuan gradually collected all attributes except for fate and time. Finally, in the 3rd month, he encountered his last and strongest opponent, a 9-headed demon dragon. Each of its 9 heads controlled a different element: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, poison, space, and time. Qin Chuan took the initiative and launched an attack, bombarding the demon dragon with countless elemental spheres. However, the 9-headed demon dragon was unimpressed. Its body turned ethereal, effortlessly dodging all the attacks. It looked down at Qin Chuan with arrogance, as if he were nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust. Still pretending, Qin Chuan thought, his anger surging as he glared at the lofty demon dragon. He charged forward, ready to give it a good beating. Just as he was about to strike, 7 of the dragon's heads, excluding the ones controlling time and space, simultaneously unleashed scorching dragon breath. Unwilling to back down, Qin Chuan immediately turned his body ethereal, easily evading the flames. After the fire subsided, he coldly glared back at the demon dragon. This infuriated the 9-headed demon dragon atop the mountain. The ant it should have crushed with a single step dared to provoke it utterly outrageous. It suddenly spread its massive wings, and all 9 heads roared deafeningly in unison. The surrounding space began to twist and collapse rapidly, as if it intended to crush everything. Qin Chuan reacted swiftly, darting to the dragon's side and striking fiercely at the head controlling time. In the next moment, a massive hole was torn open in his chest, and he was sent flying. The 9-headed demon dragon remained motionless, its eyes filled with disdain. Qin Chuan skidded several meters across the ground before coming to a stop, green venom seeping from the wound on his chest, corroding the surrounding flesh. Fortunately, with the support of his wood and life attributes, the wound quickly healed and returned to normal. He looked up at the demon dragon atop the mountain. Although he hadn't seen exactly what had happened, he could guess. Just because you have the time attribute, you think you're invincible? With this thought, Qin Chuan began circling the dragon, launching attacks. Each attack wasn't particularly strong and was easily blocked by the dragon. But gradually, dust filled the air, and the humidity increased. Qin Chuan continuously hurled ice spikes, lowering the surrounding temperature. Soon, a thick fog spread, obscuring the dragon's vision. The 9 heads looked around but couldn't see anything. The demon dragon began to panic. It couldn't pause time indefinitely and had no idea when an attack might come, making it impossible to time its counterattacks accurately. Its time attribute could only pause time, not reverse or accelerate it. If it were hit, it could still die. The dragon desperately flapped its wings, trying to disperse the fog, but Qin Chuan's wind attribute pushed the fog back, making it denser. No matter where the dragon moved, Qin Chuan's wind kept the fog tightly surrounding it, leaving it disoriented. The dragon wanted to flee, but its pride as a member of the dragon race wouldn't allow it to retreat. Within the fog, Qin Chuan used his light attribute to enhance his vision, piercing through the obstruction. If the dragon understood a bit of science, it would know that fire could evaporate the mist. At this moment, Qin Chuan no longer held back. Seizing the opportunity, he launched 2 attacks. The first accurately pierced the dragon's heart, and the second shattered the head controlling time. These 2 strikes were executed almost simultaneously, leaving no chance for the dragon to pause time and counterattack. Who knew if it might use time pause to self-destruct? After the successful attack, Qin Chuan quickly distanced himself. With its heart ruptured, the remaining 8 heads of the demon dragon let out sharp cries. Unleashing their final strength to spray dragon after a frenzied counterattack, the 9-headed demon dragon finally collapsed to the ground, dead. Qin Chuan walked over, stepped on the dragon's corpse, and looked down at it with even more disdain than it had shown him. What's the point of having 9 heads? Even with time abilities, you still lost to me. He smirked. How about giving me your powers instead? Ha! Just as he was about to devour the dragon's flesh, a sudden sense of weightlessness hit him, and he was instantly teleported back to the dungeon preparation space. Having barely experienced the thrill of controlling time, he was already sent out, leaving Qin Chuan feeling a bit regretful. If I'd known earlier, I would have taken a bite of the meat to play around with the time abilities. What a pity. You have cleared the dungeon. Completion time, 3 days, 15 hours. Conditions met, unlocking hidden stage. Would you like to enter? Note, the hidden dungeon allows unlimited attempts, but you must clear it to leave. Confirm entry? 3 days, just like in my previous life. In his past life, someone had calculated that time in the dungeon moved much faster than in reality. Spending a month inside only equated to a day outside. Even so, some people had stayed in there for several months before coming out. I wonder how time flows in this hidden dungeon. The note below mentioned unlimited retries. How hard could it be? Enter. No matter how difficult, Qin Chuan would never pass up an opportunity like this. As the hidden dungeon activated, the pitch-black preparation space around him rippled like water and transformed into a pure white expanse. You have entered the hidden stage. Rewards for the regular dungeon will be issued upon completion. Don't fear failure, you can restart anytime. The number of failures will not affect the final reward. Best of luck clearing the stage. Walking through the pure white space, Qin Chuan was surprised to sense the presence of his beasts again. In the previous dark space, he couldn't feel them at all. Where were the enemies? To be safe, he summoned all his beasts. Yao Xiang and the others curiously observed the white space, while familiar companions like Wei and Tun Tian remained calm. They had been in a similar place before when fighting the ice-radiant holy dragons. Phantom Master, who are we fighting this time? Yao Xiang asked. No idea, Qin Chuan replied. After looking around for a while, he didn't even see a shadow of an enemy. Since this is a simulation dungeon, Qin Chuan was pondering when he suddenly disappeared, startling the beasts around him. Especially Yao Xiang. What's going on? He was just here, leaning on me, and now he's gone? How does someone as big as my master just vanish? Qin Chuan opened his eyes to find himself in a narrow cave. The ground trembled continuously, and it was clear there was a giant beast outside. A deep growl echoed from the cave entrance, sending chills down his spine. Curled up in the cave, he noticed his skin had turned white. Feeling strange, he tried to adjust his posture and instinctively muttered, "Chirp." The next second, the rocks above him were lifted, and a massive claw grabbed him. Qin Chuan realized he had turned into a small dragon. Before he could react, a giant eye locked onto him, its pupil contracting and expanding. Then, he was thrown into a deep abyss-like mouth. In his small dragon form, he was completely powerless to resist. The jaws snapped shut, and everything went dark. In an instant, he was back in the pure white space. "Ah, you're back!" Yao Xiang exclaimed. The beasts all looked bewildered. Qin Chuan seemed to have disappeared and reappeared out of nowhere, leaving everyone confused. "Master, where did you go? You scared us." Qin Chuan explained the situation. It turned out this hidden dungeon was also a simulation, but with a much higher difficulty level and no real enemies. After calming his beasts, he prepared to try again. This time, he hoped for a better start. But when he opened his eyes, he was back in the same cave, still in the form of a small dragon. He cursed inwardly, "So this is a fixed role-playing scenario, huh?" This time, he played it smart and didn't move, maintaining his position and waiting for the giant dragon to leave. However, the giant dragon stayed at the cave entrance for 2 whole days and nights. When it finally left, Qin Chuan, exhausted, crawled out of the cave, only to find the forest outside engulfed in flames. Not far away lay a pile of dragon corpses identical to his current form, clearly his kin. Could it be that he was the sole survivor of this species, just as Qin Chuan was about to leave? A loud noise suddenly erupted behind him, shaking the entire ground and sending him flying. When he turned around, the dragon that was supposed to have left had returned, towering over him and staring down. "Damn it!" Qin Chuan couldn't help but curse. The dragon raised its front claw and mercilessly stomped Qin Chuan into a pulp. Back in the pure white space, Qin Chuan furiously cursed the dragon's ancestors for 18 generations. "Great, just great. This is the kind of challenge I should be facing." The 2 failures didn't make him give up, instead, they ignited his fighting spirit. One more time. With that, he re-entered the simulation world. The 3rd time, Qin Chuan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he hid in the cave for an entire night and only dared to come out on the 3rd day. As soon as he emerged, he ran straight into the forest without looking around. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious beasts charged out of the forest, blocking his path. These beasts seemed to have followed the dragon to scavenge for leftovers. With Qin Chuan's current strength, there was no way he could defeat them. The beasts lunged at him, and Qin Chuan desperately ran in the opposite direction. He knew he couldn't escape this time, so he focused on observing where there were no beasts to prepare for his next attempt. A tiger was the first to pounce on Qin Chuan. He instinctively dodged, knowing it was futile. But to his surprise, the tiger suddenly paused mid-air. Not just the tiger, all the attacking beasts froze in place. It was as if the entire world had come to a standstill, with only Qin Chuan able to move. Although it lasted less than a second, Qin Chuan was certain they had all stopped. Using this brief moment, he narrowly avoided the tiger's attack, only to be struck down by another beast immediately after. Back in the pure white space, Qin Chuan was utterly shocked. The ability to make the entire world pause, wasn't that a time-based power? The creature he simulated actually had time-based abilities. This realization woke him up completely. A time-based start was incredibly powerful, he just needed to try a few more times to find a way. Without paying attention to the stunned looks of the other beast tamers nearby, he re-entered the simulation. To awaken the other beast tamers, Qin Chuan's 3 simulations combined hadn't even lasted half a minute. What's going on? 3 times and he got killed instantly? What they didn't know was that several days had already passed on Qin Chuan's side. This time, Qin Chuan decided to lie low for 2.5 days. After 2.5 days, the dragon left. But as soon as Qin Chuan emerged, the dragon flew back and swallowed him whole. He tried extending the waiting time, but the result was the same. Qin Chuan finally understood, if he didn't hide for a full 3 days, the dragon would sense him the moment he came out and instantly return to kill him. He tried using the time-based ability to find a way out, but in front of the dragon, time-stopping was nothing more than a joke. Left with no choice, Qin Chuan had to wait the full 3 days. But as soon as the 3 days were up, the beasts following the dragon would unhesitatingly devour him. No matter how hard he tried, there were only 2 outcomes: being killed by the dragon or being eaten by the beasts. It was a dead end. In the first 3 days, he had already been killed dozens of times. Qin Chuan admitted he had underestimated this hidden dungeon. No wonder the system had warned challengers to proceed with caution. This kind of start was like something straight out of hell. After yet another failure, Qin Chuan didn't immediately re-enter the simulation. Instead, he sat down and carefully reviewed the details of his failures. It can't be an absolute dead end. Since the task is here, there must be a way to survive. That dragon can always return instantly, it must be a spatial ability. Those beasts appear around the third day. Even if I hide until the end, I can't escape being discovered. So the key lies on the third day. Qin Chuan tried hiding until all the scavenging beasts left. But these greedy creatures weren't satisfied with just eating corpses, they even overturned nearby rubble to search for bodies hidden underneath. On the fifth day, they found him by flipping over stones. After thinking for a while, Qin Chuan began simulating escape plans again. At first, he stuck to the old routine, hiding under rocks for 3 days, then waiting for the beasts to appear. The scavenging beast discovered that Qin Chuan was still alive, its eyes turning red as it immediately charged at him. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan activated Time Stop and desperately ran backward. He had calculated that the cooldown for Time Stop was about 3 seconds. Although the ability only lasted less than a second, he had to use that precious moment to buy himself time. He dashed toward a thicket but didn't plan to dive into it, as a charmed fox was hiding behind the bushes. Qin Chuan intended to provoke conflict between the beasts to escape amidst the chaos. He had tried this before, but without some strategy, the conflict hadn't erupted, and he ended up being killed first. This time, he was confident and decided to try again. The distance was just right, and the cooldown for Time Stop was almost complete. As he was about to dive into the thicket, the charmed fox couldn't hold back and launched a mental attack at Qin Chuan. Charmed foxes excel at creating illusions, have weak combat abilities, and don't dare to compete with ferocious beasts for food, instead scavenging leftovers. Seeing a live young dragon running toward it, the charmed fox was overjoyed. If it could capture the dragon, it could use its powerful illusions to stealthily take the prey from the beasts, claiming the delicious meal for itself. Meanwhile, a tiger behind Qin Chuan opened its massive, fang-filled mouth and lunged forward. At the critical moment when the two attacks were about to collide, Qin Chuan activated Time Stop again. Using the less than a second window, he leaped with all his might into the thicket. Time resumed. The charmed fox's mental attack struck the tiger's brain directly. Wanting to capture Qin Chuan alive, the charmed fox had held back, so its attack only caused the tiger a sharp pain in its head. The tiger quickly recovered, its eyes bloodshot as it glared at the thicket. Someone dared to ambush it. The tiger immediately abandoned its pursuit of Qin Chuan and turned to pounce on the charmed fox hiding in the bushes. Qin Chuan seized the opportunity to quickly weave through the underbrush, feeling hopeful this time. Behind him, the charmed fox let out a miserable scream as the tiger tore open its belly. The charmed fox hadn't expected its attack to hit the tiger, exposing itself instead. The beasts behind, seeing the blood spraying everywhere, thought they had caught the fleeing Qin Chuan. They rushed forward to tear and bite, ripping the charmed fox into pieces. However, as they bit into the meat, they realized something was wrong. Why did the dragon have fur? Hiding under the thicket, Qin Chuan knew that relying on this alone wouldn't be enough to escape, he would eventually be caught. He glanced at the fragile wings on his back and decided to take a gamble. He immediately spread his wings, flapping them hard to gain momentum and take off. Although he couldn't fly far, he could manage a short distance. The beasts behind him were closing in fast, but Qin Chuan didn't care. He turned and ran straight toward them. The tiger ahead hesitated for a moment before swiping its paw down. Qin Chuan dodged sideways and jumped onto the tiger's back. The beasts behind, seeing this, immediately pounced on the tiger to bite it. Just as he was about to be bitten, Qin Chuan activated Time Stop once more, flapping his wings to fly away from the scene. The lunging beasts bit into the tiger's back. The tiger, about to turn and retaliate, was overwhelmed as more beasts swarmed in. The tiger was knocked down, suffering several bites. Furious, it fought back. A bitten wolf yelped in pain, and another beast nearby, thinking Qin Chuan was responsible, bit the wolf hard. Seeing this, the surrounding beasts assumed their prey was being stolen and joined the fray. They bit and clawed at each other, creating a chaotic scene. The fight grew fiercer, and none of them noticed Qin Chuan quietly slipping away. Qin Chuan ignored the commotion behind him, quickly running far away and finding a hidden tree hollow to take shelter in. Finally escaping from the beasts, Qin Chuan was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep inside the hollow. When he woke up, Qin Chuan was horrified. His body was wrapped in vines, the entrance to the hollow sealed shut, and green liquid was seeping continuously from the walls. The situation was dire, but it was already too late. The vines coiled tightly around him, leaving him unable to move. Thick mucus coated the vines, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. The liquid on the walls increased, and 3 days later, Qin Xuan was completely absorbed by the tree, becoming its nourishment. Back in the pure white space, Qin Xuan rubbed his forehead helplessly and let out a self-deprecating laugh. This time, he had been too careless. Next time, he would definitely avoid sleeping in a tree hollow. This place was far too dangerous. One wrong step could cost him his life. Still, he felt slightly relieved to have figured out a way to escape from the beasts. As long as he remains cautious moving forward, he will never make the same mistake again. After taking a few deep breaths, Qin Xuan began a new challenge. Using the same method as last time, he successfully escaped from the beast's jaws. This time, instead of resting in a tree hollow, he dug a small hole underground, just big enough to hide himself. After resting for a night, Qin Xuan began hunting. Although he was still a young dragon, his physical strength far surpassed that of the wild beasts. Coupled with his time-stopping ability, he easily captured numerous low-level prey. With a huge appetite, he devoured over a dozen rabbits larger than himself in one sitting, only barely satisfying his hunger. Qin Xuan remained cautious, always hiding and never staying in one place for too long. A month passed, and he had grown significantly, now resembling a full-fledged dragon rather than a short-limbed hatchling. His time-stopping ability had increased from less than a second to 2 seconds. Not only that, but he could now foresee events a few seconds into the future. At this point, as long as his opponent's strength wasn't vastly superior, Qin Xuan had a good chance of winning. One day, while searching for prey in the forest, Qin Xuan spotted a black young dragon lying on the ground. Like Qin Xuan, it had 4 legs and a pair of wings, with dragon horns on its head. However, Qin Xuan had a single horn, while this one had 2. The black dragon was severely injured, with several large holes in its wings. When it saw Qin Xuan, its green eyes were filled with a pleading expression, and it let out a faint whimper, hoping Qin Xuan would help it. But Qin Xuan's thoughts were calculating how much stronger he could become by devouring it. In this world of survival of the fittest, Qin Xuan could only rely on his strength to survive. Without hesitation, he bit into the black dragon's waist, nearly swallowing half of its body. The black dragon struggled desperately in pain, blood dripping from Qin Xuan's mouth, but it wasn't his own blood. Perhaps pushed to its limits in a life-or-death moment, the black dragon suddenly unleashed a powerful spatial force and disappeared directly from Qin Xuan's jaws. Qin Xuan looked around, using his ability to foresee the future, but he couldn't determine where it had gone. Helpless, he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a twinge of regret, and continued searching for other prey. Day by day, Qin Xuan's strength continued to grow. Through constant training, he became increasingly powerful. Within a year, he was capable of defeating a large group of beasts of the same level on his own. His time manipulation abilities also improved significantly. Time stopping could now last for 8 seconds, and his foresight extended from a few seconds to a full 3 days. He could even slightly accelerate time, though reversing time remained a mystery. By the 3rd year, Qin Xuan had fully matured and learned time acceleration. Although this ability was somewhat taxing to use, he soon abandoned it in favor of mastering a new skill, slowing down the flow of time. By chance, Qin Xuan encountered the leader of a group of undead beasts, and the two engaged in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Due to the undead minion's ability to constantly resurrect, Qin Xuan felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. With limited offensive options in the time domain, Qin Xuan relied mostly on his strong physical body to fight. This long-lost feeling of danger led to an epiphany, and he discovered a new way to use time acceleration. He thought, if accelerating the entire world's time is too exhausting, what about accelerating only his own time? When he tried it, the undead minions lunging at him seemed frozen in mid-air, as if time had stopped. To Qin Xuan, these minions were like stationary sandbags, completely at his mercy. To the undead leader, however, Qin Xuan's movements suddenly became incredibly fast, and his speed continued to increase. In the end, Qin Xuan emerged victorious. But he didn't kill the undead leader. Instead, the two had a pleasant conversation and became friends, occasionally sparring together. This realization allowed Qin Xuan to apply his new skill to other time-related abilities. Previously, only he could move freely during time stopping, but now he could choose to let others remain unaffected by it. When using time acceleration, his own lifespan was unaffected, so he could use it boldly. However, if applied to other beasts, it would cause them to age rapidly. Using this ability on friends, therefore, was not ideal. So he switched to slowing down the enemy's time flow to achieve a similar effect. By the 7th year, Qin Chuan still hadn't mastered time reversal. Every time he thought he was about to succeed, nothing changed. It was as if he had hit a bottleneck, unable to break through. But that year, he encountered someone unforgettable, a dragon that had slaughtered his entire clan 7 years ago. When enemies meet, the tension was palpable. Qin Chuan assessed the situation, felt confident he could win, and decided to fight directly. Not to mention that this dragon had wiped out his entire clan back then. Even in simulated battles, it had given Qin Chuan a hard time. Although the dragon was stronger than Qin Chuan, he easily broke through its defenses using his time-based abilities. After 2 days of fighting, the dragon was covered in wounds, its eyes filled with hatred. With no other choice, the dragon chose to self-destruct, intending to drag Qin Chuan down with it. Seeing this, Qin Chuan cursed inwardly, "Damn it," and immediately accelerated time to escape, only to find that the space within hundreds of miles was tightly sealed. It was over. Qin Chuan knew he couldn't survive the explosion. He first applied a time-slowing effect on the dragon to buy some time, but it was only temporary. The only way to save himself was time reversal. With a "let's give it a try" attitude, Qin Chuan desperately began to learn time reversal. Over the past 7 years, his strength had grown significantly, and he was just one step away from mastering time reversal. Perhaps this crisis was the opportunity for a breakthrough. The dragon's body began to crack slowly, and the terrifying force of the explosion spread around. Qin Chuan didn't have much time left. The aura of the explosion was like the scythe of death, ready to claim his life. At that moment, Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. His mind was crystal clear, and the force of the explosion began to reverse. The destroyed vegetation was restored, the scattered flesh reassembled, and the dragon's body was intact once again. The dragon froze, unable to understand why it hadn't died. It suddenly looked up at Qin Chuan, but his figure was already blurry. To avoid any accidents, Qin Chuan quickly activated time stop and, at the fastest speed, smashed the dragon's skull and extracted its heart. From then on, Qin Chuan had almost mastered all time-related abilities. With the power to reverse time, he was nearly invincible in this world. However, the instance did not indicate that Qin Chuan had cleared it, and the simulation continued. 10 years passed, and Qin Chuan had almost wiped out all the enemies he could fight, but the goal of clearing the instance remained out of reach. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened, and a black vortex appeared. A black demon dragon slowly descended from the sky. As soon as the demon dragon appeared, it began a massive slaughter, leaving no life in its wake. Death permeated the air around the dragon, and it commanded an army of tens of billions of undead. Many powerful beasts couldn't last more than 3 rounds before being defeated. Qin Chuan judged that this must be the strongest enemy in the simulation, and defeating it would likely clear the instance. As the strongest being on this planet, Qin Chuan led the remaining beasts to unite against the demon dragon. The demon dragon possessed both undead and spatial attributes, had a ferocious appearance, and was covered in scars. The most striking feature was a long scar around its chest that almost encircled its body. The moment the demon dragon saw Qin Chuan, its gaze locked onto him, filled with killing intent. Qin Chuan felt that the demon dragon seemed somewhat familiar. Thinking carefully and connecting it to the chest scar, he realized it was the black dragon hatchling that had escaped from his grasp years ago. Could this be the final boss? Qin Chuan was secretly shocked. But how had this heavily injured demon dragon evaded predators? Where had it been in the past 10 years? A series of questions flooded his mind, but there was no time to dwell on them. Qin Chuan could only brace himself and charge forward. A black and a white dragon faced off, the killing intent thick in the air. Qin Chuan made the first move, accelerating time and instantly activating time stop. The demon dragon froze in place, and Qin Chuan seized the opportunity to strike its head with a powerful claw. However, something strange happened. The demon dragon's dark green pupils moved slightly within the time stop, staring straight at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a demon dragon move during a time stop. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart, but he gritted his teeth and struck down with full force. Boom! After landing a claw strike, Qin Chuan quickly retreated. Time resumed its flow, and one of the 100 billion strong undead army suddenly exploded, only to be swiftly resurrected under the influence of the black aura of the demon dragon. The demon dragon, struck by the claw, was completely unharmed, while Qin Chuan's claw was corroded by the black aura, causing unbearable pain and turning into fragments of white bone. Qin Chuan used time reversal to restore his claw, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Even in a time-stopped state, the demon dragon's black aura could infect him. It was untouchable. This demon dragon was terrifying. Using his foresight ability, Qin Chuan glimpsed a few days into the future and realized he had no chance of defeating it. Any damage inflicted on the demon dragon would be transferred to the undead army. It was impossible to eliminate 100 billion undead in a short time. In his vision, Qin Chuan ultimately exhausted his strength and was killed by the demon dragon during a moment of vulnerability. The entire planet was destroyed, and all beast companions became part of the undead army. The only way to survive now was. At this thought, Qin Chuan activated time reversal without hesitation, rewinding time to the day before the demon dragon's arrival. He knew this planet was doomed and left decisively, escaping into the vast universe. Facing the demon dragon now was hopeless. He had to grow stronger and find a way to counter it. However, upon entering the universe, Qin Chuan realized the true scale of this hidden quest. His efforts over the past 10 years were insignificant in comparison. 50 years later, Qin Chuan successfully broke through to the God King realm, surpassing even the mythical level. Yet, in the vast universe, the power of the God King realm was merely a starting point. Facing countless formidable enemies, Qin Chuan relied on his mastery of time-based powers to stand out among the many God King-level beast companions. After battling other God King-level beast companions, Qin Chuan concluded that the God King realm was actually divided into 4 substages, unlike the progression from ordinary to mythical realms, where every 10 levels marked a major breakthrough. Although he was unclear about the specific level differences, he understood that the power gap was significant. To find a way to defeat the demon dragon, Qin Chuan continued to traverse the universe. In the first 100 years, through various opportunities, he advanced to the second stage of the God King realm. Along the way, he frequently witnessed planets destroyed by the demon dragon and felt its terrifying power, knowing he was no match for it. After wandering the universe for over 300 years, Qin Chuan finally encountered the demon dragon again. By this time, the demon dragon had destroyed countless planets and commanded an army of billions of undead. The demon dragon had already reached the supreme realm, while Qin Chuan was only in the second stage of the God King realm, completely outmatched. As soon as the battle began, Qin Chuan was overwhelmed, unable to even use time stop, and was instantly killed, becoming part of the undead army. After dying again, Qin Chuan returned to the pure white space. He rubbed his temples, worried that he might fall behind the times once he left the space. This time, he spent a full 400 years in the space. According to the rule that 1 month inside equaled 1 day outside, 13 years had passed in the outside world. After a brief rest, Qin Chuan re-entered the simulation world. To his surprise, the insights he gained last time could be carried over to this simulation. Within less than a month, he mastered the ability to accelerate time. Soon, the moment of encountering the young demon dragon arrived. This time, Qin Chuan showed no mercy. Facing the young dragon's pleading eyes, he directly activated time stop and tore it into pieces. As time resumed, blood splattered everywhere, and the corpse was completely destroyed. Qin Chuan even devoured the bones, leaving nothing behind. This time, he completely killed the black dragon. Thinking it was over, Qin Chuan began to frantically improve himself. In less than 5 years, he comprehended time reversal, achieving in one go what had taken him 7 years in the previous simulation. By the 10th year, Qin Chuan's strength had surpassed that of the same period in the last simulation, making him nearly invincible. However, the quest still did not indicate completion. Just as Qin Chuan was puzzled, he suddenly remembered that in the last simulation, he had already entered the universe, where many supreme-level powerhouses resided. Could it be that to clear the quest, he had to defeat these supreme-level powerhouses as well? Thinking of this, Qin Chuan sighed inwardly, realizing his journey was still long. He continued striving to improve his strength. That year, the world-destroying demon dragon did not appear, and the planet was temporarily safe. Qin Chuan did not rush into the universe but stayed on the planet, continuing to comprehend the power of time. However, in the 20th year, the world suddenly changed. A black mist enveloped the planet, and the atmosphere became extremely dangerous. A black dragon in a void-like state emerged from the planet's center, slaughtering everything in its path. Is it that thing again? Qin Chuan frowned. He had destroyed its physical body, but its soul still lingered. Was it here for revenge this time? This soul-formed demon dragon was even more powerful, and the black mist sealed off all escape routes. Qin Chuan's attacks had no effect on the soul dragon, and he was soon sent back to the pure white space. He thought helplessly, no matter how I fight, does the dragon only grow stronger? This time, Qin Chuan ignored the young dragon and chose to stay far away from it, deciding to avoid it altogether. Sure enough, 10 years later, the demon dragon reappeared, slightly weaker than the first time, and its eyes no longer held the same hatred toward Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan was still no match for it and was defeated after 5 days of fierce battle. Returning to the pure white space, Qin Chuan sighed, "What should I do now?" But then, he thought of a method he hadn't tried yet. He returned to the spot beneath the rock. A month passed quickly, and Qin Chuan appeared before the young demon dragon once again. The dragon let out a pleading sound. Seeing the look of desperation in its eyes, Qin Chuan felt conflicted. He knew that no matter how many times he killed it, the demon dragon would never truly die and would only return stronger in 10 years to trouble him again. In the end, he could only sigh and make a decision. Qin Chuan gently picked up the young dragon with his mouth and carried it back to the small den he had dug during this time, carefully placing it down. Then, he casually caught a few prey and placed them in front of the dragon. The young dragon was initially scared, only daring to take a few tentative bites. But seeing that Qin Chuan did not react, it began to eat heartily. Qin Chuan thought of another approach: if it can't be killed, why not help it? Instead, perhaps this could suppress its innate abilities or even take away its opportunities. After all, there was plenty of time, so it was worth a try. If it failed, he could think of another solution. The well-fed young dragon looked much better and was no longer afraid of Qin Chuan. By continuously eating meat, its injuries healed almost completely within a few days. The dragon walked over to Qin Chuan, sat beside him, and affectionately rubbed its face against his arm. Now, this little creature followed Qin Chuan everywhere, never leaving his side, leaving Qin Chuan feeling a bit at a loss. Qin Chuan tried several times to abandon it in unfamiliar places, but each time, it managed to find him again. He was curious about this ability and wanted to figure out its weakness. Know your enemy, and you can win every battle. Under Qin Chuan's questioning, the dragon revealed its origins. Its mother was an undead dragon, and its father was a spatial dragon. Logically, these two completely different types of dragons should not have been able to produce offspring. Yet, it was born, perfectly combining the attributes of both undead and spatial dragons, becoming a new dragon species. Its eyes could see wandering souls nearby, commonly referred to as yin-yang eyes. When Qin Chuan abandoned it, it simply asked the surrounding souls for directions to find him. Despite its powerful abilities, its pitch-black appearance caused both its parents to reject it, even attempting to eliminate it. Qin Chuan was secretly astonished upon hearing this. This creature was practically a natural-born overlord of the undead, combined with spatial abilities. Since it was still young, he absolutely couldn't let it take the path of amassing an army. Later, Qin Chuan allowed it to follow him but set a rule that it could not control souls to fight. Everything had to be honed through its own strength. The reason he gave was that fighting outnumbered opponents was meaningless, but his true intention was to prevent it from amassing an army. As long as it didn't use minions as cannon fodder, with Qin Chuan's physical prowess, killing it wouldn't be impossible. Although he sympathized with its plight, it still had to be killed. After all, no matter how realistic the simulation, it was still an illusion. Seeing how dark it was, Qin Chuan simply named it Little Black. At night, Little Black lay beside Qin Chuan and fell asleep, while Qin Chuan quietly opened his eyes. He wondered whether he should strike while Little Black was off guard, and now it was completely defenseless against him. As long as he struck ruthlessly, it would have no chance of escape. But what if he didn't kill it completely and it came back for revenge decades later? Qin Chuan had experienced such things before. After much deliberation, he decided to give it a try and reached out his claw toward Xiao He. Courting death. Suddenly, Qin Chuan froze mid-action. The claw that was about to strike Xiao He abruptly turned toward his back. A dark element leopard pounced out of the shadows, clearly having been lying in wait for an ambush. Qin Chuan reacted swiftly, smashing the leopard's skull with a single strike. The commotion woke the sleeping Xiao He, who opened its eyes to see Qin Chuan covered in blood, standing over a headless corpse. Witnessing this scene, Xiao He was utterly shocked. Qin Chuan had protected Xiao He, and this act of protection elevated Xiao He's admiration for Qin Chuan to its peak. Seeing the pure, almost glowing look of reverence in Xiao He's eyes, Qin Chuan felt conflicted. I was planning to kill you, brother. Can you not look at me like that? The assassination plan had failed, and Xiao He's affection for Qin Chuan skyrocketed. Whatever Qin Chuan instructed, Xiao He obeyed without question. Point east, and it wouldn't go west. It followed every command, leaving Qin Chuan with no need to act personally. 10 years later, a black and a white dragon became the strongest beings on the planet. The white dragon was Qin Chuan, and the black one was Xiao He. Over the decade, Xiao He followed Qin Chuan's orders, never recruiting any ghostly soldiers and personally fighting in every battle. Qin Chuan had initially intended to control Xiao He's growth and power, but he soon realized he was completely wrong. Xiao He had honed its solo combat abilities to the extreme, surrounded by an aura of death. Except for Qin Chuan, no other beast it encountered could escape death. It seemed to have discovered the correct way to unlock its power, and its strength not only didn't diminish but became even greater than in previous simulations. Qin Chuan was dumbfounded, feeling as if the heavens were gifting him a boon. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, Qin Chuan had also made significant progress in mastering the power of time, greatly enhancing his strength to the point where he was no weaker than Xiao He. Xiao He was ruthless in its actions, and the enemies it killed were utterly annihilated, their souls scattered. Yet, it still acknowledged Qin Chuan as its elder brother and always followed his commands. Now, on the entire planet, only Qin Chuan could control it. On a mountaintop, Qin Chuan stood, gazing up at the sky, feeling that it was about time to set off into the universe. Though he was still in the mythic realm, his strength had already surpassed the level of the second stage of the God King realm. In previous simulations, once he broke through to the God King realm, his power would grow even faster. Just as he turned around, a pitch-black face suddenly appeared in front of him. Without thinking, Qin Chuan swung his hand and slapped it away. Smack! Xiao He let out a miserable cry as it was sent flying to the side. I was just joking, no need to hit so hard, Xiao He said, standing up while covering its swollen right cheek, its tone carrying a hint of grievance. If you dare get that close again, I'll hit you even harder, Qin Chuan said coldly, looking at Xiao He, who had been slapped away. Hey, big brother, don't always think about getting stronger. We're already invincible. Wouldn't it be nice to go out and relax once in a while? Xiao He said as it approached again. Scram! Got it! Xiao He replied cheerfully, being chased away by Qin Chuan once again. This wasn't the first time. Every time Qin Chuan was immersed in cultivation, Xiao He would come to disturb him. Qin Chuan knew Xiao He was concerned about him, but he was running simulations. If he didn't clear them quickly, was he supposed to just rot away here? No, wait, he couldn't even rot anymore. Now, Qin Chuan had given up on the idea of killing Xiao He. On second thought, it could be considered a roundabout way of resolving the threat of the demon dragon. This way, he had more time to improve his strength. With this in mind, Qin Chuan spread his wings and once again soared into the universe, leaving the planet behind. Not long after he left, a black figure chased after him. Big brother, where are you going? Qin Chuan turned his head to see Xiao He panting as it caught up. Me? Of course, I'm leaving here to find a way to grow stronger. Xiao He nodded. Then I'll go with you. No, you're already strong enough. Stay here. No way. My life was saved by you, big brother. Wherever you go, I'll go, too. Qin Chuan had no choice but to agree to let Xiao He accompany him. 50 years passed, and both Qin Chuan and Xiao He successfully broke through to the God King realm. Xiao He cheered excitedly, while Qin Chuan quietly closed his eyes to rest. Qin Chuan felt that this simulation was a bit strange. Although he could choose freely, there was only one path that could smoothly lead to the next stage. Previously, he had tried multiple times to kill Xiao He, but the result was once Xiao He was a world-destroying demon dragon with absolute power, even capable of killing him. But this time, Qin Chuan saved Xiao He. Although its power remained incredibly strong, it no longer killed recklessly and instead became very obedient. Every time they faced a choice, there was always only one correct answer to progress to the next level, as if everything had been pre-arranged. Qin Chuan felt like he wasn't experiencing a life simulation but playing a plot-driven choice game, where only by making all the right choices could he achieve the perfect ending. Decades passed, and Qin Chuan finally broke through to the God King realm, yet he had no idea what Blue Star would look like when he returned. He shook his head, casting aside these irrelevant thoughts, and seriously considered his next move. After calming down, Xiao He walked over and sat beside Qin Chuan, staring at him intently. Qin Chuan always seemed indifferent to the outside world, either focused on becoming stronger or thinking about how to become stronger. Xiao He never understood why his big brother was so strict with himself. After spending so much time together, Qin Chuan hardly ever seemed to relax. Xiao He felt that this was too oppressive and would eventually lead to problems. So, it often deliberately disturbed Qin Chuan to distract him and relieve his stress, even though it would always get chased away. Qin Chuan knew Xiao He meant well and didn't say much after sending it away. 300 years later, Qin Chuan and Xiao He had both reached the fourth stage of the God King realm, their reputations spreading far and wide. Two giant dragons, one black and one white, one surrounded by deathly aura, like the descent of the Grim Reaper, the other capable of controlling time, able to turn those with short lifespans into dried corpses with just a glance. However, Qin Chuan encountered a bottleneck and couldn't break through to the Supreme Realm no matter what. On the contrary, Xiao He broke through. First, when Qin Chuan asked how it did it, Xiao He scratched its head and said it didn't do anything, it just broke through when it reached the level. Recalling what Slock had once told him, Qin Chuan confirmed that Xiao He was a naturally born super divine beast. This gave Qin Chuan a new understanding of super divine beasts. He shook his head, realizing he was only of mythical quality. From the moment Xiao He broke through, the gap between them grew wider and wider. To break through, Qin Chuan frantically sought opportunities and sparring partners, but resources related to time were incredibly hard to find. 1,000 years later, Qin Chuan discovered a time-disordered forbidden zone on a snow-covered planet. Even supreme-level beast tamers couldn't last long inside. But this was exactly what Qin Chuan needed. Ignoring Xiao He's dissuasion, he resolutely ventured in. Upon entering the forbidden zone, Qin Chuan felt himself aging rapidly, his lifespan slipping away. He sat down and began channeling the time power within him to counteract the forbidden zone's effects. At the same time, he absorbed the chaotic time energy within the zone, continuously comprehending the mysteries of time. He sat there for 5,000 years. 5,000 years later, Qin Chuan fully absorbed the time energy of the forbidden zone and opened his eyes. His understanding of time had deepened significantly, and he successfully broke through to the supreme realm. At the same time, his aptitude also soared, reaching the super divine level. Both his realm and aptitude had advanced. The forbidden zone dissipated, and Qin Chuan's figure slowly appeared in the icy snow. Soon after, Xiao He ran over, expressing concern for him. After Xiao He had broken through to the supreme realm, its attitude toward Qin Chuan hadn't changed. It still called him big brother and listened to him. Many beast-taming factions tried to recruit Xiao He, but it rejected them all. If anyone tried to flatter it by belittling Qin Chuan, it would become furious and strike without mercy. Seeing that Xiao He still treated him so well, Qin Chuan felt a twinge of guilt as he recalled his past actions. Qin Chuan told Xiao He to go and do its own thing, but Xiao He refused, unwilling to leave him alone. So, until the moment Qin Chuan entered the forbidden zone, Xiao He stayed by his side. 1,000 years later, Xiao He finally broke through to the second stage of the Supreme Realm. According to it, the Supreme Realm is also divided into 4 minor levels, and the gap between each level becomes increasingly significant. Qin Chuan originally thought that after breaking through, Xiao He would care for him as before and accompany him like a friend. However, the empty snow mountain before him gave him an uneasy feeling. He used his spiritual power to search the surroundings and finally discovered Xiao He buried under the snow. Qin Chuan hurriedly woke it up, only to see that Xiao He's breath was weak, and a large wound had been torn open on its body. Xiao He barely opened its eyes, saw Qin Chuan walking out of the forbidden area, and sensed that he had also broken through to the supreme realm. A trace of relief appeared in its eyes. Qin Chuan was puzzled. Logically, Xiao He should have been able to recover from such an injury on its own. He tried to heal it using time reversal, but the result shocked him. Qin Chuan's reversal limit was 500 years, yet no matter how he reversed time, Xiao He's wound showed no signs of improvement. The wound was clearly older than 500 years. After countless attempts, Qin Chuan finally understood that Xiao He's injury could not be healed through time reversal. At this moment, Xiao He gently shook its head, signaling him not to waste any more energy. Xiao He, already on the brink of death, had returned gravely injured and had been in a deep sleep for an unknown amount of time, just to see Qin Xuan one last time. Seeing that Qin Xuan had successfully broken through, it was finally at peace. It quietly gazed at Qin Xuan, then slowly closed its eyes as its life came to an end. Before dying, Xiao He used the last of its strength to transform its body into a space, hidden deep within the planet. From it, a trace of primordial energies silently entered Qin Xuan's body. This was Xiao He's final arrangement. When its body was fully reconstructed, Qin Xuan would be able to use this trace of primordial energy to open the space and bring out a new Xiao He. Qin Xuan stood in place, silent for a long time. The Xiao He he once wanted to kill but couldn't was now dead, yet he felt no joy at all. After returning to the universe, Qin Xuan spent a year investigating the entire story. It turned out that 700 years ago, Xiao He had reached the peak of the Supreme Realm and had been guarding the outside of Qin Xuan's forbidden area ever since. However, the talent and strength it displayed made several races in the universe feel threatened. After failing to recruit Xiao He, they united to eliminate it. But fearing Xiao He's immense power, they didn't dare to confront it directly. Instead, they devised a trap to lure an even stronger being in the universe to notice Xiao He. The plan succeeded. To avoid implicating Qin Xuan, Xiao He had no choice but to face the battle. The result was already known to Qin Xuan. As for himself, after being missing for over 4,000 years, even if he emerged alive, those races, which included Supreme Realm experts at their peak, had no concern about him. At this moment, Qin Xuan's gaze was as cold as ice. What a despicable trap, a group of vile races. What Qin Xuan despised most were those who relied on powerful backing to oppress others, resorting to elimination if they couldn't get their way. Perhaps because he had experienced similar situations, Qin Xuan understood that Xiao He was not at fault. The ones at fault were those races. But why is it always the innocent who suffer? After briefly adjusting his state and consolidating his realm, Qin Xuan directly sought out the races responsible for Xiao He's death. Having never avenged Xiao He in this lifetime, this time he would make those bastards pay with their lives. Qin Xuan first targeted the initial group. The younger generation, the leading enemy, attempted to self-destruct, intending to perish together with Qin Xuan, but Qin Xuan directly reversed time, leaving him no chance to explode. The last enemy at the Supreme Third Realm tried to escape, but faced with Qin Xuan's methods, escape was impossible, and he was ultimately forced to death bit by bit. With the fall of the last old enemy at the Supreme Third Realm, this race was completely annihilated. Although Qin Xuan single-handedly killed 5 powerful enemies at the Supreme Realm, he also sustained considerable injuries. This battle greatly honed Qin Xuan's strength. He collected all the resources of this race to enhance himself. The news of this race's extinction quickly reached the ears of other enemies, who had conspired against Xiao He's race years ago, scaring them into gathering together to prepare to use their old tricks again, hoping to leverage the power of that mysterious entity to eliminate Qin Xuan. However, Qin Xuan paid no attention to them for now. He created a region of temporal chaos to continue improving his strength. Fortunately, that race did not have any Supreme Peak experts, otherwise, Qin Xuan would have had to retreat temporarily. This experience made him aware of his shortcomings, and he decided to train desperately until his strength was sufficient to eliminate these scoundrels in one fell swoop. To prevent these enemies from growing stronger again, Qin Xuan found a beast skilled in curses that had once been saved by Xiao He. The beast had been waiting for Qin Xuan's arrival, feeling angered by the death of its savior and once considering perishing together with the enemies, but its strength was too weak to achieve this. Now that Qin Xuan had arrived, it saw hope. It sacrificed itself, using its life to cooperate with Qin Xuan's time essence to place a curse on those races. The curse stipulated that before Qin Xuan's death, these races would never produce another Supreme Realm expert. On Blue Star, 50 years had passed since Qin Xuan entered the Talent Dungeon. The Dragon Nation was no longer in the perilous state it had been when the apocalypse first descended. Nations cooperated to jointly build human survival bases. Qin Xuan's records were still preserved by the Dragon Nation's official archives but had gradually faded from public view. Meanwhile, someone began to climb to the pinnacle of humanity's top-tier strength. The first mythical-level beastmaster in human history emerged, named Zhang Zenon, who appeared in the 11th year after the apocalypse descended. In the simulation, Qin Xuan remained dormant for another 1,000 years before finally reappearing. During this millennium, those races went mad searching for Qin Chuan and also learned of the curse's existence. They attempted to break the curse themselves, but the curse was extremely peculiar. Even when all the beasts skilled in curses united, they failed to break it. Instead, many beasts were backfired by the curse, with more than half dying. This made them realize that only by killing Qin Chuan could the curse be lifted. Finally, 1,000 years later, they found Qin Chuan and surrounded him completely. Their eyes were filled with hatred, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. Qin Chuan engaged in fierce combat with them, single-handedly suppressing all the enemies at the Supreme Realm. Midway through, those races tried their old trick again, attempting to use Qin Chuan to attract that unknown entity in the universe to kill him. But Qin Chuan was well prepared. He had studied this unknown entity, which was likely the will of the universe. He also believed that the dungeon he simulated was likely the life experience of the dungeon's owner before their death. Back then, Xiao He had already reached the supreme peak, and the next step was to break through to eternity, which attracted the will of the universe. However, Qin Chuan was currently at the supreme third realm, and his next step was the supreme peak, not breaking through to eternity. Thus, he did not attract the will of the universe, and the enemy's plot completely failed. Qin Chuan at the supreme third realm was unstoppable, and the enemies, having lost their strongest means, were killed one by one until their entire army was wiped out. It wasn't over yet. Qin Chuan systematically cleared the territories of these races, killing all life forms, smashing eggs in bird nests, and even digging out earthworms from the soil to cut them into pieces. After the massacre ended, Qin Chuan was left with one final target: he would face the so-called will of the universe. Qin Chuan quickly resumed his cultivation. 2,000 years later, he finally stepped into the supreme peak realm. However, the will of the universe still did not descend. This is normal because supreme pinnacle is the highest realm defined by this universe, and the will of the universe does not easily manifest. Qin Chuan did not rush to break through to eternity, but chose to continuously temper himself and enhance his strength. He had no idea how long this path would take. 3,000 years passed, 5,000 years passed, 10,000 years passed, 20,000 years finally arrived. Qin Chuan felt the surging energy within his body. Unable to continue refining himself further, he immediately unleashed his full strength. Boom! Energy gushed out like a flood. Qin Chuan felt his realm loosening slightly, but it seemed to lack a critical breakthrough point. At that moment, a golden light gathered before him, eventually forming a light sphere. It was the will of the universe. The light sphere suddenly shot out a golden beam. Qin Chuan quickly dodged, immediately activating time pause and throwing two white light spheres at the golden sphere. At this point, he could already use the power of time to condense magic spheres for attacks. However, as soon as the two light spheres entered the golden sphere, they were instantly obliterated without causing any damage. So, this is the will of the universe. Qin Chuan was shocked. Experiencing it firsthand made him even more aware of the terrifying nature of the universe's will. But he did not give up resisting. Facing the rebounding golden bullets, Qin Chuan used time pause to throw time magic spheres backward for defense. After several days of tug-of-war, the suppression from the universe's will grew stronger, and the duration of time pause became increasingly shorter. Helpless, Qin Chuan forcibly broke through the realm's constraints, but due to the lack of a critical key, he could only be considered as having one foot in eternity. However, this already gave him hope for a comeback. His attacks could actually cause slight damage to the light sphere. There was a chance. Qin Chuan was thrilled, thinking that this time he might truly defeat the will of the universe. But the light sphere began to panic as Qin Chuan continued to suppress it. Before Qin Chuan could celebrate for long, more golden light descended, merging into the sphere, making it larger and its attacks more intense. Qin Chuan was shocked, not expecting this to happen. This time, he had no chance to counterattack, and was pierced by several beams of light. His consciousness gradually blurred, and before dying, he looked at the light sphere, feeling that he had been so close to success. Returning to the pure white space, thinking he would have to start over, a sudden notification appeared. Dungeon cleared, rewards unlocked, S-grade talent Beast Perception and Time Ancestral Dragon, Beast Egg *1. Beast Perception, S-grade your beast perception range is tripled. Within the perception range, you can consume mental energy to teleport beasts to your side. Detected possession of the Reincarnation Jade. Your ordinary talent beast perception has been upgraded to SSS-grade talent hyperperception SSS-grade. You can ignore dimensions, space, seals, time and space, parallel universes, and any other barriers to perceive and instantly teleport beasts to your side or teleport to your beasts. Time Ancestral Dragon Beast Egg, a seemingly ordinary time-type super divine grade beast egg. After long efforts, Qin Chuan finally obtained these two rewards. Hyperperception allowed him to summon his beasts back at any time. Previously, he had been worried that while his beasts could not be killed, they might be sealed or exiled. If some old guy suddenly sealed his beast or banished it to another world, wouldn't he be doomed? But now, things were different. If someone exhausted all sealing methods, Qin Chuan would only need one talent skill to instantly summon his beast back. Swish, swish, swish. All his beasts returned to his side. Qin Chuan spread his hands and smiled, surprised? Unexpected? Happy? He. Ahem. Qin Chuan stood there, inexplicably laughing, then realized something was off, quickly coughed twice, and adjusted his expression. He once again looked at the Time Ancestral Dragon Beast Egg. The moment he approached, a black aura quickly emerged from the eggshell and directly merged into Qin Chuan's body. This black aura was very familiar to Qin Chuan. It was the part extracted from the source after Little Black's death. Sure enough, all of this is related to you, Qin Chuan mused. Although there might be some discrepancies in the details, the overall direction was correct. At this moment, a ring of white flames ignited on the surface of the eggshell, preventing him from touching it. Seeing this, Qin Chuan seemed to understand its meaning. Don't worry, I will help you find your companion. Hearing this, the flames flickered, as if finding someone trustworthy, finally letting go of its last obsession and slowly disappearing. Only then could Qin Chuan truly touch the egg, gently stroking its shell. Ha! Master, are you done? Yao Rong groggily opened his eyes and looked around. At this moment, away. And the other beasts also began to wake up. Qin Chuan's beasts had long fallen into a deep sleep. After all, the pure white space was similar to the beast space, so it didn't matter where they slept. Now that Qin Chuan had cleared the dungeon, he naturally woke them up. It's time to leave. How long have we been asleep? I don't know. Although tens of thousands of years had passed, Qin Chuan's appearance hadn't changed at all, showing no signs of age. He was still the same person. To Qin Chuan, simulated time felt like the blink of an eye. A year passed without him feeling its length. However, while he didn't feel it, the world outside the dungeon might not be the same. Outside the dungeon, there was a bustling crowd, mostly young people. This was because the dungeon on Thunder Island didn't depend on individual strength. Everyone was on equal footing. As long as one was well prepared, clearing it was relatively simple. Of course, if one encountered small animals like insects or mice, the difficulty would increase. However, clearing the dungeon granted an additional talent, with the highest being an S-rank talent, making it particularly popular among young people. The dungeon wasn't free, though. There was a fee of 10,000 alliance coins, which was considered quite affordable. In the crowd, an elderly man approached a young girl and bowed respectfully. Miss, are you sure? There's only one chance. Don't worry, Uncle Fu. I will definitely get an S-rank talent, the girl said confidently. Just as she was about to queue up to enter the dungeon, a commotion broke out in the crowd ahead. The dungeon entrance had disappeared, and everyone inside had been teleported out. The people who came out looked at each other. What does this mean? I didn't die, did I? I was about to clear it, so why was I suddenly sent out? Don't panic, check if you got the talent. Everyone checked their panels, but apart from their original awakened talents, there was nothing new. The crowd was dumbfounded. After a few seconds of silence, they began to curse loudly. Qin Chuan squeezed out of the noisy crowd, and the beast masters who hadn't entered the dungeon surrounded him. Brother, what happened? Inside? Where's the dungeon? I'm not sure either. I had just gone in when I was suddenly sent out. What bad luck. I'm leaving. Of course, Qin Chuan couldn't admit that the dungeon disappeared because he cleared the hidden level. He could only shake his head, feigning frustration, and leave the crowd. Li Yushua had already stepped out of the queue and moved to the outskirts, naturally noticing Qin Chuan. While everyone else was busy checking the dungeon's status, he was the first to think of leaving, making it impossible for him to avoid attention. At this moment, Qin Chuan also sensed a gaze and looked in Li Yushua's direction. So quickly. I've been noticed? Li Yuxue was a bit surprised. Feeling that Li Yuxue bore no malice, Qin Chuan simply turned and left. At this moment, the elderly man called Uncle Fu approached. Miss, is there something wrong with him? Uncle Fu, have your people investigate who he is? I feel like he's not simple. Miss, did you notice something? No, it's just a woman's intuition telling me he's hiding a secret. Perhaps our family can establish a connection with him. Qin Chuan left the vicinity of the dungeon entrance and quickly departed. Unexpectedly, after leaving, the map had expanded. Finding a secluded spot, Qin Chuan tried to connect his consciousness, preparing to return to Blue Star. I don't know what Blue Star has become during this time. Just as he left the map, Qin Chuan's vision went black, and an oppressive sensation surrounded him, catching him off guard. He quickly realized he was buried in the dirt, but he remembered entering the map inside a house. How did he end up buried after coming out? In a neglected corner of Linchue City, a delinquent boy and girl were hiding in a small grove, doing something they shouldn't be doing. Suddenly, the girl lying on the ground felt the soil beneath her back pushing upward. Before she could react, a mound of dirt rose rapidly, and a mud-covered hand abruptly reached out from the ground. The girl turned pale with fright, and the boy trembled all over, completely losing interest in what they were doing. Could it be a zombie crawling out of the ground? From the dirt pile, a figure emerged halfway out of the soil. Aha! Hearing the terrifying low growl, the boy and girl could no longer contain their fear. Without even tidying their clothes, they screamed and fled the grove. After the scare, they swore never to go on dates in the grove with the opposite sex again. Qin Chuan, who had just crawled out of the dirt, heard the screams of the boy and girl. He stood up, shook off the dirt on his body, and watched them run away, feeling a bit confused. He took out a mirror and looked at himself. The face in the mirror was still handsome. What changed about me? Why did they run? After changing into new clothes, Qin Chuan walked out of the grove. In front of him was a bustling street, lined with tall buildings, filled with traffic and children still attending school. It was a scene of prosperity, with no signs of an apocalypse. I want freedom. I want to fall in love. At that moment, a young man wearing only underwear ran past Qin Chuan, shouting strange things as he ran, followed by a group of uniformed police officers wielding batons. Qin Chuan turned his head to look in the other direction. In front of a fruit stand, an elderly man in a magenta outfit was arguing with a middle-aged man. The old man stomped his feet repeatedly, pointing at the middle-aged man and shouting, "Back off! Back off!" attracting a crowd of onlookers. Qin Chuan turned back, bewildered, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Is this still my country?" Qin Chuan entered a library to search for the information he needed. In the light novels section, he picked up a few books. Reincarnated as a slime, growing stronger just by drinking water, reborn 100 years ago, I seize all opportunities alone, although I'm a blonde villain, I'm not a surveillance camera *. What the hell is this? He couldn't help but twitch his eyelid before moving on to the literature section. The Evening Intent of the Other Shore, author, by Yangda. Chronicles of Legendary Figures, the biography of Xiaonan Liang, author. Xingyuan News Agency. Found it. Qin Chuan walked to the study area and glanced at the bookshelf. Comprehensive Guide to Beast Taming, Living. Habits of Beasts with Different Attributes The History of Blue Star's Development. This is the one. Qin Chuan picked up The History of Blue Star's Development found a chair, and began flipping through it. Hundreds of years ago, a globally popular game called Beast Taming King appeared on Blue Star. Strangely, 2.5 months after the game's release, the world within the game suddenly manifested in reality. 2 years later, the nations of Blue Star formed the Human Alliance and unified the currency, calling it Alliance Coins. The Dragon Nation had received early information about the anomaly and prepared in advance, retaining a powerful force. Today, it is the strongest country on Blue Star. The arrival of the apocalypse completely changed Blue Star. It was both a disaster and an opportunity. From the year the apocalypse began, people referred to it as the New Era. The Alliance redefined the beasts that appeared in the wild. Beasts not contracted by humans were called exotic beasts, while those that were contracted were called tamed beasts. As for fierce beasts, the book did not mention them, clearly omitting this information intentionally. The quality of tamed beasts was categorized. The levels of tamed beasts and beast tamers were also divided, with the highest being the Mythical level beast tamer, abbreviated as God level beast tamer. Until the 1st century of the apocalypse, people had to risk their lives to capture their first tamed beast in order to awaken their talent. But later, during an exploration of a secret realm, 8 God-level beast tamers of Blue Star accidentally obtained a talent awakening stone. From then on, as long as someone turned 18, they could use this stone to awaken their beast taming talent without needing to risk contracting a wild beast. The book records that the first beastmaster to reach the divine level was Zhang Zenan from the Dragon Nation. He broke through to the divine level 10 years after the apocalypse and remains active today, ranking first among all divine level beast masters. He is very humble and never considers himself the strongest. The second is Lin Wudao from the Dragon Nation, who reached the divine level 15 years after the apocalypse. The third is Wang Ba from the Dragon Nation, who became divine level 17 years after the apocalypse and founded the Overlord Pavilion. In New Era year 357, he faced 5 divine level beasts alone during a beast tide and died heroically. In New Era year 150, 2 beastmasters from the Alliance simultaneously broke through to the divine level, elevating the world level of Blue Star. By New Era year 580, Blue Star's protective barrier will be completely lifted, ushering in new changes. After the world level was elevated, people began to place great importance on every beast. This is because the death of a beast no longer simply meant its death but resulted in the permanent loss of that contract slot. If a beast is forcibly unbound by a break contract stone or the contract is voluntarily terminated, the slot remains but can no longer be used to contract high-quality beasts, rendering it essentially useless. Contracted beasts will accompany their beastmasters for life and are no longer something that can be casually replaced. Qin Chuan closed the book, processed the information briefly, and suddenly felt a surge of interest. He picked up the comprehensive beast encyclopedia beside him and began flipping through it. The book recorded many beasts, some of which Qin Chuan had never seen before. At the end of the book, a sentence was written: "There are no useless beasts, only useless beast masters." After reading it, Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. There are no useless beasts, only useless beastmasters. The phrase sounded good, but Qin Chuan knew in his heart that it was just a comforting statement. Those beasts labeled as useless had their aptitude and racial limits clearly defined, with low capabilities that no one would want. Of course, there were exceptions, genius individuals, but they were extremely rare and their power limited. If a beast species limit was only excellent quality, even if a mythical level individual occasionally appeared, it wouldn't make the entire species particularly valuable. What truly held value was that single mythical level beast. People wouldn't bet on the near impossible chance of another miracle occurring. Moreover, without special methods, it was extremely difficult to cultivate an ordinary beast into a mythical level 1. The same applied to humans. Could a mythical level beast, paired with a beastmaster with only F-level talent, take off? It could, but only at the start. Afterward, the beastmaster would inevitably be left behind by other epic level or legendary level beastmasters, always falling just short. Gold does shine, but most of the time, the dirt surrounding the gold is the mainstream. Both sides have their flaws, so neither should look down on the other. Qin Chuan was dissatisfied with both beastmasters and beasts, criticizing them both thoroughly. As he walked out of the library, he calculated silently in his mind, since the world level had been elevated, wouldn't that mean he could also level up? Hey, have you heard? The talent dungeon on Thunder Island suddenly disappeared. Just as he stepped outside, Qin Chuan overheard the chatter of passers-by. Really? Of course it's true. Let me tell you. In a certain conference room, a man in a white robe was smiling smugly. Ah, I knew it. I guessed right. The leaders around the conference table looked grim. All right, you guessed right. Do you have a way to restore the dungeon? The man in the white robe adjusted his glasses and calmly said, My research shows that this dungeon is actually a selection trial. Only those who pass the selection can participate in the real trial. Now, someone must have completed the final trial and taken the most important item from the dungeon. Once that person left, the dungeon naturally disappeared. Then if we return the item, can the dungeon be restored? Someone asked cautiously. The man in the white robe looked at him with a faint smile. Would you really put back something you've already taken out? The room fell silent. After a long pause, the man in the white robe broke the silence. The dungeon has disappeared. There's no way to recover it. We can only try to find the person who passed the trial, build a good relationship with them, and inquire about what they obtained. because I also want to know what exactly it is that can sustain the entire instance. Beside Li Yushua, Uncle Fu explained somewhat awkwardly, Miss, that person was too fast, our people couldn't catch up. Really? Sai, forget it, if we can't find them, we can't find them. There will always be another chance to meet. On Blue Star, Qin Chuan planned to sell some materials first, and find a place to settle down. The breakthrough might be loud, so he needed a place where he wouldn't be disturbed. After asking around, he finally arrived in front of a building with several large characters hanging at the entrance, Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Qin Chuan strode into the door and openly placed a small pile of rare materials on the counter. I want to sell materials, not just these. Call your boss out. As soon as he spoke, Qin Chuan instantly became the center of attention. Everyone stared at him in shock, with some people's eyes flashing with a hint of greed before quickly retracting it. Qin Chuan noticed but didn't care. These small fry, no matter how many, couldn't defeat even one of his beasts. Strength is what matters most, so what's wrong with being a little ostentatious? Soon, Qin Chuan was invited into the Supreme VIP private room. At the door, a short and chubby middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, he immediately rubbed his hands and approached. Dear guest, you're truly lucky. Today, the chief pavilion master happens to be at this branch pavilion, and he wants to personally discuss business with you. My name is Xia Ajin, and I'm the pavilion master of this branch. Everyone calls me Boss Xia, but given your esteemed status, you can call me by my name if you prefer. Boss Xia? I've also heard of Octopus Bro. Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Xia Ajin froze, his eyes widening. So you know our chief pavilion master. Qin Chuan was completely confused. Ha! Come, please come in. Qin Chuan was led into the private room, where a slightly overweight middle-aged man was sitting, sipping tea and waiting. Pavilion master, the guest has arrived. I'll take my leave now. The room was left with only Qin Chuan and the chief pavilion master. The chief pavilion master smiled and spoke. Hello, I am Zhang Yuga, the chief pavilion master of Treasure Gathering Pavilion. May I know how to address you? Qin Chuan was utterly bewildered. After finishing the business discussion, he walked out of Treasure Gathering Pavilion in a daze. Have I fallen behind the times? Fortunately, he got the money. The rare materials Qin Chuan sold fetched over 9 billion alliance coins in total, enough to support himself for a while. Now that he had become a beast master, he needed to get a certification to prove his rank. However, Qin Chuan felt it was unnecessary and was too lazy to bother. With money in hand, Qin Chuan immediately bought a super luxurious villa. The number of rooms was astonishing, each beast could have its own room, with extra space to spare. He instantly took a liking to the villa and decisively spent 1.2 billion to buy it. That evening, Qin Chuan briefly familiarized himself with the situation in the alliance. Cities within the alliance are divided into first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier cities, with higher-tier cities being more developed. In the Dragon Nation region, only Magic City and Kyoto are first-tier cities, while Linchue City, where Qin Chuan currently resides, is a third-tier city. He temporarily didn't concern himself with other countries' regions. Qin Chuan planned to retrieve Xiao Hei's egg first. With his teleportation wristband, it was no problem at all. With that thought, he activated his mind and teleported to the snowy planet simulated earlier. No one knew how much time had passed, but the snow here still hadn't stopped. As soon as he arrived, a black aura emerged from Qin Chuan's chest, seemingly guiding him in a direction. Following the aura, he braved the biting cold wind and arrived in front of a mountain. To his surprise, there were other people on the mountain. No, to be precise, they were beings from another civilization. Their skin was golden yellow, exuding a sacred aura, and they had a third eye on their foreheads. It was unclear which civilization they belonged to. Before Qin Chuan could take a closer look, a shout came from the mountain. Who's there? A golden elder suddenly appeared on the open ground, staring directly at the spot where Qin Chuan was hiding. At the same time, the space was instantly sealed, and the oppressive aura of a supreme realm expert quickly enveloped the entire area. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, immediately activated his wrist guard, and swiftly left, returning to Blue Star. The golden elder sensed Qin Chuan's disappearance, walked to the spot where he had been hiding, and fell into deep thought. Back at his newly purchased villa, Qin Chuan slumped onto the sofa. A supreme realm expert actually appeared? Could it be that they've discovered something too? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and concluded that they were likely guarding the area for Xiao Hei, but without the key, they couldn't enter. As for that mysterious civilization, no, I must break through to the Divine King realm tonight. The more Qin Chuan thought about it, the angrier he became. Using one's realm to suppress others? That was courting death. He left the city and headed to a small island in the middle of the ocean. The island was uninhabited, and he immediately released all his beasts. Apart from the still unhatched time ancestral dragon, Away and the others were close to breaking through, so they began advancing their realms on the spot. With so many super divine beasts breaking through simultaneously, the terrifying aura could be felt by human divine-level beast tamers tens of thousands of kilometers away. They looked in fear toward the direction of the aura, as it was the territory of exotic beasts. Meanwhile, on Qin Chuan's side, with the island as the center, exotic beasts and the surrounding sea trembled in fear, even though they hadn't provoked these powerful beings. Soon, the beasts successfully broke through to the Divine King realm. Without delay, Qin Chuan took them back. As the aura dissipated, the nearby exotic beasts breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the powerful beings weren't there for them. Just as Qin Chuan left, over a dozen human divine-level beast tamers arrived on the island. They disregarded the fact that it was exotic beast territory, their intense aura making it impossible for them to sit still. Even the residual aura is this terrifying. It's hard to imagine how strong the source must be. Was it a human or an exotic beast that broke through? If it's an exotic beast, then the situation is troublesome. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared. Elder Zhang, you're here. The group greeted in unison. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Zinan, the strongest recognized by the alliance. He was over 500 years old, exuding an undeniable authority. Time had passed, and Zhang Zinan had remained at the mythical realm, unable to find an opportunity to break through to the Divine King realm. Did you see who broke through? Zhang Zinan asked. No, by the time we arrived, they had already left. After chatting for a while, the group hurried back to the alliance, as they had other tasks and couldn't stay long, leaving Zhang Zinan alone on the island. Zhang Zinan looked up at the sky, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, and murmured softly, "Was it you?" Qin Chuan returned home and casually ate something. Yao Xian and Tianyu emerged from the space, found a room, and rested. Away and the others felt the space was more comfortable and decided to stay inside. Qin Chuan didn't think much of it, finishing his meal before washing up and going to bed early. The next morning, the Alliance issued an announcement briefly explaining the disappearance of the Thunder Island Talent Dungeon. Of course, they didn't reveal the truth, instead fabricating a reason. This left many people dissatisfied, with complaints coming from players who hadn't entered the dungeon and their descendants. Qin Chuan strolled outside the villa with Yao Xian and Tianyu when he overheard news about a beast-taming college entrance exam. He went over to learn more and discovered that it was a method for beast-taming colleges to select talented individuals, similar to the college entrance exams of the past. Hundreds of years ago, Zhang Zinan had controlled a dungeon and found it could be brought into reality. After modifications, the dungeon became the venue for the entrance exam. Exam results were updated in real time, and non-examinees could watch from outside. Qin Chuan understood and, as he left, stroked his chin, thinking, beast-taming college entrance exams are here. Could provincial and national beast-taming competitions be far behind? Would there be an ordinary genius youth who, after awakening their talent, is looked down upon, surrounded by beauties, taming various exotic beasts, and rising to become the national champion through sheer defiance? This scenario sounded odd. If it really happened, Qin Chuan wouldn't sit idly by. The exam was scheduled for tomorrow, and after some thought, he decided to check it out. If anyone showed hostility toward him, he wouldn't hold back. However, entering the venue required scanning documents to verify identity, and the Alliance database had no record of him. Would he have to tell people he was from hundreds of years ago? Suddenly, Qin Chuan's eyes lit up as he thought of Zhang Zinan. That guy should be able to help him get an identity. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan's figure flickered and disappeared. At the same time, in a high-rise building in Kyoto, the elderly Zhang Zinan stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. Behind him stood a girl and a beast companion in human form. Suddenly, Qin Chuan appeared silently, startling both the girl and the beast. The beast thought to itself, to enter without alerting the guards, this person's strength must be formidable. Zhang Zinan reassured everyone, don't be nervous, this is an old friend of mine. Xiaoxin, you can leave for now. Xiaoxin quickly left. It really is you. I knew you were still alive. Zhang Zinan turned around, speaking excitedly. That powerful aura on the island last night, was it you? Qin Chuan didn't answer, only nodding slightly. Zhang Zinan let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a beast, that's good. I'm here this time to ask for your help. What do you need? Help me get an identity. Otherwise, it'll be quite troublesome. No problem, give me a moment. Zhang Zinan made a phone call, and soon the door opened. Someone respectfully handed Qin Chuan a bracelet. Qin Chuan took it, and Zhang Zinan explained, "This is your identity has already been registered with the Alliance. I've set you up with a B-level talent. This bracelet is for verifying your identity." Qin Chuan said nothing more, putting on the bracelet and checking the information inside. Name, Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Age, 20. Talent, fire element. Blessing, B. Perfect. A B-level talent wouldn't make him too conspicuous. Having a talent that was too strong would only attract trouble. B-level was just right. Thank you. Looks like you're stuck in your breakthrough. Consider this as payment. Qin Chuan handed over a bottle filled with the fountain of life. The rich life energy immediately made the experienced Zhang Zinan recognize it as a precious treasure. He quickly waved his hand to refuse. No, you've helped me so much. How could I accept this from you? If it weren't for the materials you gave me back then, I wouldn't have reached the mythical level so quickly. Zhang Zinan continued to decline. If I give it to you, it's yours. These things are useless to me. Besides, your lifespan is almost at its end, isn't it? Qin Chuan's words hit the mark, and Zhang Zinan fell silent for a long time before smiling bitterly. As expected, I can't hide it from you. Yes, this old man doesn't have much time left. 1 or 2 more years at most. That's why you should take it. I won't help you fulfill any last wishes. I'm just here to watch the show. If you have something to do, handle it yourself. Qin Chuan said. By the way, this beast companion is yours, right? Yes, it is. Qin Chuan took out a dozen wind element life tree fruits and handed them to the beast companion. This beast companion had been Qin Chuan's subordinate in his previous life, obtained from a dungeon, and was now following Zhang Zinan. The fragrance of the fruits made the beast companion drool. As Zhang Zinan was about to get up, Qin Chuan stuffed the fruits into the beast companion's hands and then turned to leave. With his identity secured, all that was left was to wait for the college entrance exam to begin the next day. In the afternoon, Qin Chuan entered the map again, returning to the experienced dungeon in Wind Ridge. The small monsters were all level 100. After half an hour, Qin Chuan's beast companions collectively leveled up by 10 levels, but their realms remained unchanged, just as Qin Chuan had expected. The next morning, the assembly area was packed with examinees, all lining up to enter the dungeon. Once inside, each person would enter an independent small world. The more enemies they defeated, the higher their score. The score would determine their ranking and results. Qin Chuan arrived early, observing the examinees. Identifying the protagonist was simple. First, look for someone handsome, as they had to be as good-looking as the readers. Second, find someone with a chubby best friend. Third, start by looking near the school beauty. Soon, Qin Chuan locked onto his target. A rebellious-looking boy surrounded by followers, clearly a rich young master, was confronting a skinny and a chubby student. The school beauty beside them was trying to mediate. The rich young master was targeting the skinny boy, and the atmosphere was tense, almost leading to a fight. In the end, the two sides separated but made a bet. Lin, look at that guy, Qin Chuan said, pointing at the skinny boy. Ling exclaimed in surprise, wow, such strong fortune, master, your judgment is spot on. Qin Chuan smiled without saying a word. That spoiled young man was in big trouble. The college entrance exam began quickly, and after the candidates entered the examination hall, the big screen updated rankings in real time along with footage of the top students. The skinny guy appeared in the footage. Senior Lin contracted an ordinary grade. Swift Wind Dog? Ah, this is hilarious. A commoner is just a commoner, never able to make it to the stage. The surrounding comments were mixed, but Qin Chuan could tell at a glance that the true powerhouse was yet to appear. The Swift Wind Dog was a mutated breed, and its final form was the mythical Storm Dog Emperor. On the podium, recruitment teachers from various prestigious universities noticed an ordinary person relying on an ordinary grade Swift Wind Dog to make it into the top ranks, casting admiring glances. Of course, some recruitment teachers were dismissive, such as those from Kyoto and Magic City, who arrogantly belittled Qin Chuan. At this moment, Qin Chuan noticed a few sneaky figures in the crowd approaching the dungeon. He frowned slightly. I have a feeling this college entrance exam will encounter problems. The exam was in full swing. Many failed candidates had already withdrawn, leaving only the strongest competitors. For instance, the frail fortune holder Lin Xiaoyu, who firmly held the first place, leading the second place by thousands of points. Inside the dungeon, the participants were nearly exhausted, and the outcome was about to be revealed. Suddenly, the dungeon dimmed, followed by a disconnection from the outside world. Staff urgently worked on repairs and discovered the dungeon had been hacked, trapping the candidates inside. Qin Chuan helplessly covered his forehead. I knew it. In this kind of protagonist exam, there's bound to be villains causing trouble. After more than 10 minutes of repairs, the connection was restored. Inside the dungeon, a bloody scene unfolded, severed limbs scattered everywhere, and out of hundreds of people, only 5 survivors remained. Due to the rules being altered, deaths inside the dungeon were real. Seeing their children not among the survivors, many parents wailed in grief, while parents of candidates who had exited early hugged their children in relief. At this moment, a dark figure rushed out of the dungeon, attempting to escape into the distance, but was struck by lightning and forced back. You Sakura Society scum, how dare you kill Dragon Nation's geniuses? The city lord of Linshui roared. He had been blaming himself for failing to save people, but now, faced with the culprits, his anger erupted. The dark figure, however, laughed wildly. Ha ha! A bunch of weaklings from Dragon Nation, we Sakura Society are here to eliminate you. The city lord prepared to strike again, but the dark figure turned into smoke and vanished. Damn it! The city lord roared. Report immediately. There must be a base of theirs near Linshui City. Everyone else, follow me to pursue them. Qin Chuan squinted his eyes and instructed his assistant Ling to investigate the dark figure's cause and effect. The so-called Sakura Society was formed by remnants of Sakura Nation after Qin Chuan had destroyed their country. They had banded together, allied with exotic beasts, and specialized in hunting Dragon Nation citizens, especially young talents. They just won't die, huh? Still daring to cause trouble? I, Qin Chuan, can destroy you once, and I can destroy you a second time. Qin Chuan quietly left without drawing attention. Over the southwestern forest of Linshui City, the dark figure flew by, clutching his chest and coughing up blood as he fled in disarray. Damn Linshui City lord, when I grow stronger, I'll make you regret it. Suddenly, a giant hand made of thorns shot out from the forest, grabbing the dark figure. Thud! The dark figure was struck heavily, spitting blood. Qin Chuan pulled him down from the air and instructed Ling to examine his past. This person held a significant position in the Sakura Society. Through him, Qin Chuan learned the location of a Sakura Society base and their headquarters. Then, he crushed the man to death and retrieved Yao Rong. In the next moment, Qin Chuan arrived at the Sakura Society's branch outside Linshui City. With Yao Rong attached to him, he stormed in single-handedly. Within minutes, all Sakura Society members were either bisected or chopped into pieces, and their contracted beasts were dismembered by Qin Chuan. The leader had already caused a commotion before Qin Chuan's arrival, creating a tense situation. Beastmasters from Linshui City would soon arrive suddenly, a strange man covered in thorns, with hands turned into vine whips and several thin vine whips growing from his back, barged into the headquarters of the Sakura Society. Haiming sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible to send out any signals, let alone call for help. The massacre continued until nightfall, leaving no living beings inside. The ground was littered with the severed limbs of Sakura Society members. Only then did Qin Chuan leisurely leave. That night, 2 shocking pieces of news spread across Linshui City. First, it was discovered that the Sakura Society had sabotaged the beast-taming college entrance exam, leaving only 5 students alive in the dungeon. Second, the city's beast tamers found a temporary base of the Sakura Society outside the city in the afternoon, but by the time they arrived, everyone inside had been slaughtered. Some were cut in half at the waist, others had their limbs severed, and the deaths were gruesome. Of course, the outside world had no idea that the Sakura Society's headquarters had already been completely wiped out by Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, unwilling to clean up the remaining enemies one by one, simply handed over the locations of the other Sakura Society bases to Zhang Zinan. The next day, the entire Dragon Nation was shaken by another piece of news. Zhang Zinan successfully broke through to the mythical level, firmly securing her position as the number one in the Dragon Nation within the alliance. Western countries, which had previously been unconvinced, now dared not utter a word. The first thing Zheng Zinan did after her breakthrough was to eliminate the remaining forces of the Sakura Society. A week later, the college entrance exam results were announced, and Lin Xiaoyu firmly secured the position of national top scorer. Qin Xuan also received good news: his ancestral dragon of time had hatched. Its name was Ancestral Dragon of Time. Attributes: Time, Ancient. Level: 1, Quality, Super Divine. Looking at the small white dragon that was identical to the one in the simulation, Qin Xuan named it Ji Chen. At the entrance of the Fengling Experience Dungeon, Qin Xuan persisted in grinding monsters every day. Except for Ji Chen, all his other beasts had already reached level 180. This time, he brought Ji Chen into the dungeon, and within half an hour, it had reached level 120. The Ancestral Dragon of Time graduated almost instantly, skipping most of the growth phase. Ji Chen's humanoid form was a white-haired teenager, slightly taller than Yao Rong and Tianyu. His lifebound beast weapon was an ancient-looking compass used to enhance time-based skills. For example, Ji Chen could originally pause time for 15 seconds, but with the compass, the duration extended to 25 seconds. His linked equipment was a pocket watch that could simply pause, rewind, or accelerate someone else's time. After returning to Blue Star, Qin Xuan noticed online discussions comparing Lin Xiaoyu's scores with last year's national top scorer. Although last year's top scorer didn't surpass Lin Xiaoyu, the scores were still astonishing, far ahead of the second place. Qin Xuan also looked up information on last year's top scorer. His name was Lu Yang. He originally awakened with an F-level talent, had both parents alive, and a younger sister. Later, he offended a rich second-generation heir, was severely beaten and hospitalized, and after being discharged, he began to rise rapidly. Investigating his high school and homeroom teachers' records, Qin Xuan found that Lu Yang was not only capable but also wealthy, with many beautiful women around him who took special care of him. Qin Xuan muttered to himself, could this be another template protagonist? Lu Yang was different from Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu was an orphan with no siblings, had excelled academically from a young age, and awakened a powerful talent. Lin Xiaoyu's information was classified as top secret, accessible only to mythical-level beast tamers in the Alliance. Of course, Ling Ku didn't care, and directly discerned that Lin Xiaoyu had an SSS-level talent. Two of them at once? Interesting. Next month's National Beast Taming Tournament, he'll definitely represent the Academy. This is going to be lively. I should see if there's a chance to stir things up. In Magic City, at the Sacred Beast Academy, Lu Yang was not originally a local. He had been pulled over from another parallel world, replacing someone with the same name, appearance, and identity. Upon crossing over, he awakened a cheat system called the Strongest Beast Taming System. With this system, his F-level talent was directly upgraded to top-tier SSS level, and he could clearly see the growth paths of every beast, making it truly the strongest system in name and reality. With the help of this aid, he not only became the top scorer in the national exams that year but was also named the strongest newcomer and even apprenticed under a god-level powerhouse from Longhua. Lu Yang stared at this year's exam results, falling into slight contemplation. Although the results can't be said to be overwhelming, they are definitely not something others can easily surpass. System, didn't you say you're the only system on this planet? Ding, host, I am indeed the only system on this planet. Others rely on their innate talents. What? My cheat can't even compare to ordinary people? Lu Yang's emotions flared as he listened to the system's voice. Ding, host, that person is no ordinary individual. He is the child of destiny of this planet. Child of destiny? Shouldn't that be me? Ding, host, you are not the child of destiny, but if you can defeat him, you might inherit his destiny and become the new child of destiny. Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Really? The system guarantees it, top-notch quality. Ding, issuing a side quest, eliminate the child of destiny of this planet 0/1. Quest reward, the destiny of the child of destiny. No time limit. Looking at the task interface visible only to himself, Lu Yang revealed a sinister smile. Ha ha ha, child of destiny? Everything you have will eventually be mine. 2 days later, aside from Ji Chen, Qin Xuan's beast-taming level soared again, reaching the second stage of the Divine King realm. He glanced at his beasts, whose levels ranged from 205 to 209. Yesterday, the highest level among them was only 200, with no improvement. This indicated that each minor stage in the Divine King realm spanned 100 levels, with the 4 minor stages totaling 500 levels. Qin Xuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Just the Divine King realm alone had 500 levels. How exaggerated must the Supreme Realm be? No wonder the Supreme Realm's pressure on Snow Planet back then was so terrifying. If it weren't for his beasts helping to withstand the pressure, any other god-level beast tamer would have been crushed to death. But this 500-level gap was nothing to Qin Xuan. Glancing at the calendar, he saw that at noon today, tickets for the national competition would go on sale. Qin Xuan left the villa, leaving Yaoxiao and Tianyu to guard the house, and went to the ticket office to buy a ticket himself. Behind him, 2 figures quietly followed. They were people sent by the Alliance to monitor Qin Xuan. When the dungeon disappeared, witnesses saw him at the scene, and he was the first to leave. Very suspicious. Quick, scan his data secretly, urged the other. The technician covertly scanned, and a file appeared before them. What? B-level talent? Impossible. This is clearly a deliberate concealment of his true talent. In Longwa, deliberately hiding one's talent was a serious crime, punishable by imprisonment in severe cases. Wait, let me check when his data was recorded. You can check that, the other person asked in surprise. Of course, our tech department has the authority to query data entry times, the technician said smugly. Entry time, half a month ago. A 20-year-old whose data was only recorded half a month ago? The technician refreshed the page several times, but the time remained unchanged. The other person grew anxious. This is a major oversight by the registration staff. Report it immediately. Which idiot registered false data? They must be fired. Ring ring. The technician's communicator rang. He stepped aside to take the call and returned with a complicated expression. What happened? Old Zhang personally ordered us to stop investigating that person immediately. Old Zhang? Who's that? Is it that old Zhang? The technician nodded. Holy crap. The two immediately ceased their surveillance of Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan sensed the trackers behind him retreating and turned back in confusion before continuing to the ticket office. After easily obtaining a ticket, he noticed a beast trading market across the street and decided to browse on a whim. Unfortunately, there were no beasts with top-tier potential, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Back home, Qin Xuan learned that Lin Xiaoyu had decided to enroll in the Sacred Beast Academy. The Sacred Beast Academy, located in the Magic City, is one of the 4 top schools in the country, on par with Xingjing University, Magic City University, and Starry Sky University. This year's national competition is also being held in the Magic City, so Qin Xuan plans to find an opportunity to move there. Lin Xiaoyu is now highly renowned, and naturally, there will be people who want to harm him. Surely, there will be anti-human organizations attempting to assassinate him, leading to some thrilling confrontations. At night, a loud explosion startled Qin Xuan awake from his sleep. He looked out the window to see flames blazing in the distance. The sound of fierce fighting echoed in the sky, with 2 beast tamers locked in combat. They're already fighting? Rewind to the evening. City Lord Moqian was hosting a special guest, Zhang Xian, who had come for a secret visit. Zhang Xian is the disciple of Zhang Zinan. Zhang Zinan holds Lin Xiaoyu in high regard and has considered taking him as a disciple. Previously, due to his old age and plans for retirement, he had no intention of taking on students. However, after breaking through to the Divine King level and drinking the life spring water given by Qin Xuan, his lifespan greatly increased, and he decided to take on disciples again. Zhang Zinan knew there were people who wished for Lin Xiaoyu's death. To protect him, he sent his saint-level disciple Zhang Xian as a guard. As expected, Zhang Zinan's suspicions were correct. Those cult organizations sent 2 king-level beast tamers, almost to the point of having their leader personally intervene. The city lord of Lingshui City, being only at the lord level, had no chance of defending the city against 2 king-level experts. As soon as the 2 king-level enemies made their move, Zhang Xian reacted swiftly, holding them off while eliminating all the diamond-level and gold-level minions, buying time for Lin Xiaoyu to escape. However, 2 lord-level enemies continued to pursue relentlessly. The city lord could only fight desperately to hold them back, allowing Lin Xiaoyu to flee. Although most of the minions were cleared and the 4 strongest enemies were held off, some enemies still pursued. Lin Xiaoyu was left with 5 enemies, 1 silver level and 4 bronze level. Being only at the bronze level himself, he couldn't confront so many enemies head-on and had to resort to flanking tactics. The battle eventually reached the vicinity of Qin Chuan's private villa. In the sky, the two king-level enemies were gradually losing ground. However, the city lord's side suffered a setback, allowing one lord-level enemy to escape. Just as the city lord was about to give chase, another lord-level enemy blocked his path. Meanwhile, the pursuing lord-level enemy reached the back of Qin Chuan's villa, attempting to launch a surprise attack on Lin Xiaoyu from there. As his beast was about to break through the villa, a hand suddenly slapped the beast away. Qin Chuan, looking displeased, jumped down from upstairs. Damn it, can't you pick another place to ambush? The lord-level enemy was momentarily stunned, then utterly shocked. Another expert? Qin Chuan's face darkened as if he'd just eaten a bitter melon. Get lost. Before the enemy could react, Qin Chuan grabbed him by the hair and tossed him like garbage into Lin Xiaoyu's battlefield. The enemy was dumbfounded, thinking, did I just get thrown to the person I'm supposed to be stopping others from killing? Wait, wasn't I here to stop people from killing Lin Xiaoyu? Reflecting on the situation, he realized Qin Chuan wasn't protecting Lin Xiaoyu at all, he was just angry that his villa was almost damaged. Moreover, Qin Chuan didn't kill him but instead threw him out. The enemy's eyes gleamed with excitement. This just got easier. Boom! The lord-level enemy landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and instantly drawing everyone's attention. As the dust settled, he cast a deep glance at Qin Chuan's villa before turning to face Lin Xiaoyu. The beast that Qin Chuan had slapped away limped over, standing in front of everyone. You useless bunch. 5 of you together can't even take me down. Pathetic. With that, he unleashed a powerful lord-level aura. Lin Xiaoyu, already exhausted, couldn't withstand it and collapsed to his knees, while the others struggled to hold on. Step by step, he approached the immobilized Lin Xiaoyu. At this moment, Qin Chuan sensed the auras of the two distant king-level enemies suddenly vanish, and that woman was rapidly approaching, standing by the window observing. Qin Chuan muttered softly, idiot. Sure enough, just as the enemy was about to capture Lin Xiaoyu, boom! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust once again. Zhang Xian, holding the heads of two king-level enemies, looked down at the lord-level enemy. In the next second, the lord-level enemy and 5 others were instantly killed by Zhang Xian. Lin Xiaoyu struggled to his feet and bowed to Zhang Xian. Thank you, senior, for your assistance. I, Lin Xiaoyu, am deeply grateful and will surely repay your kindness in the future. I'm here to take a disciple on behalf of my master. Are you willing to join my master's sect? Zhang Xian asked directly. May I ask who your master is? Zhang Zinan, the great sage. Zhang. Senior sister, when you return, please don't forget to send my regards to master. Lin Xiaoyu immediately knelt down to acknowledge the master. This is a gift from master for accepting you as a disciple. Grow quickly, the 3 of us will be waiting for you in the magic city. Zhang Xian handed Lin Xiaoyu a storage ring. This storage ring was crafted from the organs of a spatial-type beast. After being infused with spatial energy, it could store items ranging from a dozen to several dozen cubic meters. A storage item capable of holding over 100 cubic meters was extremely expensive, yet Zhang Xian gave one away without hesitation. Thank you. Before leaving, Lin Xiaoyu glanced at Qin Chuan's villa. The owner of this villa was clearly no ordinary person. If he hadn't helped delay the enemy, senior sister might not have arrived in time. Although the time was short, a true expert could always act precisely and achieve their goal. He would have to find an opportunity to properly thank him later. 2 days later, Qin Chuan's door was knocked on. When he opened it, he saw Lin Xiaoyu standing there with fruits and medicinal herbs. As a gift. Thank you, senior, for your help a few days ago. These are my tokens of gratitude, please accept them. Qin Chuan was a bit puzzled. The medicinal herbs Lin Xiaoyu brought were just a pretense, the real gift was 2 mysterious fruits. A few days ago, when he checked the items in the ring, he discovered 4 peculiar fruits filled with intense wind element energy. Even his Galehound almost couldn't resist when it caught their scent. After consulting Zhang Xian, he learned that these were miraculous fruits given by an old friend of Zhang Lao, which could help break through bottlenecks and ascend to the level of a divine king. After the breakthrough, a few fruits remained, and Zhang Zinan planned to save them for future disciples. Lin Xiaoyu knew that such items might not matter to a big shot, so he took out 2 to give to Qin Chuan as a token of gratitude. The other two had already been fed to the Galehound, whose strength doubled after consuming them. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu's sincere expression, Qin Xuan was puzzled. When had he ever helped him? After using his ability to listen to cause and effect, he finally understood the truth of that night and also learned the secret of the gift. Qin Xuan couldn't help but sigh, taking something someone else gave me and returning it as a gift. He also discovered that Lin Xiaoyu not only excelled academically but also had exceptional interpersonal skills. Whenever his friends were in trouble, he treated them like brothers and helped without hesitation. He was decisive and ruthless in his actions, never leaving anyone who posed a threat to him alive, ensuring they would never become a problem again. What was even rarer was his equal treatment of his beasts, whether male or female, giving them priority access to resources without any favoritism. His mind was solely focused on becoming stronger, unlike some people who couldn't resist chasing after women and shamelessly trying to flirt. He was practically a model youth, far better than that guy surnamed Xiao Chen? That guy was utterly useless. This was what someone with true fortune should look like. During this visit, Qin Xuan didn't sense any hostility from Lin Xiaoyu. After delivering the gift and chatting briefly, he left. This person is destined for great things, Qin Xuan remarked, looking at the two wind element fruits in his hand. Thinking back, Lin Xiaoyu had indeed never clashed with him and had always shown him respect. So, should he still make a move? After confirming that he wasn't influenced by Lin Xiaoyu's fortune, Qin Xuan thought for a moment. Lin Xiaoyu was indeed a talent. Perhaps it was better to continue observing for now. Over the next 2 days, Qin Xuan spent his time at home playing Battlehawk after finishing his dungeon runs, waiting for the national competition to begin. Suddenly, he saw an old acquaintance in the comments section of a video. This person had recently appeared with an IP address showing Kyoto, and was mocking others indiscriminately under almost every video. Qin Xuan had encountered this person several times before. The comments were always the same: you people from small cities dare to call yourselves geniuses? Being able to buy a public toilet near my home would already be impressive for you. No matter how hard you work, can you be as powerful as my IP? The place where I was born is a height you will never reach in your lifetime. Many people argued back, only to be met with even sharper and more sarcastic ridicule. Kyoto is one of the only 2 top-tier cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Almost everyone who lives there is powerful and influential. Even street vendors and cleaners might be lord-level powerhouses. Families with generational legacies are even stronger than those in the other top-tier city, Magic City. Therefore, people from Kyoto are particularly proud, especially the younger generation, who are all highly self-assured and look down on grassroots talents from other cities. Of course, with the support of family resources, they do indeed have strength. Qin Xuan didn't need to guess, this Kyoto IP was definitely fake. While Kyoto people are arrogant, they wouldn't lower themselves to provoke others online. At first, Qin Xuan just treated it as a joke, but after seeing it repeatedly, he found it annoying. So, he directly replied to the person, "Are Kyoto people really that strong?" Unexpectedly, the original poster replied instantly, "You lowly person will never even compare to a single hair of us Kyoto people, idiot." Cause and effect established, a weapon was rewarded. Qin Xuan smiled. "Ling, deal with him for me." Huijiang City, a third-tier small city that was even less developed than Linshui City. A thin, sharp-faced man sat in front of a computer, furiously typing on the keyboard, the sound of keys clattering loudly. Some time ago, he had a sudden idea to change his IP to Kyoto and mock others online. He looked up the method and successfully changed his IP to Kyoto, testing the waters under a moderately popular video. The response was huge, with many people leaving comments to curse him. He was very satisfied and began to mock others wildly in the comments sections of various videos. He would even reply to each comment, enjoying it endlessly. Behind the screen, others couldn't touch him, and he felt he had the upper hand. He leaned back in his chair leisurely, crossing his legs, relishing the pleasure of making others so angry they were grinding their teeth but unable to do anything about it. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Name, Jian. Nanchun, 23 years old, dropped out of middle school, stole all the family money to gamble, lost everything, caused your grandmother to die because there was no money for medical treatment, and later you were kicked out of the house. Hearing the other person recount his glorious deeds bit by bit, Jin Nanchun panicked. He stood up and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Breaking into my house, I'm calling the police." Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his fingertip, and one of his fingers was severed from his hand. The pain was so intense that he couldn't even hold the phone, which fell to the ground. The person said coldly, "Does mocking others feel good?" "And no, it doesn't." Jian Nanchun stammered, trembling. He knew very well that his sharp-tongued online Jian Nanchun was tormented for several days before being forcibly sent to the operating table, where all his organs were voluntarily donated. The surgery was performed without anesthesia. This was due to Qin Chuan, who, after leaving, ordered Ling to adjust Jian Nanchun's fate, leading him down a path of unbearable suffering to his death. Knowing Jian Nanchun died so miserably, Qin Chuan finally felt at ease. A few days later, all of Qin Chuan's beasts advanced to the third realm of the Divine King. Before reaching the peak of the Divine King level, Qin Chuan would neither take down Snowstar, nor bring Xiao He back. However, trouble arose again on Lin Xiaoyu's side. A few days ago, while training outside the city, Lin Xiaoyu accidentally discovered the evil god cult's conspiracy. They planned to create a beast tie to breach Linshui city. Lin Xiaoyu repelled the enemies blocking his way and returned to the city in time to report to the city lord. Now, the entire city is on high alert, with patrols on the city walls 24 hours a day. Upon hearing the news, Qin Chuan could only shake his head helplessly. Why do these cults always target small cities? The evil god cult is an anti-human organization that believes beast tamers are the root of disaster. They claim that ferocious beasts are heavenly saviors sent to redeem the world, as these beasts counteract beast tamers. This rhetoric is nothing more than an excuse for their cruel and bloodthirsty actions. Only the upper echelons of the evil god cult can contract ferocious beasts. Those without status can only gain partial abilities through modifications, using beast tamers' body parts as mediums with the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts. However, those modified become bloodthirsty, cannibalistic, and enemies of all beast tamers. After the Sakura Society was eradicated, the original 3 major scourges of the Dragon Kingdom were reduced to 2. The last attack was carried out by another evil organization, Night God Pavilion. Speaking of which, the emergence of Night God Pavilion is related to Qin Chuan. Over 500 years ago, Qin Chuan's deeds were widely spread, and his strength earned him admiration from many. But as time passed, people gradually forgot about him, treating him as a legend. Night God Pavilion was established 100 years ago, firmly believing in Qin Chuan's existence. Since Qin Chuan's game ID was Dark Knight, they named themselves Night God Pavilion. Qin Chuan's investigation revealed that the founding members of Night God Pavilion were former members of the Ba-Tu Guild. Initially, Night God Pavilion was founded to promote Qin Chuan's legend, ensuring everyone knew his name. But after the Ba-Tu Guild members died, Night God Pavilion gradually became corrupted. Some used Qin Chuan's name to oppress the weak and commit heinous acts. As a result, Night God Pavilion became a notorious organization, just like the evil god cult. These people were like rats crossing the street, despised by all. Someday, I should visit Night God Pavilion's headquarters and see how those who worship me react when they meet me in person. The next day, the sky was overcast, as if it were about to rain, a bad omen. Sure enough, the beast tide arrived in the afternoon. The long-range beasts on the city walls first weakened the enemy, followed by close combat beasts jumping off the walls to engage in battle. Lin Xiaoyu naturally joined the fight. His swift wind dog had evolved into a wind sound dog, and he had also acquired 2 other beasts, the wood element flower spirit and the earth element mountain shaking turtle. All were strong and had the potential to reach mythic levels. The wind sound dog focused on offense, the flower spirit on sustainability, and the mountain shaking turtle on defense. The 3 worked seamlessly together, achieving impressive results. However, members of the evil god cult mingled among the exotic beasts. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu on the battlefield, they immediately gathered a large force to surround him. Fortunately, his friends arrived in time, and together they managed to stabilize the situation. Qin Chuan, who had been leisurely staying in his villa, paid little attention to the commotion outside the city. At this moment, Ming Yuan emerged from the spatial dimension. Seeing the piles of exotic beast corpses outside, he was tempted. Qin Chuan considered the situation. With Lin Xiaoyu's luck, this beast tide was nothing more than a minor skirmish, and the city walls wouldn't be breached. Now, with a large number of high-level beast corpses available, it was a rare opportunity to replenish forces, not to be missed. With Qin Chuan's approval, Ming Yuan immediately headed outside the city to collect the corpses. To improve efficiency, Qin Chuan also sent Ah Feng and Changsheng to assist. They started at the West City Wall, where three figures white, brown, and black appeared at the rear of the beast tide. The white and brown figures struck first, moving at incredible speed. Wherever they went, whether it was exotic beasts or cultists of the evil god, they were all slain. In an instant, the enemies were completely wiped out. Finally, the black figure acted, releasing black energy and turning all the enemies here into his undead soldiers in one breath. All of this took only a few seconds, leaving the defenders on the West City Wall stunned. The three figures quickly flew toward their next target. Many began to speculate that these three beasts must be the pets of some powerful individual. There must be a hidden master in the city. After clearing the west side, they proceeded to the south, then the east, and finally arrived at the north side where Lin Xiaoyu was located. Lin Xiaoyu and the others watched as the three beasts effortlessly annihilated all the enemies upon their appearance, their eyes widening in disbelief. What shocked them even more was the black-robed figure, who, with a wave of his hand, turned the dead enemies into undead soldiers and took them away. A massive beast tide was resolved in less than 5 minutes by Qin Chuan's three beasts. Lin Xiaoyu was also a bit dazed. His senior sister had already returned. Could it be that these three beasts belonged to that mysterious senior? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. That senior was indeed formidable. He wondered if his token of gratitude could be of any help to him. After clearing the beast tide, Athing, Changshang, and Mingyuan returned to Qin Chuan's villa. All done? The three nodded. How many soldiers do we have now? Counting this harvest, there are a total of 83,789,743, Mingyuan replied seriously. Not even 100 million? That's too risky. Next time, we need to find more beast tides, Qin Chuan said. By the way, how's the situation on Fengying's side? There are probably tens of millions, Fengying responded from the space. Good, keep up the effort. Fengying's beast soldiers specialize in one-hit kills but are fragile, so the task of charging into battle is still left to Mingyuan's soldiers. If it weren't for Cotton Eye Joe, I would have been married long ago. Where did you come from? Where are you going? Cotton Eye Joe, who are you really? Lyrics playing. After finishing the dungeon, Qin Chuan went shopping as usual, with a song playing outside the store to attract customers. His favorite place to visit now was the beast market, where he checked daily for any newly arrived beasts with extraordinary potential. With over 10 days left until the national competition, Qin Chuan had enough time to advance to the fourth realm of the Divine King and obtain Xiaohei's egg. It was summer vacation, and Lin Xiaoyu could finally rest properly. A few days later, Qin Chuan participated in the legendary Tianjia camp. This training camp, established by the Dragon Nation in recent years, was specifically designed to cultivate the country's top-ranked genius beastmasters. The camp was rich in resources, but everything had to be earned through one's own efforts. Before leaving, Lin Xiaoyu specifically came to bid farewell to Qin Chuan. He said that after the training camp ended, he would head directly to the Magic City and might not see him again for a long time. Qin Chuan didn't mind. He had already planned to move to the Magic City, so the real farewell was still far off. With Lin Xiaoyu gone, the disaster-prone small city of Linshui suddenly became quiet, and Qin Chuan enjoyed a few days of peace. Tianjia camp was built in a secluded forest, with accommodations arranged based on strength rankings. The stronger one's abilities, the closer they lived to the resources. The camp gathered genius beast masters from across the country, but Lin Xiaoyu overshadowed everyone. Over the past few days, people continuously challenged Lin Xiaoyu, trying to take the top spot, but he easily dealt with them one by one. Tianjia camp was established by top-tier divine-level beastmasters of the Dragon Nation, whose eagle-like eyes constantly monitored the actions of these geniuses. I heard that Lin Xiaoyu was snatched up by old Zhang. What a pity, a white-browed elder lamented while sipping tea. Humph, with your poor appearance, following you would be the real pity, retorted another elder with an immortal-like demeanor. You old fool, did I offend you? Why do you always oppose me in everything? The two elders began arguing, disregarding the occasion, neither willing to back down. The other divine-level beastmasters nearby could only helplessly hold their foreheads. Zhao Xian and Yufeng, those two old fellows, really loved to quarrel. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Everyone knew they usually argued fiercely. During a previous beast taming competition, the match hadn't even started before the two of them began fighting. Since then, their seats had been arranged in opposite corners to avoid interference. Stop arguing. Wouldn't it be better to use this energy against the exotic beasts? An elderly white-haired man advised. Among the three of them, apart from Zhang Zinan, he was the most senior god-level beast tamer. The other god-level beast tamers were much younger. This year's freshmen are stronger than in previous years. Truly a new generation of talent. Besides Lin Xiaoyu, the others are also quite impressive. There's no need to compete with him. Oh, even you, Lung Yu, are saying this. Have you taken a liking to someone? Someone teased with a laugh. Leng Yu specialized in ice-type beasts, had a cold personality, but was very protective of her own. She had earned the title Frost Goddess after becoming a god-level beast tamer and powerfully slaying a god-level exotic beast. Last year, she even took Lu Yong as her apprentice. Qin Xuan found it amusing. Beast tamers taking apprentices? Wasn't it just finding a backer? Yet they had to make it sound so grand. Back to the god-level beast tamers. Speaking of which, what about that person from Linshui City? Still not found, but judging by their strength, they must be god-level. Seems like they're deliberately staying hidden. If they don't want to show up, we don't need to force them. Judging by the fact that they have the strength but haven't attacked Linshui City, they likely bear no hostility. That's enough. Agreed. The god-level beast tamers all nodded in agreement. In the Magic City, at the Sacred Beast Academy, Lu Yong cheerfully carried a cage containing a green-haired turtle. Others couldn't see anything special about it, but his system had analyzed it as a beast with the potential to evolve into a mythical-level Biluang Xian turtle. Returning to his dorm, he signed a contract with the green-haired turtle and summoned his other four beasts, the Crimson Origin Spirit Bird, the Pure Water Phantom Spirit, the Shadow Elf, and the Rift Sky Spirit Tiger. The four beasts curiously stared at their new sister. Everyone, meet the new member. Get along well from now on, Lu Yong said. He had his own set of standards for selecting beasts, with 4 principles he wouldn't compromise on. First, no females, he only liked beauties. Second, no beasts without potential, useless ones weren't worth it, not even dogs. Third, he wasn't interested in ugly ones because they weren't pleasing to the eye. Lastly, he avoided old ones because he preferred youth. Yes, master. Understood, master. Hearing each beast call him master in soft, sweet voices, Lu Yong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Before transmigrating, he had always fantasized about being surrounded by beauties. But in reality, he was just a poor guy in his original world, working a 9-to-5 job and often bullied by colleagues. Now that he had transmigrated and had the system's support, he was determined to have hundreds of beauties following him. With the system, he would eventually become invincible. Lu Yong's mind wandered to his master's still charming appearance. System, can you give me a skill to turn beasts into human form? Other novels have it. Ding, master, the humanoid form unlocks at beast level 80. Level 80? How long will that take? Who can level up all their beasts to 80 in a short time? System, help me out, even if it's just giving me some transformation pills. Host, you must be starving for this. Otherwise, I might as well rename myself Beast Taming Abundance System. That actually sounds good. Any rewards for that? The system fell silent. Hey, don't go quiet on me. System? System bro? Buddy? 10 days later, Qin Xuan finally reached the 4th realm of the God King level. It's about time to find Xiao He. After a brief rest, Qin Xuan returned to the snow-filled planet. He went straight to the place where he had escaped last time, concealed his aura, and hid behind a large rock. Strangely, the three-eyed monsters guarding the cave entrance were all gone, leaving only an empty hole. Could they have found another way to take Xiao He? Qin Xuan thought for a moment. Unlikely. The rules set by the super divine beast couldn't be broken so easily, and the key was in his possession. Forcing his way in would be tantamount to suicide. He looked around. Anyone who could reach the supreme realm must not be foolish. They must have guessed he had a way to get inside and were waiting to ambush him when he came out, hoping to reap the benefits. Qin Xuan instructed Kair to expand her perception range, and sure enough, there were 2 golden figures secretly watching him from a distant mountaintop. This further confirmed his suspicion. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He didn't turn to look at the 2, not wanting to alert them. Want to steal my beast egg? Dream on. Supreme realm, huh? Last time you suppressed me with your realm, that grudge isn't settled yet. With that, Qin Xuan approached the cave entrance. Black energy surged from within him, enveloping his entire body, and he disappeared instantly. He went in. The 8th Elder was right, the key is indeed with him. Quickly! Notify the 8th Elder. From afar, the two figures watched Qin Chuan enter the mysterious inheritance and swiftly took out their communicators. Inside the space, Qin Chuan immediately spotted a floating egg. That must be Xiao Hei's egg. He activated the Eye of Insight. Void Nether Dragon Beast Egg. The egg seemed to be waiting for someone. So Xiao Hei is called the Void Nether Dragon. In the next moment, the black energy attached to Qin Chuan gathered again and merged into the egg. As if recognizing him, the egg slowly floated into Qin Chuan's hand. At this moment, Ji Chen transformed into human form and stepped out of the beast space. Master, may I take a look at this egg? Qin Chuan nodded thoughtfully and handed the egg to Ji Chen. Ji Chen looked at the egg in his arms, feeling an inexplicable closeness to the creature inside. Holding the egg, the exit soon appeared. He gently stroked the eggshell and followed Qin Chuan out of the space. Back in the outside world, Qin Chuan immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly stored Ji Chen and the egg into the space. At that moment, just as Qin Chuan was absorbed into the space, a red light shot rapidly toward the ground behind him. If Qin Chuan had been a second slower, the arrow would have directly hit the dragon egg in his hand. Looking up, Qin Chuan saw a golden elder standing high above, exuding an invincible aura, looking down at him. Young man, this item is fated to be mine. How about handing it over? The golden elder spoke first. Heh, who do you think you are? Saying it's fated to be yours? Why didn't I see you with the key? Qin Chuan retorted bluntly. He recognized this man as the old fellow who had suppressed him with his realm last time. Whoever discovers it first owns it. I found this place first, and I'm stronger than you. This egg should rightfully belong to me. The oppressive force of the Supreme Realm erupted instantly, and the elder's face darkened. He was the 8th elder of the Three-Eyed Divine Clan, and this little ant in the Divine King realm dared to defy his orders. His status was noble, his position high. How could he be ignored by a junior? You say you found it first, so it's yours? I could also say I found it first. Humph, I've guarded this place for hundreds of years. What more do you have to say? You've guarded it for hundreds of years, without breaking through, which shows you're not that impressive as a supreme realm. Audacious! The elder was furious, releasing the full pressure of the supreme realm. Boy, don't you know the supreme realm cannot be insulted? Oh, look at you, losing your temper. What a useless old man. You! The elder was completely enraged, summoning 5 beast companions as massive as mountains. Trash from a lower civilization, today I'll teach you what respect means. The 5 beasts launched their attacks, simultaneously firing 5 enormous elemental cannons directly at Qin Chuan. As long as he killed him, the dragon egg would still be his. Boom, the ground was blasted into a large pit, but Qin Chuan and the dragon egg were nowhere to be seen. The elder was puzzled when suddenly he heard shouts from his clansmen behind him. Watch out, elder! Clang! A black long blade slashed from the side, its sharp edge cutting his neck and slicing through his blood vessels. The strike succeeded, and Qin Chuan immediately teleported away without caring about the extent of the damage. The 8th elder clutched his bleeding neck. Although his beast companions helped block the injury, sparing his life, the pain was real. The wound healed slowly, but his heart was filled with humiliation. He had been injured by a mere ant in the Divine King realm? Scoundrel! You're dead! The elder's face grew darker, shifting from gold to orange. Who are you yelling at? Qin Chuan suddenly reappeared in front of the 8th elder, now holding a dark green circular saw. The saw spun rapidly in his palm, and without hesitation, Qin Chuan charged forward with the saw, aiming for the old man's neck. The old man reacted quickly, shielding his still healing neck with one hand while raising the other to block. Zzzzz, the circular saw tore into his arm, the wound widening continuously. Ah! Unable to bear it any longer, the old man produced a dagger and swung it fiercely at Qin Chuan, who nimbly dodged. By this time, the old man's arm had been sawed halfway through, his bones unnervingly tough. However, if he had reached the Supreme Realm, the situation would have been entirely different. The gap in levels was simply too vast. From a distance, Qin Chuan pulled out several pieces of contract-breaking stones and hurled them at the old man's beast companion. The stones turned to ash, but the beast remained unaffected. Just as Qin Chuan was puzzled, a burst of wild laughter rang out. Ha ha ha! A low-level civilization is just that, a low-level civilization. Contract-breaking stones aren't omnipotent. From the mythic realm onward, beasts become increasingly resistant to contract-breaking stones. To break a beast contract, you'd need at least a few million of them. Do you have that many, you trash? Ha ha ha! For the first time, the eighth elder saw Qin Chuan in such a sorry state, feeling secretly pleased. But just as his mocking words fell, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. He didn't have many contract-breaking stones, nor did he expect to use them to deal with the opponent. It was merely an experiment. Seeing the opponent open his mouth wide, ready to bite, Qin Chuan teleported behind him. Unexpectedly, the opponent was prepared. This time. Humph, the same trick won't fool me a third time. The old man sneered coldly, swinging his blade. But Qin Chuan instead appeared above his head, shoving a handful of poison needles directly into his mouth. All three attacks landed, though Qin Chuan didn't care about the damage. They were meant to thoroughly humiliate the opponent. As the poison quickly spread through his body, Qin Chuan retrieved the needles and teleported back to Blue Star without hesitation, thinking to himself, "You all can play amongst yourselves, I'm out of here." "Stop, what are you, all of you, get him." The eighth elder, kneeling on the ground and clutching his mouth in pain, struggled to give orders. The soldiers obeyed, shouting in unison, "Charge! Kill! Ha! Where is he?" The three-eyed soldiers looked around but couldn't find any trace of Qin Chuan. "Where is he?" The eighth elder's lips trembled slightly, his face darkening. The poison continued to burn through his body, sending waves of pain. "Eighth elder, it seems he ran away," one subordinate reported. Bang! The eighth elder slapped the subordinate, causing a mist of blood to spray from his face. Furious to the point of nearly exploding, the eighth elder wanted to curse, but the searing pain in his mouth forced him to hold back. He could only roar internally, "You brat, you're good, but I swear I'll make you and your entire race disappear from the universe. This isn't over." Back on Blue Star, Qin Chuan began organizing the intelligence he had just gathered. They were the three-eyed Divine Clan, and that golden old man was the eighth elder of the fifth seat. The so-called Divine Clan referred to a race with 5 supreme peak powerhouses. The three-eyed Divine Clan had 6 supreme peaks in total, each belonging to one of 6 seats, with 9 elders under each seat. After digesting this information, Qin Chuan sat on the sofa. Before he could even get comfortable, Ji Chen emerged from the spatial dimension. The little guy looked at Qin Chuan with eager eyes. Qin Chuan smiled and took out the dragon egg from the spatial dimension, handing it to Ji Chen. Ji Chen was very fond of the dragon egg, so much so that he rarely spent the night outside. He found a room, took the egg inside, and stayed there. The next morning, Qin Chuan began tidying up the villa, packing all the useful and fun items in preparation for heading to the Magic City. Once everything was ready, he focused his thoughts and, in the blink of an eye, arrived in the Magic City. In a dark alley. In the Magic City, a delinquent boy and girl were busy doing something they shouldn't. Piece by piece, their clothes came off, and they were about to go even further. Suddenly, Qin Chuan appeared at the end of the alley, his back to them. The two froze at the sight of a living person suddenly appearing, much like hearing that a place had no police, only to find out it was actually a police station. The two lost all passion, their faces pale, cold sweat streaming down as they hurriedly picked up their clothes and bolted, as if caught red-handed. They didn't scream, but their hearts were in turmoil. This scare made them swear never to meet with the opposite sex in such dark alleys again. Qin Chuan turned around and saw them running out of the alley, freely sprinting down the streets of the metropolis, and remarked, "People in big cities are indeed bold." With a casual wave of his hand, he activated his talent, over-limit sensing. In the next moment, Ji Chen, holding the egg, appeared before him. Qin Chuan didn't bother to hide and straightforwardly let him follow. Being the strongest on the surface, what was there to fear? Non-humanoid large beasts weren't allowed to appear in cities casually, but Qin Chuan was already prepared to face anything. Activities required either a small size or the ability to transform into a humanoid form. As Qin Chuan stepped out of the alley, he saw a pink truck parked there. Inside the transparent compartment was a beast egg and a pile of rare materials. Large words were written on the truck's glass, "Happy full month, little treasure. Mommy loves you." The truck's appearance immediately caught the attention of passers-by, as the beast egg inside was of legendary level, almost reaching mythical grade. The materials beside it were also precious and rare, though still far inferior to what Qin Chuan held. Despite this, it attracted envy and jealousy from many beast tamers. Some even recorded videos and uploaded them online, sparking heated discussions. People lamented that being born into the right family was the most important choice in life. Some had worked diligently for decades but couldn't compare to the luck of being born into a wealthy family. Those who said such things were full of envy and helplessness. Although the items in the truck were tempting, no one dared to steal them. After all, the writing on the truck made it clear that it was from the Lee family of the metropolis. Only the Lee family could be so extravagant, and they even had a child who had just turned 1 month old. The Lee family was a powerhouse in the metropolis, and no one dared to provoke them lightly. Though the Lee family was strong, they were principled and never bullied ordinary citizens. If anyone in the family bullied civilians, they would be immediately expelled from the family, and all their assets would be confiscated. Qin Chuan looked at the beast egg in the truck. It wasn't even mythical grade, legendary was already its peak. The materials weren't particularly special either. Anything he casually took out would be far superior to what was in the truck. TSK, how boring. I thought it'd be impressive. Qin Chuan swaggered down the street with the egg in his arms, attracting plenty of attention. However, no one dared to stop him. After all, people in the metropolis had seen a lot, and besides, he was already level 80 at such a young age, not an ordinary person and definitely not someone to mess with. Recently, with the national competition in the metropolis approaching, many strong individuals were arriving from other cities to watch, which was quite normal. Qin Chuan found a villa according to his needs. Luxurious and beautiful, it was close to the Sacred Beast Academy. This was what a first-tier city's villa should be like, completely incomparable to those in Linshui City. The villa was 7 stories high, with small elevators between each floor. The entire building had 2 large elevators, and pressing a button would take you from the first floor to the 7th in 10 seconds, without making ordinary people dizzy. Each room was equipped with a ventilation system, every floor had a full set of cleaning robots, and there was an intelligent housekeeper. The rooftop was transformed into a garden, offering a direct view of the Sacred Beast Academy. The yard had a fish pond, an outdoor swimming pool, and a medicinal garden. This villa area was specifically designed for the students participating in the competition to rest. The seller initially didn't want to sell, but Qin Chuan offered an extremely high price, and revealed a hint of his divine king realm aura, making it clear that competing with him was futile. Selling it would not only avoid trouble but also bring a significant profit. Qin Chuan also felt that solving problems with money was better than resorting to force. He wasn't short on money anyway. If he had to use force, it might alert Lu Yong, which would be troublesome. And so, Qin Chuan moved into the luxurious villa. A day later, the contestants began arriving one after another. Arriving 3 days early was to adapt to the environment and perform at their best during the competition. The organizer led them into the villa area, explaining that there were plenty of rooms, and aside from the central building, they could choose any other villa freely. Many contestants were overjoyed. For those from ordinary families, staying in a villa was a dream come true. Hearing that they could stay in a villa during the competition, they were thrilled. However, not everyone was satisfied, especially the contestants from the capital. My dad said that every villa here belongs to us, especially the one in the middle. It's definitely ours. These people were top-tier beast tamers from prominent families in Kyoto, here to participate in the competition, so of course, they had to stay in the most luxurious villas. Everyone, I'm really sorry, but that villa has already been sold. There's nothing we can do. Enough. The accompanying protector said coldly, here, strength is what matters. With me here, young master, if you want to take it, just take it. Don't be afraid. Uncle Chen is right. If they dare to take our villa, they'd better be ready for a lesson. Chen Su stepped forward, preparing to kick the door. The staff member tried to stop him, but Uncle Chen placed a hand on his shoulder, rendering him immobile no matter how much he struggled. Chen Su walked to the door and shouted, whoever's inside, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the door. Don't be impulsive. Thud, the door didn't budge an inch, but instead, Chen Su felt a heavy pain shoot through his foot. Ah! It hurts so much. This door is made of starfall steel. It can withstand a full-force attack from a diamond-level beast tamer, the staff member whispered. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me. Young master. Uncle Chen hurriedly helped Chen Su, who was clutching his foot, off the ground. Chen Su awkwardly stood up, and Sunze from the team stepped forward. This time, instead of kicking the door, he pressed the doorbell. The ding-dong sound echoed through every floor of the villa. On the 5th floor, Qin Chuan, who was watching short videos, heard the doorbell and frowned. Someone's here? He teleported to the 1st floor entrance and easily opened the door. What do you want? The people outside were surprised to see a young man in his early 20s answering the door. They had assumed the villa's buyer was a middle-aged tycoon, and that they'd have to rely on Uncle Chen for a fight. Now that a young man had opened the door, things seemed much easier. I'll give you a chance. Leave the villa now, and we'll let you off the hook. Qin Chuan tilted his head. Sun Zhe stammered as he explained the situation, and Qin Chuan finally understood. Oh, I see. Sun Zhe put his hands on his hips, full of confidence. Anyway, we're only staying for a few days. Once we leave, this villa will still be mine. Got it? Then leave quickly. My team members need to rest. Leave? Shouldn't it be you who leaves? The Kyoto group fell silent. Sun Zhe was about to speak when Chen Su secretly peeked inside the villa. He saw a humanoid beast holding an egg. Wait, what's that? Chen Su pointed at Ji Chen inside the villa. The others also leaned in to look and saw the egg in Ji Chen's arms. The team captain, Long family's young master Long Jinrui, immediately recognized that the egg was extraordinary. Where did that egg come from? What does it have to do with you? Qin Chuan replied with a smile. How dare you? Do you know who we are? The Long family's protector was about to scold him but was stopped by Long Jinrui. 2 billion, and I'll give up this villa. Sell me that egg. How about it? His words left everyone stunned. Not for sale. If there's nothing else, please leave. Long Jinrui's face darkened, not expecting the other party to be so disrespectful. How bold! How dare you disrespect the young master? Do you know who we are? The Long family's protector roared, and the other family protectors' gazes turned cold as well. At the same time, a powerful aura pressed down on Qin Chuan. But Qin Chuan wasn't just a humanoid beast, they had those too. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. And Qin Chuan made the first move. With a single punch, he easily sent 5 protectors flying. Of course, he had held back his strength. The entire team was dumbfounded. Uncle Chen! Chen Su cried out. What uncle? Qin Chuan replied coldly. Slap! With a single slap, Qin Chuan knocked Chen Su to the ground. This brat had drawn everyone's attention to Ji Chen. Slap! Another slap sent Chen Su flying. The commotion attracted the attention of other competing students. When they arrived to see what was happening, they were all shocked. Aside from the beaten Chen Su and the protectors who had been sent flying, the remaining 2 men and 2 women from the Kyoto team had all been slapped in the face by a single young man. Slap slap slap, the nearby Long Jinrui and others didn't escape either. Qin Chuan slapped each of them and then tossed them out like garbage. Seeing these young people being so arrogant, Qin Chuan decided to give them what they loved most, a big slap in the face. The participating students present were dumbfounded. These people were geniuses from top families in Kyoto, favorites to win the championship. Not only that, but even their guardians were sent flying. Oh, my God, which school is this student from? Whose subordinate is he? Isn't he afraid of trouble from the Kyoto families? He's so strong, we all need to be careful. Everyone whispered and complained. Suddenly, someone pointed out, wait, he doesn't have a contestant badge on his chest. He's not a participant. Everyone looked and confirmed that Qin Chuan indeed wasn't wearing a badge. The team leaders had instructed that contestants must always wear their badges. Without a badge, he was basically not a participant. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, someone inquired with the organizers and found out that the Kyoto group had been too arrogant, trying to forcibly take a villa someone else had bought, only to be severely taught a lesson by the other party. The crowd immediately started mocking them. Ha ha, aren't you Kyoto people always so arrogant? Now you've hit a hard wall. This is hilarious. The way they were thrown out by the big shot looked like boneless dogs. The 5 guardians got up, realizing they had caused big trouble, and quickly knelt before Qin Chuan to apologize. It was our lack of judgment, we mistook you for someone else. Please, senior, don't take it to heart. If you're still angry, take it out on us. We can handle it. The kids still have to compete, they can't afford to get hurt. We're willing to bear the consequences. Uncle Chen, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhou, Long Jinrui and the others also stood up and knelt before Qin Chuan. They no longer cared about the ridicule from others. Being able to instantly defeat 5 guardians, their families could never afford to provoke someone like this. Compared to their families, their pride was insignificant. This society respects the strong, and seeing how easily Qin Chuan defeated them, it was clear he hadn't even used his full strength. They were convinced, and even if they weren't, it wouldn't matter. Qin Chuan could clearly hear what these kneeling people were thinking. the children of great families, were indeed arrogant, but not foolish. They weren't arrogant enough to look down on everything. Not bad, knowing when to yield and when to stand tall. Much better than those brainless second-generation types who only exist to serve as cannon fodder for the protagonist. In this competition, they would likely encounter Lu Yong. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan suddenly had an idea and immediately took the 5 kneeling people to a desolate area. Say, Senior, what are you? Long Jinrui was shocked. Qin Chuan was using such an extraordinary method. Was it relying on some space-type beast's life-bound weapon? Were they going to be silenced? I ask, you answer. Understand? The group nodded repeatedly like pecking chickens. Can you make it to the finals? Probably, yes. They exchanged glances, answering hesitantly. I need you to help me deal with someone during the competition. This. Long Jinrui and the others looked troubled. Killing was strictly forbidden in the competition, a rule all families had to follow. I'm not asking you to kill him, I want you to disrupt his mindset. But what if he doesn't make it to the finals? He definitely will. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. During the competition, can beast tamers use life-bound weapons? Long Jinrui and the others shook their heads. Beast tamers themselves can't use them. But if their strength is high enough to raise their beasts to level 90, then they can. But in that case, there's no need to participate in the competition at all. This was within Qin Chuan's expectations. If the competition allowed the use of life-bound weapons, the great families would simply bring out their strongest weapons and easily crush the competition. Ordinary contestants would have no chance. Qin Chuan had originally thought about lending the sword he obtained from the Yamata no Orochi to them, but now it seemed unnecessary. However, Qin Chuan had an even better plan. Summon all your beasts. Long Jinrui and his group looked puzzled but still followed the instructions, summoning all their beasts. Qin Chuan walked up to one of Long Jinrui's beasts and stuffed a life tree fruit of the corresponding attribute into its mouth. The beast's strength instantly doubled. Qin Chuan fed it another fruit, and its strength nearly doubled again. Long Jinrui was stunned. He had no idea what this thing was or how it could be so powerful. Ignoring their astonished gazes, Qin Chuan fed 2 corresponding attribute fruits to each beast. When you encounter Lu Yong from the Sacred Beast Academy on the battlefield, hit him hard. Make sure to provoke him as much as possible. Crush his confidence however you can. If you let him take first place. Qin Chuan turned around with a sinister expression. Then your families might as well cease to exist. Don't doubt whether I can do it. From the start, you never stood a chance. Qin Chuan's words made Long Jinrui and his group break out in cold sweat. We will do everything we can to stop Lu Yong. After returning to their guardians, their strength suddenly increased by a level. The best villas had already been chosen, so Long Jinrui and his group had to settle for a passable one. At this point, they no longer cared about the environment. Surviving Qin Chuan's wrath and gaining such a boost in strength was already a huge stroke of luck. But if they lost to Lu Yong, not only their families but even their own lives would be at stake. Someone so highly regarded by their senior was definitely no ordinary character. Long Jinrui and his group could only wait anxiously for the competition to begin. On Lu Yong's side, Ding, System Task Issued, claimed first place in the National Beast Taming Competition. Rewards, Quality Enhancement Potion *1, Double Experience Card *5. Failure Penalty, all beasts levels drop by 10, highest level beasts quality decreases. Failure is still called a reward? System, are you serious? Regardless of the failure penalty, Lu Yong now had 5 beasts, all capable of fighting above their level. So what? If those diamond-level teams in Kyoto were strong? They just got lucky. If it were him, he would have reached God level long ago. If he faced them, there was no doubt he would win. The first place reward for the national competition was a mythical quality beast, along with the chance to choose the successor of that God-level exotic beast. It was currently the only God-level exotic beast that had not been contracted but stood on humanity's side. In other words, with a bit of luck in its favor, he could easily obtain 2 mythical quality beasts. Lu Yong already considered first place to be in the bag. Why? Because he had the system. It was said that the exotic beast was female, and he was fully confident. With his handsome appearance and immense potential, Qin Chuan was certain he could claim all the rewards from this competition. The news of Qin Chuan beating up Long Jinrui's group quickly reached the Sacred Beast Academy. the academy sent the vice principal and the dean to approach him, hoping to invite Qin Xuan to teach some practical combat techniques to the students. The terms of payment were negotiable. Qin Xuan refused without hesitation. He lacked nothing, and there was no need to learn techniques, strength was everything. The day before the competition began, Qin Xuan went out for a stroll. Ji Qin stayed home to look after the egg, while Yaoxiao and Tianyu accompanied Qin Xuan. The streets of the Magic City were bustling at night. The two companions went into almost every shop to look around, but bought nothing, behaving like tourists. Every time they entered a shop, Qin Xuan would wait at the door for them to come out before continuing on together. He wasn't worried about them getting lost but rather about not being able to keep up. If they ran too fast and bumped into pedestrians, it would be troublesome. Passing by a barbecue shop, they noticed exotic beast meat being grilled inside. Qin Xuan was curious. Exotic beast meat used to have a fishy smell, so how were these people eating it so enthusiastically? After asking around, he learned that after the world level increased, many new rules were added to Blue Star. Some were unfavorable to humans, while others were a great help. The method to remove the fishy smell was to completely drain the blood from the exotic beast, as the odor was only in the blood. After this treatment, exotic beast meat not only lost its fishy smell but also tasted and felt much better than regular livestock. Qin Xuan took a bite and found it exceptionally delicious. The flavor was truly a pleasant surprise. The next day, the competition officially began. Qin Xuan arrived at the venue and found a seat. Beasts couldn't buy tickets, and Yaoxiao and Tianyu were unwilling to return to their space, so they stood beside Qin Xuan. After the host explained the rules, the competition started. The first match was Dongfeng University versus Chengjiang University. The competition followed a best-of-3 format, and the contestants from both schools tested each other on stage. The intensity wasn't high, it was just an appetizer. Qin Xuan and the audience knew the real excitement was yet to come. After a few more matches, the team from Sacred Beast Academy finally appeared, and Qin Xuan immediately spotted Lu Yong. This was a great opportunity. Qin Xuan instructed Ling to observe Lu Yong carefully. He's not a luck bearer, his luck isn't strong, about the same as an ordinary person, Ling reported. Before Qin Xuan could respond, Ling added, "Let me take a closer look." "Master, he's actually a transmigrator, and he has a system." Qin Xuan exclaimed in surprise. This was intense. Without luck, it would be much easier to deal with him. However, where did this system come from? Acting rashly might cause trouble. First, he'd disable Lu Yong's beast. As long as the person wasn't killed, it would be fine. Qin Xuan also learned that Lu Yong was a notorious flirt, so he decided to see how long Jin Rue and the others would handle him. Sacred Beast Academy won the first round, and Lu Yong was sent out directly for the second round. The opponents summoned 4 beasts, but Lu Yong simply raised his hand and summoned the pure water phantom spirit. Both the opponent and the audience were stunned. Lu Yong seemed to see through their thoughts, raised a finger, and said with exaggerated flair, "To deal with a little chicken like you, one is enough." The crowd erupted in an uproar. The opponent felt insulted, and their beasts immediately surrounded the pure water phantom spirit, launching an attack simultaneously. But Lu Yong smiled faintly. The pure water phantom spirit gathered 2 water balls in its hands, merging them into a larger one. Then, a thick water jet shot out from the ball. What happened next shocked everyone. The pure water phantom spirit controlled the water jet, making it spin rapidly. The opponent was startled, and the spinning water jet swept across, instantly knocking down all the beasts. Lu Yong's lips curled into a smile. This was a move he had learned from a game he used to play. Although the method had some limitations, it couldn't pass through walls or pierce enemies, the effect was still very impressive. Before long, the opponent's 4 beasts couldn't hold on and fell one after another. The host announced Sacred Beast Academy as the winner, and the audience erupted in cheers. "Senior Lu is amazing. Senior Lu, I want to have your children. Senior Lu, can you loosen the gender restrictions a bit? I want to try too." Before the person could finish speaking, a group of boys covered their mouth and dragged them away. "Didn't you notice Senior Lu's move just now? It's incredible. The attack range even has anti-air capabilities. A no-dead angle sweep. I thought he'd go for a one-on-one, but he used that move to instantly defeat the opponent. This feels like cheating. Will it get nerfed in the future?" Qin Xuan also found the move interesting and planned to try it out with Wei and the others later. However, he also noticed its flaws. With this fighting style, given his strength, he could at most deal with small to medium-sized wild monsters weaker than himself. In reality, it was still single-target damage, the spinning motion merely compensated for speed. If surrounded by a large group of beasts, the kill speed would definitely fall behind the rate of being attacked. Against stronger enemies, spinning would make it easier to get interrupted and attacked at close range. Some spectators also analyzed this flaw. The opponent's school's contestant sighed and admitted defeat, stepping off the stage. But as he walked away, Lu Yong's mocking voice came from behind. "Heh, you lasted such a short time. Only trash uses male beasts." This comment echoed through the venue via the loudspeaker, and the entire arena fell silent. "What did you just say?" The opponent stared at Lu Yong in disbelief. "Just stating the truth." "What? You don't agree? A grown man using garbage male beasts, are you even a man? Or are you a woman? That's hilarious. Learn from me, all my beasts are female. That's why you're all weak. You, humph." The opponent didn't want to argue further and turned to leave. "What? Got upset because I hit the mark? Dean of the Sacred Beast Academy, is this how your academy teaches students?" The opposing dean couldn't help but step forward, his face livid. Before the Sacred Beast Academy's dean could respond, Lu Yong started provoking again. "What? Want to bully me? My master is the frost goddess, dare to try touching me?" The audience fell into dead silence, with only Lu Yong's arrogant voice echoing. Apart from minors and a few weak individuals who had only contracted one beast, almost everyone in the audience had male beasts. Even the divine-level beastmasters present looked grim. Lu Yong's words had practically insulted everyone there, including his master, Long Yu. Long Yu's face darkened. She knew Lu Yong was usually arrogant, but arrogance didn't equate to recklessness. Being her disciple didn't mean he could act so brazenly, especially not in public. Strength and gender, did they have any correlation? Long Yu began to reassess this disciple, her gaze as cold as ice. Qin Xuan couldn't help but admire him. Truly bold in words and actions, even with family present, he dared to act so arrogantly. The national competition was being broadcast live, and his words were heard clearly by audiences nationwide. If he won first place, it might be fine, but if he didn't, he would likely become a national laughingstock. What a joke. As a transmigrator, where's your intelligence? But since you've handed me such a great opportunity, of course, I won't let it slip, ha ha. In the audience, Long Jinrui and others looked extremely grim. Now they understood why Qin Xuan was so fixated on Lu Yong. They wanted to rush up and beat him up right then and there. Does he think he's an emperor? Treating beasts like a harem, always thinking about women, has he gone mad? And learning from him would only make things worse. This kind of person is simply a disgrace to the Beastmaster world, a shame to all Beastmasters. With his character, how does he deserve to tarnish the title of national competition champion? Lu Yong's words instantly ignited public outrage, causing an uproar online. Many media outlets directly edited his words into clips, barely processed, and they garnered millions of views. Breaking news. Genius Lu Yong turns out to be this kind of person. Shocking. Lu Yong dares to lay hands on beasts. Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Attention, this Lu Yong, originally the top genius of Sacred Beast Academy. One video after another was released, with countless angry comments below. I never thought Lu Yong would dare lay hands on beasts. I used to be a fan of his, ugh. I always felt he was unreliable, and now I know he's truly a scumbag. You jealous fools. Lu Yong, my dear, I'm willing to give you my first time. Moa. That fatso above, go spend your life with your perverted Lu Yong and catch some diseases while you're at it. I'm a girl, and I'm sickened by Lu Yong's actions, so I've decided to infiltrate his harem. Support the comment above. Support the comment above. Support the comment above. The internet was in chaos, yet Lu Yong's expression remained as cold as ever. As long as I'm number one, what right do these trash have to criticize me? Don't like me? Then go die. Lu Yong didn't notice the disdain. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, the finals began. Competing were the Long Jinrui team from Kyoto against Lu Yong's team. Each side had one match, and the next would determine the victor. Both teams sent out their strongest fighters. Lu Yong glanced at Long Jinrui with disdain, wanting to show those aristocratic families who the real genius was. He could already see the championship trophy beckoning to him. Long Jinrui also stared coldly at Lu Yong, surprised that such an unworthy opponent had made it to the finals. Whether for the sake of that senior or for himself, he was determined to crush this guy. The two locked eyes, the tension palpable, the atmosphere charged with killing intent even before the fight began. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. Does your family know? Did I say anything wrong? All the way here, has anyone defeated my beast? A man should contract a female beast. Impressive. But Long Jinrui stared at him and said coldly. Lu Yong's expression remained calm as he replied icily, "This isn't ancient times, and you're not an emperor. I've heard of you. You were targeted by the cult as soon as you started to show promise, almost losing your life. I know all about your so-called great achievements. When the cult captured your sister, where were you? Senior Lang led the rescue team and saved her. Who protected your family? When the city lord's mansion led troops to fight the cult head-on, where were you? Without the seniors risking their lives to protect you, do you think you'd still be alive today?" Long Jinrui sneered mockingly, glanced at Lung Yu in the judge's seat, took a deep breath, and continued, "They protected you like this, do you deserve it? Without others supporting you, you're nothing. You're just a coward who hides behind others and only cares about yourself. Clearly lacking ability, yet you insist on putting on airs, you're nothing but a useless waste." Every word pierced Lu Yong's heart, blocking the words he had intended to say. Seeing Lu Yong's face turn red with anger, Long Jinrui felt a sense of relief. This was the effect the seniors wanted to see. He scanned the audience and caught sight of Qin Xuan staring at him with a meaningful smile, which sent a chill down his spine. As long as he followed the senior's instructions and humiliated Lu Yong mercilessly, it would be enough. This was just the beginning. Lu Yong's nightmare had only just begun. Lu Yong roared furiously, summoning 5 battle beasts with a wave of his hand. Long Jinrui was not to be outdone, and the beasts from both sides clashed instantly, creating shockwaves over 10 meters high. How is this possible? Lu Yong was shocked. His battle beasts had always been trained toward the strongest direction, and logically, he should have been able to win easily. Long Jinrui frowned. Although he had only used 40% of his strength, Lu Yong was able to fight him to a draw, even though his level was 1 tier higher than Lu Yong's. Lu Yong's battle beasts were too strange. If Qin Xuan hadn't helped him improve his strength significantly, he might have actually lost to Lu Yong. Thinking of this, Long Jinrui didn't hesitate to unleash his full power. Under the full force suppression of Long Jinrui's battle beasts, Lu Yong's beasts were pushed back step by step. The green-haired turtle he had bought long ago had evolved into a powerful Xianling turtle. But even the Xianling turtle, known for its defense, couldn't withstand several fierce attacks from Long Jinrui's beasts. Block that shadow elfin flame. Lion Tiger, focus on taking down that tiger. Windwing Messenger, hold off that bird. As Long Jinrui continued to issue commands, Lu Yong's beasts were forced into retreat. In the audience, the crowd cheered and applauded enthusiastically for Long Jinrui. Lu Yong's previous arrogant remarks had completely shattered his image in the eyes of the audience. At this moment, he was no longer the hero representing the children of humble families but a self-important, arrogant, and sharp-tongued petty man. Such a person, even if they became stronger, would only bring trouble. Lang Yu also made up her mind. After this match, regardless of the outcome, she would no longer acknowledge Lu Yong as her disciple. She couldn't understand where he got the courage to be so outrageously arrogant. "Master, I can't hold on anymore." The Xianling turtle cried out urgently, her voice trembling like a little girl on the verge of tears. Long Jinrui's beasts were too strong, she simply couldn't withstand them. Long Jinrui sneered and continued to mock, "Can't hold on anymore? You were so arrogant before the match. I think you're nothing but hot air. Where's your strength now? Keep being arrogant. What's the matter? Not so tough anymore." Meanwhile, some of Lu Yong's die-hard fans in the audience were still shouting encouragement. "Brother Lu Yong, you can do it. Brother Lu Yong, knock him down. Damn Long Jinrui, you're only bullying people because your level is higher, it's so unfair." On stage, Long Jinrui couldn't help but laugh. "Senior Lu was really lucky, even ghosts wouldn't dare to drain your energy." Lu Yong's confidence was shattered, but seeing his beasts being pushed back step by step, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a card. A battle power doubling card. When used, it doubles the battle power of beasts for 10 minutes, but they will enter a weakened state for the next half hour. This was Lu Yong's treasured possession, with only one card, originally intended for life-saving use in critical moments. But the stakes of losing this time were too high. Not only would the entire team drop 10 levels, but his Chiyuan spirit bird would also lose 1 grade in quality. The loss was too severe. The decline in quality won't change its appearance, but it means its potential is directly downgraded by 1 level. When other beasts evolve to mythical quality, the Crimson Origin spirit bird will only count as legendary quality. Forget about canceling the contract. After canceling, you won't even be able to contract a legendary quality beast. Not even the system can solve this problem. He is a genius, destined to dominate this world, a king, surrounded by beauties. He absolutely cannot let such a thing happen to himself. Without hesitation, he activated the battle power doubling card, and instantly, the power within his 5 beasts surged. I feel full of power. Lu Yon's beast stood up again and began counterattacking Long Jinrui. The pure water illusion spirit let out a delicate cry, rushed to the center of the field, and prepared to spin and shoot again. Lu Yon's beasts' strength skyrocketed, and Long Jinrui immediately felt it. Now Lu Yon's beasts could barely hold back Long Jinrui's, their strength at least doubled. The longer the fight went on, the more Long Jinrui found Lu Yong strange. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, immediately instructing the blazing Lion Tiger beast to set a trap in the center of the field, just to counter this move. Just as the pure water illusion spirit was about to shoot, a water column, flames suddenly erupted beneath its feet. Immediately after, a pillar of fire shot into the sky, striking the pure water illusion spirit. Ah! The pure water illusion spirit screamed as the scorching flames continuously evaporated its small water-formed body. Shaoling. In the competition, beasts can be repeatedly summoned and withdrawn as long as they haven't lost and the beastmaster hasn't conceded, allowing the battle to continue. Lu Yong reached out and shouted, but he didn't dare rush forward to retrieve the pure water illusion spirit, fearing the impact, so he could only stand there. On the other side, Long Jinrui's blazing lion tiger beast was being attacked by the Rift Sky Spirit Tiger and the Shadow Spirit, and it was about to be hit in a vital spot. The other beasts were being held back and couldn't help. At this moment, Long Jinrui rushed forward toward the blazing lion tiger beast. Just as the attack was about to land, he successfully entered the retrieval range and recalled the blazing lion tiger beast into its space, blocking the attack. He then quickly summoned the blazing lion tiger beast again and retreated to the rear. The reappearing blazing lion tiger beast was furious and immediately launched a full-force attack on the weaker shadow spirit. Ah! The shadow spirit was heavily struck, groaning in pain, still in a lowly voice. A family sat around a large LCD TV, watching the live broadcast of the finals. They were Lu Yon's parents and sister. Go, brother! Lu Ting cheered for her brother in her heart. As for the controversial remarks Lu Yong made a few days ago, they didn't care at all. Boys, what's wrong with having more women? Their son was such a great figure, he should have more women. Lu Ting also strongly agreed with her brother's words. Suddenly, a stone shattered the glass with a piercing sound. Before the family could react, more stones flew in, and even beastmasters broke in through the door. What are you doing? My brother is Lu Yong. Don't believe my brother will have the Justice Bureau arrest you. Lu Ting shouted angrily, but no one paid her any attention. A group of people rushed in, pointing fingers at the family, and some even threw stones and rotten eggs directly. Lu Yon's address had been exposed online by Qin Xuan, and the post was quickly screenshotted and spread wildly. Although the post was swiftly deleted by the platform, it was too late, and people nearby flocked to the location. Qin Xuan didn't care about any of this. He said, I'm just an orphan. If anyone has the ability, they can do whatever they want to. Me. Anyway, this family was never good to begin with. On the stage, 2 of Lu Yon's beasts were severely injured. He gritted his teeth and held on, using 2 recovery cards. But as soon as the recovery time ended, the Rift Sky Spirit Tiger and the Mystic Spirit Turtle were once again battered and bruised. Lu Yong shouted angrily, Long Jinrui. All you do is rely on level suppression. What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, don't use level suppression and fight me one-on-one like a man. The foolish female fans in the audience immediately echoed his words. Exactly. Long Jinrui, are you even a man? Referee, this is unfair. We demand a rematch. Hearing these supportive voices, Lu Yon's arrogance grew even more. Hiding behind your beasts, what kind of skill is that? Do the rich and powerful only know how to bully the weak? Long Jinrui, even if you win, it's through dishonorable means. Long Jinrui couldn't help but laugh. Cheating himself, losing, and then blaming others for being too strong, what? A joke. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. The fact that you can stand here and compete with me is the greatest fairness. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Jinrui's beast charged forward again. Lu Yong panicked, flipping through his system backpack, but all that was left were useless items. This time, all of Lu Yong's beasts were defeated. However, Long Jinrui didn't rush to end the battle, as that would be too easy on Lu Yong. He surrounded Lu Yong's last remaining beast with the 4 beasts he had already knocked down. Then he walked up to Lu Yong and kicked him directly in the groin. Don't you like taking concubines? Let's break this rotten bone of yours first. Ah! Long Jinrui, don't bang. Another punch landed hard on Lu Yong's face. Did I give you permission to speak? Good. Good. The audience erupted into deafening cheers, completely drowning out the screams of Lu Yong's foolish female fans. Long Jinrui kicked him relentlessly, one kick after another, until blood flowed from Lu Yong's groin. At this point, Lu Yong was in so much pain that his legs went weak and he could barely stand. But Long Jinrui grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Didn't you say I only hide behind my beasts? Well, here I am now. Long Jinrui's other hand formed a fist and began pounding suddenly. A kneeling woman shouted loudly, even if he is 99% at fault, are you completely blameless? Security! There's a disturbance here, take her out. A group of uniformed security guards rushed over, grabbed the woman, and started dragging her out. Let go of me. Why are you grabbing me? Let go. The fight continued, and Lu Yong panicked. He wanted to admit defeat, but his front teeth had been knocked out, making his speech unclear, and the referee wouldn't accept his surrender. He could only watch helplessly as Long Jinrui's fists came at him again. Bang! 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 Lu Yong's face swelled like a pig's head as he collapsed to the ground. Long Jinrui, supporting himself on his knees, gasped for breath. After fighting for so long, he was exhausted. Although Lu Yong's beasts had helped shield him from injuries, they were severely wounded, and Lu Yong himself was in even worse shape. Seeing that Long Jinrui was about to strike again, the referee quickly intervened. Injuries during matches were common, but killing someone was unacceptable, at least not in the ring. As Lu Yong's last beast was besieged and left barely alive, the referee declared Long Jinrui the winner. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. As soon as the referee's announcement ended, a system notification sounded in Lu Yong's mind. Ding! You failed to win the National Beastmaster Championship. Mission failed. Failure. Rewards have been issued. Immediately after, the aura of his beasts weakened significantly. His Crimson Spirit Bird's level dropped from Epic to Excellent, with no chance of ever reaching the mythical realm again. Lu Yong wanted to break down, but his body was too weak. He could only blink helplessly. A group of security guards carried Lu Yong out like a dead dog, forcibly dragging him out of the venue and dumping him outside. This was the organizers' decision. They had no intention of sending Lu Yong to the hospital. Besides, no hospital was willing to take him in. The reason was simple: hospitals also had men with contracted male beasts, and they feared provoking the high and mighty Lu Genius, worried he might cause trouble. With Long Jinrui's victory, the Kyoto family's team unsurprisingly secured first place. Long Jinrui was awarded a mythical quality beast cub, while the other team members received legendary quality pets. The entire team was granted the privilege of being chosen by divine beasts to inherit their power. After the award ceremony, the host gave a heartfelt speech, and the live broadcast ended. In front of a television, several people in black robes, their faces obscured, were overjoyed. Who would have thought that the genius we've been hunting for a year would end up in such a miserable state? Was it intentional on his part, or did he just mess up big time? Ha ha ha, the more arrogant he was before the match, the more pathetic he is now. It's hilarious. They were high-ranking members of the cult of the evil god, naturally paying close attention to this national championship. Originally, they had planned to cause trouble midway through the competition, but Lu Yong unexpectedly delivered such a dramatic spectacle. After a brief discussion, the black-robed figures unanimously decided to hold off on any action and observe further. Watching Lu Yong get beaten so badly by Long Jinrui was satisfying for them. To be honest, even they thought Lu Yong was too arrogant and deserved a lesson. But for them, this was the perfect opportunity to recruit him. Although Lu Yong's character was poor, as long as his beasts remained intact, his potential was immense. What would a genius, betrayed by everyone and with even his family suffering tragic fates, choose to do? The answer was obvious. What are you waiting for? Send someone to recruit him. Or do you want the night god pavilion to beat us to it? Understood. Hearing the command from the leader in black robes, the others dispersed. 2 days later, Lu Yong's injuries had barely improved, but at least he could stand and walk. Over the past 2 days, he had faced rejection everywhere, becoming a rat everyone wanted to beat. Even the owner of a roadside snack stall looked down on him. When he tried to buy a grilled cold noodle, the owner cursed him for bringing bad luck, chased him away with a stool, and even packed up the stall to reopen elsewhere. At the entrances of roadside restaurants, bookstores, clothing stores, and office buildings, large red signs read, "Lu Yong and breeding pigs are not allowed inside." He urgently needed food to regain his strength. Desperate, he had no choice but to rummage through trash bins and pick out leftovers to eat. Taking a bite of the bread he found, why did it taste salty? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a mouthful of old phlegm. Filthy and disheveled, Lu Yong arrived at a hospital, where everyone inside looked at him with disgust and contempt, igniting his fury. Although no hospital was willing to admit him now, one hospital connected to his family reluctantly took him in. At the entrance to the ward, Lu Yong saw his younger sister, Lu Ting, sitting at the corner of the bed, her eyes red. Her tender face was covered with wounds caused by stones. Their mother knelt by the window, crying her heart out. On the hospital bed lay a middle-aged man, Lu Yong's father. At this moment, he was motionless, the ECG monitor beside him already flatlined, like stagnant water. Boom! The scene hit Lu Yong like a bolt from the blue. Trembling, he walked over, unable to believe what he was seeing was real. Our home address was leaked. Dad was surrounded and insulted by a group of people, which triggered his heart attack. Mom and I tried to take Dad to the hospital for treatment, but those people blocked us and wouldn't let us leave. Lu Ting sobbed as she recounted the events, tears streaming down her face. After hearing this, Lu Yong was consumed with rage. Bastards! Who leaked our address? I'll tear them to pieces. And those scum, how dare the man in the black robe laughed heartily. No problem, the insignificant Long family can be wiped out with a wave of the leader's hand. As for Long Jinrui, he's already on our must-kill list. We'll also arrange a safe place to protect your family. From now on, we're allies. After hearing this, Lu Yong agreed without hesitation to join the cult of the evil god. Since you're here, just stay at ease. Suddenly, another voice rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a smiling young man. It was Qin Chuan. He had long anticipated that the cult would approach Lu Yong. A genius who was undervalued in the opposing camp could easily be swayed with a little guidance. If even the cult could think of this, how could Qin Chuan not? Over the past few days, he had been keeping an eye on Lu Yong, waiting for the cult to appear. Humph, who dares come? If you're not afraid of death, I'll grant your wish. The man in the black robe sneered, coldly, raising his hand to summon his beast. In the next instant, Qin Chuan vanished, and a black long blade struck fiercely at the black-robed man's neck from behind. With one swift slash, the man was decapitated, and his beast's lifeless body fell out of the spatial dimension, pushing Lu Yong out of the alley. Qin Chuan turned and slowly looked at the trembling Lu Yong, a smile playing on his lips, as he approached step by step with his blade. Don't come any closer! Lu Yong shouted in panic. Qin Chuan produced several broken contract stones, forcibly severing Lu Yong's bond with his beast, then slashed down with his blade. Although he couldn't completely destroy Lu Yong's contract slots, his peak was now set for life. Lu Yong carried a mysterious system, so Qin Chuan dared not kill him outright, but driving him insane was an easy task. At this moment, all of Lu Yong's beasts had been killed by Qin Chuan, rendering all his previous efforts futile. He was already beginning to lose his sanity. Qin Chuan sneered, "Did you receive the message from the farm?" What message? Lu Yong stammered, trembling. "All your pets are dead." Lu Yong was so overwhelmed with rage and despair that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction, only the final step remained. He raised his blade and slowly walked toward the hospital where Lu Yong's sister was staying. Entering the ward, to prevent Lu Yong's sister from inheriting his system after he went mad, Qin Chuan first struck down Lu Ting with a single slash. Before Lu Yong's mother year is too long, and Qin Chuan didn't want to wait. He decided to venture into the universe on his own. The plan was to see if he could break through to the supreme realm before departure. If not, it didn't matter, he would directly explore the universe. During the competition, he heard about a divine-level exotic beast on the human side, which piqued his interest. He began gathering intelligence on the lightning-type exotic beast, whose specific name was kept confidential. This divine existence was discovered 150 years after the apocalypse. Its combat power was extremely strong. During a hostile beast tide, it single-handedly held off 3 divine-level exotic beasts without retreating, successfully buying precious time for the Alliance reinforcements. After arriving here through a portal, it established its territory next to a human city. If humans entered its territory and didn't do anything excessive, it wouldn't harm them. Instead, it would safely escort weaker individuals back to the city. However, this was only the case in the early days. Later, to avoid trouble, the Beastmaster Association stipulated that anyone wishing to enter its territory must hold a special pass issued by the Alliance. It also reached an agreement with humans. While it personally did not accept human contracts, it allowed its offspring to do so. However, the contractor had to be personally selected by it, and the contract had to be completed on the spot to prevent its offspring from being bought or sold. When asked why it sided with humans, it said it was because humans had once helped it, and this was its way of repaying them. After reading this information, Qin Chuan roughly guessed who it was. Following Long Jinrui into its territory, he saw a woman in a purple robe approaching, dragging a tail resembling a cat's behind her. No, Qin Chuan immediately realized that she was a humanoid beast. Behind her were 3 young leopards. Qin Chuan instantly recognized them as the legendary purple thunder leopards. However, Qin Chuan didn't reveal himself immediately, as he had come secretly. The purple thunder leopard scanned the crowd, barely glancing at anyone else, but lingered on Long Jinrui for a few moments. Then its gaze fell on one of the young leopards, which walked up to Long Jinrui. The purple thunder leopard nodded at Long Jinrui. Subsequently, Long Jinrui attempted to form a contract with the young leopard. Out of everyone present, only Long Jinrui succeeded in forming a contract, the others failed to pass the purple thunder leopard's test. As the group prepared to leave, the purple thunder leopard was about to take the remaining young leopards away when Qin Chuan suddenly appeared before it. The purple thunder leopard's eyes widened, its pupils shrinking sharply. It was a figure it would never forget. It immediately knelt respectfully before Qin Chuan. "It seems your revenge was successful," Qin Chuan said with a smile. "Thanks to you. Without your help, I could never have succeeded." "How have things been recently?" Qin Chuan asked. "Everything has been going smoothly." After chatting for a while, Qin Chuan prepared to leave. "Have you really never considered becoming someone's beast?" Qin Chuan asked. The purple thunder leopard was silent for a moment before shaking its head. It still had to guard this place and manage its subordinates. If it left, chaos would ensue, and it didn't want all its subordinates to die. It had originally intended to give one of its cubs to Qin Chuan, but the one it had just given to Long Jinrui was the most talented, while the other 2 were average. Thinking back, it regretted not giving a better one. Before leaving, Qin Chuan returned the materials it hadn't taken before to the purple thunder leopard and then departed. 2 days later, the Sacred Beast Academy began its term, and Lin Xiaoyu arrived in the Magic City. While chatting with his new roommates, he found it odd that he couldn't watch the competition due to his training at the Genius Camp. His roommate mentioned that a big shot had arrived in the Villa district outside, and not only was the champion team impressive, but even the 5 guardians behind them fought as if they were playing. Lin Xiaoyu was intrigued. Upon hearing this, a big shot in the Magic City? He decided to check it out someday. 3 days later, except for Ji Ming, all of Qin Chuan's beasts had reached level 500, achieving the peak of the Divine King realm. This time, he headed to other planets to break through to the Supreme Realm. As Slock had said, for Away and the others, breaking through to the Supreme Realm was only a matter of time, but then he encountered a problem. The monsters in the dungeon no longer gave experience after being defeated. Away was now level 501, but the highest level of monsters in the dungeon was only 500. Qin Chuan fought for another half an hour and finally confirmed a fact: after reaching the Supreme Realm, defeating monsters lower in level than oneself no longer granted experience points. This left Qin Chuan in a dilemma. How could he continue to level up? There were so many Supreme Realm creatures in the universe, could he just keep killing them? The next day, this problem was resolved. Qin Chuan discovered That Away and the others' experience points had automatically increased by about 25%. In other words, without additional sources of experience, it would now take 4 days for a beast to level up once. Qin Xuan felt this leveling speed was still too slow. How many levels were there in the Supreme Realm, and how many days would he have to wait? What he didn't know was that his speed was already the fastest among the Supreme Realm. For example, the 8th Elder of the Three-Eyed Divine Clan only gained 5% experience per day, and the higher the level, the slower the leveling speed. Knowing that Away and the others couldn't improve for the time being, Qin Xuan simply gave them a vacation, since they could be summoned back at any time, letting them roam freely on Blue Star wasn't an issue. The task of leveling up Jiming was handed over to Yaoxiao and Tianyu, who were still by Qin Xuan's side. Meanwhile, in the depths of the universe beyond Blue Star, several figures floated in the void. Their skin was blue, and they had protrusions on their heads resembling rhino horns. They were members of the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan. Years ago, Was and others fled to Blue Star to escape disaster and barely survived. They had seen traces left by Qin Xuan and dared not act recklessly, so they quietly hid on Blue Star for over 100 years. It wasn't until the world level increased that they returned to their clan to report the events of a century ago when they were hunted by the Three-Eyed Divine Clan. This incident almost triggered a war between the two divine clans, but fortunately, other divine clans intervened, preventing a catastrophe. After all, each divine clan had thousands of subordinate races, and a war would result in devastating losses. After leaving Blue Star, Was did not sever ties and continued to maintain secret communication with some Western countries on Blue Star. He saw the potential of Blue Star's humans, believing that this place produced many talented individuals, some even surpassing him in aptitude. Was himself could never break through to the mythical realm within just a few decades, especially in the Eastern Dragon Nation. Many extraordinary geniuses had emerged. In contrast, the Western Beautiful Nation was far inferior. In the Beautiful Nation, there were over a dozen shooting incidents every day. Although guns posed little threat to Beastmasters, ordinary people under the age of 18 had no way to develop. Talented civilians there had no room to grow. Therefore, Was had greater faith in the future of the Dragon Nation, believing it necessary to incorporate Blue Star's humans as a subordinate race of the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan. Even high-ranking figures in the clan had personally visited Blue Star to investigate, agreeing with Was' views and even worrying that if humans were left unchecked, they could become very dangerous in the future. With only a little over a year left until the fusion, they had to prepare in advance. At this moment, Was looked down at Blue Star from high above. Knowing that an important figure from the clan would visit Blue Star in 3 days to meet directly with the highest leader of the Dragon Nation, attempting to persuade them to become a subordinate race. Jiming's level was rapidly increasing, and Qin Xuan was about half a month away from setting off into the universe. Feeling bored, Qin Xuan used Ling's crystal ball to secretly observe the beasts he had sent out. First, he checked on Away. At this moment, Away had transformed into a human form and was swiftly traversing a forest. Meanwhile, in a cave, the 100 Fury Fox King was sitting on a throne, eating fruit, and watching a humanoid female fox dance. Besides the purple Nether Thunder Leopard, there were several other divine-level beasts of various species in the wild, including foxes, tigers, snakes, sharks, wolves, deer, whales, crows, lions, turtles, and skeletons. Each occupied its own territory, becoming a beast king. Among them, there were 2 tiger kings, 3 wolf kings, 2 shark kings, and 2 lion kings, while other species of divine-level beasts had only 1 each. The 100 Fury Fox King was one of them. Leisurely staying in its lair just as everything was calm, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared at the doorstep. This guy had 9 tails, held an exquisite folding fan in his hand, and smiled at Away. I hadn't noticed before, but being the Fox King seems so easy. How about letting me take the seat for 2 days? The Scarlet Flame Fox King's expression changed as he stared at Away. This guy was bold indeed. He hadn't been seen in the clan before, so he was probably a pet of some top-tier beast tamer. Thinking of this, the Scarlet Flame Fox King revealed a cold smile. A strong enemy delivering themselves to his door, he would be doing himself a disservice if he didn't strike. With this thought, the Scarlet Flame Fox King launched an attack without hesitation. Flames surged instantly, fiercely striking toward Away. But Away merely smiled faintly, not even moving, standing there as the attack landed. The Scarlet Flame Fox King's punches landed on Away's body without any effect, and he showed a contemptuous expression. Truly ignorant of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, this move of his could make even other top-tier beasts dodge, yet Away dared to take it head-on. Such audacity. However, as the smoke cleared, Away still stood there, holding his folding fan, smiling brightly at him. What a joke. Forget the quality gap, with this level difference, even if the Scarlet Flame Fox King scratched for a lifetime, he wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on Away. Due to some matters, I'll stop here for today. Seeing Away withstand his ultimate move without any reaction, the Scarlet Flame Fox King was shocked. Could he have used some secret technique unknown to him? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Away suddenly appeared in front of him, lightly flicking his forehead. Boom! The Scarlet Flame Fox King was sent flying, crashing through a wall. Bleeding from his forehead, the Scarlet Flame Fox King looked up in terror. Who are you? The opponent before him was clearly not someone he could handle. He was also confused. He hadn't provoked him, had he? An hour later, Away was sitting in the Fox King's original seat, while the Scarlet Flame Fox King stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. However, with the Scarlet Flame Fox King only at level 100 and Away at level 500, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even make a dent. Helpless, he had to resort to reporting on the territories of other divine beasts. Not just Away, Qin Chuan, Tun Tian, and Dili had also gone together to other divine beast territories. Most of the divine beasts there had been turned into their subordinates, with the exception of the Turtle King. Chang Shang and Lei Ming went to find the Turtle King, having heard that he was very durable. They ended up hitting a bit too hard. Unexpectedly, the Turtle King was so fragile that his shell, which seemed like mere decoration, shattered instantly, killing him. They could only repent for 5 seconds before continuing their mission. 3 days later, in outer space, UZ welcomed an envoy sent by the Rhinoceros Horn Divine clan. The two exchanged glances, and word took UZ, instantly flying to hover above Kyoto and the Dragon Nation, locking onto the tallest building, the Alliance headquarters. At the same time, inside the headquarters, Zheng Zinan was also present. He was supposed to be in the Magic City, but the day before, the headquarters had received news of strong energy fluctuations in the territories of various divine beasts. These energy levels even surpassed his own. He had come this time to retrieve a newly invented device to collect data in the abnormal areas. Others might not know, but Zheng Zinan had a pretty good guess. The only one stronger than him was Qin Chuan, and these energy fluctuations were likely caused by Qin Chuan's beasts. Although he didn't understand Qin Chuan's purpose, he was sure Qin Chuan had his own plans. To be honest, he wasn't too keen on collecting this data. After all, Qin Chuan had done him a favor, and collecting data without permission felt impolite. Just as he hesitated, 2 blue figures suddenly appeared before him. Before Zheng Zinan could react, the situation began to change. One of them exuded a terrifying pressure that even he struggled to resist. To think such a small place could produce a God-King realm. Your talent is truly astonishing, Wurst said with a smile. Who exactly are you? Zheng Zinan asked. Since you're asking so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you, I am the first elder under the 5th seat of the Rhinoceros Horn Divine clan. Proudly replied, after observing for hundreds of years, we discovered that your race has exceptional talent. So, are you willing to become our subordinate race? Why should I trust you? When did you start paying attention to us? Zheng Zinan retorted. Humph. Aura suddenly surged. Previously, Zheng Zinan could barely move, but this time, the pressure was so intense it seemed to force him to his knees. Arrogantly said, you are not qualified to question me. Zheng Zinan struggled to support himself on his knees, refusing to kneel. Gritting his teeth, he stood firm and said with difficulty, you wish. The next second, struck his chest with a palm, sending Zheng Zinan flying several meters away, coughing up blood. Crawling out of the rubble, Zheng Zinan saw approaching again. So weak. You can't even withstand 1/10 of my power. This is all you amount to. I'll give you one more chance to become our subordinate race. If you refuse, all of you will die today. Despite his severe injuries, Zheng Zinan knew he could not agree. This Rhinoceros Horn God clan surely had more than one subordinate race. To put it bluntly, subordinate races were nothing more than cannon fodder, forced to hand over treasures regularly. If they agreed, everyone on Blue Star would become sacrificial pawns. Hey, kid, have you made up your mind? My time is precious. If you don't speak, I'll take action, urged. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, his entire body stiffening, leaving Zhang Zinan confused. Shortly after, regained his composure and looked at Zhang Zinan with disdain. So, you're not the strongest person on this planet, huh? It seems the information you provided was inaccurate. Saying this, he turned his gaze to Uzi, who trembled under his stare. Ignoring Zhang Zinan on the ground, took off and flew toward the direction of Modu. 5 minutes later, arrived above the Sacred Beast Academy, his gaze locking onto a villa in the center of the residential area. Who would have thought that after hundreds of years, our people failed to discover this hidden well enough? If it weren't for my keen senses, I might have been fooled by you. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Qin Chuan sensed a powerful Supreme Realm aura. Curious, he stepped out of the villa and immediately spotted hovering in the air. Qin Chuan thought to himself, an alien? What is he doing on Blue Star? Is he here for me? Seeing Qin Chuan appear, was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. Who would have thought that on such a small blue star, there's actually a Supreme Realm being? It seems I underestimated your talent. Stared intently at Qin Chuan, his heart filled with shock. Until Qin Chuan appeared, he had always assumed the Supreme Realm being here was an outsider. He never expected it to be a native. Though Qin Chuan was currently only at Supreme Level 2, he had lived for 6,000 years. Uzi had reported that this planet had only started changing in the past 500 years. Reaching the Supreme Realm in just 500 years? Such talent was even more astonishing than the divine offspring of the Rhinoceros Horn God clan. With such talent, how could he possibly be content as cannon fodder? Others could be spared, but not Qin Chuan. If this man were allowed to grow, he would become a massive threat. No, he must be eliminated. Fortunately, this guy was currently only at Supreme Level 1, while was already at Supreme Level 2. He still had a chance. Immediately summoned all his contracted beasts, a total of 15. Among them, 5 were Supreme Level, and 10 were Divine King level. For ordinary people, starting from the Divine King realm, a new contract slot could only be unlocked every 100 levels. Qin Chuan glanced at the dozen or so beasts and sneered. Back when I was still a Divine King, I couldn't kill my enemies because of the level gap. Now that we're both in the Supreme Realm, you, Amir, Supreme Level 2, think you can kill me? With that, Qin Chuan also summoned his contracted beasts, even teleporting away and the others back from thousands of miles away. His number of contracted beasts far exceeded Erd's. Qin Chuan had never feared anyone. In an instant, over 20 beasts appeared before Qin Chuan, glaring menacingly at Erho. Erho was utterly shocked. How could he have so many beasts? He himself was at the Supreme Second Realm, and although his contract slots weren't full, he had never seen anyone with this many beasts. Could it be that he had a talent for increasing contract slots? Hesitating internally, he wasn't sure if his beasts could withstand the opponent. The two sides quickly clashed, but once the fight began, Erho's heart sank. His Supreme Second Realm beasts were not only unable to gain an advantage over Qin Chuan's Supreme First Realm beasts but were even showing signs of being suppressed. How is this possible? Erho exclaimed in disbelief. Despite his higher realm, he was being suppressed by someone of a lower realm. Even his 2 mythical quality beasts couldn't overpower the opponent's beasts, not even in one-on-one combat. To suppress across realms and remain unaffected by the pressure of mythical quality, could it be? Among the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan, some had always believed that mythical quality wasn't the highest, and that there might exist beasts of even higher quality in the universe. They just hadn't found them yet. Erho glanced at his other Supreme First Realm beasts, which were attacking one of Qin Chuan's beasts of the same realm together, yet still couldn't take it down. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. The more he analyzed, the worse the situation seemed. Within minutes of the fight, Erho, a Supreme Second Realm, was being completely dominated by Qin Chuan, a Supreme First Realm. This won't do, this guy is too strong. A mere Supreme Second Realm, like himself, couldn't possibly handle him. He had to leave Blue Star immediately and report Qin Chuan's information. These beasts might all surpass mythical quality, and to be safe, 3 elders of the clan must act together. They should bring enough contract-breaking stones to seize all these beasts. With so many beasts surpassing mythical quality, the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan could undoubtedly become the most powerful race in the universe and dominate it. Thinking of this, Urho didn't hesitate and turned to flee. Trying to run? Did I agree to that? Black Abyss, seal the space. Seeing this, Qin Chuan immediately ordered Black Abyss to seal the surrounding space. Instantly, a black semicircular barrier appeared, trapping Urho and his beasts inside, leaving no chance of escape. Damn it! Urho was trapped. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate further, drew his blade, and walked up to him, ready to slash his neck. Swish! The long blade swept across Urho's neck, leaving a thin red line. Yet not a single drop of blood flowed out, the line quickly disappeared, and the wound on his neck healed rapidly. At the same time, the neck of one of Urho's supreme First Realm beasts suddenly snapped, its head rolling to the ground. Urho hadn't even reacted. Swish! Qin Chuan swung his blade again, leaving another red line on Urho's neck. Immediately, another supreme First Realm beast's head rolled to the ground. Let's see how many more you can block. As the red line disappeared, Qin Chuan swung his blade once more. Urho's beasts fell one after another, and the mental pressure on him grew increasingly unbearable. At this point, Urho's head throbbed with pain, his body and spirit on the verge of collapse. The divine pain tormented him. Watching his beasts being slaughtered one by one, Urho knew that his position as the first elder of the fifth seat was likely lost. But he couldn't die now. He had to spread the news that Qin Chuan possessed beasts beyond mythical quality. Stop! You can't kill me! Urho frantically recalled his remaining beasts and shouted loudly. Qin Chuan paused his actions but didn't lift Black Abyss's spatial seal, wanting to hear what tricks this guy had left. I am the first elder of the fifth seat of the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan, Urho shouted. If you kill me, the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan will never let you go. Do you want your race to be annihilated? While speaking, he cursed Qin Chuan in his heart. Damn this guy, when I return, I'll definitely inform the elders about your secret of having beasts beyond mythical quality. You and your people will all be doomed. As long as I can stall him, what does strength matter? What does strength matter? In front of them, you're nothing but a bug they can crush with ease, aren't you? Qin Chuan, relying on the lucky jade pendant, directly spoke out Allah's innermost thoughts. Allah was greatly shocked. This guy can actually read my mind. This is bad. Oh, bad? What's so bad? Care to share? Qin Chuan lowered his head, staring at him, a faint sneer playing on his lips. Allah's pupils contracted sharply, a sense of danger sweeping over him. The next moment, Qin Chuan raised his blade and once again swung it towards Allah's neck. Before long, all of Allah's spirit beasts were dead. The next strike would be the one to take his life. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan let the blade fall. No! Crack! The blade rose, and Allah's head fell to the ground, flying off into the distance. Afterward, Qin Chuan commanded Heiming to lift the spatial blockade surrounding the area. As soon as the spatial barrier was lifted, the teachers and students of the Sacred Beast Academy immediately gathered around. They had sensed a powerful enemy in the villa district and rushed over, only to see a dark spatial barrier that even the old headmaster couldn't see through. When the barrier dissipated, everyone could see the scene inside the villa. The ground was clean, without a trace of destruction. The central villa was still intact. Lying on the ground, however, was a headless corpse, its entire body blue. That must have been the powerful enemy who had invaded. Even though the corpse had already grown cold, the old headmaster and several experts could still feel the immense pressure emanating from it. This oppressive aura was so overwhelming that even if everyone present joined forces, they wouldn't be a match. Who exactly was this young man? Uzi, who had just arrived on the scene, was utterly terrified upon witnessing this sight. How could there still be a supreme-level expert on Blue Star? And one capable of suppressing Elder Ulf? Blue Star is too terrifying. I want to go home. Just as he thought of fleeing, Uzi bumped into a figure. Qin Chuan was standing there, stroking his chin, smiling as he looked at him. Uzi was so frightened that he dropped to his knees. Please, spare me, my lord. I didn't do anything. Swish! Before Uzi could finish explaining, Qin Chuan's blade swiftly ended his life. Qin Chuan had no intention of handing Uzi over to the Blue Star Alliance. Uzi was now at the Divine King realm, and on Blue Star, only Zhang Zinan could barely contend with him. But Zhang Zinan wouldn't be able to stop him from escaping. Rather than letting a tiger return to its mountain, it was better to resolve the matter now. The old headmaster of the Sacred Beast Academy watched Qin Chuan descend slowly while carrying the corpse, his face full of respect. In the crowd, Lin Xiaoyu immediately recognized Qin Chuan. "Senior, it's you? So you've come to the Magic City as well?" In the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan's territory, one of the 5 great palaces stood tall. A guard rushed into the Grand Hall in a panic, muttering incessantly as he ran. The 5th seat, sitting high above, looked at the flustered guard with a complicated expression. His skin twitched slightly, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. "Can't you speak properly? Why must you act so panicked? You don't look anything like a member of the Divine Clan. Haven't I told you before? No matter how shocking the situation, you must remain calm. That is the demeanor of a true powerhouse. Now, speak. What happened?" 5th seat, the Grand Elder, he. All? Didn't he go to Blue Star for investigations, and didn't he bring a subordinate race with him? What happened to him? The Grand Elder, he. What happened to him? Speak up already. The 5th seat's face showed obvious impatience. The words were already at the guard's lips, yet he kept stammering. How infuriating. But hearing the 5th seat's reproach only made the guard more nervous, causing him to stutter even more. He. Bang! The 5th seat slammed a fist into the stammering guard, sending him flying out of the Grand Hall. Then he pointed to another guard. "You, go find out what happened to the Grand Elder and report back to me." Not long after, the 2nd guard returned, panting heavily. "5th seat, the Grand Elder is dead." Put. The 5th seat, who had been lounging on his chair while drinking, suddenly spat out his wine and shot upright. "What? The Grand Elder is dead? Impossible. Didn't he go to Blue Star? The strongest combatant there is only at the Divine King realm. How could he possibly die there? No, it must have been on the way back that he encountered an enemy. Where does the soul orb indicate he died?" "The soul orb indicates the Grand Elder died on Blue Star." The Grand Hall fell into silence. After a long moment, the 5th seat finally spoke slowly. "This matter is definitely not simple. Quickly report the situation to the other thrones. I will personally go to Blue Star." "Wait, 5th throne." At this moment, a member of the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan walked into the Grand Hall, followed by someone. It was Uzi, who had just been slain by Qin Chuan. Uzi was a genius of the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan, and to guard against unforeseen events, the clan had prepared a resurrection method for him. This kind of revival ability was exclusive to the Divine Clan, and only the thrones and the clan's geniuses were qualified to use it. Ordinary elders could not utilize it without significant achievements, and since the 5th throne elder had not made any major contributions, he was not eligible to use such a resource. 5th throne. The newcomer slightly bowed in greeting, then straightened up. "The great elder's fall on Blue Star this time was not just because we underestimated Blue Star's highest combat power." As he spoke, he glanced at Uzi beside him, signaling him to speak. "This is what happened. At that time, the Great Elder transmitted some information to me. He said that Blue Star's highest combat power is not at the Divine King realm, but at the Supreme realm. He said that person has many beast companions, and more people must be sent to deal with him. Senior, I didn't expect to see you in Magic City." Lin Xiaoyu saw Qin Chuan and happily walked up to him. The people nearby were surprised to see Lin Xiaoyu. He actually knew this big shot. Zheng Zinan, who was injured, also hurried over. Seeing Qin Chuan and the 2 headless corpses on the ground, he immediately understood what had happened. He smiled bitterly, knowing full well the vast gap between himself and Qin Chuan. Zheng Zinan walked up to Qin Chuan, saluted, and then dismissed most of the teachers and students. Afterward, he came to Lin Xiaoyu's side and explained, "This is my old friend. The fruit I gave you earlier was from him." Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. So this big shot was his master's friend? And the fruit he had casually given as a gift to the senior was actually from him? His face instantly turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed and not daring to look Qin Chuan in the eye. The scene was quite awkward. Qin Chuan glanced at Lin Xiaoyu indifferently, then turned and returned to the villa. Back at the villa, after everyone around had dispersed, Qin Chuan released his beast companions. Again. Watching them leave, Qin Chuan began to calculate. He had just killed 2 members of the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan, and their status in the clan was not low. Clearly, they would definitely come looking for trouble. He had to grow stronger quickly. Now he knew the location of the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan, but his strength was still too weak. Facing a top-tier expert, he could barely manage, but they wouldn't allow him to fight them one-on-one. If he had to face more than 2 experts at the same time, he would only be able to flee. As expected, still not strong enough. The next morning, Qin Chuan headed straight to the pet beast market to see if there were any beasts with extraordinary potential. He scoured the entire Magic City market, but found nothing. So, he went to the Beastmaster Association to browse the commission tasks. Of course, he wasn't there to help others complete tasks but to see if there were any bounties for capturing powerful wild beasts. Maybe he could find a beast companion he liked. For the first time, he took on an A-level bounty. He wanted to take on more, but his rank in the association was still low, so he wasn't qualified to take on too many. Actually, it didn't matter, too many tasks would be troublesome anyway. One was enough. As long as he had the location, he could teleport there instantly without wasting time traveling. The task was to capture a golden-grade exotic beast, the blazing rock snake. Qin Chuan teleported to its activity area and scanned the surroundings with his inside eye. Unfortunately, he didn't find the kind of exceptional beast he wanted. He directly located the blazing rock snake. Name: blazing rock snake. Attributes: fire, earth level, 47 quality. Excellent final form: flame burst meteor snake, legendary, psi. Seeing its limited potential, Qin Chuan couldn't help but frown. Impatiently, he punched the rock snake on the head, grabbed it, and sent it back to the association. He didn't kill it, because killing it would result in task failure, a cooldown period, and disruption to his plans. After handing over the half-dead rock snake to the association, Qin Chuan took on another task for a light Pegasus. After teleporting, he discovered that the Pegasus only had legendary potential, with its final form being a holy light Pegasus. It still wasn't the super potential he was looking for. He immediately beat it half to death and sent it back. Then he went to capture a nether wolf. Teleporting again, he couldn't find an ideal one. Beat it half to death, moved on to the next. Nothing, moved on to the next. Nothing, and so on. He didn't know how many tasks he'd taken, and the receptionist was dumbfounded. She had never seen someone so efficient. Ordinary people would struggle just with the travel, but he had taken on so many tasks in one go. Every place he could go had been thoroughly searched by Qin Chuan, leaving only one last task. It was a place he hadn't been to before, to capture a golden-grade shadow spider. He accepted it. "Sir, don't you want to take a break?" the receptionist couldn't help but ask. She had watched Qin Chuan take on task after task, nearly clearing out the bounty board. Moreover, he didn't even wait for settlement. He would drop off the captured beasts to confirm completion and immediately take the next task. Even with teleportation tools, no one could push themselves this hard. Even god-tier beast tamers needed rest. Qin Chuan didn't look back, just shrugged to indicate he was fine, then walked out of the guild and headed to the task location. The spider's cave entrance was right in front of him. Qin Chuan didn't rush in but first used his inside eye to scan the area. After confirming there were no beasts with super potential nearby, he slowly entered the cave. Just before entering, he slightly turned his head. In the bushes not far away, 2 figures were hiding, camouflaged. One person and one beast, their presence was deeply concealed. Using the light attribute beast to alter the light's trajectory, Qin Chuan successfully became invisible. The other party also seemed to have tools to hide their presence, making it nearly impossible for an average person to detect them. Qin Chuan didn't immediately expose them but let them continue following him. He wanted to see what they were up to after all. It wouldn't be right to accidentally harm good people. However, even as Qin Chuan entered the cave, the other party still didn't show themselves, only continuing to follow. Qin Chuan's expression darkened. It seemed they were definitely not good people. Either they were planning to ambush him or set him up. "Heh, trying to steal my spoils? Do you have what it takes, buddy? Today, I'll show you that taking advantage of me isn't so easy." Inside the cave, Qin Chuan ventured deeper, and the spider's silk grew denser. Webs covered every corner of the cave, with some holding white egg sacs. Surprisingly, there were only egg sacs and no small spiders, which puzzled Qin Chuan. The silk became thicker, and rustling sounds came from ahead. Qin Chuan immediately stopped. The area ahead was pitch black, and the rustling seemed to come from above. Activating his talent, Qin Chuan looked up. Countless small spiders densely covered the ceiling. This meant the shadow ahead was actually a massive swarm of small spiders. Qin Xuan looked again at the shadow ahead, and sure enough, there were even more spiders there than above. No wonder there were only egg sacs and no small spiders, they had all gathered here. Name, Dark Cave Venom Spider Attribute, Dark, Poison Level, 5 Quality, Excellent Final Form, Nightshade. Venom Spider, Legendary. Most of these small spiders were between levels 3 and 20, not particularly strong. Facing the swarming spider horde, Qin Xuan calmly took out the Fire Phoenix Pearl. Instantly, a torrent of magma poured out from the pearl, engulfing the shadow ahead, and the cave lit up. The scorching magma incinerated the fragile small spiders into ash. In no time, the swarm of small spiders was completely cleared by Qin Xuan, and the path ahead was unobstructed. Just as Qin Xuan was about to move forward, clack, 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 heavy footsteps echoed from deeper within the cave. Qin Xuan looked alertly in that direction. A massive spider slowly crawled out from the depths of the cave. Name, Venom Shadow Hunter Spider Attribute, Dark, Poison. Level, 60 Quality, Epic Final Form, Shadow Phantom Demon Spider, Legendary. Qin Xuan's eyes narrowed. This didn't match the bounty information. Had it evolved? The spider looked weak, as if it had just laid eggs. It slowly crawled out of the cave, emitting a low hissing sound from its mouth. Its 8 fierce eyes locked onto Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan had already drawn his bow, waiting for it to fully emerge. Come on, give me a smile. Arrows whistled through the air. SSS. Before the Venom Shadow Hunting Spider could react, Qin Xuan's ice arrow had already pierced through its body, shattering it into pieces. This creature had evolved. Once capture failed, it was no longer under the association's jurisdiction. Whether to flee or kill it, Qin Xuan knew the answer. After all, this was the last mission. Whatever he chose to do didn't matter. After killing the Venom Shadow Hunting Spider, Qin Xuan wasn't satisfied and continued deeper into the cave. Upon reaching the deepest part of the nest, he was stunned. There was only a ruptured egg sac and the corpse of a mantis with half its body missing. Qin Xuan couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that the spider? He crouched down to examine the ruptured egg sac carefully. All the spider eggs inside were destroyed, and the area around the sac was covered in thick liquid. It seemed the mother spider itself. Qin Xuan rummaged through the sticky egg sac and finally found one spider egg that was relatively intact. Venom Shadow Hunting Spider Egg. This was the egg of the Venom Shadow Hunting Spider, but it had fused with the genes of the Scythe Mantis. The combination of 2 powerful genes gave this egg immense potential. Qin Xuan looked at the egg's description and couldn't help but gasp. He glanced at the shattered spider corpse and the half-eaten mantis, marveling inwardly. This spider was way too hungry, wasn't it? At least his efforts weren't in vain. This egg could still bring surprises. Just then, he sensed the hidden figure behind him preparing to act. Suddenly, thick fog rose, obscuring Qin Xuan's vision. He only felt a lightness in his hand. The egg had been snatched away. Qin Xuan sighed lightly. All right, I'll play along. He let the figure escape the cave with the egg while he leisurely walked toward the exit. But before the thief had run 100 meters, Qin Xuan suddenly stretched out his leg, tripping them to the ground. Immediately, thorny vines rapidly entangled the thief, restraining their beast and forcing them to reveal their true form. Before him appeared a woman with a banded mask and a graceful figure. Qin Xuan stepped forward and tore off her mask, revealing a beautiful face. So, it was a beauty. At this moment, the woman was bound by the vines, her face showing a mix of shyness and anger, still clutching the spider egg tightly. Qin Xuan extended his hand and said coldly, "Give it back." The woman stubbornly denied. "What thing?" Qin Xuan, growing impatient, said, "Stop pretending. Return it, and I'll let you go." At these words, the woman froze as if struck by lightning. She was so beautiful, yet she couldn't sway Qin Xuan. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Brother, I was wrong. Let me off this time." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, as if she might cry at any moment. Qin Xuan replied indifferently, "No." The woman threatened, "Don't come closer. If you dare touch me, I'll crush the egg." Before she could finish, Qin Xuan swung his sword, sparing her life. Even if she crushed the egg, Qin Xuan could use time reversal to recover it, so he remained unperturbed. Anyone who dared target him was doomed. A beautiful thief? Ha! Qin Xuan wasn't the type to be swayed by beauty. After retrieving the spider egg, he looked at the woman and smiled harmlessly. "Come on, give me a smile." Over the next hour, Qin Chuan used his skills to dismantle her into a platter. With the Beast Master dead, her invisible beast naturally perished as well. After handling everything, Qin Chuan returned to the Beastmaster Association and briefly explained the situation. He acted convincingly, claiming the hunting spider had evolved and that he barely escaped with his life, still shaken by the experience. The staff rolled their eyes. This guy's efficiency and strength probably surpassed that of the evolved hunting spider. Qin Chuan ignored their expressions, thinking it was just a taste of the life of an ordinary beastmaster. After collecting his reward, he headed to Linghai City. He had to deal with the water-type half of Swallowing Heaven. Since he'd started, he might as well finish it in one go. He first wandered through the local pet beast shops: electric jellyfish, sea king snake, razorfish, all ornamental beasts. In the end, he found nothing and left. Disappointed, Qin Chuan let out a sigh. It seemed he had to personally take action to search. He had just left when, outside the spider cave, a few elderly men were gathered around a mutilated corpse, their faces grim. At the same time, in a mansion within Linghai City, a sharp scream and heart-wrenching cry suddenly pierced the air. "My daughter! My daughter! Who dares to kill my daughter?" A noblewoman, crying hysterically, knelt at the mansion's gate. She had just received news from the family elders that her daughter had been murdered outside the demon city. The corpse had been sliced like a steak and laid out piece by piece on a plate. When the elders arrived, several wild dogs were still gnawing on the remains, a scene that sent chills down their spines. The master of the mansion walked out at that moment. "Zhao Leixin, you must avenge our daughter. Xiner was pampered by us since childhood, never suffering any grievances. She must have endured immense pain and despair before she died. If you don't find the killer, I will take the family and search myself. Xiner, don't worry. I will find the cruel person who murdered our daughter and tear them to pieces." The man held the woman tightly, his face full of rage. "That's not enough. How could their lives compare to my Xiner? I want their entire family and all their friends wiped out, not one left alive." All right, I'll kill them all." These words were overheard by a man in the mansion who secretly admired Song Wanxin. Song Wanxin was dead? He was merely a servant who enjoyed writing male-oriented fantasy novels, where the protagonist was always surrounded by a younger sister, a childhood sweetheart who was the school belle, and a beautiful stepmother. Upon hearing the news, his heart ached as if pierced by a knife. He resolved to write a novel featuring himself and Song Wanxin as the main characters in a male-focused romantic fantasy. By the seaside, Qin Chuan was preparing to dive into the ocean in search of a beast companion, when Ling abruptly alerted him. "Master, another karmic thread has thickened. Who wants to kill me?" "The family of the woman you had plated. They're in Linghai City." Qin Chuan paused his actions. Since they were in Linghai City, he decided to resolve this karmic thread first. He flew to the skies above the Zhao Mansion in Linghai City. After receiving confirmation from Ling, Qin Chuan drew his Inferno Dragon Spear and hurled it fiercely toward the mansion's center. The spear erupted with immense power, instantly engulfing the entire mansion in its aura. Everyone inside was vaporized by the blast. Retrieving his spear, Qin Chuan was about to leave when Ling stopped him again. "Master, the family of the mansion's mistress holds considerable power in Linghai City. They will soon learn about the eldest daughter's death. Should we tell me the location?" At the Song family in Linghai City, an elderly woman ran out crying, supported by servants. "Investigate. You must find out who killed my daughter. I will annihilate their entire family." High above the Song family, Qin Chuan listened to Ling's report. His karmic thread with the Song family had also thickened. Taking a deep breath, he raised his spear once more. All this was because a woman had tried to steal something from Qin Chuan, leading to the annihilation of two prominent families in Linghai City. This tragic story serves as a reminder: male-oriented fantasy novels should focus on their male-centric plots and stop fixating on unnecessary female characters. Having dealt with everything, Qin Chuan ignored the chaos in the city and returned to the seaside. This time, nothing unexpected happened. Just as he was about to dive into the water, someone suddenly grabbed him from behind. Turning around, he saw a burly man holding him tightly, trying to drag him back to shore. "Friend, life is beautiful. Don't do something foolish. Think about your family and friends. What would they do without you? What the hell are you doing?" "I'm not trying to end my life." The commotion drew an increasing number of onlookers. To bystanders, it seemed as though one man was trying to jump into the sea while another was desperately holding him back. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Such a young man, why would he lose hope like this? Maybe he's been through too much pain. Qin Chuan's expression grew darker by the second. Suddenly, he punched the burly man to the ground, then turned to glare at the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, the crowd quickly dispersed, whistling as they scattered. The burly man, climbing back to his feet, still stood in Qin Chuan's way. Pressing a hand to his forehead, Qin Chuan patiently explained the situation. Finally, the burly man understood. It turned out that Qin Chuan was going into the sea to catch a beast, but the burly man misunderstood, thinking Qin Chuan was trying to jump into the sea to commit suicide, so he intervened to stop him. The burly man scratched his head awkwardly and kept apologizing to Qin Chuan. He then shared his own story with Qin Chuan. He once had a fight with someone important to him, and that person said they were going to jump into the sea. In his anger, he said harsh words, and the person really did jump. By the time he arrived, it was too late. This incident left him deeply remorseful, and he feared his impulsiveness might harm others again. Since then, he had stayed there every day, doing his best to stop anyone who seemed like they wanted to jump into the sea. Over time, he had saved many people, and once they calmed down, they were all deeply grateful. When he saw Qin Chuan striding toward the sea, his first reaction was to think Qin Chuan was also going to jump, so he hurried to stop him. He told Qin Chuan that the sea beasts nearby were not very aggressive, and if he wanted to find stronger ones, he would have to go to more distant waters. To make up for his mistake, he offered to take Qin Chuan out to sea on his boat. Qin Chuan didn't mind, understanding that the man meant well and knowing he wasn't lying. Hearing that he could go to the open sea, Qin Chuan agreed. Immediately, when they reached the outer sea, the burly man advised again, "Don't think I'm nagging, but this place is far from the safe zone. Even I don't dare stay here for long. Are you sure you'll be okay on your own?" Qin Chuan nodded without saying much. The man sighed, handing him a waterproof signal gun. "All right, I'll wait for you by the shore. If you surface, fire the signal immediately so I can find you right away." "There's no need. I can handle it myself. You should just head back," Qin Chuan replied. After speaking, he sat on the edge of the boat and leapt backward into the sea. Watching the boat gradually fade into the distance, Qin Chuan began to dive deeper into the water. It wasn't deep sea yet, so the underwater visibility was still relatively clear. Schools of fish swam in groups, followed by several predatory fish. Qin Chuan scanned these fish and found that their strength wasn't impressive, at most mid-level. They would immediately flee upon encountering a human. There were also many starfish-like creatures on the rocks, and occasionally, he spotted octopuses or eels. He didn't know how long he had been swimming, but soon Qin Chuan was about to enter the deep sea region. The light grew dimmer, and the schools of fish became less dense. The sea beasts here were noticeably stronger, and a few even dared to actively attack Qin Chuan, but he easily defeated them. Suddenly, over a dozen massive tentacles extended from a rock, swinging toward Qin Chuan. The tentacles were covered in suction cups, clearly belonging to a giant octopus. Name: 12 tentacle octopus. Attribute: water level, 45 quality, common excellent final form, 20 tentacle octopus, epic. Faced with the sudden attack, Qin Chuan remained calm, drawing his blade and swiftly slashing at the surrounding tentacles. The tentacles were instantly severed, causing the seawater to churn as the battle erupted. The dismembered octopus corpse scattered everywhere, and Qin Chuan's gaze quickly locked onto a fleeing figure. Without hesitation, he struck with his blade, pinning the escaping creature to the rock. The octopus was dead, but its severed tentacles continued to writhe unconsciously. Qin Chuan noticed that the octopus hadn't used all its tentacles to attack him. He was sure he had cut off all the tentacles, yet one was still moving. Following that tentacle downward, Qin Chuan discovered an ordinary sea god eel tightly entangled by it. Despite the name sea god in its title, the sea god eel's strength was generally unimpressive. Qin Chuan had encountered many such creatures along the way. However, according to books, the ancestors of the sea god eel were actually very powerful, but over time, this strong bloodline had weakened within them. Many archaeological teams exploring the sea had discovered massive skeletons, which scientists confirmed to be the remains of the sea god eel's ancestors. It was later proven that the sea god eel had an evolutionary path, but no one knew the materials or conditions required. Qin Chuan thought, no wonder it had deliberately left one tentacle. It was to capture prey. Name: sea god eel. Attribute: water level, 23 quality, excellent final form, ancient god leviathan, super divine. Looking at the sea god eel, half of its body bitten off and struggling weakly, a smile appeared on Qin Chuan's face. As long as it could be contracted, this mission would be considered complete. It was already on the verge of collapse, so Qin Xuan unhesitatingly threw a contract ball. The sea god eel had low intelligence, which would only improve after evolution, so it was quickly contracted by Qin Xuan. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan activated his talent, his heart filled with anticipation. The ancient god Leviathan, an existence of ancient god level, was undoubtedly the top overlord of the ocean. After a moment, a colossal creature appeared before Qin Xuan. Its entire body was pitch black, stretching hundreds of meters long, with pectoral fins trailing a long tail. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and 3 tendrils grew from each side of its gills. It had no scales, its skin is tough as rock, and its slender body moved freely in the ocean, stirring massive undercurrents. Qin Xuan was stunned as he looked at the giant creature. Its body was at least over 200 meters long, and it was only at level 23. How powerful would it be when it reached level 500? Truly worthy of being an ancient god, exuding an overwhelming aura. Name, Ancient God Leviathan. Attribute, Water, Ancient Level, 23 Quality, Super. God with a gentle swim, it could create 100-meter-high waves on the ocean surface. Qin Xuan named it Xiaolong. Xiaolong's linked weapon was a trident, but unlike the blue trident of the Sea King, this one was entirely black. It could gather water elements to enhance its attack power and condense into water spheres to deal heavy blows to enemies. After putting away the weapon, Qin Xuan found a few level 50+ oceanic beasts for Xiaolong to practice on. Despite the massive size difference, these oceanic beasts were no match for Xiaolong and were instantly defeated with a single bite. After taking down a few, Xiaolong's level quickly rose to 37. With Xiaolong contracted, the main objective of Qin Xuan's mission was complete, but he had no intention of stopping. Since he was here, he might as well contract a few more powerful companions. With that, he and Xiaolong swiftly swam toward the deep sea. Contracting a water-type beast significantly increased his underwater speed. As they entered the deep sea, all light disappeared. But fortunately, Xiaolong's tendrils glowed, illuminating the path ahead. Along the way, they encountered monsters, which Xiaolong casually devoured, raising its level to 56 and its body length to over 600 meters. Former ocean overlords fled far away upon sensing Xiaolong's approach, fearing being swallowed in one bite. Qin Xuan, however, couldn't be bothered with these minor creatures. Leveling up was faster in dungeons, he was just passing through for fun. Qin Xuan was merely passing by and had no intention of causing trouble. Suddenly, a tiger shark, about a quarter of Xiaolong's length, sensed the threat and lunged out from beside Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan easily dodged the tiger shark's gaping mouth, feeling a bit surprised. He hadn't expected a beast unafraid of Xiaolong's aura. Could it be a beast king? Thinking of this, Qin Xuan immediately activated his talent. Name, Sawtooth Tiger King. Shark attribute, Water, Metal Level, 98 Quality, Mythical. As expected, it was a beast king. He hadn't expected to accidentally intrude into its territory. Human, you've trespassed into my domain, the Sawtooth Tiger King shark spoke, summoning its lifebound beast weapon, a bone blade. Since you've come, don't think of leaving easily. It revealed a ferocious smile and charged at Qin Xuan. The aura emanating from Xiaolong filled it with fear. It knew that if it let Qin Xuan go today, it would face great trouble in the future. If Qin Xuan had merely passed by without intruding, it might not have cared. But since he had entered its territory, it had every reason to act. Today, it would eliminate this potential threat in one fell swoop. Facing the ferocious attack of the Sawtooth Tiger King shark, Qin Xuan remained calm. In the shark's eyes, Qin Xuan's intrusion into its territory was a death wish. But as Qin Xuan watched the charging tiger shark, he felt it was the one courting death. He drew his ice radiance sword and swung a horizontal slash toward the oncoming shark. The blade clashed with its sharp teeth, and in the next moment, the ice radiance sword effortlessly sliced through the tiger shark's body, cutting it in half from its mouth. After dealing with the Sawtooth Tiger King shark, Qin Xuan continued swimming forward with Xiaolong. He was here to find beasts to contract, not to cause trouble. After traveling some distance, Qin Xuan arrived at an undersea volcano. There are many underwater volcanic craters here, with scalding red magma spewing out, making them highly conspicuous on the seabed. The surrounding water temperature rises rapidly, and bubbles continuously emerge from the water. But for Qin Xuan, this level of heat feels like soaking in a hot spring. Many exotic beasts live here. Numerous shellfish cling to the volcanic crater's rock walls, absorbing nutrients. There are also various hard-shelled turtles and fish covered in tough scales. Some fish even swim directly into the magma. It was the first time Qin Xuan had seen fish capable of swimming in magma. Using his talent to inspect, he discovered that this fish had both water and fire attributes. Possessing two mutually opposing attributes, such exotic beasts are extremely rare and hard to come by. Usually, exotic beasts with conflicting attributes also have high innate potential, and this fish was of mythical potential level. Qin Xuan couldn't help but wonder, since this fish could survive in high temperatures, would its flesh be automatically cooked? Not only were there fish swimming in the magma, but also turtles. No, they were turtles, not sea turtles. Sea turtles have flipper-like limbs, but the turtles here had 4 legs. They could also swim in the magma, and Qin Xuan even saw them laying eggs in it. It seemed there were quite a few waterfire attribute exotic beasts here. With this in mind, Qin Xuan activated his talent and began inspecting the potential of these turtles. Name: Sangrong turtle attributes: water, fire level, 67 quality, epic final form, see blazing Sangrong turtle, mythical, only. Mythical potential. Qin Xuan felt it was a bit of a pity. If it had super mythical potential, he would have contracted it immediately. But it didn't matter, there were plenty of Sangrong turtles here. As the perspective zoomed out, a large group of Sangrong turtles could be seen gathered around the magma-spewing volcanic crater, numbering at least in the hundreds. By carefully observing each turtle, treasures could potentially be uncovered. Qin Xuan had Xiaolang shrink its size first. After all, its massive body would surely scare away these Sangrong turtles. With plenty of time on his hands, Qin Xuan began inspecting them one by one. The potential of these Sangrong turtles indeed varied. Some only reached ordinary legendary levels, some had mythical potential, and others could only remain at the epic level. Fortunately, Qin Xuan managed to find a small Sangrong turtle with super mythical potential. This little turtle was only the size of Qin Xuan's palm, making it a tiny speck compared to the 3-story tall adult Sangrong turtles. Most turtles do not protect their offspring, as this is meant to train their survival abilities. At most, they would lay their eggs in relatively safer places. These Sangrong turtles shared the same habit. Even after Qin Xuan successfully contracted the small Sangrong turtle, the adult turtles didn't even glance at it. As long as they themselves weren't threatened, they didn't care what other turtles did. Just as Qin Xuan was about to leave with the small Sangrong turtle, an unfortunate event occurred. A magma fish noticed it. Ignoring Qin Xuan nearby, it quickly swam toward the little turtle. Daring to target his tamed pet, this fish was simply courting death. Qin Xuan didn't kill the magma fish outright but decided to conduct an experiment. Using the trident he obtained from Xiaolang, he speared the fish and swam quickly away from the underwater volcano. The farther he got from the volcano, the more the speared magma fish began to struggle, its internal heat causing the surrounding water to boil rapidly. But Qin Xuan kept swimming forward. As its internal heat dissipated and couldn't be replenished, the magma fish died after half an hour. Looking at the dead magma fish, Qin Xuan quickly drew a conclusion. The exotic beasts here, having lived in high-temperature environments for so long, couldn't adapt to sudden drops in water temperature. Although they could generate their own heat, once injured, their internal energy would rapidly deplete, ultimately leading to their death by freezing. After discarding the dead magma fish, Qin Xuan released the small Sangrong turtle. As soon as the little turtle appeared, the surrounding water temperature rose rapidly, and a message echoed in Qin Xuan's mind: cold, it feels very cold. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan immediately activated his talent. Soon, a massive turtle with 1 foot in magma and water swirling around it appeared before Qin Xuan. Name: Blazing Sea Jade Turtle. Attributes: water, fire level, 15 quality, super divine. The Blazing Sea Jade Turtle is a balanced type, excelling in both offense and defense. Its attack power is sufficient to handle myth-level enemies. Qin Xuan had Xiaolang test the turtle's defense, and it surprisingly withstood 3 of Xiaolang's attacks. This shocked Qin Xuan, as its defensive power was extremely strong. Despite both being of the same quality, the level difference was significant, yet the Blazing Sea Jade Turtle managed to endure 3 attacks before being defeated. Although Xiaolang didn't go all out, being this strong at level 15 means that with further level upgrades, it will become the most resilient warrior. Qin Xuan named it Wenyu. Wenyu's linked equipment is a circular shield that can expand and rise in water at any time without needing to touch the water's surface, greatly enhancing Qin Chuan's survival capabilities. Moreover, carrying this shield allows Qin Chuan to walk freely on water or magma. This is a passive ability that doesn't require equipping to activate. Of course, whether to use this ability is entirely up to Qin Chuan. With two super divine water-type beasts, Qin Chuan gained a lot this time. He asked Ling to check the movements of the burly man from earlier and learned that the man had already returned to the beach. Qin Chuan then teleported back to his villa in the Magic City without hesitation. The shrunken Xiaolang swam freely on the floor. Many oceanic beasts cannot stay on land for long, especially fish-type ones, as prolonged absence from water leads to dehydration and a significant drop in strength. However, Xiaolang completely overcame this issue, able to stay on land as long as he wants and even move freely on the ground. The only limitation is that he cannot fully exert his strength, but does that matter? With his robust physique alone, ordinary beasts cannot withstand him. When used condition is even better, performing stably both in water and on land. Glancing at the time, the dungeon had just refreshed. Qin Chuan took Xiaolang and Wenyu into the dungeon to level up. At the dungeon entrance, the guards immediately opened the door upon seeing Qin Chuan and skillfully accepted the entry fee he handed over. These guards were very familiar with Qin Chuan. Although this dungeon was popular, others, even if wealthy, wouldn't come every day. This is because beasts need not only to level up but also to evolve and hone their skills. Many beasts, upon reaching a level bottleneck, rely on skill refinement to enhance their strength. But Qin Chuan was different. Over the past month and a half, he had been coming to the dungeon almost daily. He seemed completely unconcerned about beast evolution and skill refinement. Each dungeon session lasted only half an hour, and he always left with a look of lingering excitement. Moreover, he gave the guards plenty of benefits. To avoid trouble, Qin Chuan always gave the guards 2 to 3 times the entry fee in extra goods. Since he had ample materials, giving more didn't matter to him. The effect was immediate under his management. None of the guards dared to cause unnecessary trouble. The guards always greeted him with smiles after receiving the entry fee. As for why Qin Chuan didn't worry about beast evolution or why he had so many materials, the guards didn't care. As long as they could reap benefits daily, Qin Chuan was their boss. Half an hour later, Xiaolang and Wenyu easily leveled up to over 200. Xiaolang transformed into a humanoid form, appearing as a dignified middle-aged man with black gills behind his ears. His life-bound beast weapon was a pitch-black trident with golden patterns, capable of infinitely gathering water to charge power. The longer the charge, the more water accumulates, and the greater the destructive force. With sufficient charging time, he could theoretically drain an entire water-covered planet and use it as an attack against enemies. In theory, as long as there is enough water, Xiaolang's destructive power can increase infinitely. Wenyu transformed into a slightly chubby young man with arms covered in hard turtle shells. His strength was immense, and his life-bound beast weapon was a massive shield axe. One side of the axe blade was blue, representing water elements. The other side was red, representing fire elements. The two axe blades were connected by a long, flat handle, making it suitable for both offense and defense. After leaving the dungeon, Qin Chuan returned to the villa, where he had a spider egg waiting to hatch. Feeling the reincarnation jade within his body, the fusion was nearing completion and would be fully integrated in about half a month. Previously, in Ji Chen's instance, Qin Chuan's body was in a peculiar state of stasis yet capable of survival. Even the fusion of the Samsara Jade had paused, only resuming after he exited. Away and the others had all leveled up to around level 540. This wasn't due to daily leveling but rather because Qin Chuan's level increased after he killed before reaching the Supreme Realm, killing beast tamers wouldn't grant experience to the beasts. However, after achieving the Supreme Realm, defeating enemies of the same realm could yield experience. Just by killing a Supreme Second Realmer, Qin Chuan's beasts leveled up by 40. The level gap between realms was becoming increasingly vast. In a small room in Kyoto, a dozen people were drinking, snacking, sitting or standing, chatting and laughing. Anyone familiar with them would be utterly shocked by this scene, as this group of people drinking together were all top-tier divine-level beast tamers of the Dragon Nation. To be honest, those beast kings have been much more subdued lately. Yeah, when people go to their territories, even in large groups, only a dozen or so die. Investigations show that those who died were due to conflicts with others, not from being killed by exotic beasts. Although I don't understand why Zhang. It's rare for us to gather like this, relax, and chat. It's nice. As everyone spoke and laughed, the atmosphere lightened. Suddenly, someone frowned and asked, by the way, how is Elder Zhang's injury? At these words, the group's expressions turned serious. Zhang Zinan, humanity's strongest combatant, was practically an invincible figure in their eyes. But reality had dealt them a harsh blow. Not long ago, an alien civilization invaded Blue Star, a matter well known among the divine-level powerhouses. That invincible Zhang Zinan was utterly overpowered by the enemy. No one knew how it ended, they only knew that Zhang Zinan returned with the enemy's headless corpse. As for what happened in between, Zhang Zinan said nothing, and the matter became top secret, even to them. All surveillance footage from that time was deleted. It was said that some teachers and students from the Sacred Beast Academy were also present at the scene, trying to uncover the truth. But just like Zhang Zinan, none of them spoke a word about what happened that day. This was Zhang Zinan's iron command, no one was allowed to mention the incident, not even among classmates. If anyone leaked the matter and provoked Qin Chuan, no one would be able to save them. The divine-level beast tamers fell silent for a moment before someone broke the silence. Let me tell you, the Turtle King was taken out the other day. Everyone was shocked. The Turtle King was dead? Why hadn't they heard about this? Hey, that's on me. We have no clue who killed him, so I kept it quiet, said the chubby man who had been guarding the Turtle King. With the Turtle King dead, things had been much easier for him lately. The stronger enemies had been dealt with, leaving only small fry that didn't require his attention. These days, he had been lounging in his office, sipping drinks, enjoying feasts, and waiting for his subordinates to bring him leads. Life was quite comfortable. However, with Qin Chuan's methods, finding the culprit was nearly impossible, and even if they did, it might not be a good thing. Do you know? The Turtle King died a particularly gruesome death. Its shell was smashed into pieces. The Turtle King's defense was legendary. Even when Zhao Xian, Yufeng, and the other 4 divine-level beast tamers joined forces, they only managed to crack a small seam in its shell, which was later repaired. With such a tough shell, even Elder Zhang would probably need half a day to break it, and it would definitely make a lot of noise. So, for someone to silently kill the Turtle King and shatter its shell into fragments, just how powerful must they be? The chubby man spoke with a hint of fear on his face. The others were equally shocked, though some remained skeptical. That was until the chubby man produced photos from the scene, and everyone's heart sank. The Turtle King's death should have been good news for them, but now no one could feel happy. This meant that there was a mysterious being even stronger than Zhang Zinan who had killed the Turtle King, and they were not friendly toward humanity. If this being set their sights on them, could they withstand it? The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, and the chubby man comforted everyone again. Old Zhang said there's no problem, so there must be no problem. If there were real danger, he would have arranged for us to evacuate long ago. Let's not overthink it and just go with the flow. We should trust old Zhang's words. Everyone agreed after hearing this and stopped dwelling on it, turning instead to speculation. Although the people from the Sacred Beast Academy didn't say anything, I heard from other sources that the alien that day went to the Magic City to find someone in the Villa District. Really? Who was he looking for? I don't know that part. There weren't many signs of battle at the scene, but I have a suspect in mind. The resident of the villa. At the very center? Exactly. What's there to investigate? I've looked into his information too. His talent is only B-level, yet he's so young and has made so much money. He's definitely a talent. All the clues now point to him. I think he's far from simple, and his talent is definitely not just B-level. Are you saying he's hiding his true talent from others? More accurately, someone is helping him conceal it. I originally planned to send someone to test his talent, but guess what happened? The person smiled mysteriously. What happened? Everyone asked curiously. The testing machine was suddenly destroyed by an ice spike that fell from the sky. Everyone was speechless. What did that have to do with him? But upon closer thought, the problem became apparent. The ice spike that fell from the sky must have been an attack from some beast, but if it was an attack, why was there no reaction from them? It was clearly a warning. The person nodded in agreement. Since then, I haven't sent anyone to investigate him further. This is all the information I have. That person's true strength is also very mysterious. You'd better not act rashly. Hiss. Now that the other beast kings have settled down, could it also be his doing? We all know the strength of those beast kings. Could he alone hold off so many of them? Do you remember what Dr. Chin has been researching all this time? Everyone's expressions turned to shock. Are you suggesting he possesses a beast stronger than the mythical level? If he really has a beast beyond the mythical level, then it's indeed possible. Alright, no need to speculate further. As everyone was guessing, an aged voice came from outside the door. Everyone turned their heads and immediately showed respectful expressions. Old Zhang, you're here. Old Zhang, are you feeling better? Old Zhang, how are your injuries? Facing everyone's concern, Zhang Zinan nodded lightly. Just some superficial wounds, nothing serious. But you all, I overheard your discussion just now, and it was quite interesting. Old Zhang, do you think so too? Someone asked doubtfully. Zhang Zinan's expression turned serious as he said, I advise you not to underestimate him. He's much stronger than we imagine. Don't provoke him lightly, just maintain the current situation. All the divine-level beast tamers understood Zhang Zinan's meaning. This guy could easily defeat all of them alone. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on Qin Xuan's side, he was idly scrolling through short videos in his villa when he suddenly heard movement downstairs. Qin Xuan frowned. It was late at night. Who would come to someone else's villa in the middle of the night? And to bypass the villa's alarm system, if they had such skills, would they really need to steal? Clearly, the intruder wasn't here just to steal. He got up and went downstairs with Yao Rong and the others. No matter who the intruder was, catching them first and asking questions later would solve the problem. Downstairs, a group of black-robed individuals was cautiously sneaking into Qin Xuan's villa. One of the leaders pondered, I don't sense any unusual aura. Did old Five really die at this guy's hands? Another leader beside him said, I investigated this kid. He's only 20 years old, with just B-level talent, yet he's so rich. There's definitely something fishy. That Lu Yong guy tested as F-level, yet he keeps rambling about a system. His brain must be broken. The leader sneered, read too many novels, huh? There's no such thing as a system. But the newcomers were members of the cult of the evil god, with the two leaders being the third protector and the fourth protector. The cult of the evil god had its own hierarchy, with the highest rank being the cult leader. Under the cult leader, there were currently 6 protectors. The reason for saying currently is that if someone strong enough could take on the role of a protector, the number of protectors would surely increase. The protectors were ranked by strength. The stronger they were, the higher their rank, and the better their treatment. Protectors of the cult of the evil god were at least at the king realm, and they were fearless even when facing 2 opponents of the same level. Back when Lu Yong had fallen into disgrace and become a rat that everyone wanted to beat, it was the 5th protector who came to recruit him. However, outsiders didn't know what happened in between, only that the 5th protector died, and Lu Yong went mad. Originally, the cult of the evil god had 7 protectors, but with the death of the 5th protector, only 6 remained. Although someone later brought Lu Yong back to headquarters, his talent test still showed the lowest F grade, leaving him without even the chance for waste utilization. Now, Lu Yong was locked up at the cult's headquarters, babbling nonsense all day about systems and cards. What was even more disgusting was that he ate his own excrement. Even though the cult of the evil god was an antisocial organization, its members were still deeply repulsed by him. Eventually, the 4th protector couldn't stand it anymore and ordered his mouth to be sewn shut before sending him to the 2nd protector as an experimental subject. Hurry up and find out if he was the one who killed them. Bring him back to headquarters and read his memory to confirm. Oh, is that really necessary? Why bother? I can just tell you myself. Suddenly, Qin Xuan's voice came from behind. The 3rd and 4th protectors turned their heads sharply in fright, as did the other cult members. But in the instant they turned, their vision blurred. By the time they regained their senses, they were no longer in the villa but in a forest. What kind of trick is this? As Saint's sovereign level experts, the 3rd and 4th protectors knew this wasn't an illusion. They had truly been teleported to the wilderness. Since you're here, don't think about escaping. Weren't you curious about the whereabouts of the 5th protector? I'll send you to meet him. With that, Qin Xuan ordered Yao Xiao to attack. The group didn't even have time to utter a final word before being frozen into ice. Sculptures. What was so impressive about being at the Saint's sovereign level? In front of Yao Xiao, who was at level 540, even a million Saint sovereigns would be instantly annihilated. Qin Chuan was annoyed. Having enemies break into his home in the middle of the night was extremely dangerous. For most people, encountering two Saint Sovereign-level experts would have been a death sentence. Qin Chuan hadn't originally planned to destroy the cult of the evil god immediately, but now that they dared to invade his home, it was clear they couldn't be allowed to exist any longer. After extracting the location of the cult's headquarters from the corpses, Qin Chuan teleported above the headquarters. Following his usual routine, he had Haiming seal off the surrounding space. Once Yu Rong had possessed him, Qin Chuan charged into the headquarters alone. You dare to break into my home at night? Then I'll break into yours at night. As soon as he entered, Qin Chuan began a killing spree. Anyone he encountered along the way was struck down with his vine whip. The whip on his back lashed out rapidly, and every strike left a massive crater. The newly appointed 5th and 6th protectors were the first to confront Qin Chuan, but they couldn't hold out at all. They were shattered into pieces with a single lash. Qin Chuan pressed forward, eventually reaching a massive laboratory. The hallway was empty, and the shelves were lined with human and beast organs. The further he went, the eerier the atmosphere became. The experimental subjects along the way transitioned from corpses to living beings. At the end of the corridor, Qin Chuan saw Lu Yong, who had been dismembered, his body riddled with tubes, and floating helplessly in a tank of nutrient solution. At this moment, Lu Yong's eyes were much clearer, as if he had regained consciousness. The more miserable Lu Yong looked, the happier Qin Chuan felt. He opened the container's lid and took out bottle after bottle of chili sauce from his spatial storage. Lu Yong shook his head frantically in resistance, but Qin Chuan ignored him, pouring the bottles into the nutrient solution one by one. These were all extremely spicy chili sauces that even Qin Chuan didn't want to eat. He had thought they would just gather dust, but unexpectedly, they turned out to have such a use. Before long, the originally yellow cultivation fluid turned into a reddish-orange color, with floating fragments of chili peppers and chili oil, pepper seeds as well. A thick layer of chili oil floated on the surface of the fluid. The spicy liquid seeped into Lu Yong's wounds, flowed into his eyes and nostrils, directly entering his body. The excruciating pain made Lu Yong struggle desperately, bubbles constantly surfacing in the fluid. But with his limbs severed, all he could do was make these futile struggles. Soon, the bubbles stopped, and Lu Yong ceased to move in the liquid. Qin Chuan waited beside the container for a little while longer before leaving. If someone had pulled Lu Yong out of the liquid at that moment, they would have found his body completely soaked in the chili-infused liquid, thoroughly marinated. Leaving the container containing Lu Yong behind, Qin Chuan walked a short distance forward when he suddenly heard a round of applause from ahead. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was accompanied by slow and deliberate footsteps. From the shadows emerged three figures. It was the cult leader of the evil god sect, along with the 1st and 2nd protectors. The one clapping in the middle was the cult leader, his face twisted and grotesque, his body covered in black, fleshy growths, making him almost inhuman. Beside him, the 1st protector was equally bizarre, with the lower half of his body transformed into a horse's torso, complete with 4 pairs of horse legs. The 2nd protector, on the other hand, had sprouted 5 pairs of arms from his back. The cult leader of the evil god sect smirked coldly. Qin Chuan didn't understand. On the brink of utter annihilation, how could this man still manage to smile? But the thoughts of these monstrous beings were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Qin Chuan prepared to strike, but the cult leader suddenly spoke. Who would have thought that the Dragon Nation harbored such a genius? Spatial sealing abilities, and a venomous vine whip of this caliber. What intrigues me the most is how I can't sense any aura from you or your contracted beasts. That must be your doing, no? What kind of beasts have you contracted with, I wonder? You've certainly piqued my curiosity. Qin Chuan's contracted beasts were all at the supreme realm, their auras concealed so deeply that only others at the same level could detect them. Naturally, this cult leader couldn't sense anything. However, they mistakenly assumed Qin Chuan's abilities came from an advanced concealment-type talent, allowing him to hide the presence of both himself and his beasts. Because the 3rd and 4th protectors had been killed too quickly, the headquarters hadn't yet received word that Qin Chuan was already on the move. Based on Qin Chuan's swift elimination of the 5th and 6th protectors, they estimated his strength to be somewhere between Saint Sovereign and mythical levels. To them, the 5th and 6th protectors were merely novice-level king-tier individuals. Meanwhile, the trio before Qin Chuan, a mythical tier cult leader and 2 Saint Sovereign tier protectors, were significantly more formidable. The cult leader, who had once escaped an ambush by 3 mythical tier experts, stood brimming with confidence. Not only were they curious about Qin Chuan's contracted beasts, but they also harbored the desire to claim them for their own. With such powerful beasts fused into their bodies, their strength would surely skyrocket. So far, Qin Chuan had revealed 3 of his contracted beasts, 1 spatial beast with formidable sealing capabilities, 1 parasitic plant-type beast, and 1 ice beast, whose role remained unclear as it drifted nearby. This meant that Qin Chuan still had at least 6 beasts yet to reveal. "You came alone?" the cult leader asked with a sneer. "That's enough," Qin Chuan replied, crossing his arms and allowing them to scrutinize both himself and his beasts. Yao Rong and the others were already at the Supreme Realm. How could these mere mythical tier creatures see through their true power? Through his lucky amulet, Qin Chuan clearly overheard their internal analysis. He smirked coldly at their obvious ignorance. Their assumptions were laughable. When they speculated that he had 6 more contracted beasts yet to show, Qin Chuan nearly burst out laughing. Yes, he did have plenty of cards left up his sleeve. Ha, what an arrogant brat. But we're far from weak ourselves. As long as we can fuse with your contracted beasts, our strength will undoubtedly soar. The destruction of the entire Blue Planet Alliance will no longer be just a dream. Attack! The first protector licked his lips, his eyes glinting with greed. Qin Chuan didn't bother with further words, immediately commanding Yao Rong to possess him once again. The cult leader and his subordinates, noticing this, also summoned their respective contracted beasts. These beasts were grotesque, with asymmetrical wings, limbs, and eyes. It was clear they were born of ferocious wild beasts, their forms further warped by the fusion of multiple beast powers. Coupled with the feral energy these beasts returned to their masters, the 3 were no weaklings themselves. However, instead of charging directly at Qin Chuan, they sent their beasts forward first in an attempt to wear him down. They wanted to see just how powerful Qin Chuan's remaining 6 contracted beasts might be. Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. Without hesitation, the vine whip on his back lashed out at the ferocious beasts. The hideous creatures were torn into pieces with a single strike of the whip. The cult leader and his men froze, clearly underestimating the young man before them. But it didn't matter. The beasts' true weakness wasn't in their bodies. Even if torn to shreds, they could slowly regenerate. Sure enough, the fragments reassembled themselves, and the beast stood upright once more, charging at Qin Chuan as if nothing had happened. Still calm, Qin Chuan dispatched the charging beasts with swift precision. He glanced casually at the 3 men, sneering, relying on such a superficial trick? That won't stop me. With that, he summoned Xiao Lang. The now shrunken Xiao Lang received its orders and quickly dashed toward the hidden cores of the beast's weak points. The evil god sect trio was stunned. Were they seeing things? A water-dwelling fish-type contracted beast running so fast on land? They tried to pursue, but they couldn't keep up, forced to watch as Xiao Lang destroyed the beast's cores one by one. The ferocious beasts collapsed rapidly. Only then did they realize they had severely underestimated their opponent. Even just this fish alone was beyond their ability to handle. Once the beasts were completely wiped out, Qin Chuan slowly stepped forward, coldly gazing at the 3 disheveled figures. They posed no threat to him. The earlier attacks had merely been Yao Rong testing the waters. Now, with star-exploding level strength at his disposal, Qin Chuan had no intention of holding back any longer. He decided it was time to send them on their way. Raising the vine whip on his arm, he lashed out with a flick. Swish! The second protector was cleaved in 2 by the whip, his heart pulverized instantly. He died without a chance to retaliate. Swish! The first protector was next, his 8 horse legs severed by the whip. His heart was similarly destroyed, leaving him lifeless in an instant. Finally, Qin Chuan turned his gaze to the cult leader. Cold sweat drenched the cult leader's forehead. Watching his 2 strongest subordinates be effortlessly slaughtered, and realizing he was the next target, he finally felt a long-lost sensation, the fear of death. Before he could even plead for mercy, Qin Chuan drove a sword through his heart. Then, he ignited the bodies of the 3, reducing them to ashes before turning to leave. By dawn, Qin Chuan set the evil god sect's headquarters ablaze, ensuring everything within was reduced to ashes. Those who tried to escape found the exit sealed by the Black Abyss barrier. Yao Xian appeared and froze the fleeing minions into ice sculptures. Yawning in boredom, Qin Chuan recalled Yao Xian and the others, then returned to his villa to sleep. 3 days later, the spider egg in Qin Chuan's possession began to stir. A sharp spike pierced through the shell, and an 8-legged spider emerged. But this spider's front 2 legs had already transformed into sharp scythes, their blades so sharp they looked like they could cut through iron. Even as a juvenile, a single strike from it could cause severe injury. And let's not forget, its weaponry didn't stop at its sides, it was also armed with deadly venom. Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback. Was this the result of the perfect fusion of its parents' genes? He glanced at the shadow mantis spider, then at Ji Ming, who was cradled in Ji Chen's arms. Ji Ming's parents were both dragons, but this creature before him was clearly the product of a blend between two entirely different species. Name: Shadow Mantis Spider. Attributes: Shadow, Poison. Level: 1. Quality: Excellent. Final form: Death Side Spider of the Poison Abyss, Ultra Divine Level. Taking a sip of his soda, Qin Chuan glanced at the spider's attribute panel and barely managed to suppress a laugh. He had seen plenty of ultra-divine beasts before. This little creature wasn't enough to faze him. After casually signing a contract with it, Qin Chuan used his innate talent to evolve it straight to its final form. Now the spider was the size of a table, its black exoskeleton gleaming with dark green patterns. The blades of its sides had turned emerald green, with venom dripping steadily from their edges. It creaked as it climbed down from the table, walked up to Qin Chuan, and stared at him with all 8 eyes, hissing. Name: Venom Prison Death Side Spider. Attribute: Shadow. Poison level: 1. Quality: Super Divine. Qin Chuan walked over and gently touched its limb. The Venom Prison Death Side Spider showed no resistance, allowing him to touch it. He activated the soul link and obtained a shoulder strap. The strap had 4 arms growing from it, and when worn, these 4 arms were equipped on Qin Chuan's back. Feeling the 4 additional arms on his back, Qin Chuan found that using them was no different from using his 2 front arms. Moreover, these 4 arms could also equip and control other linked weapons. With this, Qin Chuan could wield up to 6 weapons simultaneously in his next battle, an epic level upgrade. Previously, he had always been troubled by the fact that he could only equip 2 weapons with his 2 hands, leaving other weapons idle. Now, the Venom Prison Death Side Spider had solved this problem for him. Wait a minute, extra arms on the back? Doesn't this remind people of the Grand Protector of the evil god cult who was wiped out a few days ago? That guy also had several arms growing from his back. Qin Chuan was startled. Could he have become a Grand Protector too? Just kidding. In a great mood, Qin Chuan took it to clear a dungeon. After the dungeon ended, the Venom Prison Death Side Spider directly unlocked its humanoid form and even condensed its lifebound beast weapon. It not only had the destructive power and agility of a scythe mantis but could also sneak into dark shadows. Qin Chuan named it Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend's humanoid form was a burly man with long hair. From the back, he could probably attract the attention of many girls. But upon seeing the front, those girls would definitely flee in terror. Although Shadow Fiend had transformed into a humanoid, its 8 eyes remained unchanged, and 2 thick venomous fangs extended from its mouth. A face with 8 spider eyes and 2 large venomous fangs would scare anyone. Even Yao Rong and the others were startled by its terrifying appearance the first time they saw Shadow Fiend. Qin Chuan, however, felt nothing. He had seen plenty of such things. Besides, Shadow Fiend was his beast companion and completely trustworthy. He wasn't afraid, it was others who should be. Still, Qin Chuan reminded Shadow Fiend not to use its humanoid form when going out in the future. Shadow Fiend's arms had curved scythe blades, which were not its lifebound beast weapon but something that came with its humanoid transformation. Like fish fins, they folded away when not in use and unfolded to reveal gleaming blades when needed. Shadow Fiend's lifebound beast weapon was 2 dark green crescent scimitars, both of which were poisonous. When Shadow Fiend swung the scimitars, the power was astonishing. With its fierce attacks and sharp arm blades, anyone trying to get close would pay a heavy price. At that moment, the villa's doorbell rang. Qin Chuan went downstairs to open the door and saw Lin Xiaoyu standing outside. Lin Xiaoyu got straight to the point, saying, "Senior, recently, foreign forces are coming to Magic City to challenge the geniuses here. Moreover, this time, they've sent a god-level powerhouse, who is likely coming for you. He is the most mysterious expert in their country. Qin Chuan, it's better for you to know in advance." Qin Chuan glanced at Lin Xiaoyu and silently praised him. This kid has improved so quickly. When he first came to Magic City, he was only at the bronze level, and now he's at the gold level. Truly a child of destiny. Compared to those guys who only think about women, Qin Chuan didn't dislike Lin Xiaoyu. On the contrary, he found him polite. "Got it. Let them come. Anything else?" "No, as long as you're aware, Senior. I'll take my leave now." With that, Lin Xiaoyu turned and strode out of the villa. Qin Chuan watched him leave and noticed a few young people waiting for him outside, likely his friends. Among them were both men and women, and when Lin Xiaoyu returned, they all looked at him with anticipation. Who would have thought Lin Xiaoyu had connections with such a powerful expert? It was said he had even apprenticed under Zhang Zinan. With two experts backing him and Lin Xiaoyu's talent, they all knew how formidable he would become in the future. No matter what, they had to hold on tightly to this connection. Just as Lin Xiaoyu said, 3 days later, the foreigners arrived. Qin Chuan opened the door and saw a young black man standing with his hands on his hips, looking impatient. Seeing how young Qin Chuan was, the boy showed a contemptuous expression. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. So you're the mysterious senior? You don't even look taller than me, and you think you deserve to be called a senior? After saying this, the young man spat in front of Qin Chuan. Do you dare to fight our teacher? Let everyone see what you're really made of, he said arrogantly, looking down on Qin Chuan. Did your farm tools escape, or are you done picking cotton and came here to bark? Qin Chuan retorted without backing down. Is this racial discrimination? Say that again if you dare. The young man, feeling exposed, tensed up, recalling the injustices he had faced in the past. I didn't say anything about racial discrimination. You're the one overthinking it, Qin Chuan shrugged indifferently. Qin Chuan's attitude made the boy feel humiliated, as if he wasn't being respected at all. He swung a punch at Qin Chuan, but Qin Chuan kicked him away. Oh, getting angry now? Can't take it when someone says you're not good enough? Qin Chuan mocked. You wrong. Teach him a lesson with the whip, Qin Chuan ordered. Yurong pulled out a thin vine whip and quietly moved behind the young man, giving it a light flick. Snap! Ah! The whip landed, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Although it was just a light strike for Yurong, it left a bloody mark on the boy's back. How dare you whip me? Do you know who I am? I am Snap. Before he could finish, another lash landed on his face. The young man's screams echoed throughout the villa district. Before Qin Chuan could do more, another vine dragged the boy out of the villa and onto the street. Qin Chuan stopped and turned to look outside. An elderly man from Longwa with a stern face was looking at the young black man with deep concern, as if he were his most precious treasure. Behind the man, a vine suddenly bloomed into a flower, its petals falling onto the boy's wounds, slowly healing them. Once the wounds were mostly healed, the old man turned coldly to glare at Qin Chuan. Humph! Which school are you from? Is this how you treat foreign guests? Where are your manners? Did your parents teach you this? He had saved the young man but immediately began reprimanding Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan noticed the beast behind the old man, which was similar to Yurong's, a symbiotic type. Ha, it's similar to my Reaper Thorn, Qin Chuan thought as he casually looked up the beast's information. Name, Rain Lotus Vine attribute, wood level, 85 quality, legendary abilities, primarily healing, with limited offensive capabilities. Qin Chuan frowned, thinking to himself, a Longwa man standing up for a troublemaking foreigner? Wang Jianzhong, seeing Qin Chuan frown, looked even more displeased. He had heard everything clearly from outside. Although the young black man's words were unpleasant, Qin Chuan was still wrong for resorting to violence. As the host, why couldn't Qin Chuan be more magnanimous? How could a man be so petty? Wang Jianzhong, feeling self-righteous, stared at Qin Chuan with a reproachful look. Qin Chuan met his gaze without flinching. Seeing that Qin Chuan showed no sign of admitting fault, Wang Jianzhong became even more disappointed in him. Petty, argumentative, rude, and unwilling to admit when he's wrong. Young people these days are getting worse and worse. Boy, don't you have anything to say? What is there to say? Qin Chuan crossed his arms and sneered at him. Ling informed Qin Chuan that the old man was Wang Jianzhong, a saint-level beast tamer who was particularly obsequious to foreigners. He only treated foreigners well and was a typical double-standard person. Once, there was a friendly match between Longwa and Western countries. A Western participant, arrogant and overconfident, used his talent to brutally beat a senior from a prestigious Longwa university, killing him outright. The Western side pretended not to see it, and when someone from Longwa tried to intervene, Wang Jianzhong stopped them. He claimed that the Longwa participant was inferior in skill and deserved to die for recklessly stepping up despite knowing he couldn't win. Later, when the Dragon Nation contestant gained the upper hand and tried to fight back, Wang Jianzhong jumped in and directly knocked the Dragon Nation contestant out of the ring, causing them to lose the match. Afterward, he said it was the consequence of breaking the rules. The arrogant Western contestant left triumphantly, thanks in no small part to Wang Jianzhong. After this incident, his reputation was utterly ruined. By the time the Dragon Nation sought to hold him accountable, he had already vanished without a trace, and no one in the country could find him. It seems you still haven't realized your mistake, Wang Jianzhong said, pointing at the young black boy on the ground. Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh, spreading his arms. What mistake have I made? He asked coldly, glaring at the boy. The boy, terrified of being beaten, again, quickly looked to Wang Jianzhong when he saw Qin Chuan staring at him. Senior, don't be afraid, child. With me here, he won't harm you in the slightest, Wang Jianzhong declared firmly, putting on the act of a senior protecting the younger generation. After speaking, he directly unleashed a saint-level pressure. The oppressive force spread out, even leaving some nearby ordinary people struggling to breathe. Wang Jianzhong felt no guilt at all. In his eyes, this group of societal scum was utterly useless, and their deaths wouldn't matter. He stared coldly at Qin Chuan and said, "Now, hurry up and kneel to apologize to him. Transfer your beast to him as compensation." Senior, is this really okay? Qin Chuan hesitated. There's nothing wrong with it. After all, it was our Dragon Nation student who caused trouble first. I'm making the decision for him, Wang Jianzhong said resolutely. The young black boy looked at Wang Jianzhong with gratitude. This Dragon Nation man cared for him more than his own master. Why would such a good person be wanted by the Dragon Nation and end up fleeing to Africa? The world was so unfair. Qin Chuan looked at Wang Jianzhong's disgusting face and felt utterly repulsed. Just as he was about to teach the two of them a lesson, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. What's going on here? The person asked. Master, the young black boy exclaimed excitedly. The newcomer was Nickel, the boy's master. After understanding the situation, Nickel said to Qin Chuan, "My disciple has a quick temper, I hope you don't mind." Though it sounded like an apology, it was actually a taunt. Wang Jianzhong immediately bent over and apologized. "I'm sorry for letting Mr. Nickel witness such a scene." He then turned to Qin Chuan and said, "What are you waiting for? He's already apologized. Quickly hand over your beast to him. This is what you owe him." Ignoring Wang Jianzhong, Qin Chuan turned his gaze to Nickel. Everyone was now present. "I don't hold back when I fight, so don't take it personally," Qin Chuan said with a cold laugh before kicking Nickel flying. He then walked toward Wang Jianzhong. "How dare you? Do you have no respect for your seniors, Wang?" Jianzhong roared. Slap! Qin Chuan slapped him so hard that 4 of Wang Jianzhong's teeth flew out. "You self-righteous fool, do you think you're qualified to lecture me?" Wang Jianzhong roared in anger, but Qin Chuan ignored him. He took out a Yurong vine, tied up all 3 of them by their limbs, and hung them in the air. Borrowing Yurong's whip, he mercilessly lashed Wang Jianzhong, Nickel, and the young black boy in the middle of the street. To prevent Wang Jia, "Kill this scoundrel! Kill him! Kill this guy!" The onlookers echoed one after another. Others who were unaware of the truth also took out their phones to search for information about Wang Jianzhong. This time, everyone was shocked. Wang Jianzhong turned out to be a lackey for foreigners. He was a saint-level powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom, yet willingly served foreign forces. Foreigners actually stooped to being dogs? They were given some benefits and even praised how great those benefits were. Truly shameless to the extreme. How could our Dragon Kingdom possibly be inferior to those foreigners? Don't bother reasoning. Some people are just utterly despicable. Kill this dog. That's right. He must be beaten. The crowd's curses continued. While Qin Chuan had already whipped those few people until they were covered in wounds. Qin Chuan handed the whip back to you. Ronan leaned on his leg, panting. These people were tougher than the Chinese whip in his hand. Whipping them was truly exhausting. Having whipped enough, it was time to leave. Nicole and the others panicked. "Stop. We are foreign guests, you can't kill us." "Security team, where is the security team?" Wang Jianzhong, woo. In the distance, the security team was watching the 3 bloodied individuals from afar. In fact, they had arrived long ago, but upon seeing that Wang Jianzhong was the one being beaten, they decided not to intervene. Offending such a minor figure would mean offending the big shots behind him. They also wished for Wang Jianzhong's death but lacked the ability to make it happen. The scene shifted back to the center of the crowd, where Yuron, after killing their beasts, exerted force and instantly bound the three into 12 pieces. The onlookers applauded and cheered. Ignoring the crowd's cheers, Qin Chuan directly teleported back to the villa. For a few days, everything was calm. Qin Chuan suddenly felt a strange energy within his body. Upon careful sensing, he discovered the energy came from the reincarnation jade within him. The reincarnation jade had completely fused, and at this moment, Qin Chuan's mind was as clear as if he had achieved enlightenment. He suddenly felt that some kind of restriction on his body had been lifted. But upon closer inspection, he realized he hadn't changed. Maybe the time to use it hasn't come yet? Thinking back to the hidden dungeon in Jichen, he had been stuck at the half-step eternal stage, unable to break through. At that time, he felt as if something was locking him at that stage. Could this be the key to breaking through to eternity? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was true. Now his mind was clearer than ever. He slowly exhaled, stood up, and looked out the window. The reincarnation jade was complete, and now only Xiaolang, Wenyu, and Yingsha had yet to reach the supreme realm. Qin Chuan planned to wait a few more days before setting off for the universe. In the mountains, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the demon city, Ming Yuan and Fengying were expanding their forces. Report to the queen, all the beasts within 100 miles are willing to submit. A leading worker be reported to Fengying. How many times have I told you, it's not king, it's queen. Yes, queen. No problem. After the worker bee retreated, Ming Yuan walked over. We won't stay here for long. When you leave, what do you plan to do with these beasts? What else? Of course, clean them up. He, then let me. As they were chatting, Qin Chuan's message simultaneously echoed in Ming Yuan and Fengying's minds, saying he would leave Blue Star in a few days and asking them to prepare. The two exchanged glances and immediately worked harder to expand their territory. After all, there were still a few days left, so they took advantage of the time to gather strength and plan to harvest everything in one go on the last day. Other forces had the same idea, working desperately in the final days, like students frantically catching up on homework before summer vacation. In Demon City, Dr. Chen wandered the streets in a daze. He had always believed that beasts above mythical quality existed. Based on his research, the conclusion supported this idea. To uncover hidden mythical level beasts, he had recently developed a new type of detection device. This device was lightweight and could be used simply by wearing it on the eyes. It could even detect Zheng Zinan's strength. He was confident in his equipment. As long as he encountered a potential super divine beast, this device would surely detect it. His improvements allowed the device to withstand higher energy levels. Previously, even slightly stronger energy would cause the device to explode. After this upgrade, the device would never explode. However, things did not go as planned. He searched for a long time, almost traveling across the entire dragon country, scanning nearly everyone's beasts, but still found no clues about the super divine beast. As days passed and his research made no progress, he began to doubt whether his theory was wrong. Just as he looked up, he saw two beasts resembling children wandering the streets. Since they were about to leave, Yaoxiao and Tianyu were also allowed to go out and play, leading to this scene. Quite cute. I wonder who their owner is, Dr. Chen thought to himself. He looked around but didn't see their owner. Suddenly, he froze. The detection instrument on his head reacted, seemingly having accidentally scanned something. The strength of these two beasts seemed unusual. He immediately aimed the instrument at Yaoxiao and Tianyu. The instrument emitted continuous alarm sounds, and the red warning light flashed incessantly. After scanning Yaoxiao, the surface temperature of the instrument rapidly increased. Feeling something was wrong, Dr. Chen hurriedly removed the instrument and threw it forcefully into the air. The next second, the instrument exploded. Dr. Chen was stunned. The device he had confidently claimed would never explode had just blown up. But he quickly realized something. Such immense strength, could it be the super divine beast he had been searching for all along? He turned back to look at the spot where Yaoxiao and Tianyu had been, but the two had already disappeared without a trace. That guy just now, could it really be? Dr. Chen's eyes widened. Someone had managed to make his latest instrument explode directly. He had never seen such a reaction before. This strength might even surpass Elder Zhen. It was very likely the super divine beast he had been searching for all these years, a beast that surpassed mythic quality. Thinking of this, he immediately strode in the direction where the two had disappeared. He knew this was dangerous and might offend the forces behind them, but he valued his research more than his life. He was desperate to prove the existence of super-divine beasts. If he could prove their existence, it would completely change the perception in the beast world that mythic quality is the peak. This would be a groundbreaking discovery. In the future, someone might be able to form a contract with such super-divine beasts, greatly enhancing the Alliance's combat power. As he tracked them, he took out his notebook and quickly recorded his findings. If he accidentally angered the forces behind them, he only hoped they wouldn't destroy his notebook. He didn't mind dying, but he didn't want his research to be dismissed as mere fantasy. Proving the existence of super-divine beasts was his lifelong dream. They say human potential is limitless, so why is the potential of beasts limited to mythic quality? He actually believes there are beasts stronger than mythic ones. What a joke. No matter what you do, Dad will always support you. Those words and images from the past flashed through his mind one by one. At this moment, Dr. Chen's writing became faster and messier, the pen tip seemingly about to spark. Usually calm and composed, he now appeared somewhat frantic. Dad, I'm close to finding evidence. Maybe I'll be seeing you soon, but before that, I must hand over this notebook. Get lost. Yao Shao and Tianyu had long noticed Dr. Chen secretly following them and were quite annoyed. But Qin Chuan transmitted a message to them in their minds: ignore him, let him follow. Only then did they refrain from taking action. Soon, Yao Shao and Tianyu returned to Qin Chuan's villa, while Dr. Chen stood at a distance, nervously pacing back and forth, ultimately not daring to enter. He forced himself to calm down, thinking he should approach in a more polite manner. Just as he turned around, he saw a man with arms crossed, coldly staring at him. His heartbeat quickened, and his intuition told him that this man was the owner of those two beasts. The man who walked up to him was none other than Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan showed no intention of making a move. Instead, he reached out and took the notebook from Dr. Chen's hands, flipping through it leisurely. Occasionally, he picked up a pen and made a few marks in the notebook. After confirming there were no issues, Qin Chuan returned the notebook to Dr. Chen. Since Dr. Chen would soon be leaving Blue Star, Qin Chuan didn't mind revealing some secrets about the super-divine beasts. He even planned to help the people of Longhua improve their strength before leaving, to avoid returning next time to find the natives of Blue Star replaced by another group. Dr. Chen stared blankly at the notebook, noticing that some parts had been altered, clearly content Qin Chuan didn't want leaked. After Qin Chuan nodded in agreement, Dr. Chen slowly left the villa area. The next day, after completing his daily dungeon, Qin Chuan teleported to where Zheng Zinan was. The god-level beast tamers had been resting at Zheng Zinan's place for a few days and were preparing to leave. Suddenly, Qin Chuan appeared inside the room, startling everyone. Some god-level beast tamers who didn't recognize him immediately assumed defensive stances, ready to summon their beasts to attack. Don't move, he's not an enemy, Zheng Zinan said. Those who knew Qin Chuan quickly stopped the wary god-level beast tamers. Qin Chuan stood openly in front of everyone, scanning the room without concern for the various gazes directed at him. He walked up to Zheng Zinan and said, I'm about to leave here. I'll leave something for you all to prevent you from being wiped out by another civilization when I return. Hearing this, some people were displeased but only frowned without voicing their objections. After all, everyone knew Qin Chuan's immense strength and dared not act rashly. As he spoke, Qin Chuan took out a wind element fruit that Zheng Zinan was extremely familiar with. Apart from Zheng Zinan, the other god-level beast tamers widened their eyes. This wind element is so dense. What kind of fruit is this? Someone asked. Qin Chuan silently put the fruit back into the spatial ring on his hand. It's from my beast, he said. Then, he took off the ring and handed it to Zheng Zinan. This ring was specifically used to store these fruits. What's inside is for you all. Distribute it as you see fit, use it yourselves, or leave it for future generations, he said. Zheng Zinan accepted the ring and carefully sensed its contents, discovering it was filled with fruits of various attributes, even spatial ones. Qin Chuan had included 10 spatial fruits. As for time element fruits, which were extremely rare, there were only a little over 100, not even enough for Ji Chen himself, so he hadn't included any. Additionally, Zheng Zinan found other items in the ring. Taking them out, he saw a dark green sword, a sharp bone knife, and a heavy shield. The others crowded around, and a chubby man suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this the Turtle King's shield?" The chubby man, who had dealt with the Turtle King for years, recognized the beast's life-bound weapon at a glance. Everyone was shocked. Did this mean Qin Chuan really killed the Turtle King? They all stared at Qin Chuan with curious eyes, hoping to get an answer from him. Qin Chuan shrugged. "My beast went out to play and accidentally killed it. The shield was something they picked up along the way," he said casually, with no intention of hiding anything. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. The Turtle King was a beast capable of withstanding their strongest attacks, yet Qin Chuan spoke of its death so nonchalantly. What did he mean by accidentally killed? Was he speaking human language or dragon language? Wait, this bone knife looks familiar. It seems to belong to the Tiger King shark, someone said. Qin Chuan nodded, confirming the statement. The room was immediately filled with the sound of people gasping. After chatting for a while, Qin Chuan left. Once he was gone, the room erupted into noisy discussion. He then found Lin Xiaoyu and gave her a few attribute fruits before returning to wait for his beasts to prepare. Soon, the departure time arrived. Qin Chuan summoned all his beasts, each of them brimming with energy and eager to go. The easy days were over, it was time for them to crush weaker opponents. As long as they weren't besieged by supreme peak-level enemies, they could handle anything with ease. Qin Chuan stored his beasts in his spatial space, put on his teleportation wristband, and directly teleported to his first stop in the universe. More Star is a planet that serves the beast-taming civilizations of the entire universe. It is not governed by any faction, and its long-standing existence is due to its suitability as the headquarters for various organizations. The headquarters of several of the largest beast-taming organizations in the universe are located here, and their leaders are mostly at the Supreme Realm, with many even at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Even the divine race would have to pay a huge price to conquer More Star. Even if they won, their internal strength would be weakened, leaving them vulnerable to being devoured by other races. The divine race dares not act recklessly. Here, you can see beast tamers from various civilizations, as well as all kinds of beasts that Blue Star has never seen. Beast battles are strictly prohibited. Unless law enforcement personnel are carrying out their duties, all other battles are illegal. Qin Chuan learned all this information from Ole's memories. Qin Chuan first went to the registration office on More Star. Just like on Blue Star, new beast tamers must register their basic information. There was no need to worry about language barriers, as the game system would automatically translate the other party's language into his native tongue. He walked up to the counter, where the clerk, a girl with purple skin, glanced at him indifferently when she saw a newcomer. "Name, race, civilization, realm," she said directly, skillfully pulling out a form and handing it to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan thought for a moment and filled it out in order. Qin Chuan, human, Blue Star, Supreme Realm Level 1. He handed the form back, and the girl took it. When she saw Supreme Realm Level 1, her brow furrowed slightly but quickly returned to normal. "All right, please wait a moment." With that, she turned and went into the office behind her. In just a few minutes, the girl came out holding a high-tech lens. "Your information has been recorded. This is your information query tool. Keep it safe." Qin Chuan took the lens and put it on his right eye. The surface of the lens gradually became transparent, but a semi-transparent screen appeared in his field of vision. After putting on the lens, Qin Chuan curiously asked, "I just filled in Supreme Realm. Aren't you surprised?" The girl smirked and let out a mocking laugh. "I handle registrations. I see more Supreme Realm individuals in a day than you'll see in your entire life. Besides, with your level, aren't you just a little prodigy from a low-level civilization? Don't get too confident, or you'll end up being devoured without a trace." With that, the girl ignored him. Qin Chuan didn't get angry and quietly walked out. Just as he left, a pair of hands suddenly wrapped around the girl's waist from behind. The girl wasn't startled, instead, she chuckled softly. She leaned her head into the man's chest behind her with practiced ease. "You're so annoying, young Master Mode. I'm still working, but I miss you. Just like wine can't do without a glass, I can't do without you." Hearing this, the woman blushed slightly. "Young Master Mode, you're still as eloquent as ever. All right, I get it. I'll come to your room tonight. I'll be waiting for you." Mode's tone suddenly changed. That guy just now was He really at the Supreme Realm? The machine checked when he entered. He is indeed at Supreme Realm Level 1. Mode sneered. Heh, looks like we've got another useful slave. After completing the registration at the office, Qin Chuan suddenly realized a big problem: he had no money. In the universe's civilizations, the universal currency is the cosmic coin. The materials he had might fetch a good price on Blue Star, but here, they were just average. This didn't trouble Qin Chuan. If the materials couldn't sell for a good price, he could always sell some fruits. Selling just a few would likely ensure he wouldn't have to worry about cosmic coins for a long time. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan went to a corner and took out a fire attribute fruit from his space. As soon as the fruit appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of all the surrounding beasts. Just as Qin Chuan had anticipated, these fruits had immense appeal to beasts. Eating them could directly enhance their strength. Who wouldn't want that? Soon, a crowd gathered, their eyes fixed on the fruit in Qin Chuan's hand. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. Kid, I'll buy that fruit. Name your price. Hey, young man, do you have any water attribute ones? I want some too. Qin Chuan studied the value of cosmic coins, calmed the crowd, and began explaining the rules for selling. Everyone, quiet down and listen to the rules for selling these fruits. First, these fruits are only for sale today and tomorrow. Second, fruits with illusion, ancient, or undead attributes are priced at 1 billion cosmic coins each. Life attribute fruits are 1.2 billion cosmic coins each. Space attribute fruits are limited to 10 pieces and will only be sold via auction. Other attribute fruits are 800 million cosmic coins each. Alright, those who want to buy, line up. As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, the crowd first fell silent, then became even noisier. You're selling these lousy fruits for 1 billion cosmic coins? Do you think you're some kind of profiteer? Yeah, do you even know how hard it is to earn 1 billion cosmic coins? Many people surrounded Qin Chuan, complaining nonstop about the high prices. Qin Chuan didn't care. These people either had no money or were trying to haggle. But haggling? No way. The price wouldn't drop by even a single coin. While there were many who didn't want to buy, there were also plenty who did. At that moment, a burly man pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Qin Chuan. The pressure of a supreme second realm expert instantly erupted, making it hard for those around to breathe. The man looked down at Qin Chuan coldly and said, "Hand over all the fruits and get lost." Ha, this kid is too arrogant. Now he's provoked a big shot. A supreme second realm expert is top-tier combat power. Let's see how arrogant he can be now. The crowd was ready to watch the show. The next second, Qin Chuan delivered a fierce kick to the burly man's groin. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching himself in pain. Qin Chuan didn't let him off, grabbing the man's head and slamming it hard against the ground. On more star, battles between beast tamers were allowed, as long as no beasts were involved. At this moment, Qin Chuan pressed the man's face into the ground, rubbing it against the dirt. The man struggled weakly, pounding the ground in defeat. The crowd was stunned. Defeating a supreme second realm expert bare-handed? Such terrifying strength. This was exactly Qin Chuan's plan. By bringing out these fruits, he knew the immense profits would attract others' greed. Qin Chuan wanted to deter anyone from trying to control him. So, he decided to seize the opportunity to demonstrate his strength publicly. The burly man had walked right into the trap, becoming the first unlucky victim to be defeated by Qin Chuan on the spot. The effect was immediate. The crowd fell silent. Most of them were only at the Divine King realm, with very few at the Supreme realm. The burly man had been the strongest among them. Qin Chuan kicked the man aside to ensure he wouldn't interfere with his business, then smiled at the crowd. Anyone else dissatisfied? The crowd was dead silent. Good. Those who want to buy, line up. Those who don't block the way. Intimidated by Qin Chuan's display, the crowd quickly quieted down. Those who could afford it obediently lined up. Before long, the first customer spent 800 million cosmic coins to buy a fire attribute fruit. However, the others hesitated to step forward, watching as the first customer fed the fruit to his beast. The beast devoured the fruit ravenously, and a powerful energy erupted from within it. The beast tamer felt his beast's strength surge rapidly, even causing its realm to waver. With a loud boom, the beast broke through from Divine King second realm to Divine King third realm, becoming the tamer's strongest partner. The Tamer's own realm also advanced to Divine King Third Realm. The surrounding spectators were stunned by the scene, already determined to try it for themselves. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by the chance to advance a realm with just one fruit? Qin Chuan was truly clever. These precious fruits, even if not consumed immediately, could be saved for future generations. Cosmic coins were nothing compared to these fruits. Such rare materials, forget 800 million, even 8 billion wouldn't make someone sell them easily. Now, only one step remained, confirming that the fruits had no side effects. If that was the case, people would be willing to spend their entire fortunes to buy them. Soon, a beast tamer skilled in medical techniques volunteered to examine the fire attribute beast. The results showed the beast was in perfect condition, with no side effects whatsoever. Seeing this, Qin Chuan was overjoyed internally, knowing he had succeeded. These fruits had no side effects at all. The only problem was that once consumed, they left people craving more. When the crowd saw that the beast was completely fine, they erupted in excitement, forming a long line to buy the fruits. Some passers-by, unaware of the situation, noticed the long line and looked in the direction of the crowd. They discovered an unfamiliar race selling fruits they had never seen before. Watching buyers immediately feed the fruits to their beasts, which then experienced an instant surge in power, they finally understood why the line was so long and quickly joined in. At this moment, Mod arrived with his men, intending to capture Qin Chuan and force him to sign a servitude contract, turning him into a tool for the family. However, upon seeing the long line, Mod was confused about what was happening. He casually grabbed someone to ask. Recognizing Mod as a prominent figure from Moore's Star, the person immediately greeted him with a smile, fawning like a loyal dog. The person explained the situation in detail, leaving Mod utterly shocked. After sending the person away, Mod processed the information. A young genius from a lower civilization possessed a miraculous fruit that could significantly boost a beast's power without any side effects. The key point was that the person didn't mention any limit to the fruit supply, which meant Qin Chuan had plenty. Thinking of this, greed appeared on Mod's face. Such a powerful fruit, if monopolized by the family, would elevate their strength and status to a new level. He hadn't expected that this trip to capture someone would yield such an unexpected gain. Mod didn't take Qin Chuan seriously at all. Who was Qin Chuan? He was the eldest young master of the most powerful family on Moore's Star. Although his talent was average, taking 100 years to reach the mythic realm, the family's resources were strong, and he was accompanied by 10 bodyguards, each a top-tier expert with strength ranging from the 3rd stage of the Divine King realm to the 1st stage of the Supreme Realm. Qin Chuan was merely a 1st-stage Supreme Realm weakling. He had seen thousands of so-called geniuses from small places like this, and in the end, didn't they all end up kneeling at the feet of a mythic realm powerhouse like him? With his 10 bodyguards, Mod walked straight to Qin Chuan's small stall. Qin Chuan took a deep breath. Trouble had come again. He had just left the registration office when he sensed hostility from behind. Ling informed him that someone named Mod had set his sights on him. Mod, full name Mod Moores, was the eldest young master of the most powerful family on Moore's Star. Although his talent was average, the family had arranged for him to have 10 extremely powerful bodyguards. Mod was usually low-key, but only toward the elite on Moore's Star. Ordinary people were nothing in his eyes. However, he particularly despised geniuses from lower civilizations. A guy from a lower civilization surpassing him, a natural-born noble, in just a few years? Mod found this utterly humiliating. His favorite pastime was capturing these newly arrived geniuses, humiliating them thoroughly, then forcibly taking them back to his family, seizing all their beasts, and forcing them to sign servitude contracts. Those geniuses who lost their beasts either became playthings for certain family members or died on the battlefield. Now that Mod had arrived, Qin Chuan knew it wouldn't be anything good. Sure enough, as soon as Mod arrived, his bodyguards surrounded Qin Chuan. Mod walked forward leisurely, staring coldly at Qin Chuan. Why? How could a guy from a lower civilization reach the Supreme Realm in just a few years, while he, a noble, took 100 years to reach the mythic realm? He had already decided that once he captured Qin Chuan, he would first seize all his beasts, then lock him in a dungeon and slowly torture him to death. That was the reason for Mod's displeasure. However, before taking anything, he needed to find a secluded place to take Qin Chuan, to avoid anyone coming to his rescue. Last year, he had tried to capture someone, but a group of hidden powerhouses had jumped out to help that person, even almost starting A war. Some women in the family had secretly tried to rescue the person but were caught and met tragic ends. In the end, the family had no choice but to release the person. Before leaving, that person had even issued a threat, saying that 3 years from that day would mark the family's destruction, which infuriated Maud. Kid, what kind of fruit are you selling? Whatever fruit you want to buy, I'll sell it. Oh, then give me 100 of both space-type and time-type fruits. Sorry, the spatial attribute fruits are limited to 10 pieces and only available for bidding. The temporal attribute fruits are not for sale. You dare lie to me? Guards, take this guy away. With Maud's command, the bodyguards rushed forward, attempting to capture Qin Xuan. Although Maud had low talent, he was quite shrewd. This conversation revealed an important piece of information. He also possessed a temporal attribute fruit. If he could obtain it, with his family's technology, they might be able to mass-produce temporal attribute beasts. Even if mass production wasn't possible, the fruit could attract temporal attribute beasts, turning them into a family asset. Qin Xuan had to be dealt with. Facing the swarm of bodyguards, Qin Xuan shrugged. He had anticipated this. As he spoke, he pulled out Ji Chen's linked equipment, a pocket watch, and smiled at Maud. Guess why? I dare to sell things here? Why? Qin Xuan waved his hand, instantly rewinding the time of the charging bodyguards. Back to the moment they had followed Maud to the registration area. Time had reversed, but their memories remained intact. The 10 bodyguards looked at each other, confused. Weren't we just helping the young master catch someone? By the way, where's the young master? They searched around but couldn't find Maud anywhere. At this moment, Maud stood alone in front of Qin Xuan, who continued to smile at him. Maud, however, felt uneasy under Qin Xuan's gaze. Where had his bodyguards gone? His greatest confidence lay in those 10 bodyguards, who together could easily handle a mere Supreme Realm opponent. But now, he was just a mythical realm fighter, and his bodyguards had vanished. It must be that guy's equipment. The fruit. That mysterious pocket watch. How does he have so many powerful items? Jealousy and hatred filled Maud's eyes. He turned to the crowd and shouted, all of you, attack him together. The fruits will be ours. But no one paid him any attention. Idiots. I'm the eldest son of the Morse family. How dare you disobey my orders? Young master. At this moment, Maud's bodyguards returned. He was smugly pleased, but suddenly, with a click, Qin Xuan pressed the pocket watch again, and the 10 bodyguards disappeared once more, this time sent back to an even earlier point in time. Qin Xuan slowly approached Maud. Maud was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. You can't kill me. I'm the eldest son of the Morse family. If you kill me, my father will never let you go. Qin Xuan struck his head with an elbow, knocking him out cold. Killing him now would be easy. But he still had fruits to sell. Qin Xuan tied up the unconscious Maud tightly, tossed him aside, and clapped his hands. Let's continue the sale. By noon, Qin Xuan had already earned over 10 billion cosmic coins. In the afternoon, he began auctioning the spatial attribute fruits. The bodyguards returned one after another, only to be knocked out and tied up by Qin Xuan again. Qin Xuan glanced at the carefully arranged auction order. The first item, spatial attribute fruit. Starting bid 3 billion cosmic coins. The second item, spatial attribute fruit, starting bid 3 billion. The third item, spatial attribute fruit, starting bid 3 billion. The final item, still a spatial attribute fruit, starting bid 3 billion. Perfect. Qin Xuan contentedly put away the order list and stepped outside, where a large crowd had already gathered. Many influential figures had heard about the fruit auction, rumored to double the strength of beasts that consumed them. Those who missed out in the morning were determined to win this time. Qin Xuan squeezed through the crowd, carrying a cage with a void beast inside. This was also a spatial attribute beast, but its aptitude was average, and few were willing to form a contract with it. However, Qin Xuan had his reasons for buying it. The first round of the auction began. The first item, spatial attribute fruit, starting bid 3 billion cosmic coins. The highest bidder wins. I bid 3.1 billion. I bid 3.2 billion. I bid 4 billion. Ultimately, the first fruit was sold for a high price of 6 billion. Next is the second item, spatial attribute fruit, starting bid 3 billion. Highest bidder wins. The people below the stage bidding suddenly held their breath, thinking, isn't this clearly cutting leaks? The second fruit was auctioned for 5 billion, although lower than the first, it was still within Qin Chuan's satisfactory range. The third, the fourth. The various factions below were displeased. Did they really think they were sheep to be sheared at will? Once one sheep was shaved clean, they moved on to the next. When the fourth fruit was up for auction, an elder in the crowd stood up. I am the third elder of the first seat of the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan. I bid 3 billion for this fruit. Does anyone have objections? No one opposed, everyone disliked Qin Chuan. Since someone had stepped forward, they had to make him pay a price for the fruit he consumed, not let him take advantage for free. Soon, the bidding for the fourth fruit ended, and no one offered a higher price, only the third elder bid 3 billion cosmic coins. He looked at Qin Chuan mockingly, recognizing him as the ruthless man who had killed years ago. Although he was at the supreme third realm, combat with beasts was prohibited here, so he had to endure and wait for an opportunity after Qin Chuan left more star. For now, he decided to disgust him a little. Qin Chuan was dissatisfied. With the price of 3 billion, he wouldn't sell the fruit for less than 4 billion. Since they wanted him to suffer a loss, he wouldn't play by their rules. At this moment, the drooling void beast beside him came into play. Just as the third elder was about to take the fruit, Qin Chuan suddenly snatched it away. The third elder's face turned ugly, but Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Sorry, I just discovered this fruit is expired and can't be used. The customer is king, I can't sell you a bad fruit." After speaking, he opened the cage and handed the fruit to the void beast on the spot. The void beast had been staring longingly at the fruit being taken away, and now it was finally its turn. It opened its mouth and, like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit, directly swallowed the spatial attribute fruit. As soon as the fruit entered its body, a powerful force erupted, and the void beast completed its transformation. To compensate for your loss, I will refund the full amount you paid for this fruit. But everyone understood in their hearts, this guy would rather let the trash eat the fruit than give it to them for 3 billion. Damn, this profiteer really couldn't take a loss. The crowd cursed inwardly. The third elder asked, "Where's my fruit?" "What fruit?" Qin Chuan feigned ignorance. "The fruit I paid for. You said it was expired, so shouldn't you compensate me with another one? Didn't I refund your money? That's not the same. You need to compensate me with another fruit and also pay for my emotional damages." The third elder pressed aggressively. I refunded your money, so you didn't lose anything. And now you want another fruit? You're the buyer, and you're also the one being compensated. How can you have it both ways? Gasps of astonishment came from the crowd below. This guy was truly shameless. The third elder was left speechless, unable to respond for a long time. Then he pointed at the void beast behind Qin Chuan. "That fruit was expired, so why is it fine after it ate it?" "Because the fruit expired just 1 minute ago." The third elder was so furious his face turned red and he flew off, abandoning the fruit. The subsequent auctions went much smoother. No one tried to lower the price anymore, and instead, the bids became more aggressive. The remaining fruits were all auctioned for over 6 billion, with the last one even fetching 10 billion cosmic coins. After the auction ended, Qin Chuan immediately took the money and slipped away with Mod and the others. Those who succeeded in their bids left satisfied, while those who failed could only leave disappointed. On the rooftop of a building on Moor Star, Qin Chuan dropped Mod and the others off and slowly descended himself. The entire planet was covered in buildings, with no forests or anything similar. However, Qin Chuan had ways to hide his tracks. As long as he didn't kill anyone publicly, there wouldn't be a problem. Mod, who had been thrown to the ground, slowly woke up, his head aching as if it were about to split open, his skull feeling like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Where is this? How did I end up here? Mod looked up and saw Qin Chuan slowly descending and walking toward him. "I understand now, it was you. You have some nerve to kidnap me. Aren't you afraid the Morse family will come after you?" The bodyguards nearby also woke up, daring to kidnap young Master Mod, who gave this bastard the guts. A lowly race dares to kidnap the nobles of the Morse Star? Are you tired of living? Bang! Before the words were finished, Yao Xiang burst out from the space and kicked the bodyguard's head to pieces. The bodyguard and his beast companion had no chance to resist. Both were killed instantly by Yao Xiang's kick, and the beast's corpse fell from the space as well. The others, witnessing this, immediately fell silent, and the previously noisy rooftop became eerily quiet. But it was already too late. Yao Xiang turned toward another bodyguard who had insulted Qin Chuan. He stepped directly on the bodyguard's face, pressing down hard, and the head burst like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere, even onto the face of a nearby bodyguard. Qin Chuan stood coldly to the side, saying nothing and making no move to stop him. Only after Yao Xiang had finished off all the bodyguards did Qin Chuan call him back. As they passed by Mode, Yao Xiang shot him a fierce glare. Returning to Qin Chuan's side, Qin Chuan drew his longsword and slowly approached Mode. I'll give you one last chance. Do you have anything else to say? Qin Chuan's fingers lightly brushed the blade, showing no concern for Mode, who was lying on the ground. At this point, Mode, his face covered in blood, had lost all his previous arrogance, leaving only sheer terror. I have money, lots of money. If you spare me, all of it will be yours. Mode knew his life was hanging by a thread but still wanted to take a gamble. He had previously exchanged such rare fruits for cosmic currency, clearly in desperate need of money. I might have considered it before, but now I don't need money. Then, do I still have a chance? Enough. Opportunities come only once. Time to go. Qin Chuan interrupted Mode, ready to strike. Seeing his imminent death, Mode's expression turned vicious. You lowly creature, what right do you have to kill me? If you kill me, my father will never let you go. The Morse family will hunt you down forever. Ha ha ha. Enough nonsense. Qin Chuan ignored him, swung his longsword, and split Mode's head open. However, as the eldest son of the Morse family, Mode naturally had a way to be resurrected. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan teleported directly into the Morse family estate. Inside a grand hall, Mode had just stepped out of the resurrection array. Though alive again, the earlier events had left him shaken. Damn low-level civilization, you don't deserve to exist. I'll make sure my father wipes you all out. Mode's heart burned with hatred. Quick, take me to see my father. No need. I brought your father here. A figure suddenly appeared at the hall's entrance, holding a blood-soaked head. It was none other than the head of the Morse family, a supreme third-realm powerhouse. Qin Chuan, having judged that he could kill him, took advantage of his unpreparedness and struck. Of course, a scholar wouldn't call it an ambush, it was simply taking advantage of the moment. Thus, Qin Chuan carried the patriarch's head to the resurrection hall to block Mode. Seeing his father's severed head, Mode fell into utter despair. Qin Chuan swung his sword again, decapitating Mode, and casually dealt with the nearby servants. Looking at Mode, now headless once more, Qin Chuan couldn't help but think of a song from Earth, called Lift Your Skullcap. Before the other members of the Morse family could react, Qin Chuan teleported away. On the surface, the Morse family had only 3 ancestors, but Qin Chuan knew there were far more hidden monsters behind the scenes. These beings were all supreme third realm or even peak-level existences. If they joined forces, Qin Chuan was no match for them. At this point, though he couldn't defeat them yet, escaping was no problem. Without waiting for their response, Qin Chuan decisively teleported away. The enslaved geniuses from lower civilizations, with only 1 or 2 beast contract slots left, were practically crippled, and Qin Chuan paid them no mind. Before long, the Morse family was thrown into chaos. Its current patriarch had been killed, and in an extremely brutal manner. 6 ancestors of the family gathered to discuss the matter. Yes, 6 ancestors, double the publicly known number. Who dares to be so bold, treating our Morse family with such contempt? One ancestor roared, slamming the table in fury. At this moment, the ancestor seated in the center spoke. Don't worry, I have something here that can help us find the murderer. As he spoke, he pulled out an ancient mirror from his robe. The other elders looked at him in confusion and asked, "What is this?" The elder in the middle smiled, "This is a life-bound beast artifact I discovered in a dangerous place in my early years. This mirror is extraordinary. It can display images based on the person or thing you have in mind, making it very suitable for finding someone. However, it has a limitation: it can only locate those who have harmed members of our family." The other elders were astonished upon hearing this, surprised that such a magical artifact existed. Seeing their puzzled expressions, the elder in the middle continued, "I also want to know what kind of beast could create such a miraculous life-bound artifact. It doesn't seem like a power related to space or time. It feels more like it's tied to karma and retribution." With that, he began activating the mirror. "Tell me, who killed the head of our family?" The surface of the mirror gradually blurred, slowly revealing the silhouette of a person. The other elders leaned in to get a clearer look. In the mirror appeared the back of a young man, surrounded by ferocious and terrifying giant beasts. These beasts stared intently at the mirror, as if confronting the elders across the distance. As the image drew closer, the elders finally saw the back of the young man. He was facing away from the mirror, his face obscured. Just as the image was about to circle around to reveal his face, the man suddenly turned his head slightly, as if sensing their gaze. The elders were shocked. Could he have discovered us? The man extended his right hand, made a grasping motion, and said coldly, "You're spying on me, aren't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the mirror suddenly shattered with a loud crash, catching the elders off guard. In the end, they never saw his true face. Looking at the shattered fragments on the ground, the elders were filled with panic, especially the one in the middle. This mirror had never failed before, but this time it was ineffective. Moreover, the other party had noticed them. What kind of formidable enemy had they provoked this time? Now that the mirror was broken and they were being watched, if they didn't escape quickly, they might not even know how. They would die. But they didn't want to die yet. A family could be rebuilt, but once their lives were gone, everything would be over. With this in mind, the elders exchanged glances, quickly packed their belongings, and prepared to flee Morse Star with some of their clan members. On the other side, in stark contrast to the panicked Morse family elders, Qin Xuan was leisurely wandering through the universe. After selling a few precious fruits, Qin Xuan now had tens of billions of cosmic credits, enough to last him a long time. Some time passed. When his funds were nearly depleted, Qin Xuan planned to come up with an excuse to hold another limited-time event, releasing only 10 items. He was confident it would once again cause a frenzy of competition. This was a classic example of scarcity marketing. "Master, someone was investigating you just now." Ling's voice suddenly echoed in Qin Xuan's mind. "Oh? Who?" Qin Xuan asked. "A few old geezers from the Morse family," Ling replied. "They had a lifebound beast artifact left behind by a destiny-type beast, which could directly uncover your identity. But I easily blocked it," she added with a giggle. "I even gave them a little scare. Now they're all panicking." "Well done," Qin Xuan praised. "By the way, are there other destiny-type beasts in the universe? Besides you and me, I haven't seen any." "Of course there are, but they're extremely rare and well hidden. Most people can't find them, let alone form a contract with one." Boom! 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 As Qin Xuan flew through the universe, he suddenly heard the sounds of intense fighting ahead. Moving forward would lead him straight into the conflict. To avoid trouble, Qin Xuan decided to take a detour. Ahead, a group of green-skinned, lizard-like beast tamers was chasing a nimble young girl. The girl looked no different from a human from Earth, except for the pair of cat ears on her head and a cattail behind her. Her face was filled with anxiety, as she had infiltrated the lizard clan's territory to steal a treasure. Now that the treasure had been obtained, 5 divine King Realm experts were relentlessly pursuing her. At first, she could barely resist, but as time went on, her stamina was clearly waning. "You traitor, give the item back. We can't let her take the treasure away, or the clan leader will kill us. Brothers, the situation is urgent, take down the traitor Turiya." The 5 lizard men immediately launched a full-force attack, charging at the cat-eared girl. At that moment, an angry roar echoed. "Who dares bully my sister?" Boom! A figure appeared between the attacks, forcibly blocking all of them. Then, a tiger-eared young man appeared before everyone. "Brother!" the cat-eared girl shouted excitedly upon seeing him. "Turiya, don't be afraid, your brother is here." After speaking, the tiger-eared young man shielded Turiya behind him, coldly glaring at the 5 lizard men. "You grown men bullying a girl. What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, come fight me." The lizard men didn't hesitate and immediately turned to pounce on him, and the battle resumed. Qin Xuan took a detour, originally not intending to get involved in this fight. But one of the lizard men, who was struck and sent flying, crashed straight into him, slamming hard into a meteorite ahead. The lizard man spat out a mouthful of green blood. "Damn!" Qin Xuan couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, the tiger-eared young man appeared in front of the injured lizard man as if teleporting, golden light flashing in his hand, and punched the lizard man in the abdomen. Only when the lizard man collapsed and couldn't get up did the tiger-eared young man withdraw his fist, coldly looking at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan also assumed a combat stance. Although this guy was also a beast master, how could he Manipulate attributes? He clearly hadn't seen him use any lifebound beast weapon. At this moment, the cat-eared girl ran over, seemingly indicating that the enemies had been dealt with. Brother, who is he? Tariya asked curiously. I'm just passing by, Qin Chuan replied. Ha, being this close, and I didn't sense you at all. If I hadn't been chasing the enemy here, I wouldn't have noticed you. You think I'll believe your nonsense? As he spoke, the tiger-eared young man's hand once again radiated dazzling golden light, charging straight at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. He really was just passing by. Just as he was about to draw his blade to counterattack, Tianyu suddenly transformed into human form, emerging from the space and standing between the two. When Talus saw Tianyu, he immediately stopped his attack, staring blankly at the child before him. This child, like him, had tiger ears and a tiger tail, but they were white, whereas his and his sister's were gray. More importantly, he felt an aura from Tianyu identical to his own, but far stronger. Tianyu simply looked at Talus, while behind him, Tariya also noticed Tianyu. At first glance, she was happy to see someone of the same kind, but on the second look, she felt puzzled. Why was the aura of their kind so strong on him? Tianyu slowly spoke. Master, they seem to share the same origin as me. The three of them were stunned upon hearing this. Then, Talus recalled the legend of their clan. It was said that their ancestors were originally true tigers, beast companions. But because their ancestors were all incredibly powerful, they were seen as a threat by other races. As a result, they were united against and imprisoned in a mysterious place, disappearing without a trace. However, some of their ancestors managed to escape, finding a hidden place to establish a home. After countless years of evolution, they began to walk upright and gradually took on human forms. By Talus's generation, they were no longer just contracted beast companions but could become beast masters themselves. They could not only tame beasts but also use the dual abilities of gold and space passed down by their ancestors. However, their number of beast companions was limited. While others could gain an additional contract slot with each realm breakthrough, they needed to advance 2 realms for the same. Moreover, the power of their bloodline was growing weaker. Thinking of this, and seeing the overwhelming aura emanating from Tianyu, Talus could only think of one possibility: this child before him was actually their ancestor, but something still felt off. Talus blinked. This child's bloodline was purer than his own, likely a descendant of their ancestors, half an ancestor, so to speak. But their ancestors had been sealed in that mysterious space tens of thousands of years ago, and no one had found them since. If this person before him had appeared with a descendant of their ancestors, did that mean he knew where the ancestors were imprisoned? Talus looked at Qin Chuan, who stood behind Tianyu. They were well aware that their race was proud by nature and never easily accepted contracts. It had been this way in the past and remained so now. For this man to have formed a contract with their ancestor, he must have paid a great price. Beast tamers were the protagonists, while beast masters were their assistants. Talus had seen such relationships before. Many powerful beasts, in order to grow stronger, would choose to form contracts with beast masters who had compatible talents. This allowed the beasts to leverage the beast master's abilities to become even stronger. However, the beasts always held the dominant position, with the beast masters merely serving as support, having no say in the matter. The more Talus thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was the case. As expected, their ancestor was still as domineering as ever. His respect for Tianyu deepened, and as for the master Tianyu had just called out, he simply chose to ignore it. At that moment, Talus's mind raced, and he gradually pieced everything together. He bowed respectfully to Tianyu. Welcome back, ancestor. Qin Chuan stood to the side, somewhat bewildered. Could beasts and beast masters really share thoughts? According to Tianyu, he was their ancestor? In other words, the descendants of the sky-splitting divine tiger clan had gone from being beasts to becoming beast masters? But back when the sky-splitting divine tiger clan was on the blood-colored continent, he had never seen any of them become beast masters. Could there have been some undiscovered cases? Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. In any case, as long as he was the strongest, that was all that mattered. Please forgive my rudeness, ancestor. I will immediately take you to our current clan location, Talus said. Talia, standing nearby, also understood the situation and quickly stepped forward to pay her respects. Hearing Talus's words, Qin Chuan wondered if they were planning to take him back to their homeland. Tian Yu turned to him, seeking his opinion. Qin Chuan nodded, and only then did. Tian Yu turned to the bowing Talus and Talia. All right, let's go. With Tian Yu's approval, Talus and Talia dared to rise and lead the way. Talus revealed the bracelet on his wrist and operated it lightly, summoning a spaceship. He respectfully said, "To Tian Yu, ancestor, this way, please." The four boarded the spaceship. Qin Chuan found a seat and sat down, while Tian Yu curiously explored the interior of the ship, as he had never seen such advanced technology before. Talus and Talia sat across from Qin Chuan. "Does the spaceship not require a pilot?" Qin Chuan asked, glancing at the empty cockpit with some confusion. "I've already set it to autopilot with anti-tracking functions. No manual operation is needed," Talus replied. His gaze toward Qin Chuan no longer held the reverence he had for Tian Yu but was instead filled with disdain. Through his lucky jade pendant, Qin Chuan understood their thoughts and sneered inwardly. "Ha, they think I'm a slave? You've got it all wrong, my friends." Understanding their attitude, Qin Chuan ignored the two, leaning back against the comfortable cushion and closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, Tian Yu finished his exploration and returned, sitting directly beside Qin Chuan and leaning against his arm. Talus and Talia saw this and secretly laughed to themselves. The ancestor doesn't even have a proper pillow to sleep on outside and is using this guy as one. It's become second nature to him. Talus's lips curled into a cold smile. As expected, this person was nothing more than the ancestor's servant. To think the ancestor didn't even have a comfortable pillow, what a miserable life he must have led. This only made Talus's attitude toward Qin Chuan even colder. However, he believed that all of this would soon come to an end. With these thoughts, Talus looked at Tian Yu, who was leaning against Qin Chuan. The ancestor had returned. If they could find the other ancestors, the descendants and ancestors working together would surely restore the glory of the sky-splitting divine tiger clan. In that case, the clansmen wouldn't have to endure hard days anymore. They thought they would arrive soon, but the spaceship had been flying in space for nearly a month. There was nothing they could do but sit and wait. Tian Yu, bored, retreated into the beast space, while Qin Chuan's legs had gone numb from sitting. "Tell me, how much longer?" "No, just give me the location, and I'll take you there myself," Qin Chuan said as he dusted himself off. "Don't rush, it's only been a month. There's still 2/3 of the journey left," Talia replied coldly. "What? Another 2 months?" Qin Chuan couldn't sit still any longer. Waiting another 2 months would leave him completely stiff. Using his ability to read memories, he extracted the exact location of their tribe from Talia's mind. Then, Qin Chuan dashed out of the cabin, flew beneath the spaceship, and lifted it with both hands. Activating his teleportation wristband, he instantly transported the entire spaceship to the skies above the planet where the Talus tribe resided. The native life on this planet had long gone extinct due to environmental degradation. There were no plants, no animals. The planet had turned into a desert, with yellow sand filling the air, resembling a dead star. The Talus tribe had been hiding on this dead star for tens of thousands of years. Their ancestors had discovered that, although most of the planet had become uninhabitable, a canyon still harbored the last signs of life. This canyon was surrounded by mountains, and the surrounding and overhead cloud layers were dangerous zones of temporal and spatial chaos. The sky-splitting divine tiger could barely traverse this forbidden area. From above the planet, the canyon appeared pitch black, but from the bottom of the canyon, looking up, one could clearly see the sky, and even sunlight streaming in. The entrance to the canyon was extremely well hidden. After the planet became a dead star, its resources were quickly plundered by other planets. As a result, civilizations passing by now ignored this dead star, leaving it undiscovered for tens of thousands of years. Qin Chuan didn't teleport into the temporal chaos zone but instead landed directly at the bottom of the canyon. There, a group of people with tiger or cat ears, like Talus and Talia, resided. Their houses were mostly built from stone and wood. Qin Chuan found an open space to land. Although Talus and Talia didn't understand what had just happened, they quickly realized and stopped the spaceship, landing safely. The tribespeople immediately gathered around upon seeing the massive spaceship, whispering among themselves, "How did such a huge spaceship get in here? We've never seen anything like it before. Be careful, don't let our hiding place be discovered." Qin Chuan walked out from beneath the spaceship. The crowd was astonished to see that he had Neither tiger nor cat ears. He doesn't have ears? Who is he? Is he here to invade us? The murmurs grew louder. At that moment, the spaceship's hatch opened, and Talus and Talia stepped out. Look, it's Talus and Talia. They're back. That's wonderful, they're finally back. Seeing familiar faces and some younger, unfamiliar ones, Talus and Talia couldn't hold back their tears. They had left their homeland for over a decade, never contacting it to avoid being discovered. After so many years, they could finally reunite with their tribe and feel the long-lost warmth. Some of the elder tribespeople approached, smiling as they looked them over. Wow, we never thought you'd come back with such a massive spaceship. That's right, it was worth using all the tribe's resources to send you out back then. Although the tribespeople seemed in relatively good spirits, both adults and children appeared somewhat thin and frail. Talus could tell that life hadn't been easy for them over the years. Seeing the two of them return lifted everyone's spirits. He felt a pang of guilt for not being able to take care of his people all these years. In the crowd, he found the old chieftain and walked over, handing him 3 rings. Talia also handed over 2. These are the resources we've accumulated over the years, including some food and supplies. Please distribute them to the tribe. And we have some good news to share with you. The old patriarch did not hesitate and quickly gathered the tribe members to begin distributing the supplies brought by Talus. After most of the supplies were distributed, Talus stood in the center of the crowd, spread his arms, and loudly announced, "Everyone, listen up. I have important news." The tribe members looked at him curiously, eager to hear the good news. "We have found the ancestors who have been imprisoned for years." Boom! Talus's words struck the crowd like thunder. "Are you serious? You found the ancestors? Where are they?" The old patriarch was the first to recover from the shock and asked excitedly. "Right over there," Talus said, pointing to Qin Xuan and Tianyu standing under the spaceship. Tianyu had just been released by Qin Xuan and was standing a bit far away, so the crowd couldn't recognize him immediately. Hearing Talus's words, everyone turned to look at Tianyu. Instantly, they felt the overwhelming bloodline aura emanating from Tianyu, far stronger than their own. There was no doubt only an ancestor could possess such an aura. Previously, with fewer people around, it wasn't as noticeable, but now, with a crowd gathered, the oppressive presence of a superior being was unmistakable, and everyone instinctively wanted to kneel. Following the old patriarch's lead, the crowd stepped forward and knelt to pay their respects to Tianyu. Qin Xuan stood to the side, arms crossed, completely unfazed by the scene. Their ancestor was a sky-splitting divine tiger, but Tianyu was different. He was the sky-splitting divine tiger king. A tiger and a tiger king were 2 entirely different concepts. The more tigers there were, the greater the tiger king's dominance over its subordinates, facing the strongest existence in the tribe. It was only natural for everyone to kneel. Back on Blue Star, Qin Xuan had once secretly taken Tianyu to the sky-splitting Divine Tiger Park in Kyoto. 500 years had passed, and sky-splitting divine tigers had long been artificially bred. Now, the most common spatial type beast on Blue Star. The breeding farm was located in Kyoto, and when Qin Xuan brought Tianyu there, all the sky-splitting divine tigers knelt before Tianyu. Without Tianyu's command, they didn't even dare to lift their heads. Such was the dominance of a tiger king. Qin Xuan signaled Tianyu to give an order. With a single command from Tianyu, the tribe members finally stood up and prepared to escort Tianyu to the best residence. However, as the crowd made way, Tianyu remained still, instead turning to look at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan nodded, signaling him to go first. Only then did Tianyu slowly move forward, with Qin Xuan following closely behind. "Talus, who is that strange guy?" the old patriarch asked. In a low voice. "Humph, he's just the ancestor's servant, an insignificant figure," Talus replied coldly. Hearing this, Tianyu stopped in his tracks and coldly stared at Talus. "If anyone dares to insult my master again, I'll tear them apart." As his words fell, Tianyu unleashed a powerful aura, instantly forcing everyone to their knees. It wasn't until Qin Xuan stepped forward to pat Tianyu's head and calm him down that Tianyu retracted his aura and continued walking. The crowd slowly got up, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Did they hear that right? Their ancestor actually referred to someone else as master? And he was fiercely protective of that person? That person could even casually pat the ancestor's head? This was completely at odds with Talus's claim that beasts are the masters, and beast tamers are the servants. Everyone had assumed. Their ancestor was too proud to easily form a contract with anyone. What they didn't know was that their ancestor had already been part of artificial breeding back on Blue Star, but this was something Qin Xuan would never reveal. The tribe members soon brought out their best dishes to treat Tianyu. However, the appearance of these dishes was far from what Qin Xuan was used to. The land here had become increasingly barren, crop yields were very low, and the tribe had saved up for years to prepare these dishes. Seeing the tribe members staring at him eagerly, swallowing their saliva, Tianyu reluctantly picked up a piece of vegetable and put it in his mouth. The sound of chewing was accompanied by a pained expression as Tianyu forced himself to swallow a bite. The taste was even worse than what he had eaten on the Blood Continent. Then, he quickly left his seat. These dishes were made by you, so you should eat more of them. With that, he dashed back into Qin Xuan's space. The tribe members stared blankly in the direction Tianyu had left. Why did the ancestor stop eating? Was the food not good? The clan leader walked to a nearby table where there was a small bowl filled with the dishes they had prepared. He took a bite. This tastes much better than what we used to eat. How could it not suit the ancestors' taste? They had originally planned to wait for Tianyu to return before letting him have some food, but Qin Xuan directly said that Tianyu had left this table of food for them. It wasn't until Qin Xuan explained that it was Tianyu's intention that everyone slowly began to share the meal. There wasn't much food, so each person could only have a bite, but they were already very satisfied. One by one, their faces showed expressions of contentment, as if they had tasted the most delicious delicacy in the world. Qin Xuan was dumbfounded. My God, this is simply not a life fit for humans. At night, Talus approached Qin Xuan. May I ask, how did you find our ancestor? His tone carried a hint of respect, hoping to get news about the descendants of their ancestor. From Qin Xuan. Seeing Tianyu's earlier reaction, although hard to believe, he had no choice but to accept the reality. The descendants of their ancestor had willingly become the other party's contracted beast. Given this, their previous plan could no longer be carried out. They had originally intended to take this ancestor away first, then bring the entire clan to find the other descendants, and together launch a counterattack against the enemies who had besieged them in the past. But now it seemed that this descendant of the ancestor had no intention of leading the clan in a counterattack and appeared to have forgotten the plight of their race. Talus still had a lingering question in his mind: how did this seemingly ordinary guy gain the ancestor's approval and even receive such protection from him? If it were a higher race with abundant resources, it would make sense, but he didn't seem to fit that description at all. This was the first time they had encountered such a race in the universe, one that seemed more like a lower civilization. However, Talus was not foolish. He wouldn't directly try to persuade or attempt to sever the relationship between him and Tianyu, nor would he threaten him to break the contract. Doing so would easily anger the other party and might even endanger the entire clan, which was not what Talus wanted. He felt that if a conflict arose with Qin Xuan, the ancestor would undoubtedly stand firmly on Qin Xuan's side. Qin Xuan looked at Talus with a complicated expression, having already discerned his thoughts. But he couldn't possibly reveal anything about Blue Star to Talus. If he did, these people might declare war on Blue Star in no time. Actually, do you really have to find all the descendants of your ancestor? Yes, it's very important to us, Talus replied firmly, sensing an opportunity. Sigh. Qin Xuan sighed and said mysteriously, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but this is something I can't say. The descendants of your ancestor are living very well now. That's all I can tell you. All right. Talus couldn't learn the exact whereabouts of the ancestors' descendants and felt a bit disappointed. But hearing Qin Xuan say they were doing well, he also felt relieved. At least they weren't in danger, and there was still a chance to find them slowly. As for whether Qin Xuan was lying, Talus believed that someone recognized by the ancestor wouldn't need to deceive him. He bowed to Qin Xuan again and respectfully left. Watching Talus walk away, Qin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to bluff him away. On the outskirts of this dead star, several elders of the Morse family, along with the entire clan, had arrived here by spaceship. After being discovered spying on Qin Xuan on Morse Star, they had initially planned to escape with only a few elites. But unexpectedly, as they left, all the clan's elites ended up following them because they all had pure bloodlines. Oh, wait, one person named Monyan didn't leave. He stayed on Morse Star along with other captured geniuses from lower civilizations. This guy was the half-brother of the current family head Emoda's father. There were quite a few captured geniuses from lower civilizations, both male and female, all of whom were good-looking. Some of the female geniuses were particularly beautiful, and people in the clan often took the opportunity to bully them, while the elders turned a blind eye. Emoda's father, the current head of the Morse family, was no exception. Unfortunately for him, the young female genius he violated ended up giving birth to a child. When the matter was exposed, Emoda's mother slapped his father several times. But in the end, the necessary action still had to be taken. That child, Emonyen, was merely a mixed blood born of a slave and was utterly unworthy of inheriting the surname Mowers. The female genius was soon tortured to death by Maud's mother, while Emonyen was left behind, growing up under the cold stares of the family. After being threatened by Qin Chuan, the ancestors no longer wanted to be associated with Maud's father, so they left everything related to him on Mowers' star, including his wife, his faction, and that illegitimate child. Their spaceship was built with the most advanced technology in the universe, far surpassing the primitive ships of Taurus and his people. Compared to their ship, Taurus and his group's small spacecraft were like children's bumper cars. They had been on the run for over a month, traveling across more than a dozen planets, without finding a suitable place to settle. Finally, they arrived at this dead star, and their eyes lit up. This dead star had been inactive for years, having experienced some surface-level natural disasters, which posed no problem for them. Mowers' star had also been a dead star in the past, only transformed into its current state through the development efforts of the Mowers family and others. They could completely rebuild their family on this dead star. The planet was remote, unlikely to attract attention, and surrounded by underdeveloped civilizations, making it an ideal location. Good, this is the place, the ancestor ordered, and the massive spaceship landed steadily on the dead star. They then captured slaves from other primitive civilizations to begin rebuilding their family on the dead star. Several Mowers family ancestors sat together in a simple house. We've come so far, he shouldn't be able to catch up, right? To be safe, we should first construct underground facilities. Agreed. But I still feel uneasy. At that moment, a report came from outside. Ancestor, our scouting team, has discovered signs of life from another civilization on this planet. What? The ancestors immediately stood up, their faces filled with shock. Could someone else have arrived first? That was something they absolutely could not allow. Are there many of them? Only half our number. Good, take us there. We must strike first and eliminate them. But, what? Their location is within a restricted zone. The scouting team has explored it, there's no entrance, and we'd have to force our way in. The ancestors exchanged glances and made a resolute decision. Then we'll force our way in. Before long, 6 uninvited guests appeared in the canyon. The 6 Mowers ancestors, covered in blood, had forced their way into the chaotic spatial currents within the canyon. Although they made it in, they were severely injured, with the weakest among them barely surviving, clearly underestimating the dangers here. However, as long as they eliminated the other civilization here, they could recover after a few days of rest. Who are you? A sharp voice came from the cave entrance. Several people with tiger-like ears summoned 2 golden-level beasts and roared at the ancestors. Seeing that the opponents were only at the golden level, the ancestors sneered disdainfully. Even though they were all heavily injured, a few golden-level beast tamers posed no threat to them whatsoever. Who knew how these creatures had managed to get in here? The ancestors casually swatted the 2 enemies, as if they were mere flies, and staggered toward the cave entrance. Exiting the cave, the outside appeared pitch black, but from inside, it looked like an ordinary open space with no obstructions. There were many people outside who looked identical to the 2 flies they had just killed. These people were so weak that they were not even worth mentioning, and posed no threat to the ancestors. Looking at these defenseless weaklings, the ancestors revealed sinister smiles. Before long, screams echoed through the canyon as the supreme-level ancestors began indiscriminately slaughtering. Soon, the entire tribe was slaughtered, leaving only ruins as a few ancestors stood proudly amidst the devastation. Ha, these people were too weak. This time, it didn't take any effort at all. Since we're here, we might as well kill them all. No point wasting the price we paid. Finish up quickly and heal. We need to leave as soon as possible. Why do I feel an increasingly ominous sensation? Suddenly, the surrounding flames began to recede rapidly, and the houses started piecing themselves back together. Those who had been vaporized miraculously reappeared, standing once again before the ancestors. Before long, the canyon was restored to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. What just happened? What just happened? Taurus snapped back in terror, exchanging a glance with Toria. Weren't we dead? Looking back, the 6 ancestors who had easily killed them were still standing there. Taurus's heart sank. These monsters hadn't left. Damn it, am I going to die again? The experienced ancestors quickly realized what had happened. It was the work of a time element beast master, someone with an incredibly profound mastery of time. To think such a small place hid such a powerful figure. As they were pondering this, footsteps echoed from the distance. The ancestors focused their gaze and saw a young man walking toward them, accompanied by a humanoid beast. It was Ji-Chen who had just restored the canyon. After all, this was the territory of the Tianyu clan, and it wasn't up to these ancestors to wipe them out. Ling's reminder had informed Qin Xuan that these 6 were ancestors of the Morse family, all at the peak of supremacy. What a small world. Originally, Qin Xuan would have been somewhat wary of the 6 working together, given his current strength. But now, seeing them all severely injured, Qin Xuan felt he finally had a chance to take them down. With this realization, Qin Xuan equipped himself fully, dual-wielding swords, wearing one purple and one white glove, and carrying 4 weapons on his back: a spear, a machete, a scythe, and a trident. He also threw out a dark green circular saw, while 2 orbs, one green and one red, floated on either side of him. At the same time, all of Qin Xuan's beasts appeared, instantly surrounding the ancestors. The ancestors were dumbfounded at the sight of Qin Xuan's luxurious equipment. This kid's gear was more powerful than all of theirs combined, armed to the teeth. Where did he get so many powerful life-bound beast weapons? This question popped into their minds instantly. As they looked at the dozens of beasts, they felt an increasing sense of familiarity, as if they'd seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, the eldest ancestor seemed to realize something. These beasts, weren't they exactly like the ones they had seen in the mirror before? His gaze shifted back to Qin Xuan, and this figure, it was just like the silhouette in the mirror. His eyes widened in disbelief. You are. Gradually, the other ancestors also recognized Qin Xuan through the beasts, pointing at him in terror. Unable to speak clearly, they had fled so far just to avoid him, yet here he was, at this critical moment. Fully armed, Qin Xuan charged at the ancestors without hesitation. The ancestors dared not underestimate him and immediately summoned all their beasts to fight back. However, their beasts were already heavily injured. Facing Qin Xuan's fully restored beasts, and with the coordination of Wei and the others, they were completely outmatched. The beastmasters fared even worse. The heavily injured ancestors, up against Qin Xuan's 6 weapons and the unpredictable flying saw, were suppressed to the point where they couldn't even muster the strength to wield their supreme-level life-bound beast weapons. Damn it! Where did all this stuff come from? We can't fight this, the weakest ancestor roared in frustration. He was struggling the most, his vision blurred by blood, relying solely on instinct and luck to dodge Qin Xuan's attacks. Slash! Before long, this ancestor was targeted by Qin Xuan and had an arm and a leg severed, collapsing to the ground in agony. The other 5 ancestors had no time to care about his life or death. While Qin Xuan focused his attacks on him, they launched a collective counterattack against Qin Xuan. Seeing the sharp weapon about to pierce Qin Xuan, he smiled. The 5 elders sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to retreat, so they could only charge forward desperately. The next second, boom! A powerful shockwave swept everything around into the air. As the dust settled, a figure entirely in dark green appeared. It was Qin Xuan, now possessed by Yu Rong. At this moment, Qin Xuan's hands had transformed into whips, and the weapons in his hands were replaced by the scythe and spear on his back. With an even more ferocious aura, he charged at the elders. You're breaking the rules. Using possession-type beast control, one elder shouted, but Qin Xuan paid no attention. He first used a whip to severely injure the weakest elder. Now was not the time to kill them. They surely had a way to resurrect, and if they were killed now and revived, it would be troublesome. He needed to cripple them first, then destroy the items their family used for resurrection. Thus, Qin Xuan, using the limbs on his back and his hands in coordination with the vine whip, launched a frenzied attack on the 5 injured elders, leaving them no chance to fight back. Soon, all 5 elders were injured. 2 had both arms severed, and 1 had a leg cut off by a sneak attack from a flying blade. Boom! At the same time, the elders' beasts also fell one by one, on the brink of death. The vine whip mercilessly swept through everything in its path. They tried to launch a sneak attack from behind, but the jade shattered, white smoke slowly rose, and finally dissipated into the air. He quickly destroyed all the jade. At this moment, all the Supreme Realm experts of the Morse family gathered outside the room, surrounding Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of wasting time with them. His goal had already been achieved. After confirming there were no omissions, Qin Chuan raised his hand and instantly unleashed several sword beams, slashing toward the crowd outside. Once done, he quickly activated the teleportation wristband and returned to the canyon. Those struck by the sword beams had nowhere to hide and could only watch helplessly as they were torn to pieces. After the sword beams dissipated, only shattered jade fragments remained on the ground. Back in the canyon, Qin Chuan saw the 6 ancestors still obediently waiting for him, and he was overjoyed. He descended from the sky, returning to the battlefield. This surprise attack caught the 6 slow-moving ancestors off guard, and they were killed on the spot. Old 6, the other ancestors cried out in anguish, their eyes filled with rage and helplessness. There was no time to mourn. Qin Chuan immediately launched another attack. As their beasts fell one by one, the ancestors quickly lost their ability to resist. They finally realized they had no choice but to accept reality. The family spaceship contained jade that could restore them to their peak state. These jades were incredibly powerful, capable of reviving them to their strongest form, even resurrecting their beasts. However, such heaven-defying items could only be used once in a lifetime, and their quantity was extremely limited. Only the great ancestor had ever obtained that mirror. By chance, he acquired over 100 resources, while others had searched the universe for millennia without any clues. For a family of tens of thousands, these resources were far from sufficient. Besides the 6 of them, only a few exceptionally gifted individuals with the potential to break through the supreme peak were qualified to have their names engraved on the resource list. They gave up resisting, preparing to face Qin Chuan's fatal blow. Seeing such an opportunity, Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't let it slip. He charged forward, slashing at their heads. They had no idea that their trump card for resurrection had long been destroyed by Qin Chuan, but this was understandable, as only a few in the family even knew about the resurrection items, let alone outsiders. If not for Ling's power of causality, which left everyone exposed before it, Qin Chuan would never have known. At this moment, they glared at him with fury, vowing that if they were resurrected and Qin Chuan dared to reappear, they would make him wish for death. Slash, 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 slash. Qin Chuan's 5 consecutive strikes sent the ancestors' heads flying into the air before they fell heavily to the ground. The ancestors had been ready to be resurrected, but what greeted them was an increasingly faint consciousness. What was going on? Had they not returned to the family? Had the ancient jade not taken effect? In truth, their ancient jade had long been rendered useless. What awaited them was only the cold embrace of death. As their consciousness faded, the ancestors perished completely. After this battle, Away and the others' levels skyrocketed directly to level 800. The tribe members emerged from their houses. Earlier, when they faced danger and knew they couldn't resist, they had hidden inside, not daring to even peek for fear of losing their lives. Although they hadn't witnessed the battle, they could feel its terrifying intensity. After coming out, Talus looked at Qin Chuan's back and the 6 corpses around him, finally understanding why the ancestors had chosen him. With such strength, he too would willingly submit. Before the clan leader could express his gratitude, Qin Chuan had already left the canyon with his beasts, heading into the depths of the universe. He had no interest in small talk and preferred to spend his time studying the levels of his beasts. Away and the others had just broken through to the 2nd stage of the Supreme Realm. After a brief inquiry, Qin Chuan learned that Away and the others had felt a breakthrough in their realm upon reaching level 750. This meant that each minor stage within the Supreme Realm was separated by approximately 250 levels. Both the Supreme Realm and the Divine King Realm had 4 minor stages, which implied that to break through to the Eternal Realm, one would need to reach at least level 1500. Indeed, the road ahead is still long, Qin Chuan muttered, startled by his own deduction. He couldn't help but sigh. Oh, right, there was one more thing. He returned to this dead star and arrived at the Morse family. Just now, those Supreme Third Realm experts failed to kill him in one strike, and Qin Chuan took a big risk. Now that he had reached the Supreme Second Realm, he should be able to easily annihilate the Supreme Third Realm in groups. Thinking this, he summoned all his beasts and flew above the Morse family. Soon, the entire Morse family camp, except for Qin Chuan and his beasts, was devoid of life. From then on, the Morse family was completely annihilated. Taurus watched Qin Chuan leave silently, and the tribe members didn't know what to say. They had witnessed Qin Chuan's immense power, and a sense of admiration and desire to follow him grew in their hearts. However, Qin Chuan left abruptly, not giving them a chance to express themselves. Still, they didn't plan to give up. After deliberation, they decided to erect a statue of Qin Chuan in the center of the tribe after the post-disaster reconstruction was completed. As a sign of respect, after the tribe was rebuilt and the statue erected, Taurus and Turi boarded a spaceship again, leaving the tribe to embark on a new journey. But this time, they had a new mission, to find Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan wandered the universe for 3 months. During this time, a few ignorant troublemakers tried to provoke him, but all were killed on the spot by Qin Chuan. In a hidden laboratory on an unfamiliar planet, an alien scientist wearing a white robe, with a deformed head and 10 eyes, was engrossed in his research. He walked through a dim corridor, the walls covered in black spots, clearly neglected for a long time. Arriving at a petri dish, he saw a writhing, twisting mass of black flesh inside. Placing his hand on the glass, his eyes filled with obsession as he stared at the repulsive thing, muttering to himself, "You are my most precious discovery. Just now, I made another major breakthrough. I've been so lucky lately, I've found solutions to previous problems. Those fools, just because of one small mistake, they not only confiscated my samples but also banned me from conducting experiments for life. They have no idea who I'm working for. If they won't let me do it, I'll do it anyway." As he spoke, his fingers clenched tightly, and his gaze turned cold and ruthless. Just wait, they'll all pay the price soon. Time fast forwards to a year later. A commotion erupted within the Triad Divine clan. In the sky, a young girl bathed in golden light descended slowly. An elder looked at her with a face full of gratification. This girl was his granddaughter, the most outstanding genius in the clan, Yao Li. Today, she successfully broke through to the Divine King realm, becoming the youngest Divine King realm beast master in the clan's history. And this elder was the second strongest figure in the Triad Divine clan. Yao Li walked forward with a smile. "Grandfather, I did it." The elder nodded approvingly. As expected of my granddaughter. Yao Li's extraordinary talent attracted the attention of other divine clans. She had been targeted for assassination multiple times, all thwarted by her grandfather. She often challenged geniuses from other minor civilizations, confidently proving to them that the divine clans were the true rulers of the universe. Most of the time, these so-called geniuses were no match for her. She had endless resources, her grandfather doted on her, and she could choose from mythical quality beasts. In battle, she showed no mercy, always using her ultimate moves to ensure victory, having already defeated and destroyed several opponents' beasts. Each time she defeated an opponent, she would publicly humiliate them, trampling them underfoot. In her eyes, as a noble member of the divine clan and the clan's top genius, whatever she said was right. Anyone who dared to contradict her, except for her elders, was courting death. Many defeated geniuses looked at her with hatred, but she saw these gazes as provocations. In the face of provocation, she would not hesitate to cripple her opponent. Today, she set her sights on a new target. His name was Lin Xiaoyu, from the lowly civilization of Blue Star. She considered humiliating them as giving them face. To dare look at her with such eyes was an extreme disrespect. In such cases, she would systematically destroy all of her opponent's beasts, then leave arrogantly in front of them. With her grandfather backing her, she feared no retaliation. Want to kill her? First, ask her grandfather if he agrees. Glancing at Lin Xiaoyu's profile, Yao Li sneered disdainfully. Ha, another small fry. I hope this one can entertain me a bit more, Morse Star. A year had passed, and Morse Star had undergone significant changes. After the disappearance of the Morse family, some captured geniuses had revolted, but their strength was limited and they were quickly suppressed. Among those fallen geniuses, some died, and others fled. After a period of intense power struggles, Morse Star finally regained its peace a few months later. Just a month ago, Lin Xiaoyu also arrived here. Unlike Qin Xuan, who came equipped with heaven-defying gear, Lin Xiaoyu ventured into the universe alone. By befriending a genius from another civilization, he managed to reach Morse Star. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu was wandering curiously through the market stalls of Morse Star, with a boy following behind him. Lin Xiaoyu found the situation both amusing and helpless. On his first day on Morse Star, he had stumbled upon this boy, who was on the verge of starvation, and gave him some food. After some inquiries, he learned that the boy's name was Imprisoned, an illegitimate child of the current head of the Morse family. A year ago, the Morse family had suddenly relocated, leaving him behind, and he had been wandering ever since. Since Lin Xiaoyu helped him, Imprisoned had been following him. Initially, Lin Xiaoyu had no intention of letting Imprisoned tag along. But seeing how familiar the boy was with Morse Star, Lin Xiaoyu decided to let him act as a guide. As they spent more time together, Imprisoned revealed an astonishing talent for combat, which made Lin Xiaoyu change his mind. Although Imprisoned was not yet old enough to form a contract with a beast, learning some combat techniques was no problem. And so, Lin Xiaoyu gained a young apprentice. "Master, where are we going today?" Imprisoned asked as he walked beside Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and put an arm around his shoulder, saying, "I heard the mysterious fruit is going on sale again in the next couple of days. This fruit can greatly enhance a beast's strength, so I plan to stay a bit longer." Since being taken in, Imprisoned's complexion had improved significantly, and his gaunt frame had filled out. He was sensible and capable, often helping Lin Xiaoyu with various tasks. Most importantly, Imprisoned was incredibly talented. He quickly mastered the few combat moves Lin Xiaoyu taught him. Looking at his young apprentice, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This must be the joy of being a master. It was truly wonderful. Elsewhere on Morse Star, Qin Xuan was submitting a task at a commission agency. Before the mysterious fruit went on sale, he was trying to earn some extra cash by taking on commissions worth over 30,000 universe coins. Respected. The female receptionist had just started speaking when Qin Xuan jumped onto the counter, pinched her lips, and made a playful tisk-tisk sound. After completing several commissions over the past few days, Qin Xuan was tired of hearing the receptionist's repetitive lines. He even suspected she might be a robot, mechanically repeating the same words every day. Qin Xuan just wanted to quickly submit the task, claim his reward, and leave. The so-called mysterious fruit came from the Erdwa tree. Over the past year, Qin Xuan had spent over 10 billion universe coins. Of course, it wasn't all his spending, most of it went toward enhancing his beast. The universe was full of advanced civilizations with all kinds of delicacies and entertainment, and Qin Xuan never hesitated to buy anything his beast liked. After all, his beast started as a fully evolved form, so he didn't have to worry about material shortages. This time, the sale would once again include an auction, featuring space attribute fruits sold one by one. As the saying goes, money can always be earned again, but if you lose your conscience, you'll just have to earn even more. The good news was that the number of space attribute fruits had increased from 10 to 20. Looking at his account balance of over 50 million universe coins, Qin Xuan decided to leave it at that for now and sell more fruits tomorrow to make up for it. Just then, a golden vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and two figures emerged from it. Slowly, two figures floated in. The skied one was Yao Li, and the other was her attendant. "Where is Lin Xiaoyu? Does he dare to come out and fight me?" Yao Li shouted arrogantly. After landing, the maid beside Yao Li appeared somewhat nervous. As Yao Li's personal attendant, she had also looked into Lin Xiaoyu's background and discovered that his talent was no less than her mistress's. Her mistress had become a god king in just 3 years, but Lin Xiaoyu always carried an air of mystery. Even she, as an attendant, could sense it. How could her mistress not notice? "Miss, this Lin Xiaoyu is no ordinary person. Are you really confident you can defeat him?" "I know what you're trying to say. I have my confidence, don't worry." Yao Li smiled, her three eyes firmly fixed ahead. "Today, our three-eyed divine clan will make everyone recognize our strength anew." Yao Li arrived above the largest arena on Morse Star and shouted loudly again, "Lin Xiaoyu, get out here. Today, I challenge you." Listening to Yao Li's provocation, Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow. In just over a year, Lin Xiaoyu had already reached the universe's strongest arena? And now he was being openly challenged? Rarely encountering a fellow countryman, Qin Chuan decided to go take a look. He headed toward the arena. Emonian heard the name Yao Li shouted and felt a stir in her heart. Lin Xiaoyu? Isn't that Master? She looked up at Lin Xiaoyu in confusion. Master, is she here for you? Lin Xiaoyu nodded. He hadn't expected someone to challenge him, but since that was the case, he had no reason to refuse. With that thought, he led Emonian toward the arena, where Yao Li was. Yao Li floated in the air, looking down at Lin Xiaoyu condescendingly. I thought you wouldn't dare show up. At least you have some courage. Many geniuses from remote places don't dare provoke me. As Lin Xiaoyu prepared to step onto the arena, Emonian nervously grabbed his arm. Don't worry, everything will be fine. After calming Emonian, Lin Xiaoyu jumped onto the arena, his gaze steady as he stared at the contemptuous Yao Li across from him. With a wave of his hand, he instantly summoned 9 battle beasts. All of this was clearly seen by Qin Chuan, hidden among the crowd. The wind sound dog from back then had evolved into the storm dog god, the flower spirit had transformed into the jade lotus envoy, and the mountain turtle had become the mountain guardian turtle. Additionally, there were the phantom fox king, the blazing divine bird, the blade of the dead, the thunder python, the holy light unicorn, and the sky-splitting divine tiger. All the battle beasts had reached the god king level. The sky-splitting divine tiger was a gift from the Dragon Nation's government, while the holy light unicorn didn't seem to be a Dragon Nation breed. It looked more like it had been obtained from a Western country. Qin Chuan's guess proved correct. The holy light unicorn indeed came from a Western country. Lin Xiaoyu had even defeated that arrogant Western genius who had been sent back home by Wang Jinzhong years ago. Seeing this, Yao Li wasted no time in summoning 10 battle beasts. These beasts were either ferocious in appearance or naturally aggressive. The battle beasts of both sides quickly clashed fiercely. From the start of the battle, Yao Li felt the pressure. Her previously disdainful expression gradually turned serious and puzzled. At the same level, Lin Xiaoyu's number of battle beasts was one less than hers, and she had the support of her grandfather. Logically, Lin Xiaoyu should have been easily crushed by her. Her battle beasts were all of top-tier quality, there was no reason for them to be suppressed. Yet, the opponent's battle beasts were all of mythical quality, just like hers. But wasn't Lin Xiaoyu from a poor and backward place? Her divine clan didn't even care about those resources. How could this battle be so difficult? There was only one answer. Lin Xiaoyu not only had good luck, possessing mythical quality battle beasts, but also had extremely high talent. But he was just an ordinary person. How could he have such high talent? Thinking of this, jealousy burned in Yao Li's heart. This Lin Xiaoyu must not be allowed to live. She ordered her battle beasts to specifically target Lin Xiaoyu's weaknesses, showing no mercy. Qin Chuan watched all this and sneered inwardly. This woman really couldn't handle losing. Would she call on her elders for support if she lost? Lin Xiaoyu quickly noticed this as well, his face darkening as he stared at the fierce-eyed Yao Li. He had originally intended to let her lose with some dignity, but since she had revealed her true intentions, he wouldn't hold back. Attack with full force. At Lin Xiaoyu's command, his beasts revealed confident smiles, no longer holding back their strength. In an instant, the previously evenly matched battle turned into a one-sided suppression. The suppressor, without a doubt, was Lin Xiaoyu. The Storm Hound God knocked out one of Yao Li's beasts with a single slap. Soon, all of Yao Li's beasts were defeated, and Lin Xiaoyu's beasts charged directly at Yao Li herself. Like Qin Chuan, Lin Xiaoyu showed no mercy. Since this woman wanted him dead, he would strike first. Grandfather, save me. Facing imminent danger, Yao Li cried out desperately for her grandfather. Suddenly, the green sky was overtaken by a golden vortex, from which golden lightning struck down, forcefully blasting away all of Lin Xiaoyu's beasts. Everyone looked up to see an old man emerging from the vortex. Qin Chuan sneered coldly, as expected. Things were unfolding just as he had predicted. Women like her never met a good end. Tears streamed from all 3 of Yao Li's eyes as she saw the old man. Grandfather, he bullied me, she cried. He almost killed me just now. If I hadn't called for you in time, you wouldn't have seen me again. She sobbed as she complained to the old man, pointing at Lin Xiaoyu's position. The old man's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Lin Xiaoyu. This insignificant figure in the Divine King realm dared to try to kill his precious granddaughter. This was a direct provocation. He was determined to eliminate this man today to avenge his granddaughter. The oppressive aura of a supreme peak level being instantly spread out, and the immense pressure, made Lin Xiaoyu feel as if he were carrying a weight of 100,000 pounds on his shoulders. Lin Xiaoyu used all his strength, just to avoid collapsing to his knees. The second seat had no intention of letting him go. Today, he would teach this man who dared to harm his granddaughter a harsh lesson. After the Moore's family left, the Moore star was controlled by several divine clans, with the three-eyed divine clan being one of them. Lin Xiaoyu wanted to kill someone in public who would dare oppose him. Who would dare stop him? As for themselves? How could the noble divine clans ever be wrong? Lin Xiaoyu had provoked the divine clans, so it was entirely his fault. The second seat glared viciously at Lin Xiaoyu, who was struggling on the stage. A mere mongrel from Blue Star dares to try to kill my granddaughter? Your entire race deserves to be wiped out, he declared. Today, I announced that the head of a Blue Star human is worth 1,000 cosmic coins. Boom! The second seat's words caused an uproar, followed by a wave of excitement. This was a quick way to get rich. Some people quietly left the crowd, beginning their search for Blue Star humans. Qin Chuan listened to this arrogant declaration, secretly pleased. He had already thought of a way to resolve this situation. Once the three-eyed divine clan was completely eradicated, even if others brought the heads of Blue Star humans, there would be no one to pay them, and naturally, no one would hunt Blue Star humans anymore. It had been a long time since his rainbow flame had erupted. This was the perfect excuse. In the air, the second seat lightly pointed a finger, and the pressure on Lin Xiaoyu's shoulders instantly doubled. This time, Lin Xiaoyu could no longer hold on. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices as he clutched his chest and fell to his knees. Master Mo Nian rushed onto the stage in panic, trying to help Lin Xiaoyu up. This made the second seat. The round shield perfectly blocked the attack, then quickly shrank and flew back to Qin Chuan's arm. Lin Xiaoyu and Qin Chuan had no deep enmity. Qin Chuan even somewhat appreciated him. After all, with Lin Xiaoyu's destiny, it would be hard for him not to survive. Since that was the case, why not strike now? Moreover, Qin Chuan still remembered that it was this group that had taken Jining away. And now, they dared to threaten to destroy Blue Star, clearly courting death. Senior! Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Another insignificant Blue Star character. The second seat frowned. Old man, don't bully the young. Dare to spar with me? Qin Chuan retracted the round shield and provocatively stared at the second seat. Audacious! The provocation worked, and the second seat immediately unleashed the pressure of a supreme peak. But Qin Chuan remained fearless, calm and composed even as the pressure descended. Impossible! You're also at the supreme realm. The second seat was shocked. Qin Chuan couldn't be bothered with idle talk and instantly teleported behind Yaoli. This move never failed. He slashed twice, severing Yaoli's limbs, causing her to scream in agony. There was no doubt that this woman had resurrection methods, so Qin Chuan didn't deliver a killing blow. The second seat watched as his precious granddaughter was maimed, his face turning green with rage. You bastard! You deserve to die. He exerted all his strength, attempting to kill Qin Chuan on the spot. Preveno 1 retrieved them back into their space, so these beasts ultimately could only be exhausted to death. Qin Chuan teleported the second one above the clan's territory. Before the second one could react, Qin Chuan had already launched another attack. After merging with Yu Rong, Qin Chuan's speed and strength increased significantly. With one hand, he grabbed the second one, and with the other, he plunged a blade directly into its stomach. Qin Chuan twisted the hilt, making the second one feel intense pain. Then, he pulled out the blade, put on Dilly and Feng's gauntlets, and punched the second one hard in the face. It wasn't over yet. Yu Rong's terrifying attack speed made Qin Chuan's fists rain down on the second one like a storm. The second one's face, shoulders, and stomach were all riddled with dents from the punches. Finally, Qin Chuan gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch, slamming the second one fiercely toward the planet. The second one was struck so hard that its back ignited from the friction, streaking across the sky above the clan's territory like a meteor. Next, Qin Chuan released Hong Yen. As soon as Hong Yen appeared, it was engulfed in flames, charging straight toward the three-eyed god's planet. The temperature of the flames kept rising, turning from red to white. Not good. Seeing the flaming giant bird, faster than Himself, rushing toward the planet, the second one felt a sinking heart. He immediately recognized that this beast intended to self-destruct. Wasn't it said that upon reaching the Supreme Realm, Beastmasters and their beasts would cherish life more? Why did this person resort to self-destruction at the drop of a hat? This kind of move, which harms the enemy 1,000, but costs oneself 800, should only be used in desperate situations. Moreover, this Supreme Second Realm beast could contend with a Supreme Peak. If it self-destructed on his planet, the consequences would be unimaginable. The other members of the Three-Eyed God clan also noticed the rapidly approaching Hongyan and tried to stop it, but Hongyan was simply too fast. Chirp accompanied by a sharp sound of scales and feathers, Hongyan charged straight toward the planet, and crashed into the Three-Eyed God's planet at high speed. The white light flickered a few times. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a massive mushroom cloud rose from the ground, with scorching flames rapidly engulfing the entire area. From space, Qin Xuan could see it even more clearly. The area struck by Hongyan began to crack violently, with boiling magma spewing out madly. Hongyan's self-destruction instantly triggered the explosion of the entire planet. In the blink of an eye, the planet shattered into pieces, and the shockwave spread deep into the universe. The blinding light forced Qin Xuan to squint his eyes. Is this the power of a Supreme Realm super beast's self-destruction? With one strike, it could destroy an entire planet, and this wasn't even its strongest state. This explosion nearly wiped out the entire Three-Eyed God clan, leaving only a few members who barely escaped with injuries. Even so, these survivors were gravely wounded. The second one, already battered and bruised by Qin Xuan, was completely consumed by the flames and utterly obliterated. At the same time, all of the second one's beasts on the Moor Star Arena also perished. Away's experience points skyrocketed once again. Forget about defeating a Supreme Peak. The number of Supreme Realm powerhouses from the Three-Eyed God clan defeated by Qin Xuan was countless. This explosion, combined with the accumulation of the past year, directly pushed Qin Xuan's beast levels beyond 1,000, breaking through to the Supreme Third Realm. Now, Qin Xuan no longer had to worry about being besieged by Supreme Peak powerhouses from other races. He was fully capable of taking on a group of Supreme Peak powerhouses alone, just like the current situation. Facing the furious and swarming remnants of the Three-Eyed God clan, Qin Xuan directly activated his over-limit perception talent, instantly teleporting all his beasts over. The injured members were no match for Qin Xuan. At Qin Xuan's command, countless undead creatures from the abyss surged like a tide, overwhelming them. One particularly fast member tried to break through the encirclement and escape. Qin Xuan, however, leisurely overlapped his thumb and middle finger, extended the other fingers, and slightly leaned forward, forming a foxhead gesture. Then, he aimed the small circle between his thumb and middle finger at the fleeing member. Snap! Qin Xuan made a soft sound, and a massive fox's mouth suddenly opened, biting down on the fleeing member. One bite, no escape. From then on, the Three-Eyed God clan was nearly wiped out. Returning to Moor Star, Qin Xuan casually killed Yaoli, then he gently shook his hand and prepared to go back and get ready for tomorrow. Senior, I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Xiaoyu ran over to strike up a conversation with Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan turned his head to glance at him, raised an eyebrow, and said nothing. At this moment, a head peeked out cautiously from behind Lin Xiaoyu, staring at Qin Xuan. Lin Xiaoyu quickly introduced, "This is my apprentice here, Mo. Nian." Qin Xuan nodded. Not bad. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Xiaoyu, the time quickly passed to the next day. This time, the sale and auction went exceptionally smoothly, with no one daring to cause trouble. Moreover, everyone knew the value of the mysterious fruit, and this time they directly earned over 80 billion cosmic credits. During this period, Qin Xuan saw Lin Xiaoyu, who had come to buy something. Lin Xiaoyu never expected that the legendary, astronomically priced mysterious fruits were actually produced by Qin Xuan. After the auction ended, Qin Xuan directly gave Lin Xiaoyu a few mysterious fruits. After finishing these tasks, Qin Xuan suddenly remembered there was still something he hadn't done. After sending Lin Xiaoyu off, Qin Xuan turned and disappeared, reappearing above a blue planet. This was the territory of the Rhinoceros Horn God clan, who had previously sent people to threaten him. The cooldown time for Rainbow Flame Nirvana had just ended, and Qin Xuan decided to take the opportunity to obliterate them. A blinding flash of light passed, and the Rhinoceros Horn God clan was completely erased from the universe. Within just 2 days, both the three-eyed God clan and the rhinoceros horn God clan were annihilated, causing the remaining God clans to panic. Representatives of the remaining clans gathered together to urgently discuss countermeasures. You've all heard about what happened to the three-eyed God clan and the rhinoceros horn God clan, right? What should we do? The representative of the purple wing God clan spoke up. As the name suggests, they had a pair of massive purple wings on their backs. Have we figured out who did it? If it was someone they offended, maybe we can avoid this disaster, said the representative of the Minghai God clan. I heard that a few days ago, the second leader of the three-eyed God clan got into a fight with someone from Blue Star. During the fight, the two suddenly disappeared. Not long after, that person's beast companion died, and the three-eyed God clan was wiped out. Do you think it was that person from Blue Star? Analyzed the representative of the Huayman God clan. Then how do you explain the rhinoceros horn God clan? Someone asked. At this moment, a member of the Shadow Lizard God clan spoke up. Our investigation found that the rhinoceros horn God clan did indeed send people to Blue Star, and the results were disastrous. What exactly happened is still unclear. So, they were annihilated because they offended some mysterious expert from Blue Star? But who could so easily wipe out two God clans? The more they discussed, the more nervous they became. Fortunately, they had little interaction with Blue Star, so perhaps that person had no interest in targeting them. As they conversed, they failed to realize that a crisis sweeping across the entire universe was about to erupt in a secret underground laboratory on a certain planet. Ha ha ha, I did it! I did it! A man in white laughed maniacally. As expected, they're all a bunch of fools, trying to restrain me? In the end, I still found it. He stared at the writhing piece of black flesh inside the cultivation chamber. Time had passed, yet this piece of flesh remained full of vitality. If not for being restrained by the equipment, it might have even leapt out of the chamber. What is the true origin of the ferocious beasts in the universe? Were they artificially created, or did they occur naturally? This question has troubled me for so long. He looked at the holographic screen displaying various genetic comparisons of ferocious beasts. These genes were connected by lines, ultimately converging at the center. And at the center was this piece of black flesh. Now, I finally have the answer. All the ferocious beasts in the universe originate from you, don't they? The man in white spoke to the piece of black flesh. Seeing no response from the flesh, he tilted his head. Even though you're just a piece of flesh from its body, I know you can hear me. As soon as he finished speaking, the flesh in the cultivation chamber trembled as if in response. The tremor instantly shattered the glass of the chamber, and the thick black-green liquid inside spilled out. The man knew that the thing behind him had responded. But it was only for a moment. The black flesh quickly returned to its original state. The pitch-black chunk of flesh leapt out of the cultivation pod, fell to the ground, and twisted violently like a flopping fish. The man stepped back in fright. But he quickly calmed down, as he was prepared. He pulled a remote control from his pocket and pressed a prominent red button. The next second, the floor beneath the black flesh opened, revealing green cultivation fluid below. As the chunk of flesh fell in, mechanical arms extended, regaining control of it, and soon it was placed into a new cultivation pod. Seeing the flesh recontained, the man turned and left. On his back were two circular protrusions, as if something had just been cut off. He entered a room where the corpse of a rat-shaped beast lay. Putting on gloves, he picked up a syringe filled with black liquid. This was the result of his research: regenerative cells extracted from ferocious beasts. Using a special type of cell, he could safely process and inject them into living organisms, curing various diseases, internal injuries, and even regenerating severed limbs. He was from the Purple Wing Divine clan. Back when he conducted experiments within the clan, a moment of negligence allowed a controlled ferocious beast to escape, annihilating an entire city. Afterward, those who had once supported him publicly severed his wings to distance themselves from him and expelled him from the clan. But he did not give up and began wandering. Eventually, he settled on this planet. Along the way, he found a strange chunk of flesh. Through research, he discovered that all ferocious beasts originated from a single progenitor, and the flesh he held was a small piece of that progenitor beast. With this progenitor flesh, his goal was no longer just limb regeneration, but immortality. Now, his research had finally made a breakthrough, successfully extracting the most potent regenerative cells from the progenitor flesh. After safe processing, all that remained was to verify the results through experimentation. He slowly approached a corpse and injected the serum into it, then quickly left to await the effects. Soon, the previously dead beast began twitching, and the instruments showed fluctuating readings. A minute later, the beast stood up again, looking around in confusion. It worked! The man in white jumped up in excitement, staring at the miraculously revived rat-like beast. His eyes gleamed with ambition. However, the success was short-lived, as an anomaly suddenly occurred. The beast began to sway, vomiting a puddle of black liquid. The instrument readings plummeted rapidly, and before long, the beast collapsed. Again, completely lifeless. The man's excitement instantly turned to despair. "It seems it still needs improvement," he muttered, turning to leave in frustration. Suddenly, the rat-like beast's corpse began convulsing violently. Splurt! Splurt! Its belly split open, growing several new limbs. Its mouth tore grotesquely, revealing razor-sharp teeth, the gaping maw extending all the way to its hind legs. The mutated beast staggered to its feet, letting out a spine-chilling screech and ramming into the isolation glass. The loud noise caught the man's attention, and he turned to see the horrifying creature. Cracks appeared in the glass, and the man panicked, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Suddenly, he realized the root of the problem. But the immediate priority was dealing with the monster before him. He rushed toward the exit, only to see the glass shatter completely as the creature leapt out, lunging at him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, escaping the room and locking the door behind him. But this was not a long-term solution. He pressed a hidden switch, activating the room's flamethrower system. Boom! Intense flames erupted, engulfing the monster. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the creature ramming the door gradually ceased, and the room fell silent. The man in white leaned against the door, breathing a sigh of relief. But in the dark corner of the ceiling, the charred rat was clinging there. Drops of red-black liquid dripped onto his head. He looked up, only to see the rat clinging to the ceiling, staring down at him. Suddenly, the rat leapt down, opening its blood-red maw and lunging at him, too fast. The man in white, before he could react, the rat bit clean through his head. The rat frantically tore at the corpse, and from the severed neck black blood oozed out. The body twitched twice, then slowly stood up. Its stomach split open into a wide gash, revealing sharp teeth growing inside, and from its back sprouted a pair of massive black wings. It had completely transformed into a monster. Spreading its wings wide, it leapt ferociously, smashing a massive hole leading underground. On the surface of the planet, a small squad was resting. Suddenly, a loud noise drew everyone's attention. They ran towards the sound, only to see a headless monster with wings on its back, resembling a member of the purple-winged deity clan. The headless monster noticed them as well. It opened the massive maw on its stomach and charged at the squad with incredible speed. The squad reacted immediately, retreating quickly while spreading out. They summoned their beast companions, preparing for battle. The headless monster barreled straight toward the nearest team member. The beast companion of the targeted team member immediately shielded its master. This beast was enormous, resembling a rhinoceros. The headless monster collided with its thick leg. Without hesitation, the monster grabbed onto its leg and bit down viciously. The rhino beast roared in pain, lifting its leg abruptly to fling the monster away. The monster was thrown into the air, but its bite had torn through the rhino's leg, exposing wriggling black matter beneath. The other beast companions quickly launched an assault, their ranged attacks reducing the headless monster to ashes. After confirming their safety, the squad members gathered around, staring at the scorched ground with unease clouding their hearts. Just as they were about to retreat, the bitten rhino beast suddenly collapsed, its body convulsing violently as black blood foam spewed from its mouth. Its beastmaster hurried forward to check on it. In the next instant, the rhino beast bit down on its own beastmaster's head, crushing it. At the same time, the mutated rat climbed out from underground, followed by dozens of similarly assimilated beast companions. Before the others could react, the rat lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the leg of a nearby man. Before the man could scream, the monsters swarmed him, tearing him apart before he even had the chance to transform into one of them. After the deaths of the two squad members, their beast companions' corpses fell out of their dimensional spaces and were devoured by the monsters. The remaining squad members scrambled toward their spaceship in panic, but the pursuing monsters were relentless. These assimilated creatures had grown significantly stronger, with almost nothing able to withstand their attacks. Even decapitation didn't kill them, the only way to destroy them was to burn their bodies completely. Even more terrifying, anyone bitten by them would soon transform into a monster as well. After a relentless pursuit, the squad members were killed one by one, leaving only a single woman who managed to escape back to the spaceship. But a deep slash on her waist, inflicted by a creature's claws, left her bleeding. She didn't have time to think, immediately starting the spaceship and fleeing the planet. The blood seeping from her wounds slowly turned black. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan had entered a mysterious dungeon. This dungeon only opened once every 1,000 years on the planet Mors, containing many powerful beast companions that could only be subdued through sheer strength. The dungeon seemed to possess its own consciousness, allowing only chosen individuals to enter. Qin Xuan and Lin Xiaoyu were both granted access. Originally, only Lin Xiaoyu had the qualification to enter. But upon seeing this, Qin Xuan thought, if the dungeon has consciousness, then it must also have memory. Using this reasoning, Qin Xuan secretly planted memories of himself defeating two deities into Lin Xiaoyu's mind through Kair. Finally, Qin Xuan gained entry into the dungeon, along with an additional reminder in his mind, "Don't mess with me." A flash of white light followed, and the 10 chosen individuals were teleported into a pure white space. 1, 2, 3, 4, Qin Xuan silently counted. Including himself, there were 10 people in total. At this moment, Ling quietly whispered in Qin Xuan's mind, "At 3 o'clock, that person is the child of fortune." Following the direction, Qin Xuan looked over and saw a young man with an arrogant expression, turning his back toward him. The man had a pair of sharp ears on his head, his skin a reddish hue, but otherwise, he looked no different from the humans of Blue Planet. Sensing the gaze studying him from behind, Hu Man's lips curled into a mocking smile. He thought to himself, "I have a phantom attribute beast that can block all detection. If anyone can uncover my secret, they must be a rookie." Sure enough, that gaze quickly disappeared. Hu Man guessed the other party must have been utterly confused by the thoroughly hidden information. However, Ling soon revealed all of Hu Man's background. Hu Man came from the powerful Red Demon clan, whose strength rivaled that of the Divine clan. This clan was very low-key and rarely showed off in public, so few in the universe knew about them. Most people even thought they were a lower-level civilization. But Hu Man was an exception. He loved to show off his strength from a young age and often acted superior in front of others. Even more impressive, his talent was the highest in the Red Demon clan, and his luck was extraordinary. He survived falling off a cliff and even found a severely injured divine beast. When he needed a key material for his beast's evolution, it literally fell from the sky right in front of him. While most geniuses could defeat diamond-level opponents at the golden stage, he could kill lord-level experts in extreme conditions while still at the golden stage. Before he left the clan leader gave him one piece of advice: until you grow strong enough to take on an entire race alone, never reveal your Red Demon clan identity. He had always adhered to this, and though he loved to show off after entering the universe, he never disclosed his clan's secrets. He also befriended many powerful figures, most of whom were women, who often helped him in times of danger. In just 2 years since leaving the clan, he had skyrocketed from the first stage of the Divine King realm to the second stage of the Supreme Realm. Qin Xuan silently praised him in his heart. This growth speed is truly worthy of being the child of destiny. Even I wasn't this fierce back in the day. Qin Xuan also discovered that Hu Man had a grudge against the Morse family. 2 years ago, when he first arrived on Morse Star, he was captured and thrown into a dungeon by the Morse family. When the news spread, many empresses and divine maidens from hidden races pressured the Morse family to stand up for Hu Man. Of course, some male powerhouses also helped, accounting for about 30% of the support. Eventually, the Morse family couldn't withstand the pressure, released him, and even signed a 3-year agreement with him. This time, Hu Man returned to Morse Star for 2 reasons. One was for the dungeon, and the other was to destroy the Morse family. However, he heard that the Morse family had fled a year ago, which infuriated him so much that he spent 10 consecutive nights venting his anger by spending time with 5 women each night. Qin Xuan was about to instruct Ling to absorb Hu Man's luck when the white space suddenly shattered, and everyone was teleported to different parts of the dungeon. To prevent Qin Xuan from blowing up the dungeon in anger, the system directly sent him to the dungeon center. The dungeon center was also the exit, surrounded by an ocean. At this moment, the exit was blocked by an invisible barrier, and a water sphere was suspended above it. In this dungeon, everyone would be teleported in different directions. Along the way, any beasts or materials encountered could be taken as long as one had the strength. Only when all the survivors gathered would the dungeon's final boss be unsealed. Whoever killed the final boss would not only obtain its lifebound beast weapon but also reap a large number of materials and beast rewards. Qin Chuan walked on the surface of the ocean and found he could stand steadily. He approached the exit and looked up at the water sphere above. Name, Apostle of the Source. C. Sealed state, cannot be contracted. Attributes, water, light level, 1050 quality, mythical final form, anciency Holy Spirit, transcendent, level 1000 represented the third stage of the Supreme Realm. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, startled. He hadn't expected the dungeon's final boss to have transcendent potential. Over the past year, he had rarely encountered beasts with transcendent potential. Since the panel indicated it was in a sealed state, he decided to wait until it was unsealed to contract it. As for whether he could leave after contracting this boss, Qin Chuan wasn't worried. He walked up to the barrier and touched it. The barrier suddenly stopped blocking him, and Qin Chuan passed through it directly. This was clearly a privilege granted by the dungeon, ensuring he wouldn't be hindered. Now, he could leave any time he wanted. He wandered around the area and found that none of the other beasts had transcendent potential, which left him somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, others were fighting fiercely on their way to the center, while Qin Chuan lay idly on the ocean's surface, gently rising and falling with the waves. Yao Shang, Tianyu, and Jiming treated the sea surface like a trampoline, jumping around and competing to see who could jump higher. Ji-Chen stood to the side, ready to catch anyone whose posture looked dangerous. The other beasts were either having a barbecue party on the beach, sunbathing like Qin Chuan, sparring with each other, or reading under the shade of trees. After some time, a commotion was heard in the distance. Upon hearing the noise, the beasts quickly packed up and returned to Qin Chuan's beast space. Soon, the entire area was left with only Qin Chuan, as if the other beasts had never been there. After all, for one person to tame over 20 beasts was an overwhelming sight for others. Qin Chuan planned to give the person named Human a big surprise. Lin Xiaoyu and Human arrived almost simultaneously. Seeing Qin Chuan already there, lying casually on the sea surface, Lin Xiaoyu greeted him excitedly. "Senior, I didn't expect you to be so fast." However, Human's expression was grim. He had always been first since childhood, defeating many so-called geniuses, which only made him more arrogant. This time, he encountered his strongest opponent yet, Lin Xiaoyu. Initially, he thought a tie with Lin Xiaoyu would be acceptable, but he hadn't expected someone to arrive even earlier, and it seemed this person was Lin Xiaoyu's ally. This sparked a murderous intent in Human toward Qin Chuan. The position of first place had always been his, and he would not allow anyone to surpass him. As long as Qin Chuan was alive, his throne was threatened. He couldn't let that happen. He was meant to be the strongest in the universe. However, now was not the time to act. They still needed to join forces to defeat the final boss. He had a divine energy restoring pearl that could fully restore all beasts to their peak state in one go. After defeating the boss, when everyone else was exhausted, he planned to eliminate everyone on the spot one by one. That way, no matter who killed the boss, the rewards would ultimately belong to him. Human sneered, unaware that Qin Chuan, standing nearby, had heard everything clearly. It wasn't that Qin Chuan intentionally eavesdropped. Human's inner thoughts were simply too loud to hide. Qin Chuan secretly mocked him. "This guy sure has some wild dreams. Too bad his plan is doomed to fail." After a few more days, the remaining participants gradually arrived, bringing the total to 6. The boss's seal was finally broken, indicating that 4 others had fallen along the way. As the boss was unsealed, everyone grew tense except for Qin Chuan, who stretched lazily as if he had just woken up. The abyssal apostle descended slowly, its golden eyes gleaming as it opened them. With a wave of its hand, a massive wave surged toward the group. Fortunately, they retreated to the shore in time and avoided injury. Lin Xiaoyu and the others wasted no time, immediately commanding their beasts to charge forward. However, someone was faster than them. A massive shadow emerged from the sea, leaping out of the water. It was Xiaolang. Its enormous body left everyone present stunned, so much so that they didn't even notice it swatting the abyssal apostle away with a single tail strike. Human was equally shocked that the opponent's beast was so colossal, but he reassured himself that he could still handle it. However, what happened next completely panicked him. Xiaolang tightly coiled around the abyssal apostle's tail, while Qin Chuan stepped forward and initiated a contract with it. The abyssal apostle initially resisted, but Qin Chuan suddenly spoke. "Follow me." and I can make you stronger. Otherwise, you die. After a struggle, the Abyssal Apostle ultimately accepted the contract. Qin Chuan stored it in his space and turned to face the stunned crowd. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and leave. Hu Man was the first to snap out of it, furiously shouting at Qin Chuan, you contracted the boss. What about our rewards? Yeah, we can't just leave empty-handed, a girl beside him chimed in. From the beginning of the dungeon, she had been drawn to Hu Man, feeling an inexplicable attraction to him. Now that the opportunity was right in front of her, she naturally wanted to help. Didn't you all pick up quite a few things along the way? How? Can you say this trip was for nothing? Qin Chuan asked with a smile. But without us activating the boss, could you have contracted it? Anyway, this boss can't be yours alone. Either release it so we can all fight together, or give us equivalent rewards. Isn't that right? The girl turned to Hu Man and the others after speaking. She's right. Hu Man was the first to step forward in support. This boss belongs to everyone, you have no right to hog it. The others also began criticizing Qin Chuan, except for Lin Xiaoyu, who remained silent. Ridiculous. Lin Xiaoyu roared. When did the boss become yours? Opportunities are for those with faith and strength. Since the senior subdued the boss on his own, what right do you have to demand he hand it over? Everyone stared coldly at Lin Xiaoyu, but he stood his ground, assuming a summoning stance, ready for battle. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu dare to talk back, the others also summoned their beasts one after another. Before they could make a move, Qin Chuan acted first, pulling Lin Xiaoyu behind him. Then, over a dozen powerful beasts appeared, their overwhelming strength dominating the scene. A barrage of attacks rained down, shaking the entire dungeon. All the summoned beasts were severely injured, except for Hu Man. He hadn't summoned any beast, intending to let others fight to mutual destruction so he could reap the benefits. When the attack came, he had no time to summon a beast and could only flee instinctively. Ironically, his chaotic escape left him unscathed by Qin Chuan's powerful assault, with only a bit of dust on his clothes. Seeing the others gravely injured in the wide-range attack while Hu Man remained unharmed, Qin Chuan was unsurprised. After all, Hu Man was a luck-blessed child of destiny, while Qin Chuan was a forsaken abandoned one. However, the best ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Too much luck? No problem, just take it away. With that thought, Qin Chuan teleported behind Hu Man and punched straight at his face. Sensing something amiss, Hu Man tilted his head to the left, narrowly dodging the punch as it whooshed past his ear. But before he could create distance, the next moment, his lower body suffered a fierce blow, the pain so intense it felt like something had snapped. He clutched his groin with both hands, legs bent, desperately holding back a scream, his face flushed red. Qin Chuan had anticipated that his punch might be dodged, so he deliberately aimed for the lower body to divert attention. That punch was merely a feint. He immediately followed up with a sharp knee strike to Hu Man's vital area. This way, not only was it satisfying, but the effect was immediate and humiliating. You're breaking the rules. Just kidding. What I really want to hit is your head. Before Hu Man could react, Qin Chuan's fist simultaneously smashed toward both sides of his head. Qin Chuan's ultimate target was still Hu Man's head. The groin kick was just a distraction, allowing him to land a precise hit. Sure enough, both fists struck Hu Man's forehead almost simultaneously, delivering a heavy blow. Taking advantage of Hu Man's brief disorientation, Qin Chuan immediately summoned Ling Ling Understood instantly and began absorbing Hu Man's luck, while Qin Chuan occasionally added punches to his head and lower body. Soon, Hu Man's luck was completely drained. At that moment, Hu Man suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. Unfortunately, it was too late. Qin Chuan's beast launched another attack at him. After a violent explosion, the other three were vaporized by the flames, and Hu Man's charred body was sent flying. Suddenly, his body emitted a dazzling white light. In the next moment, his severed limbs regenerated rapidly, his burned skin healed, and even his long-dead beast was revived. Qin Chuan had forgotten that Hu Man still had a miraculous energy restoration orb, and he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. But it didn't matter. He could just kill him again. After all, he'd seen plenty of resurrections. Reborn, Hu Man quickly ran toward the exit. Seeing him trying to escape, a barrage of attacks rained down like a storm. No! Hu Man could only roar in unwillingness, ending his proud life. Beside him, Lin Xiaoyu had long been accustomed to Qin Chuan's defiant combat prowess. Watching him effortlessly annihilate everyone, he was not surprised at all. After spending nearly 2 Weeks in the dungeon, Lin Xiaoyu packed up briefly, and the two headed toward the exit, ready to leave. Inside the dungeon, what was expected to be a grand scene with thousands gathered turned out to be desolate, with not a single person in sight. Everywhere were ruins and debris, bloodstains covered the walls and ground, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, while black smoke rose around them. What on earth happened here? Qin Xuan and Lin Xiaoyu were both shocked by the devastation before them. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but shout in astonishment. Help! A sharp cry for help came from not far away, followed by the sound of people fleeing in panic. Qin Xuan and Lin Xiaoyu quickly rushed over, only to see a terrifying beast, red and black all over, on all fours, chasing the frightened crowd. The beast looked particularly horrifying. A large chunk of its left ear was bitten off, its eyeball dangled out of its socket, its jaw was missing, leaving only a tongue trembling in the wind. A large gash split open its back, revealing sharp teeth, biting into the prey it had just devoured. Qin Xuan used his talent to inspect it, and the panel displayed, name, Artifice Parasite Attribute, Earth. Level, 687 Quality, Evil Spirit. What kind of monster is this? Lin Xiaoyu shouted in fear. Without waiting for him to say more, Qin Xuan jumped down, wielding his fire dragon spear, and pinned the beast fiercely to the ground. The monster was clearly controlled by some kind of parasite, turning it into this form. It had become an evil spirit, a ferocious beast. Even more terrifying, those bitten but not killed by it also transformed into similar monsters. Their names remained Artifice Parasite, but since they were humans turned, they had no attributes, and their quality also became Evil Spirit. The infected humans underwent structural changes, becoming even more horrifying, clawing and lunging at Qin Xuan. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan pulled out his folding fan, unleashing a wave of flames that incinerated all attacking monsters into ashes. He carefully examined the immobilized beast and discovered that all parasitized creatures had turned into feral beasts. The root of the problem was this artifice. Recalling the monster's past, Qin Xuan found that it had been parasitized for only a week. At that time, a strange beast master arrived on Moore's star. He was from the Purple Wing Divine clan, emitting black blood, with one wing broken, looking like he was on the brink of death. When someone approached to check his injuries, he suddenly transformed into a fully parasitized monster and attacked the crowd. Although someone quickly pulled away, others eventually stepped in and decapitated him. However, even after the monster's head was severed, it remained alive until a fire-type beast master intervened and burned it to ashes, finally eradicating it. Despite the swift handling, many beast masters and their beasts were scratched. Since then, this type of monster spread like a virus across Moore's star, rapidly infecting the planet until it was almost completely overtaken. According to the memories, the victims were not limited to Moore's star. The first infected individual came from the Purple Wing Divine clan, which might already be devoid of any survivors. Qin Xuan sought help from Erdwa, the life-type beast in his beast space, as it had the most knowledge of biological structures. Erdwa replied that the monster's body was already dead, but a strange type of cell inside it was still active. These cells were spread throughout its body, controlling the monster to continuously hunt living creatures. Even more bizarre, these cells seemed to be artificially modified, not naturally occurring. Qin Xuan felt a headache coming on. Which scientist was so irresponsible to create something so dangerous? This was a disaster, and it seemed the entire universe would have to deal with it, with no guarantee of a complete resolution. After understanding everything, Qin Xuan swung his folding fan, burning the immobilized monster into ashes. To put it simply, this is a type of cell that scientists created by modifying the tissue of a ferocious beast. The cells went out of control and began spreading across the universe. These cells can alter the basic structure of organisms, such as a mouth suddenly growing in a different place, or extra arms and legs appearing. These mutated monsters are particularly hard to kill. Their bodies must be completely destroyed, leaving not even a drop of blood. Even if Erdwa intervenes, he can only restore them to their uninfected state. This is because they are no longer the original creatures but are controlled by another ferocious monster. To cure this infection, the infected part must be immediately severed, and then Erdwa can help regenerate the lost limb. If the entire body is infected, a new body must be created. It seems the source of these monsters must be found to figure out who orchestrated all of this. Only by finding the mastermind and eliminating them can these mutated monsters possibly be eradicated. Lin Xiaoyu also followed and immediately spotted Mo Nian among the crowd. Seeing his young apprentice still alive, Lin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. and quickly stepped forward to check on him. "How's the situation, Senior?" "Terrible. We need to leave here immediately. Don't let these monsters hurt you." "Understood. Let's head back to Blue Star. First." "Hey! Over here, over here. Please save us." The crowd, seeing Qin Chuan kill the monsters chasing them, waved frantically for help. But Qin Chuan was no saint. He ignored their cries for help and directly teleported back to Blue Star with Lin Xiaoyu and Mo Nian in one go. Back on Blue Star, the bustling and prosperous scene of traffic and people greeted them, and the three finally felt a weight lifted off their hearts. Fortunately, these monsters hadn't spread to Blue Star yet, but this couldn't be delayed forever. The infected cells had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Qin Chuan instructed Lin Xiaoyu to stay on Blue Star to guard it, while he set off again, heading straight into the depths of the universe. This time, he arrived above the planet of the Purple Wing Divine Clan. As expected, the ground was already overrun by monsters. Before he could think further, the monsters noticed him. Pairs of fleshy wings suddenly sprouted from their backs, and they flew toward Qin Chuan in the sky. Qin Chuan was fearless and immediately summoned all his fire elemental beasts to attack. From one of the monsters, Qin Chuan learned that the Purple Wing Divine Clan had experienced this outbreak about 2 weeks ago. At that time, a team returned in a spaceship, with only one woman aboard. The moment the woman saw a living being, she went berserk and started biting. This woman was now trapped inside the Purple Wing Divine Clan's territory. Following the clues, Qin Chuan found her. By now, the woman had turned into a massive fleshball monster. With every step she took, mucus and chunks of flesh fell off her body, emitting a foul stench. Not only her, but there were also over a dozen similar fleshball monsters around her. The moment they saw Qin Chuan, they charged at him in unison, shaking the ground with their steps. It seemed these monsters had consumed so much that their bodies were continuously evolving. Qin Chuan quickly obtained a key piece of information, learning that these monsters originated from a desolate planet. That place was likely the source of this disaster. Facing the charging fleshball monsters, Qin Chuan flew higher. Away, Hongyan, Liaoyu, and Laming joined the battle, blasting the monsters into pieces. After gathering the intel, Qin Chuan didn't linger and immediately teleported to the planet from the woman's memory. Compared to other places, the number of monsters here was much smaller. Clearing the attacking monsters along the way, Qin Chuan eventually arrived at the entrance of a cave. He dove straight in, using the Fire Phoenix Pearl to light his path. Soon, he reached an underground laboratory. The lab was in chaos, with flickering lights hanging loosely and severed electrical wires sparking intermittently. Qin Chuan walked step by step through the dim laboratory. Away, Hongyan, Liaoyu, and Laming stayed close to him, vigilantly watching their surroundings, wary of a sudden monster ambush. They pushed open a door, revealing a room full of scorch marks. Qin Chuan ignored it and continued forward, eventually reaching a room containing a black mass of flesh. The room was a complete mess. On the table, test tubes lay askew, their dried, unidentified liquids long gone. The shattered incubation chamber was empty, the black chunk of flesh nowhere to be seen. Sticky culture fluid was spilled all over the floor, squeaking underfoot. After confirming there were no monsters nearby, Qin Chuan entered the laboratory and began a careful search. Suddenly, he triggered a switch, and a holographic projection appeared before him, displaying a diagram. The diagram showed photos of various ferocious beasts, connected by fine lines that all converged on a central photo. It was a piece of blackened flesh, with the background being this very laboratory. Qin Chuan glanced back at the broken incubation chamber and fell into deep thought. This was the origin of the monsters, and this piece of flesh must be related to Oedipus. But now the flesh was gone. Whether it had been eaten by a monster or hidden away was unknown. With no other choice, Qin Chuan continued searching and finally found a diary amidst a pile of rubble. Opening it, he saw unfamiliar writing, but with the help of the system, he could still understand its contents. The diary's author was a scientist who sought to develop a panacea capable of curing all diseases and regenerating severed limbs by studying ferocious beasts. During his travels, he discovered a piece of black flesh and found through research that its genes were present in all other ferocious beasts. He concluded that all ferocious beasts originated from this single entity. This entity had created various beasts and scattered them across the universe. The piece of flesh was a fragment of the progenitor of all ferocious beasts. Observing that the flesh remained vibrant even after being separated from its body, the scientist's ambitions grew, and he sought to explore more advanced fields. Ultimately, he used the flesh to develop a more effective drug than before. The diary ended abruptly here, and Qin Chuan realized that something had gone wrong with the experiment. He carefully studied the methods described in the diary and, combining them with the materials nearby, deduced that the drug was derived from cells extracted from the flesh, which allowed ferocious beasts to regenerate. Injecting these cells into other organisms could indeed help regenerate severed limbs. However, Qin Chuan quickly thought of a problem. Could the force behind the scenes control these cells? Since this was the progenitor of ferocious beasts, it should possess immense power, as the laws governing ferocious beasts far exceeded common sense. Even if these cells were rendered harmless, they still originated from the progenitor. If the opposing force could perfectly control these cells, everything would make sense. Now, Qin Chuan had to find something related to this piece of flesh to locate Artifice. Searching aimlessly was futile, and he didn't want to waste his efforts. So, he summoned Jichen. While rewinding the entire universe by 2 weeks was unrealistic, rewinding a single planet by 2 weeks was feasible. Soon, the surroundings began to reverse, shattered glass reassembled, and then figures appeared. Qin Chuan saw a man in white standing before him, his back turned. The man in white opened his eyes, his expression dazed, as if he had just woken up. "Who am I? Where am I?" he muttered, clenching his fists in confusion. He then turned to look at the incubation chamber, completely unaware of Qin Chuan behind him. "I thought I was already," the man murmured to himself. He distinctly remembered dying. The sensation of death was incredibly real, nothing like a dream. Thinking of this, he immediately turned his gaze to the pitch-black chunk of flesh, as did Qin Chuan. Suddenly, the man in white heard footsteps behind him and quickly turned around. He saw Qin Chuan staring at the black flesh, paying him no attention. Who are you? How did you get in here?" the man in white shouted in panic. Only then did Qin Chuan slowly turn his head to look at him. "Your invention is truly remarkable. If no one had stopped you, the entire universe might have been destroyed." What are you talking about?" the man in white asked in terror. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan, without hesitation, swung his blade and decapitated him, killing him once more. This man was the root of the crisis and deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Qin Chuan's gaze returned to the pitch-black chunk of flesh. Without hesitation, he activated his ability and began investigating. Name, Artifice, shredded flesh, attribute. None level, 1500 quality, evil spirit. Just as Qin Chuan was halfway through observing, the flesh suddenly seemed to sense something and exploded violently, scattering fragments everywhere, as if trying to stop Qin Chuan from investigating further. But it was already too late. As soon as Qin Chuan's talent activated, all the information was instantly read. Following the causal links, he quickly pinpointed Artifice's hiding place. "Let me see your true form," Qin Chuan said, teleporting directly to the location. He arrived on a dark planet with a sticky ground. Suddenly, the slime on the ground gathered into tentacles and attacked Qin Chuan. Just as he was about to counterattack, a blue figure appeared and stood in front of him. The person gently opened their palm, and the tentacles were all absorbed into their hand, condensing into a black water sphere. This person was none other than the ancient Sea Holy Spirit. Back when Qin Chuan signed a contract with him, he had directly helped Qin Chuan perform the final evolution. The moment the process was completed, Qin Chuan stored him in his space, and Lin Xiaoyu and the others noticed nothing unusual. Qin Chuan called him Luo Hui. His linked weapon was a sword, but unlike Yao Rong's sword, this one had a flexible blade that bent like a rubber band when swung. The soft sword could deliver fatal strikes to enemies from unexpected angles. Luo Hui's humanoid form was a tall and handsome man, and his life-bound beast weapon was also the soft sword. His soft sword was made of water, capable of bending and extending freely. Since the tentacles were made of slime, Luo Hui lightly absorbed them, and all the surrounding slime was drawn into his palm. After all, the slime contained a lot of water. Luo Hui then flicked his hand, and the gathered slime ball was thrown back to the ground, creating a large crater. More tentacles followed, attacking again. But Luo Hui remained calm and composed, drawing his soft sword. With a slight shake of his hand, the blade extended on its own, slashing fiercely at the tentacles. The rapidly moving blade surrounded Qin Chuan, instantly severing all the tentacles. Qin Chuan wasn't idle either. While Luo Hui dealt with the tentacles, he began searching for Artifice. The surroundings were completely flat, with no tall shadows. Looking down, he noticed a panel emerging from the slime. This indicated that the ancestor of this ferocious beast was hiding underground on the planet. To be cautious, Qin Chuan summoned half of his beasts and began forcefully digging a deep pit straight into the ground. Explosions echoed continuously as the path to the underground was gradually opened. The deeper he went, the thicker the black slime became. But it couldn't stop Qin Chuan's progress. Finally, he reached an underground cavern. Before him was a massive black sphere emitting a purple glow, surrounded by countless tiny black slime pillars that continuously transported slime outward. Between the inner and outer layers of the planet, there was a huge gap. Qin Chuan pushed aside the tiny slime pillars and stared at the glowing sphere in the center, activating his talent. Name, Otifice attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, thunder, ice, illusion, poison, life, undead, space, time, ancient level, 1500 quality, evil spirit. My god. Qin Chuan was about to exclaim, but the exaggerated attributes of the entity left him stunned. Suddenly, the black sphere emitted a piercing sound wave, forcing Qin Chuan and those around him to retreat. Immediately after, the slime on the black sphere began to gather, slowly forming a human face. The face spoke, "You are strong. Perhaps we can cooperate." Qin Chuan, fully armed, heard the other party's unexpected proposal for cooperation and did not attack immediately. Seeing that Qin Chuan didn't strike, the face sensed an opportunity. It didn't want to fight because it felt the immense threat emanating from Qin Chuan. It knew Qin Chuan hadn't used his full strength yet. If Qin Chuan went all out, it wasn't confident it could win. As the ancestor of ferocious beasts, this was the first time it had felt fear toward a human. Resolving things peacefully was, of course, the best outcome. The face continued. "Do you want to surpass the supreme realm? Work with me, and together we can rule the universe. I have already found a way to achieve eternity. With your help, we can succeed even faster. And, as a gesture of goodwill, I will ensure the safety of your race. What do you say?" Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. This creature knew about the wheel of reincarnation? Don't just talk nonsense, at least tell me what is needed to achieve eternity. Maybe I'll consider it. The face thought for a moment, figuring there was nothing to lose, and said, "I speculate we need to find an artifact, which is the key to the breakthrough. This is all I can tell you for now. So, how about it? Will you cooperate? As long as we find that artifact, we can achieve eternity together and become rulers of the universe." Qin Chuan didn't expect it to guess something correctly, but it definitely didn't know that the artifact was already in his possession. However, the Samsara Jade could only fuse with one person and had to be complete to be effective. Qin Chuan lowered his head, pretending to look confused. "So you're saying that as long as we cooperate, we can achieve eternity together and dominate the universe?" The corners of the face's mouth slightly lifted, feeling confident now, and continued to entice. "That's right, in the future, we will be the masters of the universe." Otifice thought to itself, "Just agree already. As long as I get that artifact, once I break through to eternity, I won't have to fear you anymore." It knew the artifact could only fuse with one person, but it would never reveal this to Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan's next words left Otifice stunned. Qin Chuan raised his head, squinting at the face. "But I refuse." "What? You didn't say whether that artifact could allow multiple people to achieve eternity, did you? I guess the artifact you're talking about can only be used by one person. Once you achieve eternity, I won't be your match anymore, right? Those things outside, the cells inside them should all be under your control, right? After all, they're part of your body. If that's the case." Qin Chuan stroked his chin, continuing to speculate, "Then I guess if your main body dies, the cells in those other beasts will die too? Without your power, those beasts wouldn't survive either." The face showed panic because Qin Chuan's words had hit the mark. If it died, the other beasts wouldn't survive either. Before it could finish speaking, a fireball suddenly smashed into the face, shattering it completely. Immediately, the entire space shook violently, and countless slimy tentacles attacked Qin Chuan, carrying various elemental powers. Away and the other beasts immediately unleashed their full firepower, shattering the tentacles within a 100-mile radius, which were then quickly absorbed by Luo Hui. Xiaolang, holding a trident, approached the slimy substance at the top of the space and began to charge up. A large amount of slime gathered in front of the trident. Qin Chuan had already seen through it. This black sphere was Otifice's main body. The outer layer was a secretion of slime mixed with debris attracted from the surroundings. After all, the opponent was the progenitor of supreme-level beasts, and its strength couldn't be underestimated. To ease the pressure, Qin Chuan instructed Xiaolang to continue charging up, collect the slime, and then throw it far away. Artifice naturally didn't want to see this happen, so the majority of its tentacles lunged at Xiaolang. However, they were intercepted by the beasts that had arrived just in time. To help Xiaolang charge up faster, Qin Chuan ordered all the beasts, except Xiaolang, to transform into their beast forms and grow as large as possible. Upon hearing the command, the beasts expanded rapidly, filling the entire underground space. As the slime layer was about to burst, Artifice's main body struggled, trying to inject its cells into the beasts closest to it in an attempt to control them. But Qin Chuan wouldn't let it succeed. With a wave of his starry sky pen, he immediately set up a restriction to prevent it from injecting its filthy cells into the beasts, with violators facing death. With a tearing sound, the outer slime layer was finally broken by the beasts. Xiaolang's speed in gathering the slime significantly increased. Before long, a slime ball the size of a small asteroid formed in front of Xiaolang's trident. With a swing of the trident, the slime ball was thrown far away. Without its outer slime layer, Artifice's combat power was greatly reduced. Realizing it couldn't fight so many strong enemies, it focused its attention on Qin Chuan. Deciding to eliminate the leader first, Artifice gathered a mass of tentacles and lunged at Qin Chuan. But Qin Chuan remained calm. Just as the tentacles were about to touch him, he suddenly disappeared. When Artifice discovered Qin Chuan again, Qin Chuan was already beside its beast. As the progenitor of ferocious beasts, Artifice had no fixed weaknesses. To kill it, one would have to destroy the entire slime sphere in an instant. While Qin Chuan was still contemplating a strategy, the black sphere suddenly changed. Tumors continuously emerged on its surface, and its size grew larger and larger. Eventually, Artifice transformed into a bloated monster, secreting black slime incessantly. Its size became enormous, and although its strength did not significantly increase, the difficulty of killing it rose dramatically. At this moment, Artifice was burning with rage. If it had external slime assistance, it could grow even larger. However, this space had just been sealed off by Qin Chuan's beasts. 3 spatial beasts worked together to lock the space, making it impossible for Artifice to break through. It could neither retrieve the slime sphere that had been thrown out nor escape. It had no choice but to fight Qin Chuan to the death. Arg! Artifice roared, hurling a mountain-sized mixed elemental sphere at Qin Chuan. Wei and the other beasts quickly shrank their forms, easily dodging the attack. Then, the beasts surrounded Artifice, launching fierce attacks from all directions. The massive Artifice had nowhere to hide and could only endure the onslaught. "Do you think you can kill me like this?" it roared, extending its giant hand to grab Qin Chuan's beasts. The beasts within range quickly dodged its empty giant claw. Artifice did not give up and immediately extended its claw again, targeting Yao Rong, who had just reverted to human form. Yao Rong was too close to it and had no way to escape. Seeing that Yao Rong was about to be caught, Qin Chuan prepared to use his talent to pull Yao Rong back. At that moment, Tianyu, the spatial beast, suddenly appeared, grabbed Yao Rong, and instantly teleported him out of the range of the giant claw. Immediately after, a crimson sword light flashed, and Hong Yan's sword severed Artifice's hand. The high temperature burned the black flesh on the severed arm, preventing it from healing quickly. However, before long, a new hand grew from the severed arm. In the distance, Xiaolang completed its charge, and fiercely hurled a water sphere at Artifice's shoulder, directly shattering one of its shoulders. Elsewhere, He Ming opened an interdimensional rift inside Artifice, extracting a large chunk of flesh. Wei, Liu, Dili, and Lei Ming combined their attacks, unleashing a more powerful combo move. With one strike, a large hole was blasted in Artifice's chest. Soon, Artifice's body became riddled with wounds. Although it healed quickly, the beast's attack speed was even faster. Qin Chuan was not idle either, wielding weapons with his 6 hands, leaving wound after wound on Artifice's body. "Damn it!" Artifice roared, swinging its arms and tentacles, but failed to catch a single beast. Although many of the swarm and undead army perished, they could all recover. Moreover, the undead army had replenished its forces significantly when Qin Chuan had previously destroyed the 3-eyed Divine Clan and the Rhinoceros Horn Divine Clan. Yet, Artifice still did not die. Hong Yan's self-detonation could instantly destroy everything within a certain range, but now Artifice's size had exceeded the range of the explosion. Qin Chuan quickly devised a solution. He secretly contacted Tun Tian, Tianyu, He Ming, and Ji Ming, instructing them to reinforce the spatial seal together. The edges of the sealed space formed a barrier, which Qin Chuan and his beasts easily passed through, while Artifice was isolated outside the barrier. The spatial barrier began to shrink, forcing Artifice's body to compress continuously. Feeling the danger, Artifice attempted to use the power of space and time to escape. However, Ji Qin was present, and as soon as Artifice activated time reversal, Ji Qin countered it with time acceleration, neutralizing the effect. The barrier continued to shrink rapidly. "Do you really have to kill me?" Artifice shouted urgently. "I can help you find the item that will allow you to break through to the eternal realm." It tried to stall for time with temptation. Qin Chuan merely smiled faintly. "Sorry, I already have that item you mentioned." Hearing this, Artifice's mind went blank for a moment before it quickly realized. "What did you say? You've already found that artifact?" It had been at the peak of supremacy for tens of thousands of years. Ever since it learned that breaking through to the eternal realm required that artifact, it had been searching relentlessly. It sent ferocious beasts across the universe, all to find the key to its breakthrough. After tens of thousands of years of effort, the artifact was finally within reach, yet it missed the opportunity to break through due to insufficient strength. Why? Why? I refuse to accept this. It was created by a secretive civilization. A civilization that imprisoned countless beast creatures and tortured them with curses, a fate worse than death. These beasts eventually melted into a liquid state, but the curse kept them alive. The liquid beasts were poured into an abandoned cliff, left to await death. However, they did not truly die. Slowly, they gathered together, forming a spherical mass. With the last remnants of their lives, they cast a curse upon the entire universe. Under the power of this curse, Artifice was born. The newly born Artifice felt endless pain and hatred emotions stemming from the tormented beast's resentment toward the world. At the same time, it was ravenously hungry. Initially, it fed on the liquid beasts that fell from the cliff, but soon, that was no longer enough. It left the canyon, driven by resentment, and destroyed the entire civilization, devouring all humans and nearly mastering all elemental powers. Moreover, it could continuously split itself. The split parts would devour other beasts and transform into new ferocious creatures. Later, it wandered the universe, destroying numerous civilizations and species, until its strength plateaued at the peak of supremacy. At this moment, the spatial barrier compressed Artifice to nearly the size of its original black sphere. But the compression continued. The sound of bones and flesh being crushed echoed continuously. Finally, it was entirely within the range of Hong Yan's self-destruction. At Qin Chuan's command, Hong Yan ignited in flames and charged toward Artifice. Roar! Artifice let out one final furious roar before its entire body turned to ash in the flames. With the death of Artifice's main body, all the ferocious beasts across the universe also perished one after another. On planets occupied by parasites, all the parasites began to disintegrate rapidly as the Artifice cells within them died. Their flesh dissolved, eventually turning into pools of black liquid that slowly disappeared from the world. The surviving civilizations, who had been fleeing or resisting, were stunned by this sight, unable to comprehend what new ability these monsters had evolved. But as the black liquid gradually vanished, some gathered the courage to investigate and found nothing unusual. Eventually, they confirmed that these nearly indestructible monsters had inexplicably all died. Witnessing this, everyone collapsed to the ground, showing smiles of relief at having survived. Cheers and tears erupted, a scene that played out across all civilizations invaded by Artifice's parasites. On Qin Chuan's side, having slain Artifice, his beasts experienced a massive surge in strength, all of them directly breaking through to the peak of supremacy. Additionally, their levels rapidly increased, nearing level 1500. Since all the ferocious beasts created by Artifice had also died, and each carried Artifice's cells, killing Artifice was equivalent to killing all the ferocious beasts in the universe. The experience points from these beasts instantly became his. Artifice's death significantly accelerated Qin Chuan's growth. What would have taken him a long time to accumulate was now achieved in one leap, reaching the pinnacle. Meanwhile, deep underground on a certain planet, a young-looking man was awakened. Surrounding him were countless golden halos. He slowly opened his eyes, casually glancing at the swirling golden light, as if receiving some kind of message. Then, he stood up slowly. Another rule breaker? The last one was hundreds of years ago, and now another so soon? The golden light buzzed softly as the young man frowned. And I have to join forces with the other Order Keepers again? Are you kidding me? The golden light continued to hum, and the young man waved his hand, saying, I know, it's just a little bug trying to break the rules. I can crush it with ease. In another forbidden area, a tall and burly man excitedly charged out, followed by a streak of golden light. He only stopped after crashing into a living planet, destroying it completely. He glanced casually at the exploding planet behind him, his face lighting up with excitement once more. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a strong opponent. Don't let me down. Meanwhile, a woman wearing glasses stood before a cluster of golden light. Receiving the message from the golden light, she coldly adjusted her glasses. Since the rules have been broken, punishment is inevitable. Besides, these are the laws of the universe. A total of 10 individuals received the message from the golden light, each displaying expressions of arrogance, disdain, or conceit. The golden light was the will of the universe, and these 10 were the strongest enforcers of order in the cosmos, top warriors chosen by the universe's will. Only by receiving the power of destiny granted by the universe's will could one become an enforcer of order. With the power of the universe's will, although they remained at the peak of supremacy, their strength far exceeded this level. Their mission was to safeguard the rules of the universe. Whenever someone violated them, the universe's will would notify them immediately. They were tasked with eliminating these violators. Of course, carrying out these missions came with benefits. First, they would receive a portion of the universe's will, allowing their strength to explode far beyond their own limits. Second, the universe itself was constantly evolving. Every time they killed a certain number of violators, they could leave this universe with the power of the universe's will, thereby upgrading the universe's level. This was because every Destiny warrior who left the universe injected an equivalent amount of power into the universe based on their strength at the time of departure. The stronger the Destiny warrior, the greater the feedback the universe received. However, the power granted by the universe's will was ultimately not their own, and they couldn't bear too much of it. This power needed to be gradually integrated or adapted through battles with opponents of equal strength. Arranging battles between Destiny warriors and violators was meant to accelerate their integration with the universe's will. Their beasts were all at the mythical quality of level 1500. Although they had encountered many beasts with the potential to become transcendent and had contracted quite a few under their control, these beasts could only reach the mythical level at best. To achieve transcendent quality, one must possess an extraordinary determination and use all their strength to break through their limits, with only a slim chance of completing the transformation. This process was extremely painful, with no retreat. Success meant becoming transcendent, failure meant death. All beasts seeking to break through had to undergo this life and death trial. Unless they were born as transcendent quality beasts, which were almost non-existent, they had once fought against beasts that broke through to transcendent quality. For instance, the woman with glasses had battled an ice-blue dragon. She had intended to tame it, but the dragon was incredibly stubborn and ultimately violated the rules, prompting the universe's will to intervene personally. They also knew of a time element dragon that had broken through to transcendent quality. On its own, time element beasts were already rare, and those that broke through to transcendent quality were even rarer. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the universe's will had already dealt with it. Back to Qin Xuan, his beasts had mostly reached level 1500, with a large amount of unused experience remaining. At this stage, Qin Xuan discovered that no matter how hard a way and the others tried, they couldn't improve further. It was as if his level was stuck by something, with his experience locked and no progress at all. Qin Xuan felt puzzled. His reincarnation jade was clearly complete, and he sensed that some kind of shackle had been lifted. So why couldn't he break through to the eternal realm? Was there something wrong with him? Just as Qin Xuan was feeling confused, a cluster of golden light suddenly appeared before him. The light gradually condensed into a small sphere. Qin Xuan's heart tightened, and he quickly retreated with his beasts. As soon as he left, the place where he had been was engulfed by the golden light. Qin Xuan stared solemnly at the golden sphere before him, fully aware that this was the will of the universe. He knew he was no match for it at the moment. Any attack from the Supreme Realm was ineffective against it. Only by breaking through to the half-step Eternal Realm could he inflict some damage. This was something he had learned in Ji Chen's instance. Yao Rong, Lei Ming, Ji Chen, and Ji Ming also displayed fierce expressions, their very bones filled with hatred for the will of the universe. Just as Qin Xuan was contemplating a way to break through, 10 portals of light suddenly appeared in front of the will of the universe. From each portal emerged a young figure. Though they appeared youthful, Qin Xuan knew they would be difficult to deal with. At that moment, a young man spoke. Yes, you do. You realize you violated the rules? Qin Xuan did not respond. Stop wasting time with him. Just attack and end this quickly, an indifferent woman said impatiently. She waved her hand, summoning all her beasts to attack Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan did not back down, and all his beasts immediately appeared. As soon as the battle began, the woman was shocked to find her beasts were being suppressed. She immediately called out to her companions behind her, "Stop standing there. Help me." The other 9 enforcers quickly joined the fight. At this point, Qin Xuan noticed that they also possessed many beasts with potential to reach the transcendent level, but due to insufficient conditions, they could not evolve. The battle instantly became intense, with Qin Xuan charging at the forefront. After Yao Rong possessed him, he lashed out with a whip, wrapping it around the hind leg of a beast in front of him. Both sides exerted force, and the beast felt an immense pull before being flung away by Qin Xuan. Soon, the other 9 showed expressions of shock. Qin Xuan's more than 20 beasts were actually holding off the attacks of their over 100 enhanced beasts. They quickly understood the reason. Indeed, all of Qin Xuan's beasts were of transcendent quality. They themselves had beasts with potential to transcend, but the cost of failure in breaking through was too high, and none dared to take the risk. Yet Qin Xuan, with all his beasts having transcended, seemed completely unafraid of failure. At this moment, the 10 finally understood why the will of the universe had sent them to attack together. They could not underestimate Qin Xuan. If they fought him one-on-one, they would undoubtedly be crushed to pieces. Wait, why does he have so many beasts? They noticed that Qin Xuan had a total of 28 beasts, along with countless undead armies. After the mythical realm, one could only gain 1 additional contract slot for every 100 levels. They themselves had at most 24 beasts, and many were not combat-oriented. Even with talent, they could only gain 1 or 2 extra slots. Yet Qin Xuan had 4 more beasts than them. Fortunately, there were 10 of them, and they could slowly wear him down. Hoping to exhaust this formidable enemy, they had received a promise from the will of the universe. As long as they killed Qin Xuan, they could leave this universe. Like fish yearning for a larger ocean, they too desired to explore broader universes. They had already seen several predecessors who, after killing countless violators, successfully left this universe. Leaving this universe was their ultimate goal. Thinking about how they would soon enter a wider world, their hearts surged with excitement, and their attacks on Qin Xuan became even fiercer. But Qin Xuan was well aware of their weakness, luck. As long as he drained their luck, they would be no different from ordinary Supreme Peak cultivators. Ling reminded him that their luck was dense and would take time to drain. Qin Xuan reassured it to proceed boldly, promising that he and his beasts would hold the line. Thus, Ling began absorbing the luck from the 10 enforcers. Soon, they felt their luck gradually disappearing. This was a privilege granted by the will of the universe, allowing them to clearly sense the strength of their luck. They noticed Ling's anomaly and immediately shifted their attacks toward it. How could Qin Xuan let them succeed? He immediately activated his talent, teleporting all his beasts to his side. Seeing this, the enemies gritted their teeth, completely unprepared for Qin Xuan to have a beast capable of absorbing luck. Such a critical piece of information, and the will of the universe hadn't told them. They began to suspect whether the cosmic will was secretly colluding with Qin Xuan to harm them. Their fortune grew increasingly thin, and the threats became more severe. No longer daring to hold back their strength, they commanded their beasts to charge full force into Qin Xuan's beast group. Although Qin Xuan's beasts tried their best to block them, a few fast ones still managed to break through. Just as they concentrated their attacks on Ling, dozens of thorn-covered vines suddenly appeared, tightly wrapping around the beasts that had broken through. Don't forget about me. The vines tightened further, piercing into flesh. Squelch, squelch. Under the combined attack of Qin Xuan and Yu Rong, those beasts were shredded into pieces. In the distance, several order keepers clutched their heads in agony, screaming in pain. It was their first time experiencing the pain of their beasts being killed. The cosmic will, however, coldly observed without any intention of helping. The beasts outside were also bombarded continuously by Qin Xuan's beasts and fell one after another. They tried other methods to break through and deal with Ling, but whether due to their declining fortune or Qin Xuan's overwhelming strength, all their attempts were thwarted by Qin Xuan and his beasts one by one. They struggled desperately, but their fortune gradually disappeared until it was completely exhausted. At that moment, Master, their fortune has been completely drained, Ling reported, and Qin Xuan immediately charged toward the Beastmasters. Without the protection of fortune, Qin Xuan was fearless. This is bad, retreat quickly. Realizing the danger, they tried to flee, but Qin Xuan gave them no chance. He activated his teleportation wristband and instantly appeared before them. You. The person closest to him couldn't even finish speaking before Qin Xuan's vines tightly wrapped around him, ultimately tearing him into pieces. He and his beast perished simultaneously, reduced to a pile of flesh. Wherever Qin Xuan went, all the order keepers along the way were killed. Without the protection of fortune, their deaths came at an astonishing speed. Once all the order keepers were dead, Qin Xuan turned his gaze toward the cosmic will in the distance. To the cosmic will, these 10 individuals were less than ants. The golden light before him witnessed the death of the 10 order keepers, but showed no intention of attacking Qin Xuan. However, Qin Xuan did not see this as a good sign. However, those strands of golden threads continued to pour in relentlessly. Away, and the other beasts also felt the excruciating pain tearing through their bodies, but they charged toward the light sphere of the cosmic will without hesitation. Only by stopping the cosmic will from injecting fortune into Qin Xuan could the pain cease. Ling also rushed to Qin Xuan's side and began absorbing the fortune from his body. Despite their relentless attacks, the cosmic will remained completely unmoved and unscathed. Instead, the light sphere of the cosmic will emitted countless fine threads again, aiming at Qin Xuan's beasts. These golden threads were not meant to inject fortune into Qin Xuan but to control Away and the others. The cosmic will, of course, would not kill them, merely immobilize them. Once Qin Xuan overcame this ordeal, each of his beasts would become a source of power for the cosmic will. The golden threads relentlessly pursued Qin Xuan's beasts. Although Away and the others desperately dodged, they couldn't hold out for long. They tried to sever the threads with attacks, only to find their skills passing through the threads without altering their trajectory. Some beasts attempted to block the threads with defensive barriers, condensing elements into walls, but the result was the same. Minyu, who was slightly slower, was the first to be entangled by the threads, rendered completely immobile. It felt no pain, but its internal power was entirely sealed, leaving it only able to use its consciousness to warn the other beasts. Upon hearing the warning, the other beasts frantically evaded while continuously launching skills at the cosmic will, hoping to delay the golden light sphere. However, the harsh reality was that their attacks still had no effect on the cosmic will. Before long, Air Duo and Ing Sha were also entangled by the threads, unable to move. Worse still, the golden threads began targeting Ling. If Ling were controlled, no one would be able to help Qin Xuan manage the fortune within him, and they would be doomed. With its invincible peak strength, it was utterly impossible to contend with the cosmic will. Although it exerted all its strength to help Qin Xuan absorb the fortune, it could at most slow down the growth of the fortune. In reality, the fortune it absorbed was far less than what the other side was injecting. They initially planned to take Qin Xuan away directly, but when Qin Xuan was struck by the golden threads, a golden barrier suddenly appeared around them, forcibly separating even Yurong, who was ejected. Seeing the golden threads about to reach Ling, the other beasts gritted their teeth and rushed forward to protect Ling, using their bodies to block this wave of threads. At this moment, Ling was surrounded by them, enduring excruciating pain while absorbing the fortune, until it finally coughed up blood. In the end, Ling could no longer hold on, and its actions to absorb the fortune were interrupted. Countless golden threads surged forward again, rendering Ling immobile. The undead army and the swarm were almost entirely wiped out by the cosmic will, leaving only Yao Xian, Tian Yu, and Lei Ming struggling bitterly. Without breaking through to eternity, they couldn't harm the cosmic will at all and were soon controlled by the threads as well. Before long, Qin Xuan lost consciousness, enveloped by a golden light sphere, leaving only the beasts to endure the pain, unable to move. In an unknown space filled with dazzling golden light, Qin Xuan floated, slowly opening his eyes. He sat up in confusion, looking around. Where is this? Wasn't I still in the middle of a battle? Just as Qin Xuan was puzzled, he saw an image. The image was from a first-person perspective, showing someone passing through a barrier and entering a mysterious space. There were countless pitch-black barriers there, and the person casually chose one to enter, revealing a cosmic scene before their eyes. Qin Xuan looked to the other side. There was another image. In this one, after someone passed through a barrier, the barrier behind them emitted a golden glow, becoming even stronger. At this moment, Qin Xuan was surrounded by similar images, which the beasts could not perceive, making Qin Xuan even more uneasy. Accept it. With these, you can leave here. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed in Qin Xuan's mind. He looked around but saw no one. Who is it? Qin Xuan shouted. Feeling movement behind him, he turned around, only to see a version of himself radiating golden light. This glowing self was smiling at Qin Xuan with a profound expression. You are already qualified to step into eternity. As long as you accept everything I bestow upon you, you can leave here. I don't understand what you're saying. You haven't told me who you are. Qin Xuan stared warily at the figure opposite him. Me? I am the will of this universe. Hearing this, Qin Xuan frowned deeply. What do you want? Where are Away and the others? Don't worry, they're all fine, not a scratch on them. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Qin Xuan saw Away and the others under control. At the same time, he re-established a connection with Away, confirming their condition matched what the other party had shown. Only then did Qin Xuan believe the other party wasn't lying. Seeing his beasts unharmed, Qin Xuan finally felt relieved, then turned to stare at the self-proclaimed will of the universe. You've infused me with so much fortune. Hoping to gain benefits from me after I leave, right? The golden Qin Xuan nodded. That's right. When you leave this universe, I can receive feedback from you to elevate my rank. As long as you can endure it, not only can you directly step into eternity, but you'll also gain even greater power. At the same time, I will also achieve a significant boost, which is beneficial for both of us. Moreover, beast masters themselves are the greatest weakness of their beasts. With this power I give you, you won't have to fear death anymore. Your home planet is here too. Surely you want it to become better, don't you? Qin Xuan ignored the latter part of the will's words, only focusing on the first sentence, as long as he could endure it. This meant there was a chance he might not endure it. And if he couldn't, what would happen? Most likely, he would die. What win-win? Only if he endured it would it be a win-win. If he couldn't, the only winner would be the will of the universe. What does the well-being of my home planet have to do with your rank? Qin Xuan asked coldly. Of course, it matters, the will of the universe replied. As long as your rank is high enough, you can naturally bring more fortune to your home planet, creating more people with potential. In that case, your home planet could become the strongest place in the universe. Qin Xuan sneered, forget it. Those so-called people with potential always end up wreaking havoc on Blue Star. How can you even talk about it being good? The will of the universe continued. Do you know the method to break through eternity? To be chosen as someone with potential, become a guardian, and finally accept my power to leave this universe. That's the only way to break through. I know that's not what you're asking. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Is there a way to break through eternity without relying on the identity of someone with potential? As soon as Qin Xuan finished speaking, the will of the universe fell silent. Seems that black figure told you quite a bit, the will of the universe sighed. Indeed, there is a mysterious artifact. As long as you merge with it, you can break through eternity. Every rule has its counterbalance. I set the conditions preventing you from breaking through eternity, but at the same time, there exists something that can bypass this rule. It's hidden very deeply, completely shielding itself from my perception. Even if it's right in front of me, I might not be able to detect it. However, I don't think you have that artifact. Hearing this, Qin Xuan's eyelid twitched slightly but said nothing, continuing to listen to the will of the universe. Moreover, this artifact is unaffected by the fortune I bestow. Simply put, whether you're an ordinary person or someone with potential, the chances of obtaining it are the same. Then if I get it, wouldn't I be able to bypass your rules and directly break through eternity? Qin Xuan asked. The will of the universe chuckled, you're oversimplifying it. Although I can't perceive that artifact, I can stop anyone who doesn't meet the conditions from attempting to break through. Qin Xuan thought about it. This statement did make sense. Alright, that's about all I have to say. Once you fully merge with this power, you'll be able to. Before the will of the universe could finish speaking, Qin Xuan suddenly moved. Countless golden threads surged out of his body, yet the power within him not only did not diminish but was instead growing, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. What are you doing? The cosmic will shrieked. What's wrong? Surprised? I really found that thing you mentioned shocking, isn't it? I bet your next words will be, this is impossible. This is impossible. The cosmic will panicked. If Qin Xuan succeeded in breaking through, it would definitely not end well for him. Seeing the cosmic will's flustered expression, Qin Xuan felt delighted. If it weren't for the fact that he was still useful, this guy would have already been eliminated by him, and Qin Xuan wouldn't have shown him any mercy. As for why he could break through, it was the cosmic will's words that had inspired him. It had said, the Beastmaster's body is the greatest weakness of the beasts. So, does this weakness have to be absolute? If the beasts could break through, the Beastmaster could follow suit. But what about the reverse? There was no rule stating that a Beastmaster must rely on the beasts to break through. Besides, it was he himself who had fused with the reincarnation orb, not the beasts. Thus, Qin Xuan directly unleashed all the energy within the reincarnation orb. Sure enough, this power immediately dispelled the luck within his body and continued to grow stronger. No, you can't. The cosmic will try to rush forward to stop him. But Qin Xuan merely waved a hand from a distance, and the cosmic will was sent flying violently. Outside, Qin Xuan was tightly enveloped by a golden sphere of light, and away, and the other beasts were unable to move. At that moment, the sphere of light suddenly dissipated, and Qin Xuan emerged unscathed. At this moment, he had truly stepped into the eternal realm. Away, and the other beasts also broke free from their restraints. Feeling the power within them suddenly surge, the pressure they released seemed capable of tearing the entire universe apart. Master, are you all right? The beasts hurriedly gathered around, completely unconcerned about their own power surge, only worried about Qin Xuan's safety. I'm fine, sorry to make you worry. Qin Xuan reassured them, then activated his innate ability to check their status. As expected, with his breakthrough into the eternal realm, the beasts had also advanced in sync. His gaze turned cold as he stared at the still shocked cosmic will. That earlier strike had actually knocked it out of the consciousness space. Now, don't be afraid of him anymore. Beat him up, Qin Xuan commanded sternly. Yes. The beasts charged at the cosmic will again. This time, their attacks were no longer nullified and directly struck the golden sphere of light. They surrounded the cosmic will and launched a frenzied assault. You dare call yourself the cosmic will? You were so arrogant just now, let's see how you like this. Take my flying kick. The cosmic will screamed in pain, but the beasts showed no mercy. Having been humiliated so badly, they had to regain their dignity. This time, Yao Sang, Lei Ming, Ji Chen, and Ji Ming were the most ruthless in their attacks. Qin Xuan knew that as long as the universe existed, the cosmic will would not die. But not dying didn't mean its consciousness couldn't be erased. Seeing that the opponent was on the verge of collapse, he once again reached into the cosmic will's consciousness space and forcibly erased its consciousness. No! The cosmic will struggled desperately, but it was futile. Its consciousness was completely wiped out, leaving it in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? The beasts understood that this was the result of their master erasing its consciousness. Qin Xuan stepped forward. From now on, I am your master. Do you understand? Understood, master. The cosmic will completely submitted, without the slightest resistance. Seeing this, the beasts all breathed a sigh of relief and were overjoyed. At this moment, Yao Sang stepped forward. My hands are a bit sore from all the fighting earlier. How about a massage? Yao Sang tentatively suggested. As you command. Several golden threads extended from the sphere of light and actually began massaging Yao Sang. That feels so good. Wait, not there. The cosmic will had become a puppet in Qin Xuan's hands, continuing to maintain this universe. Not long after, Qin Xuan left this place, heading to other worlds,